I'm just a high school dropout working as a Lego store sales associate. Worried about making ends meet every day. Until I placed the last building block. Unexpectedly activated the Billionfold Talent System. The first stage, hundredfold brainpower, instantly transformed me completely. Learned all high school courses overnight. Perfect scores effortlessly. When I was bored, I casually built a Nantianmen space station model with Lego. No one expected its avant-garde strategic design to go viral across the internet. It even drew astonished attention from national-level aerospace veterans. He looked at my futuristic toy. With tears streaming down his face, he declared this to be the future direction of Manhwa's aerospace program. Now, the special admission notice has been delivered right before me. But I know, this hundredfold talent is merely the beginning. Chapter 1, Hundredfold Talent, let's build a space station for fun. Sis, I really can't take it anymore. Can't move any further. Feng looked miserably at the big sister in front of him, dressed in a plaid skirt, her greasy face flushed red as she panted heavily. Tis, it's just a stupid block set, who cares? Seeing Feng clutching the Lego tightly in front of him and refusing to let go, the older sister clicked her tongue mockingly. Sis, take care on your way out. Feng forced a smile and waved. After the older sister turned and left, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Cutting down a 5,000 yuan item to 150? That's not an older sister, Feng frowned and continued, that's robbery. Feng, come here for a second. Just as Feng was about to complain, he heard the store manager Wang Lang calling him, and his face lit up with joy. Today was the 15th, payday. You've performed quite well this month. Here's 3,500 yuan in total. Check it over, Wang Lang said with a smile. Right. Feng couldn't be bothered to check. He'd already lost count of how many times he'd calculated this meager monthly sum, his poverty-stricken self staring at the same pitiful numbers again and again. Leaving the office, Feng stood at the entrance again, displaying the store's exclusive advertisements. The sound fluctuates between soft and loud occasionally. He greets some classmates, then watches them leave with a look of longing. Yes, Feng was also a student before, but he dropped out last year during his second year of high school. Now an entire year has passed, his former classmates have all finished the college entrance exams and are just waiting for their admission letters, while he's still standing at the shop entrance working hard as a sales assistant. The reason is simple, his father is seriously ill, his mother left, and he has a 12-year-old sister to care for. This family had to rely on his shoulders alone for support, leaving him no choice but to drop out of school and find a job at a nearby shopping mall. A Lego sales assistant. He's loved Lego since childhood, but those expensive toys were never something he could even dream of touching with his own hands. To this day, it truly has made up for his regrets. After lunch, Feng idly stacked Legos while murmuring to himself, let the great Dr. Yi build the heavenly gate for everyone. This had always been his dream. Back in the days before he dropped out, when he was ranked first in the school and called on stage by the principal to receive an award, he had confidently declared that he wanted to become a space scientist. But there were no what-ifs. Feng shook his head. Click. The Lego snapped into place, but Feng's mind was suddenly jolted. Buzz. A prolonged hum echoed in his mind, followed by the voice of a little girl speaking. Conditions met, energy reserves complete, system activating. An inexplicable sound reverberated in his ear, interrupting his recollection. Moments later. Congratulations, host. You've acquired a billionfold talent. System's first stage unlocked, hundredfold talent. As the system descended, Feng's body trembled violently, and an indescribably mysterious sensation, like a gentle breeze, flooded his mind. The entire brain, which had been operating as slowly as rusted gears, now revved up like a motor, spinning rapidly. Everything before him suddenly accelerated the moment the voice fell silent. What he saw with his eyes, heard with his ears, and especially what he felt in his heart, all became increasingly clearer. Even recalling an unsolved problem from a 7th grade math class, Feng effortlessly blurted out the answer without hesitation. Feng was dumbfounded by everything he witnessed, his lips parting slightly as he murmured, 15. Young man, is this for sale at $15? An elderly voice asked as Feng looked up. It was a white-haired old grandfather, who was lowering his head and looking at himself earnestly. Ha! Feng suddenly snapped out of it, then looked at the latest rocket Lego set in the old man's hands. He awkwardly rubbed the bridge of his nose and smiled. Grandpa, I spaced out for a moment there. This is a limited edition piece, and it's the only one left in our store. It's priced at over 3,000, but I'll give it to you for 3,000 flat, Feng said with a smile. 3,000? The old man carefully examined the Lego set, looking it over again and again, but ultimately shook his head helplessly. Young man, as much as I like it, I don't have enough cash on me. As he spoke, the old man somewhat awkwardly dug into his pocket, pulling out an old-fashioned flip phone and just over a dozen crisp red bills. This one, my granddaughter really likes it. I originally wanted to give it to her, but an old man who's been out of touch for so long, truly didn't know things were so expensive nowadays. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, the old man continued, young man, how about this? There's only one left. Could you front some money for me first? I'll sell this, leave the item with you, and come back later to pick it up. Yi Feng had always refused such things. It wasn't that he lacked kindness, but he had an elderly father needing medicine and a younger sister to send to school. But just as Yi Feng was about to speak, his gaze hesitated when he met the old man's eyes. Those eyes were tranquil yet profound, like an unfathomable galaxy. The feeling was peculiar, at least for Yi Feng, who had suddenly unlocked his talent. For a fleeting moment, it seemed he could distinguish between good and evil. In the end, Yi Feng didn't refuse the old man and cheerfully escorted him to the door. Then, looking at the rocket model, he smiled faintly. An entire image in Yi Feng's mind was instantly deconstructed in just a moment. Immediately after, Yi Feng's fingers moved slightly, connecting the Lego pieces one by one. In just over 20 minutes, a limited edition rocket was already completed. Moreover, as his brain gradually adapted, Yi Feng actually began to have some new ideas. He revisited all the mathematical knowledge he had ever learned and the models he had seen in his life, his hands trembling slightly as he started searching for building blocks. This was the grand vision he had buried deep in his heart. If he couldn't become a space scientist, then he would build his own celestial gate with Lego. In the past, his limited talent often left him without even a hint of inspiration. But now, with the hundredfold talent unlocked, Yi Feng's heart was as clear as a mirror. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Yi Feng slowly placed the first building block on the base. Gradually, Yi Feng became immersed in it, seemingly losing track of time as his fingers swiftly moved about. He even forgot to greet customers when they arrived. Just like that, a whole afternoon passed by in the blink of an eye. By the time Yi Feng looked up, it was already dark. The old man hadn't arrived yet, but pairs of golden glowing eyes were closing in from all around. Yi Feng looked down in bewilderment, only then noticing his mammoth creation that had taken half a day. Nearly half a person's height, exquisite and meticulous in detail, its entire design philosophy differed completely from modern aerospace industry standards yet proved astonishingly logical. Could it be that Facing this massive structure before him, Yi Feng felt somewhat insecure. It's important to remember that in the past, I even needed instructions to assemble a tiny animal model the size of a palm, let alone this enormous space station gate looming before me like the heavenly gate itself. Manager, I'd like to go home and rest for a bit. I'm feeling quite tired today. Yi Feng turned back, looking at the manager whose mouth was nearly splitting from grinning, and spoke up. Go ahead. I'll give you a day off, take some rest. Don't worry, no matter how much is sold today, I'll count your commission. The manager waved his hand directly, granting Yi Feng a full day off. Damn! If he'd known Yi Feng had this skill earlier, would selling Lego ever have been a problem? Chapter 2, Viral Online, Catching a Senior's Attention. Grandpa, I want this. Everyone, look! This is this morning at Jinshan Square's Lego store. This thing was built by a young man. I'd never seen Lego work this amazing before. What exactly is this? It seems really impressive. Wow! Some were filming short videos, while others entered the store to shop. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, after settling the matter with the elderly man from the daytime, left the scene amidst gasps of amazement. Even after stepping outside, countless voices continued to echo in Yi Feng's mind. It just so happened that a heavy rain began to pour, cleansing the world. The panicked crowd either shouted, took shelter under the eaves of the mall, or quickly dashed away with umbrellas open. Only Yi Feng stood unhurriedly with his eyes closed, face upturned, feeling the rain beat against his cheeks and hair while breathing deeply in contentment. Finally, he slicked back his hair with the rainwater, washed his face, and walked home leisurely. At this moment, he kept swallowing saliva but still felt his mouth dry and his body icy cold, while his eyes burned fiercely like fire. Returning home, Yi Feng ignored his father and sister's cold stares for the first time and went straight to his room. Gasping heavily and continuously clutching his chest, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't until over half an hour later that Yi Feng finally stopped. In the darkness, a pair of eyes gleamed brightly. Father and younger sister had already fallen asleep, and the food on the table had gone cold, yet nothing could extinguish the blazing fire in Yi Feng's chest. It was a feeling he couldn't quite articulate but couldn't suppress either. Gradually, those sharp, clear eyes transformed into dazzling lights, embodying Yi Feng's ambition and reluctance, excitement and longing. A faint smile began to bloom at the corners of his lips. Then, amidst rapid breaths, Yi Feng clenched his fists as if his entire body surged with boundless strength. Talent! A hundredfold talent! Moreover, Lin Feng's abilities were never mediocre to begin with. He consistently ranked first in the entire school. With this hundredfold talent boost, even if he misses the college entrance exam this time, he might top the list in the next one. It's important to know that, although he was forced to drop out midway, Yi Feng never once stopped yearning to get into university. Even seeing little classmates go to the stationery store to buy various school supplies, he would sometimes swallow his saliva. Returning to his desk, Yi Feng retrieved his study materials and stacks of exam papers from the past 2 years. Some were obtained from senior classmates, while others were given by graduates. In short, there were many, and Yi Feng had originally intended to use them as leisure time distractions. Now that he possessed abilities 100 times beyond the norm, he wanted to thoroughly experience the change for himself. Then, time slowly moved on. When Feng put down the last exam paper in his hand, the sky was already bright. It wasn't because dawn was approaching and it was time to rest, but rather because Feng had already learned everything. His fingers were now stiff and curled, his face weary beyond words. Only the endlessly spinning mind remained extraordinarily clear. Staring at the pile of books that had grown into a small mountain, nearly blocking half the window, Feng rubbed his tired eyes. This effect can no longer be described merely as an improvement. It's simply defying the heavens. The content in the textbooks had already been mentally reviewed and extended countless times by Feng. Problems that once seemed difficult or caused hesitation now had answers instantly forming in his mind the moment his eyes glanced over them. What a profound transformation this was! His heart pounded in his chest. Even Chinese literature passages or course-related materials, as long as Feng had seen them before, he could recite them word for word without missing a single character. Any answer he wrote for a problem was guaranteed to be more concise than the sample responses or model solutions. This state made Feng somewhat intoxicated. Or perhaps, as if divinely aided. As for these stacks of test papers, the only outcome after Feng finished them was perfect score. Few after handling everything, Feng finally opened the online shopping interface again after a year. This was the only time in the entire year he bought something for himself. Using the little money he had left, he purchased second-hand university textbooks on aerospace technology. Meanwhile, on a site unknown to Feng, the short video platform, the video capturing Feng assembling building blocks had gone completely viral. Whether it's follows or reposts, the frenzy has amassed hundreds of thousands of fans and billions of views. Feng himself has been completely exposed, with every detail laid bare. So pitiful, having to drop out of school and work at such a young age. Who knows what his parents would think if they saw this? His mother actually ran off with someone else? That's outrageous. Such a talented kid could have gone far if he'd gotten proper support. What kind of training is that? It's just practice makes perfect. Give me 2 months and I could do it too. It's okay, child, keep going. Real gold will always shine through. People of all kinds and varieties were discussing everything about Feng online. And it was under this wave of popularity that the Lego store in the mall began its magical opening this morning. People were streaming into the Lego store endlessly, driven by the influence of short videos, frantically purchasing and scrambling for items. Incidentally, they caught a glimpse of the massive creation reportedly seen in the hands of that legendary dropout-turned-worker. Then, the entire store looked as if it had been looted, with both stock and finished products snatched up, leaving the shelves completely bare. In the frenzied rush, manager Wang Lang even had his pants torn to shreds. Only the enormous Lego structure pieced together by Feng remained, along with Wang Long trembling as he tightly clutched the box of aerospace building blocks, hiding beneath the counter. While Wang Long was usually quite harsh as a manager, he still had basic principles. At this moment, he didn't sell the blocks Feng had entrusted to him, even though others offered several times the price. Of course, he was also well aware that doing so might scare off Feng, who was practically a god of wealth to him. Forget everything else, just the massive Lego structure pieced together by Feng has already fetched an offer of 650,000 yuan. Wow! A 3-bedroom apartment in a second-tier city has sold for this price. Hello! A hoarse voice interrupted Wang Lang's train of thought. Yesterday I bought a set of rocket building blocks, and a little kid helped cover the cost for me. Is he here by any chance? Wang Lang looked up and quickly identified the owner of the Lego in his hand by combining the clues from the conversation. He then stepped forward and said, "He's on leave, but I've been keeping the Lego safe for you." "Don't worry." Wang Lang smiled. Good. Thank you." As he spoke, the old man took out a craft paper bag containing a stack of cash. Wang Lang counted it 4,000 yuan exactly. "This is the money I'm returning to that child. Please help me convey my gratitude to them." "Thank you." The old man spoke while picking up the building blocks and prepared to leave. Then, catching a glimpse of the colossal object before him, he froze as if struck by lightning. With the rigor of an aerospace scientist, he swore that while this may be a Lego, it is far more than just a Lego. This. The old man's eyes instantly lit up, nearly kneeling as he gazed at the space station assembled from Lego bricks. Chapter 3, Shocking. A new direction in aviation research. At first, when the old man walked in, he just thought it was some kind of attention-grabbing gimmick. Plus, seeing the store completely cleared out, he was too anxious about his missing building blocks to look around. He paid it no mind. After all, it was just a Lego store. It wasn't that Wang Gowen, as an aerospace designer, was complacent. But based on his decades of teaching experience and the countless students he'd mentored, the average person, even college students or graduate students, would struggle to draw an aerospace mechanical diagram with flawless logic. And this was a Lego store using Lego bricks? Wang Gowen didn't oppose this kind of advertising, but he didn't want to look at it. To him, it felt like an insult, something he could only choose not to support, yet still respect. Yet the moment his gaze briefly swept over it, he was utterly captivated. Seconds later, Wang Gowen drew closer. His normally unruffled pupils visibly dilated and his breathing quickened. It was a concept so extraordinary it defied description. Despite the fact that Longwa's outer space technology had already reached unprecedented levels of advancement, and despite the textbooks he, Wang Gowen, referred to undergoing constant revisions and updates upon updates, he had never encountered a space station with such strategic vision. Or rather, more than a space station, it resembled a fortress. A space fortress. Though somewhat abstract from a Lego perspective, it didn't hinder Wang Gowen's comprehension. The main body is a space carrier platform designed to control the force field core. A fleet of aerial warships. Tactical high-power particle dispersion cannons, the newly unveiled pulsed laser. At its core lies a controllable fusion reactor, serving as the primary propulsion system. As the saying goes, the uninitiated see the spectacle, while the initiated see the craftsmanship. This Lego-like structure, brimming with technological grandeur in its form, state, and design, surprisingly possesses realizable value. Though every component transcends current aerospace engineering concepts, each element adheres to scientific principles, rational functionality, practical application, synergistic interaction, and exceptional stability. While controllable nuclear fusion technology remains undeveloped and Hall effect thruster research is still in its infancy. And while current space station technology hasn't yet reached the point of accommodating various types of carrier-based aircraft. But this revelation struck Wang Gowen like a bolt of lightning. While aerospace technology continues to advance through countless forward-looking developments, these are fundamentally rooted in strategic concepts established decades ago, even half a century ago, by Western nations, where such initiatives were designated as state-owned. That is, concepts centered on civilian applications and satellite exploration. This path, aerospace researchers have nearly explored to its limits, or rather, the ambitious wolves lurking across the ocean have nearly completed theirs. It is projected that within a few decades, a major new challenge will emerge for those in the aerospace field. When that time comes, where will aerospace researchers turn? Should they strive to pursue something others have already perfected? That would only invite a ruthless dimensional strike. In military strategy, one should strike when the enemy's momentum is at its peak, not when it is waning. Yet what these aerospace professionals lack is precisely such a vision. A vision that could enable them to overtake competitors on a different track. It's difficult, but for now. Time slipped away. Wang Gowen had pulled a magnifying glass from his pocket without realizing it, circling the colossal object like a devout believer, scrutinizing every detail. A storm raged within his mind. Before his eyes, he seemed to glimpse a distant future, his expression shifting repeatedly. As a space researcher and aerospace technology instructor, he knew all too well the value of such an object after repeated verification. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Not only was the framework logical, but it also aligned remarkably well with modern military combat applications. Though its internal operations differed from those of an aircraft carrier, its overall performance made this design fully deserving of the title, space carrier. Whether it was the dispersed arrangement of warships, data extraction, command and reconnaissance, or supply transport, energy transfer, personnel coordination, every aspect followed a logical progression. It lays the groundwork for all aspects of space navigation, even presenting a complete conceptual blueprint. This thing was like a beam of light, delivering a vivid, fascinating, and profoundly instructive theoretical lesson to him, an aerospace researcher. It was like an enlightening mentor. At this moment, Wang Gowen was utterly stunned by the sheer power of this strategic vision before him. Even if this had come from the mouth of Nantianmen, the chief commander, chief designer, and chief executive of aerospace technology, he would have trembled in awe. Let alone encountering it in a humble Lego store. Moreover, he was certain that someone capable of such feats could not have achieved it by mere coincidence. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Wang Gowen's expression shifted dramatically. His black and white eyes were now so stirred they seemed on the verge of scattering. His expression grew intensely complex. An extraordinarily visionary concept. A design that defies imagination. Military logic of the utmost precision. And what's more crucial than that? Such talent they, the Aerospace Science and Technology Academy, hailed as the guiding star of all patriotic military industries. And yet they failed to recognize such a genius. This is a damnable dereliction of duty. Dereliction of duty. Wang Gowen was now overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Old Wang. Two black-clad bodyguards rushed over, startling manager Wang Lang. "Excuse me, may I ask who assembled this?" Wang Gowen composed himself and slowly inquired, supported by the two bodyguards. "This item was assembled by the young man who sold it to you." Wang Lang, seeing the scene before him, dared not speak carelessly. In that very moment of excitement, he had clearly seen the meaning in the eyes of the two men in black, and the hands already reaching discreetly for the lining. He didn't need to guess what it was. The pitch-black wall hole. And then there was the way they addressed him as Old Wang. In Manhwa, the title Old signified seniority, and with bodyguards present. This setup left Wang Lang no room for doubt. Shivering uncontrollably, he answered every question without hesitation. What's his name? What was his major? Wang Goen fired off another double question. Hearing this, Wang Lang could only reply bitterly, he didn't finish high school. His family was struggling, so he dropped out. His name is Yi Feng. Wang Goen froze for a moment before his expression brightened. Chapter 4, The Big Shot Shock. Here's my ID. Without another word, Wang Goen pulled out his credentials. State Administration of Aerospace Science and Technology of Longwei. Wang Lang mumbled, his expression suddenly turning pale. He dared not read any further. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards silently produced their own credentials. Dragon Nation National Security Administration. At that moment, 10,000 wild horses galloped through Wang Lang's mind. His expression shifted repeatedly, until finally, he could only feel a chill creeping through his body. This world was utterly insane. First, Yi Feng pulled off that stunt, sending his life into overdrive. All his inventory sold out, nearly creating a sales miracle in the LEGO retail world. A new industry benchmark. Just as he was basking in this euphoria, he encountered several figures of such formidable stature that his joy vanished completely. He couldn't fathom whether he'd done something wrong or if Yi Feng had stirred up trouble. Just as hesitation gripped him, Wang Goen continued slowly, this matter involves aerospace secrets. It concerns the future of our Dragon Nation. I can arrange for the state to compensate you at market value, but we must retrieve the item. Wang Goen spoke with righteous conviction. I know you don't trust us. I'll have the military contact you shortly. By the way, here's my business card. When Yi Feng arrives, please give it to him. I can't make calls myself, so tell him to contact me directly. After settling everything, Wang Goen instructed Wang Lang to fetch a cloth, covered the Lego set, and then led his men away. Thud. The moment Wang Goen left, Wang Lang collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably. What a surreal morning this had been. He'd even managed to provoke a heavyweight like Wang Goen. At first, Wang Lang naturally didn't believe it, thinking he was a fraud. But by the time this postcard was handed over, there was no need for confirmation. The embossed gold characters and the alluringly composed artwork radiated pure opulence. In the car, Wang Goen urgently dialed a number. Hello. The old man's voice was calm yet urgent. Military headquarters? Yes. A firm male voice answered. This morning at the mall, did anyone at the Lego store capture footage of that flying model in the display case? Wang Goen asked calmly. Huh? Yes. Hearing Wang Goen mention this, the voice on the other end shifted slightly. Mr. Wang, you like this stuff too? That guy's build is kinda interesting, but it looks like a real hodgepodge. The man added, Mr. Wang, do you also enjoy watching short videos? The young man was clearly eager to engage, intrigued by Wang Goen's interest in both Lego and short videos. However, after a brief silence, Wang Goen spoke in a cold tone, go notify the media department in all short video platforms. Especially the foreign networks, any platform hosting this image or any related elements must be blocked immediately. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an innate authority. After speaking, the old man added, I'll overlook past minor infractions, but if this matter isn't handled with a ban, tell their boss to meet with the State Security Bureau. I'll request his arrest for treason. Yes, sir. On the other end of the line, the usually slow-speaking Wang Goen's sudden sternness prompted a swift nod of agreement. Soon, the order spread across the entire network. A sweeping online cleanup operation commenced, swiftly purging all traces from the entire platform. Not even a trace remained on external networks. Meanwhile, Wang Goen had already rushed back to the Aerospace Administration. Armed with his newly acquired findings, he barged straight into Director Nantianmen's office. Director, we have new discoveries. Wang Goen's sudden intrusion startled Nantianmen. Still reeling, he asked, Mr. Wang, what could possibly have you so flustered? Though not holding a high-ranking position, old Wang commanded supreme authority throughout the entire Aerospace Administration. As a veteran figure, even Nantianmen dared not show him disrespect. Of course, old Wang's usual demeanor was indeed steady and reassuring. Otherwise, such a critically important national teaching assignment would never have been entrusted to Wang Goen. Yet this man, known for his steadiness and composure, was now acting so rashly. Clearly, something major had happened. Director, I've had an epiphany today. I believe we should adjust the direction of our aerospace research. Huh? The statement jolted Nantianmen straight out of his chair. Mr. Wang, do you realize what you're saying? Changing the direction of the aerospace program? That requires data and theoretical backing, you know that. Why today? Nantianmen muttered, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Wang Goen. Wang Goen didn't beat around the bush. He addressed Nantianmen directly, Director, please come to my office. Though Nantianmen harbored doubts, he dared not resist the request from such a senior figure. He followed Wang Goen toward his office. What greeted his eyes upon entering left him stunned. It was a model of a space station built entirely out of Lego bricks. It featured strategic layouts, skill deployments, controllable energy extraction points. Even the aerodynamic spatial layout and hall thrusters were prominently featured. The ingenious integration of diverse technologies and the intricate structures, many far exceeding his wildest imagination, left the director, who presided over the aerospace administration and proclaimed his dreams to be the stars and the sea, utterly speechless. Though merely a model, in the eyes of aerospace professionals or any researcher aware of the inevitable outcomes of technological advancement, this creation opened the door to an entirely new world. This was undoubtedly a completely new direction. Even without sufficient theoretical grounding or detailed design data at this stage, none of that hindered its experimental potential. After all, the role of science is to create possibilities. The more Lin Tianming scrutinized it, the more he found himself swallowing hard in awe. What does modern industry, or rather, hyper-modern industry, compete on? What on earth could possibly surpass the limits of imagination? Nothing. But the sky holds possibilities. From humanity's first gaze upon the stars, from ancient legends like Chang'e flying to the moon and the celestial dog devouring the moon. From the great men who aspired to reach for the moon and the ninth heaven, to the Eastern Red's cosmic visions. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, indeed, all humanity yearn for another starry sky. To win this battle, it takes more than just data and theoretical support. It also requires imagination. A vision that is sufficiently reasonable and achievable. Once, the Dragon Nation lagged behind the Western world in aerospace technology, but it rallied to catch up, barely reaching the same level. But everyone knows this is a gamble. Or rather, a hedge on the nation's fate. Whichever side achieves supremacy first will claim the entire prize. There is absolutely no other possibility. Therefore, the Dragon Nation must rise and overtake on the curve. The Lego set before us may not prove much, but the very concept is enough to catch the eye. Therefore, Master Wang, is this your doing? Lin Tianming's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 5, Recruitment? I'm taking this kid. No. Wang Gowen held nothing back, recounting the entire incident to Lin Tianming. Then, Lin Tianming jolted back, taking a step backward. What? A kid who dropped out of high school? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Tianming looked intently at the stern-faced Wang Gowen and said earnestly, Mr. Wang, this is no time for jokes. You know how significant this is. Hearing this, Wang Gowen sighed helplessly and could only produce the photographs he had taken as proof. This? Who exactly is Yi Feng? With photographic evidence, Lin Tianming had no choice but to believe it. He hurriedly asked, Mr. Wang, have you investigated this? A talent like this must be recruited into our aerospace administration. Lin Tianming was visibly agitated now. His initial shock upon learning Yi Feng was a high school student had transformed into excitement and delight. This guy is absolutely brilliant. A child prodigy. Not recruit him? That's impossible. And this was created by a kid who dropped out of school? Master Wang, I feel like I'm seeing the future of our Dragon Nation. After a long silence, Lin Tianming spoke firmly, the college entrance exam results haven't been released yet, right? I'll grant this child a special admission spot. Mr. Wang, keep this secret well. Lin Tianming acted on his decision immediately. After instructing Wang Gowen, he hurried out and addressed his security detail, Xiao Wang, have someone from the General Administration's admissions office come to my office. Also, notify the State Security Bureau to classify this child named Yi Feng as a national top-level protection case. Pausing briefly, Lin Tianming added, remember, you must deliver this message personally. Tell them to bypass all reviews, any consequences fall squarely on my shoulders. This involves too many sensitive matters. It must be kept confidential now, immediately, right this instant. Meanwhile, on his day off, Yi Feng didn't touch his phone. Aside from cooking for his father and sister, he stayed holed up in his room. The books he'd ordered had arrived. Immersed in an ocean of knowledge, Yi Feng gradually began to realize just how incredibly extraordinary that haphazardly assembled model aircraft he'd cobbled together that day truly was. Of course, he was equally aware of how many unattainable goals remained to complete this endeavor. Not to mention the highly elusive controlled nuclear fusion, which theoretically requires plasma to reach high-temperature superconductivity. Even the feasibility of Hall thrusters and electric propulsion remains highly debatable. Even China's most elite scientists have only achieved 5 newtons so far. The US, with its slight edge and relentless exploitation of scientists worldwide, has barely reached 5.4 newtons. Of course, a mere 0.4 N may seem insignificant, but for China's research projects, it stands as an almost insurmountable mountain, one that demands relentless perseverance and problem solving. But even if this were achieved, what then? An electric propulsion engine requires 104 kilonewtons of thrust. To achieve point propulsion, one would need to attach tens of thousands of such devices to the engine. The very notion is impossible. And that's without even considering research factors like plasma stability or magnetic field repulsion. Of course, where there's imagination, there's room for theory. Where theory exists, countless experiments can prove it, and Yi Feng felt a fiery passion truly ignite within him. Though the system arrived a bit late, Yi Feng refused to let it dampen his spirits. Conducting experiments at home was out of the question, so he could only wait until next year's college entrance exams and try his luck at one of the nation's top research institutes. For now. Yi Feng opened his phone to check the time. He discovered a deluge of messages flooding his phone. 172 XXXXXXXX missed call. 178 XXXXXXXX missed call. Manager Wang missed call. Teacher Zhang missed call. The bright red text blazed like a beam of light, stinging Yi Feng's eyes. Beyond that, a flood of messages began appearing one after another. Urgent. Urgent. Call me back immediately. At the top was a message from Wang Lang. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat, fearing he'd been fired, and he hurriedly dialed back. Hello? Manager Wang, what's going on? Despite his inner turmoil, Yi Feng's voice remained perfectly casual. Ah. My dear young master, you finally answered. Wang Lang on the other end was practically crying with joy. Hurry up and call your homeroom teacher. There's something important they need to tell you. Go now. Wang Lang hung up immediately after speaking, leaving Yi Feng no chance to ask any questions. This kind of situation was beyond his ability to articulate. For the first time, the sales champion who had spent years as a sales associate felt tongue-tied. Class advisor? What was going on? Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. Wang Lang didn't seem to be firing him. If anything, he appeared rather anxious. Besides, it had been ages since his homeroom teacher had last contacted him. Even the farewell text he'd carefully sent last time had gone unanswered. Now, thinking back on that cold, unfeeling homeroom teacher, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He remembered mentioning his family situation before, asking the teacher if he could take the exam as a homeschooled student. But the teacher hadn't been willing to give him that chance. The matter had even reached the principal's office. In the end, pressured from all sides, he had no choice but to drop out. It was the coldest moment of his life. He remembered packing his things before leaving, the class teacher leading the classmates in mockery, and the look on his deskmate's face when he tried to see him off. Now he was calling? Yi Feng really didn't want to answer. Yet, in a moment of strange compulsion, Yi Feng dialed the number. Adult exams and formal enrollment exams were different opportunities. Yi Feng was still troubled by his enrollment status and had originally planned to ask manager Wang Lang for help. But since his former homeroom teacher had called him so many times today, whatever the reason might be, Yi Feng still wanted to fight for his enrollment status. To borrow a phrase he'd loved since childhood, humble origins are no disgrace, true strength lies in flexibility. Hello? A gentle, slightly affected female voice came from the other end. Xiao Yi, is that you? It's your homeroom teacher, Wang Qin. You remember me, right? Yi Feng remained silent, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Still, he nodded. Yeah, it's me. Xiao Yi, could you please come to school? Wang Qin stood outside the classroom, her voice dripping with gentleness. At that moment, she waited nervously for Yi Feng's response. Inside the room, the admissions office filled with intense stares and a tense atmosphere all turned their attention to the phone in her hand. Ears pricked, they waited for a response. Chapter 6, can you draw for me later? What is it? Yi Feng replied distractedly. Well, after deliberation, the school would like to reinstate your student status. And we'd like you to represent us in giving an opening speech to this year's freshmen. The admissions office staff listened intently, hoping for Yi Feng's response. They knew he had repeatedly requested reinstatement before. However, they had consistently rejected his requests, fearing it might affect the school's admission rate. No matter how earnestly Yi Feng pleaded, he never received a single word of response. When there was no immediate response on the other end, another teacher, Zhang Song, a prominent vice principal, snapped the phone from Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng, come back now. The school has prepared everything for your reinstatement. This is your only chance. Don't miss it. The vice principal still spoke in that haughty tone, assuming Yi Feng was still the same person who had once come to his door bearing gifts. Back then, forced to withdraw from school, he had meekly visited Vice Principal Zhang Song to buy him a pile of gifts in hopes of securing a chance to take the college entrance exam. Yet they treated him like trash, tossing him straight out the 5th floor window and chasing him away like a stray dog. Finally, they didn't forget to hurl insults. If you weren't once a student here, I'd have the cops arrest you for being a worthless piece of trash. You sewer-dwelling toad, dreaming of swallowing a swan whole. Pah! This humiliating scene remains vivid in his memory. Yi Feng sucked in a sharp breath and asked calmly, didn't your school reject that stinking ditch toad? What? Has your school become a stinking ditch now? You? The vice principal forced back the curse on the tip of his tongue, nearly choking on his own words. Suppressing a laugh, he continued, Yi Feng, this is still your alma mater, after all. Saying that is a bit inappropriate. I've already arranged it with the school administration. As soon as you return, your enrollment status will be reinstated immediately. You'll take next year's college entrance exam just like before. After the vice principal finished speaking, she discreetly handed the phone to teacher Wang, who nodded in agreement beside her. Young Yi, the school has also arranged lectures for you. As the former top student in your grade, you absolutely must share your insights with your classmates. Yi Feng held the phone, his face filled with confusion. Had these people lost their minds? Why were they being so sweet? But he was still struggling with his enrollment status. Other schools generally wouldn't accept him due to his senior year status, and besides, his household registration wasn't there. All that was secondary now. With such extraordinary talent, having nowhere to apply it felt like a tremendous waste. I can come back, but skip the lecture. Yi Feng wasn't one for grand displays. In fact, returning to school felt like a humiliating prospect. The humiliation he endured back then was no small matter. Not only was he looked down upon by his peers, but even his teachers didn't take him seriously. His scholarship for top academic performance was frequently withheld, straining his family's finances and ultimately forcing him to drop out to earn money. Upon hearing Yi Feng's response, the admissions office staff were visibly moved. The vice principal waved his hand, and soon Yi Feng's photo was prominently displayed in the most visible spot along the corridor. 3 days later, Yi Feng bid farewell to the toy shop owner and returned to school with his suitcase in tow. As he left the toy shop, the owner's eyes were reddened. He had finally recognized Yi Feng's talent, only to see him depart so soon. Indeed, what you can't have is always the best. At the school entrance, a red carpet stretched from the main gate to the dormitory entrance. 2 rows of younger students stood in perfect formation, led by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. The moment they spotted Yi Feng, their chant echoed loudly across the entire playground. Yi Feng, always acting crazy. A little trick, and he's top of the class. This chant. Yi Feng wished the ground would swallow him whole. He'd practically become the school's resident punchline for the entire year. Alright. Didn't I tell you not to make such a big deal out of it? I just want to study in peace when I come back. I don't want this stuff distracting me. Saying this, Yi Feng dragged his suitcase toward the dormitory. Watching his retreating figure, Teacher Wang narrowed his eyes in a smile, pulled out his phone, and made a call. Hello, Vice Principal. Yi Feng has arrived at school. You can rest assured. Ahem. The Vice Principal cleared his throat excitedly. Standing beside him was a towering, imposing man. The man gave a cold nod. Only then did the Vice Principal hang up and report respectfully, Sir, Yi Feng has returned. Good. We've detected this student has significant potential in aerospace technology. He must be nurtured properly. Simultaneously, we will guide him discreetly and subject him to continuous testing. But just to be safe, we'll place him at your school for now. It's a bit of an inconvenience for him. After speaking, the man shot the Vice Principal a warning glare. Your school must sign a confidentiality agreement. If even a whisper leaks out, it will be treated as treason. We wouldn't dare. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare do such a thing. The Vice Principal was drenched in sweat, his eyes darting around faster than a spinning top, his voice barely audible. Only after the man snorted coldly and pushed open the door to walk away did he dare pull out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Phew. That's a high-ranking military officer. A single word from him could cost someone their life. Who knew Yi Feng had such powerful connections? Looks like we'll have to walk on eggshells around him from now on. Who knows? Maybe one day he'll give me a mention and I'll rise to the top too. Then I won't have to endure the principal's scowls at this crappy school anymore. The Vice Principal muttered to himself, then suddenly the phone in front of him rang. The moment he saw the number, he instantly covered his mouth. The principal? Outside the dorm room, Yi Feng gently pushed open the door, luggage in hand. The atmosphere inside this dorm room was worlds apart from the bustling chaos outside. Everyone spoke in hushed tones. Some sat quietly solving problems, others silently recited ancient poetry, and one was intently drawing. Yi Feng paused for a moment, still holding his luggage. He slipped inside without making a sound, glancing down at the student drawing. The drawing depicted the Marshall Tianping rocket launched to the moon 3 years prior, an event that had once made headlines across the nation and even the world. Yet this student's sketch was remarkably simplified, with many crucial components drawn crookedly and inaccurately. Intrigued, Yi Feng tapped the student on the shoulder and asked softly, "Can I see what you're drawing later?" Chapter 7, Obsessed with Drawing. The student looked up, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Sure. Yi Feng took the pen, sat down on the floor beside the desk, placed his luggage on the ground, then pulled out a pencil from his backpack, ready to draw. Yi Feng quickly sketched a detailed version of the Marshall Tianping rocket, leaving the original artist utterly stunned. Though he wasn't a great artist himself, he knew the gap between his own drawings and this person's work was vast. They weren't even on the same level. After completing one sketch, Yi Feng moved on to a second, then a third. Only when night fell did he rise with satisfaction. Chen Gu had been watching Yi Feng draw the entire time, feeling more awe than shock. "What's your name?" Yi Feng turned to ask Chen Gu. "From now on, you're my boss." "My name is Chen Gu," Chen Gu replied with a cheerful smile. "Oh, Chen Gu." Yi Feng had no interest in being a leader. The moment Yi Feng left, the previously quiet dorm erupted into chaos. Everyone began asking who Yi Feng really was, that he could make Chen Gu his subordinate. Chen Gu followed behind Yi Feng, his mind filled with questions. He sensed Yi Feng wasn't someone ordinary, otherwise, why would even the homeroom teacher fear him so much? After eating in the cafeteria, Yi Feng and Chen Gu sat on the dorm floor around the drafting table, beginning to discuss aerospace knowledge. Yi Feng's deep knowledge and passionate explanations delighted Chen Gu. Pointing to the rocket on the drawing, Yi Feng explained its structure and principles in detail. See this? This is the rocket's engine. It generates immense thrust by burning fuel, propelling the rocket into space. This section is the cabin, designed to carry astronauts and payloads while shielding them from the harsh conditions of space. And this is the navigation system, which guides the rocket precisely to its target. Chen Gu listened intently, captivated by Yi Feng's depth of knowledge and passion, developing a keen interest in aerospace science. He kept asking questions about spacecraft, and Yi Feng generously answered each one, explaining complex concepts in simple, easy-to-understand terms. Their conversation brimmed with passion and energy, as if time itself had frozen. Through Yi Feng's explanations, Chen Gu felt as though he could see the boundless starry sky and unknown worlds, intensifying his longing for space exploration. Throughout their chat, Chen Gu couldn't help but marvel at Yi Feng's erudition. Not only did he possess profound knowledge in aerospace, but he could also simplify complex concepts and explain them clearly. His admiration for Yi Feng grew steadily. Yi Feng's voice gradually deepened as he began recounting the heroic feats and monumental achievements in aerospace history. He described humanity's moon landing and the marvels of manned spaceflight. Chen Gu found himself captivated by Yi Feng's words, his heart swelling with anticipation for the future and a deep passion for space exploration. The two talked long into the night in the dormitory, their conversation ending only after midnight. Though their discussion concluded, their passion for aerospace burned brightly within them. Chen Gu looked at Yi Feng, his eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Thank you, Yi Feng. Your knowledge and passion have given me a deeper understanding and longing for the space industry. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. You're welcome, Chen Gu. Space exploration is a field full of challenges and boundless possibilities. As long as we strive, we can create a brighter future. They clasped hands tightly, as if within this humble dormitory, they had discovered a shared goal and dream. During Chinese class, Yi Feng sat in the back row, his mind wandering as he gazed out the window. His mind was filled with imaginings and yearnings about space. To him, the universe was a magical place, brimming with endless unknowns and possibilities. Unconsciously, the pen in his hand began moving across his textbook, sketching out one pattern after another. These were all designs for spacecraft. He tried his best to capture every detail, giving tangible form to his imagination. However, just as he was immersed in his creation, a classmate suddenly stood up, pointed at his textbook, and shouted loudly, "Teacher, Yi Feng is drawing." The Chinese classroom fell abruptly silent, all eyes turning to Yi Feng. Startled, he looked up to see the student who had shouted was none other than Zhang Haifeng, the very classmate who had humiliated him relentlessly when he was forced to drop out earlier. Teacher Wang knew Yi Feng was no ordinary student. Remembering the vice principal's instructions, he didn't want to cause trouble or antagonize Yi Feng. He pretended not to hear and continued teaching. But then, Zhang Haifeng started singing out loud in class. Teacher Wang's anger flared instantly. Just as she was about to punish him, Zhang Haifeng smirked with a look that practically begged to be slapped. You didn't care when Yi Feng skipped art class, he sneered. So what if I skip music class? Teacher Wang knew she had to reprimand Yi Feng now, otherwise, how could she maintain any authority in the class? Frowning, Teacher Wang walked to Yi Feng's desk and sternly demanded, Yi Feng, what do you think you're doing drawing in class? This is a waste of time. Yi Feng explained awkwardly, Teacher Wang, I'm drawing a spacecraft design because I'm very interested in aerospace. Teacher Wang silently cursed Zhang Haifeng under his breath, but his expression remained stern as he said, Yi Feng, class time is for learning the material in your textbooks, not for drawing. You can pursue your interests during your free time, but in class, you must focus on listening. Yi Feng nodded. Teacher Wang, who had intended to let Yi Feng off, suddenly recalled her son mentioning a space model design competition the previous night. Upon seeing Yi Feng's drawings, her brow furrowed. She fixed her gaze on him and demanded, Why are you drawing this? Yi Feng replied calmly, Teacher Wang, this is an actual aerospace rocket. I've already sketched the entire design on paper. He extended his right hand, palm open, presenting the A4 sheet before Teacher Wang. Ms. Wang took the paper and examined it carefully, turning it over and over. This is? Her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. The design Yi Feng had drawn seemed more advanced than any of the finest blueprints she had ever seen. This blueprint not only detailed the entire manufacturing process but also specified precise parameters for every circuit line. It even comprehensively covered various power transmission and voltage control systems, truly a top-tier design. Teacher Wang's expression grew increasingly solemn. After scrutinizing the blueprint once more, she asked, Did you write this blueprint yourself? Yi Feng nodded. Yes. Where did you get this blueprint? Yi Feng repeatedly emphasized that it was his own creation. After feigning criticism, Teacher Wang crumpled the blueprint into a ball and tossed it onto the lectern. As the bell rang, she swiftly slipped the crumpled paper into her bag amid the classroom chaos and left the room. Chapter 8, The Unique Exam Paper. Wang Goen stood before the exam paper, taking a deep breath. His hands trembled slightly. Though he was a member of the Aerospace Research Administration, he had to admit this exam paper presented a headache-inducing challenge even for him. The handwriting on the paper was dense and methodical. Wang Goen felt as if every number and letter on the exam represented a monumental hurdle. He knew this was no ordinary exam, it was a top-tier difficulty paper he'd spent days planning, refining, and revising. Glancing around, he saw the researchers in the institute staring at the papers with solemn expressions, his heart filled with pressure and unease. Their eyes brimmed with fear of the unknown, yet also revealed a yearning for it. They all understood that this exam represented the pinnacle of aerospace research. By tackling its challenges, they would gain a rare opportunity for growth and improvement. Wang Goen picked up his pen and began working through the problems. Each question demanded meticulous thought and research, each one proving so difficult and complex. He felt his mind racing, his thoughts undergoing an unprecedented challenge. Time ticked away second by second as Wang Goen and his colleagues remained utterly absorbed in the exam. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, soaking through their clothes, yet none of them gave up. They understood that only through such trials could they truly grow and advance. Finally, they completed the exam. Wang Goen took a deep breath, feeling the pressure ease slightly. The accuracy and difficulty of the questions had been thoroughly tested. He was confident the young man wouldn't let him down. Wang Goen instructed his 2 bodyguards, take this exam paper to Yifeng's high school and deliver it to the vice principal. Have him arrange a monthly exam and ensure Yifeng completes this paper. The 2 bodyguards nodded and left the exam room, heading toward the high school. The moment the vice principal received the exam, he immediately gathered the school's teachers for an emergency meeting to organize the monthly exam. The day of the monthly exam finally arrived. After the meeting concluded, the moment the vice principal received the exam papers, he felt an immense weight of responsibility. This exam represented the pinnacle of aerospace research. He had to ensure its security and smooth distribution without alerting Yifeng. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to personally supervise the exam hall where Yifeng was seated. On exam day, the vice principal arrived early at the testing hall to inspect the room setup and proctor assignments. While assigning duties, he couldn't help but think, the difficulty of this exam was truly extraordinary. Would Yifeng be able to handle it? Yifeng arrived at the exam hall early. As he adjusted his mindset, he noticed the vice principal proctoring the exam, his expression grave as he inspected the papers. Students, please pay attention. The exam begins now, the vice principal announced. The students immediately began working diligently on their papers. Yifeng felt a quiet thrill. This monthly exam presented the most challenging test paper he had encountered all year. He recognized this as a rare opportunity to significantly elevate his abilities. He immersed himself in the problems, his mind racing as his pen flew across the paper. Gradually, the exam consumed his focus, presenting an unprecedented challenge. Every question demanded careful thought and analysis, each one proving difficult and tricky. He read each question meticulously, pondering possible solutions. Occasionally, he tapped his forehead to refocus his concentration. His thoughts accelerated as he dissected every problem, scrutinizing each letter and number with intense scrutiny. The vice principal quietly proctored the exam nearby, noting Yifeng's solemn yet resolute expression. He silently cheered Yifeng on, while also praying the exam wouldn't overwhelm him with too much pressure. Time ticked by second. Yifeng remained utterly absorbed in the exam, tuning out the surrounding sounds and glances. His mind was occupied solely by the problems on the paper, determined to solve as many as possible. Finally, he completed the exam. He tapped his pen, took a deep breath, and felt the pressure ease slightly. Glancing at the clock, he realized he had spent nearly 2 hours on the exam. Yet he felt no fatigue. Instead, he sensed his mental agility had been exercised and sharpened. Finally, the exam concluded, and students submitted their papers before leaving the testing hall. After handing in his paper, Yifeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hurried out of the exam hall, eager to go home and thoroughly review and reflect on what he had learned from this test. The vice principal held the exam papers, scrutinizing them repeatedly. Upon seeing Yifeng's name, the worry and tension in his heart gradually faded, replaced by a sense of ease and reassurance. Inside the Aerospace Research Center, Wang Goen and director Nantianmen sat silently in the conference room, Yifeng's exam paper in their hands. Both men were stunned by its contents. Nantianmen slammed his hand on the table in astonishment. This Yifeng is truly extraordinary. The problems on this exam paper, few could solve them except for the highest level researchers. Wang Goen nodded in agreement. Glancing at the timestamp on the paper, he realized Yifeng had completed it in just 2 hours, leaving him even more astonished. Yifeng's abilities far exceed our expectations, Director Nantianmen remarked with a wry smile. The difficulty of this exam paper surpassed everything we had imagined. Wang Goen shook his head, showing no surprise at Yifeng's abilities. He believed Yifeng was a genius, and the problems on this exam paper were likely a piece of cake for him. We must select Yifeng from the high school program immediately, Wang Goen declared firmly. We need to cultivate him fully and arrange for his early admission into the research center so he can make greater contributions to our aerospace endeavors. Director Nantianmen concurred, recognizing Yi Feng as a rare prodigy. He believed every effort should be made to retain this genius and channel his exceptional talents toward the nation's cause. After Lin Tianming departed, Wang Goen remained alone in the conference room, holding Yi Feng's exam paper and studying it intently. He took a deep breath, trying to focus his attention to better understand Yi Feng's problem-solving approach. He noticed that Yi Feng had thought deeply about every problem on the exam, with each answer demonstrating his profound analytical skills and critical thinking. Chapter 9: Building Models. Suddenly, one problem caught Wang Goen's attention. He discovered Yi Feng's approach to solving it was unconventional, which surprised him greatly. This problem involved new aerospace technology, a subject director Lin Tianming had been researching recently. Wang Goen felt somewhat perplexed. He had always believed this problem was too complex for high school students, yet Yi Feng had managed to propose a unique approach. Wang Goen began meticulously examining Yi Feng's approach, striving to grasp its underlying logic and principles. He concluded that this approach was not only unique but also highly practical, potentially serving as the basis for a future research project. He began jotting down notes rapidly as ideas and perspectives flashed through his mind. He felt profoundly excited, convinced Yi Feng's approach represented a crucial discovery that could bring a major breakthrough to aerospace research. Gradually, Wang Goen found himself utterly absorbed by the subject. He lost track of time, oblivious to his surroundings. His mind raced with thoughts, his pen moving ceaselessly across the page. He entered a state of deep immersion, wholly focused on the problem at hand. Finally, he finished his notes and glanced at the clock. It was late, and he realized he needed a break. He stood up, placed the exam paper and notes on the table, turned off the lights, and left the conference room. Stepping outside the conference room door, he took a deep breath, feeling his mental capacity had been greatly exercised and enhanced. He was incredibly excited, knowing this topic could potentially become the next major breakthrough. He decided to continue his research the next day and bring this idea to director Lin Tianming to jointly explore this new aerospace topic. After Wang Goen departed, the conference room fell silent, leaving only the exam papers and notes behind. Yet the topic had already taken root in his mind, waiting for their future research and discussion. All this unfolded without Jiang Feng's knowledge. Yi Feng, who usually returned home after class to care for his gravely ill father, hadn't been back to the dormitory for several days. As Yi Feng pushed open the dorm room door, a wave of warmth washed over him. The once dimly lit room was now filled with light. His gaze fell upon Chen Gu, who sat at the desk with solemn concentration, assembling a space flag model. The table was cluttered with tools from tiny screwdrivers to twisted metal plates, everything needed for the task. Chen Ji's fingers danced nimbly among the implements, masterfully guiding the entire construction process. Yi Feng felt his mood begin to settle, as if everything in this room resonated with the softness within his heart. He approached Chen Gu, noticing his intensely focused expression, brows slightly furrowed, appearing almost lost in thought. Yi Feng cleared his throat softly, drawing Chen Ji's attention. "Oh, Yi Feng, you're back." Chen Gu looked up and smiled. "See, I'm building a space model. This is my latest creation." Yi Feng's brow furrowed slightly, sensing the pride in Chen Ji's words. Looking at the work which could only be described as crude and poorly made, Yi Feng hesitated, unwilling to crush his enthusiasm. Yi Feng smiled and said, "Let's finish this project together." A smile blossomed on Chen Ji's face, tinged with gratitude, warming Yi Feng's heart. Working side by side, the two collaborated and soon completed the model spacecraft. It wasn't the most perfect creation, but it overflowed with their shared yearning and curiosity for the unknown. Chen Gu admired the model with satisfaction, thanking Yi Feng. "With your help, I'm sure to win an award in this space model competition." Yi Feng's eyes lit up with keen interest at Chen Ji's words. He paused his work, looked up at Chen Gu, and asked curiously, "A space model design competition? What kind of competition is that?" Seeing Yi Feng's excited yet puzzled expression, Chen Gu smiled and explained, "It's a space model design competition hosted by the National Aerospace Research Center. Participants need to design and build a space model that showcases their understanding of future technological development and their innovative capabilities. Finally, the judging panel will evaluate based on the creativity of the design, the precision of the craftsmanship, and the flight performance to determine the winners." A spark of challenge flashed through Yi Feng's mind, igniting a surge of passion within him. This competition seemed like the opportunity he'd been searching for, a stage to showcase his talents and unleash his inner drive. Excitedly, he declared to Chen Gu, "I want to join too." Chen Gu nodded enthusiastically, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "You were practically born for this competition. I'm sure you'll win an award. You need to design a one-of-a-kind model that will amaze the entire school." Thus began Yi Feng and Chen Ji's journey into aerospace model design. Every day after school, they gathered in their dorm room, pushed the tables aside, and immersed themselves in the creative process. Inspiring each other through their designs, they explored the possibilities of future technology together. They discussed, researched, experimented, and continuously refined their concepts, striving for perfection. Yi Feng created beautiful and unique sketches on paper like an artist, each stroke reflecting his passion and dedication to aerospace. As days passed, Feng and Chen Ji's respective space models gradually took shape. Under their skilled hands, metal plates and screwdrivers transformed into intricate structures, while various electronic components wove the neural network of future technology. With the spark of their hearts, they ignited this aerospace model, breathing life into it. Meanwhile, in Teacher Wang's home, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the neat and cozy surroundings. Teacher Wang quietly walked into the living room, took a crumpled blueprint from his bag, unfolded it, and handed it to his son, Songda. Songda took the blueprint, his eyes flickering with a mix of confusion and excitement. The intricate, precise lines on the blueprint traced the outline of a rocket as if it were right before his eyes, waiting for his touch. A powerful urge surged within Songda. He could almost hear the roar of the rocket engines, feel the thrill and freedom of flight. He traced the lines carefully, as if each detail were imprinted on his fingertips, the rocket's form merging with his touch. His heartbeat quickened, his breath rising and falling in rhythm with the imagined rocket's ascent. Teacher Wang observed his son's expression and smiled. "Didi, this is the rocket blueprint I designed. I know you've always been passionate about aerospace, so I thought you might find this interesting." Chapter 10, Winning the Championship. Songda's eyes welled up. Clutching the blueprint tightly, he gazed at his mother with gratitude, not doubting her words for a moment. In the days that followed, Songda threw himself wholeheartedly into the rocket design. He meticulously studied every detail, scrutinized each structure, and made constant revisions and improvements. Through his efforts, the rocket design gradually took shape. Delicate lines outlined its streamlined form, while intricate mechanisms were ingeniously assembled. A layer of dazzling metallic paint was applied to the rocket model's surface, making it shimmer like starlight. Finally, the design was complete. Standing before the rocket model, Songda felt the power and hope it radiated. His eyes shone with the light of dreams, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. Soon, the day of the aerospace design competition finally arrived. Songda walked into the competition venue with his rocket model, brimming with confidence. As he surveyed the many outstanding entries on display, a surge of pride welled up inside him. He knew his design would stand out from the rest and leave everyone in awe. The entire school gathered together, eagerly anticipating the grand spectacle of the aerospace design competition. Feng and Chen Go quietly placed their creations on the display table, as if they radiated boundless charm in their silence. The judges scrutinized each entry, their eyes sparkling with a hunger for the unknown. Pride and anticipation intertwined within Songda's heart. His gaze fixed intently on every expression of the judges, seeking to catch a hint of surprise or approval. The judges fell silent for a moment before turning their attention to Songda's rocket model. They extended their fingers, gently touching the model's surface, trying to feel its texture and structure. They examined it from every angle, as if etching every detail into their memory. One judge focused intently on the rocket's exterior design. The metallic sheen of its surface resembled a gray lunar rock, evoking images of astronauts exploring space. Every screw hole and joint between metal plates revealed Songda's meticulous attention to detail. Another judge turned his attention to the rocket's internal structure. Peering through a small telescope, he examined the model's inner workings, his eyes sparkling with concentration and awe. The rocket's internal layout was flawlessly precise, with each component rationally positioned to form a perfect whole. This rocket model is not only visually stunning but also brimming with masterful craftsmanship within. The judges' eyes betrayed a longing for the unknown world, as if they could sense the spirit of exploration embodied within the rocket model. To them, it was more than just a model rocket, it embodied the quest and dream of exploring the unknown. Songda's design showed them a possible future, a world of space exploration filled with hope and challenges. As time ticked by, the judges finally concluded their examination of Songda's rocket model. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with admiration and awe. Finally, the judges' attention shifted to Feng's aerospace model. Compared to the other entries, this model seemed to radiate an undeniable allure. His design brimmed with innovation, featuring intricate construction and a distinctly futuristic aesthetic. The model's surface shimmered with a soft glow, resembling a celestial star. The judges bent down to examine it closely, their expressions revealing astonishment and admiration. It was even more breathtaking and awe-inspiring than Songda's rocket model had been moments before. This space model not only showcased technical mastery but also sparked boundless imagination about the future. Upon closer inspection, the model's exterior resembled a pitch-black night sky, dotted with twinkling lights. Each star was meticulously crafted, creating the illusion of countless intertwining galaxies. This design evoked the marvels of the cosmos, immersing viewers in the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Feng's model is not large, yet every detail reveals his passion and dedication to the aerospace industry. The model's surface is inlaid with tiny luminous crystals, resembling mysterious stones passed down from ancient times. These crystals symbolize humanity's exploration and yearning for the unknown, as well as Feng's own unwavering passion for aerospace. The judges gazed intently at the starry sky-like model, their eyes flickering with awe and curiosity. They seemed to sense Feng's profound affection for aerospace and his pursuit of technological innovation. Every speck of starlight and every crystal had been meticulously designed and crafted, showcasing Feng's pursuit of perfection and aesthetics. The judges understood this was more than just a model spacecraft. It embodied a young man's exploration and yearning for the unknown. Feng's design not only astonished them with its technical mastery but also revealed a possible future, a space world brimming with hope and challenges. The judges were immersed in this starry sky-like aerospace model, as if transported into an entirely new universe. Through its surface, they could almost glimpse countless galaxies and cosmic wonders. This model not only showcased technical mastery but also sparked boundless imagination about the future. The judges nodded silently, deciding unanimously to award this model the championship. This decision not only affirmed Feng's achievement but also expressed profound respect and support for the aerospace industry. They believed this model would become a significant milestone in future space exploration, laying a solid foundation for humanity's journey into the cosmos. Ultimately, the judges unanimously declared Feng's creation the standout winner, awarding him first place in the aerospace design competition. Songde took second place, and Gu secured third. The host stepped onto the stage, took the microphone, and announced the champion's name. Finally, after unanimous deliberation by the judges, the winner of this aerospace design competition is Feng. His voice echoed throughout the venue, met with waves of applause and cheers. A radiant smile blossomed on Feng's face as he stepped onto the stage to receive the championship trophy. The trophy's gleam reflected on his face, making him appear even more confident and dazzling. Gu knew full well that this third-place trophy was earned thanks to Feng, and he felt sincere gratitude toward him. This competition not only honed their technical skills and creativity but also deepened their friendship and teamwork. In the audience, classmates gathered around to congratulate Feng and Gu. They patted each other on the back, clasped hands, and beamed with joy. The judges rose from their seats, stepping down from the stage to congratulate Feng, Songde, and Gu. Their eyes conveyed approval and encouragement, for they knew these three young minds would bring fresh hope and innovation to the aerospace industry. Chapter 11, A Familiar Feeling. The fierce battle of the aerospace model design competition had concluded. Gu and Feng exchanged a knowing smile. Their hard work had finally paid off. A first-place winner and a third-place winner, this outcome filled them with wild delight. That evening, Gu invited Feng to celebrate their success. He chose an upscale restaurant, its luxurious decor and rich ambience setting the tone. Seated by the window, they gazed through the glass at the city's dazzling night lights, which seemed to celebrate their triumph. The waiter respectfully presented the menu, which Gu and Feng browsed together. Every dish on the menu was bursting with creativity, vibrantly colored, and mouth-wateringly tempting. Feng, who had never been to such an upscale restaurant before, seemed a bit nervous. Without hesitation, Gu ordered an exquisite appetizer platter. This arrangement featured an assortment of meticulously crafted small bites, resembling a work of art. As the platter was placed before them, its delicious aroma quickly filled the air, making their mouths water. Gu and Feng raised their glasses, clinking them lightly to celebrate their shared success. The liquid swirled within, resembling shooting stars in the night sky, shimmering with a magical glow. Accompanied by the delicacies, the two began reminiscing about every detail of the competition. As each course arrived, the festive mood between Gu and Feng reached its peak. Every dish was meticulously crafted, a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, leaving an unforgettable impression. Feng savored a tender, juicy steak, feeling the aroma of the meat fill his mouth, as if he were enjoying a culinary feast under the care of the world's finest chef. What amazed Feng most was an exquisite seafood platter. Each dish featured fresh seafood as the star, paired with carefully selected seasonal vegetables. The vibrant colors made it look utterly mouth-watering. With every bite, he savored the briny richness of the seafood and the crisp freshness of the vegetables, weaving a delicious symphony on his palate. Soft music flowed through the restaurant, adding a touch of romance to the celebration. Gu and Feng's laughter echoed through the space, their eyes reflecting hopes for the future and the sincerity of their friendship. They knew this victory was merely the beginning, a greater journey lay ahead. Suddenly, Gu's gaze was drawn involuntarily in a certain direction. Seated at a table on the other side of the restaurant, two figures among them made him blink in surprise. It was none other than Teacher Wang and the runner-up, Songde. Gu excitedly nudged Feng's arm, gesturing for him to look over. Feng immediately followed Gu's pointing hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Teacher Wang sat in the center of the table, dressed in a black velvet skirt, a stark contrast to her usual modest school attire, looking exceptionally vibrant. A satisfied smile graced her face as she engaged in conversation with the others. Seated beside her was none other than Songde, the very person who had put so much pressure on Gu and Feng. Dressed casually, he wore a bright smile, clearly in high spirits himself. Observing Teacher Wang and Songde, Gu felt puzzled. Could Teacher Wang be Songde's mother? Gu couldn't help but say to Feng, "Brother Feng, look over there. That's Songde, the runner-up in today's competition. He's sitting with Teacher Wang. What do you think their relationship is?" Feng had no interest in Teacher Wang, so he didn't bother speculating about their connection. After the celebratory dinner, Gu and Feng left the restaurant with satisfied smiles. The city night remained bustling, with pedestrians coming and going and vehicles weaving through the streets. Gu and Feng walked side by side through the crowd, their silhouettes gradually fading into the bustling street. Their futures would continue to shine with their own unique brilliance. Chen Ji's words echoed in Yi Feng's ears. He listened intently, and the rocket model he'd glimpsed at the competition today surfaced in his mind. Yi Feng couldn't deny that the model gave him a strange sense of familiarity. He recalled the scene. Songde had displayed his creation with unshakable confidence, every detail of the model meticulously designed and polished. Though Yi Feng hadn't examined it closely, he was deeply impressed by Songde's skill. That confident and focused demeanor had weighed heavily on him. Yi Feng pondered, his mind racing through possibilities. He recalled that moment at the competition venue. Songde's rocket model felt vaguely familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. Yet he couldn't pinpoint the source of that familiarity. Shengu noticed Yi Feng's confusion and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Yi Feng? Have you thought of something?" Yi Feng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying, "I'm not sure, but when I saw Songde's rocket model, I felt an odd sense of familiarity. It felt like I'd seen a similar design somewhere before, though I can't pinpoint exactly what it was. Maybe it's just my imagination." Shengu gazed into Yi Feng's eyes, deep in thought. He knew Yi Feng wouldn't harbor such doubts lightly, and their shared intuition told him this sense of familiarity might not be entirely unfounded. "Maybe we could try talking to them and ask where their design inspiration came from," Shengu suggested. The rocket design blueprint confiscated by Teacher Wang in class. Teacher Wang and Songde sat together for a meal. The clues were becoming clear. Though Yi Feng disliked Teacher Wang, he still needed further proof to validate his suspicions. A powerful urge surged within Yi Feng. He desperately wanted to verify whether his hunch was correct. He grabbed Shengu and hurried back to their dorm. Upon entering the dorm, Yi Feng immediately grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, beginning a frenzied creative session at the desk. Closing his eyes, he relied on his exceptional memory to reconstruct the rocket design he had sketched in class days earlier. Yi Feng's hand danced swiftly across the paper, meticulously sketching every detail of the rocket model. Within minutes, an exquisite rocket design blueprint lay completed before him. Yi Feng smiled faintly, trusting his instincts. He and Shengu swiftly grabbed the blueprints from the table and dashed to a nearby lab. Inside, they located the necessary materials and tools. Yi Feng and Shengu worked with lightning speed, each performing their tasks as if guided by unspoken coordination. Yi Feng meticulously crafted each element of the blueprint, carefully crafting and polishing every detail. The entire lab was filled with a thick atmosphere of creativity and vitality. Yi Feng's hands moved deftly and expertly over the tools, pausing scarcely at all. It was as if everything had been building toward this very moment. Chapter 12, Confirming the Guess. Finally, an exquisite rocket model appeared before Yi Feng and Shengu. He took a deep breath, staring intently at the model. Shengu was astonished to see that it perfectly replicated the rocket model Songde had entered in the competition, every detail accurate to a T. Yi Feng had replicated Songde's rocket model with just a glance. What kind of god-tier talent was this? As if reading Chen Ji's thoughts, Yi Feng remarked calmly, "Songde's blueprints belong to me." Through the rocket model's form, Yi Feng seemed to glimpse a hidden mystery lurking behind it. Chen Ji's eyes flickered with confusion and curiosity. He trusted Yi Feng implicitly and believed in his judgment. The two carefully placed the rocket model into a box before hastily leaving the lab. Yi Feng and Shengu hurried to the school dormitory building. Arriving at Songde's dorm room door, Yi Feng knocked nervously. The door slowly opened, revealing Songde at the threshold. Spotting Yi Feng and Shengu, he smiled faintly and asked, "How did you find me here? What brings you?" Yi Feng replied with a smile, "Songde, I'd like to discuss the rocket design blueprints with you. Would you be willing to talk?" Songde glanced hesitantly between Yi Feng and Shengu before nodding and inviting them inside. The room was simply furnished, with photos of rocket models hanging on the walls, clearly showing Songde's deep interest in the field. Yi Feng pressed further, "Did you design the rocket model you used in the competition yourself?" Songde hesitated before answering, "My mother designed it. I just built her design." Yi Feng fixed his gaze on Songde and suddenly asked, "Songde, is your mother Ms. Wang?" Songde startled, paused, then nodded. "Yes, she is Teacher Wang." A flicker of confusion and shock crossed Yi Feng's eyes. This unexpected discovery only strengthened his suspicions. The atmosphere in the dorm room grew heavy, and Shengu also wore a look of astonishment. Yi Feng's voice trembled slightly. "Songde, your mother is a Chinese teacher. How could she possibly know anything about aerospace models?" Songde suddenly panicked. He had never considered this question before. Could it be that his mother? Yi Feng pressed on, "Or let me rephrase it, where did your mother, Teacher Wang, steal this blueprint from?" Yi Feng and Shengu placed the newly completed rocket model before Songde. Yi Feng addressed Songde, enunciating each word clearly, "The blueprint you used for the competition is mine." Songde stared in disbelief. Seeing Songde's obvious confusion, Yi Feng left with Shengu. On a weekend morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Yi Feng's face and coaxing him awake. He sat up gently and saw his younger sister still sleeping soundly beside the bed. Her sleeping face was as pure and captivating as an angel's. Yi Feng rose silently, walked to the window, and gazed at the city gradually awakening in the distance. A trace of worry appeared between his brows. A heavy weight settled in Yi Feng's heart, for he knew his father's condition had worsened. His father had always been a brave and resilient man, but now, the ravages of illness had left him unable to care for himself. Both Yi Feng and his sister had their own studies and couldn't constantly care for their father. Gazing at his father's pale, slightly haggard face, a resolute determination surged within Yi Feng. He knew he could no longer sit idly by, he had to do something. He recalled the robots from science fiction novels, mechanical companions capable of thinking and acting like humans. Thus, Yi Feng resolved to build an intelligent robot himself to care for his father. Yi Feng sat at his desk, turned on his computer, and began researching and learning about robotics. He studied every paper and video meticulously, like a thirsty scholar exploring uncharted territory. He discovered that building an intelligent robot was no simple task. He needed to understand robotics architecture and principles, learn programming and artificial intelligence algorithms, and gain proficiency in both electronics and mechanical engineering. Yi Feng understood this was a complex and daunting task, but he was determined not to give up. He pored over numerous papers and technical books, watching various instructional videos. He studied robot sensor technology, learning how to design a robot capable of perceiving its surroundings. He researched motion control algorithms, mastering how to enable flexible movement and task execution. He also delved into speech recognition and natural language processing technologies, enabling the robot to communicate with humans. Throughout the night, Yi Feng immersed himself in an endless ocean of knowledge, absorbing every shred of information about robots. He felt the power of knowledge had broadened his thinking and strengthened his resolve toward his goal. When the morning sunlight streamed through the window and touched Yi Feng's face, he felt his thoughts become clear and powerful. He knew he now possessed the knowledge and skills required to build an intelligent robot. Now, he needed to transform this theoretical knowledge into practical ability. Thus, Yi Feng began building his robot at home. He purchased various electronic components and mechanical parts, preparing to assemble a robot entirely his own. First, he assembled the robot's body, deftly connecting metal tubes and gears in his hands. He meticulously adjusted each joint to ensure the robot moved smoothly and stably. Next, Yi Feng began installing the robot's electronic components. He soldered circuit boards, connected sensors and actuators, and wrote programs to control each part of the robot. He debugged and tested repeatedly until every electronic component functioned properly. After several nights of diligent work, Yi Feng finally completed the robot. He flipped the switch, and the robot's eyes lit up, as if it had stepped out of the future. Tall and sleek, it radiated power and intelligence. Yi Feng's heart swelled with excitement. He knew this robot would become his father's steadfast support. He hoped it would care for his father like a true family member, bringing warmth and comfort. Yi Feng then brought the robot into his father's hospital room. He watched his father's reaction nervously, hoping the robot would care for him smoothly. The robot stood quietly beside his father's bed, attentively tending to him. Like a caring nurse, it softly opened the window for his father, handed him a cup of warm water, and helped him adjust his posture. Its voice was gentle and warm, like a ray of sunshine touching the depths of his father's heart. Chapter 13, Chen Ji's Father. Yi Feng watched the robot's every movement, his heart filled with gratitude and admiration. He knew this robot was more than just a mechanical device, it was an expression of his deep love for his father, a helpless attempt to ease his father's suffering. On that weekend night, when Yi Feng and his sister saw a faint smile blossom on their father's face, it was a joy and comfort emanating from the depths of his being, as if telling them his father had already felt the warmth and care brought by this intelligent robot. Yi Feng and his sister quietly approached their father's bedside, holding his hand and feeling that wordless bond of family. They understood that their father was no longer alone, their love and the robot's companionship would bring him greater comfort and care. Yi Feng had no idea that the robot he'd built in just a few days using inexpensive materials had reached the highest level currently achievable in China. On this bright, sunny morning, Yi Feng sat quietly in his home workshop, intently repairing a small component. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. He knew the visitor must be Chen Gu. Yi Feng walked over and opened the door. He saw Chen Gu standing there, a bright smile lighting up his face. Chen Gu immediately spotted the robot quietly standing nearby. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Is this the robot you built? It's amazing. I really love it. Could you make one for me too?" Yi Feng paused, knowing Chen Gu was his good friend who had always supported him financially. He weighed his options internally, conflicted, but ultimately decided to help Chen Gu. He smiled and nodded. "Sure, Chen Gu. Since you like it, I'll make you a robot. After all, we're good friends." Chen Gu happily slapped Yi Feng on the shoulder, saying gratefully, "Yi Feng, you're such a great friend. I've always believed you have extraordinary talent. I'm sure the robot you make will be amazing." Yi Feng chuckled. He knew his friend also yearned for an intelligent robot, having lived alone and sometimes feeling lonely. So Yi Feng resolved to design Chen Ji's robot as a companion. So Yi Feng and Chen Gu began building the robot together. They carefully selected electronic components and mechanical parts, assembling them with precision. Yi Feng personally taught Chen Gu how to solder circuit boards, connect sensors and actuators, and write programs to control the robot's various functions. After several days of diligent work, Chen Ji's robot was finally complete. It resembled Yifeng's robot in appearance yet possessed unique traits. Its eyes shone with a warm glow, as if saying, "I will accompany you and protect you." Chenggu excitedly grasped Yifeng's hand, expressing his gratitude. "Yifeng, thank you so much. I never imagined I'd have such a companion. I believe with it by my side, my life will become richer and happier." Yifeng smiled and nodded. He understood why Chenggu needed this robot and recognized his longing for companionship. He hoped this robot would bring Chenggu warmth and comfort, just as his own robot had done for him. Chenggu brought the robot home. Excitedly, he flipped the switch. The robot's eyes lit up, as if it had stepped out of the future itself. Chenggu hugged the robot tightly, feeling the warmth and companionship it offered. From that day on, Chen Ji's life was no longer lonely. His robot became like a true friend, sharing his joys and sorrows, accompanying him through every day. Yifeng watched Chen Ji's happy smile, his heart filled with satisfaction. He understood that his robot was more than just an intelligent machine, it was a continuation of genuine affection and friendship. Chenishan returned home and froze in shock the moment he opened the door. He stood at the entrance, staring blankly at the unexpected robot before him. This robot was entirely different from the company's production models. Its form was more refined, and its eyes shone with a warm light, as if it possessed life itself. As the CEO of the largest AI company in Manhwa, he was well aware of the current state of robotics technology. This robot clearly surpassed anything he had encountered before. He approached the robot, scrutinizing its intricate details. He discovered that not only was its exterior exquisitely crafted, but its internal structure and choice of electronic components were equally sophisticated. This was no ordinary robot, its creation must have required highly experienced and technically skilled personnel. Chenishan looked up at the robot, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Chenishan inquired, "Where did you get this robot? It's truly impressive." Chenggu replied with pride, "My friend built it." "Your friend made this robot?" Chenishan asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Chenggu nodded proudly. "Yes, Dad. Yifeng is my good friend. Not only did he build this robot, but he also taught me so much about robotics." Chenishan felt an inexplicable surge of pride welling up inside him. He never imagined his son could make friends with someone possessing such advanced technical skills. Chenishan felt even greater admiration. He understood this robot wasn't merely Chen Ji's toy, it represented a technological breakthrough. He deeply understood that Yifeng was no ordinary middle schooler, but a genius possessing unique talent and creativity. Chenishan approached the robot, scrutinizing each component. He observed the meticulously soldered circuit boards and the exceptionally secure connections between sensors and actuators. He could almost envision the robot's exceptional performance in action. A surge of excitement filled him, and Chenishan decided to take the robot back to the company for more detailed research. He wanted to understand just how advanced its technology was and whether it could drive greater breakthroughs and growth for the company. Chenggu watched his father's excitement and said, "Father, I believe this robot's technology has already surpassed our company's products. If we could integrate its technology into our products, I'm confident the company's growth would accelerate dramatically." Chenggu assured his father that Yifeng would certainly be willing to share the robot's technology with the company, but he still hoped to obtain Yifeng's personal confirmation. He believed it would be more prudent to give a response only after securing Yifeng's consent. Chenishan nodded in understanding. He recognized his son's desire to honor Yifeng's trust and friendship. He resolved to support Chenggu, confident in Yifeng's integrity and sense of responsibility. Chapter 14, New Opportunities. The next day, Chenishan accompanied Chenggu to Yifeng's school. They entered through the main gate and followed the familiar path to Yifeng's classroom. Inside the classroom, Yifeng was attentively listening to the lecture, taking notes with focused diligence. Chenishan and Chenggu approached his seat and gently tapped his shoulder. Yifeng looked up and saw Chenishan and Chenggu. A delighted smile spread across his face. He knew Chenggu had come to see him for something important. Chenggu addressed Yifeng, "Yifeng, my father hopes to incorporate the technology from the robot you built into our company's products to drive greater growth. But we feel this is a major decision, so we wanted to confirm first if you're willing." Yifeng smiled faintly and replied, "Chenggu, of course I'm willing. My original purpose in building robots was to have them care for my father. Later, I hope they could accompany you. Now, I wish to help more people, letting them feel the power and warmth of technology. If my technology can assist the company, I would feel deeply honored." Chenggu and Chenishan both exhaled in relief, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Yifeng. Chenishan reached out, clasping Yifeng's hand. "Yifeng, thank you for your support and assistance. Your technology will bring tremendous breakthroughs and growth to our company." Yifeng smiled and nodded, sensing the sincerity and trust in Chenishan and Chen Ji's eyes. He knew his technology would now have a broader stage, enabling him to bring hope and change to many more people. Chenggu and Chenishan left the classroom with Yifeng, walking out through the school gates. They strolled along the sunlit streets, their hearts brimming with hope and anticipation. On the way home, Chen Yishan said to Yifeng, we will provide you with a comprehensive research environment and resources to help you develop your technology further. I believe your creativity and talent will bring even greater breakthroughs to the company. Yifeng looked at Chen Yishan gratefully, understanding this was a rare opportunity. He promised to give his all, pushing his technology to its peak to deliver more innovation and breakthroughs for the company. Chen Yishan and Yifeng shook hands in agreement, establishing a relationship built on trust and collaboration. They knew that only through mutual effort and support could they achieve greater goals. With Yifeng's approval, Chen Yishan decided to immediately conduct a detailed analysis and testing of the robot in the company's laboratory. He needed to ensure the robot's technological reliability and advancement. If all went well, he would personally oversee integrating its technology into the company's products. This unexpected robot in the household was not only Chen Ji's friend but also an opportunity for Chen Yishan. He recognized that the robot's arrival would bring new breakthroughs and growth to the company, paving the way for a brighter future. Day after day of experimentation and research led Chen Yishan and his team to a major breakthrough. They successfully integrated the robot's technology into the company's products, significantly enhancing their performance and functionality. The company's products achieved tremendous success in the market, with sales soaring steadily. Watching the company flourish, Chen Yishan felt immense pride and satisfaction. The extra robot at home became not only Chen Ji's companion but also a symbol of Chen Yishan's professional success. Yifeng's dedication and ingenuity brought tremendous progress and innovation to the entire field of intelligent technology. A heavy atmosphere hung in the lobby of the Aerospace Research Center. Director Nantianmen's face was as dark as storm clouds. He frowned as he looked at the failed project in the lab, his mood heavy. Senior researcher Wang Goen sat nearby, his imposing frame appearing utterly exhausted. An intense sense of anxiety permeated the laboratory. Instruments lay scattered haphazardly across the workbenches, resembling a tableau of failure. The walls were adorned with an array of honorary certificates and medals, yet at this moment, they all seemed to have lost their luster. Nantianmen slowly closed his eyes, his mood growing heavy and complex. For years, he and his team members had pursued breakthrough opportunities, relentlessly exploring forward. Yet, the failure of this project had sent their confidence plummeting. Senior researcher Wang Goen sighed softly, his handsome face etched with helplessness. A veteran of the research center, he possessed unique insights and experience in aerospace. Yet even he stood helpless before this setback. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting mocking patterns across the laboratory floor. Nantianmen lifted his head, watching the light dance in the air, feeling utterly powerless. This failure meant they would have to keep striving, keep searching for answers. The other researchers in the lab silently bowed their heads, their once hopeful expressions now dull and lifeless. They had pinned great hopes on this project, but reality had cruelly brought them back down to earth. Time slipped away in silence, the lab's atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Nantianmen took a deep breath, determined not to give up. He knew scientific research was a battle without gunpowder. Failure was only temporary. As long as they persisted, they would eventually find a breakthrough. He scanned the room, meeting the disheartened gazes of his colleagues, yet saw no trace of retreat in their resolve. They were the elite of this research center, having weathered countless storms together. They trusted and supported each other. Wang Goen's gaze drifted around the conference room as his thoughts wandered through memories. He recalled that exceptionally intelligent child Yifeng. That youngster always carried a maturity and wisdom beyond his years. His talent far surpassed his peers, something truly remarkable. In the conference room, Nantianmen sat quietly at the table. As director of this aerospace research center, he was typically a man of deep deliberation, yet his mind was now filled with confusion and challenges. Wang Goen glanced up at Nantianmen, noticing the furrowed brow. He silently resolved that perhaps Yifeng could help them navigate their current predicament. Suddenly, Wang Goen stood up, walked over to Nantianmen, and whispered, "Director, perhaps we could let Yifeng give it a try." His voice carried a hint of hope, hoping to spark Nantianmen's interest. Nantianmen turned to look at Wang Goen, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he nodded, accepting Wang Goen's suggestion. Their gazes met. In that moment, Wang Goen knew they would set sail once more, heading toward greater horizons. Though the current predicament was daunting, they firmly believed everything would fall into place. Chapter 15, Assisting the Principal. The principal's arrival instantly tensed the classroom atmosphere. All the students fell silent, hearing only the thudding of their own heartbeats echoing in their ears. Yifeng's eyes fell upon the principal's imposing figure, a man of authority and solemnity. Dressed in a black suit, his face bore a stern expression that commanded respect and discouraged any hint of defiance. Yifeng stood up, his heart pounding with anxiety as he followed the principal out of the classroom. The moment he stepped outside, it felt like entering a completely different world. The principal's stride was steady and purposeful as he led Yifeng through the school corridors, past familiar scenes. Yifeng noticed the curious and fearful glances from fellow students they passed, making him feel flustered and uneasy. Curiosity piqued, Yifeng followed the principal into the office without fully understanding why. Pushing open the door, the sight before him left him speechless. The office was spacious and tidy, sunlight streaming through the pale blue curtains, bathing the entire room in a warm, bright glow. On the desk sat an exquisite little gadget, resembling a miniature lunar probe. Its surface was smooth as glass, reflecting faint light as if it held endless mysteries within. Yi Feng was utterly captivated by this little contraption. He reached out and gently touched its surface. The icy cold sensation sent a jolt through his heart. It felt as though a magical force was flowing from the toy, making his fingertips tremble slightly. Yi Feng, this is a little gadget I recently acquired, the principal said with a hint of mystery in his smile. He walked over to Yi Feng, pointing at the toy. It's my son's toy, a simulated lunar probe. I hear you're quite skilled in this area, so I was wondering if you could do me a small favor. It's developed a malfunction. Could you take a look? Endless curiosity and excitement surged through Yi Feng's mind. He looked at the principal and nodded, indicating his willingness to help. Yi Feng carefully examined the simulated lunar probe, scrutinizing every detail. He gently tapped the toy's surface, listening for faint echoes. Suddenly, his gaze focused on the side of the probe, where he spotted a tiny protrusion. Yi Feng's heart leapt with joy. He knew this bump was likely the cause of the malfunction. He took out a small screwdriver and gently began unscrewing the probe's outer casing. As the screws turned, the casing gradually loosened, revealing the internal circuitry and mechanical components. Yi Feng meticulously examined every component inside the detector. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his focused expression. His fingers moved across the detector's interior, touching each circuit board and mechanical structure, searching for the root cause of the malfunction. Suddenly, his gaze settled on a tiny circuit board. Upon closer inspection, he discovered one component didn't match the device's specifications. This mismatch caused signal transmission issues, preventing the detector from functioning properly. A thrill of challenge surged through Yi Feng. He knew that fixing this component would restore the detector to full functionality. He retrieved his fine soldering tools, meticulously removed the faulty component from the circuit board, then carefully soldered a matching spare into its proper position. Once Yi Feng completed the soldering, the internal circuitry of the detector re-established its connections. He snapped the detector's casing back into place and pressed a hidden button on the toy's surface. Instantly, the probe emitted a faint glow and a soft hum before falling silent. Yi Feng's eyes lit up with anticipation. He knew this was a good sign. Various data and images began appearing on the detector's screen, indicating it had successfully connected to the simulated lunar environment. Yi Feng watched the changing data with excitement, sensing the vitality and wonder in the information transmitted back by the detector. The principal watched Yi Feng's tense yet focused movements with deep admiration. He anticipated Yi Feng's solution, knowing the young man's exceptional talent in this field. When the probe restarted, a relieved smile touched the principal's lips. Standing nearby, the principal watched the probe's operations intently. He marveled at Yi Feng's technical skill and unwavering focus. He realized Yi Feng possessed not only exceptional academic talent but also unique abilities in problem-solving and creative thinking. Yi Feng's eyes were glued to the constantly shifting data and images on the screen, his excitement and thrill burning within him. He saw the simulated lunar environment perfectly recreated, just like the real lunar surface. Rocks and meteorites scattered across the ground, while lunar dust floated in the air under the moon's faint gravity, simulating the sensation of walking on the lunar surface. The principal, too, was captivated by the spectacle before him. He stared at the images on the screen, utterly absorbed. He clearly understood the significance of this probe. It was not merely a toy, but a genuine miniature lunar rover. Such a technical challenge would be difficult for many aerospace researchers to overcome, yet Yi Feng had solved it with apparent ease. The principal felt a deep sense of admiration and awe. He knew Yi Feng's technical abilities and talent were extraordinary. And now, he had witnessed firsthand how Yi Feng had used his skills to repair this probe. A powerful desire surged within the principal. He longed to provide Yi Feng with more opportunities and support, enabling his talents to flourish even further. He understood that this small simulated lunar probe was merely the beginning of Yi Feng's future accomplishments. The young man possessed boundless potential and possibilities. Yi Feng, you are truly an extraordinary young man, the principal exclaimed with admiration. Your help has given this probe a new lease on life. I am so grateful to you. A smile of pride and satisfaction spread across Yi Feng's face. He felt honored that his efforts had been recognized. He understood that his passion for technology and the skills he possessed were not merely a hobby, but a powerful force capable of helping others. The principal gazed at Yi Feng with deep emotion, resolved to offer this gifted young man greater support and encouragement. He realized that this small simulated lunar probe might merely be the beginning of Yi Feng's future accomplishments. The boy possessed boundless potential and possibilities. Yi Feng, your potential is boundless. I believe you will achieve great things in the future. I will provide you with more opportunities to showcase yourself and unleash your talents, the principal said solemnly. Principal, I'm delighted to be of assistance. Technology and mechanics are my passions, and I hope to channel this enthusiasm and skill into more meaningful endeavors, Yi Feng replied modestly. Hearing these words, Yi Feng's heart swelled with gratitude and anticipation. He knew this was a rare opportunity and he resolved to prove his worth through his own efforts and talent. Chapter 16, Meeting with Songde. After Yi Feng departed, the door to the principal's office slowly opened. A researcher from the Aerospace Research Center, clad in a white lab coat and a uniformed security guard, emerged at a measured pace. Their faces radiated gratitude, their expressions brimming with admiration for the principal. The researcher gently patted the principal on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with gratitude. A gleam of longing shone in his gaze, as if he could already see the boundless possibilities of the future. He handed the package to the guard, speaking with trust. "This is a scaled-down lunar probe. I believe Yi Feng will use it to pioneer a new chapter in humanity's exploration of space." The guard nodded solemnly, cradling the package in his hands with utmost care. He understood its significance. This probe symbolized humanity's courage to explore the cosmos and embrace the unknown. He vowed to safeguard it diligently, never betraying the trust placed in him by the principal and the researcher. The principal watched the researcher and guard depart, his heart filled with endless questions and anticipation. He took a deep breath, resolved to spare no effort in providing Yi Feng with the best possible protection and support. The atmosphere in the principal's office grew solemn yet hopeful. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner of the room. Books on the shelves quietly exuded an aura of knowledge, as if silently cheering Yi Feng on. The principal lowered his gaze to the notebook in his hands, its pages chronicling his interactions with Yi Feng. Taking another deep breath, the principal resolved to lend his support to Yi Feng's dream. He firmly believed Yi Feng would carve his own legend in the cosmos, using courage and wisdom to open a new chapter. This miniature lunar probe would be the first step on that journey. Tears welled in the principal's eyes as he silently prayed for Yi Feng to illuminate the cosmic sky with his courage and talent. He knew Yi Feng's story would become the campus's most radiant beacon, inspiring every young dreamer. The atmosphere in the principal's office settled back into calm, yet the passion within burned ever brighter. Gazing out the window at the sky, his eyes held unwavering resolve and hopeful anticipation. He silently blessed Yi Feng's journey, awaiting his return, and dreaming of the day Yi Feng would become a legend of the cosmos. Yi Feng used his breaks between classes to study university-level courses. He felt as though he possessed boundless energy, devouring knowledge with frenzied speed. Sunlight filtered through the campus trees, bathing Yi Feng in warm, comforting light. Seated on a campus bench, a stack of thick textbooks and notebooks lay beside him. He flipped through the pages with intense focus, his brow slightly furrowed as if orchestrating a grand intellectual game within his mind. Yi Feng's mind operated like a high-speed computer, weaving course concepts into an expansive network of knowledge. Immersed in this self-created world, he forgot the surrounding noise and troubles. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Feng had been seated for hours, yet he felt inexhaustible energy coursing through him. His mind grew sharp and agile, propelled by an invisible force within his thoughts. His classmates watched him, profoundly impressed by his learning ability. They observed him flipping from one book to another, leaping from one concept to the next, filled with admiration and awe. Yi Feng's study posture was somewhat peculiar. His eyes would fixate on the pages one moment, then close the next, as if engaged in deep mental contemplation and association. His fingers turned the pages at a dizzying speed, almost too fast to follow. Gradually, Yi Feng's thoughts flashed like lightning bolts across his mind. He began to cross-pollinate knowledge from different disciplines, uncovering connections and commonalities between them. His thinking grew deep and penetrating, as if he could grasp the very essence of knowledge. Beads of sweat formed on Yi Feng's forehead, yet he showed no sign of stopping. His gaze was unwavering and focused. He knew he was pursuing a realm beyond ordinary comprehension. Finally, after a burst of mental sparks, Yi Feng opened his eyes. They shone with confidence and brilliance. He knew he had just surmounted a monumental barrier, gaining unprecedented insight and wisdom. His classmates were stunned by Yi Feng's state of learning. They stared at the young genius in awe, as if witnessing an existence beyond the ordinary. Yi Feng rose from the bench, offering a nod and a smile to those around him. He felt the power within himself surge. He knew there was still a vast ocean of knowledge waiting to be explored, and countless dreams waiting to be realized. He gathered his textbooks and notebooks, stowing them in his backpack. Turning away from the campus bench, he walked off with steps that were both determined and light. Walking along the campus path, Yi Feng's heart brimmed with curiosity and longing for the unknown world. The wind ruffled the ends of his hair, accompanying his steps and whispering endless possibilities. That day, Yi Feng's focus reached its peak as he immersed himself in a complex physics textbook. Suddenly, he discovered a note tucked inside. He pulled it out, "Meet me at the cafe." Below was a name, Songde. A pang of recognition struck Yi Feng. He instantly understood the purpose of this meeting. He knew this name represented unfair treatment and accusation of plagiarizing design blueprints. Though confident in his innocence, he understood only a face-to-face conversation could untangle the knot of misunderstanding. Without hesitation, Yi Feng decided to keep the appointment. Gathering his books and notebook, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and set off toward the agreed location with determined yet light steps. Sunlight bathed Yi Feng, casting his silhouette tall and straight. The campus air was crisp and serene as a gentle breeze swept by. Yi Feng's own mood gradually settled into calm. He entered a quiet cafe, searching for Songde's figure. The aroma of coffee filled the air, accompanied by soft music playing in the background. Feng looked around, noticing the cafe's simple yet warm decor. Artistic photographs and paintings hung on the walls, while delicate bouquets adorned the tables. The atmosphere felt comfortable and relaxing. Soon, he spotted a familiar face at a table in the corner. Songde sat there, his expression stern and distant. Feng approached him, smiled, and sat down. "You wanted to see me, Songde?" Feng asked, his voice carrying a hint of confidence and composure. Songde glanced at Feng, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Chapter 17, Let Bygones Be Bygones. After sitting down, Feng fixed his gaze on Songde, his eyes brimming with anticipation and confusion. He waited for Songde to explain the whole story. Songde sighed softly, lifting his head to meet Feng's gaze directly. His expression betrayed a complex mix of emotions, as if wrestling with the truth he struggled to voice. Feng, I've been thinking about this for days, constantly recalling the origin of that rocket blueprint. At first, I thought you plagiarized my work, but... Before he could finish, his voice trembled slightly. Feng watched Songde, a wave of unease and speculation rising within him. He could sense the turmoil in Songde's heart, understanding how deeply this matter affected him too. But then I tried asking my mother basic aerospace questions, and she couldn't answer them. That made me doubt she created that blueprint. Songde's voice grew quieter, tinged with pain. Songde nodded, his eyes flickering with confusion and disappointment. Feng sat in the cafe, observing Songde across from him. He could sense the struggle and pain within Songde's heart, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Songde lifted his head, meeting Feng's gaze directly. A resolve slowly solidified in his expression. Feng, I'm truly sorry. I apologize for the actions of my mother, Teacher Wang, and I'm willing to take full responsibility. His voice was low, tinged with remorse. Feng's eyes flickered slightly. He could sense Songde's sincerity and inner turmoil. In that moment, he understood that the past doubts and accusations were behind them. Now was the time to face the truth and resolve the confusion in his heart. Songde, I understand your position, Feng said, taking a deep breath. His voice was filled with tolerance and understanding. As a son, it's natural for you to defend your mother. But I also hope you understand that I simply want to clear up this misunderstanding and uncover the truth. Songde nodded, his eyes flickering with gratitude and acknowledgement. You're right, Feng. My previous attitude was indeed excessive, and my accusations against you were unfounded. Now I'm willing to sit down with you, communicate properly, and clear up this misunderstanding. Feng smiled faintly, sensing Songde's sincerity and goodwill. Thank you for your understanding, Songde. I too hope we can resolve this tangled misunderstanding with equality and mutual understanding. Feng gazed into Songde's eyes, a wave of sorrow and forgiveness washing over him. He had once harbored resentment toward Teacher Wang for unfairly criticizing him, but now he understood, children should not bear the burden of their parents' mistakes. Sensing Songde's sincerity and remorse, Feng felt a surge of forgiveness and understanding. He smiled gently, his gaze softening as he looked at Songde. Songde, with such a sincere apology, I certainly won't dwell on past misunderstandings. Feng's voice brimmed with comfort and forgiveness. Songde breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Feng with gratitude. Feng, could you teach me some aerospace knowledge? I'm so fascinated by your blueprints. I truly want to learn. Songde cautiously made his request, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and longing. Feng smiled gently, sensing Songde's sincerity and yearning. He knew Songde's passion for aerospace wasn't feigned, it stemmed from a genuine dream deep within his heart. Of course, Songde. Honestly, I admire you. I'd be delighted to share my knowledge and experience with you. Aerospace is a fascinating field, and I believe you have the ability to pursue your own dreams. Feng's voice brimmed with encouragement and anticipation. Thus began a unique learning journey for Feng, Chenggu, and Songde. Each day, they would gather in the coffee shop where Feng would use charts and models to explain various aerospace concepts to them: rocket principles, spacecraft design, and the history of space exploration. Feng's explanations were vivid and engaging, captivating Chenggu and Songde each time. They listened intently, carefully noting every crucial detail. Together, they discussed the future of aerospace, imagining the contributions they could make. Feng passionately shared his research and innovations in space technology, while Songde offered sharp questions and insights. Gradually, the flame of ambition reignited in Songde's eyes, solidifying his passion and longing for aerospace. With Feng's guidance, Chenggu and Songde began learning to draft rocket blueprints. Each day, they meticulously studied Feng's design philosophies and techniques, striving to integrate their own ideas and creativity into the work. Chenggu and Songde sat in a spacious, well-lit booth, a massive blueprint spread before them. The intricate lines crisscrossed densely, resembling a thick spider web. Feng stood behind them, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his expression serious. Excitement sparkled in Chenggu and Songde's eyes. They dared not slack off for a moment. To infuse their own ideas and creativity into the rocket blueprints, they poured their utmost effort daily into studying Feng's design philosophy and techniques. Feng imparted his experience and insights to Chenggu and Songde without reservation. They listened with rapt attention, their minds filling with visions of rocket silhouettes, blazing flames, and streaks cutting through the night sky. The room was thick with the atmosphere of design. The table was piled high with documents and reference books, which Chen-gu and Song-de would flip through or ponder intently. They magnified every detail to the extreme, pursuing perfection and tolerating no flaws. Their fingers lightly brushed the paper, as if feeling the contours and shape of the rocket. Each gentle touch sharpened their thoughts, making them clearer and more profound. Countless design inspirations filled Chen-gu and Song-de's minds. They transformed these inspirations into action, gradually weaving their ideas and creativity into the rocket's design. Their strokes were fluid yet precise, as if the rocket's form gradually emerged beneath their hands. Every line represented the crystallization of their dedication. They refined and improved relentlessly until they gazed upon the flawless rocket blueprint with satisfaction. Finally, the blueprint lay flawlessly before them. Chen-gu and Song-de's eyes shone with pride and fulfillment. They had done it, they had created an astonishing rocket design. This design was more than just a mechanical structure, it embodied Chen-gu and Song-de's passion and pursuit of rocketry. They had poured their blood, sweat, and tears into it, infusing every idea and creative spark into the blueprint, making this rocket design truly one of a kind. Chapter 18: Acquiring Shares. Chen-gu and Song-de exchanged a knowing smile. They understood this rocket design was their shared achievement and the starting point for their future dreams. As time passed, the friendship between Feng, Chen-gu, and Song-de deepened. They motivated and supported each other, journeying together on the path of aerospace exploration. That cafe became a cherished memory, forever preserving the growth of their friendship and the launch of their dreams. On this day, sunlight streamed through the cafe windows, bathing Feng, Chen-gu, and Song-de in warmth and courage. Seated around a round table facing a vast world map, their gazes fixed resolutely on the location of Dragon Nation. "Our dreams aren't just fantasies confined to this cafe," Feng declared, his voice brimming with resolve and passion. "We will enter the Aerospace Research Center together, bring glory to our nation, and elevate Longgua's aerospace technology to the pinnacle of the world." Chen-gu and Song-de's eyes shone with the same resolve and fervor. They encouraged each other, supported one another, and worked together to realize this dream. They knew this journey would not be smooth sailing, filled with challenges and difficulties. Yet it was precisely these hardships that ignited their courage and perseverance. They dedicated every day to learning and preparation, continuously honing their skills and expanding their knowledge. By day, they immersed themselves in classrooms, humbly absorbing aerospace theory and practical techniques. By night, they gathered to study the latest space technologies and innovations. Through this process, their friendship grew stronger and deeper. They became each other's closest confidants, facing challenges together and sharing the joy of success. In the conference room of the Aerospace Research Center, Wang Goen and director Nantianmen listened intently as researchers relayed Feng's words. The researcher's voice brimmed with confidence and passion as he detailed how to refine the lunar probe's design to overcome previous issues. A flicker of excitement and anticipation passed through Wang Goen's eyes. He knew Feng's talent and creativity well, confident that his suggestions would resolve the lunar probe's problems. Director Lin Tianming, meanwhile, was filled with admiration and respect. Having witnessed Feng's genius and innovative capabilities on multiple occasions, he placed complete trust in his suggestions. After the meeting concluded, Wang Goen and Lin Tianming immediately convened the relevant personnel. Following Feng's recommendations, they proceeded to modify and enhance the lunar probe's design. Day after day, the researchers threw themselves wholeheartedly into their work. They meticulously studied Feng's suggestions, conducting repeated tests and experiments. They exerted every ounce of effort, racing against the clock. Finally, their efforts paid off. The issues with the lunar probe were successfully resolved. It once again completed a test flight mission smoothly, gathering a wealth of data and information. Wang Goen and Lin Tianming gazed at the data on the screen, their hearts filled with satisfaction and pride. They knew this achievement was not only the result of the researchers' hard work but also the crystallization of Feng's wisdom and talent. Chen-gu mysteriously invited Feng to his villa. With an excited look on his face, he led Feng through an opulent gate into a spacious, modern residence. The villa's decor radiated artistry and luxury, exuding an air of affluence in every corner. Feng's curiosity was completely piqued, and he couldn't help but look around. Every corner of the villa showcased the Chen family's taste and lifestyle. Exquisite oil paintings hung on the walls, and soft lighting illuminated the entire space. Just as Feng was marveling at the surroundings, Chen Ji's father, Chen Yishan, returned. Chen Yishan was a tall, imposing man whose eyes radiated an aura of success. "Feng, you're here. Actually, I invited you today. The smart robot you designed for our company is selling exceptionally well, an incredible achievement," Chen Yishan said warmly to Feng. Feng paused in surprise, not expecting his design to achieve such resounding success. This meant his creativity and hard work had been recognized, and he felt proud of his creation. "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Chen. This is the result of everyone's collective effort," Feng replied modestly. Chen Yishan smiled, greatly appreciating Feng's humble demeanor. Chen Yishan then informed Feng that the board had unanimously agreed to grant him a 5% stake in the company. Chen Yishan's words instantly filled Yifeng with shock and delight. A 5% stake meant he would become one of the partners in the largest smart technology company in Manhwa. He would enjoy immense profits and influence from the company's growth. A strange mix of excitement and unease surged within Yifeng. He had always pursued innovation and technological progress, never expecting such a reward. He was grateful for Chen Yishan's recognition and trust, yet he couldn't help but doubt whether he was capable of handling such an important role. Chen Ge sensed Yifeng's hesitation. Stepping beside him, he spoke gently. Yifeng, you are now our company's most vital innovator and technological driving force. Your designs and creativity have transformed our industry and propelled the company forward. You should believe in your abilities and accept this opportunity. Yifeng met Chen Ge's sincere gaze and felt his unwavering support. He nodded slightly, deciding to accept the challenge. Thank you for your trust in me. I will work hard to live up to your expectations, Yifeng said, his voice conveying firmness and resolve. Chen Yishan nodded with satisfaction, knowing his decision was correct. He firmly believed Yifeng's addition would bring more innovation and breakthroughs to the company. Days later, the company hosted a grand celebratory banquet. The lavish banquet hall buzzed with laughter and festive cheer as guests raised glasses to toast Yifeng's arrival and the company's success. Yifeng stood on stage in a meticulously tailored suit, neat and radiating confidence. He smiled and acknowledged the crowd. Surrounded by dazzling lights and a brilliant atmosphere, he felt the admiration and expectations emanating from everyone present. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. I will dedicate my utmost talent and effort to the company's growth. Yifeng's voice echoed throughout the banquet hall, and everyone felt his determination and passion. This evening marked a new beginning for Yifeng. He resolved to push his creativity and technical skills to their limits, bringing more breakthroughs and successes to the company. From that day onward, Yifeng dedicated more of his free time and energy to working closely with the company's team, developing innovative smart products. Each day was filled with passionate discussions and research, constantly pushing the boundaries of technology. Chapter 19: Escape Room. Soon, their efforts paid off. The nation's largest smart technology company launched a revolutionary intelligent robot that caused a global sensation. This robot not only possessed powerful computing and learning capabilities but could also engage in deep interactions with humans, becoming an indispensable companion in people's lives. The company's performance skyrocketed, and its reputation soared within the industry. One sunny afternoon, Yifeng and Chen Ge were strolling through campus when Song De hurried over, his face beaming with excitement. Yifeng, Chen Ge. Guess what? My mom, Teacher Wang, rewarded me for my academic progress with a membership card for an escape room. She wants me to invite you guys to play. Song De exclaimed excitedly. Yifeng and Chen Ge exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with curiosity and anticipation. Escape rooms. This was the thrilling game they'd always wanted to try. Really? Awesome. Yifeng excitedly grabbed Song De's hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course it's true. Let's hurry, Ms. Wang said. Time is limited, and we can't miss this chance. Song De urged, and the three quickly dashed toward the escape room location. They arrived at an ancient building, its walls covered in faded marks, exuding an air of mystery. The heavy doors slowly swung open, releasing a refreshingly sweet fragrance that seemed to transport them into another world. Stepping into the hall, they were stunned by the sight before them. The entire space was transformed into an enchanted forest, with lush greenery covering the walls and ceiling, immersing them in a lifelike jungle. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a whispering sound that felt like being in the heart of nature. Without hesitation, they chose the tech theme and followed the staff into the room. The moment they entered the escape room, a strong electronic vibe hit them. Blue lights filled the space, and the walls were covered with unfamiliar buttons and screens. Wow, this looks like a lab from the future. Chen Ge exclaimed in surprise. Yifeng looked around, unable to suppress his admiration. They were immersed in a high-tech space filled with mysterious instruments and devices. The floor was covered in gleaming metal panels, while projectors suspended from the ceiling flashed virtual images. What do we do now? Yifeng asked. Song De smiled and replied, we need to find clues and puzzles. Solve them to escape this room. Looks like it won't be easy. They began searching meticulously for clues, exploring every corner of the room. A screen on the wall displayed a series of seemingly unrelated numbers and patterns, and they tried to find patterns within them. A nearby machine emitted a beeping sound, as if hinting whether they were close to the answer. Yifeng noticed a switch on the floor. He pressed it cautiously. Instantly, the walls of the entire room began to rotate slowly, revealing a completely new space. They entered a control center that seemed straight out of the future. A tall display screen showed a countdown, indicating the time they had left. We need to hurry. Yifeng exclaimed anxiously. Chen Ge spotted a console covered in buttons and touchscreens. He began manipulating it, and the images on the screen shifted, revealing a map. Look, it's a maze map. Chen Ge exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the screen. Using clues from the map, they began locating corresponding buttons throughout the control center. Each button pressed altered the patterns and projections on the walls, revealing new clues. Time was running out. They worked together, solving puzzles as they advanced. Each puzzle they cracked filled them with excitement, as if they were embarking on a technological adventure. The final puzzle stood before them. Chenggu and Songde were stumped, turning to Yifeng with hope for his wisdom and inspiration. Yifeng closed his eyes, lost in thought. He recalled the previous puzzle-solving process, searching for patterns and clues. He noticed that each puzzle was related to technology and electronic elements, so he began studying the patterns and buttons on the wall. A ripple-like pattern caught his attention, seeming different from the other buttons. Yifeng stared intently at the design, trying to decipher its meaning. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He recalled a scene from a science fiction novel describing a futuristic communication technology that utilized the principle of ripple transmission. Yifeng immediately pressed the button corresponding to the wave pattern. The projection on the wall instantly shifted. A beam of light streamed down from a projector on the ceiling, converging on a small circle etched into the floor. "What does this mean?" Chenggu asked curiously. Yifeng noticed the circle on the floor wasn't perfectly smooth, it bore tiny patterns and numbers. He reached out to touch it, and suddenly the floor sank slightly, revealing a hidden storage compartment. "I think this is our new clue," Yifeng exclaimed excitedly. They opened the storage cabinet, which was filled with all sorts of strange machinery and equipment. Their eyes widened, unsure where to begin. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a fresh scent. They turned to see a portrait on the wall shift, revealing a concealed passageway. "We have to hurry. Time is running out," Songde urged urgently. Without hesitation, they followed the passageway into a room filled with an unknown aura. The surrounding walls were woven with darkness and light, constantly shifting shapes and patterns. "What is this place?" Chenggu asked in astonishment. "I don't know, but we must find clues and answers to escape this place," Yifeng declared firmly. They began searching the room meticulously, scanning every corner. A faint glow caught their attention. Approaching it, they discovered a sequence of numbers and symbols etched into the wall. "This must be a clue to the puzzle," Songde exclaimed excitedly. They tried to analyze the connections between the numbers and patterns, speculating on possible solutions. They kept trying, sometimes combining numbers, sometimes piecing together patterns. Time ticked away in their hands, their heartbeats seeming to accelerate. They encouraged each other, persistently trying, refusing to abandon any possibility. Finally, they discovered a sequence of numbers and symbols that seemed to hold the key to solving the puzzle. Yifeng stared at the pattern on the wall, and a model of the Navier-Stokes equations flashed through his mind. Chapter 20, Right-Hand Man. Recalling each part of the equation, Yifeng swiftly grabbed a sheet of paper and a pen. Muttering each letter and symbol silently, he swiftly sketched a complex diagram onto the paper. His hand moved beyond conscious control, dancing across the page as if in a rhythm. Chenggu and Songde exchanged puzzled glances at Yifeng's intense expression. They didn't understand what he was doing, but they trusted he would deliver something remarkable. Wang Goen, the old king, stared at the monitors on the large screen, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Once again, he witnessed Yifeng's exceptional problem-solving abilities and the seamless teamwork between him, Chenggu, and Songde. Inside the escape room's small chamber, Yifeng stared intently at the intricate patterns on the wall, his expression focused and intellectually charged. His eyes betrayed deep contemplation of the puzzle, while the paper and pen in his hands became extensions of his thoughts. Wang Goen, old Wang, had never witnessed such an extraordinary approach to problem-solving. Yifeng's hand seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly sketching a complex diagram on the paper. The dance of his fingers unfolded like a graceful ballet, vividly bringing to life the geometric forms of the Navier-Stokes equations. Chenggu and Songde were equally captivated by Yifeng's concentration, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and admiration. Though they couldn't fully grasp what he was doing, they were certain he would deliver something remarkable. Yifeng's fingers finally came to a halt. He lifted his head, smiling as he studied the pattern on the wall. His eyes brimmed with confidence and wisdom, as if contemplating the next step in the solution. Suddenly, he began reciting each part of the Navier-Stokes equations aloud, explaining their meaning. His voice was clear and resonant, as if narrating a mysterious tale. Delta E equals BT, he pointed at the wave pattern on the wall, explaining, this pattern represents the relationship between the electric field vector and the magnetic flux density as they change over time. Chenggu and Songde exchanged glances, still not fully grasping Yifeng's words. Yet they dared not interrupt, listening quietly in hopes he might offer some clue. B equals 0, Yifeng pointed to another section. This equation indicates that the divergence of magnetic flux density is 0, meaning the magnetic field lines are closed. Chenggu and Songde began to grasp the concept, speculating on the connection between these equations and the patterns on the wall. Yifeng's explanation seemed to offer them some insight. E equals BT, Yifeng continued, this equation describes the relationship between the curl of the electric field vector and the time derivative of the magnetic flux density. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Chenggu. Pointing at the wave patterns on the wall, he exclaimed excitedly, these ripples aren't just patterns, they represent the changes in the electric and magnetic fields. Songde also had an epiphany. Pointing to the diagram Yifeng had sketched on paper, he exclaimed, "You're drawing the geometric representation of the Navier-Stokes equations." Yifeng smiled and nodded, confirming Chen Gu and Song De's conjecture. They finally grasped the meaning of the wall patterns and understood the solution to this puzzle. The machinery in the room emitted a rumbling vibration as the floor slowly sank, emitting faint ripples. As if conjured from the earth, a mysterious passageway emerged without warning, revealing itself before the group. Light streamed through the opening, bathing the room in an angelic glow. The passage's edges were adorned with intricate patterns, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. It stretched forward, deep and alluring, like a secret gateway to freedom. Every detail radiated endless mystery and the unknown. The trio's gaze instinctively fixated on the passageway, their hearts racing as if they could hear freedom's call. In that moment, they felt the triumph of solving the puzzle, as if all their hardships had been washed away. They were about to embark on a brand new journey. The room was filled with an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation, their faces glowing with joy. Their eyes sparkled with boundless hope as trembling fingers gently brushed the passageway's edge, as if this entire scene were an illusory dream. As they touched it, they felt a faint warmth emanating from the passageway, like a gentle current enveloping them. This warmth came not only from the passageway itself, but also from the deep-seated yearning for freedom within their hearts. Working together, the three stepped into the passageway, leaving behind the room that had once confined them. Their chests filled with the breath of freedom, burning with the passion to chase their dreams. They embraced each other, shouting victory slogans with excitement. In this high-tech escape room game, they had successfully solved every puzzle and conquered the pressure of time. Stepping outside, sunlight made them squint. They savored the joy of triumph and felt the power of friendship and teamwork. What an exhilarating and surprising adventure this has been! Yifeng exclaimed joyfully. Yes, we were absolutely amazing. Chen Gu declared proudly. Song De laughed, this escape room was so much fun. Let's come back and challenge it again next time. Wang Goen clutched his phone, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Through the surveillance monitor, he watched the three figures fade into the mist, a deep sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. He knew today's escape room plan had been a resounding success. This meticulously designed escape room not only tested Yifeng's problem-solving skills but also their teamwork. Quietly dialing the number, Wang Goen's voice carried a faint excitement as he eagerly relayed the news to Yifeng's homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang. He explained that this escape room was a meticulously planned game, and Yifeng had demonstrated outstanding performance throughout. He urged Ms. Wang to nurture her son, Song De, as he might one day become Yifeng's right-hand man. Hearing these words, a wave of profound emotion washed over teacher Wang. Despite how she had treated Yifeng in the past, he was willing to put aside old grievances and befriend her son, Song De. Memories of those years inevitably surfaced in teacher Wang's mind. Once, Yifeng had been an introverted and solitary student. Though his grades were top-notch, he would always sit quietly in the back row of the classroom, gazing out the window. He was taciturn and struggled to connect with others, as if stranded on a solitary island. At some point, teacher Wang began to overlook Yifeng's existence. She reasoned that rather than exhausting herself trying to understand a child cut off from the world, it would be better to focus her energy on the more active students. She shifted her attention to others in the class, neglecting Yifeng entirely. Later, when Yifeng dropped out due to unpaid tuition, she remained unmoved, even believing he was unsuited for school. Watching Yifeng transform from a lonely figure in the corner into a nationally recognized prodigy, teacher Wang couldn't help but marvel at the passage of time. She deeply regretted her earlier indifference, her failure to offer Yifeng sufficient care and understanding. Today, hearing this moving news that her son Song De's future hinged on Yifeng, the very student she had once looked down upon, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She knew the present was not the past, and from then on, she treated Yifeng with greater warmth and attentiveness. Chapter 21, Physics Competition. Yifeng set down his book and looked out the window. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, bathing the campus lawn in a golden glow like an ocean of light. His heart raced with excitement and nerves. Today was the day he would represent the school in the physics competition. The physics teacher looked at Yifeng and smiled. Yifeng, you are our school's most outstanding physics student. I have no doubt you will excel in this competition. However, to foster teamwork, I've decided you will compete alongside Chen Gu, Song De, and two female students. An indescribable emotion welled up inside Yifeng. His friend Chen Gu was quick-witted and clever, always bringing him pleasant surprises. Though Song De was quiet and reserved, his steadfast determination and perseverance inspired everyone around him. The two girls were campus standouts, beautiful and brilliant. One was the delicate and refined Zhang Shui, the other, the gentle and kindly Wei. They got along well with Yifeng, encouraging and supporting each other to form an unbreakable team. They embarked on a week-long preparation period, spending each day poring over physics problems in the library. Yifeng meticulously recorded every detail, his mind racing like lightning with each flash of insight. In a corner of the library, Yifeng and Chen Gu grappled with a complex physics problem. They inspired each other, enhancing their thinking efficiency through interactive dialogue. Yifeng passionately described the images in his mind, while Chen Ge skillfully translated these abstract concepts into tangible diagrams, making them easier for Yifeng to grasp. Songde sat quietly at another table, engrossed in a physics experiment manual. His eyes betrayed a deep passion for experimentation. He believed that only through hands-on practice could one truly grasp the essence of physics. Thus, he resolved to verify and prove his own theories through experiments. Two girls sat at the table across from them, exchanging ideas, encouraging and helping each other. Zhang Shui placed a flower on the table, observing the changes in its petals. With her keen intuition, she proposed an innovative solution. Li Wei, meanwhile, brought out a homemade model to simulate a physical phenomenon. Her precision and patience drew admiration from everyone. Yifeng stared at the physics competition problem on the blackboard, his brow gently furrowing. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes before settling into calm composure. He took a deep breath, suppressing his doubts, and resolved to assist his teammates first. Turning around, Yifeng spotted Chen Ge sitting nearby, looking utterly lost. He immediately walked over, smiling as he asked, "Chen Ge, are you having trouble? Let me help you." Chen Ge looked up, his eyes flashing with relief at Yifeng's smile. Pointing at the problem on the board, he said with confusion, "Yifeng, this problem seems a bit complicated. I don't quite grasp the logic behind it." Yifeng nodded with a smile and patiently explained, "This problem may seem complicated, but it can actually be solved using some basic physics principles. Let's break it down. Look." He explained the problem's context and key points in detail, guiding Chen Ge step by step toward understanding. He used simple, clear language to explain complex concepts, employing vivid metaphors to help Chen Ge build an intuitive understanding. Chen Ji's eyes gradually brightened as he began to grasp the problem's essence. Seeing that Chen Ge had grasped the solution approach, Yifeng turned and walked toward where Songde was seated. Songde was intently flipping through an experiment guide, his eyes radiating a deep passion for the work. Yifeng approached him and said with a smile, "Songde, do you have any questions about this experiment? I can help you." Songde looked up, gave a slight smile, and said somewhat shyly, "Actually, I'm still not entirely clear on the process of this experiment. I was hoping someone could give me some guidance." Yifeng gave Songde an encouraging pat on the shoulder and said, "No problem. Let's take a look together." He sat beside Songde, patiently deciphering the text in the guidebook and explaining it with his own insights. He also shared some experimental techniques from his experience, helping Songde grasp the principles and operational methods more clearly. As Yifeng explained, Songde's eyes grew increasingly bright. He began actively thinking about how to design the experiment, select instruments, and choose measurement methods. Yifeng's help filled him with confidence. He believed that with effort, he could definitely complete this experiment. Yifeng then walked over to the two girls sitting across the table. Zhang Shui was carefully observing the changes in a flower, while Li Wei was adjusting a model. Yifeng smiled and said, "Do you have any questions? I can help you." Zhang Shui looked up, her face breaking into a bright smile. "Yifeng, I've been observing this flower for a long time, but I'm still unsure where to start tackling the problem." Yifeng gazed at the flower in Zhang Shui's hands and replied with a smile, "Zhang Shui, your intuition is crucial. Sometimes, we can uncover the key to a problem through the most subtle changes. The angle you're observing is an excellent starting point. We can find the answer through further analysis." Together, they meticulously observed the flower's transformations, scientifically documenting each change. They inspired each other, continually proposing new ideas and solutions. Yifeng explained complex physical phenomena with clear, concise language, while Zhang Shui's keen intuition opened new avenues for solving the problem. Meanwhile, Li Wei fine-tuned her model, intently studying its minute alterations and meticulously adjusting every detail. Yifeng approached her with a smile. "Li Wei, your model is exceptionally intricate. I'd be happy to review it and suggest any improvements." Together, they meticulously examined every part of the model, with Yifeng offering subtle suggestions and refinements. Li Wei listened attentively and swiftly put these suggestions into practice. Her patience and meticulousness were admirable. She believed that only through continuous refinement could a more accurate and reliable model be achieved. The week of preparation flew by. During this time, Yifeng focused his energy primarily on teaching his teammates. He explained concepts with dedication, patiently helping each teammate overcome challenges. This not only deepened their understanding of physics but also strengthened the bonds of friendship among them. Throughout this week of preparation, Yifeng deeply felt the power of teamwork. Chapter 22, Teamwork. Each member shone in their respective fields, while his role was to provide support and guidance. They encouraged and assisted one another, learning and progressing together. They endured a challenging yet fulfilling week, their preparation forging an even tighter bond among them. The day of the competition finally arrived, and Yifeng and his team stepped onto the stage. Confident smiles graced their faces. They knew they were ready. They would demonstrate the power of teamwork and face the challenge together. As the referee announced the start of the competition, excitement and nerves surged through Yifeng. He would give his best alongside his team to meet the challenges of this physics contest. The week of preparation had flown by. Through teamwork, they had encouraged and supported each other, learning and improving together. Yi Feng couldn't help but marvel this week had not only deepened their understanding of physics but also strengthened the bonds of friendship between them. The day of the competition finally arrived. The venue was packed to capacity, the audience watching the stage with eager anticipation. Yi Feng and his team stepped onto the stage, each face radiating a confident smile. The referee announced the start of the competition. Images flooded Yi Feng's mind, like galaxies from countless universes unfolding before his eyes. With his exceptional logical reasoning and solid physics foundation, he effortlessly solved one problem after another. Chen Jiyi's eyes shone with intellectual brilliance as he skillfully transformed abstract physics concepts into vivid imagery, making particles in the microscopic world seem to dance before one's eyes. Song De, relying on his familiarity with experiments and meticulous approach, repeatedly conducted verification tests, proving his points with ironclad evidence. With Yi Feng's guidance, the two female contestants drew upon their rich imaginations and intuition to propose numerous innovative solutions that impressed the judges. Time slipped away amid the intense atmosphere as the final question was resolved. Every participant on stage wore a satisfied smile, basking in the effort and intellect they had poured into the competition. The judges announced the results. Yi Feng and his team claimed the championship with an outstanding score. They cheered and embraced each other in celebration. In that moment, their teamwork, friendship, and hard work received the most wonderful reward. The day of the competition finally arrived. The venue was packed to capacity, with the audience watching the stage with eager anticipation. Yi Feng and his team walked onto the stage, each wearing a confident smile. The day before the competition, Yi Feng's team received important news: they would represent the entire province in the physics contest. This news spread like wildfire across campus, sparking heated discussions and anticipation among students. That evening, Yi Feng's team gathered, excitedly discussing preparations for the next day's competition. They decided to review and reinforce the physics concepts they had already learned, ensuring they could tackle any challenges that might arise. Yi Feng pulled out a stack of notes and workbooks. They exchanged problem-solving techniques, analyzing and discussing together. Chen Gu picked up a pen and sketched a diagram on a blank sheet of paper, explaining a complex physical phenomenon. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, as if he could already envision the competition unfolding tomorrow. Yi Feng couldn't help but admire his brilliance and creativity. Song De listened quietly to the discussions, occasionally nodding in agreement. He spoke sparingly, but each contribution was marked by meticulousness and determination. His presence gave Yi Feng's team boundless strength, making everyone feel they weren't fighting alone. The two girls actively participated as well, offering many novel insights through their unique perspectives and viewpoints. Zhang Shui meticulously dissected the problem's minutiae, bringing abstract physics concepts to life with vivid, three-dimensional clarity. Li Wei, with her gentle kindness, encouraged and supported everyone, fostering a palpable sense of warmth and cohesion within the team. Physics teacher Zhou Min led Yi Feng's group into a quiet seminar room. The space was saturated with a rich physics atmosphere, its walls adorned with portraits of renowned scientists and shelves stacked with weighty physics textbooks. Zhou Min walked to the blackboard and wrote in large letters with chalk: "Analyze opponents, formulate tactics." Students, today our task is to analyze the champion teams from other provinces, identify their strengths and weaknesses to prepare thoroughly for our competition. Zhou Min's voice was steady and commanding, naturally calming everyone's focus. Every member of Yi Feng's team focused intently on the words on the blackboard, sensing the teacher's seriousness and dedication. Zhou Min continued, "Our opponents are the champion team from Shanxi province. They consistently excel in physics competitions, solving many problems with remarkable speed. Our first step is to analyze their key members, identifying their characteristics and problem-solving approaches." He pulled out a notebook, flipping to a page listing a roster of names alongside individual profiles of the opponents. He systematically introduced each member's traits and areas of expertise, analyzing their performance in past competitions. Yi Feng's team members stared intently at the notebook, diligently jotting down every key point. They carefully analyzed each opponent's traits, contemplating how to counter them during the competition. "Next, we need to formulate our strategy," Zhou Min continued. He picked up a blank sheet of paper and sketched a simple diagram with his pen. "Our strengths lie in teamwork and complementary skills. Yi Feng has a solid foundation in logical thinking and physics, making him ideal for tackling complex problems. Chen Gu excels in creativity and visualization, aiding in explaining abstract physics concepts. Song De's experimental experience and rigorous approach provide strong support, enabling us to validate our hypotheses through testing. Zhang Shui and Li Wei's imagination and intuition can bring us many innovative solutions." He pointed to the different roles on the sketch, and everyone listened intently, gaining a clearer understanding of their respective responsibilities and tasks. "Our strategy is this: Yi Feng tackles complex problems, Chen Gu visualizes physical concepts, Song De verifies our hypotheses through experiments, while Zhang Shui and Li Wei generate innovative solutions. We must coordinate seamlessly, support each other, and perform at our absolute best." Zhou Min's voice grew increasingly passionate, his eyes sparkling with the hunger for victory. Every member of Yi Feng's team was infected by Zhou Min's fervor. They silently vowed to give their all and strive for the best results for the team. Chapter 23, Ready for Action. In the seminar room, they huddled together, analyzing and debating. Their goal extended beyond mere honors and scores. It was about mutual growth and progress. Finally, fully prepared and brimming with confidence, they stepped out of the seminar room. Tomorrow's competition would be met with unwavering conviction and meticulously crafted strategies. Night deepened, the stars twinkling faintly outside the window. Yi Feng's team encouraged each other, determined to perform at their absolute best in tomorrow's competition. They understood this competition was not merely about honors and achievements, but a validation and showcase of their past efforts. Early the next morning, the Yi Feng team, fully prepared and brimming with confidence, headed to the competition venue. They pumped each other up along the way, cheering one another on. Teams from schools across the province arrived one after another, and the competitive atmosphere grew thicker. At the venue, spectators had already taken their seats, eagerly anticipating the day's thrilling performances. As Yi Feng's team stepped onto the stage, each member radiated confidence and excitement. Their gazes were unwavering, as if they could already envision themselves standing atop the champion's podium. Yi Feng's team's hard work and preparation paid off. They defeated 3 opponents in succession during the preliminary rounds, successfully advancing to the finals. The order of appearance was determined by lottery, and each team waited nervously for their name to be called. Finally, Yi Feng's team's name was announced. All eyes in the venue focused on them as applause and cheers filled the hall. With smiles on their faces, they walked onto the stage with confidence and composure. The competition rules stipulated that each team would have a set amount of time to answer a series of challenging questions, with the order of answering determined by lottery. Yi Feng's team luckily drew the 5th spot in the lottery. This meant they would have ample time to observe the other team's performances and adjust their strategy. The competition officially commenced. The representatives of the first team took the stage and confidently answered several challenging questions. The audience's applause and cheers echoed throughout the venue, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Subsequent teams showcased their strengths. Some excelled in speed, swiftly solving problems. Others impressed with creativity, offering unexpected solutions. Yi Feng's team members intently observed each group's performance, striving to identify their strengths and weaknesses. Finally, it was Yi Feng's team's turn. They stood silently on stage, their eyes fixed intently on the problem displayed on the blackboard. Songda stepped forward and answered the first question with a steady, confident voice. His solution was clear and methodical, showcasing his deep foundation in physics. Next, Yi Feng took the chalk eraser and began tackling the second question. His mind raced with agility and logical precision, delivering the correct answer almost without hesitation. The audience watched in stunned silence, unable to contain their admiration for their exceptional performance. Shengu and Zhang Shui then seamlessly collaborated to explain the third problem using visual representations. They employed rich creativity to transform abstract physics concepts into vivid images, making them easier for the audience to grasp. Finally, Yi Feng stepped forward to conduct the experimental verification. He carefully operated the instruments, recorded the experimental data, and scientifically validated their hypotheses. His extensive experimental experience and rigorous approach provided significant support to Yi Feng's team. Throughout the process, the Yi Feng team members worked in perfect harmony and close unity. They fully leveraged their individual strengths, supporting and motivating each other. Yi Feng's team grew increasingly tense as the final, decisive problem loomed. The entire venue fell silent. The audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the blackboard. The problem was exceptionally difficult. While members of other teams shook their heads and gave up, Yi Feng maintained a calm expression and began to think carefully. Physical formulas flashed through his mind as he recalled past studies and experimental experiences, searching for clues to solve the problem. Yi Feng's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze grew deep and focused. The audience watched him, sensing his calmness and determination, as if he had entered a state of extraordinary concentration. Yi Feng began sketching diagrams on the blackboard, deriving and calculating using mathematical formulas and physical principles. His hand moved with astonishing speed, his movements almost indistinguishable as strings of formulas and symbols rapidly filled the board. Time ticked away second by second. The audience held their breath, fixated on every movement Yi Feng made. Suddenly, he stopped writing. A flash of understanding lit up his eyes. With a confident and steady voice, Yi Feng announced his answer to the judge. The entire hall fell silent, the audience stunned by his performance. After hearing Yi Feng's solution, the judge's face showed surprise, nodding repeatedly. Correct, the judge declared, and the venue erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Yi Feng's team members exchanged smiles. They knew his answer wasn't just correct, it was the ultimate testament to their team's perseverance and hard work. The audience rose to their feet, applauding and cheering for Yi Feng's team's outstanding performance. They witnessed the seamless coordination and unity among the team members, their perseverance and courage in the face of adversity. In this competition, Yi Feng's team members not only showcased their individual talents and abilities but also demonstrated the boundless potential they possessed as a cohesive unit. Their hard work and preparation had not been in vain. Their unity and collaboration had earned them the reward they deserved. After the competition, the members of Yi Feng's team were visibly tired, yet their faces beamed with satisfaction and pride. They knew that regardless of the outcome, they had given their all and secured the best possible result for their team. The next round was about to begin. Yi Feng's team clasped hands tightly, awaiting the announcement of results. Victory or defeat, they understood this experience would become a cherished memory in their lives, laying a solid foundation for their growth and progress. The atmosphere for the final match was exceptionally tense, with the entire audience's attention focused on the showdown between Yi Feng's team and the defending champions of the physics competition. On stage, members of Yi Feng's team and the champions stood on opposite sides, radiating a palpable competitive tension. Their eyes blazed with fierce determination, as if their gazes alone could convey their burning desire for victory. Chapter 24: The Professor's Invitation. The referee signaled the start, and both teams swiftly pulled out their meticulously prepared notes and experimental data, ready for the showdown. Unsurprisingly, a challenging physics problem appeared on the blackboard. Yi Feng's team exchanged glances, silently beginning their discussion and analysis. Their minds raced with lightning-fast precision, ideas colliding in their heads like sparks. Team leader Yi Feng grasped the problem's core, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Taking a deep breath, he began sketching a line of reasoning on the blackboard, laying out his thoughts for his teammates. The other members immersed themselves in the discussion, sparking creativity and inspiration among each other. Drawing on their knowledge and experimental experience, they transformed abstract physics theories into concrete diagrams and examples, deconstructing and analyzing the problem step by step. The entire process sparkled with the collision of brilliant minds. Through rich creativity and scientific thinking, they gradually approached the solution. Time flew by during the competition. The audience was captivated by their performance, as if transported to a scientific arena. They witnessed the sparks of thought flying from Yi Feng's team members and felt their passion and pursuit of physics. Yi Feng's team members continuously challenged and refined their ideas, brows furrowed as countless moments of deep contemplation flashed in their eyes. Their discussions and debates were charged with passion and drive, as if they had embarked on a scientific adventure. Finally, through deep contemplation and debate, the team found their answer. A glimmer of triumph flashed in their eyes as they exchanged encouraging glances. Yi Feng stepped forward, announcing their solution to the judge with confident and resolute tone. The entire venue erupted, the audience erupting in deafening applause and cheers. After hearing Yi Feng's explanation, the judge carefully examined their derivation process and calculation results. A look of astonishment spread across his face as he nodded repeatedly in approval. Correct answer, the judge declared. The entire venue erupted once more, applause and cheers reverberating throughout the hall. Yi Feng's team members embraced each other excitedly, savoring the sweetness of victory and the power of teamwork. Their efforts and perseverance had paid off. Their unity and collaboration had earned them the glory of this decisive battle. The audience rose to their feet, applauding and offering their warmest congratulations to Yi Feng's team. They witnessed the creativity and wisdom of its members, their courage and composure in the face of challenge. After the competition, the exhausted yet satisfied members of Team Yi Feng sat together. They exchanged victorious smiles, knowing this victory belonged not only to them individually but to the entire team. On the award ceremony stage, dazzling lights shone upon the members of Yi Feng's team. Standing tall with unwavering resolve, the medals gleaming on their chests radiated the metallic sheen of their triumph. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, a wave of fervent applause sweeping through the entire venue. Everyone was moved by Team Yi Feng's outstanding performance. Their strength and talent were impossible to ignore. On stage, the award presenter stepped forward to present trophies to the members of Yi Feng's team. As each member received their trophy, their palms grew slightly sweaty, a testament to their team's hard work and a symbol of their scientific dreams. Standing on the podium, the Yi Feng team members exchanged smiles and knowing glances. They looked back at their teammates, feeling the unspoken support and encouragement between them. They knew that without the strength and unity of their team, they could never have achieved this victory. During the ceremony, the team members answered questions from reporters. With smiles, they responded concisely yet powerfully, revealing their passion for physics and their pursuit of science. This final round was a true test, said Yi Feng, his voice firm and confident. We faced last year's champion team, but we believed in our team's strength. Through discussion and debate, we tackled the challenges together, using wisdom and creativity to find the answers. This victory is the result of every team member's collective effort. Yi Feng's words brimmed with passion and charisma. Reporters nodded in agreement, praising the team's spirit and unity. They witnessed the members' perseverance and dedication, their wisdom and courage. After the ceremony, Yi Feng's team descended from the podium to pose for photos with the audience. They felt the warmth and well wishes radiating from the crowd, the truest testament to their triumph. Stepping outside the venue, the night streets were ablaze with lights and bustling with traffic. Yi Feng's team walked together, patting each other on the back as they shared the joy and emotion of their triumph. We did it, the team members cheered, their voices brimming with excitement and pride. This victory isn't just ours, it belongs to everyone who supported us, Yi Feng remarked, his voice tinged with emotion and gratitude. Their triumph stemmed from their team spirit and collaboration, but it was also inseparable from the support and encouragement of their families, friends, and teachers. As Yi Feng's team walked through the streets, they realized they had covered a considerable distance without noticing. They recalled their humble beginnings and the dreams they had held dear from the very start. Yi Feng and his teammates returned to the hotel, physically and mentally exhausted, longing for rest. Yet, the moment Yi Feng opened the door, he was pleasantly surprised to find two elderly professors waiting inside. Both were physics professors from top universities in Manhwa, radiating a profound academic aura. One was a middle-aged man with snow-white hair, his slightly stooped posture conveying a sense of steadiness and wisdom. The other was a young female professor, her eyes bright and focused, reflecting a thirst for knowledge and pursuit of excellence. Yi Feng, we've been closely following your progress. The talent and prowess you demonstrated in the competition truly impressed us, the middle-aged man said warmly. Indeed, your scientific talent has profoundly impressed us. We both wish to take you as our student, to help you unlock your full potential, the young female professor added. Yi Feng was deeply moved. He never imagined his performance would attract the attention of these two top professors. Their words filled him with immense honor while also prompting him to contemplate his future. Professors, I am deeply grateful for your praise and recognition. I have a profound passion for science and have always dreamed of becoming an outstanding scientist, Yi Feng declared with a maturity and resolve beyond his years. Chapter 25, Seeking Medical Treatment for His Father. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Yi Feng, you possess extraordinary talent and wisdom. We believe you will undoubtedly become an outstanding scientist. If you are willing, we will spare no effort to provide the best academic environment and resources to help you realize your scientific dreams. The young female professor added, Yes, Yi Feng, we sincerely hope to become your mentors and explore the mysteries of science alongside you. Your future is exceptionally bright. Yi Feng felt the sincerity and enthusiasm of the two professors, his excitement beyond words. This had been his dream for years, and now, that dream was becoming a reality. Surprisingly, Yi Feng thanked both professors and politely declined their offers. While their proposal was tempting, Yi Feng knew his own dreams and goals. He yearned to become a scientist, but he yearned even more to achieve his dreams through his own efforts and hard work. Thank you for your recognition and invitation, Yi Feng said, his eyes steady and bright. But I still have much to accomplish and many frontiers to explore. I wish to pursue deeper scientific mysteries through my own learning and growth. The two professors looked surprised upon hearing Yi Feng's response. They realized he was not easily swayed by fame and fortune. What mattered most to him was his own pursuit and growth. Mr. Yi Feng, your decision commands our respect. You are a young man of vision and unwavering conviction. We are confident you will go far, remarked the middle-aged man with admiration. The young female professor nodded in agreement, her gaze filled with admiration and recognition. Yi Feng smiled and thanked both professors. Their encouragement and praise only strengthened his convictions. After leaving the hotel, Yi Feng's team members remained exhilarated. They entered a small tavern, raising their glasses to celebrate their victory. The tavern buzzed with lively energy as people drank cheerfully and shared stories. Yi Feng's team sat together, their eyes brimming with excitement and pride. This is our victory, Yi Feng declared, raising his glass with passion and emotion. We worked together, fought together, and that's why we achieved this today. The team members raised their glasses in unison, clinking them with Yi Feng's to celebrate their team spirit and collaboration. Amidst the tavern's clamor, Yi Feng's team continued discussing their future plans and goals. They knew this victory was merely a new beginning, with more challenges and opportunities awaiting them. After acquiring a 5% stake in Chen Ji's father's company, Yi Feng's bank account saw a substantial monthly influx. This unexpected windfall brought a wave of warmth to his heart while also presenting an opportunity to support his beloved father. Seated at his desk, Yi Feng stared at the fluctuating numbers in his bank account. These figures represented the fruits of his arduous labor and signified his ability to provide his father with a better life. Ever since his father fell gravely ill, Yi Feng had been tormented by the search for an appropriate treatment. Now, he finally possessed sufficient funds. His resolve set, Yi Feng rose from his seat with a determined look in his eyes and left the room. He entered his father's bedroom and gazed at the aged, weary figure lying on the bed, his heart filled with love and resolve. Dad, I have good news, Yi Feng's voice was gentle yet resolute. His father turned his head, offering a faint smile, his eyes brimming with concern and anticipation. Son, what good news do you have? His father's voice was faint yet warm. Yi Feng approached his father's bedside, gently clasping his hand, his tone brimming with resolve and affection. Dad, I've acquired shares in Chen Ji's father's company, the largest smart technology firm in Manhwa. Now we have enough money to find you the best treatment. Yi Feng's voice carried pride and resolve. A flicker of surprise and gratitude passed through his father's eyes as he gently stroked Yi Feng's cheek with trembling hands. Son, you're truly amazing. I'm so proud of you, and I thank you for all your care and support over the years. His father's voice was filled with emotion and deep appreciation. Yi Feng smiled, clasping his father's hand tightly, his heart brimming with satisfaction and resolve. He knew it was time to find the best treatment for his father. A few days later, Yi Feng brought his father to an internationally renowned hospital. It was a magnificent, modern building filled with advanced medical equipment and professional medical staff. Here, Yi Feng believed his father would receive the best possible treatment and care. Entering the hospital lobby, Yi Feng's gaze was drawn to the bustling crowd around him. Some faces bore worry and fear, while others held anticipation and hope. They had all come here seeking medical help and salvation. Yi Feng guided his father toward the reception desk, where a kind medical staff member led them into a comfortable examination room. The doctor warmly inquired about his father's condition and medical history, then carefully explained various treatment options and potential risks. Yi Feng listened quietly, his eyes revealing deep concern and worry for his father. He knew this decision would profoundly impact his father's life. "Doctor, we want the best possible treatment for my father. Please do everything you can to help him recover," Yi Feng said, his voice filled with earnestness and resolve. The doctor met Yi Feng's resolute gaze, smiled, and nodded. "I understand your feelings, Mr. Yi. We will strive to provide your father with the best possible treatment plan and care. Rest assured, coming here was the right choice." The doctor's voice was filled with confidence and reassurance. A wave of inexplicable reassurance washed over Yi Feng. He knew his decision was right. He had made the best choice for his father. Yi Feng sat in the chair in the doctor's office, gripping the armrests tightly as his heart pounded like a drum. He waited anxiously for the doctor's answer. The doctor sat upright across the desk, a serious expression on his face. He picked up a report and took a deep breath. "Mr. Yi, based on our research, we've discovered a newly invented medical device that shows promise in treating your father's condition. However, due to the device's precision not being sufficiently high yet, the surgery carries certain risks." The doctor's voice was low and cautious. Yi Feng bit his lip tightly, his heart racing as if an invisible hand were gripping it. "Doctor, how significant are the risks of this surgery?" Yi Feng forced himself to suppress his anxiety, striving to remain composed. The doctor frowned, his gaze fixed on Yi Feng. "To be honest, there are risks involved. Due to the device's limited precision, it may damage surrounding tissues and lead to complications." Yi Feng nodded silently, his mind filled with conflict and struggle. He understood this decision would profoundly impact his father's life. Remembering all his father had silently sacrificed for him, his resolve gradually hardened within. Chapter 26, A Thousandfold Gift. Yi Feng sat anxiously at his desk, his mind consumed by the success rate of his father's surgery. The doctor had said that if they could develop and upgrade medical instruments, it would improve the chances of success. Thus, Yi Feng resolutely decided to take matters into his own hands and immerse himself in the research of this medical equipment. Chenishan, aware of Yi Feng's capabilities, had specially prepared a dedicated laboratory for him at the company, fully equipped with every conceivable device and material. Stepping into the lab, Yi Feng was stunned by the sight before him. An advanced electron microscope stood ready, capable of magnifying the smallest cellular structures for precise observation and analysis. The laboratory walls were covered with various specimens, animal organs, human cells, even petri dishes containing bacterial cultures. These specimens represented both the progress and challenges of the medical field, as well as the responsibility and pressure Yi Feng now bore. The laboratory maintained a constant temperature. To ensure experimental accuracy, a specialized air filtration system prevented any external contaminants from entering. The lab benches were equipped with every necessary instrument, test tubes, pipettes, microscope slides, and more. Yi Feng approached the workbench, scrutinizing each instrument. He could feel the excitement and tension building within him. This was an unprecedented opportunity and challenge. He began reviewing the experimental records one by one, preparing for the next phase of the experiment. Yi Feng prepared a detailed experimental plan, meticulously documenting his hypotheses and methodologies. He understood that only through systematic experimentation and persistent trial could he uncover the possibility of breakthroughs. He considered every detail with utmost precision, ensuring the accuracy and success rate of the experiment. Before commencing the experiment, Yi Feng meticulously disinfected the lab bench and donned gloves and a mask to prevent any external contamination. He was determined to ensure the reliability of the results, free from interference by external factors. He commenced the experiment, mixing various substances and reagents together to observe their reactions and effects. He repeated the same procedures over and over until he obtained precise data and results. Each result was meticulously recorded in his notebook, detailing every step of the procedure and his observations. These records would serve as the foundation for his future research and provide a basis for reflection and synthesis. Yi Feng spent countless days and nights in the lab, tirelessly delving into his work. He persistently tried different methods and approaches, seeking a breakthrough. Each experiment was both a challenge to himself and an affirmation of his capabilities. Despite numerous difficulties and setbacks during the experiments, Yi Feng refused to give up. He knew that only through persistent effort could he reach the moment of success. In the lab, Yi Feng felt time slip away. Day after day, his experiments gradually yielded progress. He discovered promising materials and methods that could further enhance the success rate of medical equipment. Yi Feng felt both excitement and satisfaction at his discoveries, yet he understood his research was far from complete. Transforming these findings into practical medical devices would demand more time and effort. Yet Yi Feng also understood he had taken the first step. His dedication and struggle would bring hope and opportunity for his father's surgery. He resolved to keep pushing forward, determined to contribute his strength for his father and others in need. For days on end, he immersed himself in the laboratory, pursuing that moment of breakthrough. The lab table was cluttered with an array of instruments, resembling a miniature medical kingdom. Dim lighting enveloped him in a faint halo, as if he were in a mysterious realm. Yifeng's gloves clung tightly to his slender fingers. Tiny beads of sweat slid down his forehead, plopping into the liquid within a test tube with a faint splash. He stared intently at the cells under the microscope, searching for the faintest, invisible clues. Time flowed through his hands as if he were trapped in a labyrinth of time itself, each step demanding both caution and unwavering resolve. Despite pouring so much effort into his work, Yifeng had made no tangible progress. Each experiment brought a mix of failure and frustration, as if an invisible force had pushed him to the edge of a precipice. Exhaustion and disappointment spread through Yifeng's heart. He paced the lab, his fingers tapping the lab bench unconsciously, producing a dull thud. A faint medicinal scent permeated the room, its suffocating atmosphere weighing heavily on him. He sat in the chair by the window, quietly gazing at the night scene outside. Bright moonlight spilled onto the streets, casting shadows of varying depths, much like the surges and twists within his heart. In the stillness, he could hear distant car horns and people's hushed whispers, as if mocking his failure. Yifeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He refused to give up, unwilling to shatter his father's hopes. He knew that no matter how many setbacks or how great the difficulties, they could never be an excuse to stop. Leaning against the laboratory wall, Yifeng's thoughts churned as he recalled the system that had granted him a hundredfold increase in talent. He imagined possessing a thousandfold talent crafting and upgrading that medical device, giving his father a glimmer of hope. Once, he had been just an ordinary high school student. Yet, through an unexpected twist of fate, he had been chosen by that system, granting him a hundredfold increase in talent. Back then, it felt as if a dark starry sky within his heart had been illuminated, brimming with endless possibilities. If he could obtain such talent again, it would mean he possessed greater strength and ability to save his father. Yifeng envisioned the medical device in his hands, its light flickering and captivating. He contemplated how to upgrade it, making its functions more complete and better able to save his father's life. A surge of excitement filled him as Yifeng opened his eyes, his gaze hardening with resolve. He was determined to seek out that mysterious system once more, to gain a thousandfold talent and change his father's fate. Yifeng scanned his surroundings, searching for the system that could alter his destiny. He scrutinized every corner of the laboratory, hoping that mysterious presence would reappear. Yet, as time ticked by, there was no sign of the system's return. Yifeng's mood grew heavy, and he began to doubt whether he could ever obtain that mysterious talent again. Just as Yifeng was on the verge of despair, a dazzling flash of light erupted from a corner of the lab. His eyes instantly brightened, filled with anticipation and hope. Chapter 27, The Upgrade Device. He hurried toward the source of the light, where a small device floated in midair, radiating an enchanting glow. A surge of excitement filled Yifeng's heart. He knew this was the system he had been searching for. He extended a trembling hand and gently touched the device. Instantly, a gentle breeze swept past him, and he felt a familiar energy surge into his body. His entire being seemed ignited by a blazing flame, brimming with boundless power. The system's voice echoed in his mind, "Mr. Yifeng, it is a pleasure to see you again. I am the system that granted you a hundredfold increase in talent last time. Now I have returned to your side, bearing even greater rewards." Listening to the system's voice, Yifeng's heart swelled with surprise and joy. He knew this system had returned to assist him in fulfilling his mission. The system continued, "I have learned of your concerns and hopes for your father. Therefore, I have prepared a thousandfold talent for you, hoping it will better assist you in saving his life." Yifeng listened to the system's words, nearly overcome with excitement. He understood that this thousandfold talent would elevate his abilities to an entirely new level, bringing him closer to his goal of saving his father. Yifeng stared intently at the compact device, waiting expectantly for the system's next words. The system's voice echoed in his mind, "Mr. Yifeng, you will gain the ability to create and upgrade that medical device. Not only that, but you can also imbue it with even more powerful functions, transforming it into a vital tool for your father's recovery." Hearing the system's words, Yifeng's heart swelled with joy and excitement. He envisioned the medical device glowing in his hands, becoming his last hope for saving his father. The system continued its explanation, "This device will grant you the knowledge to craft and upgrade medical equipment, providing you with the necessary materials and tools. By following the instructions, you will be able to create medical devices possessing therapeutic effects beyond the ordinary." Yifeng resolved to immediately harness the thousandfold talent granted by the system to upgrade the medical equipment and confront his father's illness head-on. He knew this was his final chance the moment he fought for his father. A surge of resolve filled Yifeng's heart. He understood this task would be an immense challenge, yet he refused to give up. He took a deep breath, stood up, and prepared to immerse himself in the work of crafting and upgrading the medical device. Yifeng scanned the laboratory, searching for materials and tools. He discovered tiny components, a precision machine, and various chemical reagents. These were the essential materials needed for his medical device project. He began meticulously inspecting each component for quality and functionality, ensuring they were in perfect working order. Then, he started assembling the parts, connecting them together to build a seemingly simple yet intricate medical device. Time flowed under his control as his nimble fingers deftly operated the tools, precisely installing each part in its correct position. His eyes fixed on the minute details, ensuring every step was completed with meticulous care. Finally, after hours of diligent effort, Feng completed the medical device. Holding it in his hands, feeling its weight and warmth, he was filled with pride and satisfaction. Yet he knew this was not enough. He still needed to upgrade the device, endowing it with more powerful capabilities. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the system's upgrade instructions. The system's voice sounded again, "Mr. Feng, please connect the medical device to the computer as instructed and run my program. I will provide the technical support and guidance required for the upgrade." Feng followed the system's instructions, connecting the medical device to the computer and launching the provided program. The screen displayed a series of complex commands and data, prompting him to make selections and adjustments. Feng studied the information on the screen intently, clicking and typing away as he adjusted the medical device's parameters and functions. His eyes remained fixed on the display while his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. A surge of electricity flowed from the computer into the medical device, causing it to emit faint vibrations and a soft glow. Feng knew this was the effect of the upgrade program running. He continued tweaking the parameters, refining the device's capabilities for greater efficiency and precision. His thoughts gradually immersed in the realm of programming, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. That seemingly ordinary laboratory had now become his battlefield. He stared intently at the cells under the microscope, a flame igniting within him that could not be extinguished. He picked up a test tube, gently swirling it as he searched for that seemingly invisible breakthrough. His fingers touched every part of the apparatus, as if conversing with them in perfect harmony. His hands no longer trembled, instead, they were filled with strength and confidence. Time flowed under Feng's command, his heartbeat echoing through every corner of the lab. The cells beneath the microscope gradually sharpened into focus, as if unveiling an entirely new world before him. Finally, a faint glimmer of light flickered within the test tube. Feng stared intently at it, his eyes brimming with delight and excitement. He knew he had finally found the key to the breakthrough. That day, Feng's heart overflowed with joy and hope. He resumed his experiments, each step now executed with effortless precision. He meticulously adjusted every apparatus, ensuring they worked in perfect harmony. From one trial to the next, his laboratory pulsed with the aura of success. Feng's eyes shone with unwavering determination as his fingers deftly manipulated the tools. Finally, after arduous effort, Feng completed the upgrade of the medical device. It now not only surpassed conventional therapeutic effects but also enabled more precise diagnosis and treatment of diseases. His efforts had not been in vain. After a long and arduous research journey, Feng had not only successfully created the medical device but also upgraded it. This apparatus shone like a star, adding a bright ray of hope to the success rate of his father's surgery. Feng lifted his head, his eyes brimming with pride and anticipation. He knew this medical device he had created represented his last hope for saving his father. Closing his eyes, he silently prayed that this device would bring his father health and hope. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to change his father's fate with his own hands. Feng clutched the upgraded medical device and rushed to find his father's attending physician. The doctor's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen such advanced equipment. Chapter 28, Medical Miracle. The doctor carefully took the device, his gloved fingers tracing each component meticulously. His fingers trembled slightly, betraying astonishment and admiration. The design and craftsmanship of this medical device far surpassed current technology. It might well be the most advanced instrument in the world. The doctor looked at Feng, his eyes filled with awe and admiration. His voice trembled as he said, "Mr. Feng, this is a miracle. The design and functionality of this medical device are beyond my wildest imagination. It possesses unprecedented precision and efficacy. It will completely transform the development of the medical field." A proud smile spread across Feng's face. He knew his efforts had not been in vain. His eyes shone with unwavering determination as his fingers gently traced the medical device, as if sensing the power it radiated. The doctor remained immersed in the marvel of the device, unable to suppress a low murmur of awe. This upgraded medical equipment would revolutionize the medical field, its efficiency and precision significantly boosting surgical success rates. The doctor exclaimed excitedly to Feng, "Mr. Feng, this medical device will bring hope and new life to countless patients. Your dedication and creativity surpassed all our expectations. You are the rising star of the medical world." Feng smiled faintly, his heart brimming with satisfaction and joy. He knew his efforts had not been in vain. This medical equipment would restore health and hope to countless patients. He resolved to promote it worldwide, bringing its benefits to more people. Feng's father's surgery was a resounding success. Thanks to the precision diagnosis and treatment provided by the medical device, his health showed marked improvement. Shortly after the operation, his father was discharged from the hospital, his face radiant with smiles and boundless gratitude toward his son. Back at school, Yi Feng immersed himself in his studies once more. Despite his monumental breakthrough in medicine, he remained humble and redoubled his academic efforts. He understood that medicine was a vast and complex field, with countless frontiers awaiting his exploration and mastery. In class, Yi Feng listened intently to the professor's lectures, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. He frequently flipped through his notebook, meticulously reviewing and organizing his notes. He believed that only through continuous learning and accumulation could he better serve his patients. After class, Yi Feng headed to the laboratory. He had set himself a new challenge, to further refine medical devices, making them smarter and more efficient. He understood that technological progress never ceases. Only through constant innovation could one avoid being left behind by the times. The laboratory was thick with the atmosphere of science. Yi Feng had prepared a series of experimental materials, meticulously conducting adjustments and tests. He operated the instruments with practiced ease, each step filled with confidence and precision. Time flew by. As the lights gradually dimmed and Yi Feng remained alone in the lab, he finally completed the experiment. Through his efforts, the medical device had become more sophisticated. It not only improved diagnosis and treatment capabilities but also gained automated and intelligent functions. Standing in the center of the lab, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. He knew this upgraded medical device would bring tremendous progress to the medical field. Its emergence would offer doctors greater assistance and bring more hope to patients. The next day, Yi Feng brought his new discovery to the hospital, hoping to share it with the doctors and gather their feedback and suggestions. On the third day, the doctors were astonished and impressed by Yi Feng's work, expressing keen interest in the device's capabilities and effectiveness. Over time, the medical device was gradually integrated into the hospital's clinical practice. Doctors discovered its performance far exceeded expectations, significantly boosting surgical success rates and markedly accelerating patient recovery. All this was attributable to Yi Feng's dedication and innovation. Yet Yi Feng remained humble, fully aware that his responsibilities and mission were far from complete. Yi Feng continued to dedicate himself to scientific research, hoping to continuously advance medical progress and contribute more to human health. He believed that only through continuous learning and innovation could one truly change the world. Whether in the laboratory or at the operating table, he would forever maintain his dedication and pursuit of science. Yi Feng's efforts were not just for his father, but for everyone in need. He believed that with conviction and perseverance, anyone could create miracles, bringing more hope and light to the world. The school administered an IQ test, requiring each student to take it individually. Yi Feng was unaware that for him, this test was no ordinary exam. As Yi Feng entered the testing room, he saw a thick test booklet on the desk and felt a moment of hesitation. He knew this assessment was crucial for his future, yet he had no idea what the questions would entail. He sat down, opened the booklet, and page after page of questions unfolded before him. Unlike regular academic exams, these questions spanned a broader range of subjects, many seemingly tied to science. Yi Feng concentrated intently on each question, carefully considering his answers. Some questions set his mind racing, while others plunged him into deep contemplation. Yi Feng's mind felt pierced by bolts of lightning like inspiration. Answers flowed effortlessly from his thoughts, allowing him to complete each question with remarkable ease. For Yi Feng, this test was no longer an intellectual challenge, it had become an opportunity to showcase his extraordinary talent. His gaze sharpened on the questions, which grew clear and tangible before his eyes. He felt his mental capacity soar to unprecedented heights, his brain functioning like a powerful computer, swiftly processing each problem. As time ticked by, Yi Feng felt his mind being constantly challenged and pushed. He poured his full concentration into each question, striving to find the correct answers. Halfway through the test, Yi Feng began to feel a hint of fatigue. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, tackling each question with relentless effort. He felt sparks of thought continuously igniting within his mind, pushing him to surpass his own limits time and again. The entire testing process lasted several hours. When the final question appeared before Yi Feng, he felt an intense wave of pressure. He knew this question might be the key to the entire test. Chapter 29, Full-Scale Cultivation. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, then slowly opened them. He stared at the questions on the exam paper, his mind racing with possible answers. His gaze sharpened and focused. His heart raced, blood surging through his veins as if activated, granting him boundless strength. Closing his eyes once more, he seemed to merge with the exam paper itself. He sensed the profound meaning embedded within the questions, his thoughts weaving and colliding rapidly within his mind, forming a precise and complete network of reasoning. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes again, confidently and decisively selecting what he believed to be the most logical answer. He felt a powerful force surging deep within him, as if the entire world was cheering for him. After leaving the testing room, Yi Feng felt his body brimming with vitality, his mind bright and clear. He took a deep breath, savoring the freshness and energy permeating the air. He stepped out of the campus, embarking on the path toward his future. He knew his thousandfold talent would become the staircase to his success, propelling him forward at an accelerated pace as he pursued his scientific dreams. Yi Feng never forgot his original aspirations. He understood that his success was not just for himself, but for all those in need of help. A fiery passion ignited within him, a burning desire to use his intellect and talents to bring greater hope and change to the world. Inside the conference room of the Aerospace Research Center, Professor Wang Goen and Director Lin Tianming sat across from each other at a large oval table. A thick report lay on the table, its cover bearing the bold words, Yifeng's test results. Professor Wang picked up the report, flipping through it lightly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He knew Yifeng possessed exceptional intelligence, but he had never imagined Yifeng could complete such a demanding test with such apparent ease. Director Lin, these results are truly astonishing, Wang Goen couldn't help but exclaim. We specifically prepared a series of challenging problems spanning various global disciplines for Yifeng, yet he solved them effortlessly. It's simply unbelievable. Lin Tianming smiled and nodded slightly. Yifeng's talent truly surpasses the ordinary. His IQ far exceeds our expectations. This test was not only to assess his capabilities but also to determine his developmental path within the aerospace field. Wang Goen set down the report, his brow furrowing slightly. Director Lin, Yifeng's talent is truly exceptional. Should we consider cultivating him as a future pillar of our research team? His brilliance and potential could propel our work forward in monumental ways. Lin Tianming pondered silently for a moment before nodding. You're right, old Wang. Yifeng's talent is truly invaluable. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. We must do everything possible to cultivate him into the backbone of our research team. Professor Wang Guiyan smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then how should we arrange Yifeng's development plan? Lin Tianming leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. First, we must provide Yifeng with an excellent learning environment. Wang Goen nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, we must offer him comprehensive training cultivating his theoretical knowledge, practical experience, and innovative thinking in aerospace. Lin Tianming added with a smile, we could also invite top scientists and engineers to mentor his studies and research. Through collaboration and exchange with these experts, Yifeng will accelerate his skill and capability development. A flicker of excitement crossed Wang Goen's eyes as he listened. This plan sounds exceptionally well thought out. Lin Tianming nodded with a smile. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, we'll present this plan in detail to Yifeng's principal and secure his full cooperation with our work. Wang Goen stood up excitedly, extending his hand for a firm handshake with Lin Tianming. Director Lin, thank you for your support and trust. I am confident that Yifeng's involvement will bring significant breakthroughs and transformative changes to our research endeavors. Lin Tianming smiled and patted Wang Goen on the shoulder. It is our honor. We must seize this opportunity to provide Yifeng with the best possible training environment and conditions, allowing his talents to flourish to their fullest potential. The two men shared a meaningful gaze, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. They firmly believed Yifeng's arrival would bring boundless hope and transformation to the Aerospace Research Center. Lin Tianming picked up his phone and dialed the president's number. He hoped to collaborate with the university administration to provide Yifeng with a more comprehensive learning environment. Hello, principal, it's me, Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming's voice rang out over the phone. The principal sounded surprised upon recognizing Lin Tianming's voice. Director Lin, hello. What brings you here? Lin Tianming smiled as he replied, Principal, I just discussed this with Professor Wang. We've decided to create a favorable learning environment for Yifeng. We hope to establish an aerospace enthusiasts association at the school, allowing Yifeng to study and exchange ideas with other students interested in aerospace. A spark of excitement flashed in the principal's eyes at the proposal. Director Lin, this is an excellent idea. I fully support it. I'll immediately organize the school's teachers and students to establish this club. Lin Tianming nodded in agreement. Thank you for your support, Principal. We have one additional request. We hope to invite professionals from the aerospace field to give regular lectures at the school, interacting and exchanging ideas with club members. Of course, Yifeng must be included among them. The principal nodded solemnly. Director Lin, I understand your meaning. I will do my utmost to contact these professionals and ensure they can come to the school to teach our students. As a core member of the club, I will personally approach Yifeng to share this good news with him. Hearing the principal's response, Lin Tianming felt a sense of relief. Thank you for your cooperation, Principal. I believe the establishment of this Aerospace Enthusiasts Association will provide better support for Yifeng's studies and personal growth. The principal smiled. Director Lin, it is our school's honor. We will spare no effort to provide Yifeng with the best possible learning environment and conditions. Lin Tianming smiled as he hung up the phone, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. He believed that through the establishment of the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association, Yifeng would receive greater attention and support at school, allowing his talents to flourish to their fullest potential. Chapter 30, Establishing the Club. Soon after, a group of enthusiastic students gathered on the school playground. Dressed in their uniforms, their faces radiated excitement and anticipation. Among them, Yifeng stood on the stage, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A large banner hung above the stage, proclaiming Aerospace Enthusiasts Association inauguration ceremony. The association's emblem was prominently displayed at the center of the banner, symbolizing the spirit of exploration and pursuit of the unknown. The principal stood beside the stage, smiling as he addressed the students. Classmates, today we gather here to celebrate the founding of the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association. This association will become an important organization within our school, providing a platform for learning and exchange for students interested in aerospace. The students responded with enthusiastic applause, their hearts filled with passion and dreams for the aerospace industry. The principal continued, I am honored to announce that our association will have the privilege of inviting professionals from the aerospace field to our school for lectures, sharing their experiences and knowledge with you. Among them, we are also deeply honored to welcome one of our school's outstanding students, Feng, as a core member of the association. The students erupted in cheers, filled with admiration and anticipation for Feng. Feng stood on stage, offering a gentle smile. He felt the students' enthusiasm and expectations, knowing he would have more opportunities to learn and grow. He resolved to unleash his talents and potential to the fullest, contributing to the aerospace cause. At this founding ceremony of the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association, all eyes were fixed on Feng, hoping he would bring more breakthroughs and innovations to the aerospace industry. Standing on the stage, Feng felt the students' fervor and anticipation, a surge of emotion welling up within him. Chenggu and Songde stood beside him. The three had become inseparable friends. They supported and encouraged each other, united in pursuing their dreams of aerospace. In the audience beside the stage, the entire school gathered, anticipating the launch ceremony. Colorful flags fluttered across the playground, while a large banner on the stage swayed gently in the breeze, silhouetting Feng and his companions in the sunlight. The principal raised the microphone, his voice echoing across the field. Students, today is a special day. At this founding ceremony of the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association, we witness the dawn of a new era. Feng, Chenggu, Songde, you are the pride of our school and will serve as the core members of this association. The students responded with enthusiastic applause and cheers, filled with admiration and envy for Feng and his friends. The principal continued, the establishment of this club wouldn't be possible without everyone's support and participation. I hope every student interested in aerospace will join us in pursuing our dreams together. As soon as the principal finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted across the playground. Students rose to their feet, crowding together and rushing to sign up for the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association. Feng watched the scene unfold, his heart filled with emotion and excitement. He knew this club would provide a stage for every student passionate about aerospace to showcase their talents. In the days that followed, the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association grew rapidly. Responding to the principal's call, the school's teachers actively invited professionals from the aerospace field to give lectures and engage in exchanges at the school. These experts not only shared their experiences and knowledge with the students but also helped resolve numerous challenges they faced in both learning and practical applications. Feng, Chenggu, and Songde emerged as the core members of the school's Aerospace Enthusiasts Association. They spent their days conducting experiments and research in the school's aerospace laboratory, contributing to the advancement of space exploration. They alternated between studying spacecraft design and manufacturing and exploring the cutting edge of aerospace technology. They passionately discussed trends in aerospace science and technology, seeking the optimal implementation for every idea and innovation. The monthly exchange meetings became one of the association's most important activities. At each gathering, the aerospace lab would be packed with students, some intently listening from the audience, others confidently sharing their research findings on stage. For this particular exchange meeting, the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association specially invited aerospace enthusiasts from other schools and various sectors of society to participate. The venue was bustling with activity, students dressed in neat uniforms passionately showcasing their projects and achievements. On stage, Feng, Chenggu, and Songde stood together as the event's principal organizers. Feng's voice resonated throughout the hall as he introduced the day's schedule and participants. First, aerospace enthusiasts from other schools shared their research findings. Some had made breakthroughs in spacecraft design, while others had innovated in the application of aerospace technology. Each presentation captured the students' keen interest. They listened intently and took detailed notes. Next, members of the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association showcased their projects and research. Feng and his teammates presented their latest spacecraft design proposals, explaining the conceptual approach and innovative features in detail. Students eagerly raised their hands to ask questions, and Feng and his teammates answered each one patiently, their responses brimming with expertise and confidence. To conclude the exchange session, Feng and his team invited a professional from the aerospace field to deliver a keynote address. This expert possessed extensive experience and profound academic expertise, and his speech captured the students' full attention. He encouraged the students to persistently pursue their dreams and courageously confront challenges and difficulties. After the session, students shared their impressions and takeaways. They expressed curiosity and admiration for aerospace programs at other schools and community organizations, hoping for more opportunities to participate in space-related activities and projects. Feng, Chenggu, and Songde stepped off the stage and were immediately surrounded by students. They enthusiastically engaged with the students, encouraging them to continue pursuing their dreams in aerospace. The successful exchange not only fostered communication and collaboration among students but also elevated their academic standards and professional competence. The Aerospace Enthusiasts Association demonstrated its capabilities and influence during the event, attracting increased attention and membership. In the days ahead, the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association will continue organizing diverse events and gatherings, providing students with more opportunities to showcase their talents and realize their aspirations. They will persistently pursue aerospace endeavors, contributing to the advancement of the field. Over time, the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association's influence has steadily grown, drawing an increasing number of students passionate about aerospace. Under the association's guidance, students' aerospace dreams have found better avenues for realization and development. Chapter 31, Mentor and Friend. Autumn winds rustled every leaf on campus. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, warming Yifeng's face. It was a special day. The principal had hired a young aerospace researcher, Li Pengfei, at a high salary to mentor the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association. Yifeng had long heard of teacher Li Pengfei, a luminary in the aerospace field and an idol in his eyes. Now, the thought of Li Pengfei becoming his teacher filled Yifeng with excitement. That day, Li Pengfei stood at the lectern in a sharp suit, his eyes burning brightly as he surveyed the packed classroom. His rugged face radiated confidence, like a shining star. Students, today I'll share insights into aerospace science, hoping to ignite your passion and pursuit of this field. Li Pengfei's voice rang out like birdsong at dawn, clear and melodious. Yifeng sat in the front row, his gaze fixed on every movement and expression of Li Pengfei. He felt as though he were floating in space, experiencing the wonder and boundless possibilities of aerospace. Each concept Li Pengfei explained ignited sparks in Yifeng's mind, kindling a deep-seated yearning within him. Space exploration isn't merely a scientific endeavor, it embodies the spirit of inquiry and courage, Li Pengfei declared passionately, transporting every student into the vastness of space, where boundless mystery unfolded before them. After class, Yifeng eagerly approached Li Pengfei, eager to discuss further. Li Pengfei praised Yifeng's enthusiasm, and the two quickly became both teacher and friend. Every day after school, Yifeng stayed behind to explore the mysteries of aerospace with Li Pengfei. Together they entered the laboratory, where models of spacecraft filled the space, immersing them in a world of cosmic wonder. The air in the laboratory carried a faint chemical scent, while the low hum of instruments echoed through the quiet space. Li Pengfei stood before the lab bench, pen in hand, intently studying the data before him. Yifeng sat nearby, his eyes fixed intently on Li Pengfei's every move. His mood was a mix of excitement and nervousness, for this was his first time participating in a real aerospace experiment. He couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune to have such a top-tier aerospace researcher personally guiding him. Li Pengfei tapped lightly on the lab bench, his brow slightly furrowed. He scrutinized the experimental results, contemplating possible solutions. Yifeng sensed Li Pengfei's intense focus and meticulousness toward the experiment, as if every detail lay firmly within his grasp. Yifeng, did you see this data? Li Pengfei suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as it met Yifeng's. Yifeng quickly stood up and walked over to Li Pengfei's side, scrutinizing the data. It was a complex set of graphs that didn't appear intuitive at first glance. These results seem to contradict our previous assumptions, Li Pengfei remarked, his brow still furrowed as he pondered solutions. After a moment of deep thought, Yifeng suddenly had an epiphany. Pointing to a prominent outlier on the graph, he said, "Professor, this point appears abnormal. It might be an experimental error." Li Pengfei's eyes lit up as he nodded approvingly. "Excellent, Yifeng. Your observation is sharp. This anomaly could indeed be caused by experimental error. We should repeat the experiment to eliminate this interference and ensure the accuracy of our results." Yifeng couldn't help but flash a proud smile. He felt his aerospace knowledge was being refined step by step. He began to realize that aerospace wasn't just a realm of passion and romance, it demanded rigorous and precise science. Li Pengfei showed him through action that to achieve anything in aerospace, one must constantly explore, constantly learn, and continuously improve their abilities. From that day onward, every experiment in the lab became a journey of joint exploration for Yifeng and Li Pengfei. Li Pengfei taught Yifeng how to conduct experiments, analyze data, and solve problems. Every action and word of his was so professional and incisive that Yifeng felt his aerospace knowledge being refined time and again. Under Li Pengfei's meticulous guidance, Yifeng gradually mastered experimental techniques and data analysis methods. He learned to think critically, identify solutions, and even propose unique perspectives during certain experiments. His mind grew sharper, his logic clearer, and his understanding of aerospace deepened. After each experiment, Yifeng and Li Pengfei would review the results together, discussing potential improvements. Their exchanges felt like collisions of ideas, with every issue dissected thoroughly and each proposed solution backed by sound reasoning. As time passed, Yifeng grew increasingly confident in his aerospace experiments. He knew that with Li Pengfei's guidance by his side, he could overcome any challenge and realize his aerospace dreams. "Yifeng, your passion and talent astonish me. Your comprehension and learning abilities exceed my expectations," Li Pengfei remarked with admiration. A spark ignited within Yi Feng's heart, fueling his passion for aerospace. He began crafting spacecraft models, each detail meticulously precise and lifelike, as if ready to take flight. Li Pengfei observed this closely, appreciating Yi Feng's diligence and innate talent as he provided meticulous guidance. Under Li Pengfei's mentorship, Yi Feng's skills grew increasingly refined, gradually propelling him onto a higher path in aerospace. Gradually, Li Pengfei became more than just Yi Feng's teacher, they became friends and kindred spirits. With Li Pengfei's support, Yi Feng participated in aerospace competitions and achieved outstanding results. Together, they celebrated victories and pursued their shared dream of space exploration. Through the Aerospace Enthusiasts Association, Yi Feng met more like-minded companions. Together, they researched aerospace technology and explored uncharted territories. Their dreams shone like stars, guiding their path forward. Just as Yi Feng was immersed in the world of aerospace, an important day was approaching, an opportunity that could change the course of his aerospace journey. Seated at his lab desk, Yi Feng studied an invitation to an aerospace competition with intense focus. This international event drew top aerospace research teams from around the globe. The opportunity not only allowed him to exchange knowledge with fellow enthusiasts but also provided a stage to showcase their achievements and capabilities to the world. Excitement and anticipation surged within Yi Feng. He knew this was his chance to advance to a higher level of aerospace research. Chapter 32, Captivating. However, Yi Feng was also aware that to participate in this competition, his team needed to develop a project that would turn heads. He decided to consult Li Pengfei, hoping to gain his guidance and support. When he entered Li Pengfei's office, the professor was sorting through a pile of aerospace magazines and documents at his desk. "Professor Li, I have something I'd like to discuss with you," Yi Feng said. Li Pengfei looked up and smiled. "What is it, Yi Feng? Is something troubling you?" Yi Feng handed Li Pengfei the invitation letter for the aerospace competition and explained, "This is an invitation to an international aerospace competition. I believe our team has a chance to participate. However, we need a project that will grab attention. I'd like to seek your advice and guidance." Li Pengfei took the invitation, reading it intently with a slight frown. After a moment, he set it down and looked at Yi Feng. "This competition is a crucial opportunity, but also a tremendous challenge," Li Pengfei stated. "We need an innovative and practical project that showcases our capabilities and research achievements." Yi Feng nodded thoughtfully, his mind racing through past aerospace experiments and research, searching for inspiration. "I have a potential project in mind," Yi Feng said, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Oh? Tell me, Yi Feng, what's your idea?" Li Pengfei asked with keen interest. Yi Feng began describing his concept to Li Pengfei. They could design a new type of microsatellite capable of performing drone control and monitoring missions in space. This project would not only be innovative and practical but also showcase their research achievements in aerospace technology. Li Pengfei listened intently to Yi Feng's proposal, his face lighting up with excitement. "Yi Feng, this project has tremendous potential. It meets the competition requirements while presenting a highly challenging endeavor. We can leverage our resources and equipment in the aerospace lab to refine the design and implementation plan," Li Pengfei declared with passion. A fire ignited within Yi Feng's heart. He declared with unwavering confidence, "I believe our team has the capability to complete this project and achieve outstanding results in the competition." Li Pengfei nodded in agreement. "Yi Feng, your passion and talent astonish me. Your comprehension and learning abilities surpass my expectations. I'm confident that with our teamwork, we can create a truly remarkable project." A spark ignited within Yi Feng's heart, fueling his passion for aerospace. Together with Li Pengfei, he began preparing for the competition project, pouring immense time and effort into conducting a series of experiments and research in the laboratory. Yi Feng and Li Pengfei sat together at the long table in the aerospace lab, surrounded by stacks of aerospace magazines and piles of documents. Yi Feng carefully studied one research report detailing the design and manufacturing techniques for microsatellites. "This report is incredibly valuable," Yi Feng exclaimed excitedly, having identified several crucial design details. Li Pengfei nodded and smiled. "Yes, this report was authored by an internationally renowned aerospace scientist whose research holds great prestige in the microsatellite field. We can learn a lot from his experience." Yi Feng continued flipping through the report, his gaze fixed intently on every detail. He silently calculated the dimensions and weights of various components in his mind, contemplating how to apply this theoretical knowledge to their project. "Yi Feng, look here, this is a new type of material that can enhance the microsatellite's heat resistance and radiation tolerance." Li Pengfei pointed to a section in the report and explained to Yi Feng. Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he recognized the material's advantages, which held significant importance for their project. "This material has tremendous potential. We can apply it to the satellite's outer shell and solar panels to enhance performance and stability," Yi Feng said excitedly. Li Pengfei nodded in agreement. "Yes, Yi Feng, that's an excellent idea. We can collaborate with the materials science team to further research and develop this new material to meet our project's requirements." Yi Feng and Li Pengfei began formulating the project's design plan. They invested significant time and effort into various calculations and experiments to ensure the project's performance and reliability. In the laboratory, Feng and Li Pengfei conducted a series of experiments. Utilizing advanced equipment and technology, they continuously optimized the design and resolved various technical challenges. Feng, we need to further enhance the satellite's communication capabilities, Li Pengfei remarked, intently studying the communication system design on his computer. Feng pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He proposed a new design solution. Professor Li, we can employ new antenna technology to extend the satellite's communication range and enhance stability, Feng said excitedly. Li Pengfei looked at Feng, smiled, and nodded. Feng, you're a genius. This idea is brilliant, we absolutely must try it, Li Pengfei said approvingly. A proud smile spread across Feng's face. He knew his capabilities in aerospace research were steadily improving. As time passed, Feng and Li Pengfei's project gradually took shape. Utilizing the resources and equipment of the aerospace laboratory, they conducted a series of experiments and tests, verifying the project's feasibility and stability. Each experimental result bolstered their confidence, convincing them their project could stand out in the competition. Throughout this process, Feng continuously learned and grew, receiving invaluable guidance and encouragement from Li Pengfei. Feng, you've mastered core aerospace technologies. Your comprehension and learning abilities amaze me. I'm confident that with our teamwork, we'll create a remarkable project, Li Pengfei declared passionately. A spark ignited within Feng, fueling his passion for aerospace. He realized their team's capabilities were steadily growing, and their space dream was drawing closer to reality. As the competition date drew near, their project gradually took shape. Through simulation experiments and validation tests, they confirmed its feasibility and stability. Each experimental result bolstered their confidence, convincing them their project could stand out in the competition. Chapter 33, Online Girlfriend. Finally, the competition date arrived. Feng and Li Pengfei brought their microsatellite project to the competition venue. They waited patiently at their booth for the judges' evaluation. Filled with anticipation and nervousness, Feng silently prayed for the judges' approval. The judges scrutinized their project, posing a series of questions. Feng and Li Pengfei answered patiently, demonstrating their deep understanding and research achievements. Ultimately, the judges delivered their verdict. Feng and Li Pengfei's project received the highest praise, earning them the championship title. Their hearts swelled with joy and pride. Their hard work and dedication had finally been acknowledged. Their project would be promoted and applied, contributing to the advancement of aerospace technology. Yet this victory marked only the beginning of Feng's journey in aerospace. He knew that with Li Pengfei's guidance by his side, he could overcome any obstacle and realize his dream of space exploration. Feng clutched the championship trophy, his face radiant with joy and pride. His microsatellite project had earned the highest praise, securing the competition's top honor. The news spread rapidly across campus, drawing admiring and approving glances from everyone. On his first day back at school, Feng was received by the college leadership and faculty. They extended warm congratulations and invited him to a special celebratory event. The conference room was decorated with solemn yet welcoming ambience, its walls adorned with award photos and certificates of honor. Standing at the podium, the college leadership expressed profound respect and gratitude to Feng. Feng, your achievements are a source of pride for our academy. Your microsatellite project exemplifies the pinnacle of our research capabilities. Your courage, perseverance, and innovative spirit will inspire countless students to pursue excellence, the academy leader declared, his voice brimming with praise and encouragement. The room erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Feng smiled softly, feeling his dream of space exploration drawing ever closer. Over the next few days, everyone on campus was filled with curiosity and fascination about Feng's microsatellite project. They flocked to ask about the project's details and the underlying scientific principles. Feng patiently answered each question, sharing his research journey and insights. Through this process, Feng connected with many like-minded classmates who shared his passion for aerospace technology. They eagerly sought to join his team and explore more scientific mysteries together. Instead of arrogantly savoring this victory alone, Feng warmly welcomed every student who joined. He led his team members in organizing a series of seminars and experimental training sessions, enabling more people to understand and participate in aerospace technology research. During the seminars, Feng shared his insights and experiences in aerospace research, helping everyone better understand and master the relevant knowledge. He also invited experts from the aerospace field to give lectures, sharing the latest scientific achievements and technological developments. During the training sessions, Feng guided the team through hands-on operations and simulation experiments, allowing everyone to experience the allure of aerospace technology firsthand. Utilizing advanced equipment and techniques, they conducted various simulations to validate and refine their research findings. Through these workshops and training sessions, an increasing number of students developed a deep interest in aerospace technology and joined Feng's team. Together, they formed a large and vibrant group united in pursuing the dream of aerospace technology. Seeing his team members' passion and dedication, Feng felt immense satisfaction and pride. He knew he was no longer alone on the path to pursuing aerospace dreams. He now had more like-minded companions. Together, they would strive to explore uncharted territories and make greater contributions to the advancement of aerospace technology. The award for this microsatellite project also provided Feng with a broader stage. Through this achievement, he secured admission to 2 of China's top universities without having to take the national graduate entrance exam. This news spread throughout the campus on his very first day back at school. The news left Feng both surprised and delighted. He hadn't imagined his achievements would garner such significant attention. He understood this was the result of his hard work, a recognition of his passion and dedication to aerospace technology. Feng realized that this graduate school recommendation was his chance to pursue his aerospace dream further. He understood that only through higher-level study and research could he continuously enhance his abilities and contribute more to the advancement of aerospace technology. Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation and hope for the future. He resolved that no matter where life took him, he would remain steadfast in his commitment to aerospace technology, dedicating his efforts to the nation's space endeavors. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Feng's face. He opened his eyes leisurely, but before he could stretch, a knock sounded at the door. Feng walked to the door. The moment he opened it, his eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at the girl standing outside. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her features were as delicate as a painting, and her fresh white dress made her look like an angel descended from heaven. "Are you Feng?" Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Feng hesitated before nodding, though he was thoroughly puzzled. How had he never seen her before? "I'm Li Yuqi. Feng, we met online. Don't you recognize me?" Li Yuqi's voice trembled slightly as she pulled out her phone and showed it to Feng. Feng's eyes widened. The phone screen displayed chat logs, clearly showing conversations between him and Li Yuqi. They had indeed chatted before, sharing many topics of mutual interest. Yet Feng knew deep down these weren't his chat logs. He had never had an online romance with anyone. His mind spun in chaos, thoughts tangled and jumbled. This isn't my chat history with you. I never had an online romance with you. Feng's voice trembled as he tried to explain. Li Yuqi froze for a moment, then a flash of disappointment and pain crossed her eyes. She lowered her head, tears sliding down onto the phone screen. You're really not Feng? Then are these photos and messages all fake? Li Yuqi's voice carried a hint of despair as she asked, trembling. Feng's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes burning with anger and confusion at this turn of events. He resolved to uncover the mastermind behind this scheme and make them pay for deceiving others. Li Yuqi, I promise you, I will uncover the truth for you and expose those who deceived both you and me. Feng's voice was unwavering, his eyes burning with righteous fury. Chapter 34, Finding the Truth. Li Yuqi lifted her head, meeting Feng's resolute gaze. The despair and pain in her heart gave way to hope. She trusted Feng, believed he could find answers for her. Feng picked up his phone, meticulously examining the chat logs and photo messages. He resolved to uncover clues within them, seeking the truth behind the deception. He analyzed every conversation and photo, searching for any cracks in the facade. The flame of justice burned in Feng's eyes as he recalled articles he'd read about cyber tracking techniques. He swiftly opened a browser, scanned the pages, then borrowed a classroom computer to rapidly trace the other party's information. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard as code and programs flashed across the screen. Feng tapped the keys lightly, as if composing a stirring symphony. Seated before the computer, Feng stared intently at the name appearing on the screen. His heart brimmed with fury and resolve. This dark force had harmed Li Yuqi, and he could not stand idly by. Employing his knowledge of networks and technology, he swiftly entered the realm of the shadowy organization. Each click, each search brought him one step closer to the truth. A resolute gleam shone in Feng's eyes. He knew he must delve deeper to uncover the true identity of this shadowy entity. With practiced ease, he typed code into the keyboard, continuously scanning and probing for clues. Data scrolled rapidly across the screen as he breached layer after layer of encryption and security protocols. Like an intrepid explorer, Feng boldly ventured into this virtual realm teeming with danger and mystery. He engaged in a tug-of-war with the shadowy force, locked in a standoff across the virtual network. The dark entity relentlessly attempted to fend off Feng's assaults, yet couldn't halt his steady advance toward the truth. Feng's mind was flooded with vast amounts of information and data. He analyzed and cross-referenced relentlessly, searching for the dark force's vulnerabilities. He cracked one password after another, decrypted one encrypted program after another, steadily closing in on the heart of the dark forces. A name appeared on the screen, and a shadow in the darkness gradually materialized. Feng took a deep breath. He had found the crucial clue. The name belonged to the leader of a hacker organization, self-styled as the Shadow King of the cyber world. They used sophisticated technical means to conceal their tracks online, committing all manner of crimes. The online romance scam that had ensnared Li Yuqi was precisely their doing. A resolute glint flashed in Feng's eyes. He was determined to expose this dark force and seek justice for the victims. He swiftly gathered more evidence, compiling it into a comprehensive case file. Time flowed in the virtual realm. Hours passed before Yi Feng finally uncovered the true identity of the shadowy group. A flicker of triumphant joy lit his eyes. Success drew ever closer. He swiftly gathered all the evidence and compiled it into a comprehensive case file. This was his effort to make the dark forces pay for their crimes. Yi Feng knew his mission wasn't complete. He needed to hand over the true identity of this dark force to the National Cybersecurity Department. Only they possessed the capability to eradicate this threat and protect more people from harm. He rose from his computer, picked up his phone, and prepared to make the call. Taking a deep breath, his heart filled with resolve and determination. Yi Feng would not let the dark forces continue their rampage. He would seek justice for the victims and safeguard the security and integrity of the internet. Just as he was about to dial, his phone suddenly rang. Startled, he answered and listened to the voice on the other end. Yi Feng, have you uncovered the true identity of the dark forces? A deep male voice asked from the other end. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had no idea how the other party knew of his actions. Yet he showed no sign of retreat, replying firmly, yes, I have. I will hand over this evidence to the National Cybersecurity Department. Let them deal with this dark force. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before speaking again. You've done well, Yi Feng. But you must be careful. The dark forces won't go down without a fight. They'll stop at nothing to protect themselves. Yi Feng gripped his phone tightly. He knew he faced immense danger, but he would not retreat. He vowed to continue the fight, to eradicate the dark forces completely and seek justice for the victims. Hanging up, his resolve only hardened. He would bring this dark force to justice, safeguarding the clarity and security of the internet. Yi Feng's heart raced with both tension and anticipation. He compiled the evidence he'd gathered into a complete case file and rushed to the National Cybersecurity Department. The department was housed in a modern skyscraper with extremely stringent security measures. As Yi Feng approached the entrance, he sensed an oppressive atmosphere. Uniformed security guards rigorously screened every individual, ensuring no dangerous items entered. Presenting his identification and case file, Yi Feng passed through rigorous security checks before finally entering the building. Following the signage, he arrived at the National Cybersecurity Department's office area. It was a vast, bustling office where people worked diligently at their stations, each focused on their tasks. Large screens hung on the walls, displaying real-time data on various cyber attacks. Yi Feng located the doorplate for the minister's office and knocked lightly. The door opened, revealing a stern-faced middle-aged man at the threshold. This was Shen Yi, Minister of the National Cybersecurity Department. Shen Yi took the evidence and case files Yi Feng handed him, skimming through them quickly before looking up. A hint of surprise and admiration flashed in his eyes. Yi Feng, how did you uncover the true identity of this dark force? Shen Yi's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Yi Feng took a deep breath and answered firmly, by tracking and analyzing the dark forces' attacks, I identified their vulnerabilities and ultimately uncovered their true identities. Shen Yi remained silent for a moment before nodding, his eyes conveying a hint of affirmation and admiration. Yi Feng, your courage and wisdom command my respect. You've made a significant contribution to the nation and safeguarded the safety of countless people. Shen Yi's voice brimmed with praise. Yi Feng felt immense honor and pride, never expecting his actions to receive such high recognition. Shen Yi continued solemnly, but you must be cautious. The dark forces won't go down without a fight. They'll stop at nothing to protect themselves. We'll take action as soon as possible, but you must also protect yourself. Chapter 35, The Dragon Nation's Flag. Yi Feng nodded, fully aware of the risks he faced. Yet he showed no sign of retreat, for he understood that only by completely eradicating the dark forces could he protect more people from harm. His resolve only strengthened. He would continue the fight, expose the true nature of the dark forces, and safeguard the security and integrity of the internet. As he left the National Cybersecurity Department, Yi Feng reflected on his experience, feeling immense pride and fulfillment. He knew everything he had done was worthwhile. He had delivered justice for the victims and safeguarded the integrity and clarity of the internet. Returning home that evening, Yi Feng collapsed onto the sofa, his body weary. A profound sense of fulfillment washed over him. He had delivered justice for the victims and safeguarded the integrity and clarity of the digital realm. Yet he knew the road ahead remained long. The dark forces would not let him off easily. Just then, a familiar voice echoed, Yi Feng, you did well. He turned to see the familiar system interface appear on the screen. The system's voice continued, for your courage and wisdom, I have decided to grant you a special reward. Yi Feng, you will receive 10,000 times your talent. Yi Feng stared at the screen in disbelief, barely able to believe his ears. 10,000 times the talent, what an astonishing reward. His heart swelled with excitement and anticipation. He knew this would be a monumental breakthrough, making him far more powerful. The system elaborated, this reward will enhance your cybersecurity abilities, making you sharper, smarter, and more powerful. You will uncover the schemes of dark forces with greater ease and confront them with increased strength. Yi Feng felt immense excitement. He knew this reward would become his ultimate weapon as a cybersecurity warrior. He resolved to work even harder, determined not to disappoint the system's expectations. As the system's voice faded, a bright light appeared on the screen, gradually merging into Yifeng's body. He felt a powerful force surge through his veins, his body seemingly filled with boundless energy. Yifeng stood up, feeling completely renewed. A resolute gleam shone in his eyes. He knew he now possessed greater power and responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he gazed into the dark night sky. He vowed to continue the fight, safeguarding the clarity and security of the digital realm. No matter how relentlessly the forces of darkness pressed forward, he would never retreat. Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the bright light on the screen. 10,000 times the talent. This was the power he had longed for, propelling him to new heights. He felt the immense energy surge through him, his mind suddenly clear. Yifeng realized there was still much to learn and explore in the realm of cybersecurity. The existence of dark forces exposed the vulnerabilities in the nation's networks, where various factions ran rampant. Someone needed to protect and change this situation. He resolved to master network technology, enhance his capabilities, and safeguard the nation's cybersecurity. His 10,000-fold talent would become his formidable weapon, making him sharper, smarter, and stronger. Yifeng eagerly fired up his computer and immersed himself in study. He devoured vast amounts of cybersecurity knowledge, delving deep into various attack methods and defense strategies. Through simulated exercises, he continuously honed his technical skills and response capabilities. Day after day passed as Yifeng immersed himself in study and practice. His technical skills underwent a quantum leap, transforming him from an ordinary cybersecurity enthusiast into a top-tier cybersecurity warrior. Finally, he felt ready to take action. Yifeng decided to first challenge Sakura Nation, a country long known as a major source of cyber attacks. He understood that only by rooting out these dark forces could his nation's cybersecurity be truly secured. He powered up his computer and accessed Japan's national website. The Japanese flag flew proudly, symbolizing the nation's power and dignity. Yet, he was determined to replace it with the flag of his homeland, Dragon Nation, declaring his presence and strength to the world. Yifeng sat before his computer, utterly focused. His fingers danced nimbly across the keyboard, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. He felt a powerful energy coursing through his body, his heart racing with the thrill of battle. With each light tap of his fingertips, strings of code and diagrams appeared on the screen, forming the back-end system of Sakura Nation's official website. It was a vast and intricate network structure, bristling with traps and defenses. Yet Yifeng felt no fear, backed by his extraordinary talent. Yifeng stared intently at the screen, a hint of challenge in his eyes. He knew this confrontation would be no walk in the park, but he was ready. His fingers hammered the keyboard with deliberate precision as his mind raced through the system's architecture and vulnerabilities. He scanned for every weakness, searching for an opening to exploit. As time ticked by, Yifeng's mind and body gradually entered a state of intense focus. He felt a connection with the computer, as if they had become one unified entity. He was fully immersed in the battle, completely absorbed in seeking an opening. Suddenly, he detected a potential vulnerability. A flicker of excitement lit his eyes. He knew this was his breakthrough. Without hesitation, Yifeng unleashed his extraordinary talent, moving with astonishing speed and precision through the vulnerability to breach Sakura Nation's defenses. His commands left trails of lightning-fast traces across the system, his thoughts leaping with the speed of a spark. The cybersecurity team of Sakura Nation detected his presence and immediately launched a counterattack. Commands from both sides crisscrossed the virtual realm like two powerful energies colliding. Yifeng clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes burning with determination. He relentlessly fought back, leveraging his innate talent and technical skills to gradually corner the Sakura Nation's cybersecurity team. The battle intensified, commands flying faster and faster as code filled the screen. Yifeng's heartbeat quickened with the rhythm of the fight. Victory felt within reach. After a fierce struggle, Yifeng successfully breached Sakura Nation's defenses, planting the Dragon Nation's flag on the homepage of their national website. That crimson dragon banner, symbolizing Dragon Nation's might and triumph, now flew high in the global spotlight. The international community watched in awe, Sakura Nation reeled in shock, and Yifeng became a legend in cybersecurity. His name was etched into history as a cybersecurity warrior possessing 10,000 times the talent, his influence destined to far surpass the present. Yifeng gazed at the dragon flag on his screen, his heart brimming with accomplishment and satisfaction. He knew this was merely the beginning of his long battle. He would continue striving to safeguard the security and integrity of cyberspace. Gently setting down his keyboard, he rose to his feet, his gaze fixed resolutely on the path ahead. Taking a deep breath, he silently vowed, no matter how relentlessly the forces of darkness pressed forward, he would never retreat. He would keep fighting, safeguarding the integrity and security of the digital realm. Chapter 36, The Dust Settles. With the final exams concluded, Yifeng once again claimed the top spot in his grade. He had always been a low-key presence at school, quietly working hard yet consistently achieving remarkable results. This victory came as no surprise to him, yet it brought an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. As Yifeng pondered how to spend the upcoming winter break, the bell for physics class shattered his reverie. Zhou Min, their physics teacher, was a young and charismatic male instructor. He always radiated warmth toward his students, excelling not only in his explanations but also in his genuine care for each individual. Zhou Min smiled as he approached Yi Feng's desk, and suddenly, Yi Feng felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. "Yi Feng," Zhou Min said gently, his voice reaching his ears as warm as a spring breeze caressing his face, "your team won the national championship in the physics competition you participated in last time. This is an incredible achievement." Zhou Min's smile grew even brighter. "Yi Feng, and now, I have even more exciting news to share. You will represent our country at the international physics competition." Yi Feng's heartbeat quickened, and he could feel the blood surging through his veins. The international physics competition, this was the opportunity they had always dreamed of. They would have the chance to compete against the world's most brilliant young physicists, showcasing their talent and intellect. Zhou Min's words ignited a deep flame within Yi Feng, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. No matter how daunting the challenges ahead, they would give their all to bring glory to their nation. Winter break was approaching. The school gates quietly closed as students left classrooms filled with laughter and cheer. But for Yi Feng and his team, this holiday meant no leisure or rest. Instead, their schedules would be packed with intensive training. Yi Feng and his teammates Chen Gu, Songde, Zheng Shui, and Li Wei met in the school's physics lab. They shared a common goal: to strive for success in the International Physics Olympiad. The lab buzzed with intense activity. Yi Feng had meticulously prepared a series of training plans and challenging problems. They arrived at the lab early each day, diligently delving into physics theories and practical skills. Their training encompassed solving complex problems, honing experimental techniques, and practicing teamwork. Throughout their training, Yi Feng demonstrated his talent as a team leader. He not only provided patient and meticulous guidance to his teammates in physics knowledge but also actively motivated the team members to reach their full potential. When Chen Gu encountered difficulties during experiments, Yi Feng offered gentle encouragement and advice. When Songde hit a wall while solving problems, Yi Feng calmly helped him clarify his thinking. His leadership and team spirit tightly united the entire group. As the winter break days passed, the team's training results gradually became apparent. They achieved impressive scores in various mock competitions, and their continuous progress strengthened their conviction in victory. Beyond training, Yi Feng and his teammates maintained close contact with teacher Zhou Min. They frequently sought her guidance on physics questions and shared insights from their training. Her encouragement and direction fueled their motivation and provided unwavering support. On a chilly winter morning, sunlight streamed through the laboratory windows, bathing Yi Feng and his teammates in its warmth. They had spent a fulfilling and busy winter break, thoroughly preparing for the International Physics Olympiad. Yi Feng looked up at the window, a beam of sunlight falling upon him, and felt a surge of pride. He knew this would be a tough and intense battle, but they possessed the champion spirit and the strength of their team. With their skills and wisdom, they would write their own magnificent chapter. Yi Feng and his team arrived at the competition venue, a grand hall. Lights illuminated every display area, creating a bustling scene. Yi Feng and his teammates stood before their own display area, carefully observing their surroundings. They saw teams from different countries arriving one after another, each busy setting up their own exhibition space. The display area of the Sun Never Sets team featured intricate experimental apparatus and models, showcasing their physics experimentation skills and innovative capabilities. The Cherry Blossom Nation team's display was covered with solutions to various physics problems and theoretical derivations, showcasing their solid physics knowledge and analytical skills. The Beautiful Country team's display area was filled with records of physics experiments and data analysis, highlighting their keen insight into experimental data and scientific spirit. Yi Feng and his teammates exchanged observations and impressions about the other team's displays. They couldn't help but feel a hint of pressure, realizing the international physics competition would be exceptionally fierce. "We must stand out in this competitive environment. There's no room for error," Yi Feng declared to his teammates, his tone firm and confident. His teammates nodded in agreement, fully aware of the stakes. They understood that only through masterful skill and outstanding performance could they earn recognition on this stage. Yi Feng scanned the surrounding display areas. Their own space was arranged with clean simplicity and precision. A modern experimental instrument sat on a tidy table, flanked by a notebook and a stack of physics theory books. The walls were covered with solutions to challenging problems they had tackled during training and records of their experimental procedures. Yi Feng looked at it all, a surge of pride welling up inside him. This was the fruit of their hard training, proof of their dedication to bringing glory to their country. Just then, teacher Zhou Min approached. His smile and gaze radiated encouragement and confidence. He gave Yi Feng a light pat on the shoulder and said gently, "You've done exceptionally well. Believe in yourselves, believe in your team, you will achieve outstanding results." Feeling teacher Zhou Min's care and encouragement, Yi Feng's nervousness gradually transformed into resolve and motivation. He took a deep breath, gazing at the open space before the display area, determined to use their strength and wisdom to write a magnificent chapter of their own. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more tense as teams from every nation prepared for their final push. Yi Feng felt a surge of exhilarating energy coursing through his body. He knew the upcoming competition would be a grueling and fierce battle, but they were ready. Feng turned to face his teammates, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "Let us showcase China's strength and wisdom together, and bring glory to our nation." Chapter 37, Provoked. His teammates nodded in unison, their eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. They understood this contest was not merely for personal glory, but for the nation's honor. They gazed at the open space before the exhibition area, their hearts filled with a burning desire for victory and unwavering trust in their team. An unstoppable force radiated from them. They believed that no matter how daunting the challenge, they would give their all to bring glory to their nation. The hall doors slowly opened, welcoming Feng and his team to an international physics competition brimming with challenges and opportunities. No sooner had Feng's team settled in than they sensed the challenge from the team representing Sakura Nation. Their captain, Sato, a tall young man clad in black competition attire, bore a piercing gaze that radiated an undeniable confidence. Sato strode to the display area of Feng's team, his gaze sweeping straight across Feng and his teammates without wavering. Then, his eyes settled on Feng, a hint of mockery flickering in his stare. "Oomph," Sato sneered coldly, "so you're the Chinese team? Looks like China's strength is nothing to write home about after all." A surge of inexplicable anger welled up in Feng, but he suppressed his emotions and replied calmly, "We'll do our best to demonstrate our capabilities. We don't need your judgment." Sato snorted derisively, deliberately provoking him. "Then we'll see just how capable you are." Feng's teammates sensed the tension in the air and fixed their gazes on Sato, conveying their resolve and unity. Just then, Coach Min approached, a smile on his face. His warm eyes brimmed with encouragement and confidence. "Sato, never underestimate any opponent," Min said gently. "The Chinese team may not match your strength, but we possess unity and a fighting spirit. I believe we'll surprise you." Sato's collision sent Feng reeling, nearly knocking him off balance. His anger flared, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. He wanted to confront Sato's teacher, but noticed the Cherry Blossom Nation's team leader was equally arrogant. The Japanese team leader, Yamaguchi, was a burly middle-aged man with piercing eyes. Dressed in a black suit and clutching a thick notebook, he radiated an air of stern authority. Yamaguchi stepped before Feng, his gaze cold and devoid of courtesy. "Your Chinese team's strength is truly lacking," he sneered. "I advise you not to waste your time. Head back early." Feng felt Yamaguchi's arrogance and contempt, and a surge of anger ignited within him. He retorted furiously, "We may not be as strong as you, but we possess the spirit of perseverance and struggle. We won't give up easily, and we won't let you look down on us." Yamaguchi scoffed, shooting Feng a dismissive glance. "Spirit of perseverance and struggle? What good is that against raw strength? You're just fooling yourselves." Feng's teammates sensed the tension in the air, their faces hardening with anger and resolve. They knew this wasn't just a match, it was a battle for their nation's dignity and honor. Coach Min approached, his brow slightly furrowed but his gaze unwavering. He addressed Yamaguchi, "Please show respect to our team and refrain from making rash judgments. We will prove ourselves through our strength." Yamaguchi shot Min a cold glance and sneered, "Strength? How strong could you possibly be? I'll be damned if I don't see what this so-called strength of your Chinese team is all about." A surge of unwavering resolve filled Feng. He knew this match would be a grueling, fierce battle, but they were ready. Turning to his teammates, he declared with steely determination, "Don't let their mockery and contempt break you. Let's unite our strength and wisdom to bring glory to our nation." His teammates nodded in unison, their eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. They understood that in the face of the Sakura Nation's provocation and mockery, they could not retreat, nor could they show weakness. The smile on teacher Min's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness and caution. He gazed intently at the members of Feng's team, his tone filled with gravity and earnestness. "Students, Sakura Nation has claimed 4 consecutive championships in the international physics competition. They are formidable and arrogant. But we must not be discouraged. On the contrary, we must be doubly vigilant." Min's voice carried unwavering confidence. Hearing these words, the members of Feng's team felt their tension and unease intensify. They understood deeply that facing Japan's formidable strength, they could afford no complacency whatsoever. Min continued, "Their strength is undeniable, but we possess our own advantages. While we lack their experience and track record, we have an insatiable thirst for knowledge and an unwavering pursuit of excellence. We are united by a spirit of solidarity and cooperation." He paused, his gaze sweeping over each person, his tone unwavering. "We must stand together as one, supporting each other and advancing collectively. We must harness our full potential, overcome every obstacle and challenge, and fear no opponent." The members of Feng's team felt the encouragement and motivation from teacher Min. Determination and confidence gradually spread across their faces. They understood that this competition was not merely about winning or losing, it was about the honor and dignity of their nation. Min's words echoed through the air like a solemn oath, filling each person with fighting spirit and resolve. They were determined not to be shaken by the mockery and contempt of Sakura Nation. They would use their strength and wisdom to bring glory to their country. Feng clenched his fists, feeling the resolve within him. He knew this match would be a fierce battle, but they were prepared. Turning to face his teammates, he declared with unwavering resolve, "We won't be shaken by their arrogance and contempt. We will prove ourselves through our strength. His teammates nodded in unison, their eyes flashing with resolve and confidence. They understood that no matter how formidable Sakura Nation might be, they would not retreat easily nor show weakness. Thus, the members of Yi Feng's team, united as one, strode with unwavering resolve onto the stage of the international physics competition. They knew this would be a grueling and fierce battle, but they believed that as long as they stood together and unleashed their full potential, they would surely surprise Sakura Nation. The day of the semifinals finally arrived, bringing the two outstanding physics teams together on the same stage. Chapter 38: The Opponents Cheated. The entire competition venue was enveloped in a tense, competitive atmosphere. Yi Feng's team arrived early at the venue and saw that the Sakura Nation team had also arrived. Standing together in their matching uniforms, the Sakura Nation members radiated a powerful and confident aura. The self-assurance emanating from them made Yi Feng's team feel the pressure intensify. The captain of Sakura Nation, Yoshio Sato, strode up to Yi Feng, casting a disdainful glance at the members of Yi Feng's team. With a sneer, he declared, "Team China, you're truly overestimating yourselves. Sakura Nation has claimed the championship 4 consecutive times. How dare you rookies come challenging us?" Faced with Sato Yoshio's provocation, anger surged within Yi Feng's team members. Yi Feng shot Sato Yoshio a cold glance and declared firmly, "We didn't come here to be mocked. We came to prove our strength. Prepare to face the challenge, Sakura Nation." Sato Yoshio chuckled derisively before turning back to his team. Their confidence and arrogance ignited a fierce fighting spirit within Yi Feng's team members, who vowed to surprise Sakura Nation with their true capabilities. The competition commenced, and both Yi Feng's team and the Sakura Nation's members plunged into intense, high-stakes competition. On the field, both teams fully demonstrated their capabilities, solving various physics puzzles with precise calculations and clever reasoning. Yi Feng's team members gave their all, each leveraging their unique strengths. They worked in seamless harmony, supporting one another as they conquered one challenge after another. Solving each problem brought them a deep sense of satisfaction and pride. The Sakura Nation team refused to be outdone, displaying formidable strength and experience. Their calculations were dazzlingly fast, and their reasoning skills were equally impressive. The competition between the two teams grew increasingly fierce, and the atmosphere on the field became more tense. As time ticked away, the competition entered its final, crucial phase. Both Yi Feng's team and the Sakura Nation members immersed themselves in solving the last problem. Their brows furrowed, fingers flew across paper as they mentally explored every possible solution. Facing the final problem, Yi Feng furrowed his brow in deep concentration. Potential solutions flashed rapidly through his mind as his fingers moved swiftly across the paper. Finally, in less than a minute, he completed his answer. Yi Feng confidently signaled the referee to submit his answer. Confusion washed over him as he couldn't understand why the referee ignored his request. Just then, a stewardess approached Yi Feng with a faint, cold smile. "Your answer is incorrect. The judge did not submit your paper. You'd better double-check it." Hearing her words, unease surged within Yi Feng. He flipped through his answer sheet, yet no matter how he searched, he couldn't find any errors. He began to doubt his own judgment, casting suspicion on both the judge and the Sakura Nation team. Yet the judge ignored his plea, instead walking over to the Sakura Nation team and accepting their answer sheet. Just then, the judge announced Sakura Nation's answer. Yi Feng's heart sank instantly. His answer was identical to Sakura Nation's. Impossible. Yi Feng roared inwardly with fury. He clearly remembered his own answer. How could it match Sakura Nation's? Yi Feng turned to the judges' table, where their expressions were cold and smug. It finally dawned on him this was all a meticulously planned conspiracy between Sakura country and the judges. They intended to crush their confidence, rendering them unable to continue the competition. Flames of rage ignited within Yi Feng. He resolved to break his silence and fight for justice for himself and his teammates. Yi Feng shouted, "Referee! Answer me! Why was my answer ignored? This is cheating!" His voice echoed across the competition arena. Everyone turned to stare at the young Chinese man who had suddenly spoken up. The Sakura Nation team members wore mocking smiles, while the referee stared at Yi Feng with expressionless faces. Yi Feng's rage intensified. He shouted defiantly, "How dare you be so shameless? You secretly submitted our answers. This is a desecration of fairness and the spirit of competition." The referees exchanged glances but offered no response. The Sakura Nation team members sneered coldly, as if mocking Yi Feng's helplessness. Yet Yi Feng's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Turning to his teammates, he met their confused and furious expressions with unwavering resolve. "Don't let them disrupt our rhythm," he declared firmly. "Don't give up. We must fight for justice." His teammates nodded in unison, their eyes flashing with resolve and fury. They understood that no matter how treacherous their opponents were, they would not be defeated, nor would they show weakness. Yi Feng's voice echoed across the field, drawing the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned to the young Chinese man who had suddenly spoken up. He fixed his gaze on the referees at the table, their expressions cold and smug, as if they had anticipated this moment all along. Flames of rage burned within Yi Feng. He resolved to break his silence. He knew their answers being ignored was no coincidence, it was a carefully orchestrated conspiracy by Team Sakura and the referees. The Sakura Nation players wore mocking smiles, ignoring Yifeng's challenge. One sneered, "Looks like you're doomed to lose. Trying to turn things around with this ridiculous tactic? You're pathetic." Yifeng's brow furrowed deeper as anger and resentment surged within him. He knew this injustice could not be allowed to continue. He resolved to request a replay of the footage, forcing everyone to see their answer was correct. He shouted, "Referees! Answer me! Why was my answer ignored? This is cheating! We demand a replay so everyone can see the truth." The referees exchanged glances, seemingly stunned by Yifeng's resolve, yet still offered no response. The Sakura Nation team sneered, "Do you think a replay will change the outcome? You're nothing but weaklings, destined to be crushed by us." Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted with fury and resolve. He would not be broken by their mockery. He would fight for justice for himself and his teammates, proving their strength and worth. A deep voice echoed from the referee's booth, "Team Yifeng's request for a replay is denied." Amidst the tense atmosphere, the entire arena fell deathly silent. Then, a figure slowly rose from the spectator seats, drawing everyone's gaze. Chapter 39, Upholding Justice. All eyes turned toward the figure, a mix of shock and delight washing over the crowd. It was none other than Charles, the world-renowned authority in physics. Charles was a physicist of immense prestige and influence, whose research was widely recognized across the global academic community. He rarely took public stances, yet now he stood on the platform, voicing support for Yifeng and demanding the replay. Charles's voice echoed across the judges' platform, his gaze unwavering and profound. His words plunged the entire arena into a momentary silence. People held their breath, fixated on him, hoping his decision would alter the course of the competition. The referees exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of hesitation and unease. They knew Charles's endorsement signaled that fairness and justice would prevail, and their ruling would face rigorous scrutiny. A collective gasp rippled through the stands as the unexpected turn stunned everyone. Whispers spread through the crowd, speculation mounting about how this authority figure might alter the match's trajectory. The referees exchanged glances, stunned that such a heavyweight figure had been drawn into this match. Unease began to stir within them, for they understood that Charles's endorsement signaled that fairness and justice would be upheld. Yifeng's eyes flashed with surprise and hope. He hadn't imagined his appeal would attract such a powerful supporter. His anger gradually transformed into resolve. He knew he was no longer alone, their hopes had grown stronger. Charles strode onto the stage, his figure tall and upright, his gaze unwavering and profound. Fixing his eyes on the referees, he declared with unwavering resolve, "As a physicist, I hold the pursuit of fairness and truth in the highest regard. I demand a replay of the footage to reveal the facts clearly and ensure the integrity of this competition." His voice was steady and powerful, without a hint of hesitation. The referees were stunned by his presence, yet they remained expressionless, seemingly still debating whether to grant his request. Tension filled the stands as spectators held their breath, awaiting the referee's decision. They knew this ruling would profoundly impact the match's outcome. After a few seconds, a deep voice came from the referee's booth, "Mr. Charles's request is granted. We will replay the footage." The stands erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Everyone felt energized and inspired by Charles's stand. They believed justice would prevail, and their efforts and skill would be fairly judged. Yifeng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He bowed deeply to Charles, expressing his profound gratitude. He knew this turning point would be pivotal in their pursuit of justice and victory. The large screen lit up again, displaying the match replay. Yifeng stared intently at the footage, his heart racing as he anticipated the arrival of justice. Their answers were presented before the crowd once more, their solutions clear for all to see. Hope and resolve shone in Yifeng's eyes. He believed this replay would reveal the truth, proving their strength and worth. The footage fast-forwarded until the final moment. The judge picked up their answer sheet but did not submit it. Yifeng's spirits plummeted instantly, a wave of disappointment and confusion washing over him. He looked at the judge, his eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. At that moment, the chief judge stepped forward, his voice solemn and grave. "After replaying and comparing the footage, we have reached a shocking conclusion." The entire venue fell silent as people waited anxiously for the chief judge to continue. The chief judge continued, "During the competition, Sakura Country did indeed provide an incorrect answer. However, we have discovered that Team Yifeng's solution also contains some flaws." Yifeng felt a wave of unease wash over him. He couldn't believe his ears. Could their hard work and true abilities really not receive a fair evaluation? The chief judge continued, "Given that both teams' submissions contained issues, we have decided to grant both Team Yifeng and Sakura Nation a fair opportunity to compete." This decision sent a wave of tension rippling through the crowd. Whispers filled the air as people speculated on the chief judge's final verdict. With a smile and solemn tone, the chief judge announced, "We will set a tiebreaker question. Both teams will have 1 hour to solve it. This final challenge will be more complex and demanding. Only true strength and wisdom will prevail." A wave of applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue, filling the crowd with excitement and anticipation. They understood this would be a true test of strength, where only the strongest would emerge victorious. Yi Feng clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes flashing with determination and resolve. He knew this tiebreaker would be their final chance to prove their strength and worth. He turned his head, looking toward Charles in the audience, his gaze conveying a hint of gratitude and resolve. He believed that with Charles's support, they would surely meet this challenge and prove their strength and worth. The final bell tolled, and Yi Feng's team and Sakura Nation commenced their decisive showdown. The entire arena was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Spectators held their breath, fixated on the flickering questions displayed on the screen. Yi Feng gripped his pen tightly, his mind racing. He knew this moment would determine their fate. Taking a deep breath, he channeled all his strength and intellect into his hand. He began reading the questions carefully, pondering every detail, searching for clues to solve them. Time ticked away second by second as his pen danced across the answer sheet, forming precise and forceful strokes of text. The contestants from Sakura Nation were also giving their all to solve the problems. Their strokes were swift and resolute, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit and determination. The hour passed swiftly, and the judges collected both teams' answer sheets. The atmosphere grew tense and hushed as everyone silently prayed for their favored team to emerge victorious. The chief judge stepped onto the stage, his gaze fixed on the two answer sheets. After a moment of contemplation, he finally announced, after an intense contest, the judges declare that Sakura Nation is eliminated and Yi Feng's team advances to the finals. The venue erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. People raised their arms in celebration, rejoicing over Team Yi Feng's triumph. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with joy and pride as a wave of satisfaction washed over him. He turned to look at Charles in the audience, his eyes conveying boundless gratitude and respect. He knew it was precisely Charles's unwavering support and steadfastness that had made this victory possible. Chapter 40: Work-Life Balance. The stage of the finals awaited Team Yi Feng, where their true strength and worth would be tested. Yi Feng clenched his fists, filled with confidence and resolve. They would fight for justice for themselves and their teammates, proving their true capabilities and value. Yi Feng entered the hotel room and sat down at the desk, his mood heavy. His thoughts echoed with scenes from the competition, still haunted by lingering unease and doubt. He couldn't understand why their answers were being questioned, why fair judgment proved so elusive. Clenching his fists, he resolved to fight for justice for himself and his teammates. He realized that at this moment, beyond proving his strength and intellect in the competition, he could also use his abilities to counter Sakura Nation's security systems. He picked up his laptop and opened Sakura Nation's official website. Its security had been reinforced, making penetration impossible for ordinary people. But Yi Feng was no ordinary person. He was a technical genius, possessing unique insights and expertise into such defense systems. Silently seated before the computer, his hands danced across the keyboard. The rapidly flashing code on the screen showcased his extraordinary skill. He bypassed seemingly impenetrable defenses layer by layer, steadily advancing toward the core of Sakura Nation's official website. Time slipped away with the dance of his fingers until a stunning image appeared on the screen. A monkey giving the middle finger now glared from the homepage of Sakura Nation's official site. This seemingly insignificant act represented Yi Feng's defiant challenge to Sakura Nation. Yi Feng smiled faintly, feeling a sense of liberation and satisfaction. This small act might not alter the outcome of the competition, but it was his response and defiance against Sakura Nation. He shut down his computer and gathered his thoughts. He knew the most crucial task now was preparing for the upcoming finals. He would pour every ounce of energy and wisdom into this duel, fighting for the ultimate glory for himself and his teammates. Yi Feng stood up, gazing at his own determined reflection in the mirror. He knew that no matter the difficulties or challenges, as long as they held on to their conviction and resolve, they could overcome any trial. Joining Yi Feng's team in the finals were the United States and the United Kingdom. Teacher Jo-min smiled as she addressed the class. "Everyone, you've already achieved something remarkable. Reaching the finals is truly astonishing. Next, I'll analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the United States and the United Kingdom for you." Yi Feng's team listened intently, knowing Teacher Jo-min's analysis would offer crucial insights for their upcoming match. Teacher Jo-min began to analyze the advantages of the United States in detail. First, the contestants from the United States possess striking appearances. They have beautiful features and excellent poise. This visual advantage often gives them a boost during competitions, earning them more favorable reviews in the image presentation segments. Additionally, contestants from the United States typically place great emphasis on image cultivation. Their attire and makeup effectively highlight their charm and confidence. Teacher Jo-min's words made Yi Feng and his group feel a hint of pressure, as they were all aware that compared to the contestants from the United States, they might have some shortcomings in terms of appearance and image. However, Jo-min did not let the contestants feel discouraged. He continued, "Of course, the contestants from the United States also face certain challenges. Their physical advantages can sometimes be misinterpreted as superficial, lacking inner substance. Therefore, in the competition, they need to demonstrate their talents and wisdom more effectively to prove they are more than just representatives of appearance." These words sparked a determined gleam in the contestants' eyes. They understood that only genuine strength and wisdom could secure victory in the finals. Teacher Jo-min then turned his attention to analyzing the United Kingdom. He continued, "Next, let me break down the strengths of the United Kingdom. UK contestants are renowned for their resilience and perseverance. Their composure and enduring fighting spirit in competitions often leave a lasting impression. Their capacity for deep critical thinking and rational analysis is another significant advantage. The contestants listened intently, their prior awareness of the sun never sets nation's strength now reinforced by this analysis. However, competitors from the land of the rising sun can sometimes be overly rational, lacking emotional expression. During competitions, they may need to showcase more of their feelings and humanity to resonate with and gain support from a broader audience. Teacher Jo Min's words once again awakened the contestants. They realized that on the final stage, beyond rational thinking and analysis, they also needed to showcase their emotions and personalities to win the audience's hearts. After analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the United States and the United Kingdom, Teacher Jo Min turned her gaze to Feng's team. She encouraged them, "Everyone, you also possess your own unique strengths and value. Your abilities and wisdom have already been proven. I believe you can achieve even greater success in the finals." The five nodded in unison, their hearts brimming with confidence and resolve. They knew that no matter the opponent, they would give their all and present their very best. With the finals just days away, other teams were intensifying their training in preparation for the final showdown. Immersed in a tense atmosphere, they worked tirelessly to enhance their skills and techniques. Yet Feng's team chose to spend this time differently. They decided to temporarily set aside training, leave the competition grounds, and explore the wider world. They believed that with Feng by their side, victory was assured. On the first day, they arrived at an ancient city. The streets bustled with people, and the team members scanned the surroundings with curious eyes. Street stalls overflowed with diverse goods, vibrant flowers, tempting delicacies, and exquisite handicrafts, a dazzling array that left them spellbound. As they passed an ancient complex of buildings, the team members paused to admire the sight. The weathered stone walls bore the marks of time, seeming to whisper tales from the distant past. They felt the weight of history and the continuity of culture. The next day, they arrived at a majestic mountain range. Soaring peaks pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, creating a sense of grandeur and magnificence. Climbing to the summit, the team members gazed down at the breathtaking panorama of the entire range. They felt the awe-inspiring presence of the mountains and the wonders of nature. During these days of travel, the members of Feng's group not only encountered diverse landscapes and cultures, but more importantly, they deepened their mutual understanding and trust. Through their shared adventures, they supported and assisted one another, forging a more cohesive team. Finally, the day of the finals arrived. Chapter 41, Shining Brightly. The venue for the International Physics Competition finals resembled a blazing inferno, with fervor radiating from every corner. The vast gymnasium was packed to the rafters with spectators, all eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. At the center of the stage, a massive screen displayed the flags of all participating nations. Three teams stood out most prominently: Team Dragon Nation, Team Sun Never Sets, and Team Beautiful Country. These three squads were undoubtedly the focal points and highlights of the finals. The Dragon Nation team, represented by Feng's group, emerged as the dark horse of the competition. Through extraordinary talent and unparalleled teamwork, they had successfully advanced to the finals. Each member of Feng's team was a genius in the field of physics, conquering every challenge with brilliant minds and unwavering perseverance. The Sun Never Sets national team is renowned for their rigorous academic approach and masterful experimental techniques. Each member exudes a steady composure, as if inherently possessing an unshakable strength. They shine as brightly as the sun, never setting. The United States team, meanwhile, is celebrated for its elegant demeanor and exquisite experimental apparatus. Its members possess striking beauty, blooming like flowers. Their experimental methods are uniquely ingenious, consistently yielding unexpected results. Their beauty extends beyond appearance, seamlessly woven into their academic achievements. Now, these three teams are about to face off in the final showdown. The atmosphere is tense yet exhilarating. The audience holds its breath, eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. Lights flicker, and the stage screens abruptly go dark. Immediately, a massive projection screen slides downward, revealing a wide passageway leading into a mysterious laboratory. The Dragon Nation team emerged from the passageway with smiles, dressed in crisp lab coats, their eyes radiating confidence and determination. They demonstrated their teamwork and unparalleled experimental skills. Following closely behind was the team from the land of the rising sun. They marched out in perfect unison, each pair of eyes sparkling with the light of victory. Holding their experimental equipment, they displayed their meticulous approach and masterful experimental skills. Last to emerge was the United States national team. Dressed in dazzling lab coats, each member radiated unparalleled charisma. They carried experimental equipment resembling works of art, showcasing their unique methodologies and exquisite apparatus. As all three teams gathered on stage, the entire arena fell silent. A palpable tension filled the air, as if ready to ignite at any moment. This was a contest of honor and dreams, with each participant brimming with passion and fervor. They would vie for glory through their intellect and prowess. The finals were about to begin. The audience held their breath, waiting quietly for that moment to arrive. The most tense and thrilling moment had arrived, and everyone knew what earth-shattering events were about to unfold. The International Physics Competition finals commenced. Members of the three national teams stood on stage, ready to face the challenge. The audience watched with a mixture of nervousness and excitement, anticipating the start of the contest. The referee raised the microphone and announced the rules. This competition uses a points system. Teams from the three countries will take turns answering questions, each with varying difficulty and point values. Correct answers earn points, while incorrect answers result in point deductions. The team with the highest points at the end will be crowned champion. Hearing the rules, the contestants grew even more tense, knowing this competition would be a true test of intellect. The referee continued, first question, Team Sun never sets, please come forward to answer. The team from the land of the eternal sun stepped forward with confident expressions. The referee's voice was steady and firm. What effect does the sign of the charge have on the Lorentz force formula? The entire venue fell silent as the audience held their breath, awaiting the answer. The members of the Sun Never Sets Nation team exchanged glances. One of them, named Anna, stepped forward and raised her hand. In the Lorentz force formula, the sign of the charge determines the direction of the force. The direction of the Lorentz force on a positive charge is opposite to the direction of its motion, while the direction of the Lorentz force on a negative charge is the same as the direction of its motion. Xiaodu's answer drew thunderous applause from the audience. The referee nodded in approval, confirming the correctness of the response and announcing that the Sun Never Sets national team had earned points for the first question. Next, it was the beautiful country national team's turn to answer. What is the difference in the speed of light when it travels through air and water? The entire venue fell silent as the team members faced this formidable challenge, daring not to relax for even a moment. A team member gracefully stepped forward, took the microphone, and answered with a radiant smile. The speed of light differs between air and water. Light travels slower in water than in air. This occurs because water has a higher refractive index than air. As light propagates, it encounters resistance from the different medium, causing its speed to decrease. Upon hearing Yifeng's answer, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once more. The judge confirmed the correctness of the response and announced that Team Beautiful Country had earned points for the second question. Finally, it was Dragon Nation's turn to answer. Yifeng's team gathered together, pondering the next question. The referee watched them intently before stating, what is the relationship between action and reaction forces in Newton's third law? Facing this question, the Dragon Nation team members demonstrated their depth of thought and understanding. Yifeng smiled faintly, took a deep breath, and answered firmly, the action and reaction forces in Newton's third law are a pair of forces equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. When object A exerts a force on object B simultaneously exerts an equal and opposite reaction force on object A. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause upon hearing Yifeng's answer. The referee confirmed the correctness of the response and announced that Team Dragon Nation had earned points for the third question. The competition continued as the three teams vied for points on each question, an atmosphere of intense excitement permeating the entire gymnasium. The audience's eyes were glued to the contestants on stage, their nerves tightening with each new question. Facing the referee's challenges, the contestants furrowed their brows slightly as various physics concepts flashed rapidly through their minds. Chapter 42, Turning the Tide. The members of the Sun Never Sets national team exchanged rapid glances, intensely searching for answers. Their expressions were solemn and focused, as if the entire world had been enveloped by their thoughts. Every detail was meticulously considered as they answered with their wisdom and knowledge. The members of the United States national team displayed elegance and depth of thought. They exchanged ideas, their minds sparking with intellectual energy. Each question was analyzed thoroughly and meticulously, answered with concise and precise language. The Dragon Nation team members radiated steadfastness and confidence. They contemplated each question in silence, pooling their wisdom and knowledge. Every response revealed their profound grasp of physics, articulated with clarity and conviction. The audience was captivated by the contestants' brilliance, with each answer eliciting waves of applause and cheers. The entire arena buzzed with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere, every spectator engrossed in the competition, their emotions surging with each new question. The competition continued, with each question met with serious consideration from the teams. Every answer elicited applause and cheers from the audience. The entire arena buzzed with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere, everyone captivated by the contest, their emotions surging with each new question. As the competition reached its final moments, the scores on the leaderboard were neck and neck, with the gap between the three teams narrowing. On stage, the contestants were tense yet exhilarated, their hearts racing as sweat dripped from their foreheads. Dressed in matching uniforms, their faces bore determined expressions, showcasing their commitment and resolve for the competition. On stage, questions were posed one after another, and the contestants immediately plunged into deep thought. Their eyes focused intently on the core of each question, their minds racing as they searched their knowledge bases for the optimal answers. Their thinking operated like high-speed computers, constantly scanning, analyzing, and organizing information. Each question presented a challenge, demanding their wisdom and knowledge. They pondered silently, pooling their intellect and expertise. Their responses came in clear, confident language, revealing a profound grasp of physics. The audience was captivated by the team members' brilliance, each answer eliciting waves of applause and cheers. They sensed the effort and dedication poured into every response, their emotions surging with each new question. Moved by the team's intellect and perseverance, they felt immense pride in their performance. The entire gymnasium buzzed with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. Breaths quickened, eyes fixed intently on the contestants on stage. Captivated by the competition, the crowd's emotions surged with each new question. The competition continued, with each question met with serious consideration from the team members. Every answer elicited applause and cheers from the audience. The spectators cheered for the team's effort and ingenuity, their applause like the beat of an encouraging drum, igniting an even stronger fighting spirit within the team members. Yi Feng's team members stared intently at the question on stage, their hearts racing as beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Zhang Shue's brow furrowed slightly as she strained to recall her physics knowledge. She knew this question would determine the outcome of the competition. She took a deep breath, focusing her mind entirely on the problem. Reading the question carefully, she began her analysis. She recalled relevant concepts learned in class, searching for clues. Meanwhile, the members of the Sun Never Sets team also watched the question on stage with bated breath. They hoped to seize this opportunity to overtake Yi Feng's team's lead. They exchanged glances, silently encouraging each other. The competition's atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The audience's breathing quickened, their eyes fixed intently on the contestants on stage. They were captivated by the contest, their emotions surging wildly with each question posed. Various physics concepts flashed rapidly through Zhang Shue's mind. She tried to connect this knowledge to the question, searching for clues to the answer. Using her intellect and knowledge, she pondered, striving to find the optimal solution. Suddenly, an insight struck her. She recalled a similar physics principle Yi Feng had taught them and swiftly compared it to the question. Her furrowed brow smoothed out as she became certain she'd found the correct answer. Her voice rang out loud and confident, the answer is A. Hearing her answer, the audience's eyes lit up. They sensed Zhang Shue's confidence and determination, and they were impressed by her courage and wisdom. The judges heard her answer, paused briefly, then announced, correct. Team Yi Feng earns the points for this question. Yi Feng's team erupted in cheers and applause. They embraced each other, celebrating Zhang Shue's correct answer. They knew this question would determine the competition's outcome, and Zhang Shue's wisdom and courage had changed everything. The audience erupted in excitement, cheering for Team Yi Feng's brilliant performance. Their applause thundered like motivating drums, igniting the team members' fighting spirit. In that moment, Team Yi Feng turned the tide. They reclaimed the lead, and the competition intensified into a tense, high-stakes battle. Determination and confidence radiated from the team members' faces. They knew the ultimate victory would belong to the team that fought hardest and outsmarted the rest. The final moment was approaching. The numbers on the scoreboard showed a tight race, with the gap between the three teams narrowing. Tension and excitement were evident on the players' faces as they encouraged and supported each other. They knew the ultimate victory would belong to the team that worked hardest and played smartest. The audience waited with bated breath for the final outcome, their anticipation growing with each passing second. Breaths quickened, eyes fixed intently on the microphone held by the referee. The referee raised the microphone high and announced, after fierce competition and countless questions answered, the ultimate champion is Team Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation team erupted in cheers, embracing each other in celebration of this hard-won victory. Their faces radiated happiness and pride, their eyes sparkling with the glow of triumph. The audience erupted in deafening applause and cheers, filling the entire arena with the spirit of victory. Everyone celebrated Team Dragon Country's triumph, moved by the team members' wisdom and dedication. Yi Feng's team members wore smiles, their efforts and sacrifices finally rewarded. Chapter 43, Poached. Their hearts brimmed with the pursuit of dreams and anticipation for the future. This was their moment, their glory. They would treasure this instant deep within their hearts, forever etched in memory. They knew this victory belonged not only to themselves but to the entire Dragon Nation team and every supporter who had believed in them. Standing on the stage, the Dragon Nation team members raised their trophy high, saluting the audience. Their eyes radiated joy and gratitude for the victory, their smiles bright and proud. Throughout the arena, spectators rose to their feet, paying tribute to the Dragon Nation team. They expressed their respect and congratulations with thunderous applause and cheers. Even after the match ended, the crowd remained immersed in the intensity and brilliance of the contest. Applause and cheers echoed through the arena, seemingly never to cease. Yi Feng's team members gathered together, cheering and celebrating their outstanding performance in the match. They embraced each other, their smiles radiant, eyes sparkling with the joy of victory. In this moment, they felt the glory of triumph and took immense pride in their hard work and dedication. Yet amidst the cheers, a stranger approached Yi Feng. Dressed in a black suit, he stood tall with a serious yet confident demeanor. His eyes betrayed a hint of cunning and anticipation. This man was Li Jieqi, coach of the United States team and a native of China. He had long heard of Yi Feng's performance and spoke highly of his talent and potential. Yi Feng, you're truly amazing. Li Jieqi's voice carried genuine admiration as he extended his hand for a handshake. Yi Feng paused slightly before grasping it, returning a smile. Thank you for the compliment, coach. Li Jieqi smiled faintly, a hint of cunning glinting in his eyes. He cut straight to the point. Feng, I'm deeply impressed by your talent. I'd like to invite you to join the United States team. Feng froze at this unexpected invitation. He hadn't imagined his performance would catch the eye of the beautiful country team's coach. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought, pondering the implications behind this offer. Noticing Feng's hesitation, Li Jieqi added, Feng, you are a prodigy. Your talent deserves greater development. By joining the beautiful country team, you'll gain more opportunities to showcase your abilities and challenge yourself on higher stages. I believe you will become the pride of the beautiful country team. Feng felt Li Jieqi's sincerity and recognition of his abilities. Coach, I'm deeply grateful for your invitation, but I already have my own team and dreams. I want to continue chasing victory with my teammates and bring glory to Dragon Nation, Feng replied firmly. Li Jieqi's expression darkened. He had planned to spend 790,000 yuan to poach this kid, only to find him so ungrateful. Li Jieqi began mocking Dragon Nation's poverty and its people's lack of effort. He shot a contemptuous glance at Feng's teammates beside him and sneered coldly, the Dragon Nation team's level is stuck on this tiny stage. You have no chance of challenging higher stages. Forget joining the beautiful nation team. Even if you joined any top national team, you'd only be their sparring partners. Li Jieqi's mocking words echoed through the arena. The audience wore expressions of displeasure, angered by his arrogance and disrespect. Feng's team members flushed with fury and frustration, gritting their teeth as they shot Li Jieqi contemptuous glances. Feng's eyes flashed with unwavering resolve as he met Li Jieqi's gaze without flinching. Calm and composed, he replied, Coach, you may have misunderstood me. The dedication and talent of our Dragon Nation team are second to none. We may lack abundant resources and wealth, but we possess boundless passion and an indomitable will. Our dreams won't be shaken by outside mockery. We'll prove our worth through our abilities. Feng continued, Coach, you're also a Dragon Nation citizen. Why do you look down on us so much? Li Jieqi vehemently denied it, claiming he held American citizenship. Hearing Li Jieqi's scornful mockery of the Dragon Nation team, Feng felt anger rise within him. Yet he calmly suppressed his emotions and continued, Coach, you're right, I am Dragon Nation. I proudly admit it. I admit our team may lack the resources of the United States squad, but that doesn't mean our strength is insufficient to compete with them. On this stage, we've endured countless grueling training sessions and hardships. We've forged our abilities through sweat and relentless effort. Our dreams and passion won't be shaken by outside mockery. On the contrary, it will only make us pursue excellence with greater resolve. Feng's words resonated with unwavering confidence and resolve, his voice echoing through the arena. His teammates, infected by his fervor, rose one by one, fixing their resolute gazes upon Li Jieqi. Their faces radiated pride and self-assurance, their eyes blazing with determination. Li Jieqi's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't anticipated Feng responding to his mockery with such unwavering resolve. He relaxed his posture slightly, realizing Feng's words carried weight. Their strength had been thoroughly proven in this match. He began to reassess the Dragon Nation team. Though lacking the wealth and resources of the beautiful nation squad, they possessed an indomitable spirit and boundless potential. Li Jieqi recalled his boss's instructions, securing Feng would net him a 79 million yuan commission. Thus, he resumed his performance of sudden change. Li Jieqi offered a faint smile, casting an admiring gaze at Feng and his teammates before declaring, Feng, you've made a profound impression on me. Your skill and resolve are truly admirable. Perhaps my earlier mockery was unwarranted. I apologize. Feng returned the smile, extending his hand to Li Jieqi. Coach, we don't blame you. We understand everyone has their own pursuits and choices. We simply hope to prove our worth through our own efforts and abilities. Li Jieqi grasped Feng's hand, his eyes sparkling with approval and expectation. He looked deeply at Feng and his teammates before saying, Feng, I believe you will bring glory to Dragon Nation and strive tirelessly for your dreams. Should you ever wish to challenge higher stages, my door will always be open to you. Hearing these words, Feng and his teammates felt a wave of warmth wash over them. They sensed Li Jieqi's recognition and support, which only strengthened their resolve and determination. Chapter 44, Talent Drain. Feng turned to his teammates with a smile. Brothers, let's keep pushing forward together and bring glory to Dragon Nation. Whether on this stage or any stage in the future, we'll prove our worth through sheer talent. The team members nodded in unison, their eyes flashing with resolve. They knew that while they might lack abundant resources and wealth, they possessed an indomitable spirit. They believed their dreams would surely become reality. Amidst cheers and applause, Feng and his teammates reunited, embracing each other with beaming smiles and eyes sparkling with the joy of victory. In this moment, they savored the glory of triumph and felt immense pride in their hard work and dedication. The moment Li Jieqi left, Chen Ji's expression hardened. He sneered at Feng and his teammates, his voice dripping with contempt. These pretty country people are always like this. When their own countrymen lack talent, they go digging for talent in other nations. And yet, so many from Dragon Country are eager to go. Ridiculous. They're not even worth taking seriously. Chen Ji's words dripped with contempt and arrogance, his voice echoing through the stadium. His teammates heard him and flashed expressions of anger and disdain, fully agreeing with his assessment. Yi Feng frowned slightly, fixing Chen Ge with a piercing gaze before replying calmly, "Chen Ge, while we may lack the resources of the pretty country team, we possess our own strength and potential. We don't need to rely on poaching talent from other nations to prove our worth." Yi Feng listened to Chen Ji's mockery, his brow slightly furrowed. He gave Chen Ge a deep look before speaking calmly, "Chen Ge, I understand your perspective. Under current circumstances, many outstanding talents choose to leave Manhwa and join other nations' teams. It is indeed regrettable, as it means our country may lose some precious talent." His voice was not loud, but it carried unwavering conviction and confidence. He knew he had to stand up and speak for his country and teammates. However, we cannot wallow in self-pity or mock them simply because of this. Instead, we should view it as a challenge and opportunity to prove that even without abundant resources and wealth, we can still achieve greatness on the international stage. Our goal isn't just for ourselves, but for all of Dragon Nation. We must demonstrate through our strength that outstanding accomplishments can be made right here in Dragon Nation. Hearing Yi Feng's words, his teammates felt a powerful resonance within them. They sensed his unwavering resolve and determination, which only strengthened their belief in their own abilities and potential. "Yes. We won't let these challenges defeat us. We'll fight for victory with our own efforts and strength, proving our worth," exclaimed one teammate passionately. Yi Feng smiled faintly, giving his teammates a deep look before nodding. "Brothers, let's strive together to bring glory to Dragon Nation. Whether on this stage or any stage in the future, we will prove our worth through our strength." The team members nodded in unison, their eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. They knew that while they might lack abundant resources and wealth, they possessed an indomitable spirit that refused to surrender. They believed their dreams would undoubtedly become reality. Cheers and applause erupted throughout the arena, as if echoing their resolve. The Dragon Nation team flag flew high, their voices reverberating across the venue. Their goal was to bring glory to their nation and fight for their dreams. No matter the hardships or challenges, they would press forward with unwavering determination, using their strength and effort to forge their own brilliance. Yi Feng turned to his teammates with a smile. "Brothers, let's keep pushing forward together and bring glory to Dragon Nation. Whether on this stage or any stage in the future, we'll prove our worth through our strength." The team members nodded in unison, their eyes flashing with resolve and determination. They knew that while they might lack abundant resources and wealth, they possessed an indomitable spirit. They believed their dreams would surely become reality. Yi Feng lay awake for a long time, his thoughts in turmoil. Chen Ji's mocking words echoed in his mind, filling him with endless sorrow and helplessness. He understood deeply that so many talented individuals from Dragon Nation had left their homeland precisely because of insufficient resources and support. Their pursuit of dreams had taken them away from this land, leaving behind only a heartbreaking sense of regret. Closing his eyes, Yi Feng's thoughts drifted overseas. He imagined those departed compatriots showcasing their talents in foreign lands. There, they received superior training and resources, continuously honing their skills and capabilities, bringing glory to their homeland. Yet Yi Feng refused to let this situation persist. He needed more funding and resources to lure those departed talents back to Dragon Nation. He knew that only by offering them ample opportunities and platforms could he reignite their passion and sense of belonging for their homeland. The next morning, Yi Feng rose early and headed to the laboratory. His eyes flashed with determination and resolve. He was prepared to fight for more resources and support for his nation. Yi Feng gazed at the three intelligent robots before him, his eyes reflecting satisfaction and anticipation. After days of relentless, round-the-clock development, he had finally succeeded in creating these three distinct types of intelligent robots. The first was an educational AI robot. Through big data analysis and machine learning, it continuously accumulated knowledge and experience to deliver increasingly intelligent solutions. This robot possessed powerful computational and learning capabilities, enabling autonomous learning and continuous enhancement of its intelligence. Yi Feng believed this robot held vast potential for applications across diverse fields. The second was a household-type intelligent robot, capable of handling various domestic chores such as cleaning, cooking, and laundry. Equipped with flexible robotic arms and advanced AI algorithms, it could autonomously complete diverse tasks tailored to different household needs. Yi Feng believed this robot would bring convenience and comfort to families, significantly reducing the burden of household duties. The third is a work-oriented intelligent robot designed to handle heavy and hazardous tasks on industrial production lines. Chapter 45: The International Market. This robot possesses immense strength and precise operational capabilities, replacing human labor in hazardous and highly repetitive tasks. Yi Feng believes it will enhance industrial production efficiency while reducing wasteful use of human resources. Yi Feng delivered these three robots to Chenishan's company with high hopes, wishing they would recognize their potential and provide resources and support. He believed that with sufficient development and promotion, these robots would enable Longwei to achieve greater breakthroughs in the technological field. Chenishan promptly responded to Yi Feng, expressing strong interest in the three intelligent robots and willingness to collaborate on mass production. They recognized the robot's technology and application prospects as exceptionally broad, holding immense commercial value. Upon hearing this news, Feng was overjoyed. He deeply felt his efforts and dedication were paying off, and he took pride in Longwa's technological prowess. This partnership meant these intelligent robots would be mass-produced, bringing new development opportunities to Longwa's tech industry and offering a chance for overseas talents to return home. In the days that followed, Feng worked closely with Chen Yishan's company to advance the production and application of the intelligent robots. They finalized production schedules, technical specifications, and quality standards, investing substantial resources in manpower to ensure these robots met the highest benchmarks in quality and performance. Feng led his team in continuous optimization and refinement, striving to make these robots smarter, more practical, and more reliable. Simultaneously, Feng and the company's R&D team refined the robot's design and performance. They actively incorporated user feedback, making continuous enhancements to ensure the three models met market demands. After a period of dedicated effort, the three intelligent robots were finally ready for mass production. Feng signed a cooperation agreement with Chen Yishan's company, confirming production quantities and delivery schedules. When the first intelligent robot rolled off the production line, Feng felt immense pride and a profound sense of accomplishment. This robot represented not only his personal achievement but also the culmination of the entire team's dedication and hard work. Surveying its sleek exterior and thoughtful design, Feng felt both satisfaction and anticipation. He knew these three intelligent robots would bring tremendous convenience to people's lives and work, while also marking a new breakthrough in Longwa's technological prowess. Gazing at the intelligent robot before him, Feng felt a surge of ambition and determination. He understood deeply that this was merely the beginning of his pursuit of dreams. He was determined to secure more resources and support for Longwa, offering an opportunity for those talents who had left the country to return. Ultimately, the mass production of these three intelligent robots proceeded smoothly, becoming a major highlight of Dragon Nation's technological industry. Soon, they found widespread application across diverse fields, bringing immense convenience and improvements to people's daily lives and work. Feng stood before the production line, watching the intelligent robots roll off one by one. His heart swelled with immense pride and a profound sense of accomplishment. These robots represented not only his personal achievement but also the technological prowess of the entire Dragon Nation. He believed that with these robots in existence, Dragon Nation's technological development would usher in a brand new chapter. Feng closed his eyes, recalling the confusion and uncertainty he had felt when he first began developing these robots. He understood deeply that only by holding fast to his dreams and pursuing them courageously could he create brilliance for himself and for Longwa. He vowed that no matter what difficulties or challenges he faced, he would forge ahead with unwavering determination, using his own strength and hard work to build a brighter future. Standing before the bookshelf in the office Chen Yishan had prepared for him at the company, Feng intently flipped through volumes on international trade. He was filled with ambition for the global market. He wanted to launch these three intelligent robots into broader markets, earn more revenue, and simultaneously secure greater recognition for Dragon Nation's technological prowess. Though untouched by international trade, Feng believed he possessed tenfold talent and learning capacity. He was certain that through diligent study, he would find solutions and unlock the doors to global markets. He devoted significant time and energy to self-studying the theory and practice of international trade. He read numerous books, research reports, and related materials, gaining a deep understanding of the fundamental principles, market trends, and competitive rules of international trade. Through his studies, Feng gradually clarified his objectives and strategy. He resolved to first expand into the Asian market before gradually extending into developed economies like Europe and America. He was confident that, through his collaboration with Chen Yishan, these three intelligent robots would unlock the international market. To better understand the Asian market, Feng proactively reached out to international trade experts and practitioners, seeking their advice and guidance. They shared their experiences and insights, helping Feng gain a deeper understanding of the Asian market's demands and regulations. Under their guidance, Feng developed a detailed market research plan. He dispatched teams to various Asian countries to investigate local market demands, competitive landscapes, and regulatory policies, laying the groundwork for effective marketing strategies and sales plans. After months of market research, Feng and his team returned to Longwa armed with extensive data and insights. They gained a deeper understanding of Asian market demands and potential while identifying suitable promotion and sales channels. Feng compiled the research findings into a report and held detailed discussions with Chen Yishan. They finalized specific plans and strategies for Asian market expansion, including promotional channels, pricing strategies, and marketing campaigns. Feng excitedly opened his computer and began drafting the Asian market promotion plan. Leveraging his innate talent and learning ability, he swiftly transformed the market research data into actionable promotional strategies. He meticulously considered every detail, ensuring the feasibility and effectiveness of the promotion plan. Upon completing the plan, Feng felt a surge of confidence. He believed that through his own efforts and Chen Yishan's support, these three smart robots would achieve tremendous success in the Asian market. This success would not only generate significant revenue but also bring greater recognition to Longwa's technological prowess. Standing at his office window, Feng gazed out at the city's bustling lights and vibrant energy. His heart swelled with ambition. He understood profoundly that only by holding fast to his dreams and pursuing them courageously could he forge a glorious future for himself and Longwa. He vowed that no matter what difficulties or challenges arose, he would press forward resolutely, using his own strength and dedication to create a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 46: International Collaboration. As the city lights began to twinkle, inside Chenishan's company, Feng stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his downtown office, gazing at the nightscape of Asia's most vibrant metropolis. His heart swelled with boundless excitement and anticipation. He was ready to conquer the Asian market and elevate his 3 self-developed intelligent robots to new heights. These intelligent robots were no ordinary mechanical tools. They possessed human-like intelligence and emotions, behaving as if they were genuine companions. After years of research and development and continuous refinement, they had reached a level surpassing that of humans. Suddenly, an email from Sakura Nation caught Feng's attention. His heart skipped a beat as a flicker of anticipation rose within him. The message detailed the Sakura Nation government's keen interest in Feng's intelligent robots and expressed a desire to collaborate, aiming to introduce these robots into their market. Feng's eyes lit up, his heart racing. He instantly recognized this as a rare opportunity, a chance to turn his dreams into reality. Countless images flashed through his mind, visions of his intelligent robots walking the streets of Japan, engaging warmly with people, and transforming daily life. He promptly replied to the email, expressing his eager anticipation and requesting a meeting with representatives from the Sakura Nation government. He waited anxiously for their response, hoping to initiate the collaboration as soon as possible. Days later, a black luxury sedan pulled up outside Feng's office building. A Sakura Nation government representative, dressed in a formal suit, stepped out and shook hands with Feng. Feng felt his heartbeat quicken. This pivotal moment had finally arrived. The representative led Feng into an opulent conference room, lavishly decorated and filled with luxury goods from around the world. Feng sat nervously at the conference table, his palms slightly sweaty. This was the most crucial meeting of his research career. He had to showcase the exceptional capabilities of his intelligent robot to the representative. The meeting commenced. Feng delivered a detailed presentation on the features and advantages of his intelligent robot with a steady, confident tone. His voice was firm yet melodious, as if narrating a fantastical yet heartwarming tale. Everyone in the conference room was captivated by his passion and assurance, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Feng activated the robot's demonstration mode, and a perfectly proportioned robot instantly materialized in the center of the room. It moved with agile grace, its fingers deftly touching objects on the table. A collective gasp filled the room as everyone was stunned by the precision and fluidity of this seemingly lifeless machine. The representative from Sakura Nation couldn't help but rise, approaching the robot for a closer look. A spark of delight flashed in his eyes, followed by a satisfied smile. He knew Feng's intelligent robot would become a source of pride for Sakura Nation, transforming people's lifestyles. After the meeting concluded, Feng and the representative from Sakura Nation shook hands warmly, sealing their cooperative agreement. Feng felt his dream drawing closer to reality, his heart brimming with anticipation and passion for the future. Seated in that luxurious conference room, Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. He watched the intelligent robot he had developed gracefully demonstrate its capabilities on the conference table, showcasing intelligence and agility surpassing that of humans. Yet, just as Feng basked in the triumphant joy, a chill swept through him, sending a shiver down his spine. Turning his head, he caught a fleeting, sinister smile on the representative's face. "Sir, I deeply regret having to inform you of something." The representative's voice carried a hint of coldness, as if concealing some hidden scheme. Feng's heartbeat quickened, his smile freezing on his face. His voice trembled as he asked, "What happened?" The representative sighed softly, pulling a document from his inner pocket and handing it to Feng. Feng took the papers, his eyes widening as he read them carefully. He couldn't believe his eyes. The document clearly stated that the Sakura Nation government planned to dismantle the 3 intelligent robots Feng had developed and summon the research team to replicate them. This decision shattered Feng's dreams completely, leaving his heart as cold as winter's frost. This can't be." Feng's voice trembled as he felt the strength drain from his body. The Sakura Nation representative sat back in his seat, a cold smile on his face. "Mr. Feng, we are deeply interested in your technology, but this is simply part of commercial competition. We possess the capability to replicate and improve your robots to meet the demands of our domestic market." Feng felt betrayed, his eyes flashing with rage and disappointment. These robots were the culmination of his endless dedication and hard work, yet now they would be stripped of all rights and rebranded as Sakura Nation's creations. "You can't do this. These are my creations, my dreams." Feng's voice was filled with despair and helplessness. The Sakura Nation representative sneered, "Sir, in the business world, there are no permanent partners, only permanent interests. Your robots will generate enormous profits for Sakura Nation. That is what we pursue. Yi Feng silently grabbed the documents, his gaze cold as he stared at the Sakura Nation representative. He knew there was nothing left to argue for now. His dream had been shattered, everything reduced to nothingness. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. He vowed to start anew. He would begin from scratch, armed with unwavering conviction and more innovative technology, to create intelligent robots surpassing those of Sakura Nation. He would not let his dream end here. He would prove his worth through action. Yi Feng rose to his feet, his gaze fixed resolutely on the Sakura Nation representative. Turning away from the opulent conference room, a blazing fire ignited within his heart. He would use this betrayal as a new beginning, redefining the future of intelligent robots. Yi Feng and Chen Yishan had planned to unveil 3 robots on February 2nd. Yet, upon returning home, the Sakura Nation representative immediately announced a major breakthrough in their nation's intelligent robotics development. They would officially launch their robots across Asian countries on February 1st, one day ahead of Dragon Nation. Yi Feng and Chen Yishan had believed their launch plan was flawless. Yet upon learning of the representative's sudden announcement, their spirits sank. February 2nd had been the meticulously planned launch date for their robots, the day they intended to showcase their achievements to the world. Yet, the representative's unexpected announcement instantly cast a heavy shadow over their previously jubilant mood. Chapter 47, Full-Scale Upgrade. Yi Feng's brows furrowed deeply, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. He knew Sakura Nation had long been locked in competition with Dragon Nation in the field of intelligent robotics. Now, they had beaten Dragon Nation to announcing a major breakthrough. For Yi Feng and Chen Yishan, this was undoubtedly a crushing blow. Chen Yishan stood by the window, watching the distant sunset fade, his heart filled with helplessness. He couldn't help but recall the immense effort poured into this launch event, the countless days and nights of overtime, the relentless pursuit of perfection for the robot. Now, it all seemed to have been for naught. Sakura Nation's sudden announcement felt like a mockery, a direct challenge to their technological prowess. Chen Yishan pressed his lips together. He resolved they couldn't stand idly by and let Sakura Nation seize the initiative. That very night, Yi Feng and Chen Yishan convened another emergency meeting. They meticulously dissected Sakura Nation's breakthrough, searching for weaknesses in their own system. There was no doubt they needed to find a solution quickly, or their standing in the intelligent robotics field would be severely threatened. Yi Feng sat alone in the corner of his office, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. He was convinced Sakura Nation's AI robotics technology had been stolen from them. How else could they achieve such a monumental breakthrough in such a short time? His thoughts drifted back several months, to the early stages of their AI robot development. Their team had poured immense effort into design and engineering, striving for a flawless robot. Yet, technical shortcomings remained. Now, Sakura Nation had abruptly announced a major breakthrough, leaving Yi Feng seething with anger and refusal to accept defeat. The theft of their technology was intolerable. He resolved to lead his team in a comprehensive upgrade of the technology within the 10 days before the press conference, proving their true strength. Yi Feng sat alone in the corner of his office, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. He was convinced Japan's intelligent robot technology had been stolen from them. How else could they achieve such a monumental breakthrough in such a short time? Yi Feng rose and headed toward Chen Yishan's office. He knocked on the door, then pushed it open to find Chen Yishan engrossed in studying a thick technical manual. "Uncle Chen, I have an idea," Yi Feng stated earnestly as he sat down in the chair opposite him. "What is it?" Chen Yishan paused his work and looked up at Yi Feng. "I'm convinced Sakura Nation's technology was stolen from us. They merely used our foundation, made minor tweaks, and declared a breakthrough. We must fully upgrade our technology within the 10 days before their press conference to demonstrate our true capabilities." Yi Feng's voice brimmed with resolve. Chen Yishan nodded. He too felt deeply aggrieved by Sakura Nation's sudden breakthrough. They had invested so much effort, how could they tolerate their achievements being stolen? Exactly. We can't just stand idly by. We must elevate this intelligent robot to a new level, proving to the world that our technology is second to none. A resolute gleam flashed in Chen Yishan's eyes. After a heated discussion, they decided to work overtime the day before the launch event, advancing the robot's release date from February 2nd to the previous day. They hoped this move would demonstrate Dragon Nation's strength and prove to the world that their intelligent robot was no less advanced than Sakura Nation's. From that day onward, Yi Feng and Chen Yishan led their team in relentless overtime, pouring every ounce of energy and time into upgrading the AI robot. They dissected Japan's breakthrough points, identified their own shortcomings, and systematically addressed each flaw. Over the next 10 days, Yi Feng's studio transformed into a veritable battlefield. The distinction between day and night seemed to fade as everyone poured their entire energy and time into upgrading the intelligent robot. A thick atmosphere of anxiety and tension permeated the studio. Yi Feng and Chen Yishan divided tasks meticulously, fine-tuning every detail of the robot without overlooking any potential issue. They tested each program repeatedly, ensuring flawless performance at the launch event. Code and charts flashed continuously across the studio's computer screens. Fingers danced rapidly across keyboards, producing crisp, rhythmic clicks. Everyone meticulously completed their tasks without a moment's slack or complacency. Meanwhile, engineers in the lab conducted relentless simulation tests, exposing the robot to diverse scenarios to evaluate its reactions and problem-solving abilities. Their goal was to identify every potential flaw for timely fixes and enhancements. A palpable tension permeated the studio, yet it was infused with team cohesion and fighting spirit. Colleagues encouraged and supported one another, sharing insights and experiences. Every team member poured their utmost effort into this challenge, knowing this was their prime opportunity to demonstrate their capabilities. Day after day for 10 days, Feng and Shenishan led the team through overtime work. The studio lights never dimmed until late at night, when the robots were finally secured on display stands, awaiting the launch event. During these 10 days, Feng and Shenishan were not only the team's leaders but also role models for everyone. They poured their hearts into every detail, discussing problems and overcoming challenges alongside their teammates. Their dedication and perseverance inspired everyone around them. Over the following days, Feng and Shenishan led the team in working overtime, meticulously debugging every aspect of the robots. They conducted repeated tests on each program, sparing no effort to ensure the robots would perform flawlessly at the launch event. Finally, February 1st arrived. The launch venue was adorned with solemn elegance, every detail showcasing the grandeur of Dragon Nation. The audience waited with anticipation, eager to see the robots in action and witness Dragon Nation's technological prowess firsthand. As the clock struck midnight, Feng and Shenishan stepped onto the stage together. With unwavering confidence, they introduced the robots' unique features to the audience below. The robots moved across the stage with astonishing functionality and agility, appearing almost like living beings. Chapter 48, Bringing Glory to the Nation. Awe-struck eyes sparkled among the audience, stunned by the robots' performance. They marveled in unison. Dragon Nation's intelligent robots truly surpassed all expectations. In the days that followed, Dragon Nation's intelligent robots became a hot topic of discussion worldwide. People marveled that Dragon Nation's technological prowess was truly formidable, with their intelligent robots genuinely surpassing those of Sakura Nation. Feng and Shenishan exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with triumph. They resolved to keep pushing forward, to keep surpassing themselves, for they believed the next victory lay just ahead. They would remain leaders in the field of intelligent robotics, bringing glory to Dragon Nation. After the press conference concluded, Feng and Shenishan breathed a sigh of relief. They knew this event marked the first step in their counterattack against Sakura Nation and served as an opportunity to showcase their capabilities to the world. Inside Sakura Nation's R&D center, housed in a modern building, the commander paced the conference room in a rage. He had expected this launch to be their triumph, the perfect showcase of Sakura Nation's technological prowess. Yet they never imagined Dragon Nation could achieve comprehensive upgrades for 3 robot models in such a short time. Tension hung thick in the room as engineers hung their heads, faces grim. The robots they'd worked tirelessly to produce weren't performing well in the market. This unexpected blow left them feeling disheartened and disappointed. The commander's brow furrowed as he studied the report in his hands, his heart heavy with helplessness and anxiety. This failure made him realize that the Dragon Nation's technological prowess could no longer be underestimated. They had caught up and were even showing signs of surpassing them. How could this be? The commander refused to accept this reality, his heart twisted with both resentment and rage. He understood this defeat was not merely a loss in market competition, but a major setback for Sakura Nation's technological advancement. The engineers, too, silently pondered the reasons behind the failure. They retraced the development process of these robots, reflecting on the mistakes they had made. Perhaps their designs were too conservative. Perhaps they hadn't fully grasped consumer needs. Perhaps they hadn't conducted thorough market research. We can't just stand idly by. We must pinpoint the root cause and find a breakthrough. The commander abruptly halted his pacing, his gaze unwavering and resolute. He knew this was no time for despair or blame, only for calm analysis and proactive solutions. Inspired by the commander's words, the engineers began brainstorming, exchanging their perspectives and ideas. After a lengthy discussion, they finally pinpointed the root cause. Our robots were too conservative, one engineer stated, his voice tinged with regret and self-reproach. They failed to keep pace with shifting market demands. We failed to truly understand consumer needs and neglected thorough market research. We designed the robot based solely on our own assumptions and ideas, ignoring market shifts, another engineer added, his eyes reflecting self-reflection and recognition of the issue's gravity. The commander took a deep breath, realizing this was a mistake, one they must confront and correct. He decided they couldn't dwell on failure and self-pity any longer. They had to act swiftly to find solutions. We need to re-examine our design philosophy and reconnect with market demands. We must engage with consumers, listen to their feedback and suggestions, and adjust our products accordingly, the commander stated firmly, his gaze sweeping over the engineers, hoping to ignite their fighting spirit and resolve. After the press conference concluded, Feng and Shenishan breathed a sigh of relief. They understood this event marked their first counterattack against Sakura Nation and presented an opportunity to showcase their capabilities to the world. Having overcome a series of challenges and difficulties, they had successfully implemented a comprehensive upgrade to the robot, earning market recognition and acclaim. Feng returned home in high spirits. Just as he prepared to relax, the system reappeared in his mind. He was somewhat surprised, as he hadn't anticipated another reward. Feng, in recognition of your national achievement, outstanding capabilities, and innovative prowess, the system has decided to reward you once more. This time, the reward will be tenfold your current talent. The system's voice resonated with solemnity and excitement. Feng stared in disbelief at the staggering number displayed by the system. 100,000 times his current talent meant he would possess unparalleled strength and capabilities, solidifying his position as the undisputed leader in Dragon Nation's intelligent robotics field. This is unbelievable. Feng laughed excitedly, realizing this was a rare opportunity. He resolved to make the most of this reward and continue driving Dragon Nation's advancement in intelligent robotics. Feng recalled his original purpose. He had always firmly believed that intelligent robots could bring greater convenience and well-being to humanity. He understood that although Dragon Nation had made significant progress, this was only the beginning. There was still much work to be done. Feng resolved to persevere, innovate relentlessly, and bring glory to Dragon Nation. He would elevate Dragon Nation's intelligent robots to new heights, establishing them as global leaders. With his own strength and talent, he would secure greater honor and dignity for Dragon Nation. Feng once again savored the triumphant joy and glory, his heart brimming with anticipation and dreams for the future. The betrayal by Sakura Nation flashed through Feng's mind, igniting a surge of anger and resolve. He resolved to leverage his tenfold talent to delve deeper into hacking techniques, determined to uncover Sakura Nation's military secrets. Feng plunged into the vast ocean of the hacker world, like a fisherman diving into the digital abyss to hunt for the most valuable prey. He devoted countless hours and energy, mastering various hacking techniques and tools, exploring the boundaries and vulnerabilities of the internet. Each night, Feng sealed himself within his room, embracing the darkness. The clatter of his keyboard echoed through the night air, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He knew only through the power of hacking could he uncover the truth about Sakura Nation and avenge his homeland. As days passed, Feng's skills advanced relentlessly. He grew adept at manipulating every corner of the digital realm. No longer just an ordinary engineer, he had become a ruler of the digital world, wielding limitless power. Chapter 49, Unparalleled. One day, Feng realized he could infiltrate Sakura Nation's military network to obtain their hidden military secrets. He prepared all his tools and plans, lying in wait like a cheetah, biding his time for the perfect moment. Finally, he found the entry point into Sakura Nation's military network. He darted through the virtual world like a gust of wind, evading security systems and firewalls. Each successful breach filled him with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. After infiltrating Sakura Nation's military network, Feng swiftly uncovered shocking information. Within that virtual realm, he witnessed private conversations among Sakura Nation's high-ranking officials, along with their schemes to frame and betray other nations. It turned out Sakura Nation was not the peaceful, friendly nation it appeared to be. They had long been secretly fomenting wars behind the scenes, using every means to obtain other nations' military secrets to pursue their own interests and hegemony. Feng's eyes widened in fury. He couldn't believe it. He had once regarded Sakura Nation as a friendly neighbor, yet now they had betrayed and deceived him. The Sakura Nation's leaders discussed how to exploit these military secrets to further weaken other nations while bolstering their own military might. Their wolfish ambitions ignited a surge of fury and resolve within Feng. He resolved to bring this information back to his own country, to expose the truth. A cold gleam flashed in Feng's eyes. He was determined to expose Sakura Nation's true nature and make them pay for their betrayal and harm. He knew this mission would be no easy feat, but he was resolute no matter the cost, he would contribute to his nation's cause. Feng began gathering evidence of these military secrets, carefully evading Sakura Nation's security systems to silently copy the information onto his own devices. He understood that discovery would bring immense threat and danger. Yet fear did not hold Feng back. He pressed forward with unwavering resolve. His actions were driven by justice and fairness. He would expose the true nature of Sakura Nation to his homeland, striving to secure greater honor and dignity for his country. Feng clenched his fists, vowing to use this evidence to make Sakura Nation pay the price, forcing them to regret their betrayal and harm. He knew this mission would be arduous, but he was resolved to persevere until the very end. Feng did not pause. He continued searching the Sakura Nation's military networks for more evidence and information. His heart burned with anger and resolve. He would make the Sakura Nation pay for their betrayal and harm. Yet, just as Feng drew closer to his objective, he suddenly sensed a powerful counterforce. A wave of tension washed over Feng. He knew Japan's hacker team would never let him escape so easily. His fingers gripped the keyboard tightly, his eyes flashing with focused intensity. Sakura Nation's hacker team swiftly launched a counterattack, moving with lightning speed to track Feng's location. Offensive and defensive codes intertwined in the virtual realm, creating a dazzling yet brutal spectacle. Feng understood the gravity of his situation. He had to react swiftly and devise a countermeasure. Drawing on years of experience and technical skill, he deftly evaded the Sakura Nation team's assaults while launching his own counterattacks. The clatter of his fingers on the keyboard grew increasingly rapid, his hands dancing across the keys like fluttering butterflies. His gaze intensified, burning with a fiery intensity. Yi Feng's hacking prowess unleashed like a powerful storm, deflecting each attack from the Sakura Nation team. His mind sharpened to razor-edge precision, every decision made with flawless accuracy. However, the Sakura Nation hacker team proved far from easily defeated. They demonstrated astonishing skill and organizational prowess, constantly adjusting tactics in a relentless search for Yi Feng's vulnerabilities. Yi Feng faced immense pressure, knowing he couldn't hold out much longer under such circumstances. He needed to find an escape route quickly, otherwise, if the Sakura Nation team successfully tracked him down, the consequences would be unimaginable. His eyes were glued to the computer screen, searching for any possible opportunity. Suddenly, he spotted what seemed like a minor vulnerability, perhaps his only chance to evade the Sakura Nation hacker team's pursuit. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng deployed his most advanced techniques, skillfully exploiting the vulnerability to carve out an escape route. The Sakura Nation hacker team's pursuit intensified, their attacks raging like scorching flames, attempting to completely trap Yi Feng. Yet, armed with intellect and skills beyond the ordinary, Yi Feng deftly evaded these assaults, concealing his presence deeply. Their confrontation collided like two raging storms, igniting a climactic showdown in the digital realm. After a fierce struggle, Yi Feng finally managed to shake off the pursuit of the Sakura Nation hacker team. His figure vanished swiftly within the virtual realm, like a bolt of lightning, impossible to grasp. Yi Feng's heart remained unsettled for a long while. He drew a deep breath, realizing he had just endured a life or death struggle. Weariness and resolve flickered in his eyes. He knew this was merely a minor step on his path to vengeance. He reset his rhythm and pressed forward toward his objective. He understood that the truth about Sakura Nation must be exposed. His country needed to know the betrayal and harm inflicted upon it, to fight for its interests and dignity. Yi Feng's fingers danced across the keyboard, his gaze unwavering and cold. His skills gradually outpaced the Sakura Nation's hacker team, plunging them into despair and terror. Ultimately, Yi Feng succeeded in dismantling Sakura Nation's cybersecurity system, extracting vast quantities of military secrets. His heart swelled with the triumphant joy of victory and the satisfaction of vengeance. A resolute gleam flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He knew this would be a perilous and arduous mission, but he trusted that his tenfold talent would aid him. He was ready to face the challenges and hardships ahead. He was determined to expose the nation's crimes to the world, to secure greater honor and dignity for his homeland. He would fight for justice with his own strength and talent. Yi Feng's gaze fixed firmly on the computer screen, his heart brimming with resolve and fury. He knew the battle ahead would be the most arduous of his life, but he was prepared. He would make Sakura Nation pay for their betrayal and harm. He would use the evidence in his hands to reveal the truth to his countrymen, securing greater honor and dignity for them. Chapter 50: Collusion Between Nations. Yi Feng took a deep breath. He knew he was about to embark on a path strewn with thorns, but he believed his tenfold talent would guide him to victory. He resolved to delve deeper into hacking techniques, striving to secure greater glory and dignity for the Dragon Nation. With his strength and talent, he would become the ruler of the digital realm. Yi Feng stared at his reflection on the screen, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. He would use his strength and talent to secure greater glory and dignity for the Dragon Nation. He resolved to keep striving, to innovate relentlessly, and to bring honor to his homeland. He believed that with unwavering dedication, the Dragon Nation's intelligent robots would shine brilliantly on the world stage. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation and hope for the future. He knew the challenges ahead would be formidable, but he was prepared. He believed that with unwavering effort, he would achieve his dreams and secure greater glory and dignity for his nation. Yi Feng continued his exploration in the hacker's realm, his figure streaking across the night sky like a meteor, leaving a trail of brilliant light. His resolve and talent would forever symbolize the Dragon Nation, writing a glorious chapter in their nation's history. Yi Feng stared at the evidence now fully uploaded on his computer screen, his heart brimming with satisfaction and hope. Victory glinted in his eyes as he believed the people of the world would eventually learn of Sakura Nation's crimes. His weary body gradually relaxed, and Yi Feng felt he needed a moment's rest. He shut down the computer, lay down on the bed, and his eyelids grew heavy. As deep sleep enveloped him, Yi Feng drifted into sweet dreams. In his slumber, his mind was serene and tranquil, drifting effortlessly upon a tranquil ocean. He felt the harmony and beauty of life, as if he were one with the entire world. Yet when Yi Feng awoke, his mood instantly shifted to shock and unease. He turned on his computer only to discover that all the evidence he had uploaded had vanished without a trace, leaving not a ripple of impact. A wave of inexplicable loss and despair washed over Yi Feng. He had been filled with hope, believing his efforts could expose the crimes of Sakura Nation and reveal the truth to the world. Yet, reality cruelly told him his efforts seemed like nothing but a false hope. He clenched his fists, a resolute expression hardening on his face. Yi Feng understood this was no accident, it was the work of Sakura Nation's hacker team. They must have infiltrated his computer while he slept, erasing every shred of evidence. This sudden blow did not discourage Yi Feng, instead, it ignited an even stronger resolve within him. He knew he must continue the fight, refusing to be trapped in the shadow of failure. He would use greater strength to expose the crimes of Sakura Nation. Feng resumed his operations. He began studying advanced encryption techniques to safeguard his evidence and activities. He delved deeper into the hacker community, seeking allies to collaborate with. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. He vowed to expose Sakura Nation's crimes to the world. Though his previous efforts had vanished, he trusted his talent and intellect to uncover new clues to the truth. Feng resolved to no longer rely on a single piece of evidence. Instead, he prepared to dismantle the Sakura Nation's lies and cover up step by step. He would gather more evidence, uncover more clues, and expose the dark side of the Sakura Nation. He plunged deep into the shadowy realm of cyberspace, challenging every hacker from Sakura Nation. His skills gradually surpassed theirs, leaving them gripped by despair and terror. Like a bolt of lightning, Feng's figure darted through the darkness sharp and swift. A surge of triumphant joy and vengeful satisfaction welled up within him once more. He knew that even if his previous efforts had failed, as long as he didn't give up, he would surely uncover the truth. Feng's investigation revealed that those destroying evidence included not only individuals from Sakura Nation but also hackers from the United States. Could Sakura Nation and the United States have colluded all along? The situation grew increasingly dire. Feng stared at the vanished evidence, his heart filled with a mix of rage and shock. This was no longer a simple battle to expose Japan's crimes, it involved far more complex conspiracies and collusion. He suspected Japan and the United States had long conspired together to oppose his efforts and the revelation of the truth. This realization ignited a fierce anger and resolve within him. Feng resolved to delve deeper into the relationship between these two nations. He knew he needed to gather more evidence to uncover the truth behind this conspiracy. He began researching the United States hacker teams, seeking clues and challenging them. Through the channels of the dark web, he entered the hacker world of the United States. This realm possessed an atmosphere starkly different from Japan's hacker community. American hackers, armed with superior technical skills and meticulous planning, moved through the digital realm with ease. Feng weaved through the attacks of American hackers, his skills gradually revealing formidable power. His fingers danced across the keyboard like a fluttering butterfly, defeating one American hacker after another. In the shadowy depths of the digital realm, Feng sensed the fear and despair radiating from the American hackers. They began to realize he was no ordinary hacker, he was a vengeful avenger driven by rage and justice. Resolve and determination flashed in Feng's eyes as he vowed to expose the conspiracy between Sakura Nation and the United States. He gathered more evidence and sought out additional clues. He discovered that the collusion between Sakura Nation and the United States extended beyond merely destroying evidence. They were jointly developing an even more advanced hacking technology to control global cybersecurity. A surge of rage and despair welled up within Feng. He could not stand idly by and let this conspiracy succeed. Feng resolved to operate through more covert and clandestine means. He would find the central figure orchestrating the conspiracy between Sakura Nation and the beautiful country. He would expose this individual to the world, ensuring everyone understood the truth behind the plot. Feng's skills advanced relentlessly as he pushed beyond his limits, infiltrating higher echelons of hacking. He joined forces with like-minded hackers from the Dragon Nation, forming a vast and formidable alliance to combat the dark schemes of Sakura Nation and the beautiful nation. They waged an unprecedented battle within the shadowy cyber realm, each attack and counterattack sending shockwaves through the digital world. Their operations unfolded silently, like ghosts in the night sky, leaving not a trace behind. Feng's emotions gradually shifted from rage and despair to resolve and hope. He believed that as long as they persisted, the moment of truth would inevitably arrive. Chapter 51, Exposing the Evidence. Feng sat alone in the darkened room, the faint glow of his computer screen illuminating the space. After a long, silent night of brutal combat against multiple top-tier hackers from both nations in the digital realm, he finally disseminated the evidence of Sakura Nation's crimes across major global websites once more. His fingers danced across the keyboard like a nimble dancer leaping between letters. Words scrolled rapidly across the screen, their rhythm echoing like the thunderous footsteps of 1,000 armies in the stillness of the night. Feng's eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. He understood profoundly that this was a battle for truth and justice. Every click, every character, was his silent protest against the sinister forces concealing the truth. In his heart, the land of cherry blossoms had long become a dark corner, hiding countless secrets unknown to the world. He could not tolerate such a world, so he picked up his keyboard and became a champion of truth. Now, his efforts were beginning to bear fruit. His articles spread widely across the internet, shining like a star in the night. Every click, every share, was a renewed examination of the evidence against the land of cherry blossoms. Netizens worldwide ignited fervent discussions across major social media platforms. Comments poured in like a flood, gradually exposing the dark underbelly of the land of cherry blossoms, leaving nowhere to hide. Within Japan's online sphere, the forces that once controlled the information flow began to panic. They could not stop netizens from pursuing the truth, their cover-ups had become utterly fragile. On a certain online forum, a user calling themselves Cherry Blossom Remnant posted a lengthy thread detailing the dark secrets behind the Sakura Nation government. The post brimmed with anger and resentment toward the nation, alongside sympathy for its oppressed people. This post exploded like a bomb, causing a massive uproar across Sakura Nation's internet. More and more netizens joined the discussion, sharing what they knew and their personal experiences. Some recounted injustices they or their families endured in Sakura Nation, while others exposed collusion between the government and major corporations. As this evidence surfaced, the Sakura Nation government grew increasingly anxious. They realized that no matter how tightly they controlled the media and internet, the truth would eventually come to light. Simultaneously, major global media outlets began focusing on the incident. News reports flooded with articles about Sakura Nation, spotlighting governmental corruption and oppression. Headlines exploded like bombs, capturing immense global interest and resonance. Overnight, Sakura Nation became the focal point of worldwide public opinion. Major news organizations dispatched journalists to Japan for in-depth investigations. They traversed every corner of the nation, speaking with oppressed citizens, gathering evidence, and exposing the truth. Their reports not only delivered heart-wrenching stories but also placed immense pressure on Sakura Nation's government. Domestically, sensing the weight of international scrutiny, the Sakura Nation government began implementing measures to control the situation. They classified articles and reports exposing the nation's crimes as illegal content and ordered the shutdown of related websites and forums. However, such actions only further inflamed the anger of global media and netizens. Abroad, protests erupted outside Sakura Nation embassies. Angry crowds held signs and chanted slogans, demanding the Sakura Nation government cease oppression and persecution. These protests spread across the globe, coalescing into a collective outcry against the Sakura Nation government. Meanwhile, within Japan's own internet sphere, the forces that once controlled the flow of information began to panic. They could not stop netizens from seeking the truth. Their cover-ups had become utterly fragile. A growing number of netizens joined the effort to expose Japan's truth, using words, photos, and videos to spread news of Japan's crimes to every corner of the world. Under mounting domestic and international pressure, the Sakura Nation government took action. They attempted to erase all information related to these truths, shutting down opposition websites and forums. Yet such measures only fueled greater outrage among global media and netizens. Feng is not a lone warrior. More and more people are joining the fight to expose the truth about Sakura Nation. They use words, photos, and videos to spread the nation's crimes to every corner of the world. This battle is far from over, but Feng believes that when enough people learn the truth and stand up, that dark corner will be replaced by justice. He is willing to dedicate his entire life to this cause, for those who are oppressed and suffer injustice. In that dimly lit room, Feng's gaze was unwavering and resolute. He knew he had become a champion of truth, a solitary hero. He would continue typing away, broadcasting evidence of the Cherry Blossom Nation's crimes across the globe until justice prevailed. In that dark room, Feng basked in his victory, yet he remained unwavering. He understood this was merely the beginning. Greater battles still lay ahead. He gazed once more at the flickering screen, silently vowing to keep exposing the truth until the nation of Cherry Blossom's crimes were laid bare. That night, with his sharp eyes and nimble fingers, Feng brought a glimmer of hope to the world in a silent battle. He became that solitary hero, fighting for justice with his pen. He rose to his feet and stretched. Night had gradually given way to dawn, sunlight filtering through the curtains and warming the room. Feng looked up at the sky, basking in the sun's embrace. He knew the world beneath the sun would grow brighter. His efforts were not merely to uncover truth, but to ensure every oppressed and wronged soul could claim freedom and dignity. Feng took a deep breath and walked toward the window. He pushed it open, letting the morning air flow into the room. A gentle breeze brushed his face, bringing a breath of freshness and courage. He gazed into the distance, his eyes flashing with resolve. No matter how rugged the path ahead, he would press forward unwaveringly. He knew that only through relentless pursuit of truth and justice could he bring hope and change to those suffering. Feng took a deep breath, looked up at the clouds in the sky, and felt his heart fill with confidence. He would continue onward, using his words and actions to expose the crimes of Sakura Nation and seek justice for its voiceless victims. Sakura Nation descended into chaos. With online sentiment impossible to suppress, they had no choice but to seek aid from their powerful ally, the United States. Chapter 52, The Superpower. Thus, leveraging its status as a superpower, the United States began to act as a seemingly neutral mediator, attempting to exonerate Sakura Nation. Leveraging its influence on the international stage, the United States attempted to deflect criticism and accusations against Sakura Nation. The U.S. government dispatched a high-ranking diplomat to Sakura Nation, announcing an investigation into the situation and pledging impartiality. This news spread worldwide, leaving people shocked and disillusioned. Feng watched these developments unfold, his heart filled with rage and disillusionment. He understood that the United States' actions were merely shielding the Sakura Nation government from international pressure. This false neutrality would only obscure the truth further, denying victims the justice they deserved. Feng resolved to press on, undeterred by external interference. He understood that the truth would not vanish because of the United States intervention. He would continue using his own resources to expose Japan's crimes and seek justice for the voiceless victims. In the darkened room, Feng sat down once more. He powered on his computer and began searching for more information and evidence. He understood that only through relentless gathering and organization could he expose the truth to the world. His fingers flew across the keyboard as his eyes remained fixed on the screen. He scoured for clues, reading through various reports. He diligently avoided manipulated and controlled information, seeking out authentic and objective accounts. News of the United States government announcing an investigation into the situation in Japan spread worldwide, sparking widespread attention and debate. However, as time passed, doubts began to emerge about the U.S. government's neutral stance. On one hand, some believed the U.S. acted out of concern for human rights and justice, hoping the investigation would uncover the truth and lead to condemnation and sanctions against the Japanese government's persecution. They trusted the U.S. would handle the matter fairly and seek justice for the victims. Yet others suspected ulterior motives. They contended the United States intervened solely to advance its own interests, seeking greater political, economic, or even military gains by meddling in Japan's affairs. They contend that the United States' purported neutrality is merely a facade designed to convince the world of its genuine concern for human rights and justice, while in reality it is solely pursuing its own interests. This skepticism and criticism left the U.S. government perplexed and embarrassed. They attempted to prove their neutral stance through various means, such as publicly pledging impartial handling of Japan's situation and dispatching senior diplomats for investigations. However, these actions have not entirely dispelled public skepticism. Instead, they have led more people to question the United States' true motives. Against this backdrop, even netizens who were initially skeptical began to question the United States' neutral stance. They understood the complexities of international politics and the tangled web of competing interests. They didn't believe the United States would genuinely intervene in Japan's affairs without ulterior motives. They believed the United States was merely using Japan to advance its own interests, while the true victims remained denied justice. In Feng's view, the truth would not vanish simply because of the United States intervention. He resolved to persist on his chosen path, undeterred by external interference. He would keep gathering and organizing evidence, exposing Japan's crimes, and seeking justice for the voiceless victims. He knew this path would be arduous, but he was determined to persevere until the truth was fully revealed. Feng realized he needed more evidence to support his reporting and exposés. He intensified his search for clues, poring over various reports to uncover more factual and objective information. Days later, Feng uncovered crucial evidence. He discovered secret documents belonging to a high-ranking Sakura Nation official, detailing their human rights violations and persecution. These documents served as indisputable proof of the Sakura Nation government's crimes. Feng felt a surge of excitement. He knew this evidence would be pivotal in revealing the truth. He began organizing the documents, preparing to make them public. He decided to hand over the evidence to global media outlets and international human rights organizations, enlisting their help to expose the Sakura Nation government's atrocities. At this juncture, the neutral stance of the beautiful nation government faced increasing scrutiny and criticism. People began questioning whether the beautiful nation genuinely cared about human rights and justice, or if it was merely intervening in Sakura Nation's affairs for its own interests. Feng understood that his efforts were not merely about uncovering the truth, but about ensuring every oppressed and wronged individual could attain freedom and dignity. He resolved to remain steadfast in his convictions, undeterred by external pressures. Gazing into the distance, his eyes shone with unwavering determination. In that darkened room, Feng felt a surge of satisfaction and joy. He knew his efforts were not in vain. His voice had been heard. He understood that only through relentless pursuit of truth and justice could hope and change be brought to those suffering. Feng resolved to press onward, no matter how rugged the path ahead. He would continue using his words and actions to expose the crimes of Sakura Nation and seek justice for its voiceless victims. He gazed into the distance, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Behind him, sunlight filtered through the curtains, bathing the room in warmth. This sunlit world would grow brighter still. He drew a deep breath, feeling the sun's embrace. He knew he was not alone. More and more people were joining the ranks to uncover the truth of the land of cherry blossoms, pooling their strength to move forward together. They would fight for justice, striving for freedom and dignity for those oppressed and subjected to injustice. Feng looked up at the sky, his heart filled with confidence. He would continue onward for that brighter world, for those suffering souls, for the triumph of justice and truth. Feng knew the forces of Sakura Nation would find him sooner or later, and he must be prepared. He resolved to create a cutting-edge weapon for his protection, dedicating all his energy and time to this endeavor. He spent the entire day meticulously studying the principles of weapon crafting, delving into every detail in pursuit of a flawless design. He explored every possibility, making constant adjustments and refinements to ensure the weapon could unleash its maximum potential. Meanwhile, to obtain the necessary materials, Feng sought out Shenishan. Shenishan agreed to his request and began gathering various rare materials, essential components for crafting this weapon. His subordinates traversed bustling markets and desolate ruins, braving dangers to scour for the required materials. Chapter 53, Utter Concentration. A full week passed before Feng finally completed this cutting-edge weapon. He spent countless days and nights in his workshop, enduring sleepless nights as he poured his entire focus into its creation. He delved relentlessly into every detail, pursuing a flawless design. His workbench was strewn with tools and materials. Blue arcs of electricity danced across the metal in his hands, humming with electrical energy. He assembled each component with meticulous care, fine-tuning every detail with precision. He explored every possibility, continuously tweaking and refining to ensure the weapon unleashed its maximum potential. Feng's brow furrowed deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew this weapon was crucial to him and would be his final line of defense against the forces of Sakura Nation hunting him down. He could not tolerate any errors. He had to guarantee its stability and reliability. This was the key to his survival and the means by which he fought for his freedom. Finally, as the last component clicked into place, Feng exhaled a long breath of relief. He set the weapon on the table, scrutinizing every detail. This creation was the crystallization of his intellect and perseverance, his hope for survival amidst loneliness and peril. Its appearance was sleek and imposing, its metallic finish radiating an indestructible aura. Feng gently gripped the weapon's handle, feeling the power and security it imparted. He could sense the energy radiating from it, as if it were in spiritual communion with him. This weapon embodied his resolve and courage, a symbol of his unyielding spirit. An exhilarating energy filled the room. Feng stared at the weapon in his hands, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. He knew he was prepared to face the pursuit from Sakura Nation. Fear no longer held him, for with this formidable weapon, he possessed the means to protect himself. Feng set the weapon down, took a deep breath, and felt inner calm wash over him. His gaze was resolute and decisive, ready to face any challenge. He would use this weapon to defend his life, his freedom, and everything he held dear. Thoughts of his dear friends Chen-gu and Song-de stirred unease within him. If the forces of Sakura Nation truly tracked him down, they might not escape. Thus, Feng resolved to craft identical weapons for them, safeguarding their lives and freedom. Feng began contemplating how to tailor weapons specifically for Chen-gu and Song-de. He recalled Chen-gu once showing him his astronaut necklace, revealing a deep fascination with space exploration. Thus, Feng resolved to design the weapon in the shape of an astronaut necklace to safeguard Chen-gu. Immersed in his passion for crafting, Feng meticulously studied every detail of the astronaut necklace. He selected a gemstone that shimmered with a silvery glow to serve as the necklace's centerpiece, resembling a star suspended upon Chen Ji's chest. The chain was woven from delicate strands of silver wire, both supple and resilient. Feng poured his entire heart into crafting this necklace. With meticulous technique, he set the gemstone into the center, each detail executed with flawless precision. He pursued a perfect design, carefully adjusting and refining every component. He explored every possible variation to ensure this weapon could unleash its maximum power. When Chen Ji's astronaut necklace was complete, Feng held it, his heart filled with cherished friendship and prayers for Chen Ji's safety. This necklace was not merely a weapon, it was a symbol of their profound bond. Next, Feng turned his attention to crafting a weapon for Song-de. He knew Song-de had always held a special connection to time, and timepieces held significant meaning for him. Thus, Feng decided to create a watch, intending it to become Song-de's guardian talisman. He selected a black dial, its surface inlaid with shimmering blue crystals. This watch did more than tell time, it held a hidden function. It could emit a beam of blue energy, capable of helping Song-de escape danger. Feng meticulously assembled each component, fine-tuning every detail. He explored every possibility to ensure flawless functionality. Though technically demanding, Feng faced no fear. He was dedicated to crafting the finest weapons to protect himself and his friends. As the final piece clicked into place, a surge of satisfaction filled Feng. He gently traced the watch's surface, feeling the power and reassurance it radiated. This timepiece embodied the strength of their friendship and Song-de's courage, destined to become his formidable tool for facing challenges. Feng set the watch aside, his gaze fixed firmly on the two weapons. He knew he had prepared himself and his friends to face the pursuit from Sakura Nation. They were no longer defenseless. Armed with these powerful tools, they possessed the means to protect themselves. An exhilarating energy filled the entire workshop. Feng felt inner calm and resolve. He knew they were ready to face any challenge. They would use these weapons to defend their lives, their freedom, and the friendship and beliefs they cherished. Feng set down the weapons, took a deep breath, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Back on the school playground, Feng beckoned Chen-gu and Song-de over. Though curious about his sudden summons, they approached him with light steps. Feng, what do you need us for? Chen-gu asked curiously. Feng smiled as he pulled two boxes from his pocket and handed them to Chen-gu and Song-de. The boxes were exquisitely crafted, emitting a faint glow that stirred anticipation in both boys. These are gifts for you. Open them and see, Feng said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Chen-gu and Song-de eagerly opened the boxes, and the sight inside left them speechless. In Chen Ji's box lay an exquisite astronaut necklace. A silver gemstone was set at its center, resembling a star suspended in the sky, radiating a dazzling glow. The chain was woven from delicate silver threads, both graceful and resilient. Songdae, meanwhile, found a black watch in his box. Its dial was inlaid with shimmering blue crystals that emitted a mysterious glow, like blue starlight flickering in the darkness. The watch's design was simple yet exquisite, every detail radiating the aura of precision craftsmanship. "What is this?" Chen-gu asked curiously. Yi Feng smiled as he explained, "These are actually weapons tools to protect you. Chen-gu, this necklace will help you unleash powerful energy to shield yourself from harm. As for you, Songdae, the watch conceals a beam of blue energy that can help you escape danger." Chapter 54, United Front. Chen-gu and Songdae exchanged glances. They hadn't realized these gifts were weapons, but they were filled with gratitude for Yi Feng's thoughtful consideration and care. "Yi Feng, how did you come up with such a design?" Chen-gu asked, deeply impressed by Yi Feng's abilities and creativity. Yi Feng smiled. "The inspiration came from the special meaning behind your astronaut necklace and Songdae's watch. I hope these weapons not only protect your lives and freedom but also symbolize the deep friendship between us." Chen-gu and Songdae felt Yi Feng's sincerity and affection. They looked at him with warm eyes, their hearts filled with gratitude and resolve. "Yi Feng, thank you. We will treasure these weapons and always remember your friendship and support," Chen-gu and Songdae said almost in unison. Yi Feng smiled, patting their shoulders firmly. "Chen-gu and Songdae, I trust you will wield these weapons to protect yourselves and our friendship. Now, let's train together and master their use." Chen-gu and Songdae nodded, their eyes brimming with resolve and courage. They knew they were no longer alone. They possessed powerful weapons, now the means to protect themselves and everything they held dear. On the training ground, Chen-gu and Songdae donned the necklace and watch, feeling their connection to the devices. They began practicing the controls and energy release, while Yi Feng patiently guided them. Suddenly, a thoughtful gleam flashed in Songdae's eyes. He furrowed his brow and looked at Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, why did you make these weapons for us? Have you gotten yourself into some kind of trouble?" A hint of concern colored his voice. Yi Feng's expression shifted slightly. He understood Songdae's concern stemmed from genuine care and friendship. Taking a deep breath, he answered firmly, "Yes, I've encountered some trouble, but that's not the main point. I made these weapons to protect our friendship and to help you better protect yourselves." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Chen-gu immediately voiced his support. "Exactly, Yi Feng. We're friends. No matter what hardship we face, we'll face it together. We believe in you, and we believe these weapons will help us protect ourselves." Feeling the unwavering support from Chen-gu and Songdae, Yi Feng's eyes brimmed with gratitude and resolve. He knew their friendship was unbreakable. No matter what obstacles arose, they would overcome them together. "Thank you for your support, Chen-gu, Songdae. Together, we'll confront these challenges and protect ourselves and everything we hold dear." Yi Feng's tone was unwavering, his voice carrying a steely resolve. On the playground, Chen-gu and Songdae slipped on their necklaces and watches, feeling the connection between the artifacts and themselves. Standing beside Yi Feng, their gazes were unwavering, hearts brimming with resolve and courage. Sunlight bathed them as a gentle breeze ruffled their hair. They looked at each other, their eyes radiating an unyielding strength. "Chen-gu and Songdae, now let us face the unknown challenges together." Yi Feng's voice resonated with inspiring strength. Chen-gu and Songdae nodded, their eyes brimming with resolve and conviction. They knew they were no longer alone. They possessed powerful weapons now, the ability to protect themselves and everything they held dear. On the field, Chen-gu, Songdae, and Yi Feng began training, familiarizing themselves with the weapons. Their coordination was seamless, each movement fluid and powerful. The necklace and watch emitted dazzling light, enveloping them in an aura of mystery. Their hearts raced, sweat beading on their foreheads like crystals. They constantly adjusted their stances and strength, feeling the power and protection the weapons offered. Time seemed to blur during their training. Immersed in their own world, they trained with complete focus. Their bodies gradually grew accustomed to wielding the weapons, and their spirits merged with the tools themselves. Each swing, each release of energy, carried their confidence and courage for the future. They believed that through persistent training, their friendship and strength would grow ever more formidable. On the training ground, sunlight cast their silhouettes, their backs straight and resolute. Standing together, they faced the unknown challenges ahead, prepared to meet any hardship that might come. Yi Feng returned home over the weekend and accidentally noticed multiple scars on his sister's body. "Yilan, what happened? Why are you covered in bruises?" Yi Feng's voice brimmed with concern and anger. Yilan lowered her head, unable to respond immediately. Her eyes glistened with tears, clearly having endured a terrifying ordeal. "Did those people from Sakura country find you? Tell me, what did they do?" Yi Feng's voice was filled with rage. His fists clenched tightly, ready for action. Yilan lifted her head, her voice faint and trembling. "No, not them. Brother, it wasn't them. It was classmates at school. They bullied me, tormented me." Yi Feng's brow furrowed deeply. His eyes burned with fury and overwhelming guilt. He hadn't noticed his sister's suffering in time. He hadn't protected her from the bullying. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Yi Feng's voice carried a hint of self-reproach. Yi Lan shook her head gently. I didn't want to trouble you, brother. I thought I could handle it myself, but I've been getting more and more scared. Yi Feng took a deep breath, understanding his sister's helplessness and fear. He walked over to Yi Lan and gently embraced her. Sis, I'm sorry I didn't protect you. But from now on, I'll always be by your side. I'll protect you. Yi Lan's body trembled slightly as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She clung tightly to Yi Feng, feeling his warmth and steadfastness. Thank you, brother. I know that as long as you're here, I won't be afraid anymore. Yi Feng gently patted his sister's back, his eyes filled with resolve. It turned out that because their family was poor and couldn't afford tutoring fees, the teacher led the class in isolating Yi Lan. Her classmates bullied her constantly, and the teacher turned a deaf ear. The students gradually grew more and more aggressive. After acquiring shares in Chen Yishan's company, Yi Feng sent money home every month. Yet Yi Lan, accustomed to frugality, continued wearing her worn-out clothes, her eyes reflecting an unshakable sense of inferiority and timidity. Yi Feng regretted not paying more attention to his sister. Rage burned within Yi Feng. He could no longer tolerate his sister enduring such unfair treatment. He knew he couldn't stand idly by any longer. He had to fight for justice for her. Chapter 55, Defending His Sister. The next day, Yi Feng resolved to confront Yi Lan's homeroom teacher to resolve the issue. Pushing open the classroom door, he saw a neatly dressed middle-aged female teacher. Hello, I'm Yi Lan's older brother. I'd like to discuss the bullying she's been experiencing at school. Yi Feng's voice was filled with resolve and determination. The teacher looked up at Yi Feng, her expression impassive. I don't know what you're talking about. Conflicts between students are normal, they need to resolve them themselves. Yi Feng's brow furrowed tightly. He felt anger and disappointment. He hadn't expected the teacher to be so indifferent to the student's plight, even defending it. Teacher, you really don't know? Yi Lan has been bullied by her classmates all along. They pick on her just because her family can't afford the tutoring fees. This isn't a normal conflict between students, it's bullying and discrimination against the weak. Yi Feng's voice brimmed with anger and disappointment. The teacher stared coldly at Yi Feng, offering no response. Yi Feng understood he couldn't expect this teacher to give him or his sister a fair resolution. But he wasn't about to give up. Li Pengfei noticed Yi Feng hadn't attended the Aviation Enthusiasts Club event and hadn't asked for leave. Remembering Wang Gowen's instructions to look after Yi Feng, he felt uneasy. Without hesitation, Li Pengfei dialed Yi Feng's number. Hey, Yi Feng, why didn't you come to the Aviation Enthusiasts Club event? You didn't even ask for permission. A hint of concern colored Li Pengfei's voice. Yi Feng's voice betrayed a hint of exhaustion. Teacher, my sister is being bullied. I need to resolve this issue. Li Pengfei's brow furrowed deeply. He understood Yi Feng's anger and resolve completely. He knew Yi Feng was fiercely protective of his family and would never tolerate anyone harming them. Yi Feng, leave it to me. Tell me the details, and I'll take action. Li Pengfei's voice was filled with unwavering resolve. Yi Feng's voice carried a hint of gratitude. Teacher Li, thank you. I'll tell you everything. I hope you can help my sister. As Yi Feng described the situation, anger flared within Li Pengfei. He could no longer tolerate such injustice, nor accept his sister being treated so unfairly. Yi Feng, rest assured. I will seek justice for you and your sister. No matter what, we won't let these people continue bullying your sister. Li Pengfei's voice was filled with unwavering resolve. Feeling Li Pengfei's unwavering support, Yi Feng's tension gradually eased. Yi Feng knew that as a researcher at the National Aerospace Research Center, Li Pengfei held a high social standing. With him stepping in, things should be fine. He abandoned the idea of seeking out the principal. Li Pengfei gripped his phone tightly, anxiously awaiting Lin Tianming's response. He understood that Yi Feng was the cornerstone of their team's future, and yet his sister had suffered such unjust treatment. Anger and worry swirled within him, forming a powerful emotional storm. The phone finally rang, Lin Tianming's name flashing on the screen. Li Pengfei swiftly swiped to answer. His voice carried tension, revealing his outrage over Yi Feng's sister's plight. Director Lin, I've already informed you about this matter. Yi Feng's sister has suffered such unfair treatment. Lin Tianming immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he responded with measured calm. Li Pengfei, I understand your concern. As a key protection target, we absolutely cannot stand idly by while Yi Feng's sister faces injustice. I'll contact the principal of Yi Lan's school immediately to handle this matter. Li Pengfei exhaled in relief, confident in Lin Tianming's capability and resolve. Lin Tianming gripped his phone firmly, his gaze fixed resolutely on the number displayed on the screen. He pressed the dial button, and the call connected instantly. On the other end, the principal of Yi Lan School sounded slightly surprised. Director Lin? Why are you calling? What's the matter? Lin Tianming's tone was firm and composed. Principal, I'm here to address the unfair treatment Yi Feng has endured. Take immediate action to restore her dignity and rights. Otherwise, we will not stand idly by. The principal's voice trembled slightly as he sensed the resolve and implicit threat in Lin Tianming's words. Hanging up, Nantianmen exhaled softly. Shortly after, the principal investigated the situation and promptly expelled both Yilan's homeroom teacher and the 3 students who had bullied her. Li Pengfei's words still echoed in Yifeng's ears. His gaze was firm and resolute. He had decided to become a force that could not be ignored. He deeply appreciated Li Pengfei's efficiency and resolve, realizing that only by growing stronger could he truly protect his sister and those he cared about. As night fell, Yifeng sat on his dorm bed, contemplating how to grow stronger. His eyes flashed with unwavering resolve as the room's light cast a determined expression upon his face. The memory of his sister facing injustice surged through him, igniting a wave of anger and helplessness. He knew that only by growing stronger could he change the situation and protect his sister. He picked up the notebook on his desk, opened a search engine, and began looking up martial arts. He decided to learn a practical style to enhance his abilities. He clicked through the search results, landing on a website dedicated to teaching combat techniques. The page displayed introductions and video tutorials for various martial arts. Yifeng's eyes lit up as he clicked through several links, reading the descriptions and key techniques. When he came across a martial art called Dragon Form Fist, his eyes widened in fascination. This style, renowned as the world's premier fist technique, was characterized by its mimicry of a dragon's power and agility. Yifeng was captivated by its mystique and uniqueness. He clicked through to the Dragon Form Fist video tutorial. In the footage, a slender instructor demonstrated how to defeat formidable opponents through body coordination and agility. Yifeng watched intently, utterly captivated by this martial art. He resolved to master dragon-shaped fist and become a true warrior. This wasn't just to protect his sister, but to safeguard everyone he cared about. He believed that only by growing stronger could he change his circumstances and shield those dear to him. Yifeng immediately began searching online for nearby martial arts schools. He found a martial arts studio not far from his school and resolved to sign up the next day. Late into the night, Yifeng shut down his computer and lay quietly in bed. He felt the fire within his heart, the burning determination to become strong blazing through his body. He knew this path would be arduous, but he was willing to pay the price. His eyes gradually closed as he drifted into sleep. In his dream, he saw himself transform into a mighty dragon, soaring through the azure sky with wings spread wide. He felt power and freedom, his eyes brimming with confidence and resolve. Chapter 56, New Challenges. The dismissal bell rang, and the classroom instantly buzzed with activity. Students packed their bags, chatting and laughing as they filed out. Yifeng closed his book, ready to leave. Just then, Songdi approached Yifeng, his face glowing with excitement. "Yifeng, Xinge, I have great news to share," he exclaimed. Noticing their puzzled looks, Songdi explained with a smile, "Here's the thing, my mom just told me that escape room we went to last time has a new high-tech themed challenge. No one's managed to complete it yet. I think we could take it on together this time. Interested?" A spark of excitement flashed in both Yifeng and Chen Ji's eyes. Recalling the fun they had during their last escape room adventure, they were filled with anticipation for this new challenge. "Sure, let's give it a shot." Yifeng agreed without hesitation. Chen nodded, flashing a confident smile. "No problem. We'll definitely crack it." Songda's eyes lit up with delight at their response. He knew choosing Yifeng and Chen was the right decision. Both were brave and intelligent individuals. The trio left campus and arrived at an escape room shop in the city center. Though unassuming in appearance, the establishment enjoyed a strong reputation locally. Its escape rooms were reputed to be exceptionally challenging, drawing many thrill-seekers eager for a test of their wits. Upon entering, they were greeted by a young staff member. The employees smiled warmly at them. "Welcome to our escape room. Is this your first time here?" Yifeng nodded and smiled. "No, this is our second time challenging it." The staff member explained with a smile, "This theme is tech-inspired, filled with various technological elements and puzzles. We hope you can find the clues, solve the puzzles, and ultimately escape. However, no one has completed this theme yet, so you'll need plenty of confidence and wisdom." Yifeng, Chen and Songdi exchanged glances, their excitement steadily rising. They knew this challenge would test both their intellect and courage, but they believed they could overcome any obstacle and complete the seemingly impossible task. They nodded silently, signaling to the staff that they were ready. Following the staff's guidance, they stepped through a deep, imposing door. It closed slowly behind them, leaving an air of mystery lingering in the air. In an instant, they were transported into a completely new world. Everything was bathed in the glow of technology, and unknown challenges awaited them. Clasping each other's hands tightly, they summoned their courage, ready to face this unknown adventure. Yifeng, Chen and Songdi exchanged glances, determination and confidence flashing in each other's eyes. They resolved to work together, unravel the tech-themed puzzle, and complete this challenge. The walls of the room were covered with various technological devices and screens, the interior light dim and mysterious. Yifeng, Chen and Songdi scanned the room, searching for clues. They exchanged ideas and worked together to solve the first puzzle. As time passed, Yifeng, Chen and Songdi moved through the room, scrutinizing every piece of tech and screen for hidden clues. The dim light filtered through the screens, casting faint spots of light that illuminated their focused faces. Each puzzle presented a formidable challenge, demanding deep thought and collaborative problem solving. They exchanged ideas and observations, debating their next course of action. Occasionally, differing perspectives led to heated arguments, but they quickly reached mutual understanding and compromise, discovering better solutions. Their spirits soared with each successfully solved puzzle. When they discovered a numerical code and unlocked a mechanism, they cheered and high-fived in celebration. Upon deciphering a complex pattern to open a secret passage, they beamed with satisfaction and pride. Each puzzle in the escape room offered new insights, sparking greater creativity and ingenuity. Sometimes they needed to operate technological devices within the room, other times, they had to scrutinize details to uncover hidden clues. Their minds sharpened through these challenges, with every puzzle deepening their understanding of the mysteries of technology and intellect. During their quest, they also encountered difficulties and setbacks. At times, they hit mental dead ends, unable to find the next clue. Yet they never gave up, encouraging each other to persevere. They examined problems from different angles, relentlessly testing possibilities until they uncovered the correct solution. With each successfully solved puzzle, their sense of accomplishment swelled. They felt their own growth and progress, but more importantly, they witnessed the power of teamwork. Their tacit understanding and mutual trust allowed them to coordinate seamlessly with each puzzle, complementing one another's strengths to ultimately overcome every challenge. Time slipped away unnoticed as their thinking and skills sharpened. Each puzzle solved drew them closer, deepening their understanding of each other's strengths and talents. Their friendship was forged through these challenges, becoming a stronger bond. The final puzzle proved exceptionally difficult. Chenggu and Songde both turned their gaze toward Yifeng. Yifeng's brow furrowed as he stared at the complex mathematical formula displayed on the screen, pondering how to unravel this seemingly unsolvable puzzle. Chenggu and Songde stood quietly beside him, silently offering encouragement and support. They knew this was an extraordinarily difficult problem, the Hodge conjecture, one of the world's 7 greatest unsolved mathematical mysteries. For ordinary people, solving it was nearly impossible. But Yifeng was no ordinary person, he possessed 100,000 times the talent. Yifeng took a deep breath, immersing himself completely in the problem, dedicating his entire being to the solving process. He launched into a series of calculations and deductions, pushing his mind into a state beyond ordinary human capacity. Time ticked by, the atmosphere in the room growing tense yet filled with anticipation. Chenggu and Songde stared intently at the formulas on the screen, knowing their team's success hinged entirely on Yifeng's ability to crack this conundrum. Mathematical theorems and deductions flashed continuously through Yifeng's mind. Chapter 57, The Hodge Conjecture. Yifeng attempted to synthesize this knowledge, seeking patterns and clues. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, inputting data and calculation results. His thoughts leaped, gradually approaching the core of the problem. Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes sharpened, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. He seemed to have found a new approach, a way to solve the problem. Chenggu and Songde sensed Yifeng's breakthrough, their eyes flashing with anticipation and trust. They knew Yifeng was nearing the key to unlocking the puzzle, just one step away from victory. Yifeng stared intently at the screen, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard as he typed mathematical formulas and logical steps. His thoughts soared through the air, gradually unraveling the layers to reveal the truth of the problem. Moments later, Yifeng's fingers came to a halt. His eyes widened, and a smile touched his lips. He had successfully solved the mystery of the Hodge conjecture. Chenggu and Songde cheered, clapping in celebration of Yifeng's triumph. They understood this challenge was not merely Yifeng's personal victory, but a triumph for their entire team. Filled with a sense of accomplishment and deepened camaraderie, they faced the future with confidence and anticipation. No matter what challenges lay ahead, they believed they could rise to meet them, embracing all the unknowns. Time flew by in the escape room. An hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, as they solved the last puzzle, the door slowly swung open. Yifeng, Chenggu, and Songde stepped out together, meeting the admiring gazes of the staff. They shook hands, savoring the sense of accomplishment and deepening camaraderie forged through this challenge. Congratulations on completing the challenge. You're the first team to finish this high-tech themed escape room, the staff member praised. Yifeng, Chenggu, and Songde exchanged glances, their faces beaming with smiles. They realized this challenge was more than just a game, it was a significant experience of courageously stepping forward in the face of the unknown. They resolved to confront more challenges in the future, continually honing their skills and wisdom. For only by constantly pushing themselves could they become truly formidable, whether solving escape room puzzles or protecting those they cherished. In another room, Professor Wang Bowen sat before the monitors, his gaze fixed on Yifeng's image. His eyes betrayed a mix of satisfaction and pride. The Hodge conjecture, which had perplexed countless mathematicians for years, had been solved by Yifeng. Once again, Yifeng had passed the nation's test, proving his genius and talent to the world. A profound sense of emotion welled up within Wang Bowen. He understood that Yifeng's triumph was not merely a personal victory but a source of national pride. Yifeng's brilliance and intellect had made him a symbol of the nation, embodying the spirit of technological advancement and the power of innovation. The monitor displayed Yifeng's face, radiating intense focus and determination. His eyes were sharp yet agile, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as if in silent dialogue with mathematical theorems and deductions. His thoughts leapt forward, gradually closing in on the problem's core. Time ticked by, the atmosphere in the room growing tense yet filled with anticipation. Wang Goen, the venerable Professor Wang, stared at the formulas on the screen, fully aware that Yi Feng's success or failure would profoundly impact the nation's reputation and technological prowess. Suddenly, Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, and a delighted smile spread across his face. Professor Wang sensed his breakthrough, a surge of inexplicable excitement welling up within him. Yi Feng had found a new approach, a method to solve the problem. Wang Goen clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with anticipation and trust. He knew Yi Feng was nearing the key to unlocking the puzzle, just one step away from victory. Yi Feng stared intently at the screen, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard as he input mathematical formulas and logical steps. His thoughts soared through the air, gradually unraveling the layers to reveal the problem's true nature. Moments later, Yi Feng paused his typing. His eyes widened, and a smile touched his lips. He had successfully solved the mystery of the Hodge conjecture. Professor Wang Goen stood up, overcome with excitement, unable to contain his joy. He looked at Yi Feng with admiration and appreciation. Yi Feng's wisdom and courage gave him hope for the nation's future. Chen Gu and Song De cheered, clapping in celebration of Yi Feng's triumph. They understood this challenge was not merely Yi Feng's personal victory, but a triumph for their entire team. Watching this group of young people, old Wang felt the hope of the nation. King Wang Guiyan resolved to subject Yi Feng to an even greater test without his knowledge. He intended to nurture this promising young talent, ensuring he could continue fulfilling his potential. Their efforts were not only for the nation and its people, but also for Yi Feng himself. They needed exceptional young talents like him to join the cause and contribute to the country. Yi Feng stepped out of the room. Chen Gu and Song De immediately gathered around, eager to hear the details of his solution. Yi Feng elaborated on his entire problem-solving approach, leaving the two men fired up and utterly in awe of him. Afterward, the three returned to the hotel restaurant for dinner. After dinner, Yi Feng, Chen Gu, and Song De returned to their hotel room. Just as they were about to rest, they received a call from the National Research Organization. Due to their outstanding performance in the international physics competition, they were instructed to immediately head to the airport and fly to the capital of Longwei to attend a symposium hosted by the National Research Organization. With time pressing, the trio wasted no time. They quickly packed their suitcases and hurried out. In the car, Yi Feng hailed a taxi. By the time they arrived at the airport, boarding was set to begin in just half an hour. After waiting in the departure lounge for a while, it was finally their turn. Boarding the plane, they took their seats in the first-class cabin specially arranged for them by the staff. As the plane took off, Yi Feng sat back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Yi Feng and his companions arrived at the National Research Organization Center, a modern skyscraper towering before them. The lobby was spacious and bright, with sunlight streaming through the glass curtain walls, bathing the entire space in a warm glow. As they entered, they observed people moving about with purposeful haste. Scientific equipment and instruments were neatly arranged throughout the space, creating an atmosphere of bustling professionalism. Yi Feng couldn't help but marvel. This was truly a temple of technology, the heart of the nation's scientific research. Chen Gu and Song De followed closely behind Yi Feng, their eyes darting around with curiosity. Chapter 58, A Dream Come True. Yi Feng, Chen Gu, and Song De were filled with longing for this research environment. They knew this was the place they had always dreamed of. They weaved through the hallways, searching for the seminar venue. Suddenly, Yi Feng sensed a commotion nearby. Opening his eyes, he saw several men and women gathered around a monitor, chattering excitedly. Yi Feng glanced at the display and froze instantly. Displayed on the screen was none other than the password-cracking program for the escape room puzzle. This program was incredibly complex and extremely difficult. Even the world's top hackers rarely managed to crack it. A thought flashed through Yi Feng's mind. Could it be that the escape room challenge hadn't failed after all? He couldn't help but scrutinize the text description on the screen. Escape room, also known as the Key, belonged to a supercomputer collective called the Key System. This system comprised over 120 computers, boasting cutting-edge computational power and logical reasoning capabilities. It possessed over 100 computational functions, including numerous computational models, vast amounts of data, and various types of keys. Using the key required not only possessing the key itself but also special language programming skills and precise computational abilities. If someone wished to use the key to escape, they must first decrypt the key. Each symbol within the key corresponds to a specific letter or number. Once the key is decrypted, the chamber's door can be unlocked, allowing for a successful escape. However, once the door is opened, the fugitive is exposed. Therefore, the chamber is rigged with numerous traps to prevent the escapee from facing danger after leaving. Typically, escape keys also store information left by the fugitive during their escape. These clues may help track the fugitive's whereabouts. This puzzle was designed by the Supercomputer Consortium, which also gave the escape room its name. This supercomputer cluster is immensely vast and complex, comprising over 10,000 hardware components. Its technological scope spans mathematics, physics, and chemistry, even extending into the field of biology. The key's programming and calculations were entirely executed by the supercomputer, along with numerous intricate and esoteric procedures. Even Yifeng had never seen the original blueprints for this supercomputer, yet these elements were deeply imprinted in his memory. Unconsciously, he had transformed them into his own abilities, making them an integral part of himself. Thus, Yifeng understood the key profoundly. A puzzle of this magnitude would seem unsolvable to ordinary people. Yet for him, it was effortless and enjoyable. He completely cracked the key in just over 10 minutes. His computational prowess had reached a jaw-dropping level. While Yifeng cracked the key, over 1,000 computer geniuses worldwide were struggling to unravel its secrets. Yet, to this day, none had succeeded. Among them emerged wave after wave of legendary hackers, renowned professors of electronic science, world-class hackers, celebrated science fiction masters, and top-ranked hackers on global leaderboards. Yet all had failed. The sheer strength of the key proved it was an extraordinary superprogram, the culmination of countless human intellects. One top-tier hacker devoted his entire life's work to it, spending 4 years just barely cracking the key and nearly dying in the process. One can only imagine how formidable and powerful this key truly is. Yifeng cracked the key in just over 10 minutes, leaving him with a sense of vindication and a surge of pride. While everyone stood in stunned silence, Yifeng and his two companions had already departed, continuing their search for the conference room mentioned in the phone call. Yifeng and his two companions hurried toward the elevator, their hearts racing with urgency to locate the conference room mentioned in the call. The elevator doors closed slowly as Yifeng pressed the button for the 5th floor. The elevator ascended steadily, its cabin filled with a tense yet hopeful atmosphere. A faint elevator melody echoed in the otherwise silent space. Yifeng's mind kept replaying the voice from the phone call. They needed to find that conference room. It was the very purpose of their journey into this adventure. The elevator doors opened, and Yifeng and his two companions stepped out without hesitation. They found themselves in a spacious, well-lit corridor, its walls covered with scientific research images and diagrams. Decorative displays lining both sides showcased technological advancements and human ingenuity. Finally, they reached a bustling intersection. Here, researchers in white lab coats swarmed, darting between rooms with fervent dedication and relentless drive. Yifeng and his group spotted a young researcher. They approached and asked for directions to the conference room they needed. The researcher enthusiastically pointed them in the right direction and wished them success at the symposium. Yifeng and his group hurriedly thanked the researcher before continuing onward. Following the directions provided, they traversed corridor after corridor and climbed floor after floor of staircases. Finally, they reached the elevator lobby. Yifeng pressed the button for the 5th floor, and the elevator ascended slowly. Standing inside, they waited in quiet anticipation. Elevator music filled the air once more, bringing a sense of calm and comfort. As the doors opened, they stepped out and approached the conference room entrance. The doors stood wide open, radiating an intense academic atmosphere. They entered the room and found their seats. After taking their seats, Yifeng and his group surveyed the room. The venue was packed to capacity, with people of all ages conversing and discussing their research findings. Whiteboards were densely covered with mathematical formulas and diagrams, reflecting the intellect and dedication of the researchers. Yifeng took a deep breath, feeling the atmosphere of intellect and creativity permeating the room. This was the environment he had always dreamed of, and he hoped to gain more knowledge and experience from this symposium. The meeting formally commenced as the host took the stage. He outlined the symposium's objectives and agenda, introducing the backgrounds and accomplishments of each attendee. Yifeng listened intently, knowing this symposium presented a rare opportunity to engage in discussions and exchanges with numerous researchers. As the presentations and discussions by the experts and scholars unfolded, the conference reached its climax. Chapter 59, Clash of Ideas. Participants spoke enthusiastically, their ideas sparking and colliding, filling the entire venue with the radiance of thought. Yifeng and his group actively engaged, sharing their insights and experiences while gaining inspiration and enlightenment from others' research. Amidst this vibrant academic atmosphere, Yifeng felt the power of science and the brilliance of human intellect. Among these world-class researchers, they found a sense of belonging and recognition. All were pursuing the frontiers of knowledge, constantly exploring and breaking through boundaries. A surge of ambition welled up within Yifeng. He yearned to become part of this great community, contributing his strength to humanity's scientific endeavors. He firmly believed that through relentless learning and effort, he would journey further along the path of science, opening new possibilities for humanity's future. Seated in the conference room, Yifeng listened intently to a renowned professor's presentation. The professor was an authority in the field, his research highly regarded and commanding great prestige in academic circles. However, when the professor presented his viewpoint, Yifeng's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed inconsistencies and contradictions in the professor's argument that conflicted with his own research findings. Unable to contain himself, he rose to voice his dissent. This action drew the attention of those around him. Heads turned toward Yifeng, some with furrowed brows, others with faint, mocking smiles. The professor also looked at Yi Feng, a hint of disdain on his face. He seemed unconvinced that a young graduate student could offer any meaningful rebuttal to his views. Yet Yi Feng did not falter in the face of the crowd's reaction. He offered a slight smile and stated firmly, "Professor, I respectfully disagree with your perspective. Based on my research and experimental results, I believe certain assumptions within your theory are insufficiently grounded. The explanation I propose better accounts for the observed phenomena and is supported by experimental data." His voice was firm and confident, conveying sincerity and conviction to those around him. His words piqued the interest of some, who began listening intently to his perspective. Yi Feng presented his research findings and data, using empirical evidence to bolster his arguments. His explanation was logically coherent, reasonable, and persuasive. As he elaborated, the atmosphere in the conference hall grew tense. People began contemplating Yi Feng's arguments, gradually realizing that perhaps his perspective wasn't entirely without merit. The professor paused briefly, then smiled faintly and addressed Yi Feng. "Young man, your perspective is intriguing. I'd be interested in hearing a more detailed exposition of your arguments and research findings." This statement surprised everyone in the room. They hadn't expected the professor to be so open to Yi Feng's perspective. After all, the professor had always prioritized his own views, and few could ever challenge him. Yi Feng smiled faintly and began to elaborate on his research findings. His voice was firm and steady, his arguments logical and well-structured. He substantiated his points with facts and data, compelling the audience to take him seriously. The professor listened intently, contemplating Yi Feng's ideas and comparing them to his own theories. Finally, he nodded silently, signaling his agreement with Yi Feng's perspective. This scene stunned those around them. They never imagined a high school student could cause a professor to alter his perspective. All this stemmed from his courage to challenge assumptions, his persistence in defending his stance, and his empirical approach to substantiating his research findings. After the meeting, people approached Yi Feng to express their respect and admiration. They recognized his talent and potential, and their expectations for him soared. Yi Feng received numerous invitations from research institutions eager to collaborate with him in exploring the unknown frontiers of science. His future brimmed with boundless possibilities, and he would continue steadfastly on his research path, pursuing scientific truth. As the conference drew to a close, thunderous applause erupted. Attendees rose to their feet, expressing reverence and gratitude to the assembled experts and scholars. Yi Feng also stood, joining the crowd in paying tribute to this magnificent stage of scientific achievement. During breaks in the conference, Yi Feng connected with outstanding researchers from both domestic and international institutions. They exchanged insights on their respective research findings and experiences, inspiring and learning from one another. Yi Feng felt the allure of scientific inquiry and its boundless potential. After the conference concluded, Yi Feng and his group departed the National Research Organization Center and returned to their hotel. Back in their room, Yi Feng, Chengu, and Songde sat on the bed, reflecting on the day's symposium. This workshop was incredibly rewarding. "I've gained so much new knowledge and skills," Yi Feng remarked with emotion. "Absolutely. I feel the same way. It was a rare privilege to exchange ideas with such distinguished researchers," Chengu agreed. Songde nodded. "Indeed. This workshop deepened our understanding of the frontiers and challenges in research, and it has strengthened our confidence in the path ahead." The three encouraged each other, firmly believing that with perseverance and a relentless pursuit of scientific truth, they would undoubtedly achieve even greater accomplishments. As night fell, Yi Feng gazed at the starry sky outside his window, his heart brimming with hope and passion. He knew that tomorrow morning would mark a new beginning. They would press forward, pursuing their scientific dreams and contributing their strength to the development of their nation and people. At the Research Organization Center, an elderly man sat in an office chair, reviewing documents on his laptop. The man appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, his hair and beard entirely white. Though clad in a long robe, it could not conceal his aged frame, giving him an air of frailty. Yet in this setting, no one dared overlook the intense confidence and sharp aura emanating from him. He seemed as sharp and formidable as a blade. This man was Dr. Yang Jiming, president of the International Science Association. As one of Longwa's most influential scientists, he had held numerous prestigious positions and achieved remarkable accomplishments. Dr. Yang Jiming had been a renowned physicist in the United States and was globally recognized in the field. His keen insight into cosmic matter and broad knowledge earned him the Nobel Prize in Physics. Later, he moved to Europe and participated in several major research projects. His name spread widely throughout the Western world, making him a sought-after mentor for physics research at many universities. Dr. Yang Jiming's accomplishments serve as an inspiration to countless scientists and remain an idol in the eyes of many students. Dr. Yang Jiming is a true genius whose research findings cemented his monumental stature. Even among the international scientific community, his reputation remains exceptionally prominent. Chapter 60, Breaking Through the Bottleneck. Yang Jiming was undoubtedly a true genius. In his eyes, everything was as it should be. He believed nothing in the world could hinder his pursuit of physics. Even the spaceship series he personally created was merely a byproduct. To Yang Jiming, science was about seeking truth and exploring mysteries through the most fundamental means. However, his academic research had hit a bottleneck and he could no longer make progress. He tried hundreds of times, even spending a fortune to purchase countless advanced instruments and materials, but to no avail. Then, he encountered an event that plunged him into despair. His research involved two crucial substances, carbon-14 and calcium oxide. These two elements form the foundation of objects, representing sodium bicarbonate and amino acids. Their presence is crucial to the entire sodium bicarbonate mineral chain, as they constitute its core components. The absence of either element would prevent the creation of a new substance. It was akin to the difference between fish and aquatic plants in water. Yang Jiming sought to fuse sodium bicarbonate and calcium oxide through research, creating an entirely new form of sodium bicarbonate. He named this project sodium bicarbonate, designating it as sodium bicarbonate liquid. Following the principles and formation mechanisms of sodium bicarbonate, he termed it sodium bicarbonate liquid. Yang Jiming began his research with sodium bicarbonate, achieving significant accomplishments in this field. However, Yang Jiming discovered that fusing sodium bicarbonate and calcium oxide was no simple task. He required more complex methods, more sophisticated equipment, and intricate calculations, a situation that troubled him greatly. As Yang Jiming's research progressed slowly, he received another piece of news: the Longwa Research Organization was undertaking a new electromagnetic interference project, which would significantly impact his research. Yang Jiming, a visionary scientist, recognized the immense threat electromagnetic interference posed to his research. He resolved to take measures to mitigate it. He planned to tackle the electromagnetic interference problem with more advanced technology. Once completed, Yang Jiming's research would revolutionize Longwa and the entire world. Just then, Yang Jiming received a call from his assistant, informing him that a high school student named Feng had delivered an outstanding presentation at today's symposium, drawing widespread attention. The name sounded familiar to Yang Jiming, though he couldn't quite place it. Curiosity piqued, he resolved to meet this young prodigy. As Yang Jiming entered the seminar hall, he was immediately drawn to Feng's piercing gaze. The young Feng stood at the podium, smiling, radiating confidence in his research. Surrounding scientists gazed at him with admiration and awe, as if this luminous youth had become their new idol. Yang Jiming approached the podium, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with Feng. He could sense the confidence and passion radiating from the young man, reminding him of his own youth. Feng's field of research piqued his keen interest. After the seminar, Yang Jiming invited Feng to visit his laboratory. As they entered, walls were lined with experimental equipment and research displays. Pointing to one apparatus, Yang remarked, "This represents years of my dedication and is currently my primary focus. Yet I've hit a bottleneck I can't seem to break through." A hint of surprise flashed in Feng's eyes at Yang Jiming's words. He looked up and said firmly, "I've encountered similar problems in my own research. I wonder if I might be able to assist you." Yang Jiming's interest was piqued. He decided to share his predicament with Feng and seek his advice. In a corner of the lab, Yang Jiming detailed his research project to Feng. Feng listened attentively, nodding occasionally to show understanding. He gradually entered a contemplative state, his mind rapidly conjuring various potential solutions. "Professor Yang, I suspect there might be some subtle errors in your research, preventing the sodium bicarbonate and calcium oxide from fusing perfectly. If you're willing, I could assist with experimental verification. We might find a breakthrough," Feng said earnestly. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Jiming's eyes at Feng's suggestion. He hadn't expected such insightful feedback from this young researcher. He immediately decided to collaborate with Feng to tackle this long-standing challenge together. Feng watched the chemical reaction in the test tube with intense focus, his heart filled with both tension and anticipation. His hand stirred the reagents gently as a faint change appeared in the mixture. He carefully observed the evolving pattern, his heart racing, unable to afford even a moment's distraction. As time ticked by, the liquid in the test tube gradually clouded over, releasing a peculiar odor. Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was precisely the solution he had just proposed. Sodium bicarbonate and calcium oxide had finally fused successfully. Overwhelmed with excitement, Feng swiftly placed the test tube under the microscope, meticulously examining the shape and structure of the crystals. His heart swelled with pride and joy, for this breakthrough would profoundly impact the scientific community. This crucial research had finally achieved a groundbreaking advancement. The challenge of combining sodium bicarbonate and calcium oxide had been overcome, and a novel sodium bicarbonate liquid had successfully emerged. Yang Jiming and Feng stood in the laboratory, gazing at the bottle of crystal-clear liquid, their hearts brimming with excitement and joy. They knew this discovery would bring revolutionary changes to the entire scientific community. As Feng basked in the triumphant joy, Yang Jiming slowly approached his side. He gazed at the crystalline formation in the test tube, his face wearing an expression of admiration. "Feng, you're truly remarkable. I never imagined your proposed direction would prove so precise. Your insights leave me in awe." A faint smile touched Feng's lips. Having his efforts and research acknowledged by Yang Jiming was a tremendous honor. "Thank you for your praise, Professor Yang. I simply did my best, hoping to help you overcome your challenge. Yang Jiming patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, saying approvingly, "You haven't just solved my problem, you've given me hope and a new perspective. Our collaboration will become a significant milestone in scientific history." A wave of warmth washed over Yi Feng. He had never imagined his research could have such profound impact. Working alongside Yang Jiming to overcome challenges wasn't just about breaking through his own bottleneck, it was about advancing science and changing the world. Chapter 61, Attracting Talent. Standing before the expansive windows of his office, Yi Feng gazed out at the bustling cityscape below, a powerful desire welling within him. His eyes shone with excitement and resolve, for he knew he possessed the ability to change everything. The development of 3 intelligent robots had become a turning point in his career, bringing him unexpected wealth. This wealth not only filled his bank accounts but also deeply ignited his patriotic spirit. Yi Feng understood he had a responsibility to propel this commercial feat to even greater heights. Yet, just as he was basking in his glorious achievements, a thought took root in his mind, stirring something deep within him. He recalled the talents who had left Longwa. Over the years, talents from all walks of life in Dragon Country had left in search of better research resources and environments, representing a tremendous loss for the nation. They carried their talents and innovative capabilities to other nations, making significant contributions to the economic and technological development of those places. Yi Feng understood the reasons behind their departure all too well, and it filled him with anger and heartache. He knew that to change this situation, a better environment must be created to attract them back. He refused to see Dragon Nation's scientific research field marginalized. He believed that with sufficient resources and support, these talents could create innovations that would benefit the entire nation. Thus, Yi Feng began contemplating how to lure these departed talents back. He understood this was not merely a daunting task, but a long and arduous journey. He needed to win them over with sincerity and unwavering conviction, persuading them that returning to Longwa was a wise choice. He began by seeking out their contact information, gathering details through various channels. He scoured databases and academic papers, tracking down those who had departed in the past. He discreetly collected their contact details and started reaching out to each one individually. Yi Feng treated each interaction with utmost importance, preparing thoroughly to ensure he made a lasting impression. He invested significant time studying each individual's professional field and personal interests to identify common ground during conversations. Yi Feng devised a detailed plan to ensure each meeting or call proceeded smoothly and maximize the other party's interest. In every interaction, Yi Feng poured his sincerity and passion into showcasing his project and team, highlighting boundless potential and possibilities. He sought to draw them back through genuine connection and heartfelt words. Yi Feng didn't stop at superficial appeal. He understood that to truly win these talents over, he needed to offer substantial support and resources. He pledged to provide them with state-of-the-art research equipment and laboratories, ample funding, and project support. He also promised to explore and innovate alongside them, offering a conducive research environment and opportunities for growth. Driven by passion, Yi Feng pursued his mission, understanding that attracting these departed talents back to Longwei required more than empty promises, it demanded tangible actions and support. He devised a comprehensive plan to demonstrate his resolve and sincerity. First, Yi Feng resolved to furnish them with cutting-edge research equipment and laboratories. He collaborated with Longwa's premier research institutions to secure the latest technological tools, ensuring optimal research conditions and environments. He actively sought support from both government and corporate sectors, securing substantial R&D funding to guarantee the smooth progression of their projects. Second, Yi Feng pledged comprehensive project support. He assembled a high-caliber research team comprising experts and researchers across various fields. This team would collaborate with the returning talents to jointly explore and innovate. Yi Feng believed their cooperation and exchange would spark more innovative ideas and solutions. Third, Yi Feng pledged to provide these talents with an excellent research environment and development opportunities. He understood that one reason these talents left Longwei was the lack of quality research resources and conditions. Therefore, he decided to partner with universities and research institutions to provide them with the best possible research conditions and advancement opportunities. He applied for numerous domestic and international research projects and scholarships on their behalf, opening up more avenues for their growth. Finally, Yi Feng received a reply from the United States. With excitement, he opened the email to find a deeply moving story inside. The protagonist was a young computer talent named Li Ming. 2 years prior, Li Ming's mother had suddenly fallen gravely ill, and the family's income was utterly insufficient to cover the enormous medical expenses. In despair, Li Ming received an email from the United States. It detailed the country's technological advancements and talent policies, inviting him to join their team with generous compensation and benefits. Faced with life's hardships and his mother's illness, Li Ming resolutely decided to leave China for the United States in search of better opportunities. Carrying his passion for technology and his sense of responsibility toward his family, he left his homeland behind and embarked on a new journey. In the United States, Li Ming found excellent opportunities for growth. He joined a tech company, participated in numerous significant projects, collaborated with top-tier researchers, and continuously honed his technical skills. Simultaneously, he earned sufficient income to cure his mother's illness and improve his family's living conditions. Yet despite his achievements in the United States, Li Ming never forgot the days he spent in China. He remembered its research environment and resources. Though less developed than those in America, they possessed a unique charm and opportunities. He also missed his relatives and friends there, longing for the land that belonged to him. As time passed, Li Ming gradually achieved his goals. His mother's health steadily improved, and his career entered a new phase. Yet behind his success, he felt a lingering sense of regret and homesickness. Just as he was settling into his new life in the United States, an email from China touched his heart. Written personally by Feng, it brimmed with sincerity and unwavering conviction. Feng detailed his project and team, expressing a sincere invitation for Li Ming to return to the Dragon Kingdom and contribute to technological advancement and innovation. After reading the email, Li Ming pondered for a long time. He realized that deep within, he had always yearned to return to the Dragon Kingdom, to the land that belonged to him. Chapter 62: The Return of Talent. Li Ming wanted to use his knowledge and skills to contribute to Dragon Nation's technological endeavors. Though he had achieved great success in the United States, he could never forget his roots, the research environment and cultural heritage of Dragon Nation. After careful deliberation, Li Ming made his decision. He resolved to leave the United States and return to Dragon Country. He believed Feng's plan and promises were sincere, choosing to trust that this opportunity represented a wise choice. Thus, Li Ming replied to the email, accepting Feng's invitation. He resolved to return to Dragon Country and dedicate himself to advancing technological innovation and development. In the days that followed, Li Ming began preparing for his return. He bid farewell to his friends and colleagues in the United States, embarking on his journey home filled with longing and anticipation. At the airport in the United States, Li Ming watched the departing flight, his heart brimming with boundless anticipation and hope. He knew that returning to the Dragon Kingdom would mark a new beginning. Together with Feng, he would strive to realize the dream of technological innovation and development. As the plane took off, Li Ming's thoughts drifted far away. He reflected on his years of study and work in the United States, recalling the days of diligent effort. He also contemplated the possibilities and challenges awaiting him back in the Dragon Kingdom, his heart brimming with anticipation. Finally, the plane touched down at the airport in the Dragon Kingdom. Gazing out the window at the familiar scenery, Li Ming felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. He knew this homecoming marked a fresh start. Together with Feng, he would strive tirelessly to realize their dream of technological innovation and development. Stepping out of the airport, Li Ming spotted a familiar figure, Feng. Feng walked toward him with a smile, extending his hand for a firm handshake. "Welcome back, Li Ming. Let's embark on this new journey together." Feng's voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Li Ming gripped Feng's hand tightly, sensing a powerful force. He knew he would no longer fight alone. Together with Feng and the team, he would strive to realize the dream of technological innovation and development. This was his mission upon returning to the Dragon Country, and it was also his dream. Feng understood these promises wouldn't be fulfilled overnight. He needed to navigate tough negotiations and collaborations with the government, businesses, and research institutions. He had to secure more resources and support to ensure these talents received the best research conditions and development opportunities. Throughout this journey, Feng encountered numerous obstacles and challenges. Yet he remained undeterred, firmly believing that through relentless effort and perseverance, he could achieve his goal of re-attracting these departed talents. At this thrilling moment, Feng's inbox flooded with response emails. The departed talents eagerly expressed their interest and anticipation, indicating a willingness to reconsider returning to Dragon Nation. These responses filled Feng with delight. He knew his plan was gradually bearing fruit. To better communicate and engage with these talents, Feng decided to organize an online meeting. He invited those who had expressed interest to participate, hoping to gain deeper insights into their thoughts and expectations. This would enable him to develop more concrete work arrangements and research plans tailored to their needs. On the day of the meeting, Feng arrived early at the conference room. He organized the documents on the table, preparing to welcome the talents. His heart was filled with anticipation and excitement, knowing this was a crucial moment that would shape the entire plan's development. Soon, a group of professionals dressed in various business attire began entering the conference room. They came from diverse fields and specialties. Some taught at universities in the United States, others held key positions in multinational corporations, and still others conducted cutting-edge research at scientific institutions. They entered the room with expectant gazes. The meeting commenced, and Feng first introduced his plan and vision to the group. He recounted his experiences in the United States and the decision and motivation behind his return to China. He emphasized the critical importance of technological innovation to national development and the responsibility and mission they bore as talented individuals. As Feng spoke, expressions of agreement and recognition spread across the faces of the assembled talents. Moved by his determination and conviction, they expressed keen interest and support for his plans. Next, Feng engaged in discussions with each individual. He inquired about their perspectives and expectations regarding his plan, as well as their specific expertise and interests within the technological field. Through these exchanges, Feng aimed to gain a deeper understanding of each talent's needs and ideas, enabling him to develop personalized work assignments and research plans. The meeting proceeded smoothly, with every talent actively participating and voicing their opinions and ideas. Feng deeply appreciated their enthusiasm and talent, confident they would become the backbone of Longwa's technological innovation. After the meeting, the talents expressed their gratitude to Feng and affirmed their determination and willingness to return to Longwa. They believed that under Feng's leadership, they would gain better development opportunities and platforms to contribute their strengths to Longwa's technological endeavors. Feng felt deeply gratified, knowing this was merely the beginning. Next, he would collaborate with these talents to formulate detailed work schedules and research plans. Together, they would explore the frontiers of scientific research and jointly propel the advancement of innovation. Feng held his dreams close, confident that the return of these talents would yield significant contributions to the nation's technological advancement and economic prosperity. He firmly believed that through their collaboration and dedication, Dragon Nation would reclaim its position at the pinnacle of technological innovation, emerging as a globally recognized powerhouse. Feng felt deeply gratified, knowing this was only the beginning. Next, he would work with these talents to formulate detailed work schedules and research plans. Together, they would explore the frontiers of scientific research and jointly advance the development of innovation. Feng held his dreams close, convinced that once these departed talents returned to the Dragon Nation, they would make vital contributions to the nation's technological advancement and economic prosperity. He firmly believed that through their collaboration and dedication, the Dragon Nation would ascend once more to the pinnacle of technological innovation, emerging as a globally renowned powerhouse. Throughout this journey, Feng faced immense challenges. Despite Li Ming's support, the pressure remained overwhelming. After all, these talents had been away for far too long. Feng had no first-hand experience of their perspectives on the positions or fields they once occupied. He must invest considerable effort to understand their perspectives on contemporary society and their intentions, while subtly discerning their true inner thoughts and demands. Only then could he devise suitable work assignments and plans. Chapter 63, Preparatory Team. Feng deliberately set aside several days to spend time among the talents, engaging in numerous conversations with them. After 2 or 3 days of observation and assessment, Feng selected a group of individuals to form the preparatory team for the Dragon Nation Talent Recruitment Plan. Among the core leadership of the preparatory team, Feng appointed a vice president to oversee the team's overall operations and management. Additionally, he appointed an executive committee member to coordinate the team's daily operations and prevent any chaotic complications. Once the preparatory team was established, Feng submitted this work plan to Li Ming. Li Ming expressed approval for this ambitious plan, which encompassed various aspects of national technological development and talent reserves. At the same time, he reminded Feng that the feasibility of this work plan must be carefully considered. This was because it involved various interests, including the renminbi, changes in international currency exchange rates, and so on. Feng understood the underlying implication in Li Ming's words. It was akin to investment, where investors conduct a comprehensive assessment of returns and risks. As a businessman, Feng grasped the principles of investment even more deeply. If an investment project promised profitability, he would invest without hesitation. If it failed, he would not suffer losses. At worst, it might slightly impact profits or even result in a total loss. But Feng wasn't afraid of risk. He believed that as long as he dared to invest, even if he lost money, he would ultimately reap rich rewards. Feng cautioned Li Ming, "Our goal is to contribute to Dragon Nation's technological advancement and economic takeoff. Regardless of whether this plan turns a profit, I'm willing to invest as long as it benefits Dragon Nation. Moreover, I'm confident I can make this project a massive success, propelling global technological progress forward by 5 or even 6 years, elevating us to the pinnacle of worldwide technological standards." Feng's words stunned Li Ming. He never imagined Feng possessed such unwavering confidence. Moreover, what he was saying sounded downright audacious. Yet upon careful reflection, Li Ming recognized the possibility. He believed that if Dragon Nation's technological products could rapidly penetrate the market, the success of this initiative would undoubtedly elevate the nation's technological prowess to new heights. Surpassing the United States and Europe would be inevitable. Suppressing his excitement, Li Ming sought confirmation. "Are you certain?" Feng smiled and replied, "I'm 100% certain." Li Ming nodded solemnly. "Since you're so confident, I'll give it my all. I believe that if you achieve anything in this field, your accomplishments won't stop here." "Agreed." Feng confirmed. Subsequently, Li Ming handed the plan to Feng, instructing him to finalize it promptly. The government departments would then handle the unified publicity campaign, disseminating the news to attract talent from other cities to work in Longwa. After the preparatory team officially launched, Feng and Li Ming discussed matters at length. During this period, Li Ming analyzed and evaluated the entire preparatory process, proposing several concrete plans. These proposals were relatively conservative but aligned with Feng's expectations. When discussing operational details, Feng presented his own proposal, offering these talents a relatively generous, relaxed, and high-paying work environment. At the conclusion of the proposal, Feng assured Li Ming that with sufficient talent, the implementation timeline for these plans would be far from distant. Hearing Feng's words, Li Ming's spirits soared. The proposal Feng presented was a plan drafted based on the existing conditions. Building upon this foundation, Feng addressed several critical issues. First, he pledged to increase profits by tenfold or even 20-fold once these initiatives yielded returns. Second, Feng would spearhead an upgrade of Longhwa's electronics, phasing out outdated and obsolete products. The remaining electronics would usher in a new era. Additionally, Feng would reform Longhwa's medical technology, employing more advanced techniques to cure cancer. At the proposal's conclusion, Feng included a complementary formula for lung cancer treatment. This formula could increase cancer patients' recovery rate by 50% and restore health within a short time frame. The herbs required for this formula are rare and difficult to source. However, Feng recalled several Chinese medicinal herbs that might be obtainable. He therefore planned to dispatch teams to search mountainous regions for these herbs, which would then be boiled into a medicinal broth according to the formula for consumption by lung cancer patients. At the conclusion of this proposal, Feng further explained to Li Ming that this formula could be produced on a global scale, making the medicinal soup accessible to everyone. This approach would significantly enhance the population's overall health and cancer resistance in the Dragon Nation while simultaneously reducing the number of new cases. Li Ming's eyes lit up as he listened to Feng's vision. "Brilliant," he exclaimed repeatedly. "Now I understand why you possess such immense wealth. This proposal alone could secure your place among China's wealthiest. What other treasures lie hidden within your mind?" Feng smiled faintly and replied modestly, "It was just a fleeting inspiration. Nothing to write home about." "Regardless," Li Ming said with deep emotion, "I thank you on behalf of all the 6 citizens of the Dragon Nation. This proposal is exceptionally well written. I'll have my secretary implement it immediately after reviewing it. Furthermore, I will personally endorse this plan in the media." Feng nodded and exchanged a few more words with Li Ming before concluding their meeting. Feng felt confident about the plan's implementation, but suddenly, a news report interrupted his thoughts. The United States announced sanctions against Dragon Nation, refusing to export core chips for electronic products to the country. Dragon Nation had always relied on imports for these chips and lacked the capability to produce them domestically. This move sent shockwaves of panic throughout the nation. Feng's mood grew heavy. He couldn't ignore the sanctions announced by the United States. This move plunged the entire Dragon Nation into chaos, with people expressing widespread concern and fear. Electronics had always been a vital pillar industry for Dragon Nation, and chips, as the core of electronic products, would cause massive disruption to the entire industrial chain if imports were cut off. Feng felt furious. He knew this was the United States' retaliatory move against Longhwa. Clenching his fists, he resolved not to let the United States succeed. Feng realized that in the face of such sanctions, Dragon Nation must find a solution quickly, or its electronics industry risked collapse. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Immediate action was required. Feng immediately convened the preparatory team members and relayed the news he had just received. Anger flashed across every face. Chapter 64, Technology Blockade. Feng resolved that the United States must not impose a technological blockade on the Dragon Nation. They needed to find a solution. "We cannot sit idly by," Feng's voice was low and resolute, drawing everyone's attention. "Though we cannot import chips, we can produce them ourselves." After intense discussion, Feng and the preparatory team unanimously agreed they must break through the United States' technological blockade. They could not allow the United States to hinder Dragon Nation's development. They had to act. Feng resolved to establish a covert technical team dedicated to chip research, development, and production. This unit would operate under the highest security protocols, ensuring the United States could not detect their activities. "We will build a factory for independent chip R&D in production," Feng's voice echoed throughout the conference room. "We will assemble top scientists and engineers from both domestic and international sources to dedicate themselves to this project. We will break through the technological blockade imposed by the United States and prove our capability for self-sufficiency." Within days, Feng assembled a team of experts with extensive experience in electronics technology. They were taken to a hidden underground laboratory to begin their work. Dim lights illuminated the lab as machinery hummed softly. Members of the technical team worked with intense focus and concentration on their research and experiments. As Feng walked past them, each person could sense the resolve and determination radiating from him. Inside the building, activity was bustling. Scientists labored in laboratories while engineers meticulously assembled chips on production lines. The hum of machinery echoed throughout the factory, like an exhilarating symphony. Feng stood in the factory's control room, observing everything through the glass window. He could feel the effort and struggle of every person, all striving toward the same goal. Over the following months, the technical team embarked on an intensive R&D effort. They spared no effort, continuously experimenting and refining their work in pursuit of excellence. They needed to produce sufficient quantities of high-quality chips to ensure Longhwa's technological advancement remained unaffected by the blockade imposed by the United States. Yifeng personally oversaw every step of the process, guiding the team with his wisdom and experience. He understood the critical importance of this mission and was determined to ensure everything proceeded smoothly. After dozens of days of relentless effort, the technical team finally succeeded in developing a batch of high-quality chips. Dragon Nation's chip factory commenced production. Every chip produced underwent rigorous testing and screening to ensure it met the highest quality standards. Yifeng felt profound pride and satisfaction. They had broken through the technological blockade imposed by the United States, securing an opportunity for Dragon Nation's advancement. Yifeng immediately shared the news with Li Ming and the preparatory team members. Everyone expressed admiration and gratitude toward Yifeng and the technical team. They understood this was the result of Yifeng's leadership and the team's hard work, a crucial step toward securing victory for Manhwa. Yifeng and the preparatory team decided to disseminate this positive news with government support, aiming to attract more talent to Dragon Nation. They believed that with these high-quality chips, Dragon Nation's electronics industry would usher in a new era. Yifeng also resolved to integrate the team's technological breakthroughs with Manhwa's medical reform efforts, providing more advanced treatment options for cancer patients. He was confident that such endeavors would enhance the nation's population quality and cancer-fighting capabilities, restoring health and happiness to countless individuals. News of Manhwa's independently developed chips reached the United States. Within American scientific circles and government agencies, this announcement sparked immense sensation and debate. Some American scientists and engineers began questioning Manhwa's capabilities, dismissing it as mere bluster and insisting the nation lacked the capacity for genuine chip development. They maintained that Manhwa's technological level remained perpetually behind America's, incapable of competing. However, others affirmed Dragon Nation's capabilities. They believed Dragon Nation had always possessed formidable potential in technological development, but had been consistently constrained by the United States technological blockade. The American government also began monitoring Dragon Nation's actions. They dispatched an investigative team composed of America's top scientists and engineers, tasked with examining Dragon Nation's chip factories and assessing their technological capabilities. Upon arriving in Dragon Nation, the team was escorted to the chip factory. They meticulously observed every stage of the production process, conducting detailed inspections of the equipment and technology. The team members were astonished to discover that the Dragon Nation's chip factory featured advanced equipment and highly efficient production lines. Engineers assembled chips with remarkable precision and speed, demonstrating exceptional technical proficiency. They were profoundly impressed by this formidable facility. After evaluating the facility, the team members had to acknowledge that Dragon Nation's technological prowess had indeed met their expectations. This sparked a sense of unease within them, as they began to worry that the United States' technological monopoly might be threatened. Upon returning to the United States, the team reported their findings to the government. Senior officials began to recognize that Manhwa's technological prowess was steadily rising, posing a tangible threat to American technological dominance. This news sparked a series of discussions and analyses within the United States scientific community and government departments. Some began calling for the United States to strengthen technological innovation and enhance its technical capabilities to counter the challenge from Dragon Country. Others, however, argued that measures should be taken to restrict Dragon Country's development, thereby maintaining the United States' technological advantage. However, it was precisely this news that made the American technological community and government departments aware of the potential threat from the Dragon Nation. They began to realize that the Dragon Nation was no longer an opponent that could be underestimated or ignored. It had already developed the capability to compete with the United States. This news also prompted heightened attention and focus on the Dragon Nation within America's scientific community and government agencies. They began rigorously studying and analyzing the Dragon Nation's technological development strategies, seeking effective countermeasures to safeguard America's technological edge. For the United States, this news served as both a warning and an opportunity. They recognized they could no longer ignore China's progress and must strengthen their own innovation capabilities to maintain technological leadership. During this transitional period, the United States scientific community and government agencies began formulating new technological development strategies. They significantly increased investments in scientific research and innovation, encouraging scientists and engineers to pursue cutting-edge technological research and development. Chapter 65: The Birth of Lungsan. Simultaneously, the United States intensified scientific and technological cooperation with other nations, seeking broader technical exchanges and collaborations. They hoped to gain access to more technological resources and innovative ideas through international partnerships, thereby further enhancing their technological capabilities. A new atmosphere permeated American scientific circles and government agencies. They recognized that confronting the rise of Dragon Nation demanded a more open and innovative mindset. They must break free from traditional thinking patterns, relentlessly pursuing technological progress and breakthroughs. Standing in the laboratory of the chip factory, Feng gazed at the crystal-clear chip before him, his heart filled with unwavering resolve. Faced with the rise of the Dragon Nation and the disdain of other countries, he resolved to use his extraordinary talent to wash away the shame of his homeland. After extensive research and exploration, Feng finally succeeded in upgrading the existing chip architecture. He named it Dragon Core. This chip possessed unimaginable performance and stability, nearly matching the most advanced technology from the United States. With the support of this secret team, Feng began advancing the application and development of Dragon Core. Using unique techniques, they embedded Dragon Core into various electronic devices from smartphones to industrial control systems, all demonstrating outstanding performance. Team members approached their work with passion and drive. They understood that only through continuous innovation and breakthroughs could Dragon Nation maintain its technological edge. Day after day, they poured their hearts into the lab, conducting experiments and debugging around the clock to elevate Dragon Core to new heights. Through relentless effort, Feng and his team finally developed a revolutionary product named Lungsun X. This chip boasts higher computing speeds and lower energy consumption, enabling a leap in the performance of electronic devices. Upon learning of the breakthrough achievements of the Lungsun X, high-level officials within the Dragon Nation government were deeply inspired. They recognized that Feng and his team were the backbone of the nation's technological advancement and a vital force in its scientific and technological rise. The Longwood government began vigorously supporting the promotion and application of Lungsun X, investing substantial resources and funding. They actively invited other nations for technological exchanges and collaborations, hoping to further elevate Longwood's technological prowess through the leadership of Lungsun X. As Lungsun X gained traction, Dragon Nation's scientific community was revitalized. Scientists and engineers across disciplines joined the research and development efforts, pursuing technological excellence and striving to create even more advanced innovations. At this moment brimming with hope and passion, Dragon Nation's scientific community and government agencies resolved to elevate Lungsun X into a national-level technological brand. They initiated global promotion of Lungsun X, aiming to showcase Dragon Nation's rise to the world through its technological prowess. It was then that Feng realized the United States wasn't just playing by the rules in the tech race, they were also pulling underhanded tricks behind the scenes. He knew that only by dismantling the US's illegal activities could he protect Dragon Nation's technological innovations and safeguard user privacy. Resolved to strike first, Feng deployed his exceptional hacking skills in a perilous operation. He infiltrated the network systems of the United States' largest electronics corporation, navigating intricate code with ease. Feng's gaze was focused and unwavering as he swiftly uncovered evidence of the company's illegal theft of user data. This evidence spread across his screens like an intricate web of interconnected threads, symbolizing the United States' unethical conduct. His fingers danced across the keyboard as code flickered across the screen. Each line represented a meticulously cracked code, and as he watched the flashing numbers and characters, his heart burned with the thrill of technological exploration and challenge. This was a battle he had to win, not only to protect the interests of the Dragon Nation but to defend justice and integrity within the tech world. The evidence laid bare the illegal activities of the American corporation. Not only had they collected and stored vast amounts of personal data without user consent, but they also exploited this information for commercial gain. From users' personal contact lists to social media account credentials, all had been ruthlessly stripped of privacy. Feng keenly felt the devastating consequences of these illegal actions. He had personally witnessed friends suffer attacks and bullying on social media due to leaked personal privacy, fueling his resolve to end this injustice. His resolve only hardened. He knew his actions must be swift and precise. He stored the evidence in an encrypted file, preparing to make it public. He understood that only by exposing this evidence could he hold the United States accountable for its actions and secure a safe, fair technological environment for users. Next, Feng began strategizing how to deliver the evidence to the public. He meticulously designed an anonymous online platform where users could report the United States' illegal activities without revealing their identities. He hoped to leverage public awareness to spread understanding of this issue and unite efforts for justice within the tech industry. To ensure the platform's security and anonymity, Feng drew upon hacker techniques, implementing multi-layer encryption and anonymous proxy methods. He invested significant time and effort to guarantee the platform's safety and reliability, allowing users to report illegal activities with confidence. Feng promoted this platform to all who cared about technological development. They eagerly joined the cause, helping him gather more evidence. At that moment, a spirit of justice permeated the entire internet as people united in their fight for fairness in technology. Feng's initiative sparked a massive reaction within the tech community and among users. People began re-evaluating the tech industry in the United States, questioning its moral and ethical standards. Increasing numbers joined the reporting campaign, believing that only through collective effort and a unified voice could this unjust situation be changed. Amidst this campaign, Feng gradually felt inspired by a colossal force. He realized that unwavering conviction and courage could spark transformation. He believed that only by dismantling the United States' illegal practices could China's technological innovation and user privacy be safeguarded. Feng persisted in his actions, fully aware that this battle would not be won overnight. Yet he remained confident that with unwavering conviction and a growing coalition of supporters, they could steer the tech industry back onto the right path, creating a secure, fair, and prosperous technological environment for users. Every line of code was the meticulous result of Feng's cracking efforts. As he watched the flashing numbers and characters on the screen, his heart brimmed with the thrill of technological exploration and challenge. This was a battle he had to win not only to safeguard the interests of the Dragon Nation, but also to defend the fairness and justice of the tech world. Chapter 66, Overwhelmed. Politicians in the United States were overwhelmed with problems. They realized that the Chinese people's dissatisfaction with American companies had reached a critical point. As a tech titan, the United States faced a sharp decline in sales for its largest electronics brand and a rapid deterioration in reputation, a devastating blow to the nation's image and economic development. Senior government officials urgently convened an emergency meeting to devise countermeasures. Officials from various departments spoke one after another, yet none could propose a viable solution. At this critical juncture, a young political advisor named Edward stepped forward. Edward, a rising star within the administration, was renowned for his sharp intellect and thoughtful decision-making. His keen insight into the tech industry and formidable analytical skills had established him as a vital strategist for the government leadership. Standing at the podium, the room's lights illuminated his handsome face as a smile touched his lips. His voice was firm and confident, drawing the attention of all the government officials present. Distinguished leaders, I believe we can no longer stand idly by. We must take proactive measures. This incident has caused too much damage and attracted widespread attention. We need to release a bigger news story to overshadow it. His words were filled with determination and cool-headed reasoning. The officials fell silent for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Captivated by Edward's perspective, they recognized this as their chance to turn the tide. They urgently needed a strategy, a news story powerful enough to divert public attention and temporarily conceal Pretty Country Corporation's illegal activities. The government officials of the beautiful country fell into deep thought, grim-faced as they debated how to divert public discontent and anger away from the beautiful country corporation. What event could capture the public's attention more effectively than this scandal, sparking outrage to divert the heat from Pretty Country? They racked their brains, yet no suitable solution emerged. Suddenly, Edward stepped forward with a smile. A glint of inspiration flashed in his eyes, as if he had a brilliant idea. Gentlemen, I have a solution. Japan. The American politicians exchanged knowing smiles. No one knew Japan's dark secrets better than they did. Any single revelation could tarnish Japan's reputation for centuries. Soon, a video exposing Japan's unauthorized discharge of nuclear wastewater into the ocean spread across global websites, igniting worldwide outrage. The footage exposed Japan's nuclear power plants directly discharging vast quantities of radioactive wastewater into the ocean, heedless of the devastation to marine ecosystems. Under the lens, the murky nuclear waste spread like the tentacles of a demon, swiftly engulfing the sea in darkness. Schools of fish scattered in panic, seabirds fled in disarray, and the once vibrant underwater world was instantly devoured. All this unfolded before Feng's eyes. Staring in shock at the horrifying scene on the screen, a surge of anger and sorrow welled up within him. That the land of cherry blossoms could so ruthlessly destroy the marine ecosystem was nothing short of a betrayal of the entire world. The Sakura Nation's government plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Senior officials convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Tension hung thick in the conference room as government officials, faces grave, took turns speaking, each hoping to find a solution. We can't just sit here and wait for disaster. We must find a way to salvage this situation, one official said anxiously. Exactly. We cannot allow this scandal to continue escalating, or it will cause irreparable damage to our reputation, another official added. The officials fell into deep contemplation, needing a strategy to divert public attention and shift blame onto others. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, a young government official stepped forward. Honorable leaders, I have an idea. Perhaps we can shift the blame for this scandal onto Longwa, said Jing Tian with firm confidence. A glimmer of hope flickered in the officials' eyes at this proposal. They understood it was a risky decision, but they had to try it. The consequences of inaction were too dire to contemplate. Thus began the Sakura Nation government's meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. They deployed a team of online trolls to disseminate false information about Dragon Nation discharging nuclear wastewater across major social media platforms and news websites. These trolls fabricated various seemingly credible details to construct a narrative that appeared to align with the truth. Soon, these false reports spread rapidly across the internet. Many netizens across the ocean, lacking relevant background knowledge and thorough investigation, believed them to be true. They left angry comments, calling on the international community to impose sanctions on Dragon Nation and demanding they take responsibility. The Sakura Nation government watched this unfold with satisfaction, confident that this scheme would successfully divert public attention and extricate them from their current predicament. Feng witnessed the Japanese government's blatant distortion of facts, and a surge of anger ignited within him. He resolved to collaborate with like-minded friends in the tech community to expose the truth through technical means. They meticulously breached the Sakura Nation government's cybersecurity systems and uploaded the truth-revealing video to social media platforms and news websites worldwide. This time, they chose not to resort to hacking tactics but instead went public, exposing this horrific conspiracy to the entire world. As the footage spread, people worldwide rose in unison. A storm of outrage swept across the planet. Governments worldwide issued statements condemning Japan's actions, demanding an immediate halt to the discharge of nuclear wastewater and demanding accountability. International organizations joined the chorus of condemnation, calling for sanctions and investigations against Japan. The camera shifted to the Japanese government's press conference. The venue was packed to capacity, swarming with international media as flashes erupted in a blinding burst of light. The host smiled as he announced the Japanese government was about to deliver a major statement. At the center of the hall, high-ranking Japanese government officials sat on the podium, each wearing a confident smile. At this moment, they had already decided to go all in and discharge the nuclear wastewater into the ocean. This choice seemed reckless, but they knew it was their last resort to cover up the truth. The atmosphere was tense yet expectant as all eyes awaited the government's announcement. The host smiled faintly, his expression solemn as he began, "Media friends, the Sakura Nation government has decided to discharge the nuclear wastewater into the ocean effective immediately. This is a difficult yet necessary decision, but we believe it represents the optimal solution to our current predicament." Chapter 67, Controlling the Typhoon. The news exploded like a bomb across the globe. Journalists stared in astonishment, their eyes wide, before erupting into a chorus of gasps and murmurs. In the conference hall, reporters raised their microphones, firing rapid-fire questions at the government officials on stage. They pressed, how could the Sakura Nation government be so resolute in releasing nuclear wastewater into the ocean? Wouldn't this endanger more marine life and ecosystems? Facing the tidal wave of questions, the government officials responded calmly and deliberately, maintaining their composure. They repeatedly emphasized the necessity of the discharge, claiming it was for the greater protection of national and public interests. Yet their words could not mask the anxiety and helplessness within. Upon hearing this news, people worldwide reached a boiling point of anger and fear. Social media was flooded with outraged voices and cries of protest. People launched massive demonstrations, taking to the streets chanting slogans to protect the oceans and demanding the Japanese government halt this absurd action. Facing mounting public pressure, the Sakura Nation government's plan appeared to backfire. Instead of achieving its intended effect, it drew even more condemnation and anger, with international criticism intensifying. Inside the studio, Feng and a team of recently recruited experts were engaged in intense discussions about countermeasures to address Japan's nuclear wastewater discharge into the ocean. Their minds were racing, searching for a way to halt this impending disaster. Suddenly, a meteorologist looked up, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to have had a sudden realization. A typhoon is approaching the day after tomorrow. If it could make landfall in Sakura Nation, the typhoon could cause seawater to surge back into Sakura Nation. This proposal struck Feng and his team like a bolt of lightning, instantly captivating them. This opportunity might reverse the situation, forcing the nuclear wastewater back into Japan and halting the government's continued discharge. Feng and his team immediately launched into intense planning. They began investigating the typhoon's path and intensity, analyzing the likelihood of it making landfall in Sakura Nation. Using various technical means, they continuously gathered data, conducting simulations and projections. After intense research, they reached a promising conclusion: a powerful typhoon would strike in 2 days, potentially passing over Sakura Nation. This rare opportunity represented their sole hope to halt the nuclear wastewater discharge plan. Feng sat in his studio, his gaze fixed intently on the typhoon trajectory simulation displayed on the computer screen. His brow furrowed slightly as the transformative idea kept circling in his mind. If only we could control the typhoon's trajectory, he murmured to himself, then we could ensure it makes landfall along the coast of Sakura Nation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with inspiration. He began adjusting the parameters on the simulation, performing calculations and simulations. After a moment of silence, he nodded with satisfaction. I have a crazy yet feasible idea. Feng stood up excitedly, turning to face the others, leaving the others looking utterly bewildered. Feng sat in his studio, his gaze fixed intently on the typhoon path simulation on the computer screen. His brow furrowed slightly as the mind-altering idea kept replaying in his head. If only we could control the typhoon's trajectory, he murmured to himself, then we could ensure it makes landfall along the coast of Sakura Nation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with inspiration. He began adjusting the parameters on the simulation, performing calculations and simulations. After a moment of silence, he nodded with satisfaction. I have a crazy yet feasible idea. Feng stood up excitedly, turning to face the others, leaving the others looking utterly bewildered. Feng sat in his studio, his gaze fixed intently on the typhoon path simulation on the computer screen. His brow furrowed slightly as the mind-altering idea kept replaying in his head. If only we could control the typhoon's trajectory, he murmured to himself, then we could ensure it makes landfall along the coast of Sakura Nation. His eyes darted across the data on the screen, thoughts racing through his mind. Yet this idea seemed like a fairy tale. Controlling a natural phenomenon like a typhoon was nearly impossible. Feng sighed deeply, knowing reality was often cruel. Just as he was about to abandon the notion, a flash of light caught his eye on the computer screen. His eyes widened as he stared, noticing a message scrolling rapidly across the display. Congratulations! You have obtained a millionfold talent reward. Yi Feng's eyes widened further. He had never anticipated such a reward. A surge of excitement and anticipation filled him. He had never imagined receiving such a significant talent. He immediately clicked the confirmation button on the screen, and the system's voice promptly sounded. Congratulations on receiving the millionfold talent reward. Based on your focus and research into the ocean, the system grants you the ability to control weather. You may attempt to influence the trajectory of a typhoon. Note that this ability can only be used within a limited range and is a one-time use only. Hearing this news, Yi Feng's heart swelled with joy and hope. He knew this was an extraordinary opportunity, a miracle that could turn the tide. He sat back down at his computer, his eyes flashing with confidence and determination. He began adjusting the parameters on the simulation map, constantly calculating and simulating. With each minor tweak, he intently observed the results on the screen. As time ticked by, Yi Feng and his team's efforts finally yielded a breakthrough. They discovered that by adjusting atmospheric pressure and spraying special chemicals, they had successfully altered the typhoon's path. Originally destined for the open ocean, the typhoon now bore down on the coast of Sakura country. The entire studio was filled with a tense and expectant atmosphere. Yi Feng and his team stared intently at the constantly updating typhoon path on the monitoring screen, aware that every minor adjustment could potentially influence the storm's trajectory. Finally, the typhoon entered Sakura Nation's waters. A fierce storm swept in, waves surged high, and the sky darkened with ominous clouds. The Sakura Nation's high-ranking officials watched this unfold, their expressions turning grim. They had believed they could easily conceal the discharge of nuclear wastewater into the sea, but now they felt the force of defying nature. The instant the typhoon made landfall, seawater surged back into Sakura Nation like a torrential flood. The government's plans were utterly shattered as the nuclear wastewater was violently pushed back to its original source by the raging currents. The government officials stared in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene, their hearts filled with helplessness and despair. Meanwhile, people around the world witnessed the typhoon's disruption of Japan's nuclear wastewater discharge plan. Many interpreted it as divine retribution from the ocean, unaware that the typhoon had been artificially controlled. Yi Feng watched the typhoon's path displayed on his computer screen, his brow furrowed slightly as complex emotions filled his heart. He understood that despite controlling the typhoon's trajectory, none of this could bring him true joy. Gazing at the images of Japan being eroded by seawater, he recalled the ecological disasters caused by the nuclear wastewater discharge. His heart was filled with guilt and inner conflict. Chapter 68, Reverence for Nature. Yi Feng knew clearly that while his actions had helped protect the ocean, they had also inflicted immense losses upon the people of Sakura Nation. Yi Feng sighed deeply, a new thought beginning to take root in his mind. He realized that his ability to control the weather should be used for more beneficial purposes. Thus, Yi Feng resolved to launch an initiative to transform people's perceptions of typhoons. He hoped this campaign would awaken recognition of nature's immense power and the vital importance of revering it. He launched an online initiative calling for the protection and reverence of nature. Soon, his initiative gained global attention. People shared and commented widely, expressing support and admiration. A wave of enthusiasm for nature conservation swept across the internet, prompting reflection on the environmental impact of human actions and inspiring active participation in conservation efforts. The global movement for nature conservation gained momentum, with increasing numbers joining efforts to protect the oceans. Marine conservation organizations received unprecedented support and donations, while governments worldwide began enacting stricter environmental regulations. As the global ocean conservation movement gained momentum, Yi Feng's primary goal was largely achieved. He believed that persistent philanthropy and advocacy would inevitably win the support of the majority. Yi Feng then turned his attention to reforming medical technology in Dragon Nation, employing more advanced techniques to cure cancer. He resolved to apply his talent and determination to broader fields, confident he could help humanity overcome another life-threatening challenge: cancer. He invested significant time and effort into reforming Longwa's medical technology. He researched the most advanced medical equipment and treatment methods, continuously refining and optimizing them in pursuit of more effective cancer cures. Yi Feng actively collaborated and exchanged ideas with medical experts, jointly exploring how to develop a unique treatment plan. That night, Yi Feng entered a peculiar dream. He found himself in an ancient, mysterious valley, surrounded by towering peaks that pierced the clouds, resembling a scene from a fairy tale. As Yi Feng curiously surveyed his surroundings, an elderly man dressed in ancient attire suddenly appeared before him. The old man carried an ancient medical text on his back, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency and anticipation. "Young man, would you be so kind as to assist me?" the elder inquired gently. Startled by the old man's sudden appearance and request, Yi Feng quickly regained his composure. Noticing the earnest longing in the old man's eyes, he surmised that the medical text must hold great significance for him. "What might I do for you?" Yi Feng asked respectfully. The old man smiled faintly. This medical text is a precious relic left behind by the medical sage of the Dragon Kingdom. It contains countless invaluable medical techniques and therapies. But not long ago, it was unexpectedly lost. I've searched for years without success. Young man, I believe you are a capable person. Could you help me recover this book and restore it to its former state, so that the medical sage's spirit and medical wisdom may be passed down? As Feng listened to the old man's request, an inexplicable surge of excitement welled up within him. He could sense the anticipation and trust in the old man's eyes. Old master, rest assured. I will do everything in my power to find this medical text and restore it, Feng pledged solemnly. Just as Feng prepared to leave the dreamscape, a faint voice suddenly echoed. To his surprise, it originated from his own system. Ding! Mission issued successfully. Mission name, locate and repair the medical treatise of the Dragon Nation Sage of Medicine. Mission details, follow the old man's guidance to find and restore the medical treatise of the Dragon Nation Sage of Medicine, preserving its medical wisdom. Mission reward, unknown. Mission time limit, none. Complete as soon as possible. Feng stared at the system prompt, his heart racing with excitement. This mission seemed profoundly connected to the old man he had encountered in his dream. Old master, please trust me. I will complete this task, Feng declared firmly. The dream gradually faded as Feng awoke. He could still vividly recall the old man's face and his request, as if everything had been real. Feng resolved that since the system had issued this task, he would act swiftly. He believed in the importance of this medical text and trusted himself to find it and restore it. Thus, Feng began organizing his thoughts, planning how to search for this medical text. He understood this was a daunting task, yet he was filled with confidence and resolve. He resolved to seek out those who knew the legacy and secrets of the Sage of Medicine. He believed that through discussions and exchanges with them, he would uncover clues to guide him to the medical text. Feng prepared his belongings and embarked on his journey to find the medical text. He was acutely aware of the mission's significance and understood it would be a grueling and challenging adventure. Yet his heart brimmed with curiosity for the unknown and a thirst for medical wisdom. He believed this quest would not only lead him to the text but empower him to save countless families using the sage's knowledge. Feng embarked on his quest, determined to pursue every lead relentlessly until he located and restored the medical text. He believed this journey would mark a pivotal moment in his medical path, serving as both an inheritance and tribute to the medical sage's legacy. As he searched, Feng engaged in discussions with various experts and scholars, absorbing their insights and understanding of medical arts. Traveling day and night without rest, Feng finally located the island mentioned in the old man's message after 10 days. It was a solitary island perched on coastal cliffs, situated 3,000 meters below sea level, surrounded by numerous reefs and hidden shoals. Near the island lies a vast expanse of lush jungle, teeming with thriving vegetation and rampant wildlife, where venomous snakes and predatory birds run rampant. Due to its low elevation, the climate on this isolated island was remarkably pleasant, supporting lush and abundant vegetation, including numerous rare medicinal herbs. A group of primitive humans, numbering around 100, inhabited the island. The gender ratio was severely imbalanced, with members of all ages present. They sustained themselves through hunting, but food scarcity made survival difficult. Upon spotting the stranger, the islanders instantly grew wary. They seized their weapons and charged toward Feng. Prepared for this, Feng drew his self-made weapon. Blue arcs of electricity flashed, knocking the primitives to the ground. He then explored the island, discovering a small cave. Inside this cave were numerous precious herbs, worth a fortune. Feng made no hesitation in gathering and taking these herbs with him. Within the cave, Feng also discovered several oddly shaped iron ore fragments. After careful examination, he confirmed they were a form of metal. Chapter 69, Restoring the Medical Text. Feng now felt even more certain of his belief. The medical arts of the Dragon Kingdom were profound and ancient, with a long and distinguished history. Additionally, he discovered inscriptions on the cave walls revealing the island's name. It belonged to a small fishing village of the Dragon Kingdom. Continuing southward along the island, Feng discovered two more small islands. One of them boasted breathtaking scenery, lakes and lush greenery made it an ideal spot for leisure and vacation. Yet Feng did not immediately set foot on this island, sensing it must conceal some secret. After wandering the island for half a day, Feng suddenly spotted a small stream. He followed its course downstream, swimming over 20 kilometers until he reached its source, a waterfall. Standing beneath the cascade, gazing up at the plunging water, a thought struck him. Could the secrets of Dragon Nation's medical arts lie hidden beneath this waterfall? Feng stripped off his clothes and submerged himself in the bone-chilling pool. His body sank as if plunging into an endless abyss. The freezing water numbed his blood, leaving him completely numb. Gritting his teeth against the chill, Feng descended inch by inch. After groping around underwater for several minutes, he indeed discovered something unusual. The river flowed gently, not swiftly at all, and its water was exceptionally clear. Feng reached out and touched the riverbed, discovering that the stones on the surface were a pale red color. The riverbed. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with sharp focus as a vision instantly filled his mind, a bronze cauldron floating silently upon the river's surface. Fierce flames blazed within the bronze cauldron. A figure sat beside it, palms pressed against the cauldron's surface, murmuring incantations as if refining elixirs. Yi Feng froze upon witnessing this scene, his heart pounding wildly as his face betrayed intense excitement. This must be a glimpse of the medicine sage refining pills. Though only a fragmentary scene, it offered profound inspiration. He held his breath and slowly swam toward the bronze cauldron. As he drew nearer, the familiar fluctuations grew increasingly intense. This must be the fragment of the divine physician's needle technique. Never mind, I'll take it first and worry about it later. Yi Feng carefully tucked away the tattered scroll. Determined to fully restore the medical text, Yi Feng resolved to continue searching for the other fragments. He scoured every corner, traversing jungles, scaling mountains, and trekking through deserts. Whether in that small fishing village or on that picturesque island, he never ceased his quest. After arduous effort, Yi Feng finally located the last fragment. Perched atop a precipitous peak, it was shrouded in swirling mists and lashed by biting winds. Braving the bitter cold, he scaled the sheer cliff face, inch by inch, drawing nearer to the fragment's location. When he finally grasped the fragment, Yi Feng felt his hands go numb, his blood seeming to freeze in the bitter cold. Yet he did not retreat, for he knew this final piece would elevate his medical skills to the pinnacle. Clutching the fragment, Yi Feng struggled back to safe ground. His hands were stiff, and breathing grew difficult. Yet his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. This was the final step in restoring the medical text. He could not abandon it now. He knew that once these fragments were fully reconstructed, the medical sage's art would shine anew, bringing boundless health and hope to the world. Yi Feng brought the scroll back to his workshop. The characters were already blurred and indistinct, some even missing entirely. Standing before his workbench, Yi Feng cradled a scroll in his hands. His gaze fixed on the fragmented characters, his heart brimming with longing. He knew this was the key to restoring the medical texts, the very reason he had come here. He gently retrieved a small glass vial containing a potion he had developed himself. This concoction, crafted from a unique formula, possessed the power to awaken the characters within ancient texts, restoring them to their original clarity. Yi Feng carefully tore off a small piece of parchment and dipped it lightly in the potion. Raising his hand, he gently applied it to the scroll. As the potion touched the parchment, a faint glow emanated from the characters, instantly redefining their outlines. Yi Feng gazed intently at the characters, savoring the profound medical wisdom within. His heart swelled with joy and excitement, for these fragments contained the acupuncture techniques of the sage of medicine and extraordinarily advanced medical skill. Yi Feng carefully closed the restored medical text. He drew a deep breath, his heart brimming with immense joy. He knew he had accomplished a monumental restoration, a tribute to the art of medicine. Having no expertise in ancient scripts, Yi Feng invited two specialists in classical Chinese to translate the medical text. Yi Feng was filled with anticipation. The two scholars he had invited were Professor Zhao and Professor Li. Yi Feng carefully handed the restored medical text to Professors Zhao and Li. They took the book and scrutinized the characters within. Their eyes betrayed profound astonishment and excitement. Professor Zhao murmured, "This is an ancient medical text, documenting the medical sage's unique medical techniques and alchemical formulas. The restoration of this book will bring immense benefit to the field of human medicine." Professor Li echoed his admiration. Who would have thought this medical text contains such profound medical techniques and medicinal formulas? The sage of medicine's expertise far surpasses our imagination. Listening to the professor's appraisal, Yi Feng's heart swelled with joy and excitement. He understood that this restoration did more than merely return the medical text to its original state, it unlocked boundless possibilities for the field of medicine. Yi Feng formed a research team with Professors Zhao and Li, embarking on the study and interpretation of the text's contents. They meticulously analyzed each word, scrutinized every sentence, striving to fully comprehend the medical sage's techniques. During their research, they discovered the text contained invaluable medical knowledge and therapeutic methods. These techniques not only addressed common ailments but also demonstrated remarkable efficacy against intractable diseases. After completing the arduous task of locating and restoring the medical texts, Yi Feng felt both exhausted and profoundly accomplished. He drew a deep breath, sensing the strength gradually returning to his body. Just as he prepared to rest for a moment, a brilliant light suddenly emerged beside him, gradually coalescing into an ethereal human form. The ethereal form slowly solidified into a mysterious man clad in an ornate robe. Tall and imposing, with a handsome face radiating immense authority, he offered Yi Feng a gentle smile. His voice flowed like murmuring water, soft and warm. "Yi Feng, congratulations on completing your mission. Your courage and perseverance have earned my admiration. As a reward, I bestow upon you an indestructible body. It will make your physique incredibly powerful, rendering it nearly impossible to destroy by any external force." Chapter 70, Overjoyed. Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the man before him. His heart swelled with joy and excitement. This was the power he had longed for, enabling him to better protect himself and others. As the man's words faded, Yi Feng's body began to transform. He felt a powerful force surging within him, his muscles growing solid and powerful, his skin becoming impenetrable. He tried pinching his arm with his fingers, only to discover his muscles felt as hard as iron, devoid of any sensation of pain. Overflowing with delight, he raised both arms, feeling the power flow through him, as if he could touch the sky. Feng and the two medical professionals in his team stared at the ancient medical text, their hearts filled with awe. They deeply realized that restoring this ancient medical book would bring immense benefit to humanity. They resolved to integrate its knowledge with modern medicine, validating the medical sage's techniques through clinical practice. They would establish a medical team to explore novel treatment protocols based on the text's methods and herbal formulas. Feng and his team members threw themselves passionately into medical research. Utilizing modern technological equipment, they extracted and studied the herbs described in the text, hoping to uncover more medical miracles. Through clinical practice, they gradually discovered that the sage's medical techniques not only cured ailments but also enhanced human immunity, delayed aging, and potentially offered cures for incurable diseases like cancer. Feng and his team members pursued their medical research with great enthusiasm, each day bringing new discoveries and insights. While extracting and studying medicinal substances from ancient texts, Feng stumbled upon an unusual substance. This substance was unlike anything he had encountered in the medical texts before. Intrigued, he decided to extract it for further investigation. After meticulous experimentation, Feng finally succeeded in isolating this novel substance. Placing it under a microscope for close examination, the sight before him left him utterly speechless. The substance displayed a peculiar crystal structure, tiny yet intricate, emitting a faint blue glow. Feng found himself captivated by its beauty, as if transported into a magical realm. Further research revealed the substance held potential for treating lung cancer. Feng was both shocked and exhilarated, as lung cancer remained one of medicine's most intractable challenges. Feng immediately shared this discovery with his team members. They were all deeply intrigued by the substance's potential, recognizing it could represent a major breakthrough in medical history. To gain a deeper understanding of the substance's mechanism of action, Feng and his team conducted a series of experiments and studies. They observed that the substance interacted with cancer cells, inhibiting their further growth and spread. Hope filled Feng's heart. He knew that if this new substance could be further validated and developed, it might bring a glimmer of hope to lung cancer patients, offering them renewed vitality and promise. The team members threw themselves into the work wholeheartedly. They conducted relentless experiments to test the substance's efficacy and safety. Their goal was to validate its therapeutic potential against lung cancer through clinical practice, bringing good news to patients. After a period of experimentation and observation, the team finally achieved encouraging results. In vitro tests demonstrated the new substance's significant ability to inhibit lung cancer cell growth, with some cells even being completely eliminated. This discovery filled Feng and his team with immense excitement and enthusiasm. They knew they were pioneering a new path in lung cancer treatment, offering fresh hope to helpless patients. Feng decided to name this new substance Blue Lightstone. He believed it would become a milestone in medical history, transforming how lung cancer is understood and treated. To further validate Blue Lightstone's efficacy and safety, Feng and his team initiated clinical trials. They invited lung cancer patients to participate, meticulously documenting their conditions and treatment progress. During the trials, patients received Blue Lightstone treatment. After a period of observation and therapy, their conditions showed significant improvements, some even experienced complete tumor disappearance. This outcome filled Feng and his team with elation. They knew their efforts had not been in vain. Blue Lightstone truly held potential for treating lung cancer. Feng and his team published their findings in an international medical journal, sharing the efficacy and treatment protocol of Blue Lightstone with a wider audience of doctors and patients. They hoped this novel approach would bring hope and salvation to more lung cancer sufferers. As the novel treatment gained public attention, growing numbers of people eagerly sought access to this Blue Lightstone therapy. Volunteers soon signed up for the trials. During the clinical trials, Feng and his team discovered several additional novel approaches for treating lung cancer. In the following period, human medical history witnessed another wave of medical innovation, with a continuous stream of novel treatment methods emerging, each offering fresh perspectives. Thanks to the rapid dissemination of medical knowledge, Feng and his team members gained immense insights. They collected a vast amount of data during this clinical trial. Despite the high mortality rate in this trial, they persisted in conducting further clinical studies, driven by their pursuit of medical breakthroughs and advancements to contribute to the progress of human medicine. Feng sat in a corner of the laboratory, contemplating the newly acquired research findings. The agonized faces of lung cancer patients and the lives lost beyond redemption kept flashing through his mind. Pen in hand, Feng contemplated his plan. His thoughts drifted through past research and experiments, searching for a new approach that could transform lung cancer treatment. He knew existing therapies only addressed tumors after they had formed, while preventive methods remained scarce. What if we could boost the immunity of the entire Dragon Nation population? The thought flashed through Feng's mind. Wouldn't that reduce cancer risk and tackle the problem at its source? He immediately began meticulously sketching out his plan on paper. First, he needed to determine how to enhance people's immunity. He reviewed previous research findings, contemplating methods that could be adapted. Antioxidants, anti-inflammatory compounds, and nutritional supplements, Feng murmured, his thoughts gradually crystallizing. He conceived a novel treatment approach, identifying a unique plant species, extracting its active compounds, and developing pharmaceuticals to fortify human immunity. I need a dedicated team to research this plant, Feng continued his deliberations. He was acutely aware that this endeavor required not only his own efforts but also the support and participation of additional specialists. He began mentally screening potential team members, seeking individuals with expertise and experience in immunology, pharmacology, and botany. Chapter 71, The Special Capsule. Ding Yun possesses extensive experience in immunology. Feng Ting is an outstanding pharmacologist. Li Ming has considerable expertise in botany. Feng jotted these names down on paper, envisioning a complete team. Feng knew this project wasn't just about treating cancer, it was about the health and well-being of all the people of Longwa. He understood deeply that cancer wasn't merely an individual problem but a societal one. He resolved that once the team was assembled, they would dedicate all their time and energy to research and experimentation. They would traverse the continent in search of rare plants, personally extracting their active compounds. We shall name this new discovery Suyang grass, Feng silently resolved. The name embodied hope and vitality. Feng lifted his head to look at his colleagues in the laboratory. They were all immersed in their work, their passion burning brightly. A glimmer of hope shone in Feng's eyes. Our goal isn't merely to cure diseases, Feng's voice echoed through the lab, but to ensure the people of the entire Dragon Nation live healthier, happier lives. Feng picked up a syringe and walked over to the nearest piece of equipment. It was a simple miniature dialysis device. Capable of separating microorganisms containing antibiotics or disinfectants from the air, it could be used to alleviate patients' pain. Feng pricked a pile of capsules with the slender syringe, then held it to his nose to inhale. The scent was similar to the cold capsules he'd seen patients taking in hospitals, though the aroma was slightly different. In the lab, he had overheard other medical staff discussing how these cold capsules had severe side effects, which was why they were treated as waste and tossed into the trash. But Feng suspected these capsules were actually anti-cancer drugs, discarded only because the dosage was too low. Feng tried dissolving the capsule in water. Moments later, it dissolved completely, releasing a faint greenish vapor. Just as I thought. Feng exclaimed with delight. He quickly turned the capsule upside down to examine it closely. His pupils suddenly contracted. He discovered the capsules had turned a pale green and emitted a rich fragrance. This capsule must contain some medicinal properties, perhaps beneficial for liver cancer. Feng speculated silently. He planned to take the capsule back for research to see if it could help liver cancer patients. Feng stood up and headed toward the laboratory exit. "What are you doing?" asked a young physician working at a computer. "I'm stepping out. Finish the experiment as soon as possible," Feng instructed before leaving the lab. He hailed a taxi along the way and arrived at a private hospital. Entering the hospital lobby, Feng headed straight for the inpatient ward. Within his sight, hundreds of hospital beds filled the ward, each occupied by patients clad in hospital gowns. Most were ordinary citizens, causing Feng to frown. He didn't approach the patients rashly but instead moved to a nearby window to observe the upper floors. On the second floor, Feng observed numerous medical staff dressed in white uniforms administering 4 drips to patients. Surrounding these healthcare workers stood many patients, their faces etched with anxious expressions, yet none dared defy the medical personnel's instructions. This scene filled Feng with both anger and sorrow. If this continues, within a few years, these patients will lose their ability to work and become useless burdens waiting for treatment, Feng muttered to himself. The medical world is truly dark. Feng shook his head and sighed. This world was inherently a jungle where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Medical conditions were harsh, diseases proliferated endlessly, and compounded by layers of oppression and exploitation, people's desire for survival had long reached its peak. Yet, under the shadow of this society, the vast majority could only endure humiliation and hardship, scraping by to survive. Feng walked to another inpatient building. Here, he saw many elderly patients lying in beds, waiting for treatment. Witnessing this scene only strengthened Feng's resolve to use his millionfold talent to benefit the people of Dragon Nation. To further verify the capsule's efficacy, Feng thought of one person. He quickly arrived at the hospital where his father had undergone surgery. As soon as he entered the lobby, a familiar scent hit him, a mix of disinfectant and medicine that instantly brought back memories of his father being wheeled into the operating room months ago. Hurrying through the inpatient ward, his heart swelled with concern for his father. Suddenly, he noticed a middle-aged man in a white coat approaching from his left front. Feng. The man smiled warmly, his eyes radiating kindness and enthusiasm. It was none other than Director Wang, the attending physician from back then. A look of relief spread across Feng's face. He quickly stepped forward and shook Director Wang's hand firmly. "Director Wang, it's been ages. Do you remember me?" Dr. Wang's gaze fell on the package in Feng's hands. He smiled and said, "Of course I remember you, Yifeng, the promising young man. You left a deep impression on me last time when you upgraded the medical equipment." Yifeng smiled faintly, knowing how crucial Director Wang's support and recognition were. "Director Wang, I've come to ask for your help." Director Wang patted Yifeng's shoulder with a smile. "Whatever it is, just say the word. If it's within my power to help, I'll do my utmost." Yifeng nodded and proceeded to describe the capsules discovered in the lab to Director Wang. He hoped to leverage the director's experience and expertise to further investigate the capsule's therapeutic potential. Director Wang's expression turned thoughtful. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Yifeng, your discovery is indeed remarkable. These capsules could very well be a potential anti-cancer drug. However, we must conduct more research and experiments to determine their efficacy and potential side effects." Yifeng's brow furrowed slightly. He knew time was precious and unforgiving for patients. He hoped to find a solution quickly so these patients could receive treatment as soon as possible. Seeming to sense Yifeng's urgency, Director Wang offered reassurance. "Yifeng, I will promptly contact the relevant hospital departments to secure additional support and resources for you. With adequate conditions in place, we can initiate the necessary research and bring hope to these patients." Yifeng's heart stirred. He understood Director Wang was offering hope and encouragement. He clasped Director Wang's hand tightly in gratitude. "Thank you, Director Wang. I'll prepare the experimental materials as soon as possible, hoping to find an effective treatment for the patients sooner rather than later." Chapter 72, Distributing the Pills. Director Wang nodded with a smile before turning to leave, leaving behind a determined and hopeful Yifeng. Yifeng spent the entire night in the lab. By dawn the next day, he and several team members had finally deciphered the capsule's mechanism. The next day, Yifeng eagerly shared the laboratory findings with his team members. Together, they discussed the results with excitement in the lab, though a hint of tension lingered. Animal testing confirmed the capsule held potential for cancer treatment. However, its actual efficacy required human trials. After deliberation, they decided to proceed with human trials to verify whether the capsule truly possessed anti-cancer properties. This posed a significant challenge for Yifeng and his team, as they needed to find patients willing to participate in the trial and provide them with thorough explanations and safety assurances. With Director Wang's assistance and accompaniment, Yifeng personally visited the inpatient ward, explaining the trial's purpose and potential outcomes to each patient. Many were terminal cancer patients who had lost hope of a cure, yet they still clung to that last shred of hope and agreed to participate. A heavy, sorrowful atmosphere permeated the ward, with pain and despair etched on every face. Yifeng approached each bedside, gently holding their hands in an attempt to offer strength and comfort. With every handshake, he felt their warmth and resilience, which only strengthened his resolve. After careful screening, they selected several patients in relatively better condition as trial subjects. Yifeng and his team personally arranged the experiment for each patient, explaining the process and potential risks in detail. The moment the experiment began, a palpable tension filled the laboratory. Yifeng and his team watched the patients' reactions intently, their own heartbeats seeming to quicken with every subtle change in the patients. After a period of observation and analysis, they discovered that the patients' conditions had not deteriorated. On the contrary, some even showed positive changes. Their tumors began to slowly cease growing, and their physical pain eased. This outcome thrilled Yifeng and his team. But they didn't stop there. They knew this was only the beginning. Further observation and analysis were needed to ensure the capsule's effects were stable and lasting. Day after day, Yifeng and his team members conducted experiments and observations without interruption. They meticulously recorded every change and reaction in each patient, even working through the night to ensure the accuracy of their experiments. After months of effort, they finally reached a conclusion: the capsules demonstrated anti-cancer potential, with stable and enduring effects in patient trials. Simultaneously, Yifeng's team accelerated the extraction of Zuoyang grass to produce pills, which they donated to the nation free of charge. They understood that developing and testing the anti-cancer capsules was only part of the journey. Broader efforts were needed to help more people. In a corner of the laboratory, Yifeng and his team members busily worked on manufacturing the pills. These pills, primarily composed of Zuoyang grass and meticulously refined and manufactured, possess the function of boosting the human immune system. They shaped the pills into compact capsules for easy patient administration. The entire process demanded precise ratios and strict quality control. Yifeng personally supervised every step to ensure the pills met standards. They meticulously researched Zuoyang grass extraction methods and medicinal formulations to maximize the herb's efficacy. Upon completion, Yifeng and his team placed the pills into sealed containers, meticulously labeling each batch with its unique identification number and production date. They hoped this approach would enable better tracking and control of the pills' usage, providing improved service to patients. Shortly thereafter, they delivered these pills to the nation's official medical institutions. These institutions would centrally manage the distribution and administration of the pills, ensuring every person in need could obtain them and use them correctly. As the pills were distributed, people's immunity gradually improved. Many began to feel changes in their bodies, with noticeable improvements in their health. Smiles gradually spread across people's faces as they regained hope and confidence in life. Seated in his office chair, the venerable Wang Goen listened intently to Li Pengfei's report, his expression grave. Yi Feng's recent actions brought him both satisfaction and profound concern. As a visionary scientist, Elder Wang Goen had always regarded Yi Feng as the future leader of China's aerospace endeavors. He took pride in Yi Feng's talent and potential. Professor Wang understood that Yi Feng's deep compassion and care for the sick were the driving forces behind his choice to pursue cancer research. He couldn't bear to see patients struggling in pain and fear. He wanted to help them, to give them hope and strength. Yet he also recognized that Yi Feng's path in cancer research might gradually distance him from the aerospace cause. Their team had been striving for breakthroughs in aerospace, a field where Long Nation had started late and lagged behind other nations. Yi Feng's emergence had ignited hope within him. He viewed Yi Feng as his successor and heir apparent, knowing the young scientist possessed the capability to elevate Longhua's aerospace program to the pinnacle of global achievement. But now, Yi Feng had chosen another path, causing deep distress to the venerable Wang Goen. Wang Goen recognized that his expectations for Yi Feng might have been too narrow. He understood that Yi Feng's choice stemmed from his inner sincerity and reverence for life. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head and addressed Li Pengfei with unwavering resolve. Yi Feng is a young man of extraordinary talent and passion for science. I trust my judgment he is a polymath capable of excelling in any field. As Li Pengfei listened to the words of the esteemed Professor Wang, a wave of warmth washed over him. He understood the high hopes Professor Wang had placed on Yi Feng, yet he also respected the young man's choice. Meeting the professor's unwavering gaze, he sensed the depth of conviction and resolve within him. Yes, Professor Wang, I fully agree with your perspective. Yi Feng is a young scientist with boundless potential, and his research holds immense importance for humanity's well-being. We should support him wholeheartedly, enabling him to unleash his talents and make greater contributions to society, Li Pengfei replied solemnly. Wang Goen nodded, his expression satisfied as he looked at Li Pengfei. Chapter 73, The Riemann Hypothesis. Wang Goen understood that only by granting Yi Feng sufficient support and trust could he truly unlock his potential. Therefore, Wang Goen's testing of Yi Feng did not cease. That day, the principal personally called Yi Feng back to campus to resume classes. Yi Feng hadn't attended classes in ages. He consistently ranked first in his grade on every exam. Given his innate talent and abilities, attending classes felt like a waste of time. Moreover, with instructions from above, the teachers tacitly accepted Yi Feng's special treatment. Upon receiving the principal's call, Yi Feng felt conflicted. Though he consistently ranked first in his class, he held little interest in formal lectures. School curricula no longer satisfied his thirst for knowledge. He preferred independent research and exploring new scientific frontiers. However, as the school's top student, Yi Feng knew he couldn't refuse the principal's request. He had already made arrangements for his research work, entrusting the production of the pills to a reliable team member, and prepared to return to school for classes. Upon arriving at school, Yi Feng received a warm welcome from teachers and classmates. Yet, deep down, Yi Feng felt uneasy. He believed he had wasted valuable time that could have been spent on more meaningful endeavors. Sitting in the classroom, he looked around and saw faces intently focused on the lecture. They listened attentively to the teacher's explanations, taking notes on their notebooks. Yi Feng began to re-evaluate his thoughts. He suddenly realized that school courses weren't merely about imparting knowledge, they also played a vital role in cultivating students' critical thinking skills and teamwork spirit. He sensed the cohesion within the class and the interaction between teachers and students. This atmosphere made him feel warm and comfortable. Gradually, Yi Feng began actively participating in class discussions and activities. He discovered that through exchanges with classmates, he gained fresh perspectives and insights that greatly benefited his research work. He became willing to listen and learn, humbly accepting advice from both teachers and peers. The bell signaling the end of the math exam rang, and the classroom fell silent. Yi Feng concentrated intently on solving the problems on the test paper. He effortlessly completed each math problem, arriving at the correct answers with ease. The final question, the Riemann hypothesis, was recognized globally as the foremost of the 7 great unsolved problems in mathematics. Yi Feng didn't notice that the final question on his exam paper differed from those given to his classmates. Relying solely on his familiarity with mathematics and deep contemplation, he provided the answer without hesitation. To him, this problem wasn't particularly challenging, it was practically a piece of cake. Yi Feng had no idea his answer would send shockwaves through the mathematical community. Quietly placing his exam paper on the desk, he gazed out the classroom window, his thoughts drifting. He had always pursued the depth and breadth of science, and for mathematics, he had always held an interest and passion. Time slipped away unnoticed until the bell rang once more. Students handed in their papers and streamed out of the classroom. Yi Feng packed his backpack and stepped outside, only to be stopped by a familiar figure. Li Pengfei looked at Yi Feng, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Yi Feng, I have a proposal. Would you be willing to hear it? Yi Feng was slightly surprised. He had never heard Li Pengfei mention such an idea to anyone before. Of course, brother Li, please go ahead. Li Pengfei gestured toward the empty lot beside the classroom. Follow me. As they reached the edge of the clearing, Feng asked, "Brotherly, go ahead and say what's on your mind." Li Pengfei replied, "Perhaps we can find a way to address the nuclear radiation contamination caused by the stellar explosion." Oh? A flicker of interest crossed Yi Feng's eyes. Based on current data, stars with masses exceeding 2 trillion tons possess nuclear energy reserves of approximately 5.6 quadrillion kilowatts. Even so, they remain vulnerable to the universe's most intense radiation. However, Li Pengfei continued, throughout our interstellar civilization's history, 3 controllable nuclear fusion technologies emerged. One of them is called superconductivity. Superconductivity? Yi Feng asked in confusion. This was the first time he'd encountered the concept, leaving him thoroughly puzzled. Li Pengfei patiently explained, superconductor is a novel material existing in a liquid metallic state. Concentrating superconductor allows extraction of a star's mass, pressure, magnetic field strength, electron density, and other physical parameters. This enhances the superconductor's hardness, increases its toughness, improves material quality, and boosts its weight. Superconductivity is the fundamental building block of stars and essential for their operation. Solving its production would dramatically increase a star's operational speed while reducing its combustion efficiency. If our plan succeeds, we could save a planet on the brink of death. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. How exactly does this work? The principle of superconductivity originates from changes in the electromagnetic spectrum. Through this spectrum, we can achieve the aggregation, dispersion, expansion, and annihilation of microscopic particles. Within superconducting materials, these particles split from cellular clusters and enter the bacterial layer. This physical phenomenon is termed electromagnetic field oscillation. In our country, superconductivity is referred to as an electromagnetic field oscillation device. We call the principle and technology behind this device the magnetic field device. This equipment represents an entirely new type of electromagnetic apparatus. By channeling electrical current into superconducting materials, it enables superluminal flight of these materials. While the performance of this superconducting material is highly advanced, its manufacturing process is quite complex, Li Pengfei explained. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. We now need to build an electromagnetic field oscillation device. This apparatus will magnetically attract our designated target device, enabling the superconducting apparatus to carry the electromagnetic field oscillation device toward the target location. However, Li Pengfei continued, to construct an electromagnetic device, we require not only highly advanced electronic technology and superconducting equipment, but also a vast quantity of electronic components. What specific elements are required? Yi Feng inquired further. Li Pengfei held up his index finger. Uranium-235 and nickel hydrogen. We'll need a supercomputer to build the electromagnetic field oscillation device. Electromagnetic field oscillation device? Yes, a complete electromagnetic field device with immense current and ultra-high mass. But its core lacks a stable engine drive, and superconducting materials don't provide sufficient energy assurance. If we want to implement this technology, we need an engine capable of full load operation. Otherwise, we'll fail. Li Pengfei continued. Chapter 74, Magma Lakes. Yi Feng nodded upon hearing this and remarked, "That's actually a pretty good approach." Li Pengfei smiled. "You agree with this plan?" "Indeed," Yi Feng affirmed. "Since you agree, let's discuss the relevant superconducting technologies," Li Pengfei said, pulling Yi Feng aside to begin explaining the technical details he knew. Yi Feng had some background in electromagnetism and clearly understood how electronic devices functioned. Electronic devices served as extensions of artificial intelligence, typically used for computation, processing, and coding. With computer assistance, artificial intelligence could execute commands more effectively, such as coordinating information processing in specialized fields. Additionally, under normal circumstances, electronic devices possess remarkable computational power and processing speed, but only when the computer is operational. If a computer malfunctions, its functions cease entirely. It becomes incapable of performing any calculations, unable to sustain even a single second of operation, let alone continue functioning. Superconducting materials, however, are different. They possess no processing capability, and their electronic components are extremely fragile. Even minor damage can cause instant collapse, rendering their computational capacity virtually negligible. As described by Li Pengfei, superconducting materials enable the automatic assembly, consumption, and replenishment of electronic components. Yet, like humans unable to breathe underwater, superconducting materials have their own limitations. In water, people rely on air-cushioned vehicles to breathe. Yet when standing on land, they can only breathe with oxygen tanks. Superconducting materials face similar constraints. They cannot survive for extended periods on land. Once removed from the soil environment, superconducting materials rapidly decay and collapse. Therefore, creating superconducting materials requires finding an environment suitable for their existence. This environment refers to the ocean or the seabed. The ocean and seabed are the easiest places in the world to construct undersea tunnels. Moreover, large-scale engineering projects were common in ancient times, such as excavating a massive tunnel to a volcanic crater. Li Pengfei informed Yifeng that after reviewing extensive materials, he concluded that constructing an electromagnetic field oscillation device first required locating a massive magma lake. However, pinpointing its exact location demanded further meticulous research. That's an uncertain factor. Yifeng sighed. Yes, but it's our only hope. Otherwise, we have no clue where to even begin searching for such a thing, Li Pengfei replied with a bitter smile. If that's the case, let's get to work. Yifeng said, gritting his teeth. Li Pengfei reported to old Wang that everything was proceeding smoothly according to plan. A flicker of excitement and anticipation danced in Li Pengfei's eyes. That weekend, he mysteriously drove Yifeng out of the city, heading toward the quiet countryside far from the urban clamor. As they sped along a winding mountain road, Yifeng couldn't help but wonder where Li Pengfei was taking him. Suddenly, the mountain ridges ahead gradually opened up, revealing a vast plain stretching before Yifeng. At the far end of the plain, a crimson glow illuminated the sky, resembling a gigantic ruby. Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. It was a lava lake, its surface churning with molten magma, radiating intense heat waves and an oppressive, suffocating scent of molten rock. This is a lava lake? Yifeng stammered. Li Pengfei's face broke into a proud smile as he nodded. That's right. I discovered this through investigation and research. This is one of the world's rare magma lakes. Yifeng sensed Li Pengfei's excitement and determination, and a surge of passion welled up within him. They had finally located the massive magma lake required for constructing the electromagnetic field oscillation device, meaning they were one step closer to their goal. The two got out of the car and stepped onto the land near the magma lake. The blazing glow of molten rock reflected on their faces, as if narrating tales of endless challenges and opportunities. Yifeng surveyed the surroundings, noting the entire area was shrouded in a thick volcanic atmosphere. The magma lake sat at a higher elevation, encircled by mountains that formed a natural protective barrier, isolating the lake from its surroundings. This geography undoubtedly offered natural protection for their plans. We need to find a suitable location to build our facilities, Li Pengfei stated, his eyes flashing with determination. Yifeng followed Li Pengfei through a stretch of flowing lava, reaching the lake's edge. The lake before them was vast and spectacular, its crimson magma surging as if proclaiming its raw power and energy. Yifeng couldn't help but marvel, this is a vast ocean of molten rock. Li Pengfei nodded in agreement. Indeed. And this environment is exceptionally well suited for our construction. The lava's temperature and energy will provide our device with an endless supply of power. The two began surveying the area near the magma lake, searching for the optimal construction site. They needed a stable location capable of withstanding the immense energy generated by the electromagnetic field device while also resisting erosion from the molten rock. After careful examination, they found an ideal spot. It was a slightly leveled rocky area, elevated enough to be stable, yet at a moderate distance from the lake to avoid magma erosion. Li Pengfei and Yifeng got to work, setting up a temporary work area and gathering the equipment and materials needed to construct the electromagnetic field oscillator. Throughout the entire project, they constantly felt the scorching heat and imposing presence of the magma lake, as if reminding them of the immense difficulty and challenge of their task. Within the embrace of that molten expanse, Li Pengfei and Yifeng embarked on a magnificent technological journey. The two busied themselves with various equipment and materials. Yifeng handled the installation and testing of instruments and components, while Li Pengfei managed the batteries, installing the instruments into the battery boxes. Everything proceeded smoothly. Under Li Pengfei's meticulous supervision, a brand new electromagnetic field oscillation device was finally completed and installed onto the electromagnetic track by Yifeng. Next, Li Pengfei and Yifeng began wiring, installing hundreds of tiny arc emitters at various electronic nodes according to the electronic blueprint. Once all preparations were complete, Li Pengfei picked up a compact remote control, pressed the red button, and murmured softly, "Activate." Instantly, a humming vibration emanated from within the electromagnetic field oscillation device. The frequency of the arcs began to increase, accelerating rapidly until it reached its peak. Chapter 75, Electromagnetic Device. Boom! A piercing explosion erupted, and a blinding white light suddenly filled Yifeng's vision. The light formed a cylindrical shape, over 3 meters in diameter, with a layer of blue ripples appearing on its hemispherical surface. What a peculiar electromagnetic frequency! Yifeng murmured, staring at the electromagnetic frequency readings on the oscillation device. Yeah. Li Pengfei also found this electromagnetic field oscillation device quite remarkable. Yifeng noticed that once the electromagnetic frequency was generated, the surrounding electrical energy instantly became active. He could clearly sense streams of voltage gathering from the surroundings and flowing into the electromagnetic field oscillation device. The device itself possessed a certain capacity for storing electricity, and its voltage conversion efficiency allowed it to operate continuously. I recall you mentioned earlier that the core component of the electromagnetic field oscillator is called the electromagnetic pulse device. So, does this electromagnetic frequency count as part of the electromagnetic pulse device? Yifeng suddenly asked Li Pengfei. It is, and it isn't. Li Pengfei replied. Huh? What do you mean? Yi Feng inquired. Li Pengfei patiently explained, although electromagnetic frequency is composed of electrons, it is essentially an energy field. Under specific conditions, the frequency generated by an energy field is not fixed, it can even be random. But one thing remains constant, it possesses a certain frequency. Li Pengfei illustrated with an example. Consider an average human body in a daily state of sleep. During slumber, the frequency of their breathing and heartbeat remains constant. This is because their brain cells are not actively working during sleep. Yi Feng nodded in understanding. So, the electromagnetic pulse system we've set up can stimulate this person's thinking, forcing their brain into a state of high-intensity activity. Yi Feng frowned and thought for a moment, pondering how to stabilize this electromagnetic frequency. He began operating the controls, his fingers deftly pressing buttons on the control panel to adjust the device's internal parameters. As he made adjustments, the humming vibration within the electromagnetic field oscillation device gradually subsided, and the frequency of the electric arcs steadily stabilized. The blinding white light in Yi Feng's vision began to calm and soften, no longer rippling with blue waves. Yi Feng exhaled softly in relief. He had successfully stabilized the electromagnetic frequency, allowing the device to operate in a steady state. This crucial adjustment made the apparatus more stable, capable of withstanding and releasing even greater energy. The surrounding electrical energy grew more vibrant as the electromagnetic frequency stabilized. Yi Feng could sense the flow of electricity in the air, as if an invisible current was weaving through the space. This vibrant energy made him feel as though he were immersed in a mysterious force field, filling him with curiosity and excitement. Li Pengfei watched as Yi Feng successfully stabilized the electromagnetic frequency, marveling at his ingenuity and technical prowess. Yi Feng turned his gaze toward the electromagnetic field oscillation device, his thoughts racing. He realized that stabilizing the electromagnetic frequency was merely the beginning of their mission. Many challenges lay ahead. They must channel the device's energy into the magma lake, control the erosion of the molten rock, and ensure the entire plan proceeded smoothly. Yi Feng resolved not to linger on his immediate achievement but to immerse himself in the work ahead. He took a deep breath, gazing intently at the electromagnetic field oscillation device, his heart filled with anticipation for the unknown and courage to face the challenges. Within the embrace of that molten expanse, Li Pengfei and Yi Feng pressed onward in their magnificent technological odyssey. They connected the electromagnetic field oscillation device to the edge of the magma lake, establishing a solid barrier for its electromagnetic protection. This barrier channeled the immense energy unleashed by the device while withstanding the magma's corrosive assault. The magma lake's might was once again subdued. It could not easily encroach upon this domain, a realm where technology and courage reigned supreme. Li Pengfei and Yi Feng worked in perfect coordination, busily arranging various tasks. They installed sensors to monitor the electromagnetic field oscillator's operational status. They adjusted the energy output to optimize the device's performance. Time ticked by minute, as Li Pengfei and Yi Feng worked with intense focus and purpose. Through their efforts, the electromagnetic field oscillation device operated steadily, effectively containing the magma lake's threat. Peace returned to the entire area, and the terror of the magma lake could no longer disturb this place. Great job! We finally got the electromagnetic network up and running. Yes, this mission hasn't been in vain after all. As they completed their final tasks, they retrieved a gleaming metallic sphere from within the electromagnetic field oscillation device. This was the electromagnetic pulse generator for the electromagnetic pulse device. Hanging from the top of the electromagnetic field oscillator, the pulsed excitation device now emitted a soft glow. Li Pengfei stowed the electromagnetic pulse oscillator into his nanobag, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This journey had finally come to an end. Though perilous, the mission had proceeded remarkably smoothly, yielding a wealth of valuable technical data. Yi Feng also let out a long sigh of relief. Though the mission had been grueling, he had learned a great deal. I'm gonna rest for a bit. I'm dead tired, Yi Feng yawned, collapsing onto the ground. Hearing Yi Feng's desire to rest, Li Pengfei chuckled. If you're tired, there's no need to rush back to work. The mission's already complete. We can continue tomorrow without any rush. The words had barely left his mouth when suddenly Yi Feng's fingers flickered. Several silver needles shot out, piercing Li Pengfei's neck with pinpoint accuracy. Li Pengfei's face drained of color. Yi Feng's sudden action sent a chill through him. He couldn't fathom why Yi Feng would needle him and stared blankly at him. But after spending so much time together, he knew Yi Feng wouldn't harm him. Just then, Yi Feng spoke calmly. How does your body feel now? Li Pengfei immediately realized the silver needles in his neck caused no pain. Instead, he felt a surge of warm energy flowing into his body. His previous exhaustion vanished instantly, replaced by an overwhelming surge of vitality and strength. Seeing the look of surprise on Li Pengfei's face, Yi Feng smiled and explained, "This is a technique from the medical sage's acupuncture manual I recently glimpsed in a medical text. I was curious, so I tried it out on you. I didn't expect the effect to be so pronounced." Recalling the recently rumored restored medical text of the Sage of Medicine, he now realized it was Yi Feng who had found and repaired it. Li Pengfei understood without needing further explanation. He knew Yi Feng's extraordinary talent well and trusted his experimentation implicitly. Though he knew nothing about this divine physician's acupuncture technique, his trust in Yi Feng allowed him to relax completely, savoring the marvelous sensation of his body's recovery. Chapter 76, An Unexpected Turn. With the electromagnetic field oscillation device complete, the most complex phase followed. Using sensors to control the power supply. The power supply was crucial to the electromagnetic field oscillation device. If the power were cut, the entire apparatus would cease functioning. This was undoubtedly a painstaking and arduous task. Yi Feng plugged the power cable from the electromagnetic field oscillation device into its generator unit, connecting it to the electromagnetic pulse excitation apparatus. He then began controlling the device to emit electrical currents, nourishing the core battery of the apparatus. Yi Feng's hands tapped the keyboard relentlessly, manipulating the direction and angle of the current emitted by the electromagnetic field oscillation device on the computer screen. Simultaneously, he controlled the interwoven current density between the device and the current to convert electrical energy into sufficient power supply. Under Yi Feng's skilled operation, the entire process was remarkably straightforward. Yet to prevent any mishaps, Yi Feng remained vigilant throughout, never taking his eyes off the computer screen as he meticulously observed every detail. Within minutes, the current had converged at the core position and was rapidly spreading outward. As the electrical energy spread, a violent reaction erupted within the device. Amidst a series of muffled crackling sounds, a massive stone block abruptly materialized inside the apparatus, moving slowly yet resolutely toward Yi Feng. Its movement was painfully slow, resembling the crawl of a snail. Yi Feng's attention was instantly drawn to the massive stone. He studied it intently, trying to discern what it was. "Ha! Why is it black stone? It looks pretty nice though," Yi Feng murmured in puzzlement. Yi Feng reached out to touch the black stone, immediately feeling its icy chill. The black stone felt like a stubborn boulder, giving off a gloomy and cold aura. He tried to move it aside, but the moment his fingers touched the black stone, it shattered explosively, scattering into a pile of fragments on the ground. So it was a bomb? Yi Feng realized with a start. He looked up and saw the black fragments slowly merging into the base of the device on the other side. Yi Feng understood, electromagnetic interference had disrupted the power source's configuration, causing the black fragments to fall and rendering the device incapable of controlling the current. "Looks like we'll need new materials," Li Pengfei remarked, standing beside Yi Feng and watching the LCD display. The screen now showed the device's interior covered in black powder. Yi Feng nodded. "I've already prepared it. Too bad you can't fix it. Don't be discouraged. I'll patch it up when we get back," Li Pengfei replied. The two chatted cheerfully, but Yi Feng suddenly realized Li Pengfei hadn't brought any tools. How would he repair this damaged device? Yi Feng scanned their surroundings. Aside from the ventilation duct beneath their feet, there was no cover nearby. If Li Pengfei attempted repairs, he would inevitably be engulfed by the flames erupting from the magma lake. Yi Feng frowned and said, "Li Pengfei, you're not seriously thinking of jumping directly into the lava lake, are you? That would be dangerous. We need to find a concealed spot. There are no rocks or trees near the lava lake. We have to jump into the water, otherwise it'll be nearly impossible to escape. Plus, this is the only way to prevent the device from being exposed," Li Pengfei explained. After hearing this explanation, Yi Feng agreed the plan was feasible, though jumping into the magma lake carried inherent risks. After all, the magma's temperature was extremely high. Without protective gear or radiation suits, plunging into the boiling, churning lava would surely be fatal. Still, to escape this perilous place swiftly, taking some risks was worth it. Reaching this conclusion, Yi Feng agreed, "Then let's proceed as you suggested." He stood up, connected the sensors receiving signal to the device, then said to Li Pengfei, "I've cut the device's power. You take over from here." "Got it." Li Pengfei took the sensor from Yi Feng and began activating the power. Beep beep. The sensor's lights went out. Seeing this, Yi Feng inwardly cursed. "Quick, shut down the sensor. It can't be turned off." Li Pengfei immediately shut down the sensor. But by then, the sensor had malfunctioned completely, rendering further operation impossible. "What's going on?" Yi Feng asked anxiously. "Probably the sensor's power was too low," Li Pengfei replied. "Now we're relying solely on our own power supply." He reconnected the power lines to the electromagnetic pulse generator. At that moment, crimson wires extended outward from the sensor. Under the influence of the electromagnetic pulse device, the currents within the wires grew increasingly erratic, generating a peculiar suction force. Pop, pop. The currents within the wires surged wildly, forming clusters of tiny lightning orbs that continuously expanded and thickened. As time passed, the small lightning spheres multiplied and condensed, shrinking until they were no larger than eggs, their surfaces adorned with spiraling patterns. Li Pengfei watched the lightning sphere with grave concentration. Its mass was extraordinarily dense, and its surface was tough. Even steel couldn't withstand such immense voltage. If it were to rupture, the destructive force would be terrifying. Yi Feng swallowed nervously, his eyes fixed on Li Pengfei's every move. A single misstep in Li Pengfei's operation could detonate the thunder sphere, and both of them would be consumed by the inferno. Li Pengfei's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. When the lightning spheres reached their optimal data parameters, Li Pengfei took a deep breath and pressed the remote switch, releasing one of the spheres from its mounting. Whoosh! The lightning orb trailed a dazzling blue tail, tracing a brilliant parabolic arc as it plunged into the magma lake. Boom! The thunderball slammed into the lake, its violent explosion sending towering waves crashing across the surface. Countless sparks of magma erupted like a torrential downpour, drenching the lake's shores. Above the searing lake, countless blue lightning arcs shot forth. Their density was staggering, even obscuring the sunlight. Feng and Li Pengfei hid behind a tree, watching the fiery lava lake from afar. It's spectacular, just like something out of a sci-fi movie, Li Pengfei couldn't help but marvel. The mountain they stood on was actually the edge of the magma lake, with its lowest point about 3 meters above the ground. At the very bottom of the magma lake lay a vast volcanic cavern, where raging fires burned fiercely, constantly bubbling upward. Chapter 77, Escape from Death. The volcanic magma surged upward relentlessly, gradually expanding the lake's surface until it completely filled the cavern. Gurgle, gurgle. Above the magma lake, molten rock dripped onto the cave walls, then fell through cracks back into the lake. Li Pengfei exclaimed in astonishment, "What's with all this magma? Could it be erupting from the crater?" Feng replied. "There's an active volcano beneath the magma lake." Li Pengfei sucked in a sharp breath. No wonder the environment is so harsh, there's an active volcano here. The magma lake has expanded tremendously. "We must find a way to leave this place quickly," Feng declared. Though the lake was immense, Feng knew its magma wouldn't remain perpetually boiling. Once it settled, it would inevitably form a magma ocean. By then, the base itself would likely be lost, swept away by a tidal wave of molten rock. A flash of cunning lit Feng's eyes as he rapidly considered countermeasures. He turned his gaze toward a distant rock wall and spotted what appeared to be a concealed cave entrance. "Quick! Follow me!" Feng seized Li Pengfei's arm and sprinted toward the cave. The two moved with agile precision along the edge of the magma lake, their footsteps occasionally echoing with the sound of molten droplets splattering beneath them. Finally, they reached the cave entrance. The opening was narrow and low, but it was sufficient for them. Feng quickly squeezed inside, firmly pulling Li Pengfei's hand to drag him in as well. The interior was pitch black, illuminated only by faint light seeping through the entrance. Feng gripped the flashlight tightly, illuminating the path ahead. They advanced cautiously, their steps halting yet determined. A damp chill permeated the air, the ground slippery and uneven. As they navigated a narrow passageway, a sudden, rumbling roar echoed through the cavern. "Quick! Cave in danger!" Feng shouted, urging Li Pengfei to pick up the pace. They ran, the cave space gradually widening. Before them appeared a vast chamber, its interior illuminated by roaring flames that cast light upon everything around them. Feng immediately spotted a massive rock formation at the chamber's center. He instantly realized this was their best chance to escape the lava tsunami. "We must climb up!" Feng shouted, pointing to an opening at the top of the rock. Li Pengfei gripped Feng's hand tightly as they began their arduous ascent together. The rock's surface was smooth and scorching hot. They constantly changed their grip, struggling upward with great difficulty. Feng's palms had turned bright red from the rock's intense heat, but he refused to give up. Enduring the excruciating pain alone, he pushed forward with all his might. Finally, they reached the opening at the top of the rock. Feng gasped for breath, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. He turned to look at the flames raging wildly in the lava lake, as if roaring to devour everything. "We're safe for now," Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Li Pengfei located where he'd parked the car. Its engine roared, waiting for their return. He swiftly opened the door, then turned to help Feng into the vehicle. Feng sat quietly in the passenger seat, his mind filled with images from the experiment he'd just conducted. He strained to find the cause of what had happened. Closing his eyes, he recalled the experiment by the magma lake. The sound of molten rock dripping, the sight of flames burning wildly, and that suffocating heat wave were all deeply etched in his mind. He pondered silently, searching for a possible explanation. As the vehicle moved forward, he became immersed in his thoughts, meticulously examining every detail. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Feng. He opened his eyes and exclaimed excitedly to Li Pengfei, "I get it. The sound of the lava dripping might have been caused by cracks in the volcanic rock wall. The lava dripped through those cracks and eventually entered the lava lake." Li Pengfei had spent the entire day on edge, careful not to let Feng sense his inner anxiety. After all, the success of this mission hinged on the future of the entire research center and his own career prospects. The earlier scene had been too perilous. If Feng had suffered any mishap, Li Pengfei knew he wouldn't be able to return to the research center, nor would he have the face to do so. Of course, Li Pengfei couldn't possibly share these thoughts with Feng. Li Pengfei clenched his teeth silently, forcing himself to bury these worries deep within. He knew the only thing he could do now was to quietly support Feng, providing him with necessary assistance and protection. As Feng was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Chen Ji's father, Chenishan. Yi Feng answered immediately, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. Chenishan's voice came through the line. Yi Feng, I have important news to share with you. Yi Feng asked nervously, what is it, Uncle Chen? Chenishan explained, the 3 robot models we developed last time the United States has successfully replicated them, and at a lower price point than ours. This poses a significant challenge for us. We need to immediately begin developing new electronic products to maintain our competitiveness. Hearing this, a wave of unease washed over Yi Feng. He knew this was a severe challenge, crucial to the research center's future. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions. Uncle Chen, I understand, Yi Feng replied. I'll start developing new electronic products immediately to ensure we maintain our competitive edge. On the other end of the line, Chenishan's voice brimmed with trust and encouragement. Yi Feng, I believe you can do it. Upon returning, Yi Feng immediately fired up his computer, eagerly searching for the latest technological products from the United States. He intended to draw inspiration from them to develop more advanced products and maintain the research center's competitive edge. A series of flashing search results quickly appeared on the screen. Yi Feng carefully sifted through each link, hoping to uncover valuable information. His eyes fixed on the screen, his fingers flew across the keyboard. Suddenly, a news headline caught his attention. The United States unveils next-generation smart assistant, leading the tech trend. He clicked the link immediately, eager to read the detailed report. The article detailed the smart assistant's various features and innovations. It boasted more powerful AI algorithms capable of accurately interpreting user needs and delivering personalized services. Additionally, it possessed advanced voice interaction capabilities and smarter image recognition technology. Chapter 78, The Birth of Yunji. Yi Feng's eyes lit up with a spark of inspiration. He took a deep breath, his mind racing with excitement. Integrating these innovative features into their product would undoubtedly make it more competitive. Yi Feng immediately began organizing his thoughts. He swiftly opened the RD team's group chat and shared the news. He hoped the team members would be inspired and collaborate on how to apply these new technologies to their products. Team members responded enthusiastically, expressing keen interest in the news. A lively discussion ensued as they explored ways to integrate these new technologies with existing products, aiming to create more innovative and advanced offerings. Yi Feng and his team ignited a fiery spark of creativity within the RD lab. Pooling their collective wisdom and inspiring one another, they continuously generated fresh ideas and concepts. The entire lab buzzed with an energetic atmosphere. Computer screens displayed various design blueprints and algorithmic code as everyone worked busily and passionately. Each member strives to find breakthroughs, hoping to create a product that is both practical and innovative. Day after day, Yi Feng and his team worked tirelessly, relentlessly pursuing breakthroughs. They continuously refined and perfected their design plans, conducting numerous experiments and tests to ensure their product met the desired outcomes. After a period of dedicated effort, Yi Feng and his team successfully developed a revolutionary smart assistant. Named Yunji, it embodies boundless wisdom and innovative potential. Yunji not only featured more powerful artificial intelligence algorithms but also integrated cutting-edge voice interaction and image recognition technologies. Its exterior design was sleek and elegant, with a black metallic finish that exuded sophistication and technological sophistication. To ensure Yunji could accurately interpret user needs, Yi Feng and his team subjected it to extensive training and optimization. Through big data analysis and machine learning, Yunji can now infer users' true needs based on voice commands and facial expressions, delivering more precise responses and recommendations. Additionally, to enhance user convenience, the team integrated a new voice interaction feature. Users can effortlessly control Yunji's functions by simply speaking commands, eliminating the need to press any buttons. Yi Feng and his team also integrated more intelligent image recognition technology into Yunji. It can identify users' facial expressions and body movements through the camera, enabling more accurate assessment of their emotions and needs. For instance, when a user appears gloomy, it proactively asks about their concerns and offers suggestions or comfort. When a user is excited or enthusiastic, it automatically plays their favorite music or videos. Yunji also possesses autonomous learning capabilities. It automatically adjusts its services and recommendations based on user preferences and habits, delivering a more personalized experience. This intelligent learning and adaptive ability makes interactions with Yunji smoother and more enjoyable. At the launch event, Yunji received enthusiastic welcome and praise from a wide audience. People unanimously expressed that this intelligent assistant would bring tremendous convenience and enjoyment to their lives. Yi Feng and his team proudly showcased Yunji at the event. They felt a deep sense of accomplishment from their hard work and creativity. They firmly believed this innovative smart assistant would bring new opportunities and challenges to the research center, further solidifying their standing in the tech industry. After the event concluded, Yi Feng and his team members celebrated their success with cheers and excitement. They knew their efforts had not been in vain. They had created a technological product that could genuinely transform people's lives. That evening, just as Yi Feng was preparing to retire for the night, a system interface flickering with blue lights suddenly appeared before him. The interface displayed a message: Dear Yi Feng, congratulations to you and your team on successfully developing the Yunji Intelligent Assistant. Now, I have a new technological mission for you. This mission will bring new challenges and opportunities. Prepare to embrace them. Yi Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He knew the system's tasks were never simple. Yet he felt no hesitation. Instead, an inexplicable excitement surged through him. He knew this mission would propel them further. He clicked the Accept Mission button. Instantly, the system interface displayed a promotional poster for a technology exhibition. The exhibition would take place in 1 month, with major global tech companies participating to showcase their latest technological products and innovative achievements. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. He recognized this as a rare opportunity. If they could showcase their own innovations at this exhibition, it would bring immense prestige and opportunities to their research center. Over the next month, the R&D lab became bustling once more. The room echoed with the sounds of experiments and tests, while computer screens flashed algorithms and design blueprints. Yi Feng worked tirelessly day and night. Though physically and mentally exhausted, he felt an inexplicable excitement and satisfaction. With just 2 days left before the exhibition opened, Yi Feng finally developed an astonishing technological product. Named Future City, it symbolized its potential to lead future technological advancements. Immersed in the lab's hustle, Yi Feng relentlessly tested and refined Future City's features. Through his efforts, the urban planning system gradually revealed astonishing potential. Yi Feng fed vast amounts of urban data into the system: traffic flow, demographic statistics, resource distribution, and more. Through powerful big data analytics, the system transformed this information into visualizations and predictions. When a user selects a city on the interface, the system instantly displays a realistic city model. Skyscrapers, wide streets, and tree-lined parks, every detail is vividly rendered, creating the sensation of being immersed in an actual city. Yi Feng tapped an area, and the system instantly displayed a heat map showing traffic flow and population density. Red and yellow highlights indicated traffic congestion and high foot traffic, while blue and green represented smooth traffic and sparse populations. Yi Feng noticed that around one red zone, the system automatically popped up a suggestion: traffic congestion in this area. Recommend adding public transportation routes and parking facilities. Chapter 79, Future City. This message surprised Yi Feng, making him realize the system had begun learning autonomously and offering suggestions. He clicked on a green area, and the system instantly displayed its land utilization rate and resource allocation. Yi Feng discovered vast tracts of vacant land and idle buildings nearby. The system prompted: resources in this area are underutilized. It is recommended to develop new commercial and residential projects. Yi Feng was satisfied with the system's intelligent judgment, deeply appreciating how worthwhile his and his team's efforts had been. During testing, Yi Feng also discovered the system could predict future urban planning schemes. Switching to a future date, the system instantly rendered an entirely new city model. In this model, skyscrapers flourished, green parks expanded, and roads were wide and fluid. Yi Feng watched this future city with excitement, confident this system would lead the future of urban planning. The future city design was sleek and futuristic, with every detail exuding sophistication and technological prowess. Its interface was simple and intuitive, allowing users to effortlessly operate the system via gestures and voice commands to access the latest urban data and planning proposals. On the opening day of the exhibition, Yi Feng stood proudly before his booth, ready to showcase his innovative creation to visitors from around the world. The exhibition hall buzzed with crowds, where various tech products and innovations vied for attention. Yet, when people approached Yi Feng and his team's booth and saw their future city, they couldn't help but be amazed. People rushed to experience this astonishing technological product, marveling at the future city's capabilities and potential. Whether urban planners, government officials, or ordinary citizens, all were captivated by its intelligence and forward-thinking design. Throughout the exhibition, Future City garnered significant attention and acclaim from global media and the tech community. Inside the exhibition hall, crowds surged like a tide as various technological products and innovative achievements vied for attention. Yi Feng and his team's booth was also packed with visitors, all pausing to admire this astonishing technological marvel, the Future City. Just then, a woman from the United States weaved through the crowd, approaching Yi Feng with light, graceful steps. Her eyes were bright and piercing, her long hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall, radiating confidence and charm. "You must be Yi Feng?" the woman asked with a smile. Yi Feng nodded politely, though a vague sense of unease stirred within him. "I'm Luo Qi from Shengshi Technology. Our CEO is deeply interested in your innovative product and hopes you'll join our company. We offer generous compensation and full resource support." Luo Qi's voice carried a hint of allure and temptation. Yi Feng smiled faintly and replied firmly, "I'm truly sorry, Ms. Luo. I'm deeply honored by your invitation, but I already have my own team and dreams. I'm not considering joining another company at this time." Luo Qi's brows furrowed slightly as she keenly sensed Yi Feng's resolute stance. "Since you're unwilling to join us, we could consider purchasing the patent for your product," Luo Qi said softly, her tone tinged with a hint of coldness and threat. Yi Feng's eyes flickered. He raised the cup in his hand, took a slow sip of water, and responded calmly, "I'm sorry, Miss Luo, but my original intention in creating this product wasn't to make money. I hope to use it to improve the quality of life in cities and bring a brighter future to people. Therefore, for any reason whatsoever, I will not sell the patent for this product." A flash of disappointment and anger crossed Luo Qi's eyes. She hadn't expected Yi Feng to be so adamant, refusing to budge an inch. Luo Qi hurried into the headquarters building of Shengshi Technology, her mood somewhat irritable. She made straight for the office on the top floor of the office building and knocked on the door of Mr. Smith's office. "Come in." Mr. Smith's deep voice echoed from within. Luo Qi pushed open the door and stepped into the lavishly decorated office. Mr. Smith sat behind his large desk, his gaze fixed on her with sharp intensity. "Well?" Mr. Smith asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. "Did he agree to join our company?" Luo Qi shook her head awkwardly, bit her lip, and hesitated before speaking. "Yi Feng declined my invitation. He said he already has his own team and dreams, and isn't considering joining another company for now." Mr. Smith's expression darkened instantly. He frowned and slammed his hands hard on the desk. "If soft tactics don't work, we'll use force. We can't just let him slip away like this." Mr. Smith gritted his teeth. Luo Qi felt uneasy. She knew Mr. Smith's forcefulness and decisiveness, but she also understood Yi Feng's firm refusal stemmed from his commitment to his own dreams. "Yi Feng insists he won't sell the patent under any circumstances," Luo Qi attempted to explain. "His original goal was to improve urban living standards and create a brighter future for people." Mr. Smith scoffed dismissively, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. That evening, Yi Feng returned to his hotel room exhausted, his mind still replaying the events of the day. The moment he stepped inside, something felt off. A chill swept over him, and he instinctively scanned the room. Suddenly, two strangers clad in black burst in, approaching silently like ghosts. "Who are you?" Yi Feng snapped to alertness, his body tensing in readiness for any threat. Ignoring his demand, one of the men stepped forward with a cold smile, his voice icy. "Yi Feng, we're sent by Mr. Smith. Did you think you could refuse his request and get away with it?" Yi Feng's heart sank. He realized Mr. Smith wouldn't let him off so easily. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself for battle. Suddenly, his foot slipped beneath him, and Yi Feng instantly lost his balance. He struggled desperately to steady himself, only to find himself tightly restrained by the two men in black, unable to move. "What do you want? Let me go!" Yi Feng shouted, his voice filled with rage and defiance. The men in black stared at Yi Feng coldly. One of them forcefully covered Yi Feng's mouth, silencing his shouts. The other man's gaze fixed on Yi Feng, utterly devoid of emotion. Yi Feng felt an invisible force pulling him forward from behind. He was forced to walk, dragged away from the hotel room by the men in black. As they walked farther and farther away, a flame of helplessness ignited within Yi Feng's heart. Chapter 80, Life or Death. The men in black led Yi Feng to a black sedan and shoved him into the back seat. The door slammed shut, and the car sped off toward an unknown destination. In the darkness, time seemed to stand still for Yi Feng as his thoughts scattered through memories. His heart sank. The car was filled with the pungent, unpleasant smell of disinfectant. He turned his head to look out the window and saw the car had stopped outside an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Two men in black forced Yi Feng out of the vehicle. "Come with us." They turned on the headlights, revealing a long-abandoned, half-built factory. Broken machinery parts were piled everywhere, and cobwebs hung thick on the walls. "What do you want from me?" Yi Feng struggled to ask. Don't waste your energy. I advise you to cooperate willingly to avoid physical suffering. Otherwise, what awaits you will be worse than death." A man in black warned coldly. They seemed to have planned this all along, as an iron chair stood in the corner of the abandoned factory. Yi Feng's mind raced. He suspected Mr. Smith would arrive soon and needed to buy time. So, feigning composure, Yi Feng addressed the black-clad man escorting him. "I'll cooperate with your investigation, but I need a bodyguard. If anything happens to me, our company's legal team will immediately file a lawsuit. Your company will bear full legal responsibility." The man in black sneered contemptuously. "You think you have the clout to find a lawyer to back you up? I advise you to stop this futile resistance. Otherwise, you'll only suffer torment and agony." Yi Feng smiled indifferently and continued, "My request is simple. I need a personal bodyguard. You can hire one for me, but I must choose them myself. They must be responsible for my daily needs and safety." The man in black snorted derisively, not even bothering to respond to Yi Feng as he strode straight into the abandoned factory. Watching them depart, Yi Feng exhaled in relief. Though formidable, he was confident he could eliminate them swiftly. His thoughts drifted to the weapon he'd crafted last time to guard against potential threats from Sakura Nation. Glancing at the blue watch on his wrist, Yi Feng felt considerably more at ease. Yet he dared not act rashly. After all, he had only one life. If a fight drew Mr. Smith's reinforcements, he would find himself in extreme danger. Yi Feng scanned the surroundings. This abandoned factory had likely been used to produce illegal goods. Could Mr. Smith be involved in some shady business? Regardless, Yifeng remained composed, choosing to wait and see. Wandering through the factory, he observed that it had been built only a few years prior, its facilities remarkably rudimentary. Only a handful of industrial machines operated normally. Beyond that, the space was filled with bizarre instruments and severed limbs. After about 15 minutes inside the factory, Yifeng saw the two men in black return. They looked extremely hurried, their foreheads glistening with sweat. "Where are you taking me?" Yifeng demanded, fixing his gaze on the two men. The two men exchanged a glance, then silently grabbed Yifeng's arms and dragged him out of the factory. His arms were twisted behind his back as his body pressed against the car. He trembled slightly, his eyes darting toward the sedan parked by the roadside. He wanted to slip away when the men weren't looking. But Yifeng dared not make a sudden move. If Mr. Smith's men caught him, the situation would worsen dramatically. "Hey, Mr. Smith wants us to take you somewhere." The two men escorted Yifeng to a two-story building. One opened the door and let him inside. Upon entering, Yifeng saw Mr. Smith and his two henchmen. Mr. Smith, still wearing sunglasses, sat on the sofa sipping coffee. Seeing Yifeng brought in, Smith set down his coffee cup and slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of cold, piercing eyes. "Mr. Yi, please sit down," Mr. Smith said with a faint smile. Yifeng retorted impatiently, "Mr. Smith, what do you want? Why did you kidnap me here? What's your purpose?" Smith chuckled and motioned for his two bodyguards to step back. "I merely wish to ask for a small favor, Mr. Yi. There's no need to be nervous. I only hope you could handle a minor matter for me," Mr. Smith said slowly. "Why should I agree to you?" Yifeng interrupted without hesitation. Mr. Smith shook his head slightly. "I'm not threatening you, Mr. Yi. As you well know, you're in no position to bargain with me. What exactly do you want?" Yifeng demanded coldly. "You'll find out soon enough." Mr. Smith waved his hand dismissively. Two men in black immediately shoved Yifeng toward another door in the room. Beyond it lay a lavishly decorated bedroom, with a large bed positioned in the center. Yifeng's expression changed abruptly as he lunged forward. Caught off guard, the two men were knocked to the floor. Yifeng delivered a powerful punch to one of them. Thud! The man grunted and flew backward, crashing heavily onto the floor. The other man tried to rush forward to block Yifeng but was kicked 7 or 8 meters away, crashing into the corner of the wall. He coughed up blood and passed out. Yifeng slashed his palm across the nearest man's neck, knocking him unconscious. He then exited the bedroom and hid in a corner of the living room, watching the doorway warily. He dared not leave rashly, fearing that the moment he fled, Mr. Smith would send pursuers after him. Mr. Smith didn't enter the room but stood at the doorway, instructing his men to fetch some bottles and jars. He personally opened a porcelain bowl-shaped container, took out half a green liquid, handed it to others, and ordered them to pour it into Yifeng's mouth. With matters having reached this point, Yifeng knew today would be a fight to the death. Resolved, he calmly pressed the hidden switch on his watch, releasing an electric arc that knocked the men unconscious, allowing him to escape. The electric arc flashed in the darkness, instantly igniting the air around Yifeng into a burst of flame. Two men in black were struck by the arc, their bodies convulsing as they collapsed to the ground, temporarily immobilized. Seizing the moment, Yifeng swiftly dodged and darted to the opposite side of the living room. His heart pounded wildly, a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins, fueling his fighting spirit. Mr. Smith's expression darkened, a flash of fury crossing his eyes. Without hesitation, he seized a sword, drawing it from its scabbard. The blade radiated a bone-chilling cold. "Yifeng, do you think you can escape my grasp?" Mr. Smith's voice carried an unstoppable weight that made the entire room feel frozen. Yifeng stared back at Mr. Smith, his gaze flashing with unwavering resolve. "Mr. Smith, do you truly believe you can evade justice forever? Your crimes will be exposed, and your rule will be overthrown." Yifeng's voice echoed throughout the room. Chapter 81, Escape. Mr. Smith sneered coldly, swinging his sword with a flash of icy light. The blade sliced through the air, slashing toward Yifeng. Yifeng, agile as ever, swiftly dodged the attack. He drew the dagger at his waist with a backhand flick, transforming it into a lightning-fast blade that shot toward Mr. Smith. Sword and dagger clashed, producing a sharp metallic ring. Though Yifeng lacked Mr. Smith's strength, his speed and agility were unmatched. A fierce battle erupted in the living room, the clanging of steel echoing incessantly. Yifeng moved like a phantom, evading every one of Mr. Smith's strikes while launching counterattacks. A hint of madness flickered in Yifeng's eyes. With no retreat left, he fought Mr. Smith with everything he had. After several minutes of combat, Yifeng's body bore multiple sword wounds, blood seeping through his clothing. Suddenly, Mr. Smith felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing his body to stumble backward uncontrollably. He looked up to see the dagger in Yifeng's hand drenched in a green liquid. When did you get the poison?" Mr. Smith's voice carried a hint of panic. Yifeng gave a cold laugh. He knew he had no time to waste with Mr. Smith. He spun on his heel and charged toward the other door in the room, determined to escape this dreadful place. Mr. Smith tried to pursue him, only to find his body growing unbearably heavy, each step a struggle. He realized with horror that he was being controlled by the very drug intended for Yi Feng, unable to move. Yi Feng burst out of the small building, crossed the street, and vanished into the night. Behind him came Mr. Smith's furious shouts as he wildly swung his sword, unable to catch up to Yi Feng's fleeing figure. Yi Feng felt his chest heaving with painfully rapid breaths, yet he had no time to pause. He knew only swift departure could safeguard his life. He resolved to return to the hotel, retrieve his documents, and rush to the airport without delay. Night shrouded the city, the streets nearly deserted. Yi Feng swept through the streets like a gust of wind, deftly evading potential surveillance and pursuit. His heart pounded violently, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. Finally, Yi Feng reached the hotel entrance. He hurried into the lobby and saw a young front desk clerk standing behind the counter. "Hello, how may I assist you?" the receptionist asked with a smile. Yi Feng had no time for small talk. He urgently stated, "I'm the guest in room 209. I need to retrieve my documents and head to the airport immediately." The receptionist glanced at the computer, then stepped away from the counter and quickly returned with a key. Handing it to Yi Feng, he said, "Your documents are in the safe. Here's the code. Please retrieve them as soon as possible." Yi Feng took the key and hurried upstairs. He frantically unlocked his room door and rushed to the safe. Entering the code, the safe slowly opened, revealing the document pouch inside. He picked up the envelope and glanced at the passport and ID card inside. These were his only proof of identity and his sole hope of returning home. Carefully tucking the envelope into his backpack, he hurriedly exited the room. Yi Feng hurried downstairs and left the hotel. He rushed toward the airport, his heart filled with anxiety and unease. He knew that only by moving forward without pause could he reach a safe place. The night wind howled as Yi Feng darted through the silent streets like a dark shadow. His strides were firm and purposeful, his gaze fixed on his destination. Finally, Yi Feng arrived at the airport. He hurried into the terminal building, heading toward the check-in counters. People bustled around him, flight information flashed across electronic screens, and the airport's clamor and activity offered him a fleeting sense of reassurance. Yi Feng quickly joined the queue and was soon called for check-in. He handed over his passport and boarding pass, passed through security, and hurried toward the gate. A large crowd of passengers already waited at the gate, anxiously anticipating the flight's departure. Yi Feng found his window seat and settled in, his heartbeat gradually calming. The plane lifted off slowly, leaving behind the city filled with danger and intrigue. Leaning back in his seat, Yi Feng closed his eyes, replaying the events of the past few hours in his mind. Yi Feng's plane landed smoothly at the destination airport. He hurried off the plane and headed straight for Chen Ji's villa. Seeing his friend's disheveled state, Chen Gu approached with concern. "Yi Feng, what happened? You look like you've been through a storm. Come in, take a shower first, then tell me what happened," Chen Gu said with concern. Yi Feng nodded. Though physically and mentally exhausted, he knew Chen Gu was the only person he could truly trust. Following Chen Gu into the villa, he felt the warmth and security of home. He made his way to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and hot water flowed out instantly. Yi Feng stripped off his dirty clothes, letting the warm water cascade over his head, washing away the fatigue and unease of his journey. After his shower, Yi Feng changed into a clean set of clothes and returned to the living room. He sat down on the sofa as Chen Gu handed him a cup of warm tea. "All right, now you can tell me what happened," Chen Gu asked with concern. Yi Feng sighed softly and began recounting his ordeal in the United States to Chen Gu. He described in detail how he had been kidnapped to that small building and the intense chase with Mr. Smith. He explained to Chen Gu why he had rushed back to the country so urgently and why he needed to protect his life. Chen Gu listened, his eyes wide with astonishment. He stared at Yi Feng in disbelief. Such a story seemed as fantastical and thrilling as a movie plot. "Yi Feng, you've been through such danger on this journey. I'm so relieved you made it back safely," Chen Gu said, his eyes filled with concern. Yi Feng smiled and nodded, replying gratefully, "Yes, I'm also relieved to have escaped that dreadful place. Now, I need your help, Chen Gu. I must find a safe place to hide as soon as possible before Mr. Smith tracks me down again." Chen Gu replied without hesitation, "Of course, Yi Feng. You know I'll always support you. Don't worry, I have a secluded villa my father left me. We can hide there temporarily until we find a solution." Yi Feng exhaled in relief, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Chen Gu. He knew that only with Chen Ji's help could he continue protecting his own life. Chapter 82, Taking the Initiative. "Thank you, Chen Gu. I know that with your support, I can keep moving forward," Yi Feng said. They decided to leave Chen Ji's villa immediately and head for this hidden refuge. Packing their belongings, they locked the door and hurriedly departed from what had once been a warm home. During the drive, Yi Feng stared intently out the window. As streetlights flashed by rapidly, his heart was filled with both fear of the unknown and hope. Finally, they arrived at the location of the hidden villa. It was a grand structure, surrounded by high walls and dense trees, appearing like a secluded sanctuary. Yi Feng and Chen Gu entered the villa, enveloped by a sense of safety and tranquility. They closed the door and stepped into the living room. Yi Feng sank into the sofa, Chen Gu sitting beside him. "For now, we can relax," Chen Gu said. Yi Feng nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude toward Chen Gu. Gu dialed his father, Chen Yishan, and urgently recounted Feng's ordeal in the United States and Mr. Smith's pursuit. Chen Yishan's heart tightened upon hearing this. He knew well the corrupt tactics and lawless behavior of American businessmen and was deeply concerned for Feng's safety. Dad, I know you've been a powerhouse in the business world for years. You can definitely help Feng out of this crisis. Please send your 2 most reliable bodyguards to protect him. He's currently hiding at my villa, Gu pleaded. Chen Yishan remained silent for a moment before solemnly agreeing to his son's request. He was acutely aware that the threat Feng faced was far beyond what ordinary individuals could handle. Gu, I'll send men immediately to protect Feng. He's the backbone of our company and your best brother. I'll ensure his safety, Chen Yishan said firmly. Relieved by his father's assurance, Gu expressed his gratitude with deep appreciation. Shortly thereafter, 2 of the Chen family's most elite bodyguards arrived at the villa. Tall and muscular, their determined gazes exuded a reassuring sense of security. Feng, these are the 2 bodyguards your father sent to protect you. They will safeguard your safety with all their might, Gu introduced. Feng looked at the 2 strong, confident bodyguards, a strange sense of reassurance welling up inside him. Sitting in the living room of Chen Ji's villa, Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating his next move. He had escaped Mr. Smith's pursuit, but he knew this was only temporary safety. Only by finding evidence to expose Mr. Smith's crimes could he truly protect himself. After a moment's contemplation, Feng resolved to take the offensive. He knew of Mr. Smith's abandoned factory and suspected it might be the location of his illegal activities. If he could uncover evidence of Mr. Smith's criminal activities, it would be the most powerful weapon to expose his true nature. Feng powered up his computer and began hacking into Mr. Smith's digital accounts. Leveraging his technical expertise and deep understanding of systems, he deftly bypassed layer upon layer of security measures. Soon, he successfully infiltrated Mr. Smith's computer network. Once inside, Feng began searching through Mr. Smith's computer files and account information. He meticulously examined each folder, searching for keywords in hopes of uncovering evidence related to Mr. Smith's illegal activities. After some searching, Feng discovered several suspicious folders. He cautiously opened them, revealing numerous files and photographs. These documents detailed Mr. Smith's involvement in illegal transactions and gang-related activities. Feng examined each file meticulously, flipping through page after page. His eyes flashed over absurdly ridiculous photographs and brutal, merciless textual descriptions. These records of Mr. Smith's crimes and the actions of his henchmen sent a chill down Feng's spine, while simultaneously stirring a deep sense of justice and anger within him. He discovered a contract detailing a drug deal, outlining the specifics of Mr. Smith's collaboration with domestic and international drug traffickers, along with their methods and locations of transaction. Another photograph revealed the exterior of an abandoned factory, exactly the location Feng had suspected as the site of Mr. Smith's illegal activities. Continuing his review, Feng uncovered documents detailing illegal gambling operations. These records documented Mr. Smith's transactions with casino operators and the staggering sums of gambling funds involved. Feng was shocked to see that Mr. Smith had amassed enormous profits from these illegal gambling operations, while the gamblers who lost everything were forced into massive debt. The documents also detailed a bizarre murder case. It involved a government official who had attempted to expose Mr. Smith's shady dealings but was found dead by suicide during the initial stages of the investigation. Reading the deceased's testimony and police investigation reports, Feng discovered numerous inconsistencies and implausibilities in the case. His keen instincts told him Mr. Smith's machinations were undoubtedly behind it. At the same time, he realized he must proceed with extreme caution, avoiding any exposure of his whereabouts. Feng's eyes darted across the documents, his mind involuntarily conjuring the cunning visage of Mr. Smith. He felt his heartbeat quicken as anger and a sense of justice surged within him. As he delved deeper, Feng discovered Mr. Smith's bank accounts. He decided to investigate further, tracing the flow of funds within them. Analyzing the account statements, he finally uncovered several critical transaction records involving massive sums linked to money laundering and illicit trade. Resolve surged within Feng. He knew this evidence would leave Mr. Smith nowhere to hide. He began copying the documents and account details onto his USB drive for future use. After completing the task, Feng shut down the computer and stood up. Feng carefully stored the copied files and account information in an encrypted folder, ensuring their security. He knew this evidence was crucial and could not afford any mistakes. After completing this task, Feng opened his email client, preparing to send these files to the U.S. intelligence agency. He had to admit this was a risky move, for Mr. Smith was an exceptionally cunning and dangerous individual. Yet Feng firmly believed that only through the intervention of national authorities could Mr. Smith be brought to justice. He drafted the email content, attached the encrypted files, and wrote a brief yet earnest letter. He hoped the American intelligence agency would intervene promptly to investigate and sanction Mr. Smith. Feng pressed the send button, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He knew this was his final strike to expose Mr. Smith's true nature. Chapter 83, A Weight Lifted. Hours later, Yi Feng received a reply from the American intelligence agency. He swiftly opened the email to find words of encouragement. The agency stated they had received the evidence provided by Yi Feng and would immediately launch an investigation. They commended his courage and sense of justice, pledging to take swift action. Days later, Yi Feng saw the news of Mr. Smith's arrest and imprisonment on his computer, feeling an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. 3 months later, as the college entrance exams approached, the entire city was enveloped in a tense and anxious atmosphere. Standing on his balcony, Yi Feng gazed at the skyscrapers in the distance, his thoughts drifting back to several months prior. That day, he and his close friend Chen Gu sat on the edge of the school playground, basking in the afternoon sun. Chen Gu looked at him, his expression filled with confusion. Yi Feng, you already have guaranteed admission spots at several universities. Why choose to take the college entrance exam yourself? Isn't that too risky? Yi Feng smiled faintly, looked at Chen Gu, and took a deep breath. Chen Gu, I've always believed the college entrance exam is a fair and impartial selection process. Only by relying on my own abilities can I truly prove my worth. While guaranteed admission spares me the pressure of the exam, it also robs me of this chance to prove myself. Chen Gu fell silent for a moment before sighing. You're right, but the competition for the college entrance exam is so fierce. Are you sure you can handle it? Yi Feng fixed Chen Gu with a steady gaze, his voice brimming with conviction. I believe in myself. All these years, I've studied diligently. Through my own efforts, I'm confident I can achieve excellent results in the Gaokao. I don't want to rely on a guaranteed spot. I want to enter my dream university on my own merits. Chen Gu looked at Yi Feng, understanding and support gradually lighting up in his eyes. All right, Yi Feng. Since you're so determined, I'll support you all the way. Yi Feng nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Chen Gu. I believe that with hard work, everything will be worth it. Now, the college entrance exam loomed just ahead. Yi Feng gazed at the sunset outside the window, his heart brimming with anticipation and dreams for the future. Turning away from the balcony, Yi Feng entered his room and immersed himself once more in his college entrance exam preparations. In the exam hall, Yi Feng faced the test papers with confidence and composure. For him, the questions posed little difficulty, as he had thoroughly prepared for every subject during his studies. Yet he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention, fully aware of his own talent and abilities. Therefore, he calculated carefully, aiming to score close to the top scorers of previous years. He gently opened the exam booklet, his gaze calm and focused. The math problems posed little challenge, he swiftly calculated the correct answers. The Chinese reading comprehension posed no challenge either, he accurately grasped the meaning of every word and sentence, effortlessly identifying the correct answers. The English listening section was even easier, he knew the pronunciation and meaning of every word inside out. In the exam hall, Yi Feng completed each question expressionlessly, seemingly without effort. Yet deep inside, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't taken it lightly. He knew maintaining the gap to his target score was a daunting task, especially in such a tense and crucial exam. Time slipped away between his fingers as Yi Feng finished the final question and set down his pen. He quietly reviewed each answer on the test paper, ensuring nothing was overlooked. In the final minutes of the exam, he gently closed the paper and took a deep breath. Though his true ability far exceeded this score, he understood this result was crucial to his plan. He hoped to conceal his real capabilities, avoiding unnecessary attention and expectations. After the exam ended, Yi Feng left the testing hall, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Though his heart brimmed with confidence and satisfaction, a hint of regret lingered. He knew that had he given his all, he could have achieved a higher score. Yet, to protect his secret, he had to sacrifice some personal accomplishment. The day after the college entrance exams concluded, sunlight streamed through the curtains into Yi Feng's room, bright and warm. He sat quietly on his bed, his thoughts drifting back to the final day of the exams. That day, as he entered the exam hall, tension and anticipation intertwined within him. Everyone was seeking their ideal university, yet he had long held his original dream in his heart. It wasn't those two top-tier institutions, but the goal he had always pursued. Yi Feng let out a soft sigh. He knew his choice might not be understood by others, but he believed this was the path truly meant for him. He stepped out of his room and onto the school playground. Morning sunlight bathed the field, casting bright patterns of light and shadow. Li Pengfei had been waiting there for some time. Seeing Yi Feng approach, a hint of relieved warmth spread across his face. Yi Feng, the college entrance exams are over. How did you do? Li Pengfei asked with concern. I did okay. Nothing too surprising, Yi Feng replied calmly. Li Pengfei nodded, sensing the resolve and determination within Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I know your scores could get you into any university. I'm just curious, which one will you choose? Li Pengfei asked in a relaxed tone. Yi Feng remained silent. Li Pengfei continued to look at Yi Feng, his eyes conveying encouragement and support. Yi Feng, whatever your choice is, I'll support you. Believe in yourself and pursue your dreams, that's what truly matters. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Senior Li Pengfei, hello. His voice was filled with unwavering resolve and confidence. Li Pengfei was surprised, but more than that, he was delighted. He had graduated from Longwa University of Science and Technology, where his aerospace major was directly overseen by the National Aerospace Center. Upon graduation, he had immediately joined the research center. Now, Yifeng addressed him as senior. The choice was clear. Yifeng's passion for aerospace meant he would not only be his junior but also a colleague and perhaps even a future leader. Yifeng and Li Pengfei shared a knowing smile. Upon returning to the Longwa Aerospace Research Center, Li Pengfei excitedly reported Yifeng's decision to senior researcher Wang Goen and director Nantianmen. Hearing the news, both men felt a weight lift from their hearts, overwhelmed with immense joy and relief. Professor Wang Goen, one of the center's founders, had always held high expectations for Yifeng. He knew Yifeng's talent and potential well, so when he heard Yifeng had chosen aerospace engineering, his heart swelled with joy and pride. He believed Yifeng would surely achieve outstanding accomplishments in this field and become the pride of the research center. Chapter 84, Academician Mentor. Director Lin Tianming was also among Yifeng's supporters, having frequently highlighted his talent and potential in meetings. He understood the difficulty of Yifeng's choice, as this field demanded exceptionally high standards and faced fierce competition. Yet, upon learning of Yifeng's decision to pursue aerospace engineering, his heart brimmed with joy and encouragement. He was convinced Yifeng possessed the strength and capability to chase his dreams and become a top talent in the aerospace field. Professor Wang Goen and director Lin Tianming exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shared anticipation and pride for Yifeng. They understood that choosing aerospace meant Yifeng would face immense challenges and pressure, but they trusted he possessed the capacity to overcome any obstacle. Wang Goen's decision to personally mentor Yifeng came as a great surprise to Li Pengfei. After all, Wang Goen was already an esteemed academician of advanced age who hadn't even supervised a doctoral student in recent years. Now, he was personally taking on an undergraduate student. It seemed almost unbelievable. Yet, when Li Pengfei considered that this undergraduate was Yifeng, everything suddenly made sense. Yifeng, that young man daring to pursue his dreams, possessed extraordinary talent and unwavering determination. His choices might not be understood by others, but they were the truest reflections of his heart. His passion and pursuit of aerospace were so genuine that even an academician like Wang Goen could sense it. Wang Goen's heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. He had always hoped to cultivate a true aerospace talent, and Yifeng was precisely the student he had long dreamed of. He believed only Yifeng could truly grasp the wonders and challenges of aerospace, and only Yifeng could achieve genuine greatness in this field. Wang Goen resolved to personally mentor Yifeng, helping him realize his dreams. He would impart his years of experience and wisdom to Yifeng, enabling breakthroughs in aerospace. He would make Yifeng the pride of this research center, a top talent in aerospace. Wang Goen's decision sent shockwaves through the research center. Everyone expressed astonishment and admiration, unanimously agreeing that Yifeng possessed extraordinary potential and that Wang Goen's guidance would be his greatest asset in advancing. Yet Yifeng remained completely unaware of all this. Song Diyu, Yifeng, and Chen Ge went out together. All three shared a passion for aerospace, and unsurprisingly, they all chose aerospace engineering at the same university. Yifeng gazed at Chen Ge with a cheerful expression, his eyes sparkling with excitement. They had long been kindred spirits, and now their shared passion for aerospace bound them even closer together. Chen Ge smiled back at Yifeng, his eyes reflecting anticipation and excitement for the future. The mutual understanding and shared goals between them filled him with immense comfort and joy. He knew that in this world of aerospace, they would face challenges together, grow together, and chase their own light together. Song Diyue watched them with genuine delight. He was deeply grateful to have Yifeng as a friend. Though his own grades weren't bad, they still fell short of the standards required for Longwa University of Science and Technology. It was thanks to Yifeng's tutoring that he had made up the gap. Longwa University of Science and Technology, an office. The spacious, brightly lit office boasted luxurious decor and was filled with advanced instruments. This was the very heart of the university, the office of Longwa's most prestigious aerospace program. Seated before the desk were several men in suits. Judging by the formidable aura emanating from them, each possessed exceptionally keen and sharp observational skills. Seated cross-legged in their chairs, they scribbled notes with fountain pens. One man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile as he stared intently at a computer screen. Beside them stood a woman in a professional skirt suit. With short hair, fair skin, and delicate features, her figure was curvaceous and graceful. Every movement radiated an enchanting charm, a sight to behold. Professor Zhao, what do you think of Yifeng? Asked an elderly man in a light-colored robe, seated behind the desk, with a warm smile. He has a very good chance of passing the interview, Professor Zhao said slowly, setting down his pen. Several other men looked up at him, their expressions slightly puzzled. Professor Zhao, why such high praise for a newcomer? We all have high hopes for this young man. He will absolutely succeed. Professor Zhao stated calmly. The others exchanged glances, their faces clouding over with doubt and surprise. Although Professor Zhao was an academic authority, they found it hard to believe Yifeng could truly succeed in the interview. After all, Yifeng had just graduated and was still a student. They knew nothing about him, unaware of his background or strengths, which fueled their skepticism. Professor Zhao, are you certain? A man couldn't help but ask. Absolutely, Professor Zhao replied without hesitation. But our director said Yi Feng doesn't meet the regulations for academicians taking on students. Professor Zhao smiled. If the director says it's impossible, then it must be impossible. You people just love worrying about nothing. We're all authorities in the academic world, we can't be wrong. Besides, this is old Wang's decision. We just need to carry it out. Seeing this, the others shook their heads with wry smiles. They ceased their questioning and buried themselves in their work. The aerospace program at Longhua University of Science and Technology differed significantly from other universities in one crucial aspect. After college entrance exam admissions, it conducted interviews similar to graduate school admissions, facilitating a mutual selection process between students and faculty. The purpose of this interview was to allow students and mentors to engage in in-depth discussions, understand each other's interests and potential, and develop unique training plans for the students, helping them become pillars of the nation as soon as possible. In this spacious, well-lit office, Professor Zhao turned his attention to another student named Songde, who had always been passionate about aerospace. He, Yi Feng, and Shen Ge had been close friends since elementary school, sharing countless adventures in scientific exploration and dreams of flight. Professor Zhao smiled at Songde, pleased with his performance. His eyes betrayed a hint of anticipation and admiration, for he knew this young student possessed extraordinary potential and passion, capable of becoming an outstanding talent in the aerospace field. Songde, what fuels your passion for aerospace? Professor Zhao inquired gently. Songde immediately sat up straight, his eyes flashing with determination and excitement. Chapter 85, Reunion with an Old Friend. Aerospace has always been my dream. I love flying through the skies and hope to experience the thrill and boundless possibilities of flight firsthand. I believe that by studying aerospace, I can contribute to our nation's aviation endeavors. Professor Zhao smiled and nodded approvingly at Songde's response. Your passion and determination are truly heartening. In aerospace, it takes more than just technical skills and knowledge, it requires a deep love for the field and unwavering perseverance. I believe you have the potential to become an outstanding aerospace engineer. Hearing Professor Zhao's praise, Songde felt a surge of pride and excitement. He had always pursued excellence, and now his efforts were finally recognized and encouraged. Professor Zhao continued, I am very satisfied with your performance. I am willing to serve as your mentor and design a unique training program for you. I am confident that through our joint efforts, you will become a pillar of strength for our nation's aerospace endeavors. Hearing Professor Zhao's invitation, Songde felt immense gratitude and excitement. He knew that with Professor Zhao's guidance, his path in aerospace would become brighter and more steadfast. Yi Feng and Shen Ge observed quietly from the sidelines, feeling genuine joy and pride in Songde's performance. Shortly after, Yi Feng and Shen Ge were summoned to another office. Wang Goen greeted Yi Feng with a warm smile, asking if he remembered him. Yi Feng recalled this elderly man who sold Lego sets during his part-time job. Shortly thereafter, Yi Feng and Shen Ge were ushered into another spacious, well-lit office. Seated behind the desk, a gentleman in a crisp suit greeted them with a warm smile. Yi Feng stared at his face, and suddenly it clicked. He remembered this elderly gentleman who had bought Lego during his part-time job. Wang Goen. Yi Feng recalled that day when he was working part-time at the store. He had met a kind-hearted elderly gentleman who was selecting a Lego set for his grandson. Unfortunately, the man hadn't brought enough money and asked Yi Feng to hold the set for him. Sadly, Yi Feng hadn't been able to personally deliver the Lego set to the elderly gentleman the next day. Yi Feng, do you remember me? Wang Goen asked, smiling at him with a hint of joy in his eyes. Yi Feng's heart stirred, and he nodded. Of course I remember. You're the grandfather who came to buy Lego that day. Wang Goen nodded with a smile, his expression satisfied. That's right, it was me. You were a great help that day, and I've never forgotten it. Seeing you get into the aerospace program at this university makes me very happy. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. He didn't understand why Wang Goen was here, nor why he seemed so invested in his progress. He raised his eyebrows, trying to figure out the reason behind it. Wang Goen smiled and explained, Yi Feng, I'm a professor at this university. I know you've always been passionate about aerospace, and your enthusiasm and understanding of the field have made me take notice. I'd like to offer you some support and guidance, hoping to witness your growth in this area. Hearing Wang Goen's words, Yi Feng's heart swelled with gratitude and surprise. He never imagined that his act of goodwill would earn him the attention and support of this professor. Shen Ge observed the scene silently from the side, feeling genuine happiness and pride for Yi Feng. Wang Goen turned to Shen Ge and said, I know you too. I saw the project you two submitted for the aerospace model competition. Your work demonstrated outstanding creativity and technical skill. It truly impressed me. Would you be interested in becoming my students? Shen Ge and Yi Feng exchanged glances, their faces radiating excitement and thrill. This opportunity represented immense honor and potential for them. Without hesitation, they accepted. Absolutely. This is a rare chance, and we're deeply grateful for your trust, Yi Feng said, his voice brimming with excitement and determination, his eyes flashing with resolve. Shen Ge followed immediately, his voice unwavering, Professor, we are deeply honored to become your students. We will dedicate ourselves fully to learning and progressing, striving to become outstanding aerospace engineers. Wang Goen smiled and nodded, his gaze fixed on the two young men, filled with anticipation and hope. He believed Chen Gu and Yi Feng possessed immense potential and talent, destined to become rising stars in the aerospace field. Stepping out of the office, Chen Gu immediately pulled out his phone to search for information on Wang Goen. The kindly old man he'd just met turned out to be such an accomplished figure. Chen Gu felt both thrilled and awestruck. He discovered that Wang Goen was a nationally renowned expert in aerospace, hailed as a national treasure-level academician. With extensive experience and outstanding achievements, he held an exceptionally high standing and reputation in aerospace research, having led numerous major aerospace projects. His expertise and experience were unmatched in the field, making him a pioneer of aerospace science in Manhwa. Chen Gu stared at the information, overcome with awe. He realized he would have the opportunity to become a student of such an expert, receiving his guidance and teachings an incredible chance. Meanwhile, Yi Feng maintained a composed demeanor. Unlike Chen Ji's excitement, he had encountered many formidable individuals in this world and felt little surprise at Wang Goen's stature. Yi Feng understood clearly that simply gaining admission to the aerospace program at this university was already a stroke of luck, and Professor Wang Goen's attention and support were an added bonus. He understood that the world was full of exceptional individuals, and what they needed to do was to continuously strive to learn and grow, constantly improving their abilities and skills. Yi Feng's gaze was unwavering. He was determined to make the most of this opportunity and live up to Wang Goen's expectations and trust. He believed that with hard work and dedication, he would undoubtedly become an outstanding aerospace engineer. Chen Gu gazed at Yi Feng's resolute eyes, his heart filled with admiration and awe. He understood he should follow Yi Feng's example, remaining calm and steadfast, refusing to let external glory or opportunities cloud his judgment. As they stepped out of the building, sunlight bathed them in warmth and brightness. They exchanged glances, their eyes both sparkling with unwavering resolve. Chen Gu, we must study hard and not squander this opportunity, Yi Feng said firmly. Chen Gu nodded, feeling his own resolve and motivation surge within him. Yes, Yi Feng. We'll progress together and become outstanding aerospace engineers. From this moment onward, Yi Feng, Chen Gu, and Songda's aerospace journey officially began. Chapter 86, Preparing for the New Semester. A week before the semester began, Yi Feng returned to his workshop and eagerly sat down at his workbench. Closing his eyes, the blueprints of the space station materialized in his mind. He envisioned its appearance majestic yet intricate, a futuristic structure with streamlined contours and gleaming metallic surfaces. He began flipping through his design notes, searching for previously collected data and inspiration. He needed to transform these ideas into a practical, feasible model. With limited preparation time before the semester started, he had to begin construction as soon as possible. Yi Feng powered on his computer and launched the modeling software. He began sketching the station's basic framework with his mouse, each line representing his aspirations and pursuit of the future. Time slipped through his fingertips as his fingers danced nimbly across the keyboard, continuously adjusting and refining every detail of the model. He was meticulous about each element, striving for perfection. In his design, the space station would feature multiple functional zones, research laboratories, living quarters, recreational areas, and a control center. He crafted each section with meticulous precision, striving for optimal functionality and aesthetic appeal. Yi Feng's thoughts deepened as he began conceptualizing the station's layout and facilities, envisioning people living and working within this future space station. In the research laboratories, scientists bustled with experiments and studies, utilizing cutting-edge equipment and technology to unravel the mysteries of the cosmos. Within the living quarters, residents enjoyed comfortable living, gazing out at the starry sky through expansive windows and feeling the grandeur and mystery of the universe. The recreation zone served as a sanctuary for relaxation and entertainment, where residents could participate in diverse activities to unwind. The control center, the station's nerve center, managed its entire operation and safety. Yi Feng's thoughts expanded, and the model of the space station gradually took shape in his mind. He wanted to infuse his passion and dreams for aerospace into this design, allowing people to feel the grandeur of the universe and humanity's progress. Hours later, Yi Feng finally completed the preliminary design of the space station. He surveyed the model on the screen with satisfaction, every detail reflecting his pursuit of perfection and his yearning for the future. Next, he would begin constructing the model, bringing the future in his mind to life with his own hands. He felt the urgency of time, knowing he must give his all to prepare the model. He opened the materials cabinet, retrieving the necessary tools and components. Carefully arranging them on the workbench, he prepared to embark on his creative journey. Yi Feng picked up a plastic sheet and began precisely cutting out the shape of the space station with his tools. His fingers moved with dexterity and steadiness as the blade glided across the plastic, emitting a crisp, clean sound. Time seemed to freeze within the workshop as Yi Feng immersed himself completely in the model's construction. His gaze was focused and resolute, his movements fluid and practiced. Before he knew it, the sky had grown dark. A pile of completed parts and models had accumulated beside Yi Feng, and he surveyed his accomplishments with satisfaction. Though his body felt weary, Yi Feng's eyes brimmed with satisfaction and pride. He knew he had completed his preparations before the start of the semester, fully ready for the aerospace journey ahead. He cleared the clutter from his workbench, shut down his computer, and prepared to leave the workshop. Stepping outside, he was greeted by a starry sky and a gentle breeze caressing his face. He gazed up at the heavens, feeling the vastness and mystery of the cosmos. The opening ceremony arrived, and the school's open-air plaza buzzed with excitement. People laughed and chatted, sharing their hopes for the semester ahead. Feng stood on the stage, the center of everyone's attention. His voice trembled slightly, his heart filled with both nervousness and excitement. This was his first time delivering a speech before such a large crowd, but he understood deeply that he represented not only himself, but also the freshmen who, like him, were brimming with dreams. Taking a deep breath, Feng looked out at the students below and began his speech with a smile. Dear fellow students, first I want to express my sincere gratitude to the school for giving me this opportunity to speak as your representative. Here, I stand to convey our gratitude to the school and our hopes for the future. His voice gradually grew stronger, each word radiating his inner passion and confidence. He recalled his love for aerospace, his curiosity about the unknown world, and the power of his dreams, all of which strengthened his resolve. We have come here not merely to absorb knowledge, but to embark on a voyage toward our dreams. This school has given us the opportunity to explore our potential and realize our aspirations within this campus brimming with possibilities. The students below the stage offered encouraging glances, and the applause lingered long after. Feng felt their support and recognition, which only strengthened his conviction. Yet we must also understand that achieving dreams is not a smooth journey. In this competitive world, we must dedicate effort and sweat. However, it is precisely this persistence and dedication that grants us the chance to forge our own brilliance. His voice grew louder and more passionate. He encouraged his peers to face challenges bravely, stay true to their goals, and pursue them relentlessly. After the speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Students rushed forward to congratulate and thank Feng. They were deeply moved by his speech and profoundly impressed by the confidence and courage he displayed. Just as Feng was basking in the joy and pride, he suddenly received a message. The principal wished to see him. A wave of puzzlement and curiosity welled up within him. Following the instructions, Feng arrived at the principal's office and knocked on the door. Principal Wang Goen warmly invited him inside. The office exuded an atmosphere of solemnity and authority. Feng, the principal began, I heard about your speech at the ceremony. I am very pleased with your performance. You demonstrated exceptional eloquence and leadership, and your passion for the school and your dreams deeply moved everyone present. The principal's voice brimmed with praise and encouragement, his gaze hinting at a touch of expectation. Feng, I wish to share something important with you. The school has an international space station project, and we hope you will represent our institution in its research and development. Your passion and dreams are precisely what we need. Upon hearing this news, a flame ignited within Feng's heart. He finally had the opportunity to truly integrate his passion and dreams into the field of aerospace. Chapter 87, Giving It My All. I am deeply honored to receive this opportunity, Principal. I will give it my all and dedicate myself fully to the school and the project. Thank you for your trust and support. Feng's voice brimmed with excitement and resolve. He understood this opportunity was pivotal to realizing his dreams, and he would dedicate every effort to it. The principal nodded approvingly, impressed by Feng's resolve and passion. He believed Feng would become a source of pride for the school and bring boundless brilliance to this international space station project. As Feng left the office, his joy was impossible to contain. Recalling the space station model he had built recently, he decided to bring his work to seek guidance from his mentor, academician Wang Goen. Feng carefully entered academician Wang Goen's office, holding the space station model he had crafted recently. The room radiated an atmosphere of focused intellect, its walls adorned with certificates of achievement and scientific research accomplishments. Academician Wang Goen was studying a document at his desk. Lifting his head, he saw Feng enter and immediately paused his work, his face breaking into a delighted smile. Feng, you're here. Is there anything I can assist you with? Academician Wang asked warmly. Feng placed the space station model on the desk and said excitedly, Academician Wang, this is the space station model I recently built. I'd appreciate your guidance. Academician Wang Goen gently cradled the model, examining it closely. His gaze grew increasingly focused, as if he had entered another world. Feng, your model is truly outstanding. Every detail is meticulously crafted, demonstrating your profound understanding of aerospace engineering. Your talent and ability are astonishing. I have high hopes for your future. Hearing the praise, Feng felt a surge of pride. His hard work and passion had been acknowledged, strengthening his resolve to pursue aerospace. Academician Wang Goen, I hope to participate in the school's International Space Station project and contribute my strength to the aerospace cause. I am willing to make every effort to realize my dream, Feng said passionately. Academician Wang Goen nodded with a smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. Seeing Feng's unwavering resolve, he felt confident in his potential. Feng, your passion and dreams are precisely what our university needs. I believe you will become a pillar of this International Space Station project. I will secure your participation in this endeavor and provide you with every possible support and assistance." Hearing these words, Yifeng's heart swelled with gratitude and excitement. He knew this was a tremendous opportunity, the key to realizing his dream. "Thank you for your trust and support, academician Wang Goen. I will give it my all and live up to your expectations," Yifeng solemnly affirmed. Wang Goen's gaze sharpened, fixing on a specific part of the space station model. Yifeng watched the academician's gaze intently, feeling as if time had frozen. When academician Wang pointed out a flaw in the model, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a pang of shame, his mood instantly growing heavy. The connection at this point is slightly weak. In the actual space environment, it could potentially affect the entire structure, academician Wang Goen said, taking a deep breath as his gaze remained fixed on the model. Hearing this, Yifeng's spirits plummeted. He felt his efforts had fallen short. He had believed his model to be flawless, yet here was this minute imperfection. I didn't anticipate this issue. I'll modify this section immediately to ensure the model's structural integrity. Yifeng's voice trembled slightly, acknowledging the vast room for improvement in his skills. Academician Wang Goen shook his head gently, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He walked over to Yifeng and patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Yifeng, you must understand that creating such a meticulously crafted space station model is an extraordinary achievement in itself. Only someone with extensive experience could spot this flaw. It doesn't reflect any shortcoming in your abilities. On the contrary, it reminds us that every detail matters in aerospace engineering. Your passion and dedication have already earned my full confidence in you." Yifeng felt a wave of warmth wash over him at academician Wang Goen's words of comfort and encouragement. He understood that the academician hadn't questioned his abilities because of the flaw. Instead, he saw Yifeng's potential and progress. "Thank you for your encouragement and guidance, academician Wang Goen. I will keep your teachings in mind and strive to continuously improve my skills and capabilities," Yifeng said sincerely, his eyes flashing with determination. Academician Wang Goen nodded with a smile, knowing Yifeng had grasped his meaning. He was convinced Yifeng would become a shining star in the aerospace field. As Yifeng stepped out of academician Wang Goen's office, his heart surged with emotion, refusing to settle. He felt the long simmering passion and courage within him boiling over. He was determined to repay academician Wang Goen's trust and encouragement through his actions. Academician Wang Goen's office was on the second floor of the academic affairs office, not far from Yifeng's classroom. As he prepared to leave the office, he suddenly noticed a group of people gathered in the hallway outside. Several older male and female faculty members were conversing with a young man who appeared scholarly and wore simple attire. The youth was tall and slender, with handsome features and flowing long hair. This young man was Professor Chen Guodong, the chairman of the organizing committee for this aerospace program. Beside Chen Guodong stood 4 or 5 men of similar age, all appearing to be his students. Upon seeing this, Yifeng approached the group, bowed to Chen Guodong, and said, "Good day, Professor Chen." Chen Guodong turned and recognized Yifeng, a faint smile touching his lips. "Hello, Yifeng. Welcome to my lecture. It's truly an honor to be here learning about aerospace," Yifeng replied modestly. "Ah, that's the spirit," Chen Guodong nodded approvingly. He then turned to the young men accompanying him and said, "Everyone, please introduce yourselves to Yifeng." The young men beside Chen Guodong extended their right hands toward Yifeng, grinning as they said, "Yifeng, nice to meet you for the first time." Yifeng politely shook one of their hands and smiled, "It's a pleasure to meet you all, brothers." "Yifeng, I'm Zhou Hao. I'm one of Professor Chen's most outstanding disciples," introduced a stocky young man with a cheerful smile. Chapter 88, Kindred Spirits. Zhou Hao's skin was dark, giving him the appearance of a piece of charcoal, but his eyes were bright and lively, sparkling with intelligence. "My name is Li Chang. I just graduated from Tsinghua University's physics department this year. I look forward to your guidance in the future," another tall, slender young man said with a smile. "Hello," Yifeng nodded with a smile. "Yifeng, you should recognize me. I'm Zhao Bin, Professor Chen's doctoral student." Zhao Bin extended his hand with a warm smile, his face radiating friendliness. Yifeng glanced at Zhao Bin, and a profile instantly popped into his mind. Zhao Bin was Professor Chen's top doctoral student, with outstanding achievements in the aerospace field. "Hello," Yifeng responded with a smile. Yifeng felt the warmth and friendliness radiating from those around him. They were all elites in aerospace, each possessing profound academic backgrounds and rich practical experience. Yifeng's heart filled with gratitude. He knew he would have the opportunity to learn more knowledge and techniques from this outstanding team. Zhou Hao, an open and straightforward individual, addressed Yifeng. "Yifeng, all members of our organizing committee are very enthusiastic and eager to exchange ideas and collaborate with you. If you encounter any questions in your studies or research, feel free to reach out to us anytime." Li Chang added with a smile, "That's right, Yifeng. Each of us has our own expertise. If you need any help or guidance, just ask. We'll do our best to assist you." Zhao Bin also expressed, "Yifeng, as the final disciple accepted by academician Wang Goen, we have high expectations for you. We hope we can progress together and jointly explore the mysteries of aerospace." Yi Feng felt the sincerity and warmth radiating from these individuals, his heart swelling with excitement. Aware of his lack of experience, Yi Feng prepared even more diligently for the school's International Space Station research and construction project. Yi Feng silently resolved within himself. He recognized his lack of experience in aerospace, but this did not discourage him. Instead, it fueled his desire to study and prepare even more diligently. After all, this was a field he had been deeply passionate about since childhood, and he yearned to make a mark in aerospace. To better prepare for the school's International Space Station research and construction project, Yi Feng began immersing himself day and night in aerospace knowledge. He borrowed numerous specialized books and materials from the library, dedicating each day to fully engrossing himself in this world. Yi Feng systematically studied space station design and construction, grasped the principles and technical requirements of various spacecraft, researched life support systems in space environments, and delved into knowledge concerning the safety and reliability of spaceflight. He explored the latest aerospace technologies and development trends, striving to understand and apply complex physical and mathematical principles. Beyond theoretical learning, Yi Feng actively engaged in practical training. He joined his school's aerospace club, where he participated in simulated flight and spacecraft operation exercises alongside fellow students sharing his aerospace dreams. Within this small group, he exchanged learning insights and experiences with like-minded peers, growing together. Each day, Yi Feng dedicates significant time and energy to his studies and research. He is passionate about exploring the mysteries of aerospace, pursuing higher technical proficiency and research achievements. He continually challenges himself, striving for breakthroughs in this field. Throughout his studies and preparations, Yi Feng frequently sought guidance and advice from Professor Wang Goen. Professor Wang Goen, a leading authority in aerospace, fully affirmed and encouraged Yi Feng's dedication and passion. He guided Yi Feng in developing a study plan, recommended classic academic papers and research findings, and introduced him to advanced aerospace equipment and laboratories. Yi Feng gratefully accepted Professor Wang Goen's guidance and support, believing he stood at the threshold of a great aerospace endeavor, a starting point that would pave the way for his future achievements. While preparing for the school's International Space Station research and construction project, Yi Feng gradually discovered his passion for aerospace and his desire to exchange ideas and collaborate with like-minded peers. This feeling was like a ravenous tiger catching the scent of blood, urgently seeking to pounce on its prey. During this period, Yi Feng seemed to have entered an alternate life. 2 months later, Yi Feng and Shen Ge successfully passed their assessments and joined the aerospace industry department. Although he had joined this small team through assessment, his professional expertise and achievements earned the recognition of all his peers. Consequently, Yi Feng was designated as one of the core members of this small team. Yi Feng's arrival energized the entire aerospace squad, filling the air with lively chatter, playful banter, shared meals, and drinks as they thoroughly unwind. After the banquet, Yi Feng and the aerospace team gathered in their dormitory to discuss key topics for the upcoming space station project seminar the following day. They sat around a spacious table laden with documents and sketches. Sipping coffee, they engaged in lively discussion. Shen Ge held up a detailed report and stated, based on the latest data analysis, we must ensure the space station's infrastructure functions reliably in the cosmic environment. We need to consider the power supply, water and oxygen recycling systems, as well as the living and working areas for the astronauts. Yi Feng listened attentively while picking up a report on spacecraft launch technology and operational models. We also need to consider spacecraft launch technology and operational models. We must ensure spacecraft design and manufacturing meet the demands of extended spaceflight while also accounting for operational costs and safety. Professor Wang Goen sat beside Yi Feng, observing the discussion intently. He tapped the table lightly to draw everyone's attention. In this space station project, our goal is to establish a long-term operational space base, laying a solid foundation for humanity's exploration of the cosmos. Therefore, we must consider all aspects during the research and construction phases. Everyone listened quietly, absorbing Professor Wang Goen's solemn focus. He continued, at tomorrow's workshop, we will hear reports and insights from experts across disciplines to collectively refine every detail of the space station project. I urge everyone to prepare thoroughly and engage actively in the discussions. A thick atmosphere of discussion filled the dormitory that night as everyone immersed themselves in their passion for space exploration. They exchanged ideas, debated technical details, and continually challenged themselves toward their shared goal. Chapter 89, Proposing the Concept. The next day, at the symposium. On the podium sat 3 leaders from the Academy of Sciences alongside representatives from technology companies. Beyond them were numerous experts, some whose names even Yi Feng couldn't recall. Today's discussion was straightforward, focusing on the feasibility and stability of the space station project. Naturally, other topics were also touched upon, such as human-machine integration and solar energy. As the original proponent of the space station project, Yi Feng occupied a seat near the front. As the discussion commenced, Wang Goen was the first to present the space station concept. The fundamental architecture of the space station is built around spacecraft modules. Each spacecraft possesses an independent weapons control system, capable of faster-than-light interstellar travel, offering exceptional long-distance transmission efficiency, and maintaining considerable maneuverability. Professor Wang Goen delivered his remarks with considerable humor, consistently hyping the space station project to extraordinary heights. Yi Feng, however, frowned. He couldn't shake the feeling that Professor Wang Goen was exaggerating, as the space station project hadn't quite lived up to the extraordinary description he was painting. First, the ship-based weapon systems. In space, aided by artificial intelligence, their destructive power was undoubtedly several times greater than that of current AI-assisted weapon systems. However, Yi Feng also understood that the shipboard weapon system wasn't just about the weaponry itself. More crucially, it involved the control and operation of the weapons, which ultimately determined the space station's safety in the cosmos. Second, regarding transportation options, from the perspectives of material and shape, the tools required for a space station are generally small, solid objects. If the space station's payload reaches a certain threshold, it must procure cargo modules capable of accommodating large cargo spacecraft to sustain operations and continue transporting various equipment back and forth in space. Third is the operational module. Here, the space station must provide comprehensive service facilities, offering passengers free access to space elevators, satellite phones, internet services, and more. It must also maintain its own network system to connect with the federal government for efficient management. Finally, the transportation plan, the spacecraft carrying the space station must possess the capability to navigate in space. In these aspects, the space station must possess a certain level of resilience against risks. Otherwise, encountering intense stellar storms or other natural disasters could lead to its destruction. Yi Feng harbors a profound passion for space exploration and holds immense confidence in the space station's construction. Consequently, at the Space Station Project Symposium, he actively participated in discussions, presenting numerous personal perspectives and concepts. He argued that constructing the space station required not only a spaceport but also a spaceport for the space station itself and numerous production lines. Only then could the vast consumption demands of the space station in the boundless cosmos, along with its own construction, be met. During the discussions, Yi Feng observed that few domestic enterprises were fully equipped to support space station construction. Particularly after the station's completion, a peak period would arrive requiring substantial funding, making the resolution of economic challenges a significant hurdle. Yi Feng understood that once the space station was operational, an increasing number of people would seek to experience space travel. Space travel carries immense risks, especially for ordinary citizens. Every journey carries the possibility of death, and any casualties would inflict immense societal damage. Therefore, economically, the nation has consistently focused on alleviating the pressure from the costs of space station construction. However, reducing costs requires investment. How much investment would be needed, and what changes would it bring to the space station? Here, Yi Feng identified a viable approach, integrating the most critical technological equipment for the space station project onto the station itself. This equipment would fundamentally alter the station's operational model. The space station is a colossal aircraft carrier, housing diverse functional modules within its vast structure such as the bridge, command center, storage bays, mess hall, recreation room, and lounge. To operate the space station, it must carry the most critical piece of equipment in the project, the space station hub. The space hub was the most valuable and sophisticated piece of equipment aboard the station. It had to sustain the entire operation of this massive carrier while also enabling rapid movement and jumps. Such a sophisticated instrument consumes vast amounts of energy, which the space station's reserves likely cannot sustain for long. However, if the space station carries a core hub, it can be placed in a special secret base for maintenance by specialized mechanics when the station faces danger. Meanwhile, dedicated personnel will manage the station's operations. Over time, the space station would gradually replenish its energy reserves. Only when its power reserves were fully restored would this colossal carrier officially activate. This approach would avert a catastrophic disaster on Earth. Additionally, while equipping the space station with technical facilities, it would enhance astronauts' vigilance during space patrols. This would ensure they maintain high concentration while on interstellar duty, preventing any potential infiltrators from sabotaging Earth. Although the space station's central hub is crucial, it is also part of Earth. In the future, its existence will impact the normal operation of the space station. The space station must be equipped not only with various tools and supplies but also with tens of thousands of astronauts. These astronauts not only perform maintenance and duty assignments but also oversee all internal operations to ensure the station's continuous functionality. Therefore, even when future space station technology advances beyond the edge of the solar system, sufficient astronauts must still be stationed to guarantee its continued operation. Yi Feng's proposed approach garnered praise from many experts, but it would inevitably bring significant challenges to the aerospace industry. Yi Feng's proposal stipulated that the station's technical equipment and personnel must be operated by specialized aerospace professionals, yet training such personnel requires an extended period. This implies that the station's construction would be significantly delayed. Additionally, the station's construction would impose substantial financial burdens on the nation, with these expenditures subsequently redirected toward new projects. Overall, the construction cost of the space station could increase by approximately 50%. Upon hearing this conclusion, Wang Goen's expression immediately grew grave. He said in a solemn tone, "I believe Yi Feng's proposal is a practical solution, but we must deliberate carefully. After all, constructing a space station places a considerable burden on the nation's finances." Chapter 90, Countering the Magnetic Storm. Yi Feng replied, "Secretary Wang, let me remind you, space station construction must proceed as soon as possible. With its technological sophistication continuously advancing, the space station will gradually become a strategic-level scientific facility for Earth. The existence of such a station holds immense significance for our nation. The construction of a space station requires immense funding, but I believe these investments will ultimately flow back into the nation's coffers." Hearing this, Wang Gowen fell into deep contemplation. He understood that Yi Feng's proposal was indeed feasible. However, the nation's actual investment would not yield results in just a year or two. Tangible outcomes would be difficult to see in the short term. Seeing his hesitation, Yi Feng quickly added, "Additionally, the space station will require large-scale mining operations to extract energy resources." "How do you plan to mine it?" Wang Gowen's eyes lit up. The construction of a space station demanded enormous financial backing. Where would this funding come from? Mining was undoubtedly the answer. But such minerals were prohibitively expensive beyond the reach of ordinary companies. Yet Yi Feng mentioned mining large deposits, so he must have a plan. Yi Feng explained, "Secretary Wang, you should be aware that many mineral resources worldwide are unclaimed. These unclaimed resources are rich in elements like metals and petroleum. As long as we manage the extraction carefully, we can definitely turn a profit. The space station's central hub requires vast quantities of elemental materials: petroleum, metals, timber, aluminum, titanium, cobalt, and more. The space station also requires an immense variety of mineral deposits. Mining operations on the space station impose stringent environmental requirements. In the harsh conditions of space, improper management could even trigger volcanic eruptions. Therefore, the space station requires a suitable location for mining operations. Yi Feng's proposed method for mining ore on the space station involves using the station's space vehicles to locate suitable sites nearby. Once identified, an engineering team would be dispatched to that area to mine the resources and manufacture various equipment and gear. Of course, the space station's mineral resources are exceptionally abundant, and the climate in space is warm and comfortable, unaffected by cold. In space, mineral deposits can remain preserved for extended periods. Therefore, constructing a super-large mining facility near these mineral veins would create the largest mining operation in the entire universe, generating staggering annual profits. Space station mining represents an enormous investment, and the ultimate destination of these investments would become national fiscal revenue. After hearing Yi Feng's description, Wang Gowen's eyes sparkled, clearly intrigued. He then inquired, "Yi Feng, do you know what minerals are present there?" Yi Feng nodded. "I do, but that region is off limits. Ordinary people can't go there." Wang Gowen raised an eyebrow. Yi Feng explained, "Astronauts from the United States once attempted to explore that area but failed. The spatial fluctuations there are extremely intense, and the magnetic storms are severe." Magnetic storms? At those words, Wang Gowen's expression immediately turned serious. He knew magnetic storms ranked among the most dangerous energies in the cosmos. Their destructive power was immense. If they exploded or radiated outward, even spacefighters and spacecraft could be destroyed. "I see what you mean. Are you suggesting we send scientists to investigate?" "Yes, Secretary Wang," Yi Feng replied solemnly. "What we need now is more advanced technology and cutting-edge science. If we could construct a space station within the magnetic storm's range, our satellites could directly cover that area." Wang Gowen acknowledged Yi Feng's proposal as excellent and decided to report it to the state for approval before further discussion. After the symposium concluded, Yi Feng returned to his studio, his sanctuary for contemplation and research. The walls were plastered with space station blueprints and complex equations. Seated before his computer, he immersed himself in studying countermeasures against magnetic storms. He delved into scientific literature and data, researching information about magnetic storms. These mysterious and dangerous natural phenomena erupted suddenly in space, releasing massive energy fluctuations that posed a significant threat to the safety of space stations. Yi Feng contemplated strategies to confront the challenges posed by magnetic storms. He examined advanced protective measures and technologies, including electromagnetic shielding, energy barriers, and structural reinforcement. He recognized that constructing a space station within the reach of magnetic storms would require robust protective measures to safeguard both the station and its crew. Through calculations and simulations, Yi Feng designed an innovative protective barrier capable of effectively attenuating the energy fluctuations caused by magnetic storms. He uploaded the design blueprints to his computer and began creating a 3D model for better visualization and demonstration. Sitting before his computer, Yi Feng opened the design software and began drafting the blueprints for his innovative protective barrier. Using the calculation formulas as a foundation, he gradually sketched out a simple yet practical design. The protective barrier comprised multiple layers, each serving a specific function. Yi Feng precisely calculated the thickness and material composition of every layer to ensure it could withstand the energy impact of the magnetic storm. He clearly labeled the purpose and role of each section on the blueprint for easy comprehension. After finalizing all parameters, Feng uploaded the design drawings to his computer and used specialized software to convert them into a sophisticated 3D model. He meticulously adjusted every detail, striving for the most perfect result. When the model was finally complete, Feng felt deeply satisfied. Though the protective barrier appeared simple, it embodied complex scientific principles and engineering design. He knew that only through advanced electromagnetic shielding and structural reinforcement could it effectively withstand the onslaught of magnetic storms. Feng stood up, carefully placing the model on the table for close inspection. Its form resembled a transparent cylinder, featuring layered, interlocking structures that appeared both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. He felt a surge of pride, knowing this design was a crucial component for the space station's construction. He took a deep breath, fully aware of the design's critical importance to the space station project. Successfully overcoming the challenges posed by magnetic storms would ensure the smooth progress of the station's construction, bringing immense hope and opportunity for humanity's exploration of the cosmos. Feng resolved to present this design proposal to Wang Goen. He gathered his materials, stepped out of the workshop, and headed toward Wang Goen's office. Entering Wang Goen's office, Feng sensed an atmosphere of tension and excitement. This room was charged with the weight of major decisions. Every choice made here would profoundly impact the entire construction of the space station. Chapter 91, A Daunting Task. Feng's gaze swept across the office, where he noticed an exquisitely framed photograph of Earth hanging on the wall. Earth appeared beautiful and serene. Feng couldn't help imagining that once the space station was completed, humanity would be able to explore the mysteries of the universe more deeply and better protect Earth, this beautiful home. With a mix of excitement and nervousness, Feng approached Wang Goen's desk. He knew this presentation would be a crucial step for the space station's future development. He hoped his design would gain Wang Goen's approval and be implemented smoothly. Feng approached Wang Goen with his documents in hand. Wang Goen glanced at the documents and smiled. "This is your design proposal, correct?" Feng replied respectfully, "Yes, Secretary Wang." Wang Goen nodded, patted Feng on the shoulder, and said, "Your creativity is outstanding. Not only for the space station, but I believe more advanced protective equipment and technology will emerge elsewhere. This task is quite challenging." Feng replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Comrade Secretary. I will do my utmost to complete this assignment." Wang Goen said, "Very well. You may step out now. I need to review your proposal and see if it meets my expectations." "Yes, Secretary Wang." Feng left Wang Goen's office and returned to his own. Sitting down at his desk, he powered up his computer, uploaded his protective system design to the network, and began manipulating the computer to generate the external structure of the protective barrier. It took him 3 days to complete the design. After testing it on the computer and finding it satisfactory, he transferred the protective structure to the computer's coding system. Feng possessed exceptional computational prowess. In just 3 short days, he had fully grasped the protective structure's form, architecture, and functionality. Feng then began developing a second protective system. He transmitted his ideas and the protective structure through the network, connecting with other networks to analyze and determine the stability of the structure and the safety of the protective barrier. This approach enabled the space station to maintain high-speed navigation even without the protective barrier, allowing it to effortlessly traverse the atmosphere despite magnetic storm interference. The first phase of the space station's construction has already taken shape. Feng's design blueprints were swiftly disseminated and collected by the nation's high-ranking military officers. These officers accessed the network, connected to the protective barrier, and evaluated it as the most advanced defense system available. The National Security Agency personnel were elite individuals whose capabilities far surpassed ordinary soldiers, leading them to give Feng's structural design a higher evaluation. Upon receiving the news, Wang Goen personally visited the command center and examined Feng's protective structure blueprints. His eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the blueprints. A look of delight spread across his face as he remarked, "Truly worthy of being my student, Wang Goen. This design is exceptionally detailed, nothing short of perfect." Feng replied, "Secretary Wang, you flatter me. I simply followed my own design principles. If you have any questions, feel free to ask any time." Wang Goen chuckled warmly, "Your competence is beyond doubt. But what you may not know is that the core of this defense system is actually electromagnetic weaponry. It will directly interfere with the magnetic storm's erosion, preventing it from approaching Earth. Only an electromagnetic defense system can block the magnetic storm." Electromagnetic defense system? Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined electromagnetic weapons existed in this world. Images of those dark, terrifying chainsaw-wielding killing machines flashed through his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Wang Goen replied, "Exactly. This is an electromagnetic weapon, though it doesn't reside in our world, it exists in another dimension." Feng frowned. "Secretary Wang, is the electromagnetic defense system really as formidable as legend suggests? Could it truly halt a magnetic storm?" "Absolutely," Wang Goen declared with unwavering confidence. Our Earth has long possessed the technology to defend against magnetic storms, though it remains imperfect. The foundation of all this lies in electromagnetic weapons. They can disrupt magnetic storms and compress magnetic fields, generating massive currents in the air that consume the storm's energy. This weakens or even halts the storm's destructive power. We're still in the exploratory phase with this technology. It relies entirely on geniuses like you to refine it. Feng listened, his excitement surging. He understood that developing an electromagnetic defense system could spare Earth from catastrophe, preserving its peace and freedom from magnetic storm disturbances. Feng placed unwavering faith in Wang Gowen's words. In his view, Earth itself was the root cause of magnetic storms. Without them, the planet would lose its energy source and vitality. Feng felt immense confidence in the electromagnetic defense system he had designed. Wang Gowen continued, I've already had the outer shell of this protection system dismantled and processed into various materials. It's been assembled into the external structure of a bulletproof vest. You can test it out. Feng took the vest and began putting it on, finding it fit perfectly. Wang Gowen explained, this is the latest model of body armor. It offers exceptional radiation resistance and can block the corrosive effects of magnetic storms, preventing them from damaging our ecosystem. Its defensive capabilities are unmatched within the entire defense perimeter. Feng nodded in agreement. Feng then asked, Secretary Wang, I have a question. I'm not sure if I should ask it. Wang Gowen smiled. Ask away. Nothing is off limits. Feng continued, I once read about electromagnetic weapons in a science fiction novel. In the story, magnetic blast weapons possessed immense power capable of obliterating entire cities. Their attack range was vast, and virtually nothing on Earth could withstand them. You're absolutely right, Wang Gowen sighed. That's precisely why I place such hope in the electromagnetic defense system. It can withstand magnetic storms, significantly reducing the damage to the sun. It's a remarkable achievement. Feng's mind flashed with images of those terrifying electromagnetic killing robots. Their combat prowess was virtually on par with electromagnetic weapons, and they held a numerical advantage. Faced with such formidable firepower, Feng felt utterly helpless to resist and could only flee. Wang Gowen seemed to read Feng's thoughts. He chuckled, Feng, while these electromagnetic weapons are indeed powerful, they aren't true electromagnetic killing robots. They're merely tools for dealing with specific environments, like electromagnetic storms and such. The magnetic storm you mentioned earlier is actually just a magnetic disturbance from electromagnetic weapons. It's merely far more potent than an electromagnetic storm, and since magnetic disturbances are invisible, they won't affect a single inch of Earth's surface. Chapter 92, False Alarm. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. So it had been a false alarm after all. Patting his chest, he chuckled, that scared the hell out of me. Wang Gowen smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, this defense system includes a specialized electromagnetic shield specifically designed to counter magnetic storms. Once we develop this system, we'll be able to block them. I've already submitted a request to the Bureau. They'll assist us. Feng replied, Thank you, Secretary Wang. I'll dedicate myself to developing this defense system and strive to bring it to fruition as soon as possible. Wang Gowen nodded and smiled, Keep up the good work. Yes, Secretary Wang. I will fulfill my mission. Feng left the study. Before exiting, he glanced at the defense system's documentation and realized it was truly remarkable. It could absorb various energy sources from Earth into its protective shield, process them through reactions, convert the energy into electromagnetic energy, and generate faint beams to resist magnetic storms. Reading this, Feng felt a sense of wonder. He silently vowed to himself that he would master this defense system. Feng left Wang Gowen's study and returned to his own laboratory. Just as he was about to begin examining the system's details, a knock sounded at the door. Feng, are you there? A familiar voice called out. Feng opened the door to find his friends Chen Gu and Song De standing outside. They looked somewhat anxious, their faces tinged with concern. Chen Gu, Song De, what brings you here? Is something wrong? Feng inquired. Chen Ji's voice was grave. Feng, we just received intelligence that a mysterious faction is secretly developing a new type of electromagnetic weapon. Its power is said to be beyond imagination, and it's already being traded on black markets across various countries. We fear their target is our Wang Gowen's electromagnetic defense system. We need your help. Hearing this, Feng felt a tightening in his chest. He knew this posed a massive threat to him and the defense system he had developed. He turned to Song De and asked, Song De, have you gathered any more intelligence on this mysterious faction? Song De nodded and handed Feng a thick file. This is the result of our investigation with Chen Gu. We discovered this group consists of international spies. Their objective appears to be sabotaging the electromagnetic defense systems of all nations, enabling them to gain absolute control. Furthermore, their transactions seem linked to certain terrorist organizations. Feng took the file and began reading. It detailed the group's activities, personnel, and research progress. His brow furrowed as he realized this group's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Their development progress was advancing at an alarming rate. Without immediate countermeasures, electromagnetic defense systems could collapse instantly under their assault. Yi Feng set the documents aside, fixing his gaze on Chen Gu and Song De with unwavering resolve. Chen Gu, Song De, we cannot sit idly by. We must act. We need to locate this mysterious force's headquarters, destroy their R&D facilities, and stop their plot. Yi Feng, we believe in you. You have the capability to defeat this mysterious force. We will support you fully and fight alongside you. Chen Gu declared, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Song De clenched his fists, his voice unwavering. Yi Feng, we cannot let this force succeed. We must secure victory for our nation. Yi Feng nodded. Yes, let's work together. 3 days later, Yi Feng, Song De, and Chen Gu arrived at Wang Gowen's office. Yi Feng, exercise caution during this trip to the United States. We've already dispatched personnel to protect you. Should you encounter any difficulties, inform us immediately. Wang Gowen instructed. Yi Feng smiled. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Wang. We'll be visiting several key cities in the United States for inspections. We must ensure everything goes flawlessly. I have faith in our capabilities and in your wisdom, Secretary Wang. Wang Gowen chuckled, you're quite the flatterer, young man. Yi Feng replied, I'm just stating the truth. But without Secretary Wang's guidance and nurturing, I wouldn't have progressed so rapidly. Wang Gowen burst into laughter. You're quite the smooth talker, aren't you? Alright, I won't disturb your work any longer. Yi Feng watched Wang Gowen exit the office, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Mr. Li? This is Yi Feng. I'd like to discuss our cooperation. Would you be available? Yi Feng said with a smile. Yi Feng had already decided to partner with Mr. Li, a member of a shadowy faction. His identity and background were complex, backed by a powerful patron, a certain Speaker of the U.S. Congress. His influence within the nation's highest echelons rivaled that of some senior military leaders. Yi Feng knew Mr. Li held an extremely high position in the nation. If he could win him over, his own strength would be greatly enhanced. Yi Feng believed their operation this time would be a complete success. Oh? Yi Feng, I'm surprised you're the one calling me, came a hearty laugh over the phone. Mr. Li, don't tease me, Yi Feng chuckled back. I'm reaching out today because I have a crucial mission requiring your cooperation. Would you be willing to meet and discuss it? The man on the line was clearly a seasoned veteran. After a moment's consideration, he replied, all right. Name a place, and I'll be there immediately. At a base called Flying Eagle in your country, Yi Feng stated. Flying Eagle? I don't recall that name. The man on the line paused, clearly unfamiliar with it. It's perfectly normal that you wouldn't know it. This organization has massive influence in your country and spans nearly the entire world. Of course you haven't heard of it, Yi Feng chuckled. Mr. Li fell silent for a moment before replying, since you put it that way, I certainly have no reason to refuse you. Rest assured, I will help you. I just wonder what exactly you need me to do. This time, you only need to cooperate with our operation. After hanging up, Yi Feng's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. This trip to the United States was part of an extremely covert operation. They had no fear of being discovered. In their estimation, the operation would proceed smoothly. However, if the enemy detected them, it would trigger their vigilance and hinder the plan's progress. Their scheme was just one final step away from completion. Therefore, Yi Feng had to spare no effort to ensure this matter was handled flawlessly, allowing the plan to continue as originally intended. Chapter 93, Undercurrents. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, within an adjacent office, a pair of eyes watched him intently, their gaze brimming with fury and hatred. Yi Feng, this time I will eliminate you. You won't even have a place to bury your remains. A cold voice echoed through the room. 3 days later. Yi Feng, Song De, Chen Gu, and the others arrived in the United States. The capital of the United States was a sprawling metropolis, one of the nation's premier cities. The United States served as Dragon Nation's largest trade zone and a global commercial hub. It supplied goods sought by numerous nations, from military arms and grain to a myriad of exotic commodities. The nation's economy was highly developed, with international operations at its forefront, ranking among the world's most advanced economies. Yi Feng, Song De, and Chen Gu boarded a flight bound for the United States. Yi Feng, where are you taking us? Chen Gu couldn't help asking. To the United States, Yi Feng replied. Song De and Chen Gu exchanged glances, their faces flushing with astonishment. You're taking us to the United States, they exclaimed. Yi Feng chuckled. Exactly. Why keep this news secret? I plan to spread the word. Yi Feng, you're out of your mind. Song De exclaimed in horror. Yi Feng chuckled, we came here as merchants this time. I don't want to expose my identity, so don't worry. This way, hostile forces won't detect us either. We're a team, they shouldn't dare suspect you guys. Chen Gu asked, but your strength alone is too insignificant. How can you possibly stand against so many powerful opponents? Yi Feng replied calmly, I have my own methods. The three chatted animatedly all the way to their destination. It was a towering skyscraper complex. Standing at the entrance, Feng gazed at the resplendent golden lobby, his eyes flashing with keen interest. At the building's apex hung a massive sign bearing 4 striking characters, Flying Eagle Base. 2 soldiers stood guard at the lobby entrance. Spotting Feng and his companions emerging from the airport, they immediately approached. Feng glanced at the 2 soldiers and asked with a smile, "May I ask if you are under Mr. Li's command?" The 2 soldiers exchanged glances. One of them replied, "My name is Yang Tian." "And you?" Feng smiled faintly. Feng. The soldiers nodded. "Please come this way. Mr. Li has been waiting for quite some time." Feng smiled and followed the 2 soldiers into the hall. The lobby was lavishly decorated. Beside each table sat a man dressed in black, all appearing to be well-trained soldiers. Numerous computer screens lined the left and right walls, displaying various data graphs and information, clearly a surveillance system. Feng and his group approached an elevator. The doors slowly opened, revealing a group of people stepping out. There were 7 of them in total. The leader wore sunglasses, a white shirt, and a buzz cut. His appearance was unremarkable, yet he exuded an intense, oppressive aura. A gruesome scar ran across his arm, clearly the result of combat. This was a formidable martial artist. This young man was Mr. Li, Feng's target. Behind Mr. Li stood 6 others. 2 men wore white shirts, projecting an elegant, scholarly demeanor, while the remaining 4 were clad in black combat gear, radiating a fierce, formidable aura. Feng recognized them instantly as mercenaries, all highly skilled, a group of true elite professionals. Feng smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Li. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Feng." Mr. Li replied coolly, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I've heard your organization is highly secretive. I'm very curious, where is your headquarters located?" "I'm afraid I can't disclose that at this time," Feng replied calmly. "Mr. Yi, we have a contract. Are you intending to breach it?" Mr. Li's tone turned icy. Feng smiled faintly. "Indeed, we have a contract. But the contract stipulates that as long as we complete the tasks outlined, you won't obstruct our entry into the base. Therefore, the contract is null and void." Mr. Li shot Feng a cold glance and said indifferently, "Very well. We'll await the surprise Mr. Yi brings me. Mr. Li, let's go." Feng said calmly. "All right, let's go." Mr. Li turned and headed toward the elevator. Feng and his 6 companions entered the elevator. Feng stared intently at the spacious elevator, his gaze deep and piercing, as if trying to see through it. Soon, the elevator halted at the top floor. A ding sounded as the elevator doors slowly opened. The group filed out one after another. They entered an exceptionally luxurious suite, its walls lined with surveillance cameras. Standing at the entrance was a man in military uniform, his face stern and expressionless. Feng and his 6 companions entered the room. Mr. Li handed Feng a USB drive and smiled, "Mr. Yi, this USB contains our contact numbers. Call anytime you need us. If you plan to launch an attack, you can dial my number directly." Feng glanced at the USB drive and nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Mr. Li replied, "You're welcome, Mr. Yi. I hope you achieve success soon." Feng smiled faintly but said nothing. Mr. Li waved his hand. "All right, you may leave now." Feng and his team nodded, exited Mr. Li's office, and headed toward the elevator. Back in his hotel room, Feng powered up his computer and inserted the USB drive. As he scanned its contents, his brow furrowed. The drive contained nothing but records of arms deals and drug transactions. To others, this might represent a vast fortune, but to Feng and his group, it was utterly useless. Their mission was to destroy the entire world. As he looked at the files, Feng suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline. These arms belonged to various Western criminal syndicates. In their hands, they could facilitate massive drug trafficking operations. Though the dangers of these drugs were self-evident and the risks immense, they were the world's most lucrative commodities. Once shipped across the globe, they would inevitably unleash a wave of bloodshed and chaos. But hey, since we've got this opportunity, we might as well make the most of it. A cold smile curved at the corners of Feng's mouth. He immediately sought out Yang Tian and tossed the USB drive to him. Yang Tian eyed the drive, raising an eyebrow in surprise as he looked at Feng. "These drugs are all yours. But if I catch you dealing them, the consequences will be severe," Feng said with a sly grin. Chapter 94, Large-Scale Organization. Yang Tian stared at Feng, inwardly shocked. How had Feng managed to trace his organization's account? What he didn't know was that they all had trackers on them. These trackers could transmit a person's information. Moreover, Feng could control these people's thoughts and actions. Yang Tian examined the USB drive and nodded. "Rest assured, we won't. I'll keep these things safe." Feng nodded. "That's best." With that, Feng led the 7 men out of the hotel. The Flying Eagle mercenary group was one of the city's major organizations, with a wide range of primary operations including drugs, military supplies, weapons, and more. However, in Feng's eyes, these ventures held little value. Their strength paled in comparison to the Dragon Alliance. One could even say they fell short of first-rate mercenary standards. Nevertheless, this was Yi Feng's first encounter with them, and he intended to gauge their capabilities. On a high-rise building, a burly man clad in camouflage stood by the window, surveying the scene below. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly, a deep voice booming, "Hello? Who is this?" The burly man chuckled, "Boss, it's your little brother here." "My guy? Who are you?" "I don't know you," the voice replied coldly. "Boss, I'm your little brother. How could you forget? Remember back in the cave? We drank together," the man chuckled. It was you. You killed my son," the voice gritted out. "Ha ha ha ha. Boss, you all agreed back then as long as I helped you take out that Feng, our deal would continue. You can't go back on your word now." The burly man roared with laughter, his chuckles thick with sinister menace. The man fell silent. The burly man continued, "Boss, you can't back out. If you do, I'll expose you. Besides, that Feng is terrifyingly powerful. If I hadn't warned you, you'd all be dead by now. Think it through. I'm hanging up. Bye." With that, the burly man hung up, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha, Feng, you think you're so great? You think you can really control us? Ha 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 ha." Madness flickered in the burly man's eyes, his gaze brimming with savage intent. This was Yi Feng's probing battle. If there was no one in this world capable of instilling fear in Yi Feng, then the world would be devoid of much competition. In that case, it would only make Yi Feng grow even stronger. Yi Feng returned to his room, opened his laptop, and connected to the internet. Soon, Yi Feng found numerous reports about the Flying Eagle Mercenary Group. The Flying Eagle Mercenary Group was a formidable organization in this world, boasting an extremely complex background and significant influence across the globe. The leader of the Flying Eagle Mercenary Group was named Adra, a white man in his 30s with an incredibly robust physique and an aura of fierce brutality. His eyes were as fierce as a wild wolf's. His face was covered in a savage expression, as if he could tear someone apart at any moment. Seeing Adra's photograph, Yi Feng felt a wave of shock. He truly hadn't expected the leader of the Flying Eagle Mercenary Corps to be so young. However, Yi Feng also understood that the forces backing the Flying Eagle Mercenary Group were far from simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become the world's top mercenary group. Moreover, the Eagle Mercenary Group's backers certainly weren't limited to just Adra alone. Likely, there was an even more mysterious figure pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yi Feng understood that Adra's arrogance stemmed from the backing of a powerful force. That force likely surpassed even the Dragon Alliance. In the Eagle Mercenary Group's files, Yi Feng discovered that Adra had once participated in a terrorist attack in Africa. It was during Adra's early days when a man named Abak orchestrated a terror attack in South Africa, nearly exterminating the entire local population. Yet Adra had survived that horrific operation and risen to become the leader of the Eagle Mercenary Group. This incident became a legendary feat within the Eagle Mercenary Group. Yi Feng knew the Flying Eagle Mercenary Group possessed far greater capabilities than this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be targeted by Interpol. Moreover, the group maintained formidable armed forces. After reviewing the information, Yi Feng tucked his phone away and hailed a taxi to the airport. On the way, he sent a text to the Dragon Alliance. "The Flying Eagle Mercenary Group has a branch in Europe." The Dragon Alliance replied swiftly, "Got it." Yi Feng silently resolved to infiltrate the Eagle Mercenary Group as a technical specialist to better understand their capabilities and the forces backing them. He knew this wouldn't be easy, but he was confident in his abilities. The Eagle Mercenary Group's headquarters stood in the outskirts of a small European city, a massive complex towering over the landscape. Resembling a military base, it was surrounded by high walls and stringent security measures. Several burly men in black uniforms stood guard at the entrance, their eyes sharp and radiating a palpable aura of lethal intent. Stepping out of the taxi, Yi Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and strode confidently toward the mercenary group's headquarters. Disguised as a technician, he carried a laptop case. His expression remained calm and composed, seemingly unaffected by the tense atmosphere around him. Stepping through the mercenary group's gates, Yi Feng felt an oppressive force wash over him. The entire headquarters pulsed with tension. Soldiers bustled back and forth, surveillance cameras dotted every corner. Yi Feng looked up to see a massive video wall displaying footage of training drills and combat operations. He noticed that every mercenary was built like a tank, muscles taut and defined, radiating raw power. He ventured deeper into the mercenary group's inner sanctum, traversing corridors and passing by one tactical training room after another. In these rooms, Yi Feng observed numerous burly mercenaries engaged in various training exercises, some practicing close combat, others undergoing marksmanship drills, and still others conducting tactical maneuvers. Yi Feng sensed the unparalleled aura emanating from the mercenaries. Every movement they made radiated power and explosive force, as if they were born solely for the purpose of combat. Finally, Yi Feng arrived at a room that appeared to be the command center. Chapter 95: Infiltrating the Inner Circle. The room was filled with numerous computers and surveillance equipment, each stationed with a mercenary operating it. Yi Feng noticed a figure in the corner of the room. Approaching, he saw the person intently focused on a monitor. "Hello, I'm the new technician. I'm here to help upgrade your system, Yifeng said deliberately, his voice tinged with feigned nervousness. The man looked up. Seeing Yifeng, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, but it quickly gave way to a friendly smile. Oh, you're the new guy. I'm John, the system administrator here. You're just in time. We've been having some issues with our system lately, John said, his voice steady and confident. Yifeng smiled and nodded, then began discussing the system issues with John. He demonstrated such proficiency and professionalism that John couldn't help but be impressed by his capabilities. In the days that followed, Yifeng threw himself wholeheartedly into his new role, becoming a full-fledged member of the Flying Eagle mercenary group. He worked diligently to integrate into the team, forging close bonds with his fellow members. Every day, Yifeng participated in various trainings and missions. He engaged in close combat drills with other mercenaries, sparring in the training room to hone their fighting skills. Yifeng observed that the mercenaries' techniques were exceptionally refined, each move brimming with power and precision. He understood that to establish himself within the group, he must continuously elevate his own strength. Beyond training, Yifeng also participated in missions. He joined fellow mercenaries on a rescue operation, infiltrating enemy strongholds to successfully free imprisoned hostages. This mission deepened his understanding of the mercenary group's combat style and the critical importance of teamwork. Beyond combat drills and missions, Yifeng actively engaged with members from other departments. He collaborated with John from the Tech Division to resolve system issues and worked alongside Mary from Intelligence to analyze a critical intelligence file. Through these interactions, Yifeng gradually uncovered the true strength and hidden influence behind the Flying Eagle mercenary group. In this process, Yifeng gradually realized that the Flying Eagle mercenary group's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Not only were their training and skills exceptional, but their tactical thinking and combat experience were also remarkably rich. They demonstrated exceptional execution capabilities and cool-headed responses in every mission. Yifeng deeply sensed the mercenary group's unity and seamless coordination. They functioned like an unstoppable force, effortlessly overcoming any adversary or obstacle they encountered. Yifeng strove to maintain a composed and professional exterior, yet within, his resolve and ambition grew ever more intense. He knew uncovering the forces behind the Flying Eagle mercenary group would be no easy feat. He understood he needed more time and opportunities to gather further intelligence. In the days that followed, Yifeng continued to actively participate in the mercenary group's activities under the guise of a technician. He relentlessly gathered intelligence, analyzed data, and hunted for clues pointing to the mercenary group's hidden backers. He delved deep into understanding each member, building relationships of trust and cooperation with them. As time passed, Yifeng gradually gained access to some of the mercenary group's internal information. He discovered that the Flying Eagle mercenary group possessed an extensive international network and connections, maintaining close ties with governments and military forces across various nations. This allowed them to access vast amounts of intelligence and resources, enabling their operations with remarkable ease. Beyond this, the Eagle mercenary group's members possessed extraordinary combat skills and tactical acumen. Their training regimen was exceptionally rigorous, with every mercenary having endured countless battles and accumulated rich experience. Moreover, Yifeng gradually learned that the Flying Eagle mercenary group maintained an extensive international network and connections, with close ties to governments and military forces across numerous nations. This allowed them to access vast amounts of intelligence and resources, making their operations remarkably efficient. Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at how the Flying Eagle mercenary group's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. He understood that uncovering the forces behind them would be no easy task. Yet Yifeng refused to give up, silently vowing to get to the bottom of everything. Yifeng stretched lazily and rose to his feet. He walked toward the door, leaving behind a calm and resolute silhouette. His figure gradually faded into the darkness, leaving only a faint voice echoing in the air. Flying Eagle mercenary group, wait for me. Yifeng quietly approached the core chamber of the Flying Eagle mercenary group. This was a heavily guarded area, accessible only to high-ranking members. He took a deep breath, his heart filled with both tension and anticipation. He pushed open the door, and the sight before him made him gasp. A massive computer and various complex devices filled the room. The walls were covered with maps and intelligence analysis charts, displaying the Flying Eagle mercenary group's battle formations and the movements of their opponents. Yifeng slowly approached the computer. Using his advanced hacking skills, he breached the system and began scanning the mercenary group's intelligence and internal files. He scrolled through the documents relentlessly, searching for vulnerabilities within the organization. Suddenly, his gaze settled on a file labeled Operation Log. He swiftly opened it, revealing detailed records of every mercenary group operation and its executors. Yifeng scrutinized these records meticulously and uncovered a glaring oversight. It turned out the Flying Eagle mercenary group followed a fixed pattern for every operation, and the selection of executors also followed certain patterns. By analyzing these records, Yifeng gradually discovered an exploitable opportunity. His resolve hardened. He knew he had found the Eagle mercenary group's weakness. Now, he needed an opportunity to expose the forces behind the Eagle mercenary group. Yifeng quietly slipped out of the core room and returned to his quarters. He powered up his computer and began laying out his plan. Several days later, the Flying Eagle mercenary group received what appeared to be a routine assignment. They were dispatched to a border city to carry out an escort mission. Feng knew this was his chance to uncover the truth. He resolutely joined the mission. During the escort, Feng actively communicated with other members, skillfully showcasing his abilities and professionalism. He built trust and cooperation with the team. Upon reaching their destination, Feng's plan unfolded. He feigned the discovery of an unexpected situation, drawing the attention of the other members. Amidst the chaos, Feng leveraged his intelligence to pinpoint the Flying Eagle mercenary group's vulnerabilities. He skillfully exploited the team's weaknesses, successfully splitting them apart. Chapter 96, in full swing. Feng sprang into action without hesitation, his movements agile and his combat experience deep. Exploiting the predictable patterns of their teamwork, he took down the Flying Eagle mercenaries one by one. Finally, only the leader of the Flying Eagle mercenary group remained, facing Feng. Feng took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. "You think you can defeat me?" sneered the Flying Eagle mercenary group leader. Feng gave a cold laugh, stepping forward without fear. Feng and the Flying Eagle mercenary group leader engaged in a fierce battle. Their fists and feet clashed, each attack brimming with power and skill. Feng moved with agile precision, mastering both offense and defense, while the leader of the Flying Eagle mercenary group, drawing on years of combat experience, showed no sign of weakness. Their blows landed with brutal impact, swords clashing fiercely, creating an extraordinarily intense scene. Feng fixed his gaze intently on the Flying Eagle mercenary group leader, his heart filled with unwavering resolve. He understood he must defeat this man to uncover the forces behind the Flying Eagle mercenary group. The battle raged fiercely. Feng's attacks grew increasingly fierce, while the leader of the Flying Eagle mercenary group fought with ever greater ferocity. Suddenly, Feng spotted an opening. He deftly dodged the attack and seized the moment, unleashing a powerful punch. His fist struck like lightning, connecting squarely with the leader's cheek. The leader was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Feng didn't pause. He immediately pursued his opponent. He knew this was his only chance to uncover the truth. Gritting his teeth, the leader struggled to his feet. A flash of viciousness and unwillingness flickered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he resumed the fight against Feng. The battle reached its most intense phase as their figures darted across the room, each strike carrying devastating force. Finally, Feng seized a perfect opening. He deftly dodged the leader's strike and unleashed his most powerful move. His fist struck the leader's chest like lightning, producing a dull thud. The leader was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Feng stood before him, his gaze unwavering. Looking down at the fallen leader, his heart swelled with the triumphant joy of victory and an intense thirst for the truth. "Tell me everything," he said calmly. The Flying Eagle mercenary group leader laughed painfully, knowing it was all over. Clutching the wall, gasping for breath, he said, "Feng, you win. I'll tell you everything." Feng stared at the fallen leader, nodding expressionlessly. Though mentally prepared for anything, the revelation still sent shockwaves through him. The leader continued, "We were manipulated by a powerful force whose goal was to control the underground black market in this border city. The Flying Eagle mercenary group was merely a pawn in their hands. Every mission we carried out served their interests. They orchestrated everything from behind the scenes, using us to gather intelligence and execute their orders." Feng listened silently, a surge of anger rising within him. Who was behind this force? Why did they seek such absolute control? Feng resolved to expose everything. The leader continued, "Their objective is to amass immense wealth through black market control, then expand their influence to threaten the city's very peace. The Flying Eagle mercenaries are their weapon yet also victims. We're forced to carry out their crimes." Feng's brow furrowed deeply as his hands clenched into fists. He could feel the pain and despair in the leader's words. This force not only manipulated them but also placed them in grave danger. Their partners are a criminal organization within the city known as the Black Dragon Gang. They collaborate with the Flying Eagle mercenary group to jointly control the black market. Their objective is to maximize profits by any means necessary. The name Black Dragon Gang sent a chill through Feng's heart. This organization's infamy was widespread. They were ruthless and merciless. Now, their alliance with the Flying Eagle mercenary group would undoubtedly pose a massive threat to the entire city. Their plan is to seize control of the entire black market, then expand their influence to infiltrate every level of the city. They've already planted agents within the government, police force, and business circles. Their ultimate goal is to become the true rulers of this city. The leader's voice carried endless sorrow and resignation. Feng listened silently, the full extent of this faction's malevolence now crystal clear to him. He drew a deep breath, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. "Thank you for telling me everything," Feng said calmly. The leader gave a pained smile but remained silent. He seemed to have lost the strength and courage to continue. Feng looked at the leader, a wave of sympathy welling up within him. He understood that the leader, too, had been forced into his role, burdened by a weight he could scarcely bear. "Your mission is complete. You've exposed the power behind the Flying Eagle mercenary group. Now, you may leave. The leader's voice carried endless exhaustion. Yi Feng fell silent for a moment, drawing a deep breath. He turned and left the room, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Yi Feng left the residential complex, wandering aimlessly through the streets. The leader's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. He knew who this force was. He knew who stood behind the Flying Eagle mercenary group. All of this was the doing of the Black Dragon Gang. Their goal, he surmised, must be to control the black market. Yi Feng thought to himself that their power far exceeded his initial estimates. To resolve these issues, he must first elevate himself. After walking for a long time, a sudden thought flashed through Yi Feng's mind. He looked up at his surroundings and noticed the streets were eerily quiet. A faint smile touched his lips and a sly gleam flashed in his eyes. Yi Feng found a relatively secluded spot. His eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated solutions to this predicament. His mind worked with meticulous precision and boundless creativity. Once he began strategizing, he could devise a foolproof plan. He stood up, brushed the dust off his trouser legs, and walked toward another street. As night fell, the bustling streets teemed with people, abuzz with activity. Yi Feng walked alone, his gaze drifting over the diverse array of beautiful women, a shrewd gleam in his eyes. As he walked, Yi Feng suddenly noticed several burly men dressed in black, wearing dark sunglasses, blocking his path ahead. Seeing this group, a look of confusion immediately appeared on his face. Chapter 97, The Short, Stocky Man. These men were dressed no differently than ordinary street thugs. Yi Feng couldn't fathom why they were blocking his path. The men spotted Yi Feng and grinned viciously. "Hey, bro, you're pretty handsome," a short, stocky man with a fierce look licked his lips. Yi Feng frowned, silently sizing up the group. The powerful aura radiating from them didn't feel like that of ordinary street thugs. Yi Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. He saw more than a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. Are these guys assassins? Yi Feng wondered inwardly. Their eyes were filled with a hint of bloodlust. This killing intent wasn't feigned. "Where are you headed, brother? How about we show you around?" the short, stocky man offered. Yi Feng shook his head slightly, offering a dismissive smile. "No thanks, I'm good." With that, he walked past them. If they weren't assassins, then what was their purpose? Yi Feng had a gut feeling these men weren't ordinary. The stocky man froze, stunned that he'd been rebuffed. His embarrassment turned to rage as he bellowed, "Damn it! You're asking for trouble. I'll show you what I'm made of today." Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. He knew this man meant business. This group clearly consisted of skilled fighters, hardened killers who'd taken many lives. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth curling upward in a faint, amused smile. Since the other party was so eager to meet their end, he was more than happy to oblige. "Oomph." The short, stocky man snorted coldly, his feet suddenly lunging forward. His body hurtled toward Yi Feng like a cannonball, moving at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yi Feng, his fist crashing into Yi Feng's chest. Yi Feng grunted, his entire body sent reeling several meters back before he regained his footing. Yi Feng stared at the stocky man before him, astonishment filling his eyes. He hadn't expected this guy's strength to be so terrifying. Again, the stocky man roared, charging forward once more, his fist swinging toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng dodged swiftly, but was still a split second too late. The blow struck his chest, sending a piercing pain through him. He stumbled back several steps, narrowly evading the impact. Yi Feng clutched the wounded spot, his face drained of color as his heart skipped a beat. His insides trembled violently as if shattered, crimson blood dripping through his fingers and staining his clothes red. The short, stocky man sneered coldly, "Humph. You think you can dodge the first day but not the 15th? Today is your day of reckoning." His eyes flashed with savagery as he launched a kick toward Yi Feng. His attack was powerful, the air itself seemed to explode as the kick flew out. Yi Feng drew his homemade weapon watch. With a press of the button, a blue arc of electricity flashed. His wrist flickered and a metal plate shot out, piercing the stocky man's knee with pinpoint accuracy. Yi Feng's reflexes were lightning fast. He swiftly drew the watch, discarded the blade, and grabbed the stocky man's right leg with his right hand. He swung the man around and slammed him hard onto the ground. The stocky man let out a wail of pain, his left leg feeling as if it had fractured, leaving him utterly powerless. Yi Feng planted his foot on the stocky man's neck and demanded coldly, "Now tell me, why did you block my path just now?" Seeing himself at the mercy of his captor, fear surged through the stocky man. Though he was the underground boxing champion, he had only one arm and stood no chance against Yi Feng. Swallowing hard, he stammered, We were just passing by. We didn't mean to stop you." Yi Feng released his grip, a mocking smile spreading across his face as he swept a contemptuous glance over the group of men before him. "Just passing through?" Yi Feng sneered. "If you were just passing through, why did you fixate on me? Or were you planning to rob me?" The stocky man flinched under his gaze, his face twitching as retreating thoughts surfaced. But remembering their boss's orders, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak. "Our boss said the money's ours if we take this kid out. He claims this kid has priceless treasures on him. We have to get them." "Treasures?" Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light as his tone grew even more icy. "Where is your boss? I want to negotiate with him." The short, stocky man's eyes darted around as a scheme formed in his mind. The short, stocky man sneered coldly. Kid, don't get your hopes up. Even if you beg us on your knees, I won't tell you where the boss is. If you don't believe me, go find him yourself. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the stocky man's words, the other men in black beside him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Feng looked at this group of men, a cruel smile curling the corners of his mouth. Since they refused to speak, he would find him himself. Yi Feng let out a cold laugh, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually surging, the killing aura around him growing thicker and thicker. Seeing this, the men immediately suppressed their laughter. Their pupils contracted, and a sinister aura emanated from their entire bodies. These men were hardened criminals, killers who didn't blink an eye. They certainly weren't afraid of Yi Feng. What do you think you're doing? Let me tell you this: if you dare lay a finger on us, you'll never find our boss in a million years. The short, stocky man sneered, his expression smug and confident. He knew full well Yi Feng was just an ordinary man, incapable of threatening their lives. Yi Feng returned a cold smile. Then I'll start by crippling one of your arms and one of your legs. The short, stocky man's heart sank at those words. He never imagined Yi Feng would actually dare to do such a thing. You can't do this. Our boss won't let you get away with it, the stocky man shouted threateningly. Yi Feng smiled faintly, extending his left index finger to flick lightly against the stocky man's shoulder. A wave of excruciating pain surged through the stocky man's entire body. He let out a piercing scream, his legs buckling as he collapsed to his knees. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, every hair on his body standing on end. Beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead, and his face turned deathly pale. Now you can talk, can't you? Yi Feng said casually. What's his name? Yi Feng pressed further. The stocky man shook his head. I don't know. Only the boss knows. Yi Feng nodded. And you? You don't know either? The stocky man nodded. I just follow orders. The rest of it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 98, Completing the Submachine Gun. Yi Feng snorted coldly. In that case, I'll cripple one of your arms and both your legs. His right hand suddenly flipped, gripping the sharp dagger. His palm whipped out violently, sending the blade slicing through the air toward the stocky man. It plunged unerringly into his right arm. Ah! The stocky man let out a wretched howl. The dagger was deeply embedded in his right arm, blood gushing out violently. Yi Feng gave a cold laugh. You truly are a loyal subordinate. But unfortunately, you shouldn't have crossed me. With that, his dagger flew out again, plunging into the stocky man's other arm, causing blood to spurt violently. The stocky man curled up in agony, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Yi Feng glared at him fiercely and said coldly, You're lucky. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you live. But remember, if anyone provokes me again, the consequences will be far more brutal. He sheathed the dagger and turned to leave the shadowy place. The short, stocky man clutched his blood-soaked wound, trembling on the ground. Fear and agony twisted his face. He watched Yi Feng's receding figure, a surge of resentment and fury rising within him. He had believed he could intimidate this ordinary man, never expecting such ruthless cruelty. Yi Feng sensed the danger lurking in the beautiful country and began gathering materials to craft a new weapon for self-defense. Standing at the dark alley entrance, his gaze was resolute and cold. He knew the situation had grown perilous. To protect himself and break free from his predicament, he resolved to create a sophisticated, multi-purpose weapon. He recalled his past learning experiences, pondering how to design this weapon. Yi Feng possessed extraordinary talent, excelling at crafting various precision machinery. He scanned his surroundings, searching for materials suitable for weapon construction. In a nearby abandoned factory, he discovered discarded metal pipes and springs, precious resources to him. Yi Feng carefully gathered these materials, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation. Returning to his temporary shelter, Yi Feng retrieved his toolbox and began meticulously designing and crafting the weapon. He precisely measured the length and diameter of the metal tubes, contemplating how to assemble them into a sniper rifle. Under his meticulous work, the metal tubes were cut, ground, and welded into a complete barrel. Yi Feng then proceeded to craft the stock and trigger, using specialized materials to ensure the sniper rifle was both sturdy and lightweight. To enhance shooting accuracy, he mounted a precision scope onto the barrel. He spent considerable time adjusting the scope's focus and angle to ensure precise hits on targets during firing. After completing the sniper rifle, Yi Feng didn't stop there. He realized that while the rifle had a long range, it lacked flexibility in close-quarters combat. Thus, he began contemplating how to craft a weapon suited for close-range fighting. In a mechanical engineering manual, Yi Feng discovered blueprints for a weapon called a submachine gun. Compact yet powerful, this automatic firearm offered short-range but rapid fire. He felt it perfectly suited his needs. Guided by the manual's instructions, Yi Feng commenced construction. He selected high-strength alloy materials to ensure the weapon's durability. He meticulously assembled the receiver, barrel, and trigger mechanism, carefully considering stability and accuracy during firing. After meticulous crafting, Yi Feng finally completed a flawless submachine gun. He scrutinized every detail, ensuring the weapon's performance and safety met his exacting standards. Now, he held both a sniper rifle and a submachine gun in his hands, both crafted by his own hands and perfectly tailored to his requirements. Yifeng felt immense pride and confidence, knowing these weapons would be his reliable allies in the missions ahead. Yet despite his weapons being ready, Yifeng knew his mission would be no easy feat. He must infiltrate the enemy base under cover of night and dismantle their operations there. This was a venture, a life or death venture. Moonlight washed over Yifeng's gaunt cheeks as a gentle breeze brushed past him, gradually calming his mind. He took a deep breath and stepped resolutely out of the dark alley. The enemy base lay ahead, igniting a fierce fire within Yifeng's heart. Tonight's moon seemed exceptionally bright, its light filling the sky and illuminating Yifeng's pale, gaunt cheeks. Just as Yifeng prepared to move, his friend Chenggu called. "Hey, Chenggu." Yifeng's voice sounded somewhat subdued. He had just made such a loud noise that the enemy would likely discover him soon. It was best not to alert them prematurely and risk putting himself in danger. Chen Ji's voice came through the phone, tinged with worry and urgency. "Brother Feng, I just heard an explosion over there. Are you okay?" Yifeng sighed softly. "I'm fine. Don't worry. The enemy's attention is focused on me right now. They won't be able to spare any for you for the time being." Chenggu breathed a slight sigh of relief. "That's good. We should get moving quickly. I'm afraid those bastards, cornered like dogs, might try something desperate against you." "Yeah, I'm leaving right now." Yifeng hung up, swiftly donning a black trench coat. Once dressed, he emerged from the alleyway. The streets were pitch black on both sides, obscuring the path ahead. Yifeng's objective was clear. He walked forward, and after a few steps, his body suddenly vanished into the night. He blended into the thick night, drifting like a shadowy mist, silent and elusive, impossible to pin down. Bang! A deafening boom echoed through the streets as Yifeng materialized atop a skyscraper. Raising his gun, he aimed downward and unleashed a bullet. Clunk! The bullet struck the concrete pavement below, producing a dull thud. The enemy clearly detected the disturbance on the rooftop. Gunfire instantly filled the night sky as countless bullets erupted from the black muzzles. The projectiles sliced through the air with a piercing, shrill whistling, hurtling toward Yifeng. Yifeng had anticipated this. In the instant he dodged, he shifted his position, becoming a blurred shadow in the night sky. This scene was difficult to discern, leaving the enemies stunned. They scrambled to guess where Yifeng had vanished to. Yifeng swiftly reached an alley beneath a building and slipped into a van. The vehicle immediately started its engine and sped away, leaving no trace. Chapter 99, Unrest in the Grave. The enemies searched the alley for a long time but found no trace of Yifeng. Reluctantly, they departed. Yifeng sped through the streets in his car. He didn't head straight for the military camp, as its heavy security made it impossible to approach. Instead, he wanted to explore the city center, hoping to uncover any traces of the enemy. A silver gray van drove past, catching Yifeng's attention. "Wait!" Yifeng slammed on the brakes, pulling his car to the curb before sprinting after the van. The van pulled up outside a hotel, and a group of people got out and went inside. They'll have to come out eventually. Yifeng stared at the door, thinking to himself. He parked the car and retrieved his sniper rifle from the trunk. In his memory, the sniper rifle could lock onto enemies through its scope. Under the dark night sky, the rifle allowed him to see enemy figures clearly. He fixed his gaze on the door, searching for a suitable position to fire his shot. This time, Yifeng's target was no longer just the enemy, it was every gang organization in this city. The enemy was a massive force. He had to eliminate this threat as quickly as possible to minimize casualties for the nation. Yifeng's gaze remained fixed on the door as a bullet streaked through the night sky, striking the room's glass window with pinpoint accuracy. His aim was flawless, not a hair's breadth off. Inside the room, commotion erupted. Moments later, the lights flashed on, and several men emerged. Yifeng's gaze locked onto a man in black. He wasn't exceptionally tall, but he was solidly built. His stocky frame and well-defined muscles gave him a rugged, formidable appearance. A black cloth covered his left arm, and a red cord was tied around his wrist, from which a dagger hung. Yifeng drew his dagger, his eyes fixed intently on the man in black, waiting for him to make his move. A faint smile touched Yifeng's lips. Against such an ordinary opponent, he was absolutely certain of victory. Swish! The black-clad man drew the dagger from his waist and swung it fiercely at Yifeng. His attack was incredibly powerful and swift, the blade gleaming coldly, an utterly terrifying sight. Facing the attack, Yifeng remained unhurried. His dagger met the assailant's blade head-on, colliding with a sharp, metallic clang. His blade blocked, the black-clad figure swiftly altered his attack trajectory, swinging his dagger toward Yifeng's throat. Yifeng didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the blade's edge. His palm was soft yet brimming with power. With a casual squeeze, the black-clad man's dagger snapped clean in two. The black-clad figure froze, his pupils suddenly contracting as a chill surged through him. In that instant, he realized he was facing a true master. Yifeng's striking power was overwhelming, matching his own in every way. Yi Feng seized the black-clad man's arm and yanked outward with all his might, lifting the man off his feet entirely. The man struggled fiercely, but to no avail. The disparity in their strength was too great, he couldn't budge Yi Feng an inch. Yi Feng delivered a kick to the black-clad man's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the momentum, he mounted the man's back, towering over him with a commanding gaze. His gaze was as cold as frost, like a sharp blade, sending a chill down the man's spine. "Brother," Yi Feng said coldly, "I advise you to cooperate." "Who the hell are you? Why are you picking on me?" The black-clad man clenched his fists, his eyes cold and menacing as he glared at Yi Feng. "I don't care for small talk. If you don't want to die, tell me where your headquarters is," Yi Feng said indifferently. The black-clad man gritted his teeth, his expression filled with frustration. Seeing this, Yi Feng's face twisted into an amused expression. He asked with a sly smile, "Seems you didn't catch what I said. You're not worthy of knowing my true identity. I'll ask one last time, are you willing to talk?" "Oomph." The black-clad man snorted coldly, refusing to answer Yi Feng. Yi Feng flicked the dagger in his hand. A cold gleam sliced across the man's throat. Blood spattered as the man fell to the ground, eyes wide open, dying with unclosed eyes. He died so easily? Yi Feng froze for a moment. Having killed for the first time, Yi Feng swiftly fled the scene. And hurriedly met up with Chen Gu and Song Di in a secluded corner. They stood silently there, surrounded by the still darkness. Yi Feng pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Gowen. Wang Gowen's anxious voice came through the line. "Yi Feng, how are the three of you? Have you encountered any danger?" Yi Feng took a deep breath and recounted everything that had just happened, including what they had witnessed in the United States. Wang Gowen fell silent for a moment before speaking solemnly. "Yi Feng, the situation is dire. This force is far more powerful than we anticipated. Return to China immediately. We need to mobilize all resources to confront them." Yi Feng nodded. He understood Wang Gowen's concern. The threat posed by this force far exceeded their imagination. Immediate action was imperative. After hanging up, Yi Feng turned to Chen Gu and Song Di. "We can't stay here any longer. Wang Gowen ordered us to return to the Dragon Kingdom immediately." Chen Gu and Song Di both nodded in agreement, fully aware of the critical urgency. The trio moved swiftly, slipping through dark alleys and streets, evading potential watchers and pursuers. Under the deep cover of night, they traversed the city with utmost caution, attuned to every faint sound and whisper of wind. An aura of unwavering resolve radiated from them, leaving no room for mishap. Finally, they arrived at a secluded dock. A small boat lay quietly moored there, awaiting their return. Yi Feng, Chen Gu, and Song Di boarded the vessel. Slowly, it pulled away from the dock and headed toward the horizon. Standing at the bow, they gazed at the city fading into the distance, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Their experiences in the United States had exposed them to a larger world and more formidable powers, revealing their own insignificance and vulnerability. Yet they felt no fear. Instead, a fiery resolve burned within them, a determination to protect their homeland and its people. As the boat slipped into the dark ocean, Chen Gu gazed silently at the distant stars. In his heart, he prayed silently for a safe return, hoping to bring victory and peace to the Dragon Nation. Yi Feng clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering and profound. He vowed to overcome this formidable force and safeguard his nation and loved ones. Song Di silently closed his eyes, silently reciting his beliefs and vows within his heart. The three stood silently at the bow, their silhouettes faintly outlined by starlight. Chapter 100, Tangled Roots. Yi Feng, Chen Gu, and Song Di finally returned to the Dragon Kingdom. In Wang Gowen's office, they reported everything they had encountered in the beautiful country. Wang Gowen's expression grew grave. After listening quietly to Yi Feng's account, he pondered for a moment. "This organization is deeply entrenched. We shouldn't act rashly. Yi Feng, I intend to hand this matter over to a more specialized team. You three should take some time to rest." A hint of seriousness colored Wang Gowen's voice. Yi Feng felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to personally track down the Black Dragon gang, but he understood Wang Gowen's decision. The power of this organization exceeded their imagination, demanding more specialized expertise to confront it. Chen Gu and Song Di nodded silently. Though they felt some regret, they understood Wang Gowen's reasoning. After all, they were just three ordinary people. Facing such a formidable force, they were indeed outmatched. Wang Gowen smiled slightly at their reactions, knowing their intentions. "Your actions in the United States have exceeded my expectations. Your dedication and courage have not gone unnoticed. Now, I need you to prioritize your own safety and await the arrival of the professionals." Wang Gowen's tone was filled with encouragement and trust. Yi Feng, Chen Gu, and Song Di felt regret, yet they understood Wang Gowen's reasoning. They were all fighting to protect the Dragon Nation. If the current situation exceeded their capabilities, they should heed Wang Gowen's arrangements. In one corner of the studio, various high-tech devices and experimental equipment were arranged. Yi Feng walked to the computer and opened the design blueprints for a new project he had recently developed. Yi Feng scrutinized the blueprints on the computer screen within the workshop. His brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated how to translate his ideas into tangible designs. Over the past few days, he had been studying the principle of electron repulsion, hoping to harness the power of air to create a transparent protective barrier. He repeatedly pondered and revised every detail in the blueprints, striving for the most perfect outcome. He needed to ensure this projectile could provide effective protection while safeguarding himself and his companions in times of danger. He knew this task was no easy feat, but he remained undeterred, firmly believing his design could be realized. Feng understood this was merely one of his many plans to safeguard the Dragon Nation. Numerous other designs awaited his refinement. His heart brimmed with hope and anticipation for the future, confident his efforts would usher in a brighter tomorrow. After numerous revisions and adjustments, Feng finally settled on the final design. Feng operated the computer while assembling the required materials and components. His meticulous, focused fingers danced across the keyboard, causing the numbers and graphics on the display to shift, revealing his thought processes and creativity throughout the design phase. He began retrieving various materials and components from the studio's storage cabinets, preparing to assemble the projectile. He carefully placed each component on the workbench before assembling them with precision. His fingers moved with dexterity and accuracy, as he knew the exact position and connection method for every part. During assembly, he paused periodically to observe and reflect. He needed to ensure each component's placement and connection was optimal to guarantee the projectile's performance and functionality. Time slipped away unnoticed as Feng remained utterly absorbed in his work. Each experiment was the crystallization of his dedication and a testament to his unwavering resolve to protect his nation. Feng was completely absorbed in the assembly process. He continuously adjusted and refined until the projectile finally took shape in its preliminary form. He carefully lifted the projectile, feeling its weight and smooth texture in his hand. He knew this small projectile would carry his hopes and aspirations, becoming one of the forces protecting the Dragon Nation. Feng then walked to an open space in the center of the workshop. He looked up at the ceiling above, his gaze unwavering and focused. Clutching the projectile tightly, his heart filled with anticipation and tension. He drew a deep breath and held it. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, the entire workshop thick with tension. Feng flicked the bullet from his hand with force. It streaked through the air in a flash, swift and fierce. Its flight path was elegant and fluid, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the dark night sky. As the projectile left his palm, faint vibrations rippled through the air. Feng's heartbeat quickened, his anticipation mounting as he watched to see if his design would perform as intended. As the projectile flew through the air, it began emitting a faint electrical current, guiding the surrounding atmosphere. A transparent energy wave gradually formed and spread outward. Feng held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on the shifting energy. Hope and excitement filled his gaze. He knew that if this projectile's design succeeded, it would provide a formidable layer of protection for the Dragon Nation's security. Time seemed to freeze everything, with only the hum of the bullet and the energy wave resonating through the workshop. Feng's heartbeat grew increasingly frantic. He clenched his fists tightly, hoping everything would proceed smoothly. The projectile's velocity gradually slowed until it finally came to a halt in midair. At its resting point, a transparent energy barrier silently materialized, resembling an invisible wall. This protective barrier was completely transparent, as ethereal as air, yet solid and formidable. Feng was overjoyed his design had succeeded. A surge of intense pride and accomplishment filled his heart. He knew his efforts had not been in vain. His creation would make a vital contribution to the security of Dragon Nation. Standing quietly in the center of his workshop, he gazed at the transparent protective barrier, feeling its immense strength and solidity radiating from it. His eyes brimmed with determination and resolve. He vowed to refine the design of this projectile to perfection, safeguarding the security of the Dragon Nation. After a long moment, Feng exhaled softly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Though the shield's strength couldn't match that of the nuclear bomb, it at least provided him with a measure of self-defense. He gathered his things, stepped out of the workshop, and walked into the small courtyard beyond. Sitting down at a table, his mind remained unsettled for a long while. Feng's gaze was resolute and unyielding. Without further hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Ji's number. "Chen-gu, I've got a new project starting up. I want you on board." Feng said casually. "What? You want to do this? That's insane." Chen-gu exclaimed in shock, his tone quickly shifting to concern. "I know you're confident, but are you really physically capable of this?" Chapter 101, Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Feng smiled. "This is a highly promising new venture. I have absolute confidence in it. Let's meet and discuss the details." "Alright, I'll come find you right now," Chen-gu replied. Feng hung up and explained the bullet project to Chen-gu. After a long silence, Chen-gu finally agreed. Feng and Chen-gu arranged to meet at a downtown cafe. As he waited for Chen Ji's arrival, a flicker of unease crept into his heart. After all, his current physical condition was hardly suited for such high-stakes endeavors. "What exactly do you need me for?" Chen-gu asked bluntly. Feng's heartbeat quickened. He took a deep breath, suppressing his nerves, and said, "You know my current physical condition, so I came to ask for your help. Let's talk about something else first. I have something to attend to and need to leave." "All right." Shengu made no attempt to stop him, understanding Yifeng needed time to calm down. It turned out that just hours earlier, the system had assigned Yifeng a daunting task, deriving the formula for controlled nuclear fusion. This was an enormous challenge, one of the most difficult missions he had ever faced. Yifeng had complete faith in his abilities and intellect, yet he was acutely aware this was a mission fraught with difficulties and risks. Sitting in the corner of the cafe, Yifeng's mind was swirling with complex mathematical equations and physical laws. He picked up his coffee cup, sipping the rich brew in hopes of staying alert and focused. The surrounding crowd and the cafe's clamor gradually faded from his ears as he immersed himself entirely in the problem. He recalled the moment the system had issued the task, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure and responsibility. The derivation of this formula would have immense implications for the entire world, not only for the security of the Dragon Nation but for the future of humanity itself. Yifeng's gaze grew deep and focused as he began experimenting with various algorithms and reasoning methods. He scrutinized every detail, constantly refining and optimizing his thought processes. Time slipped away in his mind, his brain functioning like a supercomputer, ceaselessly calculating and analyzing. After hours of intense thought and effort, Yifeng felt himself drawing closer to the answer. He could sense the controllable nuclear fusion formula at his fingertips. Just one correct calculation would yield the solution. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, as if racing against time. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in his thoughts. He tried to integrate all the information, seeking a perfect equilibrium. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, blazing with intensity and excitement. He had finally found that perfect equilibrium, the formula to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Yifeng rose to his feet, his heart brimming with triumphant joy. He knew he had completed the task assigned by the system. He had successfully deduced the formula for controlled nuclear fusion. Yifeng felt both exhilarated and uneasy. He understood that despite successfully deriving the formula, it still required verification by a supercomputer. The formula's complexity exceeded his current computational capabilities, so he decided to seek assistance from his mentor, academician Wang Goen. Academician Wang Goen was a world-renowned scientist with outstanding achievements in aerospace. Yifeng admired his wisdom and expertise, confident he could offer invaluable assistance. Yifeng excitedly dialed academician Wang Goen's number, hoping to borrow the supercomputer for formula verification. Upon receiving the call, academician Wang was deeply surprised by Yifeng's request. He recognized Yifeng as an exceptionally bright and talented young man, but he also knew that nuclear fusion was an extremely complex field, not one easily ventured into by ordinary individuals. After a moment's thought, academician Wang Goen decided to assist Yifeng. Though not a fusion expert himself, he had a longtime friend who specialized in the field. Believing his friend could offer invaluable support, he resolved to accompany Yifeng. Academician Wang Goen immediately called his friend. An older voice answered, "Hello, Wang Goen. Long time no see. Old friend, I need your help. There's a young man named Yifeng who needs to validate a controlled nuclear fusion formula. I think you might be able to assist him. Would you be willing to come along?" Academician Wang Goen said urgently. After hearing the request, academician Wang fell silent for a moment. He knew full well academician Wang's capabilities and discernment. If academician Wang held this young man in such high regard, he must possess something truly remarkable. Ultimately, he agreed to academician Wang's request. Professor Li, Wang Goen's friend, pondered for a moment after hearing the request. As an expert in nuclear fusion, he understood the field's complexity and sensitivity. He knew that verifying the controlled nuclear fusion formula required the supercomputer to operate in a stable environment, with all other computational programs immediately halted. Professor Li swiftly picked up the office phone and dialed the director's office at the research center. The director's voice came through the line. "Hello, Professor Li? What's the matter? Is there an emergency?" "Director, I have an urgent request. We need to halt all other computational programs because academician Wang Goen has a young researcher who requires the supercomputer to verify controlled nuclear fusion formulas. I need your immediate assistance in stopping all other programs to ensure the computer's stable operation," Professor Li stated solemnly. Upon hearing Professor Li's request, the director hesitated slightly. He understood the critical importance of the nuclear fusion field, as well as academician Wang Goen's reputation and capabilities. He knew that if Wang Goen placed such significance on this young man's request, there must be compelling reasons. "Very well, Professor Li. I will immediately notify the relevant departments to halt all other computational programs. Rest assured, we will ensure the supercomputer's stable operation," the director replied solemnly. Professor Li breathed a sigh of relief, knowing their request would receive the director's support and cooperation. He felt grateful, thinking that with the director's assistance, the supercomputer would provide Yifeng with a stable environment to validate the formula for controlled nuclear fusion. Shortly thereafter, the director urgently convened the heads of relevant departments at the research center. He explained the current situation, emphasizing the supercomputer's critical importance and Yifeng's request. He ordered them to immediately halt all other computational programs and ensure the supercomputer's resources were entirely dedicated to Yifeng's verification calculations. Chapter 102, Full Cooperation. The heads exchanged glances, fully aware of the critical importance of nuclear fusion research. They unanimously pledged their full cooperation. They understood that the stable operation of the supercomputer was crucial for Yifeng. Only by halting other computational programs could they provide him with the most abundant resources. Within moments, the research center's laboratories bustled with activity. Staff urgently halted other computational tasks, redirecting all resources to the supercomputer to establish a stable environment for Yifeng. Professor Li observed the scene in the lab, inwardly relieved. He knew that with this support and cooperation, Yifeng would be able to validate his formula under optimal conditions. Soon, everything was ready. The supercomputer's operating environment was stable and capable of providing Yifeng with maximum computational resources. Several hours later, academician Wang Goen and his friend arrived at the lab. They traversed a long corridor, passing through one laboratory after another, witnessing the multitude of projects underway at the Longwei Technology Research Center. Enveloped by the flickering lights and the low hum of instruments, they felt as though they had entered a mysterious and vibrant world. That evening, Yifeng arrived at academician Wang Goen's laboratory. Located within a massive research building, the lab was shrouded in an atmosphere of quiet mystery. Yifeng knocked on the door. It opened to reveal two energetic men in their late 50s. Yifeng, you're here. Come in. I've arranged for you to use the supercomputer, academician Wang Goen said with a smile. Yifeng was both surprised and delighted to see academician Wang Goen and his friend appear before him. Yifeng, this is my longtime friend. He possesses profound expertise in the field of nuclear fusion. I believe he can offer you invaluable assistance, academician Wang Goen introduced. Yifeng looked at academician Wang Goen and his friend with gratitude, deeply appreciating their care and support. He knew that with their help, he would feel more confident in verifying his formula. Thank you so much for your help. I hope you can offer me guidance and advice, Yifeng said sincerely. Academician Wang Goen's friend smiled and nodded, indicating his willingness to assist Yifeng. They sat down together and began discussing how to proceed with the formula's verification and calculations. Yifeng followed academician Wang Goen into the laboratory. He was stunned by the sight before him. The room was filled with large instruments and complex equipment, various lights intertwining like a mysterious painting. They approached a massive supercomputer, a machine possessing unparalleled computational power and one of the most crucial research facilities at the Dragon Nation Science and Technology Research Center. Yifeng silently marveled at the progress of technology, feeling incredibly fortunate to have access to such equipment. Yifeng, input your formula here. The computer will validate it for you, explained academician Wang Goen, pointing to the console in front of the machine. Yifeng stood nervously beside the console, silently praying the formula would pass verification. His fingers lightly touched the keyboard as he slowly typed in the formula filled with hope. As the formula was entered, the supercomputer began its calculations. A cascade of numbers and symbols appeared on the massive screen, as if narrating a complex and mysterious tale. Yifeng's gaze remained fixed on the screen as his heartbeat quickened. Each calculation result held immense implications for his hopes. Time ticked by, and Yifeng felt as if he were caught in a vortex of space and time. His eyes brimmed with both anticipation and anxiety. Finally, after an agonizing wait, the supercomputer's calculations ceased. A final result appeared on the screen. Yifeng held his breath as his fingers gently traced the numbers on the screen. There it was, the result he had longed to see. Verification successful. Yifeng murmured excitedly, his eyes sparkling with boundless joy. Academician Wang Goen also wore a satisfied smile, giving Yifeng a thumbs up. Seeing the verification pass, Professor Li was overcome with emotion. He stared in disbelief at the string of numbers and symbols on the screen, his heart filled with astonishment and boundless joy. Yifeng had actually developed the controlled nuclear fusion formula that Professor Li had spent his entire life trying to achieve. To him, it was nothing short of a scientific miracle. For Professor Li, this was nothing short of a scientific miracle. His thoughts plunged into deep recollection. For years, he had dedicated himself to controlled nuclear fusion research, sparing no effort to push through breakthroughs. Yet he always hit a bottleneck, unable to find the key to progress. Yet, with his youthful wisdom and talent, Yifeng had achieved a breakthrough before him. Professor Li's heart brimmed with admiration and respect for Yifeng. He knew Yifeng was not merely an outstanding student, but a true genius. Professor Li understood clearly that the value of controlled nuclear fusion to Dragon Nation was immeasurable. It would not only provide an endless supply of clean energy for the nation but also showcase Dragon Nation's technological prowess on the international stage, positioning it as a global energy leader. In that moment, Professor Li felt immense pride and excitement. He knew Yifeng's research would profoundly impact the entire nation. China's scientific community would rise to prominence and achieve unprecedented accomplishments because of Yifeng's breakthrough. Yifeng, you are truly remarkable. Not only have you validated this formula, but you've made an immense contribution to the entire scientific and technological endeavors of Dragon Nation, Professor Li exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. Yi Feng sensed Professor Li's excitement and admiration, his own heart brimming with pride and fulfillment. Yi Feng bowed deeply, expressing his respect and gratitude to Professor Li. Professor Li, it was only through your guidance and the support of Academician Wangoan that I could achieve this. I am deeply grateful for the trust and opportunity you have given me, Yi Feng said calmly, though the joy within him was undeniable. Academician Wangoan watched the exchange between Yi Feng and Professor Li, his gaze brimming with pride and satisfaction. He felt profoundly fortunate for the choice he had made. Yi Feng's accomplishments validated his vision and judgment. Yi Feng, you are our pride. Your accomplishments will have a profound impact on the entire scientific community. Academician Wangoan's voice carried unrestrained excitement and encouragement, his gaze fixed on Yi Feng with palpable anticipation. Yi Feng smiled and nodded, indicating his willingness to submit this major breakthrough to the state. Chapter 103, Non-Disclosure Agreement. Professor Li looked at the young student before him and took a deep breath. He knew this decision would profoundly impact Yi Feng's future. Ignoring the late hour, Professor Li immediately called the military to report this major breakthrough. Professor Li picked up the phone and dialed the military number. A deep, solemn voice answered on the other end. Professor Li? What is it? The voice inquired. Yes, this is Professor Li. I have a major breakthrough to report. Professor Li's voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Please proceed, Professor Li. We've been awaiting your news, the voice responded solemnly, clearly anticipating the breakthrough. Professor Li concisely conveyed Yi Feng's research findings and the verification of the controllable nuclear fusion formula to the person on the other end. He was filled with pride and confidence in Yi Feng's achievement, while also feeling immense anticipation for the tremendous impact this breakthrough would bring. Professor Li, this is an extraordinary achievement. Yi Feng's efforts will profoundly impact our nation's scientific endeavors. Please submit this research to us immediately. We will thoroughly study and apply it. The voice on the other end expressed profound admiration for both Professor Li and Yi Feng. Professor Li took a deep breath, his heart swelling with pride and excitement. He knew Yi Feng's achievement would bring unprecedented glory to the entire nation. He replied to the person on the other end of the line. I will deliver this research to you as soon as possible. I hope we can work together to make even greater contributions to our nation's scientific and technological endeavors. The person on the other end expressed gratitude and informed Professor Li that they would dispatch someone promptly to receive this important research. After hanging up, Professor Li turned to Yi Feng, his eyes brimming with pride and anticipation. Yi Feng, your achievement will bring immense honor to our entire nation. I believe your future will be exceptionally bright, Professor Li said excitedly. Yi Feng, Academician Wangoan, and Professor Li waited anxiously in the laboratory for the military delegation's arrival. Time ticked by, each second stretching into an agonizingly long wait. Finally, after hours of waiting, 2 nuclear fusion experts dispatched by the military arrived at the laboratory. As soon as they entered, they saw Yi Feng waiting for them with eager anticipation. Hello, I'm Yi Feng. This is Academician Wangoan and Professor Li. I'm here today to present my research findings to you, Yi Feng greeted the 2 experts with a smile. The 2 experts exchanged glances, seemingly anticipating Yi Feng's findings yet harboring a hint of skepticism. They questioned his capabilities and achievements, for nuclear fusion was an extraordinarily complex and challenging field. Mr. Yi Feng, we've heard you've made a major breakthrough in nuclear fusion. We're eager to see your research, one expert remarked with a hint of arrogance. Yi Feng responded with a gentle smile, neither irritated nor haughty, indeed. I hope today's experiment will demonstrate our groundbreaking achievements. Please follow me. Yi Feng led the 2 experts toward the lab bench, showcasing the prepared experimental apparatus and data analysis. Academician Wangoan and Professor Li stood nearby, watching the experiment unfold with eager anticipation. First, allow me to introduce our experimental apparatus, Yi Feng stated, pointing to the equipment on the bench. He explained in detail, this is our independently developed nuclear fusion reactor. It simulates high-temperature, high-pressure environments to achieve the conditions necessary for controlled nuclear fusion. The 2 experts exchanged glances, their initial skepticism gradually fading, replaced by a hint of astonishment. They reassessed Yi Feng's capabilities and research prowess. Now, please observe this experimental apparatus. Yi Feng gestured to the experts before activating the device. As the experiment progressed, the experts' eyes widened in astonishment at the changes unfolding within the apparatus. Temperature and pressure began to rise rapidly, as if the entire laboratory were being saturated with high-energy forces. Is this real? One of the experts asked incredulously. Yi Feng nodded with a smile and continued his explanation. Yes, I have successfully achieved the conditions for controlled nuclear fusion. Moreover, I have validated our formula, proving its reliability and accuracy. The 2 experts exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and awe. They knew Yi Feng's achievement would profoundly impact the entire field of nuclear fusion. This is an extraordinary breakthrough. Your research will transform the scientific community's understanding of nuclear fusion, one expert exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Yi Feng smiled and expressed his gratitude. He knew his efforts and persistence had finally gained recognition and affirmation. Academician Wang Goen and Professor Li, observing nearby, felt immense pride and satisfaction. Their eyes conveyed admiration and high expectations for Yi Feng. News of this breakthrough quickly spread throughout the laboratory, filling everyone with pride and excitement for Yi Feng's achievement. Colleagues rushed to offer congratulations and admiration. After experts verified the feasibility of Yi Feng's experimental setup and data analysis, they immediately took action to ensure this groundbreaking discovery remained confidential. Over a dozen special police officers swiftly moved in, meticulously inspecting the communication devices of all present to prevent the leakage of Yi Feng's nuclear fusion formula and research findings. They patiently examined every phone, computer, and other communication device, ensuring nothing unusual was found. Simultaneously, the experts moved swiftly without a moment's delay. They immediately had over 20 copies of confidentiality agreements printed, ensuring every individual completed the signing process. These agreements detailed the confidentiality requirements related to Yi Feng's nuclear fusion research, including prohibitions against disclosing the experimental apparatus's design and data analysis results, and forbidding the dissemination of this information to the outside world in any form. Each individual was required to carefully read the agreement's contents, ensuring full comprehension of its critical importance. SWAT officers solemnly supervised the signing process for everyone, verifying the authenticity and validity of each signature. No one dared to be negligent. All were filled with reverence and profound respect for this groundbreaking research achievement. The entire signing process lasted over an hour, with each individual meticulously reviewing the agreement to grasp its significance. They understood clearly that the importance of this research far surpassed personal interests or curiosity. Chapter 104, Far-Reaching Impact. Finally, when the last person completed their signature, a quiet calm returned to the laboratory. The SWAT officers reported no anomalies, confirming the lab's security. The experts gazed at the stacks of signed confidentiality agreements, a sense of relief washing over them. They knew these agreements would provide a solid layer of protection for Yi Feng's research, ensuring this groundbreaking achievement would not be misused or leaked. After the signing concluded, everyone congratulated one another, expressing admiration and respect for Yi Feng. Each person felt immense pride and honor, knowing they were part of this groundbreaking research. Academician Wang Goen and Professor Li, observing from the sidelines, also felt immense satisfaction and pride. Reviewing the confidentiality agreements, they knew their efforts had not been in vain. Yi Feng's achievements were now safeguarded. A solemn and reverent atmosphere permeated the laboratory, as each person understood the immense significance of the monumental research they were contributing to. Silently, they all looked forward to the future, hoping this groundbreaking research would bring a brighter tomorrow for humanity. That evening, Yi Feng, Academician Wang Goen, and Professor Li sat in the laboratory discussing the matter. Both Yi Feng and Academician Wang Goen expressed their admiration for the technology. Academician Wang Goen even stated directly that he hoped Yi Feng could expedite the dissemination of these research findings. Yi Feng assured them he would do his utmost to make it happen. In Yi Feng's laboratory, Academician Wang Goen sat on the sofa while Professor Li sat beside him. The two were discussing this groundbreaking technology. Yi Feng, do you realize how monumental this research breakthrough is? Professor Li inquired. Yi Feng nodded with a smile. He certainly knew. I believe the impact of this research could far surpass that of nuclear fusion. Do you realize the social upheaval it would cause if this technology were deployed globally? Professor Li remarked. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, then shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Let me tell you, Professor Li continued. The entire world is already captivated by us. Every nation has sent delegations to visit Manhwa. Just imagine once our nuclear fusion succeeds, the world will plunge into a frenzy of competition. If more countries master this fusion technology, it will bring immeasurable benefits. Yi Feng pondered for a moment and said, in that case, should we initiate negotiations with international organizations? We should establish sound cooperative relationships with them. Professor Li shook his head. No. We absolutely cannot leak this technology. We must keep it exclusively for ourselves. Reaching any kind of consensus with international organizations would mean our technological costs would drop significantly. That would have profoundly far-reaching consequences for us. Yi Feng frowned and said, but the cost of this technology is simply too high. Professor Li gently patted Yi Feng's shoulder and said, our technological achievements are classified at the highest level. Neither militarily nor politically will anyone ever know this technology exists, nor will anyone understand our nuclear fusion principles. But the existence of this technology poses a threat to other nations internationally. They might well pursue research into it just as we have. If international powers learn of its existence, they will undoubtedly seek ways to acquire it and conduct large-scale experiments, Yi Feng said with concern. We could transfer the technology to an international organization. That way, we wouldn't lose our research funding or profits, and we could avoid the danger, Professor Li suggested. Feng pondered for a moment, realizing this was the only viable solution. Though reluctant to hand over the technology, he understood that refusing the international organization would mean declaring war on the entire world. It was an irresistible force. I'll consider it. After all, we still need time to prepare so that the transfer can proceed smoothly once an agreement is reached, Feng said. Professor Lee nodded. Your decision is wise. We can afford to wait a while longer. This technology is simply too tempting. We need time to solidify its foundation, ensuring its security and secrecy. Yes, we'll formulate a reasonable countermeasure as soon as possible, Feng replied. After discussing with Professor Lee, Feng left the laboratory. Just as Feng stepped out of the lab, he was called back by Wang Goen. Academician Wang Goen remarked, Feng, I believe we need a suitable justification to apply for patent rights from higher authorities. This will validate the authenticity of our nuclear fusion technology development. If we apply for patent rights through international organizations, they will inevitably question the technology's existence, drawing global attention. Feng pondered, considering possible countermeasures. Seeing Feng's hesitation, Wang Goen pressed, how do you propose we handle this technology application? First, we must apply to international organizations for a complete set of contracts. Then, we need professionals capable of guaranteeing the security of this technology to conduct research, providing us with sufficient funding and material support, Feng replied. Your suggestions are excellent. I'll report them to higher-ups immediately, Wang Goen affirmed. Additionally, I'd like to seek a qualified expert from the international organization to assist with our research and ensure the technology's confidentiality, Feng added. Yes, that's acceptable. We'll report this matter to our superiors immediately and see what their perspective is, Wang Goen stated. After finishing their discussion, Feng left the laboratory. Before exiting, he addressed Wang Goen, Professor, you must safeguard this technology for me. Wang Goen replied, rest assured, I will do my utmost to fulfill this responsibility. After leaving the lab, Feng began contemplating which organization he should apply to for patent rights to ensure absolute technological security in future nuclear fusion experiments. On his way back, Feng's thoughts drifted restlessly. Recalling the earlier discussion, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Though he had agreed to transfer the technology to an international organization, a lingering sense of unease still clung to him. Just then, Feng suddenly remembered something: the task to publish the formula for controlled nuclear fusion had been completed, yet the system hadn't appeared as usual. This puzzled him, as the system typically appeared immediately after task completion to evaluate progress and grant corresponding rewards. Chapter 105, The Mysterious Box. Feng hurried into his laboratory, sat down at his desk, and began pondering the issue. What could have caused the system to fail to appear? Had he made a mistake during the experiment, failing to follow the system's requirements? He couldn't help but sink into deep self-reproach. Feng recalled every detail of the experiment. Images of searing plasma, blinding light, and immense energy release flashed through his mind. He recalled the excitement and anticipation he and Professor Lee had shared, along with the efforts they had made to protect this technology. But no matter how hard he tried to recall, Feng couldn't identify any errors that might have caused the system to fail to appear. After deep contemplation, Feng resolved to query the system directly. Yet it remained unresponsive. He tried repeatedly, but still received no reaction. This only deepened Feng's anxiety and confusion. He began to wonder if it was connected to their technology transfer plan. Perhaps the international organization didn't want them to transfer this technology to other countries, so they interfered with the system's operation. Just as Feng was utterly perplexed, the system's voice suddenly sounded, announcing a reward. Just as Feng was utterly perplexed, the laboratory atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The lights dimmed, and data on the computer screens flickered with an eerie glow. Feng looked up to see a light pattern rapidly shifting across the screen, as if searching for something. Suddenly, a mechanical voice announced, "Mission complete. Reward distribution initiated." As the voice faded, a brilliant beam of light erupted within the lab, illuminating the entire room. Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, the scene before him resembling a dream. Within the beam, an exquisitely crafted box slowly materialized. Inlaid with precious gems, it radiated an enchanting glow. He reached out and gently touched the box, instantly feeling a powerful energy surge through it. The box opened to reveal an ancient book, its pages yellowed with age, its cover adorned with a brilliant ruby. Feng gently turned the pages, finding them filled with ancient script, as if narrating an ancient legend. He stared intently at the text, almost able to sense the power contained within the pages. Feng began reading involuntarily, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Legend has it this book was left by a mysterious scholar who once studied an unparalleled energy capable of gathering cosmic forces to create a new power. This power could alter the fate of the entire world. A flame ignited within Feng's heart as he sensed the immense power contained within these pages. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to uncover the truth behind this legend. Thus, Feng began to leaf through the book's contents. To his astonishment, he discovered detailed records of a mysterious energy aggregation technique and extension of the very nuclear fusion technology they were currently researching. Yi Feng's heart raced. He realized this book would be a crucial breakthrough for their research. Mastering this energy aggregation technique could spark an unprecedented energy revolution, reshaping the future of the entire world. Without hesitation, he tucked the book close to his chest, vowing to one day bring this technology to the entire world. Yi Feng's thoughts raced. He understood that he faced not only a technological challenge but also an arduous battle. He resolved to stand against international organizations. For the advancement of science and technology, for the future of humanity, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Using the mysterious book as his guide, he began relentlessly exploring the secrets of energy aggregation technology. Within Yi Feng's heart, a flame burned ever brighter. He vowed to bring this technology to the world, unlocking boundless possibilities for humanity's future. The future would witness a revolution in the energy sector. And Yi Feng would become the leader of this revolution. Yi Feng's thoughts drifted back to the perilous moment he had faced in the United States. It was a place teeming with peril and conspiracy, where their group had narrowly escaped death. An indescribable sense of guilt weighed heavily on Yi Feng's heart. They had been innocently drawn into this conspiracy, yet they had also brought back the precious energy aggregation technology. To atone for his failure, Yi Feng resolved to protect his friends and mentor through concrete action. He recreated the protective barrier projectiles from before, giving 3 each to Chen Jesond and Wang Goen. These projectiles, crafted from his prior experience and expertise, could form an impenetrable protective barrier. Yi Feng hoped they would shield his friends and mentor from any harm. Yi Feng personally handed the projectiles to Chen Jesond and Wang Goen, who were both deeply grateful and surprised by his gesture. They understood Yi Feng's sincere desire to protect them, willing to sacrifice everything for their safety. Wang Goen accepted the pellets, his eyes brimming with profound emotion. As Yi Feng's former mentor, he had taught him much. Now, seeing Yi Feng shield him, he felt his teachings had not been in vain. Chen Jesond also took the bullet, clasping it in his hand and sensing its power. He said to Yi Feng, "You are a true friend. I will treasure this bullet like a precious gem, protecting myself with it and protecting you as well." Yi Feng smiled and nodded. He trusted his friend and mentor would protect him as steadfastly as they had protected him. Wang Goen watched the projectile in Yi Feng's hand, a flicker of awe and contemplation crossing his eyes. He imagined how revolutionary it would be to deploy such protective barrier projectiles within the Dragon Nation's military. He recalled the horrors of past battles, where casualties were inevitable and innocent lives vanished without a trace on the battlefield. Possessing such protective barriers would reduce losses and safeguard the lives of soldiers. A powerful sense of responsibility surged within Wang Goen. He yearned to introduce this technology to the Dragon Nation's military, contributing to the nation's security and the people's well-being. His gaze turned to Yi Feng, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. He knew promoting this technology would be no easy task, fraught with challenges and resistance, but he was determined to fight for it. "Yi Feng, your discovery is invaluable. This technology holds immense potential. If we can integrate it into the Dragon Nation's military, it will transform the entire nation." Wang Goen's voice resonated with unwavering conviction and fervor. Yi Feng met Wang Goen's gaze, sensing the resolve and sense of duty within him. He knew Wang Goen was a man who prioritized the nation and its people, and they shared a common goal and mission. Chapter 106, Technology Promotion. "Yi Feng, your discovery is invaluable. This technology holds immense potential. If we can integrate it into the Dragon Nation's military, it will transform the entire country." Wang Goen's voice resonated with unwavering conviction and fervor. Yi Feng looked into Wang Goen's eyes, sensing the resolve and responsibility within him. He knew Wang Goen was a man who prioritized the nation and its people, sharing a common goal and mission. "Professor Wang, I too believe in the importance of this technology. We must strive for the future of our nation," Yi Feng replied, his voice carrying unwavering resolve. Under Yi Feng and Wang Goen's leadership, they embarked on the arduous journey of promotion. They first delivered detailed briefings and explanations to high-ranking state officials, showcasing the technology's potential and significance. After listening to their presentation, the officials fell silent for a moment before declaring their support for the technology's promotion. They recognized that this innovation held significant implications for the nation's security and development, making it impossible to overlook. Subsequently, Yi Feng and Wang Goen organized a specialized demonstration event, inviting senior military commanders and technology experts from the Dragon Nation's armed forces to attend. Sunlight streamed through the large windows of the venue, illuminating an open space. Yi Feng and Wang Goen stood on the stage facing a group of important decision-makers. The atmosphere in the hall was tense yet expectant, with everyone curiously awaiting their demonstration. Yi Feng picked up a protective barrier projectile and carefully displayed it to the audience. The projectile featured a streamlined shape, appearing exquisitely crafted. With a gentle press, it emitted a faint glow, piquing everyone's interest. "Generals, experts, this is our latest protective barrier projectile. Its core technology utilizes advanced energy barrier techniques to form an impenetrable shield, effectively repelling external attacks. Yi Feng's voice brimmed with confidence and pride. The audience in the hall fixed their eyes on the projectile in Yi Feng's hand, watching with eager curiosity. Wang Goen stood beside Yi Feng, feeling immense pride in this technology. He silently prayed within himself for the demonstration to succeed. Yi Feng took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, and hurled the projectile into the air with all his might. It shot forward, the surrounding air seeming to vibrate as if resonating with its immense energy. Suddenly, the projectile detonated mid-air, releasing a dazzling burst of light. As the radiance spread, a transparent energy barrier rapidly formed, completely enveloping Yi Feng and Wang Goen. The audience watched in astonishment. What they witnessed was not merely a protective barrier, but a tangible sense of security and shielding power. They could distinctly feel the barrier's solidity and its indestructible strength. Yi Feng approached the energy barrier, raised his hand, and reached inside. The audience watched in stunned silence, unable to believe that Yi Feng's hand could pass through the barrier completely unscathed. This scene vividly demonstrated the formidable effectiveness of the protective barrier's bulletproofing, leaving the audience in awe. They finally grasped what Yi Feng and Wang Goen had emphasized: the critical importance of this technology for the military and its soldiers. After the demonstration, the hall fell silent as thoughts swirled among the crowd. High-ranking officers and technological experts from the Dragon Nation military exchanged views, seemingly captivated by this breakthrough. Wang Goen surveyed the crowd, his heart brimming with hope and excitement. He knew this successful demonstration marked a monumental breakthrough, poised to revolutionize the military in unprecedented ways. The horrors and casualties of the past would become history, and soldiers would fight with greater courage and confidence. Feeling the weight of responsibility, he resolved to ensure this technology reached every soldier. Meanwhile, Yi Feng stood on the stage, gazing out over the hall. He saw not only the high-ranking military officers and technological experts, but also the countless soldiers. They were the guardians of the motherland. Their safety and happiness had always been the driving force behind his efforts. A resolute strength surged within Yi Feng. He knew this was the goal he had always pursued. He would continue striving to make even greater contributions to the nation's security and the people's well-being. In the hall, all eyes were fixed on that bullet, each person profoundly moved. They saw the immense potential of this technology, its capacity to enhance military combat effectiveness and protect soldiers' lives. Following the meeting, senior commanders of the Dragon Nation military unanimously expressed support for adopting this technology, volunteering to conduct field tests and refinements. They recognized this as a historic breakthrough poised to revolutionize the armed forces. From that point onward, the Dragon Nation military commenced field testing and refinement of the protective barrier projectile. Yi Feng and Wang Goen dedicated themselves fully to the endeavor, collaborating with military technology experts to relentlessly explore and refine the technology, striving to maximize its potential. After months of dedicated effort, they successfully integrated the protective barrier projectiles into the Dragon Nation military. The successful application of this technology brought tremendous progress and enhancement to the Dragon Nation's armed forces. Soldiers wielding the shield projectiles on the battlefield experienced unprecedented safety and protection. They faced enemies with renewed confidence, minimizing casualties while safeguarding themselves and comrades. Military scientists also discovered that modifications to this technology would enable another leap in their combat capabilities. The Dragon Nation's war machine was officially activated, elevating their combat capabilities to surpass those of foreign special forces. The strategic standing of the Dragon Nation's military has consequently risen. They can now freely select outstanding special forces operatives, elite soldiers, and even elite special forces personnel. Yi Feng harbored other intentions. This technology had lingered in his mind for far too long. He sought to gain complete mastery over it, creating a suitable channel and conditions for his future plans. In his vision, the Dragon Nation's defense industry would enter a new phase, evolving into internationally advanced military hardware. His core principle was to transform global military assets into strategic resources and logistical support for the Dragon Nation. The stronger the combat capabilities of the Dragon Nation's military, the more advantageous it would be for the implementation of his plans. Now, all he needed was a qualified channel and suitable talent. The greater the military's combat strength, the more it will contribute to my plan. Yi Feng murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming as if he had already made up his mind. The achievements made by Dragon Nation in military technology over recent years had already proven that its armed forces possess truly outstanding advantages. Chapter 107: Ambitious Aspirations. Longwa's superiority was widely recognized and acknowledged by the international community, and Yi Feng was confident in his grasp of this technology. Professor Wang, what are your thoughts? Yi Feng inquired of Wang Goen beside him. Wang Goen smiled warmly and replied, my opinion is certainly favorable, but I worry it might delay the army's training. Yi Feng nodded solemnly. If we can rapidly enhance the quality of our soldiers, our combat effectiveness will see a significant boost. This benefits both the nation and its people. We must keep this in mind to maximize the combat power of our armed forces. Indeed. Wang Guan nodded in agreement, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Yi Feng's words eased much of his pressure. He sensed Yi Feng possessed the wisdom to command an entire army. The military was not lacking in outstanding commanders or brilliant talents. They all yearned to contribute to the nation and its people, yet often felt powerless to do so. Battle became their sole avenue to realize their aspirations, their most fervent desire. While Dragon Nation's commanders and tech experts debated future strategic directions, Yi Feng returned to his quarters, contemplating the benefits this technology offered. After months of research and development, Yi Feng discovered that the protective barrier projectiles could be deployed in multiples. On the battlefield, the Dragon Nation could utilize this technology for both defense and offense. This would allow the Dragon Nation's forces to maximize their combat effectiveness. During warfare, the Dragon Nation's forces could reduce casualties through both defensive and offensive tactics. However, when facing the main assault of an enemy's main army, such defensive technology would likely suffer devastating blows. Yi Feng analyzed carefully. He concluded that while the Dragon Nation's combat effectiveness could be elevated by 3 tiers, the protective barrier projectiles themselves could not reach their full potential. This represented a fundamental limitation of the Dragon Nation's military. Deploying protective barrier projectiles within combat units boosts military strength, yet places immense strain on the projectiles themselves. If this technology were perfected, Dragon Nation's defenses would multiply exponentially, capable of withstanding enemy assaults and artillery barrages. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened. This technology can be considered the cornerstone of the Dragon Nation's military, serving as both the driving force and core of its development. Without it, even if the Dragon Nation's forces defeated the alliance of Nordic nations, they would ultimately be bogged down in a grueling struggle, with Dragon Nation soldiers paying the ultimate price. In the years to come, this technology would yield immense gains for the Dragon Nation's military. Yi Feng's mind had already envisioned the future blueprint for the Dragon Nation's warfare, and a smile touched his lips. He was about to accomplish something truly great. This was his inner conviction. In the annals of Dragon Nation's history, there had been one glorious campaign. Led by a Dragon Nation general, a force of just over 300 men defeated thousands of Pretty Nation soldiers, inflicting casualties upon tens of thousands. The outcome of that war was both tragic and unforgettable, etching itself into the world's memory. The Dragon Nation's troops had astonished the world with their performance. Their soldiers were valiant, fearless, and relentless, charging forward to establish a series of great achievements for their nation. The Dragon Nation is a people steeped in ancient traditions, revering martial prowess, courage, and fiery spirit. They are fiercely loyal to their nation and deeply committed to its welfare. This nation possesses extraordinary combat capabilities, and its military is exceptionally formidable. Over the years, its international influence has grown steadily. The status of Dragon Nation soldiers has become increasingly important and sought after. They have gradually emerged as prominent figures on the global stage, drawing worldwide attention. With the military's combat effectiveness rising, the caliber of its officers will surely improve significantly. Yi Feng smiled, confident he could foresee that within the next year or two, the Dragon Nation's military would become a cradle for nurturing soldiers. If I were to transfer officers from the Dragon Nation's military and admit a cohort of outstanding soldiers into the military academy, how far could they advance? Yi Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation. Within the Dragon Nation's military stood a cohort of exceptional officers. These individuals were the pride of the armed forces, having risen step by step from ordinary soldiers to high-ranking commanders. This group would dedicate their lives to the nation, rather than becoming incompetent politicians. Yi Feng placed great importance on the military and firmly believed it could cultivate even more exceptional officers, a vital asset for the entire nation. This cadre of officers would become a formidable force. The research into this technology would also elevate the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Nation's military to a new level, reaching another peak. Yi Feng felt he had found his purpose and mission. He believed he must act. The Dragon Nation's military should lead the world, not merely cling to the nation's coattails. Yi Feng's heart brimmed with ambition. Yi Feng knew his current strength was meager, but he possessed a grand vision. He would push this technology to its absolute limits, creating greater value for the Dragon Nation's military. Returning to his lab, Yi Feng was greeted by the pungent scent of chemicals permeating the air. The space was cluttered with instruments and experimental equipment, dimly lit, creating an atmosphere of mystery and intense focus. As Yi Feng entered, he spotted a team member named Li Na sitting at a lab bench, her brow furrowed. The liquid in her test tube stubbornly refused to achieve the desired effect. She was one of Yi Feng's most outstanding researchers, yet her experiment had hit a bottleneck. Yi Feng approached Li Na, gently patting her shoulder as he spoke softly. "Li Na, what's the problem? Is there anything I can do to help?" Li Na looked up, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her eyes. She gave a wry smile. "Yi Feng, I've been working on this experiment for days, but I still can't find a solution. It involves complex chemical reactions. I've tried various formulations, but none have yielded satisfactory results." Yi Feng stared at the test tubes on the lab bench, taking a deep breath. He knew this experiment was crucial for the team, and its results could significantly impact the military's combat effectiveness. Feng gently grasped a test tube, feeling the warmth of its contents. Countless chemical formulas and experimental steps flashed through his mind. He was confident he could help Li Na overcome this challenge. Li Na, I understand your frustration and pressure. But we shouldn't give up. No matter how great the challenge, we must press forward, Feng encouraged her. Chapter 108 Energy Runaway. Feng began meticulously observing the liquid in the test tube, executing a series of experimental steps while continuously testing different formulas and temperatures. His movements were composed and precise, each operation executed with the accuracy of a choreographed dance. He carefully adjusted the temperature controller, striving to find the optimal conditions. He knew that temperature control was crucial for this experiment. The slightest misstep could lead to its complete failure. Feng stared intently at the liquid in the test tube, hoping to catch the slightest hint of color change or signs of a chemical reaction. Yet the laboratory air hung in complete stillness, broken only by the gentle rhythm of his own breathing. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, each second stretching as long as a century. Feng's gaze was focused and unwavering, his mind sharpened to extraordinary acuity. He meticulously considered and eliminated every possible formula, extracting samples from the test tube for testing before making further adjustments. He kept trying, kept refining, kept searching for a breakthrough. A subtle tension permeated the laboratory, as if every molecule anticipated the experiment's outcome. Feng's heartbeat accelerated with the passage of time, and he could feel his blood boiling. Suddenly, the liquid in the test tube underwent a subtle change, beginning to display a color different from before. Feng's eyes instantly lit up, his face breaking into an excited smile. He knew this was the breakthrough they had been desperately seeking. He carefully placed the test tube back on the lab bench, daring not to relax for a moment. He exchanged a confident glance with Li Na. Both could sense the immense significance of this small breakthrough. Li Na, we've found it! Feng exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with excitement and pride. This formula has finally broken through. I believe we're getting closer and closer to success. A radiant smile blossomed on Li Na's face. She looked at Feng with gratitude, her heart brimming with appreciation and admiration. She knew deep down that without Feng's help, she would have struggled to overcome the bottleneck in the experiment. Feng gazed at the liquid in the test tube with satisfaction. They had finally found the breakthrough. Yet he didn't pause. Instead, he began new experiments with renewed excitement. Possessing a photographic memory, he recalled the ancient book the system had provided, detailing the theory and experimental procedures of energy aggregation technology. Feng settled his mind, carefully recalling every word, striving to grasp its mysteries. His mind felt ignited by a blazing flame, burning brighter and expanding relentlessly. His eyes radiated a fiery determination as his pursuit of energy aggregation technology grew ever more relentless. Feng traced the words on his draft paper with his fingers, guiding his thoughts. His mind raced, contemplating how to translate the book's theories into practical application. He meticulously prepared the materials needed for the experiment, like a painter arranging each pigment on an easel. Every single material was crucial to his goal of achieving energy convergence. Feng immersed himself in the experiment with utmost focus, his fingers deftly manipulating the instruments like a skilled musician performing a stirring symphony. The liquid in the test tube began to undergo a subtle reaction, generating a powerful energy fluctuation. An exhilarating atmosphere filled the laboratory, as if time itself had paused. A spark of excitement flashed in Feng's eyes as he felt the power of energy coursing through his body. He knew he was drawing ever closer to mastering energy convergence technology. He continued adjusting the experimental parameters, constantly refining the formula and operational procedures. Feng's excitement grew even more intense. He could already sense that the energy aggregation technology was halfway to success. Feng silently murmured to himself, "We're about to succeed." Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the laboratory, engulfing the entire space in a thick haze that obscured everything within the test tubes. The liquids inside them all vanished from view. The scene stunned everyone present, including Feng himself. His pupils contracted sharply as he realized the sudden imbalance of energy within the lab had triggered an energy riot. The energy erupted violently on the lab bench, spiraling out of control. Feng sprang to his feet and dashed toward the bench, scooping up the test tube and clutching it to his chest. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He felt as if his body were falling apart, excruciating pain radiating throughout his entire being. But for the sake of researching energy aggregation technology, even injury was worth it. Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent energy surging within him. His expression was pale, yet a faint smile touched his lips. Holding the test tube from the lab bench, his heart brimmed with delight. He glanced at the others in the lab and said, "The experiment is halfway successful. We need to continue refining our work here. We must find more raw materials to achieve a higher success rate." "Yes, you're right." Li Na nodded earnestly. Feng continued, "We must act quickly. The resources stored in the lab are too scarce to support our perfect experiments." "I know. That's why I've already notified the company staff to come assist us with the tasks," Li Na replied. Feng nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this, a confident smile spreading across his face. He had no worries about Li Na being deceived. She was an exceptionally intelligent young woman, impossible to be fooled or manipulated. She possessed the clarity to make rational judgments and would never make foolish decisions. You've worked hard these past few days, Yifeng thanked Li Na sincerely. Rest assured, we will complete this experiment flawlessly. His voice was soft, yet it carried an indescribable resolve and confidence. Yifeng's figure swiftly vanished into the darkness, disappearing from sight. Outside the laboratory corridor, a tall, slender man wearing black-rimmed glasses stood at the doorway. Dressed in a crisp suit, he looked stern and somewhat brooding. Yifeng was busy in the lab when a series of urgent knocks suddenly shattered the quiet. He paused his work, looked up, and saw a familiar figure standing at the door, his friend, Songde. Songda? What brings you here? Yifeng asked in confusion. He hadn't seen Songde in quite some time and couldn't shake the feeling that his sudden appearance felt odd. Chapter 109, Songde's Unusual Behavior. Songde entered the lab and saw Yifeng engrossed in his work. He smiled. Yifeng, you've been swamped in the lab lately. I came to check on you, and it seems you're as dedicated as ever. Yifeng smiled, though his unease lingered. As a longtime friend, he knew Songde wasn't one to express concern openly, much less visit over trivial matters. Songde, is there something you need? Yifeng asked cautiously, hoping Songde would be open about his true purpose. Songde glanced around, ensuring no one else could overhear their conversation. He gave a mysterious smile and whispered, Yifeng, you know, some unusual things have been happening at the school lately. Yifeng's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the unusual tone in Songde's voice. His friend was usually a steady person who rarely spoke like this. What is it? Yifeng asked, a wave of unease washing over him. Songde hesitated for a moment. He knew what he was about to say might worry Yifeng, but he decided to tell him anyway. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low, grave voice, Yifeng, I've recently uncovered something truly chilling. My advisor, Professor Zhao, handed over my research findings to a senior student, and this senior's behavior has been highly suspicious. Yifeng's brows knitted tightly. He could sense the tension and unease in Songde's voice. He immediately stopped his work, turned to face Songde, and asked, you mean Professor Zhao gave your findings to a senior student? And what exactly are these mysterious activities? Songde glanced around the lab, ensuring no one else was listening before continuing. Yes, Yifeng. Since taking my research, this senior student has been frequently visiting a secret lab. I followed him once and discovered he has close ties with a group of strangers. Yifeng's gaze sharpened. He sensed Songde's unease and hesitation. He didn't believe Songde's explanation, suspecting he was deliberately withholding crucial details. He decided to probe further, testing Songde's reaction. Songde, Yifeng's voice was cold and sharp, you claim you have no connection whatsoever to that senior student. Is that correct? Songde lifted his head, his eyes flickering with hesitation and fear. He knew Yifeng had seen through his lies, yet he still refused to admit it. Yifeng, you've misunderstood. I truly had no connection with that senior. I swear it. Songde's voice trembled as he tried to make his words sound more genuine and credible. Yifeng's gaze remained unwavering. He gave a cold, mocking laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, really? Then why are you so nervous? Why can't you look me in the eye? What are you hiding? Songde's face drained of color. He felt his lies had nowhere left to hide. He desperately wanted to defend himself, but the fear deep within him made it impossible to control his emotions. Yifeng, you have to believe me. I truly haven't done anything to betray you. Songde's voice was filled with despair and helplessness. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a chill run through him. Yifeng. Could it be? Could my research findings really have been stolen? Songde's voice trembled as he struggled to mask his inner terror. Yifeng's fists clenched tightly as he fought to suppress the rage boiling within him. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Songde and demanded coldly, who did this? Songde's lips moved several times, but no words came out. Why aren't you speaking? Was it you? Or did you know this senior student, so you gave him your research findings? Seeing the icy glint in Yifeng's eyes, Songde felt a wave of fear wash over him. Yet he summoned his courage and declared, Yifeng, it wasn't me. I have no idea where my own research findings went missing. And I have absolutely no connection whatsoever to that senior. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Yifeng's lips. His gaze sharpened into a piercing glare as he coldly retorted, is that so? Songde couldn't meet Yifeng's eyes and lowered his head. Yifeng's gaze was too piercing, as if it could see through everything. Yifeng took a deep breath, suppressing the rage boiling within him. His voice was heavy as he demanded, Songde, tell me exactly what happened. Songde still refused to admit anything. He merely shook his head and murmured, I don't know what you're talking about. Yifeng stared coldly at Songde, his mind filled with questions and suspicion. They had once shared countless moments of mutual support and trust, but now he faced a Songde he had never seen before. He knew their friendship would face a tremendous test because of this mystery. Yifeng reined in the sharpness in his eyes, taking a deep breath to steady his composure. Fine, Songde. Since you insist there's nothing wrong, I'll trust you this once. But know this, if your lies are ever exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yi Feng's voice was icy, radiating an authority that brooked no argument. Songde felt a chill grip his heart. He knew he was standing on the edge of a precipice. He understood that if his secret were exposed, he would not only lose Yi Feng as a friend but might pay an even heavier price. Yi Feng turned back to his work, and Songde silently left the lab. Guilt and unease filled his heart. He knew he had embarked on a dangerous path. Yi Feng didn't fully believe Songde's explanation. His doubts and unease lingered. He decided to set this mystery aside for now and focus on the experiment. Yet deep down, he knew the friendship between him and Songde had already cracked, and this enigma had made their relationship more complex and fragile. Yi Feng entered the laboratory at Longwei University of Science and Technology, feeling somewhat weary. His thoughts kept circling around the mystery involving Songde and the experimental results, and the pressure in his heart grew heavier. Just then, his advisor, Wang Goen, approached with a hint of a mysterious smile. He gave Yi Feng a light pat on the shoulder and said, "Yi Feng, I have a surprise for you today." Yi Feng looked up at Wang Goen, his eyes filled with confusion. He knew his advisor was a cautious and serious man, and it was rare to see him wearing such a cheerful expression. What kind of surprise? Yi Feng asked with interest, the weariness on his face fading slightly. Chapter 110, The Mentor of the Mind. Wang Goen smiled mysteriously. "Do you remember me mentioning Li Pengfei? He's an exceptionally talented student. I believe he can be both a friend and an excellent teacher to you. Therefore, I've decided to appoint him as your counselor and part-time lecturer." A flicker of delight crossed Yi Feng's eyes at this news. He and Li Pengfei were close friends who had weathered many trials together, supporting and encouraging each other. Their bond was built on mutual respect and trust. Li Pengfei? Really him? Yi Feng asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Wang Goen nodded, his smile brightening. Yes. I believe he will be of great assistance to you. Moreover, he possesses deep expertise in this field. A wave of warmth washed over Yi Feng. He understood that Wang Goen's arrangement stemmed from genuine care and support. Grateful, he nodded and said, "Thank you, Professor. I'll make the most of this opportunity." Wang Goen patted Yi Feng on the shoulder encouragingly. "I'm confident you'll collaborate very well. Li Pengfei is handling some tasks right now but will be at the school shortly. You can discuss the upcoming experimental plan together." Excitement surged within Yi Feng. He knew Li Pengfei's expertise and capabilities would be a powerful asset. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to set aside his lingering doubts and dedicate himself fully to collaborating with Li Pengfei. Just as Yi Feng turned to resume his work, Li Pengfei strode into the lab. His eyes fixed on Yi Feng with intense focus, brimming with anticipation and excitement. "Yi Feng, I finally get to see you. Haha, how have you been these past few days?" Li Pengfei said warmly. "Yeah, I'm doing fine," Yi Feng replied with a slight smile. Li Pengfei approached Yi Feng, patted his shoulder, and said, "Yi Feng, I just got back from a field assignment. How about dinner tonight?" "Sure, why not?" Yi Feng agreed readily. He knew that when Li Pengfei treated someone, the meal would be lavish. Though Li Pengfei didn't seem like a rich kid, he was working now, so treating him to dinner was only natural. Li Pengfei beamed with delight, rubbing his palms together as he added, "I'll meet you at the school gate after work. Don't be late." "Alright, you bet." Yi Feng replied before returning to his desk. Li Pengfei stepped out of the office and headed straight for the teaching building, his mood clearly buoyant. By evening, the sky had grown dim. The setting sun cast a crimson glow across half the sky. Yi Feng rode his bicycle to the school gate and spotted two black sedans parked on the road in the distance. Recognizing them as Li Pengfei's vehicles, he pushed his bike and strolled leisurely toward them. Yi Feng approached one of the black sedans and waved at the window, signaling his arrival. The door slid open, and Yi Feng stepped inside, settling into the passenger seat. Once seated, Yi Feng smiled and greeted Li Pengfei, who was driving. A faint smile graced Li Pengfei's face as he started the engine and slowly drove out of the campus. The car moved smoothly along the street as the scenery on both sides quickly receded. Li Pengfei glanced back at Yi Feng and noticed a hint of worry hidden between his brows. "What's wrong? Have the recent classes been exhausting?" Li Pengfei couldn't help asking. "It's fine," Yi Feng replied. Li Pengfei looked at Yi Feng, sighed, and said, "Yi Feng, you tend to be a bit withdrawn. I worry you might get excluded by your peers." Yi Feng froze, surprised by the sudden turn of conversation. Li Pengfei had a point. Deep down, Yi Feng felt a sense of inadequacy. His world seemed isolated from those around him. He could only understand others through their perspectives, and he struggled to integrate into society. This left Yi Feng feeling profoundly lonely and isolated. After a long pause, Yi Feng replied to Li Pengfei, "Thank you for reminding me. What you said makes sense. Don't worry too much about it. You're still young. When you face difficulties or setbacks, it's natural to feel lost and uncertain. That's when you need encouragement from friends." Yi Feng had only two friends, Shengu and Songde. Now, Songde seemed to be drifting further away from him. Yi Feng shared his concerns about Songde with Li Pengfei. Upon hearing Yi Feng's concerns about Song De, Li Pengfei's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of worry. He understood that in life, one needed friends to support each other, and Yi Feng's solitary nature was precisely his greatest obstacle. Yi Feng, friendships require effort to cultivate and maintain. Perhaps you could reach out to Song De proactively, see how he's been lately. Maybe he's dealing with his own troubles and worries too, Li Pengfei offered patiently. Yi Feng fell deep in thought, recalling his past with Song De. Once, they had been inseparable brothers, sharing laughter and pain together. But lately, Song De seemed increasingly distant, and their interactions had gradually dwindled. Yi Feng began to wonder if he had done something wrong to cause Song De's growing resentment. Noticing Yi Feng's inner turmoil, Li Pengfei encouraged him. Yi Feng, you're a smart person and a thoughtful one. Don't just look at things from your own perspective. Try putting yourself in his shoes, consider what might be troubling Song De and what he's going through. Maybe that will help you find a way to resolve this. Yi Feng nodded silently, deeply understanding the wisdom in Li Pengfei's words. He resolved to give Song De a chance to understand his inner world, see if he could help resolve his issues, and rebuild their friendship. That evening, Yi Feng resolved to seek out Song De. He called to arrange a meeting at a coffee shop, hoping to use this chance for a proper conversation. When Yi Feng entered the cafe, he found Song De already seated by the window. A hint of weariness lingered on Song De's face, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Yi Feng walked over, sat across from him, and greeted him with a smile. Song De, it's been a while. How have you been? Seeing Yi Feng, a flicker of surprise crossed Song De's eyes before quickly fading. He gave a faint smile and replied, Yi Feng, I've been busy handling some matters lately. How about you? Yi Feng sensed a hint of evasion in Song De's response. He knew he couldn't give up easily and must continue probing deeper into Song De's situation. Song De, we're good friends. If anything's on your mind, you can talk to me. Maybe I can help. Yi Feng said gently. Chapter 111, The Unknown. Song De's expression turned serious. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Yi Feng, I've run into some difficulties lately. I don't know what to do, and I don't want to trouble you. Yi Feng's heart stirred. He knew Song De's words were a response to his own worries and concerns. He gently patted Song De's hand, reassuring him, Song De, friends help each other. Whatever trouble you're in, I'll do my best to help. Our friendship can withstand any test. Song De's eyes gradually brightened. He looked at Yi Feng gratefully and said, Yi Feng, thank you for your understanding and support. The truth is, I've been under immense pressure with my studies lately. I feel like I'm not up to the task. I've been working hard, but I haven't received the recognition or opportunities one deserve. This leaves me feeling frustrated and lost, unsure how to face this predicament. Yi Feng took a deep breath, sensing the inner turmoil and helplessness within Song De. He listened quietly to Song De's confession, neither interrupting nor offering judgment. Song De, I understand how you feel. Facing setbacks and challenges is a normal part of life. What matters is how we respond and overcome them. You are a talented and capable person. I believe you will find a way to resolve this. If you need help, I will always be here to support you. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Song De's eyes reddened slightly. He felt the sincerity and friendship in Yi Feng's voice. He knew he was no longer alone, he had a friend who genuinely wanted to help him. In that moment, his heart felt warm and full. Song De lifted his head and gazed at Yi Feng, his eyes brimming with tears. His voice choked as he said, Yi Feng, thank you. Yi Feng extended his right arm and gently embraced Song De, saying, silly, we're friends. Your matters are my matters. Yi Feng couldn't shake the failure of the energy convergence experiment from his mind. If it had succeeded, it would have meant he could gather the energy of the universe together. But now it had failed. Why? Yi Feng couldn't fathom it. Regardless, though the experiment had failed, the benefits he gained were immense. This convergence experiment had allowed him to grasp the applications of the new energy form and conduct research on it. This would play an extremely important role in advancing his technological expertise. He now urgently needed to understand the cause, yet he dared not act rashly. For venturing into the unknown could easily invite disaster. Yi Feng knew he wasn't strong enough, yet he didn't even possess the ability to protect himself. He had to proceed with extreme caution to avoid setting himself up for disaster. Yi Feng temporarily abandoned his pursuit of the cause behind the failed experiment, focusing instead on unraveling the mysteries of energy convergence. Drawing upon data from the convergence experiments and integrating various theories from his own mind, he continuously refined the experimental apparatus. Yi Feng's plan was to first construct an energy device capable of gathering electricity and energy. As he delved deeper into the nature of this energy, he grew increasingly convinced that it was nothing short of a divine force. Yi Feng sat quietly in his laboratory, his workbench piled high with experimental apparatus and research notes. He utilized data from the fusion experiments, integrating various theories from his own mind to continuously refine this experimental setup. After days of relentless experimentation and adjustments, he finally crafted a compact energy device. This device appeared simple, yet it contained boundless energy. Holding it in his hand, Yi Feng could feel the energy pulsing within, as if infinite power lay waiting to be unleashed. Next, Feng set about gathering electrical and energy sources. Applying his polymerization energy theory, he designed a device capable of concentrating both electrical and energy fields. Composed of intricate circuits and energy converters, this apparatus harnessed electromagnetic fields to converge surrounding electrical and energy fields into a single focal point. Feng patiently fine-tuned the device, optimizing and refining it incrementally. Finally, when he achieved the optimal configuration, the device emitted a faint glow, and he could sense the surrounding electrical energy and energy being steadily drawn into it. Hope lit up in Feng's eyes as he realized success was drawing ever closer. He continued adjusting the device, gathering more and more electrical energy and power. As time passed, the device emitted an intense glow, illuminating the entire laboratory. Feng watched it all with excitement, knowing his efforts had finally paid off. He reached out and gently touched the device, sensing the immense power it contained. An overwhelming surge of excitement and exhilaration filled his heart. He had finally unlocked the secret of energy convergence. This aggregated energy not only provided an endless supply but could also be converted into light and heat. The greater the energy, the higher the conversion rate and the better the results. Its applications were vast. It could power human life and support scientific research. Feng immersed himself in exploring the depths of this converged energy, increasingly convinced it was nothing short of a game changer. Not only could it supply power, but it also possessed formidable destructive force and radiative effects. In darkness, it could unleash explosive power capable of tearing a human body apart under sunlight. It could transform into warm heat, enabling survival through the harshest winters. Feng realized the immense potential of this converged energy in his hands. It could not only transform human life but also propel technological progress. He took a deep breath, determined to bring this monumental discovery to the world. However, Feng also recognized his abilities were still insufficient. He needed deeper research and experimentation to fully master the use and application of this converged energy. In his view, this energy was only suitable for environments that were dark and damp. If deployed in industrial or military settings, the consequences would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Feng resolved to first construct several battery chargers to store the energy. Once he possessed sufficient capability, he could then apply this great invention to society. Completely absorbed in his research on polymer energy, Feng lost track of time, utterly immersed in his experiments. It wasn't until the next morning that footsteps echoed outside the lab, followed by a knock on the door. Startled awake, Feng abruptly halted his research, hurried to the door, and opened it. An instant later, a blinding golden sunlight poured in. Feng squinted, peering outside. The sun had just risen in the east, its rays brilliant and radiant. Chapter 112, Showcasing Talent. After washing up, Feng entered the bright kitchen where Li Pengfei was seated at the dining table, waiting for him. Sunlight streamed through the windows onto the floor, infusing the entire space with a warm glow. Upon seeing Feng enter, Li Pengfei immediately stood to greet him. A look of concern crossed his face, his brows furrowed as if he had something important to tell Feng. Feng sensed something was off this morning. He sat down and began enjoying his fresh breakfast, hoping to calm his nerves. Watching Feng eat intently, Li Pengfei paused before finally speaking. Feng, I need to tell you something. There's been a problem with the project at the Aerospace Research Center. Feng paused his movements, fixing his gaze on Li Pengfei. He understood the gravity of this news. The Aerospace Research Center was the workplace he had always dreamed of, and he had poured immense effort into this project. What happened? Feng's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Li Pengfei sighed, his tone subdued. We've encountered difficulties with a crucial experiment we recently conducted. The actual results don't match our projections, and we can't pinpoint the source of the problem. Feng gripped the spoon on the table tightly, feeling unease and confusion welling up inside him. Aerospace research was his dream. He had always been confident in his abilities, yet now he faced an unprecedented predicament. Have you exhausted all possibilities? Feng's voice carried a hint of resolve. Li Pengfei met Feng's resolute gaze and nodded. We've tried every possible approach, but none have yielded a solution. We need your help, Feng. Feng felt the weight of responsibility. He knew this was his moment to showcase his talent and prove his worth. Rising to his feet, he offered a determined smile. Li Pengfei, I'll do everything in my power to solve this problem. Seeing Feng's resolve, Li Pengfei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Feng left the table and walked straight into the laboratory. His heart held no trace of hesitation, only an overwhelming drive and desire. He resolved to revisit the project from the beginning, starting anew until he pinpointed the root of the problem. In the lab, Feng sat quietly at his desk, contemplating every detail of the experiments. He reorganized past records, reviewing them meticulously. His thoughts raced through time and space, searching for a breakthrough. As the seconds ticked by, the furrow between Feng's brows gradually smoothed out. A flash of insight struck his mind. He seemed to have pinpointed the problem. Feng's gaze was focused and determined. He sprang into action immediately, adjusting the experimental apparatus. He carefully selected a new set of parameters, reconfigured the circuit connections, and then cautiously restarted the device. A tense atmosphere filled the laboratory, time seeming to stretch endlessly. Feng tried different approaches again and again, each adjustment requiring his personal touch as he immersed himself completely in the task. He knew that only through persistent experimentation and refinement could he pinpoint the problem and solve this puzzle that had stumped the Aerospace Research Center. He scrutinized every indicator light in the apparatus, searching for any clue. He noticed a subtle shift in the brightness of one light following a minor adjustment to a specific parameter. This discovery piqued his interest. He quickly jotted it down and proceeded to tweak other parameters. Time ticked by, the tension in the lab thickening. Sweat drenched Feng's clothes, but he showed no sign of stopping. He understood that solving this problem was crucial both for himself and for the Aerospace Research Center. Suddenly, as Feng fine-tuned the final parameter, the indicator lights within the device burst into a brilliant glow. The air in the lab seemed to freeze for an instant, followed by an outburst of cheers and joyful laughter. Standing before the apparatus, Feng felt a surge of triumphant joy and fulfillment. He sensed the value of his efforts and the power of teamwork. Solving this challenge was not just his personal achievement but a victory for the entire Aerospace Research Center. Inside the lab, people celebrated this significant breakthrough together. They expressed their gratitude to Feng and paid him their most sincere respects. Feng, however, merely smiled faintly. His mood was both cheerful and fulfilling, yet he couldn't help but recall a lingering doubt from earlier during the operation. While adjusting the parameters, he had noticed that the precision of a certain piece of equipment in the research center seemed insufficient. This discovery made him realize that to advance aerospace research more effectively, he needed to upgrade this equipment. Feng left the lab and entered the research center's warehouse. He searched the shelves, looking for the right equipment. After some effort, he finally found a new high-precision device, recently released and utilizing advanced technology. Feng carefully transported the equipment back to the lab. He meticulously studied the user manual, ensuring every step was executed correctly. Slowly, he removed the old device and installed the new one in its place. His movements were skilled and precise. He knew that only a proper installation could guarantee the promised improvement in accuracy. After completing the installation, Feng restarted the experimental apparatus. He quietly observed the changes in the indicator lights, anticipating brighter signals. As the experiment progressed, he gradually noticed that the new equipment indeed delivered higher precision, with the indicator lights responding more sensitively and accurately. A satisfied smile spread across Feng's face. He knew this upgrade would significantly impact the research center's future. Aerospace research demanded precise data and meticulous experiments, and now they finally possessed superior tools. Feng meticulously adjusted the parameters of the new equipment in the laboratory, ensuring its optimal operating state. His fingers lightly touched the buttons, his gaze focused and determined. He understood that only through precise control and careful calibration could the new equipment's full potential be realized. After Feng left the lab, a sharp researcher at the center happened upon the upgraded equipment and immediately reported the discovery to director Nantianmen. Upon receiving the report, Nantianmen couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He understood that Feng's talent and ingenuity had not only brought significant breakthroughs to the research center but also saved the center a substantial amount of money. He knew this initiative would have a profound impact on the future of the research center. Chapter 113, Celebration Ceremony. Nantianmen entered the laboratory with profound respect and admiration. He stood quietly beside the apparatus, meticulously examining the new high-precision equipment. Watching the indicator lights flicker, he sensed the power and promise it held. This upgrade represented not only technological advancement but also embodied Feng's personal talent and capability. Nantianmen's heart brimmed with admiration and respect for Feng. He knew the research center needed such talent, such innovation, and such breakthroughs. Turning to face the others in the lab, Nantianmen resolved to express his gratitude and pay Feng his most sincere respects. Days later, the research center held a simple yet solemn ceremony to honor Feng's contributions and achievements. Everyone gathered in the lab to congratulate him on his success. Nantianmen stood on the stage, his voice solemn yet stirring. Today, we gather to celebrate a monumental breakthrough. This achievement owes much to the efforts and contributions of every one of us, but the brilliance and dedication of one individual were undoubtedly pivotal. He is our hero, Feng. The crowd rose as one, applauding Feng. Smiling, Feng stepped onto the stage, basking in the collective praise and recognition. He understood this breakthrough was not solely his personal achievement but the result of teamwork and collective effort. Nantianmen approached Feng and shook his hand warmly. Feng, your talent and dedication have brought immense value to the research center while saving us a significant amount of money. You are our pride, and I am proud of you. A smile of pride and satisfaction spread across Feng's face. Thank you, Director Lin. I was simply doing my duty and making a small contribution to the research center. Nantianmen smiled and patted Feng on the shoulder. Your contribution is far from small. Your talent and dedication are our greatest asset. I hope you'll continue to maintain this passion and creativity, bringing more breakthroughs to the aerospace industry. Nantianmen smiled, noticing the slight surprise and delight on Feng's face. He knew Yi Feng had always held deep passion and enthusiasm for the Aerospace Research Center, longing to become a part of it. Yi Feng, your talent and contributions have already earned widespread recognition. I have some good news to share. Upon your graduation, we warmly welcome you to join the Aerospace Research Center directly. You possess tremendous potential, and I believe you will truly shine here. Nantianmen said encouragingly. Hope lit up in Yi Feng's eyes as he felt Director Lin's trust and support. Clasping Nantianmen's hand firmly, he thanked him. Director Lin, thank you for your encouragement and trust. I've always dreamed of contributing to the aerospace cause. It would be my greatest honor to work here. Nantianmen nodded with a smile, meeting Yi Feng's determined gaze. He knew this decision was the right one. He had complete confidence in Yi Feng's abilities and potential, believing he would achieve even greater accomplishments at the Aerospace Research Center. Yi Feng, you've proven your abilities and earned everyone's recognition. I look forward to your joining us after graduation. I'm confident you'll bring more breakthroughs and innovations to aerospace. Keep this passion and talent alive. The future of aerospace will shine brighter because of you. Nantianmen said encouragingly. Yi Feng nodded gratefully, resolved to dedicate himself fully after graduation to making greater contributions to the Aerospace Research Center. He knew this marked a pivotal moment in his life and vowed not to disappoint either himself or Nantianmen's expectations. The news quickly spread throughout the research center, filling everyone with excitement and anticipation for Yi Feng's future. They knew his arrival would inject new vitality and innovation, propelling the center's development forward. Returning to campus, Yi Feng entered the aerospace engineering classroom. Professor Chen, the course instructor and a highly respected aerospace expert at the research center, taught the class. His rigorous approach and profound knowledge filled Yi Feng with anticipation for the course. In class, Yi Feng sat in the front row, listening intently to Professor Chen's lectures. Professor Chen passionately introduced the students to the latest developments and innovative technologies in the aerospace field. Using vivid examples and detailed experimental data, he helped students grasp the field's complexity and challenges. Yi Feng was one of the most active students in class, frequently raising his hand to ask questions, demonstrating his keen interest and thirst for knowledge in aerospace. Professor Chen appreciated Yi Feng's active participation and encouraged him to maintain this passion and spirit of exploration. That day, Professor Chen lamented that the aircraft carrier engine project in Manhwa currently urgently required a powerful energy coupling engine. Yi Feng took note, deeply intrigued. Professor Chen further noted that in recent years, Dragon Nation's aerospace development had hit a bottleneck. Progress in spacecraft performance, speed, and stability had all reached a stagnant phase. If our nation lacks a spacecraft with superior performance and stability, our military will struggle to exert its full deterrent power. Therefore, we must find an engine capable of adapting to diverse conditions and environments. This is a challenge we must confront. Yi Feng's heart suddenly jolted upon hearing Professor Chen's words. Professor Chen then turned to the topic of spacecraft. This time, his tone grew solemn. Currently, nations worldwide are attempting to construct super-large space vessels and interstellar spacecraft, both representing aerospace engineering of the highest technological sophistication. While spacecraft engines are arguably easier to utilize than those of space vessels in certain respects, our nation's spacecraft performance lags behind. Professor Chen paused before continuing. Therefore, our spacecraft engines must possess excellent quality and safety standards, which will greatly benefit the development of our spacecraft. Moreover, due to high material manufacturing and maintenance costs, our nation has invested insufficient funds and resources in this field. This has resulted in spacecraft production consistently failing to meet market demand, which will impact the sales of our spacecraft products. Yi Feng listened quietly, sensing this was his opportunity. If he could provide sufficient technology or materials to enhance the performance of this spacecraft engine, it could become the standard configuration for spacecraft engines, potentially even replacing components from other spacecraft engines. Yi Feng planned to tackle this step by step. After class, he headed straight for the workshop. Chapter 114, Energy Docking. Professor Chen's requirements for the aircraft carrier engine project filled Yi Feng's mind. He eagerly began planning his research on the energy docking engine. In the workshop, Yi Feng sat at his desk, meticulously organizing all his notes and reference materials. He meticulously studied the advanced developments and application cases of various energy docking technologies. His gaze was focused and determined. He knew this project was crucial for the advancement of Manhwa's aerospace sector. Yi Feng picked up a pen and began sketching his design on a blank sheet of paper. His strokes were fluid and powerful, each line precisely capturing the vision in his mind. He compared various potential materials and technologies, evaluating their feasibility and performance within spacecraft engines. The blueprint on the paper gradually took shape, its details becoming increasingly clear. Yi Feng meticulously refined and perfected his design, striving for optimal results. He studied the properties of different materials and manufacturing processes, carefully balancing engine thrust and stability against material durability and cost-effectiveness. In his design, Yi Feng employed advanced alloy materials with exceptional high-temperature resistance and corrosion resistance. This alloy maintains stable performance under extreme conditions while delivering higher thrust and more efficient combustion. He also designed an advanced cooling system to effectively reduce engine temperatures and extend its operational lifespan. Additionally, he incorporated a novel fuel injection system that delivers more uniform fuel supply, further enhancing engine performance and stability. Feng understands that progress in aerospace demands continuous innovation and breakthroughs. Therefore, he incorporated novel technologies and concepts into his design, striving to elevate spacecraft engine performance to new heights. His blueprints revealed a revolutionary engine architecture more compact and lightweight, capable of delivering greater thrust while reducing energy consumption. This design not only meets the requirements of the aircraft carrier engine project but also holds broad applicability across other spacecraft domains. Feng is confident in his design, firmly believing this solution will deliver a major breakthrough for Longgua's aerospace sector. He had meticulously considered every detail, with each component in part undergoing rigorous calculations and testing to ensure peak performance and reliability. Feng clutched the blueprints, his heart filled with anticipation and nervousness. He knocked softly on Professor Chen's office door before carefully handing over the design drawings. Professor Chen took the blueprints and stared intently at the contents. His brow gradually furrowed, his eyes reflecting both shock and delight. Feng, is this your design? Professor Chen's voice trembled slightly, his tone brimming with astonishment. Feng nodded, his expression confident. Yes, Professor. After weeks of research and design, I considered all factors and ultimately proposed this solution. Professor Chen scrutinized the blueprint thoroughly before turning to Feng, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Feng, your design is astonishing. This is a monumental breakthrough that will profoundly impact the advancement of our aerospace field. Professor Chen's voice brimmed with excitement. He immediately picked up the phone, eager to contact other experts and convene a meeting to discuss Feng's design. He hoped to gather more expert opinions and explore ways to further refine the proposal. Soon, a group of experts gathered in the conference room, all captivated by Feng's design. They stared at the blueprints with eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Professor Chen stood at the podium, his voice brimming with passion and excitement. Esteemed experts, Feng has presented us with an astonishing design proposal. This plan will bring major breakthroughs and development opportunities to our aerospace field. The room fell silent as all eyes turned expectantly toward the young man standing behind Professor Chen. Feng walked confidently toward the center of the research center's conference room, holding his blueprints, ready to present his work to Professor Chen and the other experts. The experts gathered in the conference room, awaiting Feng's presentation. Standing at the podium, his voice firm and assured, Feng declared, "Esteemed Professor Chen and distinguished experts, after weeks of research and design, I have successfully proposed an entirely new energy docking engine solution. This design not only meets the requirements of the aircraft carrier engine project but also holds significant potential for application in spacecraft technology." Feng stood at the podium, displaying his meticulously designed engine blueprints. He explained the function and advantages of each component with warmth and confidence, his voice brimming with passion and pride. His eyes shone with a sharp intensity, his expression resolute and focused. "Experts, these are my design blueprints. This solution will achieve a breakthrough in our aerospace field," Feng declared with unwavering confidence in his creation. He pointed to every detail on the blueprint, elaborating on their roles and advantages. "This is our newly developed fuel injection system, which provides a more uniform fuel supply, further enhancing engine performance and stability. This component reduces energy consumption, making the engine more efficient." The experts listened intently, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The design piqued their interest and astonishment, prompting a flurry of questions and suggestions as they engaged Feng in a lively debate. Professor Chen's voice brimmed with excitement as he rose to his feet, stepping to the lectern and fixing Feng with an unwavering gaze. "Your design comprehensively considers all factors, culminating in this solution. I am profoundly satisfied with your achievements." Feng felt Professor Chen's affirmation and appreciation, his heart brimming with joy and pride. He understood the significance of this proposal, so he carefully considered and responded to each question. "Professor, I understand this proposal still has room for improvement. While I've considered some issues, I still need input and suggestions from more experts. I hope to leverage everyone's wisdom to further refine and optimize this design," Feng said modestly. Professor Chen nodded, smiling with satisfaction. "Your attitude is commendable, Feng. It is precisely this spirit of embracing feedback and relentless improvement that propels progress in our aerospace field." Chapter 115, System Hints. In the conference room, sparks of thought flew as waves of creativity surged. Experts debated how to further enhance engine combustion efficiency, reduce material costs, and extend engine lifespan. After hours of discussion, their ideas collided and converged, gradually forming a consensus. They recognized that Feng's design, integrating advanced materials and technology, could deliver greater thrust and more stable performance. Feng's design is truly remarkable. He not only thoroughly considered combustion efficiency but also addressed fuel supply and energy consumption issues. "We should refine this proposal further to unlock its full potential," one expert exclaimed excitedly. The other experts nodded in agreement, filled with admiration and anticipation for Feng's design. They decided to establish a dedicated team to optimize and refine his design. Feeling the support and encouragement from the experts, Feng felt confident about the future. I will do my utmost to provide more technical support and assistance. I hope we can work together to elevate this proposal to an even higher level. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly vibrant and charged with excitement. Experts exchanged ideas and perspectives, their minds colliding to explore new possibilities for the advancement of aerospace technology. Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation and dreams for the future. He fully grasped the significance of this proposal and understood his responsibility. He would continue striving, dedicating his talent and wisdom to the advancement of aerospace technology. Professor Chen and the other experts listened intently, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Feng's design had captured their interest and astonishment. They posed questions and offered suggestions, engaging in a lively discussion with him. Feng sat quietly in the corner of the conference room, absorbing every expert's perspective. Fully aware of the proposal's significance, he carefully considered and responded to each question. After the meeting concluded, the experts departed one by one, leaving Feng alone in the conference room, lost in quiet contemplation. He understood this was merely the beginning. Much work lay ahead, demanding relentless effort and refinement of his design. Feng stared at the blueprints, his mind racing. Suddenly, his head began to buzz intensely, as if something was trying to burst out of his mind. Instantly, two peculiar characters flashed into his consciousness: superconductivity. Feng froze, pressing his temples urgently. He recalled reading Science magazine, which had detailed various forms of matter in the universe. Once this thought surfaced, it proved unstoppable. The two peculiar characters churned relentlessly in Feng's mind. His thoughts drifted further and further away, and a vision unfolded before his eyes, a vast expanse of stars, with one star after another rotating slowly. At the center of this vast expanse lay a crimson planet, radiating a dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. Another image surfaced in Feng's mind, a spacecraft hovering near the planet. Shaped like a trident, it dwarfed Feng's transport ship many times over, approximately 200 meters long and over 10 meters wide. Its entire hull gleamed with a silver-gray metallic sheen, resembling a formidable, imposing battle fortress that radiated an overwhelming aura of power, sending shivers down one's spine. Feng's mind raced as he recalled seeing images of this colossal vessel in Science magazine. He remembered vividly, it was called the Sky Eagle, a joint fleet operated by astronomers, physicists, biochemists, and military strategists. It served as one of the flagship transport vessels under the globally renowned aerospace corporation, Blue Airlines. Originally, Blue had not been included in the super carrier project. Its identity was only formally confirmed several years after the Tianying entered service. Feng remembered the name Blue soaring profoundly. The company had won multiple Nobel Prizes in physics and had once held the position of director of the space agency under the Sky Eagle Space Administration. It was a term of immense historical significance in the annals of global space exploration. Now, this name surfaced again in Feng's mind. He vaguely suspected that perhaps the Lanshan Group was the real owner behind the Cosmic International Space Base. Though Feng had never visited the Lanshan Space Base, he had heard of the Cosmic Aerospace Group's formidable reputation. The Cosmic International Space Base not only hosted the world's largest astronaut training and selection programs but also possessed cutting-edge aerospace equipment, including advanced technologies like space battleships, space fighters, and star systems. No wonder Lanshan's spacecraft can exceed sublight speeds. This company has such complex connections. Feng murmured to himself. During the astronaut training aboard the Sky Eagle, they encountered an extremely rare cosmic storm. After surviving a perilous ordeal, the Sky Eagle managed to return safely. The journey was incredibly dangerous. Even the most advanced spacecraft couldn't withstand the fury of a cosmic storm. Fortunately, the storm suddenly weakened upon reaching a certain region, granting the spacecraft a chance to return. Otherwise, it would have been utterly impossible. Similar incidents had occurred at the Cosmic International Space Station back in the day. Now, Feng couldn't fathom why such a scene had surfaced in his mind. Feng thought of his innate talent system. Could this be the system hinting at him to incorporate the supermagnetic field technology from the Cosmic International Space Station into his design? The mental image grew sharper, and Feng was startled to find himself seemingly inside the spacecraft. He saw countless intricate instruments and control panels, their indicator lights pulsing in a kaleidoscope of colors. He could sense the powerful energy surging through the vessel, as if every cable held boundless potential. Feng spotted a massive screen displaying the spacecraft's real-time status. His attention was drawn to a distinct icon labeled Supermagnetic Field Technology. He knew this technology represented a major breakthrough in space exploration, enabling faster-than-light travel. The Cosmic International Space Station was the first to develop and implement it. Feng's heartbeat quickened as he realized he had gained an exceptionally unique talent. He couldn't help but recall his childhood fascination with the cosmos, dreaming of exploring distant galaxies and pursuing unknown mysteries. Now, it seemed he had the chance to make those dreams a reality. Chapter 116, Taking Action. Feng decided to act on the hint from this innate system. He began meticulously studying the aircraft carrier's engine design, seeking to integrate the supermagnetic field technology into it. He discovered that by optimizing the hull structure and energy systems, this technology could be seamlessly incorporated into the carrier's engines. Moreover, he envisioned an even greater improvement. By refining the supermagnetic field technology, he could increase the launch range of spacecraft by 50%, enabling the aircraft carrier to carry more supplies and transport greater cargo volumes. After prolonged contemplation, Feng finally uncovered the solution to this technology. He gradually mastered its operation and ultimately grasped its core, supermagnetic field technology. Feng paced around the room. He discovered that the supermagnetic field technology was extremely complex and cumbersome, requiring intricate instruments, code locks, control chips, acoustic spectrums, and data transmission lines to function. These devices, instrument panels, and control consoles occupied 3/4 of the room's space. The supermagnetic field technology enabled the astronauts aboard the Sky Eagle spacecraft to conduct interstellar navigation by exchanging information via electromagnetic pulses. This information exchange allowed for beyond line-of-sight observation and control of targets. Feng first needed to grasp the principle behind supermagnetic field technology. It transmits information to targets via an information network, relying on data links to deliver it. But what is the information source? It's the data stored on computer hard drives or within databases. The supermagnetic field is an information transmission technology that functions as both the CPU of a computer hard drive and the server for computer software, serving as the central brain of a supercomputer system. Composed of millions of trunk lines, the supermagnetic field possessed multiple functions. Some could monitor subatomic particle signals on Earth, others could capture solar radiation fluctuations, and it could even track satellite trajectory information. Feng attempted to retrieve this information and discovered that while data could be erased, it remained permanently stored within the supermagnetic field, never disappearing or being lost. This puzzled Feng. He suspected the supermagnetic field technology wasn't caused by ordinary cosmic storms but was likely connected to the cosmic storm phenomenon itself. I need to understand the principles behind supermagnetic field technology, Feng thought to himself. Only then can I benefit from it and enhance my own wisdom. He immersed himself in his work, opening the laptop on his desk and tapping the keyboard. Strings of code appeared on the screen before vanishing again. Seconds later, Feng sat back down at the computer and continued coding. Thus, Feng became completely immersed in his work. He forgot to eat, forgot to rest, and even cast sleep far to the winds. His mind was filled with endless streams of code, constantly refining and modifying it. The supermagnetic field technology was no simple feat. It involved not only the operational principles of various high-precision instruments and computer equipment but also delved into profoundly mysterious properties of matter and elements, the impact on spatial stability, and numerous technical challenges concerning cosmic spatial folds and curvature. All this left Feng feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Feng's thoughts tangled like a ball of chaotic threads as he struggled to organize and connect these seemingly disordered pieces of information. He stared at the flickering code on the screen, his brow slightly furrowed. These codes were not mere combinations of numbers and letters. They represented the infinite mysteries of the universe and the essence of science. He recalled his childhood fascination with the cosmos, and that yearning to explore the unknown ignited within him once more. Countless times he had imagined himself standing on an aircraft carrier, piloting a faster-than-light spacecraft, traversing galaxies in search of new planets and civilizations. Now, it seemed he held the key to realizing that dream. Yet he knew this path would not be easy. The complexity of this supermagnetic field technology far exceeded his imagination. It involved not only the operational principles of various high-precision instruments and computer equipment, but also the profound and unfathomable properties of matter and elements, as well as their impact on spatial stability. More crucially, it touched upon the technical challenges concerning spatial folds and curvature within the cosmos. These problems made Feng feel dizzy. He began studying various related scientific papers and experimental data, hoping to find some clues. He yearned to understand these complex concepts and principles, hoping to transform them into operational technology. He dared not slack off, relentlessly tackling these technical hurdles. It took Feng a full 5 or 6 days to finally grasp the supermagnetic field technology. During this period, Feng drank only a little water and didn't eat a single satisfying meal. His body was already operating beyond its limits, utterly exhausted to the point of mild exhaustion. The supermagnetic field technology was indeed extremely complex. Even with Feng's full concentration, it demanded immense mental and physical energy, requiring constant replenishment with nutrient solutions to sustain his strength. Yet Feng showed no sign of retreat. This technology held the potential to enable cosmic aerospace to truly transcend the barriers of light years, achieving long-distance observation of distant stars, a benefit for all humanity. Days passed, and Feng's efforts began to yield results. He gradually clarified some concepts and grasped certain principles. Yet this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He knew he still had a long journey ahead. Feng decided to organize his thoughts. He began typing on his keyboard, opening a new document to record his research findings. Using concise language, he described the fundamental principles and operational mechanisms of supermagnetic field technology. He broke down complex concepts into easily digestible modules, supplementing his explanations with charts and diagrams. Throughout the process, he continually revisited his findings, refining and perfecting them. He strove to express these intricate technical issues in plain language, aiming to make them accessible for broader understanding and application. A week later, Feng summarized his preliminary achievements in the field of supermagnetic field technology. His theoretical work had perfectly explained numerous issues within the technology, yet many aspects remained unclear to him. Feng's research findings, including the supermagnetic field technology, were divided into 4 parts. The first part concerned cosmic ray technology, which formed the foundational core of the entire supermagnetic field system. It encompassed countless profound principles and materials. Chapter 117, Cosmic Rays. Although Feng had mastered this technology, he still couldn't directly use it like ordinary technicians to build spaceships and their facilities. Feng had introduced a minor flaw: the electromagnetic cannons installed on the spacecraft could directly fire cosmic rays and also unleash high-voltage currents to inflict devastating destruction on enemies. The supermagnetic field endowed it with formidable defensive capabilities. When enemies fired high-voltage currents, the spacecraft would concentrate electrical energy into a specific area, forming a special protective shield to withstand the threat of the high-voltage currents. Feng reasoned that with sufficient materials, he could construct a cosmic ray weapon. The cosmic ray weapon could be considered the most suitable thermal weapon for human use. This thermal weapon could instantly release intense heat and high temperatures, boasting a wide lethal range and astonishing destructive power. Moreover, it possesses formidable self-repair capabilities. With sufficient energy supply, the cosmic ray weapon can even regenerate rapidly within a short time frame. Of course, the materials required to create cosmic ray weapons were extremely precious. They had to be metals composed of pure energy, such as titanium alloys. Feng, not being an expert, couldn't craft titanium alloy weapons. However, he could leverage his scientific knowledge to substitute titanium alloy for titanium alloy, modifying it into a cosmic ray weapon and coating its surface with a titanium alloy shell. This way, the weapon could absorb energy on its own. Once the cosmic ray's energy reserves reached their limit, it would detonate. This was the most terrifying aspect of cosmic ray weapons. The immense energy they could unleash was sufficient to obliterate an entire city, or even effortlessly destroy a star engine or rocket. However, such immense energy is far beyond what ordinary humans can withstand. Therefore, mastering precise energy output control becomes critically important. According to cosmic ray technology theory, the energy of each star is inherently unstable. Once a star's energy accumulates to a certain threshold, it suddenly expands and ruptures, triggering a violent energy storm. This storm engulfs everything in its vicinity, including the sun itself. Such an energy tempest devours all nearby objects and life forms. Even formidable space warriors would be torn to shreds by its fury. However, the optimal state of cosmic ray technology is to stabilize a star, preventing it from exploding for an extended period. Otherwise, energy storms would erupt unpredictably and intensify continuously. Feng's mission was to stabilize the star and maintain the supermagnetic field consistently, enabling it to continuously release potent energy. This would aid humanity in observation and gather essential information. In his previous life, humanity's detection satellites were derived by extrapolating the energy release patterns of the supermagnetic field. Feng believed this technology could be further extended. Moreover, beyond energy control, supermagnetic field technology could also be used to construct spatial passages. Feng retrieved detailed documentation on supermagnetic field technology on his computer. He integrated this technology with spatial passage concepts, then optimized and upgraded both systems. The most challenging aspect of this work was controlling the energy to prevent its outward dissipation. For Feng, however, this seemed far from difficult. After all, Feng possessed superpowers. These abilities granted him a unique understanding of energy, matter, and elements, allowing him to anticipate energy fluctuation frequencies in advance. During his research on cosmic ray technology, Feng discovered that these frequency fluctuations resonated with cosmic rays, generating powerful propulsive effects and enabling the supermagnetic field to exert gravitational forces within the atmosphere. This gravitational force allowed cosmic rays to persist and expand within specific zones, precisely the optimal locations for human space observation. When cosmic rays radiate into space, they lower the temperature of the entire region, causing objects within the field of vision to freeze or corrode. Similarly, this energy feeds back to Earth, forming cosmic rays. Humans can utilize cosmic ray weapons for reconnaissance and detection, seeking out hidden alien races in the shadows to carry out decapitation and annihilation operations. In his research on cosmic ray technology, Feng discovered that beyond supermagnetic field technology, humanity could employ other methods to create cosmic ray bullets. For instance, by analyzing cosmic ray spectra, one could precisely measure distances and pinpoint enemy coordinates, then eliminate targets using high-temperature laser cannons and armor-piercing shells. This method is called particle beam. This particle ray consists of a miniature cosmic ray that travels at the speed of light after being fired, continuously emitting light and heat along its path. Upon contact with the target, the cosmic ray detonates instantly, unleashing a massive energy shockwave that obliterates everything in an instant. The particle beam can target an enemy's central nervous system, neural networks, and bone marrow systems. When the particle beam collides with liquid substances like blood or fat, its energy propagates through blood vessels, muscles, nerves, and even internal organs, ultimately causing the enemy's demise. This effect is akin to filling a river with water and then flooding it into the enemy's body. Moreover, the attack range of the particle ray far exceeds that of conventional firearms. Even a single particle ray could instantly kill tens of millions. Feng integrated particle ray technology with cosmic ray technology. He discovered an intriguing fact: both technologies incorporate a fully enclosed control system. This system regulates the release of energy units, meaning that particle ray is controlled before firing. This eliminates the risk of cosmic ray detonating mid-flight. Of course, such immense energy expenditure demanded more than this rudimentary system. Feng spent several more days developing an entirely new cosmic ray apparatus. This system operates like a miniature computer, regulating energy flow to ensure stable operation. Moreover, its energy release speed is exceptionally rapid, capable of completing a cosmic ray discharge within 0.01 seconds. This rapid energy release is the key factor enabling cosmic rays to unleash massive amounts of energy in such a short time frame. Chapter 118, Not to be underestimated. This cosmic ray energy delivery system could unleash 20,000 consecutive cosmic ray bursts within 0.04 seconds. Such immense energy represents an undeniable force in combat. If this power synergizes with the fleet's protective shields, any enemy attempt to launch a surprise assault on the cosmic fortress would become utterly futile. Though capable of combat, the cosmic rays themselves harbor immense energy, making prolonged use impractical. They could only be deployed sporadically during engagements. Feng's recent research had become too groundbreaking. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to seal away these studies, reserving them for national use only when required. He opened a heavy metal door, entering a secret underground laboratory. This facility, designed and constructed entirely by him, housed advanced equipment and protective measures to ensure his research remained undiscovered. The laboratory was cool and quiet, permeated with an atmosphere of technology. Screens on the walls displayed various experimental data and simulated images. Feng walked to a massive metal cabinet, gently turned a special lock, and the door slowly opened. The room was crammed with various experimental apparatus and stacks of documents. Feng carefully lifted a sealed box containing his most crucial research: the design blueprints and manufacturing specifications for the particle ray. He returned the box to its place and locked the cabinet door once more. He knew the value of these findings was immeasurable. If they fell into the wrong hands, they would unleash endless catastrophe. These weapons could only be deployed when the nation and humanity faced grave peril. Standing in the center of the laboratory, Feng surveyed his surroundings, his heart filled with reverence for science and a profound sense of responsibility. He understood his research would profoundly shape the nature of future warfare. He resolved to seal away these studies, reserving them solely for emergencies. He believed human wisdom and creativity were boundless. Given sufficient time and opportunity, humanity would surely discover superior solutions rather than rely on weapons of destruction. He closed the laboratory door and departed this quiet, wondrous place. He knew that someday in the future, when humanity faced even greater challenges, this laboratory would reopen, and his research would bring hope and victory to mankind. Feng paused, then handed the upgraded energy docking engine blueprints to Professor Chen. He knew the professor had extensive expertise in this field and would undoubtedly turn these designs into reality. Feng carried the blueprints into Professor Chen's laboratory. This facility was more spacious and modern than Feng's underground lab, filled with high-tech equipment and bustling researchers. Professor Chen, though in his 50s, possessed a vitality and passion for research that rivaled that of younger scientists. With profound expertise in energy technology, he was an authority in the field. Feng handed the blueprint to Professor Chen, who took it and studied it intently. He scrutinized every detail, contemplating how to translate this theory into reality. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyes flashing with deep thought. After a moment of silence, Professor Chen looked up at Feng and said, "Feng, this design is remarkably ingenious. Your concept is truly unique. If successfully realized, it could have a profound impact on the energy sector. However, this challenge is far from easy. We'll need to overcome several significant technical hurdles." Feng nodded. He understood the project's high difficulty, yet he trusted Professor Chen's expertise and experience. Professor Chen continued, "First, we must identify a material capable of withstanding such immense energy to ensure stable operation of the energy coupling engine. Second, we need to design an efficient energy transmission system to effectively distribute power to all target locations." Feng nodded in agreement. "That is indeed a problem. But I trust Professor Chen's abilities. You'll surely find a way to solve it." Professor Chen chuckled heartily. "Of course. I wouldn't dream of disappointing your expectations. As Yi Feng's advisor, Wang Goen deeply understood his talent and dedication. He knew Yi Feng was immersed in critical research and didn't want to interrupt his progress, yet the university's requirements for graduate students must be followed. Therefore, Wang Goen decided to interrupt Yi Feng by assigning him a thesis project. He knew this approach would feel less intrusive and cause minimal disruption to Yi Feng's research. Wang Goen personally prepared a topic and relevant background materials, then arranged an evening to discuss it with Yi Feng. He understood that Yi Feng approached academic research with the same rigor as he did his lab work. Therefore, he deliberately prepared a quiet corner within the laboratory to provide Yi Feng with a peaceful and focused environment. That evening, Yi Feng entered the lab and saw Wang Goen's preparations. He walked over with a smile and said gratefully, "Professor, thank you for your understanding and support. I know this paper assignment is just a formality, but I'll take it seriously." Wang Goen shook his head with a smile. "Yi Feng, no need for formalities. I know this research means a great deal to you. I assigned this task solely to comply with university regulations. Just write a brief paper outlining your understanding and thoughts on the subject." Yi Feng nodded. He understood that Professor Wang was giving him an opportunity to showcase his research achievements and analytical abilities. He settled into a corner of the lab, powered up his computer, and began meticulously reviewing the materials Professor Wang had provided. The lab was quiet and serene, filled only with the rhythmic tapping of keys and Yi Feng's low murmurs as he thought. He was completely immersed in writing the paper, carefully considering and refining every word and sentence. Time slipped away as Yi Feng entered a world of his own. Seated in the laboratory's corner, the surrounding noise and commotion seemed to fade away, leaving him utterly absorbed in his thoughts and creation. Yi Feng's thoughts soared, vivid images unfolding in his mind. With the rhythmic dance of his pen tip, he sketched out brilliant arguments and lines of reasoning. Every letter written, every pause in thought, reflected his earnest contemplation and deep exploration of the subject. His eyes sparkled with the light of contemplation, his heart brimming with passion and pursuit for science. This paper was not only a response to his advisor, Wang Goen, but also a summary and showcase of his own research achievements. Chapter 119, Submitting the Paper. In his mind, the future of energy technology unfolded as a bright vision. He envisioned the scene where energy seamlessly powered engines for stable operation, imagined energy flowing through highly efficient transmission systems, every detail vividly rendered. His thoughts flowed like electric currents, sometimes sparking new ideas and concepts, other times coalescing into a coherent framework. Experiments and models flashed through his mind, each scenario rehearsed and validated countless times internally. His fingers danced across the keyboard, its rhythmic tapping becoming his sole connection to the outside world. Immersed in writing his paper, every word and sentence underwent meticulous consideration and refinement. After hours of work, Yi Feng finally completed the paper. He shut down his computer, stood up, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction and accomplishment welling up inside him. He knew this paper was not only a response to Wang Goen but also a summary and showcase of his own research achievements. Standing quietly in the corner of the lab, he reflected on the process he had just completed. His eyes drifted through the window to the distant night sky, where twinkling stars seemed to applaud his efforts and accomplishments. The next day, Yi Feng submitted the paper to Wang Goen. Wang Goen took it, his eyes scanning each page before breaking into a satisfied smile. "Excellent, Yi Feng. Your understanding of this subject is profound, and your insights are truly unique. Your research findings are also well documented in this paper." Wang Goen picked up the paper, his gaze fixed intently on each page. As he read, his brow gradually furrowed, and a sense of awe welled up within him. This paper not only demonstrated a profound grasp of the subject but also showcased Yi Feng's unique insights and exceptional scientific thinking. A gleam of astonishment flashed in Wang Goen's eyes. He couldn't believe this was Yi Feng's first paper. Its caliber was entirely on par with that of seasoned scientists. He knew that if this paper could be published in a top-tier journal, it would cause a sensation, bringing Yi Feng immense honor and opportunities. Lifting his head to look at Yi Feng, a delighted smile spread across his face. "Yi Feng, this paper is outstanding. Your research achievements and analytical abilities have reached the caliber of a professor. I strongly urge you to consider submitting this paper to the most prestigious journal in the scientific community. It will open tremendous opportunities and bring you immense honor." Yi Feng was filled with shock and joy upon hearing Wang Goen's words. He had never imagined his research could reach such heights, nor did he expect his very first paper to earn such high praise from his advisor. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng's expression hardened with determination. "Advisor, thank you for your encouragement and support. I am willing to submit this paper to a top-tier journal so that more people can learn about my research findings." Wang Goen nodded with a smile. "Excellent, Yi Feng. I believe this paper will become a milestone in your research career. I will fully support you in elevating this work to a higher stage." Wang Goen picked up his phone and dialed the number of an editor-in-chief at a renowned publishing house. Upon hearing that such an industry titan as Wang Goen was calling, the editor-in-chief was instantly thrilled. He knew Wang Goen's reputation and academic standing. Receiving his endorsement and recommendation was an invaluable opportunity for any author. "Hello, this is Wang Goen. I have an exceptional research paper I'd like to submit for publication in your journal. Wang Gowen's voice carried confidence and anticipation. The editor sat lazily in his office, glancing at the pile of papers in his hands through the faint sunlight filtering through the window. He had been the editor-in-chief of this scientific journal for many years, facing a constant flood of manuscripts daily, a busy and exhausting routine. Yet today felt different. The editor suddenly remembered a call. The moment he answered, an eager voice came through. "Hello, this is Wang Gowen." The editor's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly adjusted his posture, focusing entirely on the voice on the other end. Excitedly gripping the receiver, he replied in a voice he forced to remain calm, "Professor, it's truly an honor to receive your call. Please tell me more about this paper. I'll arrange for review and publication as soon as possible." Wang Gowen continued, "It's a paper written by one of my students." The editor had been thrilled to receive a call from such an industry luminary as Wang Gowen, only to discover it was merely a submission on behalf of a student. After all, he had been anticipating research findings from a seasoned scientist. Though disappointed by this professional reality, the editor's professionalism prevented any hint of dissatisfaction. Wang Gowen briefly outlined the paper's content, emphasizing Yifeng's outstanding achievements as a young scholar. The editor listened with rapt attention. As Wang described, his imagination painted a vivid picture of futuristic technology in his mind. "Professor, this paper sounds incredibly compelling. I'm confident it could become a major highlight for our journal. Rest assured, I'll arrange for our peer reviewers to examine it thoroughly and will contact you promptly. Thank you for your recommendation and support." Wang Gowen expressed his gratitude before hanging up. He knew this call to the editor-in-chief was an effort to secure more opportunities and recognition for Feng. The editor's enthusiasm and proactive attitude gave him great confidence that Feng's paper would be acknowledged and favored. This remark left the editor slightly disappointed. Yet, out of professional integrity, he did not show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. "Professor, could you please outline the main content and highlights of this paper?" The editor attempted to reignite his enthusiasm. Wang Gowen briefly outlined the paper's content, emphasizing Yifeng's outstanding achievements as a young scholar. The editor listened with rapt attention. As Wang Gowen described, his imagination painted a vivid picture of a futuristic technological landscape in his mind. The paper detailed a novel energy technology that leveraged the photoelectric effect to elevate solar to electricity conversion efficiency to unprecedented levels. This breakthrough overcame the limitations of traditional photovoltaic technology, not only significantly boosting energy conversion rates but also maintaining stable output under poor lighting conditions. A surge of excitement welled up within the editor. Such research held immense significance for the energy sector. He recognized this as a technology with enormous commercial potential, destined to capture widespread attention from both the scientific community and industry. "Professor, this paper sounds incredibly compelling. I'm confident it will become a major highlight for our journal. Rest assured, I will arrange for expert reviewers to examine it thoroughly and will contact you promptly. Thank you for your recommendation and support." Chapter 120, Journal Cover. The editor-in-chief hung up the phone and returned to the stack of manuscripts before him. Curious about what kind of paper would warrant a personal recommendation from academician Wang Gowen, he glanced at it. Though unfamiliar with the field, his years of experience told him this was indeed a rare level of work. This time, his anticipation for one particular paper grew even stronger. He was filled with curiosity and expectation regarding Yifeng's research findings. He hoped to see the full text of this paper as soon as possible and showcase this young scholar's unique insights and exceptional thinking to the world. The editor couldn't help but feel a quiet sense of satisfaction, grateful that his position as editor-in-chief afforded him access to such outstanding research. He knew this would be a breakthrough, a major highlight in his own professional career. That day, the editor-in-chief was filled with anticipation. He knew that once the peer reviewers approved it, this paper would become a major highlight for the journal. And he would take pride in having recommended it. Several reviewers sat in the editorial conference room, Yifeng's paper in hand. Their faces were etched with astonishment and confusion. "The author of this paper is just a freshman," one reviewer couldn't help but ask. "Yes, according to our records, he is a student of Professor Wang Gowen and is still enrolled in freshman-level courses," replied an editorial staff member. The reviewers exchanged glances before diving back into the paper. They were captivated not only by its content but also by the depth of research and innovation achieved by such a young student. "This student's ideas and methodology are truly unique. I've never seen research like this before," one reviewer murmured to himself. "Indeed, and his experimental results are remarkably impressive. I believe this field holds tremendous potential for future development," another reviewer concurred. As they discussed, the reviewers gradually forgot that Feng was merely a freshman. Captivated by the paper's depth and innovation, they felt the allure of science. "We absolutely must publish this paper to share this young scholar's findings with a wider audience," declared one reviewer with conviction. The other reviewers nodded in agreement. The reviewers continued discussing the paper's details, offering suggestions for revisions to further refine it. They hoped to leverage their expertise and experience to provide constructive feedback, helping Yifeng elevate the paper to a higher level. After hours of discussion and revisions, the reviewers finally looked at the paper in their hands with satisfaction. I believe this paper will represent a major breakthrough in the field and bring this young scholar more opportunities and recognition, remarked one reviewer with admiration. The other reviewers nodded in agreement, their anticipation for Yifeng's research findings palpable. A few days later, the editor-in-chief received the recommendations from the peer reviewers. They unanimously agreed that Yifeng's paper demonstrated both innovation and practical value, making it worthy of publication in the journal. The editor recognized this as a paper of significant importance that would become a major highlight for the journal. He was grateful for the reviewers' recognition and recommendation, while also feeling curious and eager about Yifeng's research findings. The editor immediately contacted Professor Wang Goen to share the good news. Excitedly, the editor said, "Professor, I just received the reviewers' feedback. They unanimously agree that Yifeng's paper achieves an exceptionally high level of innovation and practicality. We are very eager to publish this paper in our journal and feature it as our cover story." Upon hearing this, Professor Wang Goen could not conceal his inner joy. He knew this marked a milestone in Yifeng's research career and a great honor for himself as his advisor. He thanked the editor-in-chief for the recognition and support, while also acknowledging Yifeng's hard work and talent. Yifeng was thrilled upon receiving the editor-in-chief's call. With a heart full of excitement, he rushed to share the good news with Professor Wang Goen. "Professor, I just got a call from the editor-in-chief. He said the paper passed the peer review and will be published in a top-tier international academic journal as the cover article." Yifeng exclaimed excitedly. Though Professor Wang already knew the news, hearing it directly from the editor-in-chief carried a different weight than Yifeng's initial joyful sharing. "Yifeng, this is an extraordinary achievement. Your research will be seen worldwide, a major milestone in your scientific career," Professor Wang exclaimed emotionally. Yifeng looked at Professor Wang Goen with gratitude. He understood deeply that without the professor's dedicated guidance and support, he could never have achieved this. "Professor, this is all thanks to you. Without your help and encouragement, I wouldn't be standing here today," Yifeng said sincerely. Professor Wang Guoyan smiled and gave Yifeng a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Yifeng, your hard work and talent are what truly matter. I merely offered guidance and support. You did all the work. This achievement is entirely yours." Yifeng smiled faintly, feeling the weight on his shoulders. He knew this was his own achievement and his own responsibility. A few days later, Yifeng received an exquisitely bound magazine from the editorial office. He carefully opened the cover to find his name prominently displayed. The cover photo captured him working intently in the lab. The dedication and confidence radiating from that image were truly moving. Yifeng flipped open the magazine, eagerly reading his paper. Every page was saturated with his sweat and effort. Each experimental result was the crystallization of his relentless experimentation and exploration. As he delved deeper into the text, Yifeng increasingly recognized the paper's value and potential impact. He understood this was more than just a scientific article. It embodied innovation and breakthroughs that would profoundly influence the energy sector. Throughout his reading, Yifeng couldn't help but recall the journey that had brought him to this moment. From initial doubts and confusion, to subsequent experiments and exploration, and now to the current achievements and recognition along this journey, he encountered many setbacks and difficulties, yet also gained immense growth and the strength to persevere. Closing the journal gently, Yifeng murmured, "This is a new beginning." He firmly believed that the publication of this paper marked only the start of his scientific journey. He would continue striving, pursuing loftier goals and greater breakthroughs. Chapter 121, Nanotechnology. Zhang Sanshui. That day, Yifeng received a call regarding a campus lecture. Professor Chen explained that the president of East China University of Science and Technology had personally invited Yifeng after reading his paper. East China University of Science and Technology was a renowned institution whose scientific research had reached the pinnacle of excellence. Even Professor Chen had graduated from this university, where he had been merely an average student during his studies. His later achievements stemmed entirely from his relentless dedication, which propelled him to this level of expertise. Now, eager to see Yifeng rise to prominence one day, Professor Chen was willing to set aside his pride and personally bring him to East China University of Science and Technology. The moment Yifeng arrived at the university, he felt its vibrant energy and youthful vigor wash over him. He then spotted Professor Chen conversing with a middle-aged man, a gentlemanly figure with refined features, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The two were laughing and chatting. Yifeng approached quietly and said to Professor Chen, "Professor, I'm here. May I ask who this gentleman is?" Professor Chen introduced the man before them to Yifeng with a serious expression. "Yifeng, this is Professor Zhang, renowned for his expertise in nanotechnology at East China University of Science and Technology. He is also my senior. In terms of scientific achievement, he has left me far behind." Hearing this, Yifeng's expression turned serious too. He hadn't expected this Professor Zhang to be so accomplished. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what the professor's full name was. There was a nationally renowned Professor Zhang Sanshui, also a leader in nanotechnology. Not only that, but he had invented a nanobionic arm, enabling many disabled individuals to regain the use of a normal arm. May I ask the full name of this teacher? His appearance reminds me of a very accomplished scientist who shares your surname, also Zhang. Professor Chen and teacher Zhang exchanged a knowing smile. Their expressions revealed they were both figures of considerable stature, particularly teacher Zhang, whose face radiated confidence. Teacher Zhang replied, "Indeed, I am the very Zhang Sanchuei you speak of. My work in nanotechnology is recognized nationwide. I must admit, Yi Feng's research does clash somewhat with your thesis. Moreover, if a conflict were to arise between us, it would be utterly baffling to the entire scientific community, indeed, to the entire world." Yi Feng froze in place upon hearing this, his heart racing for a long moment. He wondered if his ears had deceived him. The nationally renowned Professor Zhang Sanchuei was actually proposing to collaborate with him and to incorporate nanotechnology into their work. After all, nanotechnology stood alone at the pinnacle of China's scientific landscape. Leading in this field wouldn't just elevate people's quality of life, it would catapult the nation's technological capabilities to a whole new level. A mutual admiration seemed to blossom between Yi Feng and Professor Zhang Sanchuei, perhaps born from their shared fervent passion for science. Seeing the two hit it off so instantly, Professor Chen beamed with delight. "You two, one a star of the scientific world, the other a rising star of tomorrow. Seeing you work so well together fills me with joy." Zhang Sanchuei quipped, "Whether we click or not, I suppose we'll have to explore that in depth." Professor Chen instantly grasped his meaning, pointing at him and laughing heartily, I'll prepare a space for you two right away. Have a good chat." Though the conversation had come unexpectedly, Yi Feng felt no discomfort. In fact, he was slightly excited, eager to dive into discussion with Zhang Sanchuei immediately. He felt that whatever he discussed with Zhang Sanchuei today would be fruitful, perhaps even immensely so. Nanotechnology was a subject countless scientists raved about. Professor Chen arranged for a large lecture hall as the meeting place. Yi Feng, unusually unperturbed by the grand gesture, invited Professor Zhang to sit in the front row upon entering, then took his own seat. "Alright, let me start by sharing my perspective on nanotechnology," Yi Feng said eagerly. Zhang Sanchuei maintained the composure befitting a scientist, gesturing for him to proceed. "I believe the advancement and enhancement of nanotechnology will strengthen our nation's comprehensive power, enabling our country to stand more firmly and splendidly among the nations of the world." Yi Feng paused, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Scratching his head, he asked Zhang Sanchuei, "Do you think I'm exaggerating?" Zhang Sanchuei shook his head immediately. "Not at all. I think you've expressed it perfectly. As researchers, we should have this sense of national pride. Otherwise, what good are our creations if they're just petty and narrow-minded?" Yi Feng's eyes sparkled. He felt he'd found a kindred spirit. Zhang Sanchuei fully grasped his meaning, understood the very foundation of his nanotechnology research, and even lightened the mood with playful banter. All this left Yi Feng with an exceptionally favorable impression of him. "Now I'll share my specific ideas. I believe our nation must focus intensely on nanotechnology to realize its dream of becoming a modern powerhouse. Because nanotechnology has such vast potential applications, from improving people's livelihoods to enhancing national security, the possibilities are immense." Throughout Yi Feng's speech, Zhang Sanchuei watched him with an admiring gaze. Yi Feng also noticed that Professor Chen had disappeared after escorting them here earlier. Now he had returned, bringing a large group of students with him. The students appeared both nervous and excited. Once they heard Yi Feng's words clearly, they were immediately captivated. They found seats on their own and began listening intently. Professor Chen gave Zhang Sanchuei a shushing gesture, signaling them to continue without interrupting Yi Feng. Zhang Sanchuei naturally complied, continuing to listen as Yi Feng spoke with eloquent fluency. As Yi Feng spoke, he became completely absorbed in his presentation. Rising to his feet, he strode to the lectern, gesturing animatedly with his hands. Gesturing with his hands, he declared, "Our nation is vast and rich in resources, but achieving high-quality development and common prosperity absolutely hinges on nanotechnology. Many regions still lag behind, but with nanotechnology's support, I'm confident things will improve." His enthusiasm was so palpable that Zhang Sanchuei couldn't resist pouring some cold water on his enthusiasm. "You've only talked about how great nanotechnology is, but you haven't explained exactly how it's beneficial." "Yeah, what exactly is so good about it?" a student in the back row asked blankly, his voice breaking the silence. Chapter 122, Join Me in RD. When he realized everyone was staring at him, his face flushed instantly. It was only then that Yi Feng noticed the crowd that had gathered behind him. He glanced at Professor Chen, feeling both amused and exasperated. The man certainly knew how to leverage teaching resources. But he didn't blame him. On the contrary, he was thrilled too. Presenting his long-pondered ideas to such a large audience filled him with such joy that his face flushed with excitement. The benefits, naturally, are numerous. Let me give you some examples. In the realm of public welfare, what billions of people care about most are healthcare, education, sanitation, and so on. Nanotechnology can help us in the medical field, enabling access to more and better medicines to aid patients in recovering their health. Equipment in education and environmental protection, enhanced by nanotechnology, will become more eco-friendly and efficient. And our villages and cities will become more high-tech, intelligent, and smart. These were scenes Feng had envisioned for a long time. At this very moment, he could even imagine what a wonderful world it would be when nanotechnology became commonplace and mainstream. Perhaps his speech was too compelling, the entire audience drifted into their own imaginings. Some students even chuckled with delight. Professor Chen, filled with pride, couldn't help but applaud. That's exactly what I admire about you. As the saying goes, the size of your stage is determined by the size of your dreams. Your vision will undoubtedly become reality. Just as they were lost in their excitement, one sentence brought the room to an instant hush. But have you considered feasibility? Many students' smiles instantly faded at those words. Yes, fantasies are always beautiful, but reality is cruel. Many wonderful plans encounter resistance of one kind or another when put into action. Even Professor Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, knowing full well that putting these ideas into practice would be no easy feat. Feng, however, remained remarkably calm. It was clear he had already considered these issues, and his attitude wasn't pessimistic, it was objective, even sunny and positive. He confronted Teacher Zhang Sanchue's doubts directly, asking, "Teacher Zhang, where do you think the biggest problem lies?" Zhang Sanchue blurted out, "Safety, cost, pollution, and other issues." Evidently, he had weighed these points beforehand. Feng, having done the same, responded confidently, "Before addressing these concerns, we must ensure we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We can't abandon the project entirely just because we fear potential future problems. Then we can address the subsequent issues. Regarding costs, we'll source more raw materials to reduce expenses while enhancing the comprehensive capabilities of our research team. During the R&D phase, we'll invest our ingenuity and wisdom to improve safety guarantees. Furthermore, regarding pollution, I have a new perspective that could completely reverse the situation." The audience listened with rapt attention. Even Zhang Sanchue couldn't help but nod frequently in approval of Feng's reasoning. Pleased with the response, Feng continued, "I believe that in the future, nanotechnology development can be integrated into pollution control systems. The technology should be dedicated to enhancing environmental efficiency, not creating new pollution in the process." After his speech concluded, the room fell silent. A long pause followed before Zhang Sanchue broke into applause, prompting others to join in. Feng had only a few words echoing in his mind, thunderous applause. He had waited for it. He looked forward to the day when, having achieved great things in the field of nanotechnology research and development, he would hear even more enthusiastic applause. Today, he felt immense joy not merely because he had shared his ideas with Zhang Sanchue, but because those ideas had transformed from being questioned to gaining recognition and support from Zhang. This was a tremendous encouragement for anyone dedicated to scientific research. Professor Chen had known Feng had strong ideas in nanotechnology, but hadn't realized they were so well structured and thoroughly considered. Coupled with his eloquent delivery and confident demeanor, it further convinced him that Feng would undoubtedly make great strides in nanotechnology research. After hearing Feng's impromptu speech, the students were so excited they couldn't contain themselves. Professor Chen seized the moment and asked them, "He spoke exceptionally well, didn't he?" "Yes. Would you like to talk with him further? Or perhaps get his autograph?" The students were stunned. "Is that okay? Is that okay?" On stage, Feng thought, "Damn you, Professor Chen." Professor Chen beamed, his eyes narrowing to slits. "Of course you can. I'll make it happen. Go ahead." Before Feng could make his escape, he was swarmed by a crowd of students. "Master, please sign something for us." "Master, I'd love to discuss something with you." Professor Chen noticed Feng glaring at him, but the glare vanished in an instant, leaving only a helpless sense of exhaustion. This only made him happier. Zhang Sanchue watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a smile as he shook his head. What a bunch of lovable people. Professor Chen walked forward, found Zhang Sanchue, and asked, "What do you think? He's pretty impressive, right?" Zhang Sanchue nodded in agreement. "Very impressive. Clear logic, deep thinking, he's a promising prospect. Most importantly, he's not afraid to speak his mind." Professor Chen smiled. "He's more than just bold." The remark carried profound meaning, but Zhang Sanfeng grasped it instantly, nodding in agreement. "Exactly. Not only does he speak his mind, he acts on his convictions. Judging by his approach to problem solving and the depth of his strategic thinking, he truly intends to advance step by step." "Do you still have doubts about him?" Professor Chen asked with a smile. Zhang Sanchue smiled back. "It wasn't really doubt before, more like I didn't know him well enough. But now, he's proven himself to be quite exceptional." Earning Zhang Sanchue's affirmation was no small feat. For Zhang Sanchue to genuinely endorse someone required exceptionally high standards. Professor Chen was delighted to see him express such conviction in Feng. Moreover, through this experience, Professor Chen had gained a deeper understanding of Feng. Though young, he was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. He was destined to shine brightly in the scientific realm. Feng's lecture had been a resounding success. Its impact transcended its informal nature, resonating not only with the entire university community but also with scholars across other institutions. Moreover, requests poured in for the university to extract the surveillance footage of this segment for widespread dissemination within the scientific community. Even the later segments where he conversed freely with students were included in the compilation. His language and content weren't overly sophisticated or pretentious. Instead, he chose a straightforward approach to ensure broader accessibility. The online views for this video exceeded several million, a figure Feng himself hadn't anticipated. Chapter 123, Fame Spreads. It seemed that far more people were interested in nanotechnology than he had imagined. This development gave him even more motivation to proceed with his next plan. With his reputation now established, he was confident that people would soon come knocking. When that time came, he would have to set aside time to handle the visitors. Interviews weren't inherently bad, the attention was beneficial, potentially drawing broader societal involvement. The real issue, however, was time. Feng knew clearly that to achieve results, he must focus his mind, invest time and energy, and bring those results to the public. On this point, Zhang Sanchuei was perfectly aligned with him. Before long, he sought out Feng, inviting him to collaborate on nanotechnology research. When word spread, the tech community was stunned. Zhang Sanchuei actually trusted him this much? Just because of one speech? Opinions within the circle were divided. Some genuinely believed Feng had talent and was a promising prospect, while others dismissed him as all talk and no action, a smooth talker whose words sounded better than they were worth. When Zhang Sanchuei met Feng again, he reassured him, "Don't listen to their nonsense. Focusing on your own growth is what truly matters, understand?" Feng grinned. "Thanks for the concern, but honestly, I couldn't care less what they think." "Do you really believe I'd let it bother me?" Zhang Sanchuei raised an eyebrow. This young man possessed remarkable mental fortitude and a distinct personality. He was growing increasingly fond of him. Laughing heartily, he led Feng into his lab. Under the envious, jealous, and resentful stares of the other students, Feng entered the innermost laboratory. That particular lab was off limits to everyone except Zhang Sanchuei himself and his most trusted assistant. No one else had ever been granted access. No wonder outsiders were green with envy. But talent was talent. Zhang Sanchuei wasn't foolish. If he didn't recognize Feng's worth, he would never have brought him here. The moment Feng stepped inside the lab, he was utterly stunned. Even though he wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world, he was so astonished he couldn't close his mouth. He even walked in dazed under Zhang Sanchuei's smiling gaze, stopping before rows of precious materials. Each material was protected within glass containers, each labeled with a card detailing its properties. Feng spent the entire morning simply looking at these things. The assistant tried to stop him, but Zhang Sanchuei waved him off. Zhang Sanchuei shook his head at the assistant, signaling him to leave. He patiently accompanied Feng, even going so far as to conduct an experiment right in front of him. After watching, Feng stayed beside Zhang Sanchuei and began observing. Gradually, he became completely absorbed, even offering instinctive guidance. "I think you should use less of this ingredient." Zhang Sanchuei examined the materials in his hands, pondered for a moment, and then followed Feng's suggestion. This action was witnessed by an assistant who had just entered the room. The assistant couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Who exactly was this Feng? For the next month, Feng came to the lab daily, working diligently alongside Zhang Sanchuei on their experiments. Their goal was to accelerate the application of nanotechnology across various fields. Yet a month passed with seemingly little progress. Zhang Sanchuei's students, whose attitudes toward Feng had shifted from curiosity and admiration to disdain and jealousy. One day, Zhang Sanchuei overheard students discussing Feng and rebuked them, criticizing him as criticizing me. "We conduct these experiments together. Besides, experiments are inherently difficult. We must cultivate a spirit that fears no hardship and bravely faces setbacks. Wasn't radium and artemisinin discovered only through the relentless persistence of Madame Curie and Dr. Tu Youyou? And how much benefit have they created for us later generations?" Zhang Sanchuei was about to continue when Feng, who had been following behind, stopped him. "Teacher Zhang, are you worried they'll upset me again?" The students flushed, lowered their heads, and pouted. Why was their teacher so kind to Feng? If Feng weren't a big, burly guy but a pretty young lady, they might have suspected something was going on between them. Feng, his composure steady, continued for Zhang Sanchuei. "The process was indeed arduous, even testing one's nerves. But as our leader said, understanding unity is true wisdom, and mastering unity is true skill. We must learn to play the unity card to achieve better results." His words made the students blush with embarrassment. They reflected inwardly, "Yeah, we shouldn't mock each other for temporary setbacks. Everyone goes through this. You hang in there." Seeing this, Feng finally smiled. However, the lack of new breakthroughs was a significant blow to both Feng and Zhang Sanchuei. Their eloquent words outside were meant to keep the team positive and motivated. But back in the lab, a lingering gloom hung heavy in the air. "It must be my fault. I was too arrogant, always thinking I knew best. What good is theory if putting it into practice proves so difficult?" Seeing Yi Feng unusually downcast, it seemed genuine this time. Zhang Sanchue tried to console him. It's not your fault. Maybe it's mine. I just don't understand innovation. Some of my approaches might be too conventional, lacking imagination and creativity. No. Your experience is still solid. I just don't know where things went wrong. Yi Feng's face was clouded with worry, but Zhang Sanchue already had a solution. He stepped in front of Yi Feng and said with particular formality, I intend to teach you a technique. Yi Feng assumed it would be some ordinary technique, though even Zhang Sanchue's ordinary skills were likely leagues ahead of anyone else's. But to his surprise, Zhang was offering to teach him a door-blocking technique, the only one of its kind in the entire country. Yi Feng was dumbfounded. Teacher Zhang, you're not joking, are you? We've only known each other for a short while, and you're offering to teach me such a crucial technique? If this actually happened, it would be downright surreal, the kind of luck that makes your ancestors' graves smoke. Zhang Sanchue looked resolute. I'm certain. Some things should be passed on to the right young person. I believe you are that person. It doesn't matter how long we've known each other. I trust you, and you must trust yourself. Who knows? You might have a sudden epiphany, or even surpass your teacher. After all, in my eyes, your talent is exceptional. Your research into technology and your thesis both show you possess a unique perspective on research. That's why I have such high hopes for you. As I've said before, nanotechnology is an immensely powerful field. Mastering it grants absolute authority. Yet this technology isn't something one can grasp overnight, it requires someone chosen by fate. Chapter 124, The Transfer. Yi Feng didn't need much time to consider. Zhang Sanchue wanted to impart top-tier technology to him, an opportunity others dared not even dream of. With their current experiments faltering, Yi Feng felt a profound sense of destiny. Heaven will bestow a great mission upon this person. I humbly request that you teach me this technology, teacher. This is not merely my personal desire, but also my hope that our experiments can proceed smoothly. Zhang Sanchue nodded with satisfaction, even ruffling Yi Feng's hair. Good lad. You know how to prioritize when it matters. The assistant standing nearby was green with envy, practically biting her handkerchief and weeping into her sleeve. There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't leak. News of this spread like wildfire throughout the research institute. Men, women, young, and old all wept with envy, yet none dared voice complaint. They'd recently been lectured on unity, and frankly, they were genuinely impressed by Yi Feng. A young man so gifted, so spirited, and so brilliant was truly a rare find. In a nutshell, it wasn't that he chose science, science chose him. It's enough to make you sick, seeing someone like him. He was probably born for this. People would sigh about fate at times like this, though whether it truly had anything to do with fate remained unclear. Yi Feng certainly seemed blessed with good fortune, though some voiced concerns. Master Zhang's techniques, does he just learn them on command? Don't you realize why, after all these years, he's the only one in the entire country who masters them? Though this remark was somewhat unethical, many breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Feng failed, they wouldn't feel quite so resentful. Sometimes acknowledging a gap between oneself and others is painful. Yi Feng remained oblivious to the outside commotion, focusing solely on the learning ahead. Every step of Zhang Sanchue's technique was crucial, every link incredibly difficult, which was precisely why it had never been passed down before. This time, however, Zhang himself was quite confident. He even reassured Yi Feng, don't be nervous. Just focus on learning. I believe you can do it. For the first time, Yi Feng felt an urge to roll his eyes at him. A herd of wild horses was galloping through his mind. Like hell you can. Easy for you to say, big shot. Still, he took a deep breath, settled his mind, and watched Zhang Sanchue's every move intently. This time, he truly grasped what it meant to witness the pinnacle of precision, rigor, and dedication. Sweat beaded on Zhang Sanchue's forehead, yet he seemed oblivious. His assistant showed no intention of wiping it away, merely holding her breath and watching intently. It was clear the assistant wasn't unwilling to learn, he simply couldn't grasp it. Yi Feng meticulously recorded every step, preparing to replicate the process himself later. By the time Zhang Sanchue finished imparting this technique, his entire back was drenched in sweat. His advanced age made the strenuous operation take a toll on him. After emphasizing a few key points, his assistant escorted him away to rest. Left alone in the lab, Yi Feng heard people peeking in from outside, but no one disturbed him. He mentally reviewed the steps, then took out paper and pen to document the procedures, key points, and difficulties in both text and diagrams. He then scrutinized the process repeatedly, untangling its logic and causality until he felt confident it flowed smoothly. Only then did he proceed with the experiment, a precaution to avoid wasting unnecessary resources. But after sitting down just once, he felt exhausted. Crucially, even after concentrating intensely and completing the entire process, he still failed. This left him feeling quite defeated, though he wasn't discouraged at all. After all, Zhang Sanchue was getting on in years and found many tasks beyond his strength. Zhang, however, was a young man with lofty ambitions and a fighting spirit. Therefore, he had to persevere. Over the next few days, he practically lived in the lab. As others jokingly remarked, it resembled ancient seclusion. Yi Feng didn't get angry when he heard this. Instead, he thought their description was spot on. As long as he succeeded, he wasn't afraid of how grueling or exhausting the seclusion might be. Truly, heaven rewards those who strive. Yi Feng's relentless day and night efforts began to show results. He repeatedly familiarized himself with the process, discovering that 1/3 of the steps now flowed smoothly under his hands. He was certain that at least this third section held no flaws whatsoever. If he persisted, completing the remaining 2 segments would lead him to success. But just then, someone knocked on the office door. Who is it? Being interrupted during an experiment was incredibly frustrating. Given how seriously Yi Feng took his work, his tone was understandably less than pleasant. The female student outside trembled, casting a pitiful glance at the group who had just won the rock-paper-scissors game. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Ye God, it's like this, your phone has been ringing non-stop since earlier." Before she could finish, Yi Feng had already stepped out. The experiment had been interrupted anyway, compromised, and ultimately failed. Ye God? Yi Feng looked utterly exhausted, his face weathered by hardship, yet strangely manly enough to make the young girl's heart flutter. The girl nodded frantically. Yes, yes. Your glorious deeds have spread far and wide. You're my god now. Yi Feng fell silent for a moment before sighing. Fine, a god it is. But being a god seems pretty exhausting, doesn't it? The phone rang again. Yi Feng frowned slightly before answering. Hello? Hey. God Yi. Help me. Yi Feng pinched the bridge of his nose, telling the caller to calm down and speak slowly. It turned out to be a graduate student about to graduate from East China University of Science and Technology. He'd recently run into some issues with his thesis and wanted to seek Yi Feng's advice. Needless to say, this person must have seen his related video content, which was why they were reaching out so urgently. Facing such a diligent and eager learner, Yi Feng was more than willing to help. He engaged in a discussion, pinpointing the key errors in the thesis and offering guidance on how to revise them. Standing by the outdoor railing, he blew away the wind while resolving the students' issues. Inside, the girls were all gushing. Who on earth is dating a guy like this? After finally seeing the person off, Yi Feng returned to continue his experiments, only to be stopped by Zhang Sanchui's assistant. Professor Zhang said you need to rest. You can't continue this. If you persist, someone could get seriously hurt. Yi Feng silently glanced at him but ignored the warning and kept walking. Professor Zhang instructed me to lock the lab door. You should go home and rest properly. We'll resume tomorrow. Yi Feng. The assistant plucked up his courage. Don't push yourself too hard. Professor Zhang said he doesn't want you to repeat his mistakes. If your health collapses, everything else is meaningless. Chapter 125, Professor Zhang's daughter. But Yi Feng paid it no mind. In his heart, nothing mattered more than his research. Snapping back to focus, he plunged headfirst back into the lab. Nanotechnology was entirely unfamiliar territory to him, a field he'd never explored before. Yet Professor Zhang Sanchui had entrusted this technology to him, and he couldn't let it go to waste. Back in the lab, Yi Feng glanced at his watch. It was past midnight, time to rest. After all, health was the foundation of revolution. Even so, though his body rested, his mind remained in battle mode. He dreamed of nothing but nanotechnology. The next morning, a woman knocked urgently on Yi Feng's door. He opened his eyes groggily to see a woman in a black trench coat standing before him, her hands tucked into her pockets. Yi Feng, the woman said, it's this late and you're still sleeping? Have you forgotten the task Professor Zhang gave you? Hearing this, Yi Feng sprang from bed, dressing at lightning speed. He retorted, that's downright rude. This is a research lab, shouldn't you have knocked before barging in? The woman immediately produced an ID card. The words laboratory access authorization were prominently displayed on it. If Yi Feng hadn't been mistaken, this woman was the administrator of this research facility. The mention of teacher Zhang made Yi Feng realize she must have a special connection to the professor. Without hesitation, she walked over to his unfinished nanotechnology lab table and said, Teacher Zhang gave you this technology, but you might not be able to fully master it. In my opinion, you should teach this technology to me instead. Let me fulfill Teacher Zhang's wish. It's a shame that even at his advanced age, he still hasn't found someone worthy to carry on his legacy. Yi Feng paused, then asked, what exactly is your relationship with Teacher Zhang? It feels unusually close. You seem rather preoccupied with him. Since you asked, I'll deign to tell you. I'm not only Teacher Zhang's most accomplished disciple, but also his only child. As she spoke these words, a reluctant expression crossed the woman's face, as if some deep-seated grudge existed between her and Teacher Zhang. However, since she had sought out Yi Feng, she must have some interest in getting involved. Yi Feng said, I don't wish to pry into the reasons between you and Teacher Zhang. You approached me for the nanotechnology. Therefore, I can't act entirely on my own. Without Teacher Zhang's consent, I'm not at liberty to share this technology with you. Ha ha ha. Zhang's daughter's face lit up with smug satisfaction. She slammed her hand on the table and glared at Yi Feng. This technology belongs to my father. Whoever he passes it on to, I get a share. No way are you getting to keep it all for yourself. What if I insist on doing so? Yi Feng countered. Then what will you do? Zhang Sanshui had appeared at the doorway unnoticed, overhearing their entire conversation. He addressed Zhang's daughter sternly. This technology is not yours to take. And don't even think about getting anything from me to sell on the black market. Don't think I don't know what you're up to out there stealing our country's technology to sell for illicit profits. Let me tell you, this is illegal. You'll pay the price for it sooner or later. But Zhang's daughter only smiled in response, seemingly unconcerned as she retorted to her father, "Old man, I've been doing this for so long, do you really think I'm afraid of consequences? Do you have any idea how much this technology would fetch in other countries? Over 300 billion. A whopping 300 billion. 300 billion isn't just enough for you and me to live comfortably for the rest of our lives, it'll provide immense benefits for generations to come. I'm not doing this just for myself, old man." Indeed, upon hearing the figure of 300 billion, Yi Feng was utterly astonished, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. It was truly an immense sum, and what was even more remarkable was that teacher Zhang had entrusted this technology to him. This showed, from another perspective, that he trusted Yi Feng, an outsider, far more than his own children. Deep down, he held Yi Feng in very high regard. So what if it's 300 billion? Just as teacher Zhang struggled to counter his daughter's words, it was Yi Feng, the outsider, who stepped forward, offering 300 billion to buy teacher Zhang's research? That's seriously underestimating our teacher Zhang. This research represents the culmination of teacher Zhang's life's work. More than that, it's a debt he owes you. As a father, he sacrificed time with his daughter, dedicating his entire existence to his experiments. As his daughter, not only did you fail to support him, but you now seek to destroy his life's work. You are utterly unworthy. After Yi Feng finished speaking, the room fell instantly silent. Immediately afterward, Professor Zhang felt like giving Yi Feng a thumbs up. In his heart he had essentially voiced everything he'd wanted to say all these years. Yi Feng, I truly didn't misjudge you. Indeed, no one could touch teacher Zhang's heart like this daughter, the one person he owed his entire life to. He hadn't been present for her growth, and now, seeing her turn out this way, all he could do was say with bitter regret, "I'm sorry, Ting. In my eyes, everything is my fault. If I had discovered your situation sooner, you wouldn't have had to walk this path. But now that it's come to this, all I can say is, I'm sorry. I tried to make amends with the rest of my life, but this is all I can do. This nanotechnology research is crucial not just for you and me, but for the nation and its countless people. Therefore, I cannot hand it over to you. If you hate me, I can only say there's nothing I can do. Yi Feng is my most promising candidate. In the future, I will have him take my place." You? Zhang Tingting's eyes welled up with tears. All she really wanted was to hear her father say sorry. But after all these years, all she'd ever known from him was strictness, never any other kind of fatherly love. To achieve this, Wang Tingting sold certain unsavory technologies to other countries at any cost. Though these were inventions, they were merely the most basic level within the nation. Thus, even if neighboring countries purchased them, they were of little use. Chapter 126, My Student's Body. Enough, you don't need to say more. I already know all this. I never intended to sell your technology to other countries. I came here this time to help you. Help me? Teacher Zhang Sanshui approached Zhang Tingting with a puzzled expression, spreading his hands in disbelief. He frowned and asked, Tingting, what on earth are you thinking? Dad. I want to take over your nanotechnology and develop it further. Not only that, I intend to become the nation's sole outstanding talent. Even Yi Feng, whom you hold in such high regard, I will surpass him. Yi Feng remained utterly unmoved when the woman before him declared she would surpass him. Yet, the thought that she would also take over the nanotechnology brought him a flicker of satisfaction. It meant one more person working toward his goals. After all, his research into cosmic rays was only in its preliminary stages, and Yi Feng couldn't neglect his primary responsibilities. Yet, the work that teacher Zhang Sanshui had dedicated his entire life to was also incredibly important to Yi Feng. As Zhang Sanshui hesitated, unsure how to respond to Zhang Tingting, Yi Feng spoke up, Professor, leave Zhang Tingting to me. You can just supervise from the sidelines to make sure I'm learning correctly. Professor Zhang Sanshui nodded. Since Yi Feng had spoken so decisively, he felt reassured and entrusted the entire technique to him. Yi Feng then proceeded to demonstrate the entire technique flawlessly to Zhang Tingting. Throughout the demonstration, Zhang Tingting observed with intense focus. Teacher Zhang Sanshui realized this wasn't her first encounter with nanotechnology. She had likely begun studying it long ago. Judging by her techniques, she not only had a solid grasp of nanotechnology but also held informed opinions about Yi Feng's cosmic rays. Perhaps he hadn't paid enough attention to his daughter over the years. Zhang Tingting had become remarkably proficient. During this experiment, she pointed out nearly every issue that both Yi Feng and teacher Zhang Sanshui had overlooked. She even offered solutions to some of them. It seemed she had absorbed a great deal from teacher Zhang Sanshui over the years. Finally, Zhang Tingting suddenly exclaimed, Oh my goodness! Yi Feng, could you pay a little more attention? Is this how my father taught you? It seemed Yi Feng had made a coding error, and Zhang Tingting instantly exploded. He hadn't realized she was genuinely hot-tempered. No wonder teacher Zhang Sanshui had endured so much over the years. Yi Feng retorted, "Cut the nonsense. You're no better. Not only did you fail to grasp the pitfalls of nanotechnology, but you actually jumped straight into experimentation? You need to understand that if something hasn't been verified as safe, rushing into experiments with it could lead to serious danger." At that moment, Zhang Tingting retorted, "Sometimes you have to learn to run before you can walk. Otherwise, you'll never truly master the technology." Yi Feng thought Zhang Tingting was talking nonsense. He had no desire to listen to her suggestions. But neither of them was wrong. They just had different approaches to experimentation. Yi Feng was the cautious, relentless type, while Zhang Tingting was bold and brash. She believed problems could only be uncovered by diving straight into experiments, whereas Yi Feng wanted to complete the entire experiment in one go, avoiding any deviations along the way. Days passed, and neither had made a breakthrough in nanotechnology research. For several days, they barely washed or groomed themselves. Yi Feng emerged from the lab unshaven, his face looking aged beyond his years. This startled Professor Zhang, who had arrived at the lab entrance carrying breakfast. Accompanying him was Professor Chen. Witnessing the scene, Professor Chen was furious. "Senior, I entrusted my student to you for assistance. How could you let him exhaust himself like this? How am I supposed to face the faculty back at the university?" Professor Chen snatched the breakfast from teacher Zhang and hurriedly led Yi Feng to a secluded spot. Yi Feng ate listlessly, his eyes vacant as he took tiny bites, seemingly lacking any appetite. Professor Chen asked, "Yi Feng, how have you been these past 2 days? Haven't been pushing yourself too hard, have you? I know you're the type who forgets to eat and sleep when you're doing experiments. But you need to take care of your body. Take my senior classmate, for example. He's only about 3 years older than me, but he looks ancient compared to me. Just look at his hair, so thin it resembles autumn leaves falling. There's simply no comparison between us." Professor Chen waved the few strands remaining on his head. Yi Feng stared blankly for a moment. Yi Feng took a sip of his soy milk, paused for a moment, then said, "I absolutely must help Professor Zhang achieve a breakthrough in nanotechnology. Otherwise, I'd be letting down all the guidance he's given me. This isn't just about me anymore. It concerns Professor Zhang, his daughter, and even the technological advancement of our entire nation. Besides, I want to apply this technology to cosmic rays. With nanotechnology's support, I believe we'll achieve a new breakthrough soon." Hearing this, Professor Chen expressed his full support verbally. Yet inwardly, he felt deeply conflicted about losing such a brilliant student to his former senior. His words were merely lip service, while his mind had already berated his senior dozens of times. After breakfast, Professor Chen brought Yi Feng back to Zhang's residence. He found Zhang caring for his daughter, Zhang Tingting, as she ate. It seemed their relationship had improved considerably lately. Noticing Yi Feng and Professor Chen approaching, teacher Zhang set down what he was holding and walked over to them. "Junior colleague," he said, "this student of yours is truly exceptional. I must admit, I have incredibly high hopes for him. Senior, I know how you feel, but you've got to look out for my student's health too. He's only in his 20s. I don't want him going gray like you did. This kid still has plenty of time to find a wife." Both men burst into laughter as they looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng wasn't particularly concerned about finding a wife. His sole focus was on completing the experiment. Everything else was secondary. Yi Feng replied, "Let's discuss those matters later. After all, I'm still young. National affairs take precedence. I'm not considering anything else for now." Chapter 127, Work Breakthrough. Zhang Tingting, absorbed in her work, heard Yi Feng's words and couldn't help but show an admiring expression. These days, people willing to sacrifice their personal lives for the greater good were few and far between. "Alright, I see he's dead set on succeeding with this experiment. It may not have much to do with your expectations. Let's give him time and space to focus on his work." Zhang Tingting's words silenced both Professor Chen and Zhang Sanshui. Indeed. Young people always have their ideals. Devoting oneself wholeheartedly to them is a commendable choice. We did the same back in our day. If we hadn't, we'd likely regret it now. Professor Chen finally conceded. Yi Feng's current state reminded him of his younger self. If he hadn't given it his all, how could he have felt satisfied? "But your health is paramount. You must eat meals on time. Soon enough, you'll need to sleep when it's bedtime. Everything else I'll let slide," Professor Chen declared indignantly. He couldn't bear the thought of Yi Feng ruining his health over this endeavor, only to suffer from illness later. With his teacher finally giving in, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At last, no one stood in his way. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself." Yi Feng felt genuinely grateful toward Zhang Tingting now. His initial negative impression of her had completely vanished. "Hey, hurry up and get over here." Zhang Tingting's drive was no less intense than Yi Feng's. She was itching to break through the technical barrier and achieve their desired results in the next second. The following week, Yi Feng and Zhang Tingting plunged into intense research, pushing themselves to the brink of exhaustion. Yi Feng slumped onto the floor, sighing, "I'm not afraid of exhaustion, but I'm terrified of getting nowhere. Could it be that our approach was wrong from the start? Zhang Tingting, in the middle of an experiment, bristled at the remark. What did you say? How dare you question my father's technique? Despite her apparent estrangement from her father, she fiercely defended him. Yi Feng quickly clarified, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, maybe we need to approach it with a completely new approach, our own way to unlock and elevate Professor Zhang's techniques. His words were tactful yet straightforward. Zhang Sanshui's techniques were sound, but overly traditional and conventional, somewhat outdated given current technological advancements. Zhang Tingting remained silent for a long moment before finally taking a deep breath, setting aside her experiment, and declaring, I know what to do now. With that, she strode purposefully out the door. Yi Feng pulled out his phone and began contacting numerous people. Through their respective networks, they gathered cutting-edge resources, the latest breakthroughs in nanotechnology research, and detailed records of critical development challenges. They worked late into the night. Suddenly, in the early hours of the morning, Zhang Tingting let out a startled cry. Yi Feng jumped in fright. What is it? What is it? Did you summon a ghost? Should we call the police? Zhang Tingting shot him a helpless look. Bro, do cops catch ghosts? Yi Feng looked at her with weary eyes. So what happened? I finally found the breakthrough. Perseverance pays off. I've made a new discovery. Her words instantly ignited Yi Feng. His back stopped aching, his legs stopped feeling heavy, and his mind cleared. What new discovery? It's the potential to innovate my dad's technology. Innovation is always needed, but finding the right entry point is tough. I just discovered a technique that's incredibly advanced. It complements my dad's work perfectly. If we integrate and synergize the two, we should achieve a major breakthrough. Words alone weren't proof. Yi Feng carefully reviewed the documents she'd mentioned, using his knowledge and experience to assess their feasibility. After a long pause, he said, I think it's worth a try. Theoretically, it could achieve a breakthrough. Yi Feng perked up, his drowsiness completely gone. But after all this time, I've learned a hard lesson. There's often a wall between theory and reality. Sometimes it's just out of reach. Doesn't that drive you crazy? Regardless, I must try. Would you pass up the chance to attempt it? Of course not. Yi Feng chuckled. The two men were in complete agreement. Finally, they could close their eyes for the night. Well then, get some proper rest. When you wake up, go talk to Professor Zhang. Get his guidance. Once our plan gets approved, we can start working on it. Yi Feng hadn't felt this relaxed in ages. A huge weight lifted from his heart. It really was different. As soon as he finished speaking, he unfolded the lab's folding bed and flopped down onto it, falling asleep within 3 seconds. Zhang Tingting watched in stunned silence. How was that even possible? But the next second, she replicated the exact same move. Early the next morning, the two of them, having slept only 3 or 4 hours, immediately set off to find Zhang Sanshui. Hey, aren't you worried about disturbing your dad's rest? Yi Feng teased. Zhang Tingting raised an eyebrow. If you were truly worried about disturbing him, you could have stopped me. But you didn't. Clearly, you don't care much about him. Yeah, right. How could I care about my own dad as much as a real daughter would? The two bantered as they entered the building hallway. Just as they were about to head upstairs, the security guard stopped them. Hey, who are you looking for? The guard spoke while nervously glancing around. Yi Feng sensed something was off. Me. Uncle Li, don't you recognize me? Tingting, I'm here to see my dad. Zhang Tingting was flabbergasted. This had never happened in all these years. Could the old man have Alzheimer's? The guard, seeing the girl eyeing him like he was some kind of cute little thing, bristled. Don't block me like that. I'm just following orders. Teacher Zhang told me not to let anyone in, and I have to obey. This old man was up to no good. In the time it took to exchange a few words, his eyes had blinked countless times, clearly lying. But why? Yi Feng grew increasingly suspicious. Finally, he pointed into the hallway and shouted, Look! A flying saucer. What? Where? You're pulling my leg. Whose flying saucer is in the hallway? Where's everyone? The furious shouts echoed behind them, but Yi Feng and Zhang Tingting paid no heed, continuing their climb upward. By now, even Zhang Tingting sensed something was off. Why would Zhang Sanshui suddenly not want to see them? That question deserved serious consideration. The keypad lock clicked open. Zhang Tingting dashed inside while Yi Feng covered her. The security guard panted as he ran up, pointing at Yi Feng. You guys better not push it too far. Believe me, I'll get people to arrest you. Yi Feng showed no fear. Go ahead, big deal. Uncle, don't make things difficult for us. We really have important business here, it's extremely urgent. Chapter 128, Feeling Under the Weather? As soon as Zhang Tingting finishes talking with Zhang Sanshui, they'll leave immediately. Why all of a sudden so strict? Could it be that teacher Zhang has another new project on his hands? He's getting on in years, why can't he just settle down? Yi Feng couldn't help but grumble under his breath, annoyed that Zhang Sanshui didn't know how to take care of himself. After all, health was the most important asset, and yet he had the nerve to lecture them. Didn't he work day and night just like everyone else? Don't let him leave. My dad isn't in his room. Zhang Tingting's voice echoed from inside. Yi Feng immediately grabbed the security guard, preventing him from leaving. This move turned the tables. The guard froze, struggling futilely to break free. Though he was a security guard, he was no match for the young, strong Yi Feng. The guard gritted his teeth. If I'd known this would happen, I never would have followed him. What kind of mess is this? Before Zhang Tingting could press him further, Yi Feng had already grabbed him by the throat. Talk. Where did teacher Zhang go? He'd noticed something off about the guard earlier, but had dismissed it as his imagination. Now it was clear this was real. The guard, ready to die, closed his eyes. Beat me, kill me, do whatever you want. I won't say a word. Yi Feng. What the hell? This guy's lines were so cliched, one after another. Guys, don't bother him. I'll tell you. At that moment, Professor Chen appeared, dragging his not exactly light frame as if he hadn't slept properly in days. Professor Chen? What are you doing here? And you look terrible, are you feeling unwell? Professor Chen's mouth twitched. And you're no better off. Your bags are practically dragging on the floor. Yi Feng pressed his forehead. What's gotten into this old man? Alright, I'll be honest with you. Teacher Zhang, he's sick. He's hospitalized. I'm telling you this because I think you have a right to know. But he specifically asked us not to tell you, worried it might affect your experiments. But now they knew anyway. What? My dad's sick? He's hospitalized with an illness, yet all he can think about is the experiment. He's beyond belief. Which hospital? The cancer hospital across the street. Zhang Tingting clenched her jaw and dashed out without another word. Yi Feng sighed. Couldn't you have been more tactful? Why did you have to be so blunt? What if she can't handle it? She'll have to accept it whether she can or not. This is reality. Teacher Zhang has malignant cancer. There's no hiding it. He shot a glance at the security guard glaring at him. I'm doing this for old Zhang's sake. Don't you want to be by his side when he passes? What if this is his final chapter? The guard couldn't bear to listen any longer. His body went limp and he collapsed to his knees. Don't talk nonsense. Teacher Zhang is blessed with great fortune. He'll be fine. What malignant tumor? You're so skilled, can't you save him? He said that, but when the Grim Reaper calls, who can delay his time? Professor Chen felt he was deceiving himself. Yi Feng, however, countered, I think he has a point. Let's go to the hospital first. There might be a way. Professor Chen had been with Teacher Zhang when he suddenly fell ill, rushing him to the hospital immediately for tests. Before leaving, Teacher Zhang had been preoccupied with his experiments, instructing the security guard not to let anyone in so as not to disturb Yi Feng and the others. But life was at stake. Professor Chen couldn't overcome his inner conflict, so he rushed back to find Yi Feng and the others. Yi Feng asked him, is it serious? Is there no hope? Professor Chen's expression grew somber. It's difficult to say. The specific condition is quite rare. With current medical equipment and technology, effective treatment is likely very difficult. Those were the doctor's exact words. Yi Feng had heard this before, and his brows knitted together involuntarily. If the doctor said so, the situation was truly dire. And here you all are, lecturing us day in and day out about taking care of ourselves. Look at yourselves now. As they walked, Yi Feng suddenly grabbed Professor Chen by the collar and declared, how dare you? If you ever neglect your own health again, just wait and see what I'll do to you. The hospital entrance loomed ahead, the pungent smell of disinfectant filling the air. Patients strolled nearby, and upon witnessing the scene, one passerby tried to placate Yi Feng. Don't be so harsh with your elders. Their generation fought their way through life, they never learned to cherish themselves. Young man, speak gently. No arguing, and certainly no violence. Yi Feng. He silently released his grip, shot Professor Chen a withering look, then strode purposefully into the hospital. Professor Chen awkwardly tugged at his collar, muttering, that kid, getting more and more disrespectful. He then smiled at the people around him, adding, he's just worried about me. Yi Feng arrived outside the ICU just as he saw Zhang Tingting crouched on the floor, shoulders heaving as she wept. He recalled their first meeting. The father and daughter had nearly raised the roof with their shouting. Now that the father was in trouble, the daughter looked utterly heartbroken. Why all the drama before? Just then, a doctor emerged. Yi Feng immediately approached, asking, Doctor, how is the patient? He absolutely couldn't be harmed. Otherwise, the experiment would become even harder to advance. Both professionally and personally, Yi Feng hoped he would survive. Well, the patient's condition is critical. Surgery may be required at any moment. At this point, the doctor's expression betrayed helplessness and frustration. The patient's condition is truly rare. We consulted top specialists nationwide, and the prognosis remains grim. All we can do is try our best. The rest is up to fate. You're a doctor. How can you say leave it to fate? My father is a great scientist. His survival isn't just good for our family, it's vital for millions of people. You absolutely must save him. Zhang Tingting lost control, clutching the doctor tightly. Yi Feng deeply understood her feelings. He too was heartbroken and desperately wanted Zhang Sanshui to recover fully. Calm down. I want him to be okay more than anyone. But right now, the best and most rational approach is to do everything we can to save him, while also pushing harder on nanotechnology research. Zhang Tingting couldn't hear Yi Feng's words now, shaking her head repeatedly. I can't do it. I really can't. All I want to do is be by his side. I can't do anything else. I'm sorry, Yi Feng. He's my father. I can't abandon him now. I can't be as calm as you are. Her final words carried a hint of reproach, as if accusing Yi Feng of being heartless. How could he still think about experiments at a time like this? Chapter 129, The Wish. Yi Feng didn't argue with her. He simply said solemnly, because this is my teacher's wish. I want to help him fulfill it as soon as possible. With that, he swiftly turned and walked away. Zhang Tingting stood frozen in place. Only when Yi Feng was nearly out of sight did she call after him, I'm counting on you. Thank you. At that moment, the doctor's voice trembled with emotion. Rest assured, we will spare no effort to save him. After returning, Yi Feng threw himself into relentless research day and night. Without Zhang Sanshui's guidance for the time being, he remained undaunted, for he had nowhere left to retreat. All that remained was to stake everything on this gamble and charge forward. Yi Feng threw himself into his work with frenzied intensity, studying the latest techniques and then putting them into practice based on theoretical feasibility. Thousands of failures had numbed him, even forming muscle memory as he relentlessly repeated the process. Over the next month, he spent the vast majority of his time in the lab, occasionally visiting the hospital to check on Zhang Sanshui's condition. Knowing he wasn't going to die anytime soon brought him some peace of mind. One day, while conducting an experiment, an idea suddenly struck him, and he sought out Professor Chen. When Professor Chen saw him again, he was startled. This unkempt, bearded youth with deep dark circles under his eyes, was this really Yi Feng? Are you okay? Professor Chen reached out and gently tapped his shoulder, afraid that even a slight touch might send him tumbling to the floor. Yi Feng brushed his hand away and said earnestly, I suddenly remembered, didn't you say that the reason teacher Zhang is so difficult to treat now is because the technology isn't advanced enough and the medical equipment isn't sophisticated enough? Professor Chen sighed. Yes. But don't push yourself too hard. You're not a god, after all. Putting that much pressure on yourself will wear anyone down. No, I can handle it. Compared to what teacher Zhang is going through, what I'm enduring is nothing. Professor Chen studied him intently, finally moved. Honestly, seeing your devotion, someone might mistake you for old Zhang's son, or perhaps even his future son-in-law. Come on, you're getting completely off track. This old man would say anything to get him to relax. Is this why you called me over? Yi Feng nodded. The more I know, the more I can do for him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several heads popped up at the doorway, all of Zhang Sanshui's students. Master Yi, we're here too. We'll get through this tough time together. Yeah. We can take care of our teacher at the hospital, cook for you, do your laundry, whatever it takes. You're not alone. We'll all pitch in. This storm will pass. Yi Feng rarely let things move him, but this time, his nose genuinely stung with emotion. Thank you all. Let's keep pushing forward together. The experiment had been dragging on for months, keeping Yi Feng's nerves constantly on edge. He couldn't afford to slack off now. He desperately hoped Zhang Sanshui would wake up. With his friend's support, Yi Feng achieved the highest level of focus. Every waking moment except for eating, sleeping, and using the restroom was devoted to the experiment. He was completely absorbed, with no distractions. After 7 full days and nights of seclusion, one evening, he finally had an epiphany. He immediately called Professor Chen that very night. Professor Chen, I have something to tell you. My latest findings show that if the newly developed nanotechnology can be put into use, it could actually benefit teacher Zhang's condition. It might even lead to a full recovery. If successful, this nanotechnology could be widely applied in the medical field, saving countless lives. After finishing his explanation, Yi Feng remained breathless for a long moment. Professor Chen, can you hear me? Ha? Oh. I can hear you. Professor Chen was no less excited than him, his voice trembling with emotion. Is what you're saying true? It's not just wishful thinking, is it? Yi Feng forced himself to calm down and declared with unwavering certainty, no, I've carefully calculated it. There's no mistake. Professor Chen was on the verge of tears, overcome with joy. All right. Professor Chen said. Let's hurry to the hospital and tell Tingting the news. She hasn't eaten much in days, and I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. Yi Feng agreed immediately. He was heading to the hospital anyway. This trip was absolutely necessary. At the hospital, Zhang Tingting's eyes widened as she heard Yi Feng's words. Are you sure? Her voice trembled with excitement. Then doubt crept in. Why didn't you just make it? Why come to the hospital? Is it really that difficult? Yi Feng sighed inwardly. True to form, even in her current state of emotional collapse, Zhang Tingting instinctively zeroed in on the core issue. Actually, I came to the hospital to seek your support. I know you might not be in the right frame of mind right now, you want to be with your father. But this experiment might struggle to succeed without you. I need your help. Yi Feng wasn't the type to be stubbornly self-willed. Through his interactions with Zhang Tingting, he had also recognized her strengths, qualities he himself lacked. One cautious, one bold, only by joining forces could they achieve both stability and breakthroughs. Zhang Tingting pondered for a long moment before finally nodding. She stood up from the floor and said to Yi Feng, "Let's go. I'll come back to the lab with you." Their conversation reached the ears of the medical team treating Zhang Sanshui. They dispatched 2 members of their team. "Let them accompany you. Both are top-tier professionals. If this were merely nanotechnology research, you wouldn't need them. But when it comes to saving lives, I believe you'll require their expertise." The doctor's consideration was thorough, and Yi Feng naturally didn't refuse. After exchanging a few more words with the doctor, he instructed them to take good care of Zhang Sanshui and give him some time. He would do his utmost to succeed. With everyone pulling together as one, Zhang Tingting could finally focus on her experiments with peace of mind, thanks to the support from others. After thorough comparison, they finally identified the outdated element within Zhang Sanshui's technology. This element wasn't inherently flawed, but its obsolescence had a fatal impact on subsequent experiments. With the root cause identified, the team proceeded to develop innovative nanotechnology according to Yi Feng's previously outlined plan. During this period, leading figures from the medical field joined the effort. After 3 days of relentless work, initial results emerged. The medical device capable of saving Zhang Sanshui was beginning to take shape. By integrating the newly developed nanotechnology at its core, I am confident that our days of relentless effort will ultimately save Professor Zhao's life. Chapter 130, Conquering the Tumor. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Yi Feng had been staying at the research institute for half a month. Throughout this period, he remained immersed in the ocean of medicine, reveling in the joy that scientific research brought him. That morning, Yi Feng sat at his desk, deep in thought about how to conquer the tumor. Suddenly, a shrill ringing pierced the air from the desk phone, startling Yi Feng so much he nearly dropped his notebook. He picked up the receiver, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, his expression instantly turned grave. Yi Feng hung up, hurriedly left the office, and dashed toward the parking lot. He drove out of the university gates and sped toward a towering building. A crowd had gathered outside the building, students, reporters, and others. They stood below, pointing and whispering toward the windows. Yi Feng brought his car to a stop and leaned out the window. Suddenly, a man in the crowd called out to him, "Excuse me, which department is Yi Feng from?" Yi Feng replied, "I'm Yi Feng from Class 2 of the Aviation Department." "Hello, Yi Feng. Why did your hospital refuse our interview?" the reporter pressed urgently. "Sorry, we're not giving interviews," Yi Feng said indifferently, walking straight toward the lobby. Reporters swarmed around him, blocking his path and bombarding him with questions. "Yi Feng, can you explain why you refuse to speak with us? As far as I know, your research has very little chance of winning a Nobel Prize. Why are you so persistent? Mr. Yi Feng, could you say a few words?" Yi Feng snorted coldly and snapped, "Why shouldn't I be persistent? This is my business. Please step aside, or I'll call security." "Yi Feng, you're being so selfish." A tall, fair-skinned girl stood before him. "Do you think people will forget you just because you refuse interviews? Of course I don't want to be forgotten. But I have my reasons. Besides, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to interfere with my decision?" The tall woman's face flushed crimson with anger. She was Lin Xiaoxiao, a renowned reporter from Yanjing Television. Her trip to Jiangzhou City was specifically to uncover some explosive news about nanoparticles. She never imagined she'd be confronted by a first-year intern. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Yi Feng and said, "Yi Feng, since you refuse to be interviewed, I won't force you. Good luck to you." With that, Lin Xiaoxiao turned and walked away. The other reporters around her followed suit. Yi Feng shook his head and walked into the building. After buying and finishing a drink in the building's first-floor lounge area, he prepared to head upstairs. Just then, he heard a startled cry behind him. A male student rushed over, looking frantic. "Yi Feng, it's bad news. Professor Zhang Sanshui's wife, Professor Li, has fainted." Yi Feng's brows furrowed. He immediately set down his drink bottle and followed the student out of the building, heading toward the northeast corner. Inside a room at the northeast corner, a woman lay unconscious on a hospital bed. She was covered in thick blankets, her face pale and lips turning blue. Yi Feng checked her condition. Professor Li's breathing was weak, and her pulse was extremely faint. How could this happen? Yi Feng's expression darkened. Professor Li was experimenting with nanotechnology in her lab, attempting to repair wounds caused by cancer cell metastasis. The lab conditions were inadequate, and her body couldn't withstand it, the medical staff explained. Yi Feng's mind reeled. He never imagined Professor Li would risk such danger to treat her husband's illness. Guilt flooded his heart. He clenched his fists, cursing his own stupidity. If he hadn't stopped Professor Li last night, perhaps everything would have been different. She wouldn't have been hurt at all. "Yi Feng? What are you thinking about?" the medical staff asked. "Nothing," Yi Feng replied calmly, shaking his head. Then he asked, when will Professor Lee wake up? Soon. Professor Lee has pneumonia caused by pneumonia. He needs 4 fluids to dissolve the blood clots, the medical staff explained. Understood. Yifeng nodded, immediately instructing someone to fetch the medication and assist with Professor Lee's 4 insertion. Professor Lee came from an ordinary family background, just an educator from a poor household. Her father had passed away early, and her mother had contracted pneumonia when she was 16, leaving her bedridden for years and depleting all their savings. Yifeng had intended to cure Professor Lee's pneumonia, but unfortunately, her condition showed no signs of improvement. Although it was pneumonia, her case was complicated. Treatment with nanoparticles was essential first, otherwise, the nanoparticles wouldn't eliminate the tumor bacteria and could instead generate new growths. This outcome was entirely unforeseen by Yifeng. I hope the nanoparticles truly work. Yifeng gazed intently at Professor Lee, silently praying. He then sat down at the edge of her bed, quietly waiting for her to wake up. After about half an hour, Professor Lee's fingers twitched slightly. When she opened her eyes and saw a familiar figure, she sat up excitedly, grabbing Yifeng's arm. Yifeng, thank you. Thank you so much. Yifeng smiled and gently helped her back down. His feelings toward Professor Lee were now quite complex. Though she possessed selfish and extreme tendencies, she was exceptionally strict with her students. Yet beneath that sharp exterior lay a kind heart. Professors Zhang Sanshui and Li were a harmonious couple, both profoundly compassionate individuals. After Yifeng had kept vigil at the bedside for nearly 4 hours, Professor Lee finally regained consciousness. Professor Lee, you're awake? Yifeng hurried to her side, his voice brimming with joy. Upon seeing Yifeng, Professor Lee immediately grasped his hand and said with emotion, Yifeng, I truly can't thank you enough this time. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have made it through today. Professor Lee, please don't say that. You are my mentor's wife and have been kind to me, Yifeng replied earnestly. Professor Lee shook her head. Ah, I know. You feel you saved both our lives. But we already owe you far too much. Professor Lee, whatever you may feel you owe me, this debt of gratitude can never be repaid. Yifeng interrupted her. Professor Lee sighed. Oh dear, you always insist on such formalities. After a few coughs, she continued, this sudden worsening of my condition might be the last time. Professor Lee, I know you have something to tell me. I'm all ears. Yifeng looked at Professor Lee, waiting for her to speak. Chapter 131, Sacrificing One's Life for the Nation. Professor Lee took a deep breath before solemnly addressing Yifeng. Do you know how many scholars sacrifice their lives for the nation each year in Manhwa? Do you know how many researchers pay the price of their youth? I know, Yifeng nodded. That is precisely why the nation prohibits large-scale experiments. Professor Lee paused before continuing, because every scholar, especially the top ones, is a precious asset. Each one is priceless. Yet our nation's science and technology are falling further behind. We lack resources, and even basic technological support has become exceptionally difficult. Yifeng listened silently to Professor Lee's words, not interrupting. I want to ask you a question. If our dragon nation's science could match that of the United States, if we could build super warships and become the most powerful civilization in the cosmos, what would you choose? Professor Lee's eyes burned as he fixed them on Yifeng. Professor Lee? Yifeng gave a bitter smile. He understood Professor Lee's dream. She aspired to be a tech titan, to establish a super civilization for Dragon Nation. But Yifeng couldn't do that. If Yifeng agreed, Professor Lee would throw herself headlong into scientific research. Not only would she gain nothing, she might even sacrifice her life, for she was surrounded by countless mad scientists coveting her discoveries. Moreover, Yifeng had his own mission. I know this question is shameless and childish. But I still want to know your choice. Professor Lee's voice carried a hint of pleading. Yifeng sighed softly, about to speak, when his phone rang. Sorry. Yifeng pulled out his phone. Seeing Zhang Tingting's number, he quickly pressed the answer button and said, Hello, where are you guys? Yifeng, I found Dad's medical records. Zhang Tingting's excited voice came through the phone. Where are you guys now? Yifeng asked. We're at the entrance of a hospital, Zhang Tingting replied. Hand the phone to Teacher Zhang. I need to speak with her. Yifeng instructed. He then handed the phone to Teacher Zhang and said, Teacher Zhang, it's me, Yifeng. Yifeng, thank you so much. Without you, I might have really died, Teacher Zhang said gratefully. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. Ms. Zhang, no need for formalities. It was my duty. I need to know who compiled your medical records. I need to see that file. A friend of mine wrote it, Teacher Zhang sighed. But he's gone now. What was his name? Yifeng asked. His surname was Liu. His full name was Liu Changhe, Teacher Zhang recalled. Liu Changhe? Yifeng murmured the name. He had once read in a book that this Liu Changhe was the grandson of the renowned biologist Liu Yongfu and also Teacher Zhang's son-in-law. Liu Changhe had previously worked in the medical field. At the time, he was employed at a hospital handling disease control duties. Due to his demanding schedule, his wife had resigned from her job. Liu Changhe's wife, Liu Yafeng, was the chief orthopedic surgeon at Longjiang City People's Hospital. Despite being married for years, Lu Changhe and Lu Yafeng struggled to conceive. After undergoing medical examinations, Lu Yafeng concluded that the infertility stemmed from Lu Changhe's chronic smoking and drinking habits. This news caused an uproar within Lu Yafeng's family, but Lu Changhe remained oblivious to the problem and continued his heavy drinking. Later, Lu Changhe stumbled home drunk only to find his wife lying unconscious on the cold floor. Her face was pale, her breathing weak, and she seemed on the verge of death. "Yafeng, what's wrong?" "Yafeng." Lu Changhe rushed over and fumbled around until he finally found her pulse. He was instantly terrified. He immediately dialed the emergency room, shouting urgently, "Hurry! Come save her! My wife collapsed." A team of nurses in blue scrubs rushed in carrying a stretcher, swiftly transporting Lu Yafeng to the emergency room. Lu Changhe sat anxiously outside the emergency room waiting. He had always been confident in his medical skills. After all, he was a medical doctor, a world-renowned expert, and a professor at Huaxia Medical University. Lu Changhe found his mind in utter chaos, unable to settle. Sitting on a bench in the hospital corridor, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. His heart felt like a murky lake, battered by countless waves of unbearable pain. The memory of his wife, Lu Yafeng, her face pale and lifeless, brought tears to his eyes. They had been so deeply in love, such a happy couple, but now all of that was gone. Scenes from Lu Yafeng's life echoed through Lu Changhe's mind. They had met at the hospital, two passionate hearts united by their devotion to medicine. Together they pursued medical degrees, conducted research, and shared both the triumphs and sorrows of their profession. Yet Lu Changhe's excessive work and unhealthy habits gradually caused him to lose himself. His love for his wife was no longer wholehearted, it was slowly eroded by various temptations and distractions. He became addicted to alcohol, pouring his time and energy into pursuits unrelated to his wife. Lu Yafeng felt disillusioned and helpless at her husband's transformation. She repeatedly urged Lu Changhe to quit drinking and change his lifestyle, but he ignored her pleas. She feared their future would sink together, dreading the possibility of failing to fulfill her calling as a doctor. Ultimately, Lu Yafeng's body could no longer withstand Lu Changhe's relentless neglect. She collapsed in their home, clinging to life by a thread. Consumed by remorse and self-reproach, Lu Changhe immediately called for emergency help, desperate to salvage what was already lost. Yet despite the doctor's utmost efforts, Lu Yafeng's life gradually faded into endless darkness. Lu Changhe stayed by his wife's side, watching helplessly as her complexion grew pale, her breath grew faint, and finally ceased. Lu Changhe collapsed, feeling as though he had fallen into an abyss. Endless sorrow and regret overwhelmed his soul. He could not accept his wife's departure, deeply regretting that he had not corrected his mistakes sooner. His heart was filled with self-reproach and unbearable agony. Unable to save his wife and childless, Lu Changhe soon succumbed to depression and passed away. Teacher Zhang handed Lu Changhe's medical records to Yi Feng, who examined them carefully. Teacher Zhang solemnly handed Yi Feng stack after stack of Lu Changhe's medical records. Chapter 132, Dense and Detailed. These documents contained Lu Changhe's detailed records from his hospital consultations, including various test results and diagnostic opinions. Yi Feng took the files, his brow slightly furrowed as he stared at the densely packed handwriting. His gaze was deep and focused, like a vast, azure ocean concealing boundless wisdom and insight. He carefully turned to the first page and began reading meticulously. Every detail piqued his interest as he sought clues about Lu Changhe's condition hidden within the text. Yi Feng's gaze darted across the medical records like a pair of X-ray eyes, seeing through the words to the true state of Teacher Zhang's health. His eyes flickered slightly, as if detecting some crucial information. The data recording Teacher Zhang's vital signs showed several metrics had clearly exceeded normal ranges. Abnormal liver function, declining lung capacity, deteriorating blood markers. A shadow of worry gradually settled between Yi Feng's brows. He knew Teacher Zhang's condition was critically severe, with little hope for recovery. Yet he couldn't give up. He would do everything in his power to find a glimmer of hope for Teacher Zhang. He flipped to the final page of the file, where the most recent examination results were recorded. The blood markers had deteriorated further, liver function was severely impaired, and the condition of various bodily systems was steadily worsening. Yi Feng closed the file and took a deep breath. Anxiety gripped Yi Feng. He knew time was running out for Teacher Zhang. He couldn't afford to waste another moment. Just as confusion clouded his mind, a flash of insight struck him. He recalled the medical sage's compendium he had restored last time, a precious tome documenting countless medical techniques and medicinal formulas. Yi Feng immediately returned to his laboratory, meticulously searching for the medical sage's compendium. His fingers darted across the bookshelves like a nimble bird, locating its target. He carefully removed the medical sage's book and gently opened it. The pages exuded an ancient, mysterious aura, each one inscribed with the medical sage's wisdom and experience. Yi Feng's gaze shone like a star suspended in the void as he intently studied each page. He sought information matching Teacher Zhang's condition, searching for inspiration for a cure. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yi Feng immersed himself in the text. His eyes burned with intensity as he turned the pages relentlessly, searching for a crucial clue. Finally, on the last page, he found a passage that seemed relevant to teacher Zhang's condition. It described a rare herb said to repair damaged liver function. A flicker of joy lit Yifeng's eyes. He promptly organized the medical sage's texts and prepared to journey to the herb's place of origin, seeking this legendary miraculous plant. Without hesitation, he embarked on his journey to save teacher Zhang. The path was arduous, battered by wind and rain, yet Yifeng's resolve remained as firm as rock. He arrived at a remote valley where the legendary miraculous herb was said to grow. Searching meticulously, he finally discovered the rare plant amidst a thicket of dense grass. Yifeng carefully picked the herb, sensing its unique essence. He knew this was the last glimmer of hope for saving teacher Zhang. Back at the hospital, Yifeng immediately handed the herb to teacher Zhang's doctors. They studied it meticulously and incorporated it into his treatment plan. Day after day, the doctors provided meticulous care and treatment for teacher Zhang. They prepared the herb into a medicinal solution and administered it to him via intravenous drip. After a period of treatment, teacher Zhang's condition gradually improved. His liver function recovered somewhat, and the indicators of his various bodily systems steadily showed signs of improvement. When Yifeng heard this good news, his heart swelled with joy and relief. He knew his efforts hadn't been in vain. He had found a glimmer of hope for teacher Zhang. Throughout teacher Zhang's recovery, Yifeng remained by his side. He collaborated with the medical team to develop treatment plans and closely monitored teacher Zhang's physical condition. As teacher Zhang's health steadily improved, Yifeng felt a wave of relief and joy. Yet he knew the brain tumor remained a formidable challenge. To ensure surgical success, Yifeng resolved to explore the current state of brain surgery and seek more advanced solutions. He immersed himself in the hospital library, poring over medical literature and surgical case studies. One paper on novel brain surgery techniques caught his attention, mentioning a method called neuronavigation. This technology utilized advanced computers and imaging to precisely locate brain tumors and guide surgeons during operations. Yifeng's eyes flashed with excitement as he realized this could be a breakthrough. He immediately contacted the hospital's neurosurgery specialists, hoping to learn more about neuronavigation. Impressed by Yifeng's passion and determination, the specialists introduced him to a leading expert in neuronavigation, Dr. Li. Yifeng met Dr. Li at the hospital cafe. A young and talented physician, Dr. Li listened intently as Yifeng described teacher Zhang's condition. Yifeng detailed teacher Zhang's condition and current treatment progress before mentioning the possibility of neuronavigation. Dr. Li nodded, indicating he understood Yifeng's intent. Mr. Yi, neuronavigation is a highly advanced and precise technology that assists surgeons in more accurately locating and removing tumors during surgery. However, our hospital currently lacks the conditions and equipment to implement this technique. Yifeng's brow furrowed. He knew time was precious for teacher Zhang. He resolved not to give up, determined to pursue every possible avenue for better treatment. Dr. Li, I know this is a challenge, but please help me. Professor Zhang is an outstanding scholar and mentor who has made tremendous contributions to academia. I believe that with our collective effort, we can find a solution. Dr. Li met Yifeng's resolute gaze, sensing his determination and conviction. He knew this young man would not give up easily. All right, Mr. Yi, I'll do my best to assist you. I have a friend who works at a cutting-edge medical equipment company. Perhaps he could offer some help. I'll reach out to him and see if it's possible to borrow their neuronavigation equipment. However, I can't guarantee success after all. This is an extremely complex technology. Yifeng offered Dr. Li a smile and shook his hand gratefully. Chapter 133, Neuronal Navigation. Thank you so much, Dr. Li. I believe you can help us find a new path. No matter what happens, I won't give up. I'll keep supporting teacher Zhang and fight for the best treatment for him. The two decided to act immediately. They contacted Dr. Li's colleague and formulated a plan. They hoped to leverage Dr. Li's connections to borrow advanced neuronavigation equipment for Professor Zhang's surgery. Yifeng first reached out to several leading neurological institutions domestically, presenting teacher Zhang's case and requesting they dispatch their most skilled medical professionals to participate in the treatment. In truth, over a fortnight earlier, numerous hospitals and research institutes had already dispatched specialists to the United States to assist with Dr. Zhang's surgery. However, the exorbitant cost of the neuronavigation equipment beyond the financial reach of most hospitals left them helpless, unable to proceed. Now, Yifeng's initiative to invite the world's top expert team to participate was a tremendous blessing for these hospitals and institutions. They responded enthusiastically, pledging full cooperation for the mission. Shortly thereafter, members of these medical teams flew to the United States to participate in this crucial research. A week later, the international team of top experts arrived in New York. They were each assigned accommodations at world-renowned neurosurgical hospitals. Accompanying the medical team, Yifeng observed various neurosurgical procedures along the way, deeply shocking his thinking. He gained a completely new understanding of cranial surgery. It turned out that neurological diseases in the world were far more severe than he had ever imagined. Such circumstances were beyond his wildest imagination. He even felt that if Professor Zhang's cranial surgery succeeded, it would completely overturn his understanding of cranial science. Of course, Yi Feng's concerns were justified. Teacher Zhang's condition was perilous. The slightest misstep could spell irreversible disaster. This craniotomy would be an unprecedented surgical feat on a global scale. In the operating room, Teacher Zhang lay still on the hospital bed, his face as pale as paper. Four thin needles were inserted into his left chest cavity, their other ends connected to electronic instruments. The devices displayed data curves, showing Teacher Zhang's approximate brainwave frequencies. This instrument is operated by an intelligent machine. Its processing speed is terrifying, capable of handling hundreds of billions of pieces of information per second, yet it still operates with remarkable slowness. The device displayed the scene inside Professor Zhang's brain. The tumor within his cranium had been compressed into an extremely narrow area, resembling a ping-pong ball. Yet this ping-pong ball was large enough to devour any ordinary tumor. Within his brain, the tumor's surface was encircled by a ring of sarcoma tissue. Under this pressure, the tumor had flattened and expanded, appearing ready to rupture at any moment. Despite wearing an oxygen mask, Teacher Zhang struggled to breathe, his lungs feeling severely constricted. "Mr. Yi, the patient's condition is critical. I recommend immediate surgery," declared the lead surgeon. Yi Feng shook his head. Examining the cross-sectional image of Professor Zhang's skull, he observed that the muscle groups surrounding the tumor had already deteriorated. Any further delay would make the situation increasingly dire. Yi Feng had to remove the tumor before Teacher Zhang completely lost vital signs, or else he would truly be beyond saving. "No. I demand immediate surgery," Yi Feng declared with unwavering resolve. Seeing Yi Feng's unwavering resolve, the doctor sighed and said, "Very well. Since you insist, we'll have to use Type B anesthetic. Type A drugs risk developing resistance, significantly weakening their efficacy. While they could increase the success rate, the risks would multiply exponentially." Yi Feng chose the Type B anesthetic precisely because of Teacher Zhang's current physical condition. If the transplant could proceed smoothly, the surgery's success rate would rise dramatically. Yi Feng immediately called the medical staff to have the Type B anesthetic delivered. The medical staff quickly delivered the anesthetic. This drug was specially approved by the hospital, with a market price exceeding $5,000. Yi Feng took a sterile cotton swab, disinfected it with alcohol, and then carefully applied the anesthetic to Teacher Zhang's scalp. Teacher Zhang's scalp was unusually thick, and the alcohol swab stung his skin with each wipe. Fortunately, Yi Feng's anesthetic possessed high sensitivity, preventing it from irritating Teacher Zhang's nerves. Yi Feng cautiously allowed the disinfectant to flow from the wound into the scalp. He then pressed an alcohol swab over the wound to prevent blood vessel blockage. At that moment, he saw the structure of Teacher Zhang's brain, a rectangular block of tissue with spiral edges and a honeycomb-like center. Yi Feng observed the dark red cerebral matter. Dotted around it were dense clusters of black specks. These black dots were the tumors within Teacher Zhang's cranium. These tumors grew in an odd manner, resembling tiny droplets in appearance. Yet their size was minuscule, no larger than grains of rice. They were arranged irregularly, sometimes clustering together, sometimes scattering apart, creating a truly unsettling sight. As Yi Feng scrutinized these tiny droplets, one black dot suddenly exploded. In an instant, it released a torrent of blood threads. The threads tangled together, gradually coagulating into a clump of dried blood. "The tumor shattered?" Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment. But was it really that simple? The next moment, he noticed the blood threads were coalescing at an accelerated pace, rapidly forming into a fist-sized sphere. Meanwhile, the tumor's volume continued to expand, gradually swelling larger and larger. Teacher Zhang's brain matter was being devoured by these black tumors. Yi Feng knew the surgery had reached its most critical stage. He had to stop this tumor from growing further, or Teacher Zhang would be utterly lost. But the tumor's very existence was a demon. Its presence drove people mad and stole lives. Yi Feng could not allow this demon to persist. He had to save Teacher Zhang at all costs. With that thought, Yi Feng drew a dagger from his waist without hesitation and plunged it into the inner wall of Teacher Zhang's skull. He pulled the dagger out, and blood gushed forth in a torrent. But Yi Feng didn't stop. Gripping the dagger with his other hand, he thrust it viciously into the inner wall of the skull. This was one of the most vulnerable areas of the brain's nerves. If the skull were pierced by the dagger, Teacher Zhang would either fall into a coma or die instantly. Ignoring the danger, Yi Feng held the dagger steady and stabbed 6 or 7 more times, each thrust sinking deep into the inner skull wall. He then pulled a pair of rubber gloves from a nearby drawer, slipped them onto his fingers, and grabbed the tumor, yanking it out with force. Chapter 134, Qi-controlled needle technique. Most of Teacher Zhang's brain matter had been excised. Only sparse skin remained on his skull, exposing the brain nucleus. Yi Feng dabbed a small amount of ointment onto alcohol swabs and applied it to the surface of Teacher Zhang's brain nucleus to prevent decay. He then took out silver needles and lightly tapped them against the nucleus to stimulate acupoints. After several stimulations with the silver needles, the brain nucleus began to heat up. This was the effect of adrenaline, capable of restoring vitality. After excising the massive tumor, Yi Feng transplanted the brain nucleus into Teacher Zhang's cranium. Exhausted after completing the surgery, Yi Feng collapsed onto the operating table. This operation had drained Yi Feng of immense energy and physical strength, especially since he had twice employed the Qi-guided needle technique. This secret technique, exchanged from the system, was specifically designed for treating cerebral hemorrhage and possessed extraordinary potency. After resting for about 3 minutes, Yi Feng stood up and called out to the outside, "Please bring a stretcher over. The patient needs to be transported to the monitoring room immediately." Several nurses entered with a stretcher and wheeled Teacher Zhang's body out of the ICU. Teacher Zhang was transported to the monitoring room. Those waiting outside rushed over as soon as they saw him being brought out. "How is Teacher Zhang? When will the patient wake up?" The medical staff explained. "Everyone, please rest assured. Teacher Zhang's surgery was a complete success. With a few days of rest, he should regain consciousness." Hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. Several medical staff then settled Teacher Zhang into place. Seeing this, Yi Feng prepared to take his leave. With Teacher Zhang's condition now stable, his task was complete. Next, he needed to find a new brainstem blood supply source. As Yi Feng left the ICU and headed back to the operating room, Teacher Zhang's daughter, Zhang Tingting, was waiting by the glass window. Spotting him, she anxiously asked, "Is my father's surgery over?" "It's finished," Yi Feng replied with a nod. "Thank you." "Truly, thank you," Zhang Tingting bowed to Yi Feng, her face radiating gratitude. Had Yi Feng not intervened promptly, her father's surgery likely would not have succeeded. Yi Feng smiled and waved his hand. "You're welcome. Come with me." Yi Feng took Zhang Tingting by the arm and led her out of the ICU, guiding her to the adjacent room. Inside, a single bed held Mr. Zhang, resting with his eyes closed and a faint, weary smile on his face. Seeing her father sleeping peacefully, tears welled up in Zhang Tingting's eyes. Yi Feng patted Zhang Tingting's shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry. Good people are protected by heaven. He'll be fine." "Zhang Tingting nodded in agreement before asking, "Can I sit here and keep my father company?" Yi Feng considered it for a moment before nodding. "Sure. Stay here and keep an eye on him. I'll head back to my office to handle some things. If anything comes up, just call me." "Thank you," Zhang Tingting said, her voice choked with emotion. Yi Feng turned and left. After exiting the ICU, he headed straight for the stairwell. He had indeed expended too much energy earlier and needed to return to his dorm to recover. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Just as Yi Feng reached the staircase corner, footsteps approached. "Watch out," Yi Feng warned. The footsteps halted abruptly as a figure suddenly materialized before Yi Feng. It was a young man, his eyes cold and piercing as he stared at Yi Feng. His attire was peculiar. A gruesome scar marred his left chest, and the sleeve of his right arm hung empty, as if torn off by some sharp weapon. Looking at him, Yi Feng felt a surge of intense wariness. This guy gave him a very bad feeling. Just then, the young man extended his right hand. In his palm was a pistol. The gun was aimed squarely at Yi Feng's chest. Then, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet fired, striking the wall beside Yi Feng and sending sparks flying. Yi Feng dodged the bullet and immediately launched a punch at the young man. The young man countered instantly. He kicked out at Yi Feng, who sidestepped the blow and immediately countered with a roundhouse kick to the young man's midsection. Boom! The young man was sent flying by Yi Feng's kick, crashing into the wall behind him. The young man spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, yet he still managed to scramble back to his feet. Assassin! Seeing the assassin's uniform, Yi Feng realized this man was likely sent by the Flying Eagle organization to kill him. Bang! The young man raised his pistol again and pulled the trigger toward Yi Feng. Snap! Yi Feng's hand shot out like lightning, seizing the man's wrist as his knee slammed into the opponent's midsection. Snap! A bone-crunching sound echoed as the young man's arm went limp, the pistol slipping into Yi Feng's grasp. Who are you? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and demanded. The young man clutched his stomach and sneered, "An assassin." Yi Feng said, "Since you're a hitman for Flying Eagle, you must know their headquarters. Who hired you?" "Ha!" The young man grinned, baring his teeth. "I certainly won't tell you." With that, he moved to bite his tongue to kill himself. Seeing this, Yi Feng crushed the man's jaw with one hand, then pulled handcuffs from his pocket and secured the young man to the chair. "You!" The young man glared at Yi Feng with hatred. Yi Feng gave him a cold stare and asked, "Talk or not?" The young man remained silent. Yi Feng sighed. A coin appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his finger, it shot forward. Clang! The coin struck the young man near his ear. The pain made him yelp in agony, his eyes instantly widening in shock. Yi Feng said, "That was to remind you of your place." Yi Feng calmly observed the young man restrained to the chair, a chill creeping through his thoughts. He knew this man wouldn't reveal anything easily, and he couldn't let him have another chance to take his own life. Resolution set, Yi Feng swiftly pulled a pill from his pocket, a poison he had concocted himself. Colorless and odorless, once ingested, it would take effect within minutes, causing unconsciousness and ultimately death. Yi Feng understood deeply that this was his only chance to extract the crucial information. Without hesitation, he grabbed the young man's jaw, shoved the pill into his mouth, and then pinched his nose shut, forcing him to swallow. The young man stared at Yi Feng in terror, his eyes flashing with helplessness and despair. His body shook violently, his throat making a hissing sound as he struggled desperately to spit out the pill. But Feng's hand pressed firmly against his jaw, leaving him no chance. The pill slid down the young man's throat into his stomach, taking effect immediately. Chapter 135, Eternal Slumber. The young man's gaze grew hazy, his body swaying uncontrollably as if manipulated by an invisible force. Feng stared intently at the young man, waiting for him to slip into unconsciousness. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching unbearably long. Finally, the young man's body grew limp, his eyelids heavy as they closed. His breath grew faint, then ceased entirely. Feng released his grip, and the young man's body slumped limply. He knew this man was dead, forever unable to reveal the secrets of the Flying Eagle organization. Feng drew a deep breath, grabbed the handcuffs, and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had hoped to extract some clues from this assassin, but never imagined it would end this way. He unlocked the handcuffs, stowed the pills, and silently exited the stairwell. Behind him lay a young man now forever asleep. Back in his office, Feng glanced at the clock and realized he had little time left for rest. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fatigue, and plunged back into work. Feng entered Teacher Zhang's hospital room, where the air was thick with the scent of medicine. He noticed Teacher Zhang lying in bed, his face pale yet his expression calm and composed. Mr. Zhang's post-operative recovery was unexpectedly swift, his body seemed largely unaffected. The doctors had already prepared to transfer him to a regular ward, an outcome Feng had anticipated. Feng approached the bedside and asked softly, "Professor Zhang, how are you feeling?" Mr. Zhang smiled and nodded. His voice was weak but filled with strength. "Feng, thanks to you, my surgery was a complete success. I can already feel my body gradually recovering." A flicker of relief crossed Feng's eyes. He knew this was the result of his efforts in helping Mr. Zhang overcome this crisis. Feng's studio was brightly lit. Seated at his desk, he studied the nanomaterials in his hands. These innovative materials represented his latest research project, through which he hoped to develop revolutionary technological products. Under the magnifying microscope, Feng meticulously examined the nanomaterial structure. Tiny yet intricate, they held boundless potential. He couldn't help but sink into deep contemplation, his mind brimming with countless ideas and visions. Feng gently closed the laboratory door, stepping into his realm of research. A faint chemical scent permeated the space, where the temperature was perfectly balanced, creating an atmosphere of tranquil comfort. His gaze fell upon a massive piece of laboratory equipment, its control panel covered with switches and displays. This was the most advanced apparatus he had personally selected and purchased, designed to provide the finest tools for his research. Feng carefully placed the prepared nanomaterials into the instrument's sample chamber. These nanomaterials were minuscule and intricate, like countless tiny building blocks. Their structures had been meticulously engineered to achieve optimal performance. As the sample chamber closed, Feng's fingers lightly touched the buttons on the control panel. The apparatus began to emit a faint hum, as if anticipating the impending experiment. Feng stared intently at the instrument's display, monitoring the shifting parameters. He adjusted temperature, pressure, and timing to ensure the experimental environment's precision and stability. As the experiment progressed, the nanomaterials began exhibiting astonishing properties. They moved freely within the apparatus, intertwining as if forming a dazzling microscopic tableau. A flicker of excitement crossed Feng's eyes. This was an unexpected discovery. He continued adjusting the instrument's parameters, conducting more detailed tests and analyses on the nanomaterials. He observed their electrical conductivity, corrosion resistance, and other properties. Each result thrilled him, as his research progressed exactly as he had envisioned. Time seemed to freeze in the laboratory as Feng's attention was completely absorbed in his work. He meticulously recorded experimental data, contemplating the potential applications of the nanomaterials. In the quiet laboratory, only the faint hum of machinery and the constantly shifting data on the instrument screens broke the silence. Feng's heart brimmed with satisfaction and excitement. He knew his efforts would forge a new path in science. Finally, the experiment drew to a close. Feng carefully removed the nanomaterials from the experimental apparatus, subjecting them to further analysis and testing with precision instruments. He gazed quietly at everything in the lab, his mind swirling with endless thoughts. His research was steadily advancing toward success, and the potential of these nanomaterials was gradually being revealed. Feng took a deep breath, his heart brimming with emotion and delight. He realized this research would alter humanity's future, forging an entirely new path for technological advancement. As the experiment progressed, Feng gradually uncovered the potential of the nanomaterials. Observing their minute movements within the experimental apparatus, he was astonished to discover their exceptional electrical conductivity. This meant that utilizing these nanomaterials could lead to the development of faster, more stable electronic devices. He envisioned people possessing more powerful computers, smarter smartphones, and more efficient energy storage systems. This would provide a tremendous boost to human technological advancement. Simultaneously, Feng discovered the nanomaterials possessed extraordinary corrosion resistance. He observed their movements within the experimental apparatus, unaffected by any external substances. This signaled that these materials could be used to create more durable, longer-lasting products. From spacecraft to automobiles, from construction materials to everyday items, the application of these nanomaterials would redefine perceptions of material strength and longevity. More importantly, Feng discovered that the unique structure of nanomaterials holds significant potential for medical applications. Magnifying the materials, he observed their meticulously designed architecture, resembling microscopic building blocks. This led him to envision the potential for creating more precise and efficient medical devices and drug delivery systems using these nanomaterials. From precision surgical instruments to intelligent drug delivery systems, these nanomaterials will revolutionize the medical field. Countless ideas and visions surged through Feng's mind. He realized the potential of these nanomaterials was limitless, poised to usher in entirely new technological products and medical techniques. He deeply understood the importance and impact of this research. Feng continued adjusting the instrument parameters, conducting more detailed tests and analyses on the nanomaterials. He observed their behavior under varying temperatures and pressures, meticulously recording each result while contemplating how to better harness these materials. Chapter 136, Welcoming Distinguished Guests. Time seemed to freeze in the laboratory as Feng's attention was completely absorbed in his research. He contemplated the applications of nanomaterials across various fields, envisioning the creation of a technological product capable of transforming human life. In the quiet laboratory, only the faint hum of machinery and the constantly shifting data on the instrument screens broke the silence. Feng's heart brimmed with satisfaction and excitement. He knew his efforts would forge a new path in science. Finally, the experiment drew to a close. Feng carefully removed the nanomaterials from the experimental apparatus and subjected them to further analysis and testing with precision instruments. The hum gradually faded, leaving only the still air and Feng's contented smile. He gazed quietly at everything within the lab, his mind swirling with endless thoughts. His research was steadily advancing towards success, and the potential of these nanomaterials was gradually being revealed. He knew this was only the beginning, a long journey still lay ahead. Of course, the most remarkable aspect of nanomaterials lay in their extraordinary conductivity. Thus, even a tiny miniature nuclear fission reactor could be converted by these materials into electromagnetic radiation energy. Feng's heart pounded with excitement. He yearned for his research to achieve a breakthrough. He intended to name this research New World. He would harness nanomaterials to revolutionize global healthcare standards. Early the next morning, Feng had just finished washing up when his phone rang. It was his advisor, Wang Goen, informing him that several clients would be visiting the experimental base that evening. He requested Feng's cooperation in preparing for their reception. After hanging up, Feng called his assistant to briefly explain the situation. Packing his things, he took a car to the hospital. Numerous luxury business vehicles were parked at the hospital entrance. He observed many individuals dressed in black, wearing sunglasses, and carrying briefcases stepping out of the cars. They walked toward the hospital, murmuring quietly among themselves. Feng observed that these individuals appeared to be either extremely wealthy or high-ranking officials. They exuded an extraordinary aura, every gesture and movement carrying an inexplicable air of authority and presence. Feng was secretly startled and dared not delay, quickly following behind. He took the elevator with them to their floor. After traversing a long corridor, they arrived at an office door. A young man in a black suit, his expression cold, stood outside. He bowed respectfully to Feng and said, "Good day. Please come in." Feng followed him inside. For elderly figures, 3 men and 1 woman were seated around a table. As Feng entered the office, the other 4 elders all lifted their heads, fixing their gazes upon him. These elders exuded an aura of noble elegance, radiating a subtle yet commanding presence. Feng knew they were no ordinary people. These 4 undoubtedly belonged to the powerful elite of high society. Though their status was exalted and they wielded power coveted by countless others, they chose to reside in this unassuming office, secluded from the world, having severed all ties with the mundane affairs of the mortal realm. This was the titan of the medical world, the very legend of academia, Nobel laureate Robertson Stewart. Facing the 5 luminaries, Feng bowed respectfully and greeted them. "Good morning, Professor Robertson, Mr. Allen, Professor Brooklyn, and Dr. Johnny Hopkins." Robertson Stewart glanced at Feng, gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, and said, "Welcome to our medical laboratory. Please have a seat." "Thank you, professors," Feng replied politely, nodding before walking over to sit on the sofa. Professor Robertson scanned the room and inquired, "What do you think of the facilities here?" "The facilities here are quite comprehensive. I find them well suited for scientific work," Feng replied. Excellent," Professor Robertson nodded approvingly. He glanced at the LCD computer mounted on the wall, then turned to Feng and said, "I've already contacted the international pharmaceutical company. They're more than willing to supply us with sufficient quantities of nanomaterials." Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. He immediately pressed, "Professor Robertson, can we get the nanomaterials right away?" Professor Robertson paused briefly before replying, "I've already notified the president of International Pharmaceuticals. They'll deliver it to our lab tomorrow." "Wonderful. Yi Feng exclaimed excitedly. Professor Robertson smiled and said, "This is a tremendous discovery. On behalf of all medical professionals, I thank you for your contribution. Professor Robertson, is there anything I can do to assist your cause? This matter must remain confidential for now. We'll make it public once you've truly demonstrated your capabilities." Yi Feng nodded. Understood. When might I receive the nanomaterials? The sooner the better, Professor Robertson replied. Yi Feng considered it for a moment before replying, "I'll head back to the lab immediately." After saying this, he left the hospital and drove back to the lab. An hour later, Yi Feng drove back to the lab. He headed straight for the storage room and brought out the boxes containing the nanomaterials. Due to the minuscule size of the nanomaterials, he hadn't brought many with him, only 2 boxes, leaving the rest stored in a corner of the lab. Setting the boxes on the floor, Yi Feng opened one and immediately saw rows of silver-white nanomaterials inside. These nanomaterials were prismatic in shape, roughly the size of a fist. Yi Feng removed them from the box and assembled them according to the standard sequence. After more than half an hour, he had completed the assembly of components for a miniature biological computer. Though only basic parts, the speed at which he accomplished this was already terrifying. Next, Yi Feng picked up a syringe and drew out the liquid from the nanomaterials. This liquid, known as DNA, filled the syringe in Yi Feng's hand to a volume of 100 milliliters. He dripped the nano solution into the culture tank. As the solvent dissolved into the dish, the liquid elements within the tank immediately began churning violently, resembling boiling hot water. Soon after, the liquid elements within the cultivation tank stabilized, and a faint ticking sound echoed as the hatch slowly lifted upward. As the hatch lifted, a tiny green insect crawled out. Its body was flat and slender, with a bulging abdomen, somewhat resembling an earthworm but even more delicate. Its mouth opened, and it extended its tongue to lick the surrounding culture fluid, looking quite adorable. This green insect was the very source of the nanomaterial. Chapter 137, Breaking Through the Soil. After consuming sufficient nutrients and elements, the green larva began laying eggs. Before long, it formed an egg, which then cracked open, revealing a thumb-sized larva. Yi Feng stared at the egg and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Moments later, he recognized it. This egg bore a striking resemblance to the nanoworm larva he had created yesterday. If the nanoworm larvae resembled earthworms, then the insect egg looked even more like one, only smaller. Its surface shimmered with a bronze hue, giving it a jade-like appearance. Shortly after hatching, the insect egg emerged from the incubation chamber and began bouncing around the room. Its size was substantial, nearly the size of a ping-pong ball, and it weighed a hefty 500 pounds. Seeing it emerge, Yi Feng couldn't help but gasp. Is this the nanoworm? That's correct. It's called the nano silkworm. These creatures possess extraordinary resilience. They can survive for several seconds even after being killed. They consume over a ton of feed per minute and reproduce at an astonishing rate, capable of multiplying a single silkworm into tens of thousands. Robertson explained, "These silkworm eggs were produced using the technology you provided, so you must take responsibility for raising them to maturity." Yi Feng nodded. He had assumed his role would end once the production succeeded, but realizing his task wasn't complete yet brought him a sense of relief. "Alright, you can go rest for a while," Professor Robertson continued. "Understood," Yi Feng replied, exiting Professor Robertson's office and heading straight to his own room. After closing the door, he took the nano silkworm eggs in his hands for closer examination. Having crafted these eggs himself, Yi Feng was intimately familiar with them. He examined them carefully, confirming they were identical to the nanoscale silkworms he had created. Moreover, they contained immense energy within, capable of granting superhuman strength and resilience. Truly remarkable, these nano silkworms. Yi Feng murmured to himself. He had been worried that if this thing proved ineffective, it would have harmed Professor Robertson. Now that Professor Robertson had found a substitute, that concern was no longer an issue. In the days that followed, Yi Feng visited the lab every night to tend to the cultivation process. Once successful, he would feed the nano silkworm eggs into the insect eggs, allowing them to gradually grow larger until the nano insects within hatched, fulfilling Professor Robertson's requirements. 3 years passed under Yi Feng's diligent cultivation. The nanoworms in the petri dishes had grown to the size of fists. Their bodies had become more agile and nimble, and they were highly aggressive, especially the larvae, which possessed even greater offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet Yi Feng persisted in his cultivation, convinced that continued refinement would unlock their immense potential. Meanwhile, construction on Yi Feng's laboratory was proceeding at a fever pitch. After spending nearly $10 billion, he acquired 2 tanks, 6 armed helicopters, and 2 battleships, while also hiring numerous expert professors. All of this was to secure air superiority for the Dragon Nation military, a core responsibility Yi Feng had undertaken within the nation. Under Yi Feng's intensive cultivation, the insect eggs gradually grew larger, expanding from the size of a fist to that of an egg, and had already begun laying eggs. It took Yi Feng another full 3 months to finally expand the nano silkworm population from 100 to over 200. He estimated that once these nano silkworms matured, they would surely surprise Dr. Robertson. He also discovered that after the nano silkworms hatched, Dr. Robertson would train them based on their characteristics and abilities, injecting them with nutrient solutions and hypnotic drugs. Robertson's research clearly stemmed from the same lineage as the human genetic modification program. Years ago, Feng had used this very technology, incorporating various rare metals, to cultivate large numbers of elite soldiers. However, Robertson's technology was still imperfect. He couldn't implant a gene into a human brain, nor could he even edit such genes into flesh and blood. Despite this limitation, Feng uncovered a startling secret. The genetic material Professor Robertson used for cultivation actually originated from an old friend from his previous life, a scientist hailed as a miracle in the biological sciences, Eddie Valencia. Eddie Valencia was the only scientist Feng had never met personally, yet he had pioneered numerous groundbreaking biological technologies. For instance, in a commentary published in Nature, Eddie Valencia described the human body as an ecological cycle system. He posited that perfecting physiological systems could lead to the creation of true artificial intelligence organisms. Before the Second Industrial Revolution, this notion garnered little attention. After all, humans were the rulers of society, superior intelligent beings. How could they possibly be mere organisms? However, after the Second Industrial Revolution, humanity mastered nuclear fusion technology and built flying saucers and rockets. Inspired by this, Eddie Valencia revisited Nature a month ago to begin analyzing himself. In his paper, he detailed his observations of the human body and coined the term biology to describe it. This paper, authored by a leading figure in the field of biology and published in Nature, instantly caused a global sensation. Humanity began not only studying natural phenomena but also investigating biological entities, striving to evolve humans into mythical creatures. Yet progress remained slow, with the research still in its infancy and no breakthroughs achieved. Feng recalled this paper was published in the late 25th century, making it some 40 or 50 years old now. He suspected Professor Robertson might have drawn inspiration from it to establish the nanoscale silkworm egg cultivation project. At this moment, Professor Robertson had already placed the cultivated nano-caterpillars into the laboratory and instructed Feng to monitor the process nearby. He then hurriedly departed, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. Feng stepped forward, first inspecting the conditions inside the incubation chamber. He immediately noticed the abnormal state of the nano-silkworm eggs, shrouded in thick black mist as if suspended within a pitch-black abyss. Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this black mist be the virus produced by the nano-silkworms? This thing seemed far more dangerous than he had imagined. Feng reached out to grab the nano-silkworm cocoon. The moment his hands touched the cocoon, it suddenly convulsed violently, emitting a series of strange crackling sounds from within. The sounds were crisp and clear, yet they sent a chill down Feng's spine. Chapter 138, Horrified Expression. Feng quickly withdrew his hands, his face contorted with horror. Inside these nano-silkworm cocoons, cracks had formed and they were spreading rapidly, threatening to burst the entire cocoon apart. Could they be hatching? Feng's eyes widened as he watched the cocoons intently. He knew the incubation cycle for silkworm pupae typically took 3 months to half a year, yet he had only begun the cultivation process a few days ago. Crack, crack. As the cracking sounds grew more frequent, Feng's brow furrowed deeply, cold sweat beading on his forehead. By now, cracks had spread across the entire nano-silkworm cocoon. Then, a thick, black mist surged out, instantly filling the entire laboratory. Simultaneously, the lab's temperature plummeted as if plunged into an ice cave. Even clad in protective gear, Feng felt an icy chill permeate his body, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He immediately held his breath and backed away slightly. Moments later, the cocoon exploded completely, and silkworm larvae burst out in droves. Startled by the sight, Feng scrambled out of the lab. Professor Robertson was no longer in the room. He stood in the adjacent laboratory, his gaze fixed intently on the images displayed on the electron microscope. Professor Robertson's face froze upon seeing the image. He turned and strode quickly to Feng, demanding, "Are these the silkworm eggs you cultivated?" "Yes." Feng nodded slightly. "What on earth is going on? These creatures look terrifying." Professor Robertson's face was filled with panic. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's the nanoworms undergoing metamorphosis." Feng shook his head. At that moment, all the silkworm eggs inside the silk pouch burst open. Each silkworm was as large as a palm, silver-white in color, with a row of pale yellow downy hairs along its abdomen. They actually looked quite adorable. "Where did you put them? Hurry up and take me to examine them," Robertson shouted anxiously. Feng hurriedly opened the door, leading Robertson to his private room. He then directed the silkworm eggs to be placed in the recesses of an instrument. "Do these eggs carry any host organisms?" Professor Robertson inquired. "One is already in the cultivation warehouse. Take me there." Professor Robertson hurried out, with Feng following closely behind. Feng's laboratory spanned 2 levels, one dedicated to genetic cultivation, the other housing the experimental chamber. Within the cultivation area stood a massive metal cage. This iron structure stood approximately 5 meters tall, 2 meters wide, and stretched 7 to 8 meters in length, forged from an ultra-hard alloy. Encased within was a colossal spider, as large as a basketball court. Its entire body was covered in thick red hair, and the spots on its body resembled vivid agate beads. The spider lay motionless within the cage, utterly still. Unlike ordinary insects, it did not spin silk or form a cocoon. Instead, it stared fixedly upward, occasionally emitting a hissing sound from its mouth. What kind of spider is this? After glancing at the giant spider, Professor Robertson turned his gaze to Feng. Feng explained, it's a mutated spider called Red Flame. It possesses a powerful heat aura within its body, making it extremely lethal. Feng had expected the giant spider to attack him and Robertson, but it seemed to fear Professor Robertson inside the cage. After merely lifting its head to glance at the two men, it settled back down where it was. Are you certain it's a mutant spider? Professor Robertson pondered. Based on my years of experience, this should be a nano-ant produced by nano-insect molting. But how could these nano-ants possess such resilient bodies? Even special steel alloys would be bitten through. Whether it's special steel or not doesn't matter. As long as they can kill the mutant spiders, they're the most valuable weapon, Feng chuckled. In that moment, he finally understood why his nanothreads had been utterly incapable of breaching the nanobug's exoskeletons during cultivation. The weakness wasn't the shell strength, it was the mutated nanoants within the nanobugs. Professor Robertson nodded, then drew an injection gun. Aiming at the iron cage, he thrust it forcefully into the mutated spider's head. Bang, bang, bang. Several doses of the serum shot out in rapid succession. The liquid landed on the mutant spider's flesh, producing a series of crackling sounds. The noise quickly faded, yet the mutant spider remained completely unscathed. Witnessing this, Professor Robertson's expression grew grave. The mutant spider's exoskeleton was indeed incredibly sturdy. Ordinary blades and swords wouldn't even leave a mark on it. Yet he was using a specialized anesthetic designed to counter mutant beasts. This syringe was formulated with cutting-edge nanomaterials capable of suppressing the metabolic activity of mutant creatures. Yet now, the dart had proven utterly ineffective. This mutant spider's vitality is too tenacious, Professor Robertson said with a frown. Feng nodded silently. If this spider possessed formidable defensive capabilities, that would be one thing. But the crucial point was that this creature had perfectly withstood the attack of the nano-anesthetic needles, showing not even a flicker of pain. This defied the logic of both physics and medicine. This must be reported to academician Zhang Sanshui immediately. Robertson declared. Understood. I'll contact him immediately, Feng replied with a nod. He picked up a tablet and dialed academician Zhang Sanshui's number. Beep beep. After a long wait, the call finally connected. Zhang Sanshui's weary, slightly hoarse voice came through. Hello, is this Yi? Zhang Sanshui asked rapidly. It's me. Dean Zhang, do you remember the nanobug eggs I delivered to you last time? I remember. I'm still in the observation phase. I need to closely monitor the changes in this nanoworm larva before determining if it's suitable for cultivation. Alright, Director Zhang, I have some news to share with you. Don't rush, take your time. Feng then recounted the recent events, including the spider's mutation and the nanobugs extracted by Professor Robertson. Oh? So your experiments succeeded? Zhang Sanshui exclaimed with delight. That's incredible. I'll report this to the academicians immediately. After leaving the lab, Feng and Robertson headed straight for the second-floor laboratory. Feng's lab was divided into two levels. The upper level housed the lab where he cultivated nano-ants and mutant insects, while the middle level served as storage for various test tubes, vessels, and culture dishes. Where did that spider go? Professor Robertson suddenly noticed the cage was empty, not even a trace of the spider remaining. Chapter 139, Mutant Spider. Feng glanced over and saw the spider had vanished from the cage, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Could it be that the injection Professor Robertson administered moments ago had killed the spider? Just as Feng pondered this, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tremors grew increasingly violent. Instruments and furniture throughout the room shook wildly. Even a painting hanging on the wall shattered, scattering fragments across the floor with a clatter. Feng immediately grabbed Robertson and retreated to the corner for cover. Soon, all the equipment in the laboratory ceased functioning, plunging the room into silence. Professor Robertson's forehead was covered in sweat as he stared intently at the laboratory door, his palms clammy with cold sweat. Feng clenched his fists, his eyes fixed intently on the laboratory entrance. Thud. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the laboratory's iron door, and a pungent, foul stench wafted into the room. Feng and Robertson's pupils contracted sharply, their faces turning deathly pale in an instant. That smell reminded them of the mutated spider. Feng and Robertson exchanged glances, each seeing terror reflected in the other's eyes. They dared not linger a moment longer and immediately turned to leave. Feng, I'll investigate this spider first. You go back and rest. I'll keep an eye on things here. Professor Robertson instructed as they stepped out of the lab. Feng considered it for a moment before nodding. Thank you for your hard work, Professor. Robertson waved it off. It's no trouble at all. I just hope this research breakthrough will capture the world's attention. After returning to his dorm, Feng washed up and collapsed onto his bed, falling fast asleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Feng woke up around 8 o'clock. After washing up and changing clothes, he headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. Zhang Tingting called, and Feng hurriedly pushed his food aside, grabbing his phone to answer her call. Her voice carried urgency and worry. Feng, come quickly. My mother's pain has flared up again. We're rushing her to the hospital. Feng's heart lurched violently. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Currently working with Professor Zhang Sanchue on nanotechnology research, Professor Li was essentially his mentor's spouse. Both out of duty and personal obligation, he had to go visit. He hung up, rushed out of the cafeteria, jumped on his bicycle, and pedaled furiously toward the hospital. The wind whistled past his ears, and the hurried figures of pedestrians on the street blurred into a haze before his eyes. His entire focus was singular, a single thought circling relentlessly in his mind: his mentor's wife's health. Minutes later, Feng finally arrived at the hospital. He hurriedly parked his bicycle in the rack by the entrance and strode into the lobby. The lobby was a sea of people, with doctors and nurses darting through the corridors. Feng quickly located Professor Li's ward. Pushing open the door, he found the room filled with a tense atmosphere. Zhang Tingting stood by the bedside, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. On the bed, Professor Li lay pale, her forehead glistening with sweat. Her breathing was rapid and irregular, clearly tormented by intense pain. Professor Li. Feng hurried to the bedside, gripping her hand. What happened? You're in such agony. Professor Li shook her head slightly, forcing a faint smile. It's nothing, just a momentary discomfort. Her voice carried obvious weakness and exhaustion. Feng watched her with heartache. He knew she had been enduring silently for his sake and Zhang Tingting's, bearing the torment of her illness alone. The doctor entered the room, his expression grave as he addressed Professor Li. Professor Li, your condition is not looking good. We need to perform surgery as soon as possible. Feng recalled the lung cancer prevention drug his team had developed. He immediately called to have it delivered. Only by stabilizing his mentor's pneumonia and preventing its worsening could they even consider surgery. Feng's heart tightened as he recalled a lung cancer prevention drug his team had previously developed. Though it hadn't yet received national approval, he knew it was his mentor's wife's only hope. He immediately grabbed his phone and dialed the lab. Shaoli, it's Feng. I need you to deliver the lung cancer prevention drug we developed to the hospital immediately, Feng said urgently. Got it, Feng. I'll be right there, Shaoli replied on the other end. Feng exhaled in relief, watching Shaoli's hastening figure with gratitude. He understood that stabilizing his mentor's pneumonia and preventing its worsening was the first priority before considering surgery. Shortly after, Shaoli arrived at the hospital in a hurry, carrying a small box. He carefully opened it, revealing bottles of meticulously packaged medicine inside. Feng took the medicine, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Shaoli. Thank you, Shaoli. This medicine means the world to me. Shaoli smiled and waved his hand dismissively. You're welcome, Feng. Our team has always been working for your mother-in-law's health. Feng promptly handed the medication to the doctor, detailing its development process and efficacy. The doctor accepted it with a hint of hesitation. He understood the risks involved, but he also recognized that surgery was Professor Li's only viable option. After a moment's consideration, the doctor nodded. All right. Since your team has confidence in this medication, we can proceed with a trial. However, the surgery must still be performed as soon as possible. I hope you can prepare everything promptly. Feng's heart leapt with joy. He looked at the doctor gratefully. Thank you, doctor. We'll get everything ready as soon as possible. After the doctor left the ward, Feng and Zhang Tingting took turns caring for Professor Li. They handed the medication to the nurses and provided detailed instructions on its administration. Over the next few days, Feng and Zhang Tingting remained steadfastly by Professor Li's side. They administered the medication punctually each day and implemented various nursing measures, hoping to alleviate her suffering as much as possible. Gradually, Professor Li's condition stabilized, and her pneumonia showed signs of improvement. Her breathing became steady, and a faint flush returned to her complexion. Seeing this, Feng and Zhang Tingting felt their hearts fill with hope. They believed that with a little more perseverance, once the medication took full effect, their mentor's wife would surely improve. Soon after, the doctors conducted another examination and confirmed that Professor Li's condition had indeed improved. The time for surgery was drawing near. Feng and Zhang Tingting breathed a sigh of relief. However, Feng wasn't content with merely alleviating Professor Li's symptoms. He hoped to find a better solution that could free her from the torment of illness once and for all. Chapter 140, Tossing and Turning. Feng resolved to re-examine the entire surgical process, seeking opportunities for refinement. After several nights of tossing and turning, a novel idea finally crystallized in his mind. The next day, Feng approached the hospital's attending physician and presented his concept. Doctor, I want to develop an entirely new surgical system that minimizes pain and trauma during the procedure. The doctor looked at Yi Feng skeptically. Yi Feng, are you certain such a surgical system is feasible? After all, surgery is a complex and precise process that allows for no margin of error. Yi Feng nodded firmly. I understand the complexity and risks involved in surgery. However, I believe that with this new system, we can perform procedures with greater precision, reduce trauma and complications, and increase the likelihood of surgical success. The doctor pondered for a moment before finally deciding to give Yi Feng a chance. Alright, Yi Feng, I believe in your ability and talent. You may begin developing this new surgical system. I will support you fully. Yi Feng nodded excitedly. He knew this was a daunting task, but he was confident he could accomplish it. He began working closely with his team members, launching into an arduous and intense research and development effort. 2 days passed in a blur. Amidst the rush and tension, Yi Feng and his team finally completed the development of the new surgical system. The entire team worked in perfect harmony, each member fully committed, knowing that the success of this system would bring a blessing to patients. Throughout the development process, they endured countless trials and refinements. Night after night, Yi Feng and his team sweated in the lab, pushing the boundaries of their thinking and overcoming technical bottlenecks. They persistently explored new methods and technologies, meticulously analyzing and comparing the efficacy and risks of each step. Through simulated surgeries, they refined the procedure step by step, honing every detail to perfection. They engineered specialized surgical instruments and equipment, upgrading traditional tools with cutting-edge technology. They established a comprehensive set of operational guidelines, standardizing every procedure to ensure surgical safety and smooth execution. Through persistent experimentation and refinement, they finally succeeded in developing an entirely new surgical system. This system, characterized by precise execution, advanced technology, and optimized procedures, significantly reduces patient discomfort and post-operative recovery time. Not only that, it can also improve surgical success rates and reduce complications during procedures. The moment Yi Feng and his team announced the completion of their research, the entire lab erupted in cheers and applause. They took pride in their efforts and achievements, but more importantly, they knew this groundbreaking surgical system would bring hope and transformation to countless patients. The next day, as Yi Feng entered the chief physician's office brimming with anticipation and confidence, he could sense the tense yet expectant atmosphere permeating the room. The doctor looked at Yi Feng, his eyes betraying a hint of skepticism and concern. Yi Feng understood the doctor's concerns were not unfounded. Surgery was an extremely complex and precise process. The slightest error could have severe consequences for the patient. Yet he remained firmly convinced that the new surgical system, rigorously tested and validated, was both reliable and effective. Finally, on the day of Professor Li's surgery, the doctors and nurses worked in perfect coordination, following every step of the new surgical protocol. The operating room was filled with an atmosphere of intense focus and concentration, every action meticulously planned and prepared. Several hours later, the operating room doors slowly opened. Nurses carefully escorted Professor Li back to her ward. Her face was pale, and beads of sweat still clung to her forehead, yet she radiated an aura of serenity and resolve. Though complex, Professor Li's surgery proceeded exceptionally smoothly under the new system. Every action by the medical team was precise and error-free, allowing the procedure to be successfully completed in just a few hours. This spared Professor Li from excessive pain and trauma. Her breathing gradually steadied, and a faint flush returned to her cheeks. As the nurses carefully settled Professor Li onto the hospital bed, she slowly opened her eyes. A hint of fatigue flickered within them, yet there was no trace of fear or anxiety. She drew a deep breath, feeling the profound changes wrought by the new surgical system. A quiet, peaceful atmosphere filled the ward, as if time itself had paused for this significant moment. The doctors silently observed Professor Li's reactions, their hearts filled with anticipation and concern. Professor Li gradually came to her senses. She looked around at the people gathered and smiled faintly. Her voice was weak but filled with gratitude and resolve. Thank you. You have given me hope and confidence once more. The doctors exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy and pride. They knew their efforts had not been in vain. The new surgical system truly brought hope and transformation to patients. At Professor Li's bedside, Yi Feng watched her smile, tears of pride and joy glistening in his eyes. His goal was to expand this innovative surgical system to more hospitals and procedures, allowing more patients to benefit from it. In his office, President Han Li received excellent news. He learned that Professor Li's surgery had been highly successful, and the surgical team had employed an entirely new surgical system. Han Li's frown relaxed, replaced by a surge of joy and pride. He immediately summoned attending physician Zhao Xiaoyang into his office to commend and affirm him. As one of the most senior doctors on the surgical team, Zhao Xiaoyang was deeply gratified by Han Li's praise. Yet he also knew the success wasn't solely his achievement. It stemmed from the entire team's efforts and Yi Feng's groundbreaking surgical system. A wave of genuine pride and gratitude welled up within Zhao Xiaoyang. He addressed Han Li, Director, the flawless success of this surgery is inseparable from Yi Feng's innovative surgical system. Its precise procedures, advanced technology, and optimized workflow provided us with tremendous assistance. We followed the system's guidance meticulously, ensuring every step was executed flawlessly. This new system is truly reliable and effective. Hearing this, Hanli was astonished by Yi Feng's contribution. A surge of curiosity and interest welled up within him, compelling him to learn more about this groundbreaking surgical system. Dr. Zhao, could you provide me with a detailed explanation of this new surgical system? I'm quite interested in it, Hanli inquired. Chapter 141, Unceasing Flow. Zhao Xiaoyang immediately understood the director's intent and began explaining the new surgical system to Hanli in detail. Director, this innovative surgical system was invented by Yi Feng. Zhao Xiaoyang spoke at length, presenting Hanli with a detailed operational manual that explained each step and principle of the system. He explained that by standardizing every procedure, the new system ensured surgical safety and smooth execution. All team members underwent rigorous training, following the system's protocols to guarantee precision in every action. Zhao Xiaoyang remarked to Hanli, this new surgical system is truly remarkable. It not only reduces patient pain and post-operative recovery time but also increases surgical success rates while minimizing complications. Yi Feng's team conducted extensive experiments and testing to ensure its reliability and effectiveness. After hearing Zhao Xiaoyang's explanation, Hanli felt profound admiration for Yi Feng and deep respect for the surgical team. He understood that this innovative system would bring significant transformation and advancement to the hospital. Dr. Zhao, thank you for your explanation. I'm deeply interested in this innovative surgical system and would like to observe its operation and outcomes firsthand. Please arrange a demonstration surgery so I can witness its remarkable capabilities, Hanli requested. Hanli stepped out of the office and finalized the arrangements with Zhao Xiaoyang. He expressed his desire to meet Yi Feng personally to learn more details about this innovative surgical system. Zhao Xiaoyang provided his phone number and promised to arrange for Yi Feng's visit to the hospital as soon as possible. A few days later, Hanli received a call from Zhao Xiaoyang informing him that Yi Feng had arrived at the hospital. He immediately headed to the designated conference room, his mind filled with curiosity and astonishment about the identity of this young man. Upon entering the conference room, Hanli saw a slender, smiling youth standing there. Dressed in a clean, crisp white shirt and wearing glasses, he exuded an air of intelligence and maturity. Are you Mr. Yi Feng? Hanli asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, I am Yi Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you, President Hanli. Hanli approached Yi Feng, studying him closely. He found the young man's accomplishments utterly astonishing. He never imagined the creator of this entirely new surgical system would be such a young boy. To achieve so much at such a young age is truly astonishing, Hanli remarked. Yi Feng smiled. Thank you for your kind words, Dean. I'm just an ordinary person with a passion for medicine. I feel truly honored to have made even a small contribution to the field. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Hanli felt a deep sense of respect welling up within him. He knew Yi Feng's creativity and talent were undeniable. He decided to engage Yi Feng in a thorough discussion to understand the story behind this revolutionary surgical system. They sat down and began an in-depth conversation. Yi Feng detailed his creative inspiration and research findings to Hanli. Hanli and Yi Feng looked at each other, both wearing expressions of curiosity and anticipation. They sat quietly as Hanli took out pen and paper, preparing to record the details Yi Feng was about to share. Yi Feng began with a smile. My inspiration came from a chance encounter. Several years ago, I saw a little girl in the hospital who had both legs amputated. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and despair, and I felt deeply inadequate in my medical knowledge and technical skills. I vowed to help patients like her, to give them new hope and possibilities. So I began researching and exploring various surgical methods and techniques, hoping to find a way to enable patients to recover quickly. Hanli was deeply moved by Yi Feng's resolve and determination, fully understanding the young man's original aspirations and motivation. Yi Feng continued, during my research, I immersed myself in studying diverse surgical techniques and clinical cases, analyzing the risks and challenges inherent in the procedure. I discovered that seamless collaboration and synergy within the surgical team are crucial. A misstep in any single step could lead to failure. He elaborated, this led me to contemplate how to enhance surgical safety and efficacy. Observing procedures across numerous hospitals, I noticed each surgeon had distinct techniques and habits. I realized that standardizing the surgical process, ensuring precision at every step, could significantly boost success rates. Hanli listened intently, recognizing that Yi Feng's ideas aligned perfectly with the modern medical management philosophy he advocated. Yi Feng continued, I began drafting surgical procedure manuals, meticulously documenting every step and critical technique. To ensure accuracy and feasibility, I assembled a specialized surgical team for extensive experimentation and training. We refined the manuals repeatedly until every team member could execute them flawlessly. He paused, looking at Hanli with eyes sparkling with pride and determination. After prolonged effort and practice, we finally succeeded in developing this entirely new surgical system. It not only reduces patient pain and recovery time but also enhances surgical success rates and minimizes complications. I believe it will bring tremendous change and progress to the hospital. After listening to Yi Feng's explanation, Han Li felt profound admiration and gratitude. He realized this groundbreaking surgical system was not merely Yi Feng's individual achievement but the collective wisdom of an entire team. Yi Feng, your creativity and perseverance are truly admirable. You've brought new hope and change to the medical field. I am deeply grateful to you, Han Li said sincerely. Yi Feng smiled in response. Thank you for your kind words, Director. I'm just an ordinary person with a passion for medicine. It's an honor to contribute even a little to the field. Han Li and Yi Feng gazed at each other, their hearts brimming with mutual respect and admiration. They resolved to engage in deeper discussions, sharing their experiences and insights. Their conversation sparkled with intellectual sparks and the collision of ideas. Han Li couldn't help but marvel that behind this groundbreaking surgical system lay the relentless pursuit of a young man and the collective wisdom of a team. 2 hours passed in their conversation, leaving both Han Li and Yi Feng deeply satisfied and enriched. They resolved to collaborate further, aiming to introduce this innovative surgical system to more hospitals and surgical teams, thereby benefiting a greater number of patients. As they parted ways, Han Li clasped Yi Feng's hand tightly and said gratefully, Yi Feng, your dedication and creativity are truly admirable. With talents like yours, I believe the future of healthcare will be even brighter. Chapter 142, Demonstration Surgery. Yi Feng smiled and replied, Thank you for your encouragement and support, Director. I too believe that as long as we work together, the medical field will continue to achieve greater breakthroughs and progress. They shook hands in farewell, each leaving the conference room with hopes and expectations for the future. This in-depth conversation not only deepened Han Li's profound admiration and praise for Yi Feng but also sparked further reflection and inspiration within him. Han Li understood profoundly that the medical field required constant innovation and advancement, and that such innovation and progress often stemmed from the boldness and passion of the younger generation. Returning to his office, Han Li opened his computer and began organizing and documenting the key points of their conversation. His fingers flew across the keyboard, capturing every precious detail of their exchange on the computer screen. As Han Li stepped out of the conference room, a familiar, hurried footsteps caught his attention. He turned to see Zhao Xiaoyang approaching him with an anxious look. Director Han, how did the meeting go? Zhao Xiaoyang asked impatiently. Han Li smiled and excitedly told Zhao Xiaoyang, it went wonderfully. Yi Feng is willing to collaborate with our hospital to promote this innovative surgical system. We agreed to arrange a demonstration surgery as soon as possible so more doctors and teams can witness the remarkable potential of this system. Zhao Xiaoyang's frown smoothed out as delight spread across his face. This is fantastic news. Once Dr. Yi Feng's surgical system is widely adopted, it will bring significant breakthroughs and progress to our hospital. Han Li nodded in agreement. Both men were filled with anticipation for this revolutionary surgical system. They understood it wasn't merely Yi Feng's personal achievement, but the culmination of the entire hospital team's dedication and collective wisdom. We need to act swiftly and arrange a demonstration surgery. This way, more doctors and teams can understand the advantages and possibilities of this system, Han Li stated firmly. Zhao Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. Yes, we can reach out to other hospitals and invite their doctors to observe the demonstration surgery. This will not only showcase our hospital's capabilities but also provide patients with better treatment options. They eagerly discussed specific arrangements and details. Han Li and Zhao Xiaoyang passionately plan how to introduce this innovative surgical system to more doctors and teams, and how to expand its adoption across additional hospitals and surgical groups. After deliberation, they decided to promptly reach out to other hospitals, inviting their physicians to observe the demonstration surgeries. Simultaneously, they would notify relevant internal departments to prepare the necessary equipment and materials for the demonstrations. With the plan steadily progressing, Han Li and Zhao Xiaoyan left the corridor in high spirits and headed to the office. The office was brightly lit, everything appearing quiet and orderly. A young man wearing thick glasses sat in a chair, staring blankly at a painting on the wall. This young man was Zhou Wenba, who had just been transferred from the general surgery department to become the deputy director of cardiothoracic surgery. After several years in surgery, he had accumulated extensive surgical experience. However, lacking sufficiently powerful connections, he had never qualified to participate in surgeries and thus failed to advance in his career. Lately, Zhou Wenba had lost faith in his future, even feeling his life was meaningless. His wife had comforted him many times, but he remained gloomy. This afternoon, his father and younger brother had come to argue with him again. He had initially ignored these foolish brothers, but his mother had tearfully begged him to save his father's life. A heavy weight settled in Zhou Wenba's chest like a stone. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting blankly around the room. The space was lavishly decorated, yet the furniture looked worn, and the air thick with the pungent smell of smoke and alcohol. His mother lay on the bed, weeping sorrowfully. His father slumped dejectedly by the windowsill, silently puffing on a cigarette. Mom, Dad, let's wait a few more days. I'll reach out to friends for help immediately. Zhou Wenba suppressed his grief, speaking calmly. He had already resolved to give up. The surgery costs were astronomical, and even borrowing from every relative and classmate wouldn't cover it. His mother wiped the tears from her cheeks and choked out, "Wenba, you must remember what your brother said, as long as there's a breath left in you, you're still alive. Otherwise, everything is lost." Her body shook violently. Zhou Wenba kept his head bowed. He knew his mother feared he might starve himself to death. With a bitter tone, he said, "Mom, don't worry. I'll pull myself together and definitely scrape the money together. Son, you mustn't even think of taking your own life. You're our only son. If anything happened to you, what would we do?" Zhou's father wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and urged him solemnly. "I understand, Dad. I will get the money together. I'm going to eat now. We'll talk later." Zhou Wenba stood up and walked out the door. The instant Yi Feng returned home, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out, and a familiar interface appeared on the screen, System Task. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat. He knew this meant the system had assigned him a new task. He tapped the Accept button, and the screen immediately displayed the mission details. Side Tech Mission, assist Zhou Wenba in raising surgery funds. Reading the task description, Yi Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why would the system assign him such a task? He didn't know Zhou Wenba, nor was he familiar with his circumstances. Yet, he understood the system didn't assign tasks arbitrarily, there must be a reason and purpose behind it. Taking a deep breath, he decided to learn more about Zhou Wenba before deciding how to assist him. Yi Feng opened a search engine and typed in Zhou Wenba's name. Soon, he found a news article detailing Zhou Wenba's achievements and struggles within the medical field. It turned out that Zhou Wenba had worked in surgery for many years, accumulating extensive surgical experience. However, lacking sufficiently powerful connections, he had never qualified to perform surgeries himself and thus failed to advance in his career. Learning that Zhou Wenba worked at Zhao Li's hospital, Yi Feng planned to inquire about Zhou Wenba's situation from Zhao Li. Yi Feng dialed Zhao Li's number urgently. Once connected, Yi Feng quickly asked, "Director Zhao Li, have you heard of a doctor named Zhou Wenba? I heard his father is ill and needs surgery, but he doesn't have enough money." After a moment's silence, Zhao Li replied, "Zhou Wenba? I know him. He used to work at our hospital and was an exceptionally talented surgeon. But he never got the opportunities he deserved because he lacked the necessary connections to participate in surgeries." Chapter 143, Fundraising Event. Hearing Zhao Li's response, Yi Feng felt a pang of regret. He knew the medical field placed heavy emphasis on connections and background, often leaving capable doctors without the recognition or opportunities they deserved. Zhao Li continued, "Zhou Wenba's father developed a rare heart condition requiring a high-risk surgery. But the cost was so exorbitant that he was utterly helpless. He'd already borrowed money from every relative and classmate he knew, yet it still wasn't enough." Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a surge of deep sympathy. He knew Zhou Wenba was a capable and hard-working doctor, and his father's condition couldn't wait much longer. "Zhao Li, I want to help Zhou Wenba raise the funds for the surgery. Do you have any suggestions?" Yi Feng asked, determined to do whatever he could to assist the doctor. Zhao Li pondered for a moment before replying, "You could launch an online fundraising campaign through social media to reach out to socially conscious individuals for donations. Additionally, you might contact charitable organizations to see if they can provide assistance." Yi Feng nodded in understanding. He resolved to take immediate action to help Zhou Wenba cover the surgery costs. "Thank you, Director Zhao Li. I'll start the fundraising campaign as soon as possible, hoping to help Zhou Wenba," Yi Feng said gratefully. Zhao Li urged, "Yi Feng, this surgery is crucial for Zhou Wenba's father. Missing the optimal window could have devastating consequences. You must act swiftly, time is of the essence for them." "I'll do everything in my power," Yi Feng replied solemnly. After hanging up, Yi Feng began formulating a concrete fundraising plan. He decided to leverage his social media platforms to share Zhou Wenba's story, hoping to garner widespread attention and support. Simultaneously, he planned to reach out to charitable organizations to explore potential assistance and funding. Yi Feng logged into his Weibo account, drafted a message, and posted Zhou Wenba's medical case on his feed. "Yi Feng, hello everyone. Today I'm releasing Zhou Wenba's preliminary diagnosis report. His father suffers from heart disease and requires immediate surgery. He has borrowed money from many people but still cannot cover the surgical costs. If anyone is willing to provide the funds for the surgery, please contact me. I will transfer the payment to your bank account by 9 a.m. tomorrow." After posting the Weibo, he clicked to repost it, attaching a photo of Zhou Wenba. Hundreds of replies flooded the comments section almost instantly. Some inquired about Yi Feng's hospital affiliation, while many others expressed willingness to contribute. However, the high cost of the surgery caused Yi Feng to hesitate slightly. After carefully reviewing the comments, Yi Feng noticed that while some urged minimizing the surgery costs, a smaller group emphasized the urgency of getting Zhou Wenba operated on as soon as possible. After pondering, he replied, "Dr. Zhou is a highly respected physician. I will do my utmost to secure the surgery funds. If any friends need assistance, please feel free to contact me. My name is Yi Feng." At 5 o'clock in the evening, the sun was setting in the west. Yi Feng left the villa complex and drove back to the city center hospital. As soon as he parked, he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Wenba's number. After several rings, Zhou Wenba's voice finally came through. Hello? Who is this? Zhou Wenba sounded slightly weary, having worked non-stop all day. Yi Feng replied cheerfully, It's Yi Feng. Where are you? Got time to grab a coffee? Yi Feng? Zhou Wenba asked in surprise. Is it really you? Zhou Wenba knew this man named Yi Feng had been running around handling matters for him lately. Regardless of his motives, Yi Feng was his benefactor. Of course it's me. Where are you? I'm at a coffee shop near the hospital. Where are you? I'll come right over, Zhou Wenba said excitedly. Yi Feng replied, No need to trouble yourself. I'll come find you. Yi Feng arrived at the cafe Zhou Wenba had mentioned and spotted a man in a white coat seated by the window. The man was around 30, sporting a hint of unkempt stubble. Thick gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose gave him an intellectual air. It really is you, Yi Feng? Zhou Wenba exclaimed, rushing over with delight. Yi Feng smiled. Hello, Dr. Zhou. Zhou Wenba replied apologetically, I'm sorry, Yi Feng. I intended to find you, but... Yi Feng reassured him, Dr. Zhou, don't worry. I'll figure out a way to cover the surgery costs. No. Zhou Wenba shook his head firmly. Yi Feng, while I owe you this time, I'll always remember the help you gave me. We're helping each other out, there's no need for such formality. Alright then, I won't beat around the bush, Yi Feng said. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, they began discussing the specifics of the donation. Rest assured, I'll raise the surgery funds for you as quickly as possible, Yi Feng pledged, patting his chest. I know you've always been there for me, and I'm truly grateful, Zhou Wenba said with emotion. But I'm not the kind of person who forgets kindness. This was selfish of me. I shouldn't have dragged you into my father's surgery costs and caused you trouble. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on that now. Zhou Wenba then handed Yi Feng a business card. My Weibo handle is Huaran Hall. You can contact me directly if you need anything. Alright, goodbye. Yi Feng tucked the card into his pocket. Goodbye, Zhou Wenba said. After returning to his residence, Yi Feng retrieved a laptop from a drawer. Opening his browser, he typed in Zhou Wenba's Weibo account. Warentang was Zhou Wenba's personal Weibo account. Yi Feng found the account on the browser's homepage and clicked into his Weibo profile page. Zhou Wenba's homepage contained very little content, only 2 posts. One read, I am Zhou Wenba. My father's condition is critical. I hope to get him surgery as soon as possible to cure him. I hope everyone will donate generously. I will be forever grateful. The other read, I am holding a donation box at the hospital entrance, awaiting your support. After reading these 2 posts, Yi Feng searched for Zhou Wenba's social media accounts in Jiangzhou City. He found only a few dozen posts, the vast majority of which were about the surgery. Zhou Wenba's total surgery costs amounted to 84,000 yuan. The system prohibited Yi Feng from directly giving money to Zhou Wenba, and the online appeal, posted for several days, had generated little response. Yi Feng was burning with anxiety, knowing time was precious for Zhou Wenba's father. Days of online appeals had yielded no responses, leaving him perplexed and helpless. He had to find a way to raise the surgery funds quickly. Chapter 144, Echoing Endlessly. Yi Feng pondered, realizing he needed a clever approach to spread Zhou Wenba's plea for help and attract more attention and assistance. He would have to put himself in the spotlight. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng resolved to try a bold approach to spread the word about Zhou Wenba's plight. He activated his phone's camera, aimed it at Zhou Wenba, and began recording a video. The video began with Zhou Wenba standing in a bustling downtown plaza, surrounded by a throng of people and the constant clamor of the crowd. Behind him, a haggard-looking middle-aged man lay slumped across his back, his arms weakly wrapped around Yi Feng's neck. This man was Zhou Wenba's father. Zhou Wenba's gaze was resolute. His legs trembled slightly, yet he steadfastly moved forward. Carrying his father on his back, he advanced step by step toward the center of the square. Passers-by were drawn to the scene, halting in their tracks to stare intently. Yi Feng felt the weight of their gazes. He knew his actions had sparked curiosity and attention. Deep down, he understood this was his chance to draw more people to Zhou Wenba's plea for help. As Zhou Wenba drew nearer to the square's center, some began filming this moving scene with their phones. Soon, a video was uploaded online. Its title was simple and direct, This young man carries his father thousands of miles to save him. As the video spread online, it quickly became a sensation. Viewership grew exponentially, and the comments section overflowed with expressions of concern and emotion. Some netizens criticized the man who had made Zhou Wenba carry his father, condemning him for trampling on others' dignity just because he had a few stinking bucks. The backlash was fierce. Yi Feng's actions drew widespread attention, though not all praised his conduct. Online critics accused him of exploiting Zhou Wenba and his father's plight for attention and sympathy. They branded Yi Feng selfish and cold-hearted, claiming he used others' suffering to pursue personal fame and profit. These comments ignited a wave of discussion and controversy, sparking heated debates online. Some defended Yi Feng's actions as selfless, praising him as a brave and compassionate individual who genuinely sought to help Zhou Wenba and his father. Others, however, insisted his behavior was hypocritical, driven solely by a desire for publicity and attention. Facing this backlash, Yi Feng chose silence. He remained unfazed by others' judgments, knowing his intentions were genuine. He simply wanted to help Zhou Wenba and his father through their crisis. Zhou Wenba himself expressed gratitude and admiration for Yi Feng's actions. He recognized how desperately he needed assistance, how crucial public attention and support were to him. Regarding those who criticized Yi Feng, Zhou Wenba felt no anger or resentment. He simply hoped silently for more people to extend a helping hand. Though lingering hesitation and doubt remained in Zhou Wenba's heart, uncertain whether he should continue relying on Yi Feng's support, he felt immense warmth and strength when he saw those willing to help him. He understood that even if some questioned Yi Feng's actions, there were still many kind and compassionate people in the world. After enduring twists and controversies, Yi Feng resolved to ignore the voices criticizing him. He knew his actions stemmed from genuine concern to aid Zhou Wenba and his father, not for personal gain. He believed the truth would eventually surface, and his goodwill would be acknowledged. When Yi Feng pointed his phone camera at Zhou Wenba, he never imagined his simple act would spark such intense controversy. He merely wanted to spread Zhou Wenba's plea for help in this way, hoping to draw more attention and assistance. He understood that his actions might be misunderstood and criticized, but he had no regrets. He was willing to bear the blame and criticism because he knew what he had done was right. He believed that as long as they could raise enough money for the surgery, Zhou Wenba's father would receive timely treatment and they would overcome their current predicament. Yi Feng paid no heed to the online accusations and criticism, for he understood that what truly mattered was the health and well-being of Zhou Wenba and his father. Soon, the video caught the attention of a charitable organization. They contacted Zhou Wenba, expressing willingness to cover his father's surgery costs. The news spread like ripples across a lake. Soon, the video went viral online, drawing widespread attention and sympathy. Witnessing the young man struggle as he carried his heavy father, people couldn't help but feel admiration and deep emotion. The video's title was simple yet powerful: "This young man carries his father thousands of miles to save him." This concise yet impactful headline became a nationwide topic, shared widely across major social media platforms and drawing extensive attention. Soon, more people joined the ranks of donors. Whether moved by the video itself or prompted by others' recommendations and shares, they felt compassion and were willing to lend a helping hand. In this wave of support, individuals from all walks of life stepped forward, not only ordinary netizens contributing funds, but also major corporations, celebrities, and charitable organizations. In no time, Zhou Wenba's plea for help captured nationwide attention. Major media outlets rushed to cover this touching story, not only to assist Zhou Wenba and his father but also to spread warmth and kindness. Volunteers across the country mobilized during this fundraising campaign. They organized charity sales and donation drives, actively spreading Zhou Wenba's story in hopes of raising more funds. Various media outlets also covered these acts of kindness, aiming to further inspire public attention and contributions. Despite lingering skepticism and criticism, these voices could not stem the tide of kindness. Those who questioned Yi Feng gradually faded into the flood of goodwill, overwhelmed by the countless compassionate individuals. Amidst this outpouring of care and support, Zhou Wenba's hesitations and doubts gradually dissipated. He realized he was not alone, that he did not have to face his difficulties by himself. With so many willing to lend a helping hand, he believed he and his father would surely overcome their hardships. Watching the donation figures continuously update on his phone screen, Zhou Wenba felt a surge of gratitude and admiration. Yet he also understood that this fundraising effort addressed only his father's surgery costs. It did not resolve all the hardships they faced. Chapter 145: Bearing the Blame. Over the next few days, Zhou Wenba received countless donations, and the surgery costs were quickly raised in full. His father underwent the operation smoothly and stabilized afterward. Zhou Wenba gazed gratefully at his father's peaceful sleeping face, deeply aware that all this was thanks to Yi Feng's courage and the assistance of countless kind-hearted people. In organizing this fundraiser, Yi Feng had risked bearing the brunt of public criticism himself to draw attention to Zhou Wenba's plight and secure a glimmer of hope for his father. Yi Feng knew this fundraising effort was no easy task for him. Once an obscure ordinary person, he was no stranger to attacks and skepticism on social media. Yet he also knew he must stand up courageously. For Zhou Wenba's father, he was willing to bear the risk of public condemnation. No matter how harshly netizens criticized him, Yi Feng only needed his own conscience to be clear. Zhou Wenba sat in the hospital corridor, his gaze fixed on his father lying quietly in the hospital bed. Though not yet fully recovered after surgery, his father looked much better than before. His heart overflowed with gratitude towards Yi Feng, for without Yi Feng's courageous actions, he might not even have had the chance for surgery. Yi Feng stood at the far end of the corridor, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Wenba. He understood the man's emotions at that moment. He had initially worried that Zhou Wenba might feel humiliated by his actions, but that concern proved entirely unnecessary. Not only did Zhou Wenba not perceive Yi Feng's actions as humiliating, but he was filled with profound gratitude. He understood Yifeng's thoughtful intentions, knowing Yifeng had acted to draw more attention to their plight and raise additional funds for them. Zhou Wenba rose to his feet and approached Yifeng cautiously, his eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Yifeng, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for us. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude, Zhou Wenba said gratefully. Yifeng smiled at Zhou Wenba, sensing his sincerity and gratitude, which made him feel that everything was worthwhile. Zhou Wenba, there's no need to be so formal. I just wanted to help you and make more people aware of your situation. I believe that with everyone working together, you and your father will definitely overcome this hardship, Yifeng said gently. Zhou Wenba nodded, hope flickering in his eyes. He realized he wasn't alone, so many people cared about him and were willing to help. Yes, I believe we can overcome this. I'll seize this opportunity to work hard and build a happy life for both my father and myself, Zhou Wenba declared firmly. In that moment, all hesitation and doubt vanished from Zhou Wenba's heart. He understood he didn't have to face this alone, so many were willing to lend a hand. He felt the warmth and kindness of society. Yifeng looked into Zhou Wenba's resolute eyes and knew he had made the right choice. He paid no heed to the online criticism and skepticism, for his actions had given Zhou Wenba and his father a glimmer of hope. Yifeng finally returned home, collapsing onto the sofa, his mind still swirling with thoughts of Zhou Wenba and his father. The relentless running around and effort had left him utterly exhausted, yet he also felt a deep sense of fulfillment and accomplishment. He knew he had made the right choice to help others, he was willing to endure anything. Just then, the system suddenly appeared before Yifeng once more. His eyes flashed with curiosity. Congratulations, Yifeng. You have successfully completed the side quest, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Yifeng froze, his anticipation for the reward growing. He knew the system's rewards never disappointed. System, what is my reward? Yifeng asked curiously. The system smiled in response, based on your performance and contributions, I shall grant you 3 rewards. First, you shall receive 1 opportunity for ability enhancement, allowing you to choose any single ability to improve. Second, you shall be granted 1 selection of special equipment, which will significantly boost your combat prowess. Finally, you shall receive 1 mission reset opportunity, enabling you to re-challenge a completed mission for additional rewards and experience points. Hearing these rewards, Yifeng felt a surge of excitement. Each option held immense appeal, especially the ability upgrade and special equipment selection, both promising to make him far more formidable in his future adventures. He pondered for a moment before finally deciding on the ability enhancement. He realized that only by becoming stronger himself could he better assist those in need. System, I choose ability enhancement, Yifeng declared firmly. The system nodded and immediately displayed a series of ability enhancement options. Yifeng carefully read the description of each option. Ultimately, he chose to enhance his combat prowess and intellect. After completing the enhancement, Yifeng felt his entire body brimming with power and confidence. Thank you, system. This reward is truly excellent, Yifeng expressed his sincere gratitude. The system smiled and replied, Yifeng, your courage and kindness truly inspire me. Dean Hanli invited Yifeng to attend a demonstration of the groundbreaking surgical system he had invented. This was a large-scale event, gathering top experts and leaders from major hospitals. The venue was arranged with solemnity and warmth, a tense atmosphere permeating the air. Spotlights illuminated the entire venue. The stage displayed various surgical instruments and equipment, adorned with flashing instrument screens, resembling a high-tech stage. The audience seats were filled with eager doctors and specialists, all curiously anticipating Yifeng's demonstration. President Hanli stood on stage, smiling as he greeted the audience. His appearance drew a wave of applause and cheers. Esteemed doctors, experts, and leaders, today we are honored to welcome Mr. Yifeng, who will showcase his unique surgical system. This unprecedented endeavor holds the promise of bringing new hope and treatment options to countless patients, President Hanli declared with passion. The audience applauded in unison, their expectant gazes fixed on the stage. Yifeng stepped onto the stage, dressed in a pristine white surgical gown, radiating energy and confidence. He looked out at the audience and smiled in greeting. Esteemed doctors and experts, thank you for joining us today. I will now demonstrate a revolutionary surgical system designed to significantly enhance precision and safety in surgical procedures, Yifeng declared with unwavering conviction. Chapter 146, Confident Demonstration. As Yifeng finished speaking, the large screen on stage lit up, displaying a video of his demonstration. The audience's eyes were glued to the screen, captivated by Yifeng's invention and eager to see more. In the video, Yifeng demonstrated his surgical system with fluid, precise movements. Data on the instrument display shifted in sync with his actions, while surgical tools moved with agile precision under his guidance. This is our surgical navigation system. It displays the structure and changes in the surgical area in real time, enabling doctors to perform more precise procedures, Yifeng's voice echoed through the venue. The audience was profoundly impressed by Yifeng's surgical system, astonished that such advanced technology and techniques existed in the medical field. His voice brimmed with confidence and passion as he continued explaining the system's advantages and features, captivating the audience. His demonstration was not merely a showcase but a feast of technology and medicine. Through the surgical navigation system, surgeons can accurately understand the structure and changes in the surgical area, avoiding accidental damage to vital blood vessels and nerves. Moreover, during the procedure, we can monitor the patient's vital signs in real time, such as heart rate and blood pressure, ensuring the safety and success rate of the surgery. Yi Feng's voice echoed throughout the venue. The images on the screen continuously shifted, showcasing multiple functions and operations of the surgical system. The audience watched with rapt attention, thoroughly impressed by Yi Feng's technical expertise and capabilities. Beyond the navigation system, we've also developed intelligent surgical instruments that automatically adjust their position and force based on the surgeon's habits and gestures, delivering more precise surgical outcomes, Yi Feng declared with pride and excitement. The audience exchanged looks of astonishment, realizing this was not merely a technological innovation but a milestone in medical history. They began discussing enthusiastically, sharing their recognition and anticipation for Yi Feng's invention. Dean Hanli stood quietly below the stage, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. He held deep admiration for Yi Feng's talent and achievements, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. Amidst the audience's thunderous applause, Yi Feng descended from the stage and returned to stand beside President Hanli. Mr. Yi Feng, your invention will bring significant breakthroughs and progress to medicine. I believe that through your efforts, we will be able to bring hope and opportunities for recovery to more patients, President Hanli said, his voice brimming with admiration and anticipation. A contented smile spread across Yi Feng's face as he felt the recognition and support from everyone present. He knew this successful demonstration was merely the beginning. Greater challenges and opportunities lay ahead. Thank you for your encouragement, Dean. I will continue striving to contribute my strength to the advancement of medicine, Yi Feng replied, his voice conveying unwavering determination. President Hanli smiled and patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, confident that Yi Feng's future would be even more brilliant. Audience members continuously offered congratulations and admiration to Yi Feng, recognizing that this young doctor would become a great pioneer in the medical field. Following the demonstration, Yi Feng's surgical system gained widespread recognition and acclaim. Hospitals began extending invitations, eager to adopt this advanced technology to enhance surgical quality and outcomes. Yi Feng remained grounded by these honors. He understood his responsibility extended beyond invention and innovation. It was to benefit humanity. He would continue striving, relentlessly pursuing medical progress and human welfare. As the audience departed the venue, their hearts were filled with admiration and respect for Yi Feng. This demonstration had not only revealed the future of medicine but also instilled in them a renewed confidence in life and hope. Yi Feng and President Hanli walked out of the venue together, strolling along the night streets. The stars shone brightly, and streetlights softly illuminated their silhouettes. Yi Feng, your invention will change the world. I am proud and honored to have you, President Hanli said, his voice brimming with excitement and admiration. Yi Feng smiled and nodded, sensing the director's expectations and encouragement. As they parted, President Hanli, impressed by Yi Feng's talent, offered him a position at the hospital. Yi Feng revealed he was a freshman in the aerospace program at Dragon Nation University of Science and Technology. President Hanli was stunned. Yi Feng wasn't even a medical student. After hearing Yi Feng's words, President Hanli's mind was filled with shock and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that the young man before him was not a medical student, but a freshman in the aerospace program at Longhua University of Science and Technology. Yi Feng, is this true? You're not a medical student, yet you've created such an astonishing surgical system? President Hanli's voice carried doubt and astonishment. Yi Feng nodded with a smile, his eyes flashing with confidence and determination. Yes, Dean. I am an aerospace student with a deep passion for medicine. During my studies, I realized the precision and efficiency of aerospace technology could revolutionize medicine. So I began applying aerospace principles to surgical techniques, ultimately developing this system. His voice carried conviction and pride. President Hanli gazed quietly at Yi Feng, sensing the dream and passion in the young man's eyes. Though surprised by Yi Feng's background, he understood the potential and possibilities inherent in such interdisciplinary innovation. Yi Feng was preoccupied with the breakthrough in nanotechnology, so he excused himself from Hanli and hurried to the research institute, determined to crack the nanotechnology as soon as possible. Upon returning to his office at the Nanotechnology Research Institute, Yi Feng immediately picked up the phone and dialed his assistant, Wang Hao. Here's the thing. I need you to look up information on nanotechnology for me. The more detailed, the better. No problem. Hold on a moment. I'll have the materials delivered to you in about half an hour. Thanks a lot. Yi Feng hung up and sat in his chair, patiently awaiting the information. He knew Wang Hao worked in the cybersecurity department of the Dragon Nation. An hour later, the phone rang again. Wang Hao sent over a file containing precisely the nanotechnology information Yi Feng requested. Yi Feng opened the folder and began skimming through it. Yi Feng soon realized this was an exceptionally comprehensive report. It documented the world's top-tier material preparation enterprises and leading international partners, including 3 Fortune 500 companies and several renowned domestic and foreign research institutions. The data revealed that these world-class partners and research institutions possessed exceptionally rich technical reserves. Several of them held exceptionally high standards in their respective global fields, even surpassing Western nations like the United States. In East Asian countries where technological and equipment infrastructure lagged behind, these institutions represented the absolute pinnacle. Chapter 147, Demons and Monsters. Yi Feng meticulously studied the technical documentation within the materials while simultaneously browsing through the database archives. Suddenly, he discovered a peculiar piece of data. In a certain field, the document mentioned that nanoparticles had been launched from a NATO base, and this technology was among NATO's most core capabilities. Yi Feng immediately recognized the immense value of this information. This represented the absolute cutting edge of current nanotechnology. Within the document, Yi Feng obtained the access code for this base. He jotted it down on a piece of paper and immediately locked it away in a drawer. This classified information absolutely could not be leaked. Otherwise, it would attract the prying eyes of all manner of unscrupulous elements, and the invention would surely fail to proceed smoothly. A gleam of insight flashed in Yi Feng's eyes as a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. It was past 11 that night when Yi Feng finally left the research institute and returned to his hotel to rest. Early the next morning, Yi Feng arrived at the research institute to continue his work. Having expended too much energy during yesterday's demonstration, he needed sufficient sleep today to ensure he had ample stamina. Yi Feng worked tirelessly at the institute throughout the day. By evening, he received a notice from his advisor, Wang Goen, instructing him to attend the university anniversary ceremony podium for a speech. Wang Goen specifically emphasized the need for thorough preparation. The speech covered topics spanning multiple fields in aerospace, requiring extensive research and preparation to understand both his own and others' perspectives. Only then could he craft the most perfect plan and speech. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Feng arrived punctually at the campus of Longwei University of Science and Technology and headed straight for the university auditorium. Not far from the auditorium, he noticed a large gathering of students, suggesting some grand event was underway. Without hesitation, Yi Feng continued toward the auditorium. Upon reaching the exterior, he observed rows of vehicles parked outside while groups of students and faculty dressed in formal attire steadily entered the campus. The students' attire was immaculate and crisp, and they appeared exceptionally energetic and spirited. Yi Feng stood at the entrance watching the students come and go when suddenly he froze. Just then, several boys approached him. One of them asked with a smile, "Excuse me, where is Yi Feng?" Yi Feng pointed toward the auditorium lobby. "I'm Yi Feng." Another boy quickly asked, "Yi Feng, could we take a photo with you?" Yi Feng gave the boys a fleeting glance. He noticed they all wore eager expressions. Clearly, these boys had come seeking him out, wanting to take a commemorative photo with him. However, Yi Feng ignored them. He simply turned and strode toward the auditorium entrance. Seeing Yi Feng's refusal, the boys' expressions turned slightly awkward. Yet they didn't give up, instead following close behind him into the campus auditorium. The moment he entered the auditorium lobby, Yi Feng was stunned by the lavishly decorated interior. The walls were entirely covered in gold leaf, with enormous painted portraits suspended on all four sides. Each portrait stood tens of thousands of feet tall, vividly lifelike. The figures wore uniforms of varying colors, yet all shared a uniform military style, radiating an aura of imposing solemnity. Numerous high-backed round stools and tables were arranged throughout the hall. Yi Feng glanced around and noticed he and the other boys were the only students present. After a few glances, he found a seat near the window and sat down. Looking up, he saw the sky as blue as washed silk, with white clouds drifting across the azure backdrop, a clear and beautiful scene. After Yi Feng sat down, the other boys followed suit. One of them spoke up, "Yi Feng, I'm Wang Zhiyong. This is Lu Yang, and this is..." The boy proceeded to introduce each of the others. They were all prodigies from China's top universities, academic stars from Yenjing University, Peking University, and even one or two graduates of the National Defense University who had served in the military. Each had achieved outstanding accomplishments in their respective fields. Among them stood a girl. Her features were delicate and dignified, her skin as fair as snow. Tall and slender, she wore a pink dress and stood gracefully beside the boys. The moment Yi Feng saw this girl, his eyes lit up. She was an exceptionally pure and adorable girl, her hair tied in a bun, her figure slender and graceful. Her features were delicate and sweet, her lips curved in a gentle smile revealing two pearly white teeth, and her large eyes sparkled brightly, clear and luminous. Yi Feng couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. The girl noticed Yi Feng staring at her and felt a flicker of shyness. Nevertheless, she offered him a warm, gentle smile. Yi Feng returned the smile before looking away. Wang Zhiyong pointed at the girl and said, "Yi Feng, this is our class beauty, Li Yanan. She's also a teaching assistant at the Beidou System Research Center." Yi Feng nodded. This Li Yanan seemed quite ordinary, not particularly eye-catching, but Yi Feng knew she was Wang Hao's younger sister. Wang Zhiyong continued, "After this afternoon's class, the school will hold its anniversary ceremony. The administration has invited numerous media reporters to attend. As outstanding student representatives of our school, you will undoubtedly be interviewed by the journalists. Yi Feng frowned. He had originally intended to observe the speech quietly. But now that media interviews were involved, he didn't refuse. Yi Feng, I suggest you change into formal attire for the event. I know you dislike wearing suits, but to make a good impression on our media friends, I hope you'll cooperate, Wang Ziyang added. Alright, Yi Feng agreed. He understood Wang Ziyang's meaning. With the rapid advancement of global internet and information technology, many news agencies and television stations had developed a keen interest in traditional cultural industries. Especially the cultural festivals favored by the Chinese people attracted significant attention from media journalists worldwide. As one of China's foremost masters, Yi Feng's academic achievements had already gained official recognition. If his performance at the school anniversary ceremony received favorable reviews from the media, it would greatly boost his future reputation. Yi Feng had also researched information on the Academy Forum and knew that once he gained the admiration of media reporters, winning a Nobel Prize in the future would likely be much easier. That was precisely why Yi Feng had agreed to participate. Wang Ziyang smiled with satisfaction before entering the auditorium lobby with the other 3 boys. After waiting in his seat for about half an hour, Yi Feng saw the auditorium doors open as a group of people entered. Chapter 148, Whispering. Leading the way was an elderly man around 60. His face was stern at that moment. Following closely behind was a young man in his 30s. Dressed in a suit and shirt, the young man appeared well-mannered and refined. Beside the elderly man stood a balding middle-aged man in his 50s. The balding man spotted Yi Feng the moment he entered. He hurried over, grasped Yi Feng's hand, and exclaimed, Yi Feng, I knew you'd come to the school reunion today. You have no idea how worried I was you might not show up. Yi Feng looked at the balding man in surprise and asked, Director Chen? Who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm your department head, Chen Weiman, the balding man said cheerfully. Yi Feng suddenly understood. No wonder this bald man seemed familiar. Yi Feng extended his hand and shook Chen Weiman's firmly. So you're Director Chen. Ha ha. Yi Feng, you finally made it. Chen Weiman pulled Yi Feng onto the stage and announced into the microphone, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our college's youngest top student, Yi Feng. Whoosh. Following Chen Weiman's words, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience below. Chen Weiman then invited Yi Feng to say a few words before stepping back to prepare. Standing center stage, Yi Feng took a few deep breaths before speaking slowly. Today, I stand here as a student participating in this anniversary celebration. On behalf of Longgua's traditional culture and technology, I extend my gratitude to everyone for attending. As Yi Feng finished, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd below. His words rang out with force and conviction, stirring the crowd with their passion and energy. Students below the stage clapped excitedly, as if witnessing the emergence of a towering young talent. Meanwhile, Wang Ziyang and his group murmured among themselves below the stage. After exchanging a few words, Wang Ziyang approached Yi Feng with a smile. Yi Feng, your speech just now was absolutely brilliant. You have no idea we've carefully savored every single word you spoke. Each character deserves our full appreciation. The other boys nodded in agreement, chiming in, yeah. Yi Feng, we never imagined your skills were this impressive. Yi Feng responded modestly, not at all. It was just some relatively simple and easy to understand terminology. Yi Feng continued, alright, enough chatter. Let's kick off tonight's anniversary celebration. First, we'll welcome our friends from the Manhwa Evening News and Nantian Evening News. Wang Ziyang clapped his hands, and the lights inside the auditorium dimmed. The music stopped, and the doors swung open as a group of people filed out. Leading the way was a middle-aged man with thick black-rimmed glasses and a stocky build. Yi Feng's mind instantly pulled up the man's profile. This middle-aged man was Yang Dong, a reporter for Nanhua City Satellite TV's Nanjiang Evening News. As he specialized in entertainment news, he boasted 1 million followers online. Moreover, Yang Dong was an exceptionally professional media journalist whose influence ranked among the top nationwide. Of course, no matter how famous he was, it had nothing to do with Yi Feng. Upon arriving at the auditorium, Yang Dong waved briefly to the school anniversary host on stage. The host understood immediately, promptly fetched a microphone from nearby, handed it to Yang Dong, then stepped back 2 paces and waited quietly. Taking the microphone, Yang Dong scanned the crowd and spotted Yi Feng seated in the very back row. Addressing him through the microphone, he declared, Yi Feng, today we have the honor of welcoming a legendary young hero among us. On behalf of people from all walks of life across the nation, I offer you my deepest admiration. Yi Feng stood up, waved his hand, and said, Reporter Yang, you're too kind. No, I mean it. Those 2 papers you wrote are truly remarkable. And your thesis left me utterly stunned. Yang Dong shook his head vigorously. Our expert panel debated your topic for ages without finding a breakthrough. Yet you managed to write it through sheer determination. You're a true genius. The audience below the stage nodded in agreement upon hearing this. As authorities in the academic world themselves, they knew Yang Dong spoke the truth. Within the entire Dragon Nation, Yi Feng still held a certain level of fame. After all, his paper had indeed caused a nationwide sensation. But Yi Feng didn't want to be the center of attention. So, he smiled and interrupted Yang Dong, "Reporter Yang, I just got lucky." "You're being too modest. Your luck is far more than mere luck. I believe you are undoubtedly an exceptional talent," Yang Dong said sincerely. "We all know that you, Yi Feng, are a renowned scholar not only at our university dedicated to traditional Chinese culture but also globally." Hearing Yang Dong's praise, the students below the stage couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and admiration. Just what kind of person is this Yi Feng, to be called the pride of the Traditional Culture Academy? What an honor that must be. Indeed. Look at him, so young, yet he's achieved so much. The audience couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. Yi Feng smiled and waved back at them. After the conference concluded, just as Yi Feng was about to leave the auditorium, his close friend Songdi intercepted him. Songdi approached with an excited expression, patting Yi Feng on the shoulder as he exclaimed, "Yi Feng, you're incredible. That thesis was truly outstanding. I have to celebrate this with you." Yi Feng looked at Songdi with some confusion and asked, "Songdi, why didn't we invite Chenggu to celebrate with us?" Songdi flashed an awkward smile. "Well, Chenggu has something come up and can't make it to the celebration." Yi Feng was taken aback. He and Chenggu had been close friends for years, always inseparable. How could Chenggu possibly have something more important than this celebration? A wave of unease washed over him. What kind of trouble? Did something go wrong? Yi Feng asked anxiously. Songdi glanced around and whispered, "Chen Ji's been in trouble lately. Some people have been targeting him." Yi Feng's brow furrowed. He knew Chenggu was exceptionally intelligent and talented, but that very brilliance had drawn envious and resentful eyes. His heart filled with worry as he pressed, "What exactly is going on? I need to go help him." Songdi shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. "It's a sensitive matter. Chenggu asked us not to get too involved. He said he'll handle it." Hearing this only deepened Yi Feng's anxiety. He knew Chenggu was an introverted and stubborn man who disliked others meddling in his affairs. Yet Yi Feng refused to sit idly by. He resolved to find Chenggu and help him navigate this crisis no matter what. Chapter 149, Anxious Unease. "Songde, tell me where Chenggu is. I need to find him." Yi Feng's tone was firm and decisive. Songde met Yi Feng's unwavering gaze and recognized his seriousness. He relayed Chen Ji's address. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng left the auditorium and set off to find Chenggu. The night streets felt eerily quiet, the cold wind sweeping through and scattering the thoughts of passers-by. Yi Feng hurried along the road, his mind racing with countless thoughts, his heart filled with unease. He thought of Chenggu. They had been through so much together. Now that Chenggu was in trouble, he couldn't stand idly by. Finally, Yi Feng arrived at Chen Ji's residence. He knocked on the door. Moments later, it opened quietly, revealing Chen Ji's weary face. "Yi Feng?" Chenggu looked at him with surprise. "What brings you here?" Yi Feng gripped Chen Ji's hand tightly and said earnestly, "Chenggu, I heard you're in trouble. I'm here to help." His voice was filled with concern and resolve. A flicker of emotion passed through Chen Ji's eyes. He looked deeply at Yi Feng, then after a moment of silence, murmured softly, "Yi Feng, you really don't need to worry about me. This matter is incredibly complicated. I've done everything I can." His tone carried a hint of resignation and exhaustion. Yi Feng gripped Chen Ji's shoulders firmly. "Chenggu, you're my friend. I won't stand by and do nothing. Tell me what happened." His eyes burned with resolve and determination. Chenggu took a deep breath. He knew Yi Feng genuinely wanted to help and no longer held back, recounting the entire sequence of events. It turned out a group had approached Chenggu, demanding he steal research findings from Yi Feng. The forces behind them were powerful and shadowy. Initially, Chenggu refused their demands, but they resorted to both threats and coercion, intimidating him and endangering his family. Faced with this situation, Chenggu had no choice but to temporarily yield, hoping to buy time. After hearing Chen Ji's account, Yi Feng's brow furrowed deeply, his heart filled with anger and worry. Though he knew little of their background, their audacity in targeting Chenggu suggested extraordinary connections. If they persisted, Chenggu would surely face dire consequences. Yi Feng clenched his jaw. "I'll go back with you now. I can't trust those bastards with you." "Yi Feng." Chenggu grabbed his arm, sighed, and said, "Forget it. Yi Feng, that group is incredibly powerful. They're not people we can afford to provoke." "I know." Yi Feng nodded. He understood this reality well. If they could make Chenggu back down, they were clearly no ordinary foes. He stood no chance against them. Yet he refused to let his friends suffer injustice. No matter how formidable the enemy, he would fight them to the bitter end. His fists clenched, and his eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. Yi Feng and Chenggu rode back to the dormitory together. The moment they entered the dormitory area, Yi Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. His heart tightened instantly, sensing something was terribly wrong. Pushing open the dorm door, a cold breeze hit him, carrying a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. He cautiously stepped inside and immediately spotted signs that his desk and drawers had been rummaged through. Anxiety surged within him. Trusting Chen Ji's character, he knew someone else must have searched the room. His gaze darted around the room, searching every corner for any suspicious clues. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive heaviness, as if an ominous aura hung in the air. His gaze fell upon the window, slightly ajar. He knew someone had entered and exited through it. Feng moved swiftly across the carpet, making no sound as he cautiously approached the window. He strained his ears, hoping to catch the slightest clue. Suddenly, his ears caught a faint sound, the faint patter of footsteps. His heartbeat quickened as he realized he wasn't alone. He moved swiftly toward the sound, leaping to the window, grabbing the curtain, and yanking it open. The sight before him froze him in shock. A figure clad in black stood outside the window, his face shrouded in darkness. Only a pair of cold, mocking eyes betrayed his presence. Without hesitation, Feng leapt out the window and engaged the figure in a fierce confrontation. Their silhouettes intertwined and clashed beneath the night sky, their fists and feet colliding with deafening force. The black-clad figure moved with agile precision and ruthless techniques, but Feng, relying on his keen observation and unyielding will, fought back with every ounce of strength. His fists struck like blades, each blow carrying devastating force. Panicked voices echoed from the surrounding dormitory buildings, but Feng remained utterly focused, refusing to be distracted. As the fight progressed, Feng gradually sensed the black-clad figure's strength far greater than he had anticipated. Yet he refused to retreat. His conviction was as unyielding as steel. He was determined to protect Chen-gu, no matter the cost. Sweat soaked through Feng's clothes, his breathing grew ragged, yet he showed no sign of giving up. He knew that defeating the black-clad figure meant protecting Chen-gu and unraveling the mystery behind it all. Finally, seizing a fleeting opening, Feng delivered a vicious punch that sent the black-clad figure crashing to the ground. In an instant, the figure vanished into the darkness, as if it had never been there at all. Feng gasped for breath, his face drenched in sweat and resolve. Returning to his dorm, he surveyed the ransacked desk and drawers, a surge of uncontrollable rage rising within him. He vowed to uncover the truth, no matter who was responsible. Feng sensed a familiar presence in the black-clad figure, suspecting it might be someone close to him. His mind raced through his recent activities and interactions, desperately trying to pinpoint a possible suspect. After mentally eliminating several people, his gaze settled on his roommate, Zhong Chang. Though their relationship had always been good, Feng suspected Zhong Chang might be hiding something. Determined to uncover the truth, Feng made his decision. He deliberately left his flawed nanomaterial research notes exposed on his dorm desk for everyone to see. Over the next few days, Feng began observing the reactions of those around him. He deliberately cultivated a tense atmosphere in the dorm, acting as if he were under threat. Zhong Chang grew unusually taciturn, his eyes darting nervously. Feng keenly sensed something amiss. This only strengthened his conviction that Zhong Chang was hiding something. One night, when Feng returned to the dorm alone, he discovered the notebook on his desk had vanished. Furious, Feng instantly knew his suspicions were correct. Without hesitation, he strode toward Zhong Chang, his gaze radiating unwavering resolve. Chapter 150, In Broad Daylight. Feng frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on Zhong Chang, filled with confusion and disappointment. Zhong Chang's dismissive smirk sent a chill through Feng's heart. Zhong Chang, did you take my lab notes? Why would you do such a thing? Feng's voice brimmed with fury and disillusionment. Zhong Chang paused, then shrugged nonchalantly, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Feng, you're still too naive. Do you really think everyone would covet your work? Zhong Chang's tone carried disdain and cold indifference. Feng clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. He knew now wasn't the time to expose the truth, he needed more evidence to drag Zhong Chang into the light of day. Fine, Zhong Chang. Since you put it that way, I'll wait and see what your next move is. But I will uncover the truth, no matter the cost. Feng's voice carried unwavering resolve as he turned and left the dorm room, leaving Zhong Chang behind with a look of utter contempt. Feng resolved to observe quietly for now. He knew it was unwise to arouse Zhong Chang's suspicion at this stage, doing so might only make him more cautious. Over the next few days, Feng began covertly observing Zhong Chang's every move. He noticed Zhong Chang had grown more taciturn, his eyes darting nervously. This only deepened Feng's suspicion that Zhong Chang was hiding something. Chen-gu excitedly shared some thrilling news with Feng. His friend Song-de had recently won an award for Best Creative Concept. Feng felt a surge of excitement. He knew Song-de's talent and dedication. This award was absolutely well-deserved. Chen-gu, that's fantastic. Song-de is truly amazing. Feng exclaimed excitedly, his face lighting up with a delighted smile. Chen-gu nodded with a smile, then added thoughtfully, yes, but we don't know the specific content or direction of the award. All I know is that it's for Best Creative Concept. Feng furrowed his brow. He always felt a twinge of unease about the unknown. He began to dwell on what kind of subject this award might be for, his mind racing with speculation. Days passed. Feng continued observing Zhong Chang's every move but still found no clues that could reveal the truth. He decided to temporarily set aside his suspicions about Zhong Chang and focus his attention on the Best Creative Award that Song-de had won. Feng proactively reached out to Song-de, hoping to glean some clues from him. During a casual gathering, Feng casually inquired about the specifics of the award. Songde smiled at Yifeng and said mysteriously, Yifeng, the focus of this award is on creating future technological developments. Yifeng froze upon hearing this. The theme plunged him into deep thought. His mind immediately turned to the nanomaterials he had been researching, and an inexplicable sense of urgency welled up within him. Yifeng suppressed his inner doubts and continued chatting and laughing with Songde. They sat in the corner of a small cafe, looking around as soft lighting illuminated the cozy space. The rich aroma of coffee filled the air, accompanied by soft music drifting gently through the atmosphere. Yifeng stretched out, savoring the warmth of his coffee, his mood lifting with each sip. Yifeng, have you made any new progress in your research lately? Songde asked with genuine concern, his eyes reflecting a passion and longing for scientific inquiry. Yifeng smiled and nodded, sharing his latest research findings with Songde. Their conversation grew increasingly animated, as the two young science enthusiasts seemed immersed in a world brimming with intellect and creativity. Time slipped away as they talked. Only when the clock chimed did Yifeng realize hours had passed. Suddenly remembering his suspicions about Zhong Chang, his heart tightened. Songde, have you heard any details about the Best Innovation Award? Yifeng asked abruptly, his voice tinged with tension and anxiety. Songde narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then murmured softly, actually, I've heard this award is hosted by a mysterious tech company. They hope to use it to uncover new ideas and innovations that could shape the future of technology. But the specific details and their underlying motives? I'm afraid I don't know either. Yifeng fell silent for a moment, feeling unease spreading through him. He knew he had entered a realm fraught with danger and mystery. Back in the dorm, Yifeng decided to consult Shengu again, hoping to extract more clues from him. They sat at the desk under dim lighting, the room thick with tension. Shengu, have you heard anything about that mysterious tech company hosting the Best Innovation Award? Yifeng asked directly, his eyes betraying a hunger for the truth. Shengu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before cautiously replying, Yifeng, I've only heard rumors here and there. Some say this company is backed by extremely powerful forces, and their objectives extend far beyond this. But these are just rumors, no concrete evidence exists. A fire ignited within Yifeng. He resolved to unravel this mystery. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve. Days later, Yifeng finally made a breakthrough. Through a chance encounter, he learned the name of this mysterious tech company, Tianyuan Technology. Yifeng excitedly scoured every available resource on Tianyuan Tech. He discovered the company had its fingers in every pie, spanning everything from biotechnology to artificial intelligence. Yet despite its massive scale, information about the company was extremely limited. Almost no one knew its true purpose. Yifeng knew that to uncover Zhong Chang's secret, he must delve deep into Tianyuan Tech. He began preparing his plan of action, determined to meet this challenge head-on. As night fell, Yifeng stood alone in the silent campus. Dressed in black night attire, he infiltrated Tianyuan Technology's research facility. The cold air hung heavy in the silent corridors, where computer screens flickered with strange code. Yifeng carefully evaded patrolling security guards, his heart racing as every nerve in his body was on high alert. Finally, Yifeng arrived before a laboratory that seemed particularly crucial. He gently pushed open the door, and the sight before him sent a jolt through his heart. The lab was filled with all manner of strange devices and instruments, its walls covered in unfamiliar symbols and equations. But what captured Yifeng's attention most was the center of the lab, where a massive projector displayed a shocking image. The image depicted nanomaterials imbued with an unknown force, self-assembling at unimaginable speeds. Yifeng held his breath, acutely sensing the immense power emanating from it. Chapter 151, Utterly Stunned. Could this be their true objective? Are they attempting to harness this nanomaterial to create world-altering technology? Yifeng was utterly stunned, his eyes flickering with both excitement and dread. Yifeng resolved to delve deeper into the secrets of this nanomaterial. He knew this held the key to uncovering Zhong Chang's true nature. Clenching his fists tightly, he made a firm decision: he would never again be deceived by truths hidden in the shadows. Yifeng left Tianyuan Technology and returned to his dorm room. He flopped onto his bed, tossing and turning as the image from the projection lingered in his mind. He kept wondering how this nanomaterial was actually made and why it possessed such bizarre effects. Yet no matter how hard he thought, Yifeng couldn't figure it out. He couldn't fathom why the nanomaterial he'd created, barely larger than a fingernail, could achieve such unimaginable results. He couldn't even grasp the underlying principle. Yifeng felt he had taken another step toward uncovering Zhong Chang's secret, yet this step seemed impossibly distant, perhaps an unbridgeable chasm he would never cross. Yifeng sighed softly, slowly closing his eyes as sleep gradually overtook him. Early the next morning, Yifeng was jolted awake by his alarm. His restless thoughts from the night before had robbed him of proper sleep. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he reached for the watch beside his pillow. The hour hand had just passed 6:30. After washing up and changing into workout clothes, Yifeng headed to the court to exercise. Dressed and ready, he headed straight to the court, pouring sweat and exerting his energy. Yifeng! The sudden shout startled Yifeng. Turning around, he saw Chenggu standing not far away, waving at him. Yifeng ran over to Chenggu and asked, "What's up?" I heard Songde won the Best Creative Award for his project on nanotechnology, Chengu explained. Ha? Aren't Songde and us both aerospace majors? Yifeng asked, puzzled. Chengu reminded Yifeng, wasn't nanotechnology what you were researching recently? A wave of shock washed over Yifeng. He stared blankly at Chengu, his mind instantly flashing back to the recent incident of their dorm room being ransacked. He suddenly realized that perhaps his misunderstanding of Zhongchang had run too deep. Nanotechnology? Yifeng murmured, his eyes flickering with regret and confusion. He recalled his recent immersion in nanomaterial research, and his suspicions toward Zhongchang seemed to crumble. Chengu watched Yifeng's expression change and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong, Yifeng? Did you discover something? Yifeng pondered for a moment before sharing his suspicions about Zhongchang with Chengu. After listening, Chen Ji's face softened with a hint of helplessness and sympathy. Yifeng, perhaps you really have misunderstood Zhongchang. I've also heard he has a particular interest in nanotechnology and began researching it as early as his sophomore year. Maybe he kept it from you because he didn't want to disrupt your research progress. A wave of inexplicable emotion and guilt washed over Yifeng. I see, Chengu. Perhaps I really did misunderstand Zhongchang. I should find a chance to talk things through with him properly. Yifeng lowered his head, his voice tinged with apology. Yifeng realized it was Songde who knew nothing about nanotechnology. That meant Songde had betrayed their friendship and stolen his hard work. The fog in Yifeng's mind gradually cleared, revealing a crucial truth: Songde didn't understand nanotechnology. He was far more likely to be the one who had stolen Yifeng's work. This realization deepened Yifeng's guilt. He recognized how profoundly he had misunderstood Zhongchang. Weighed down by guilt and shame, Yifeng's steps grew heavy as he silently returned to the dormitory, hoping to find Zhongchang and explain everything properly. Pushing open the dorm room door, he found Zhongchang seated at the desk, smiling as he studied a thick handbook on nanomaterials research. Zhongchang, I need to talk to you, Yifeng said, his voice slightly hoarse, tinged with apology. Zhongchang lifted his head, his gaze meeting Yifeng's. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a faint trace of sadness. Yifeng, have you finally realized? I thought you'd misunderstand forever. I've always felt so helpless. Yifeng walked over to Zhongchang, sat down, and clenched his fists tightly, expressing his guilt and regret. Zhongchang, I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you. I shouldn't have doubted you. I blindly believed others' words without giving you a chance to explain. I'm truly sorry. I'm so sorry. Zhongchang looked at Yifeng, his eyes revealing a glimmer of understanding and forgiveness. Yifeng, I forgive you. I know your doubts stemmed from caring about me, and I admit I didn't give you a chance to explain during this time. All I want is for us to go back to how we were before and rebuild our friendship. Tears glistened in Yifeng's eyes. He understood that Zhongchang had forgiven him. This forgiveness eased some of the guilt weighing on his heart. Zhongchang, we definitely will. I'll never doubt you again so easily. After apologizing to Zhongchang, Yifeng felt uncertain how to face his other friend, Songde. Songde's betrayal was undeniable, yet Yifeng couldn't bring himself to believe it. The guilt and regret in Yifeng's heart gradually faded. He and Zhongchang had rebuilt their friendship, but a thorn remained in his heart: his friend Songde. Returning to the dorm, Yifeng sat alone on his bed, wrestling with how to confront Songde. Songde had been their mutual friend, yet now he had betrayed their bond, stealing the fruits of Yifeng's labor. Yifeng didn't know how to face him. He couldn't believe this was real, his heart torn by conflict and confusion. Amidst these conflicting emotions, Yifeng resolved to seek out Songde, hoping to hear his explanation. He didn't want to abandon a friendship of many years so easily, yet he also doubted whether Songde was worthy of his trust. The next day, Yifeng encountered Songde in the university lab. When Songde saw him, a flicker of awkwardness and unease crossed his face. Yifeng, you came, Songde said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Yifeng approached Songde with a smile, though his eyes still betrayed a hint of doubt and confusion. Songde, let's talk, Yifeng said, his tone cool yet heavy with inner turmoil. Songde paused briefly before nodding. He motioned for Yifeng to follow him out of the lab, where they found a quiet spot to sit. Yifeng, I know you suspect me, and I understand your pain. But I want you to know I did not steal your work. Songde's voice brimmed with sincerity and justification. Chapter 152, Songde's Betrayal. Yifeng stared intently into Songde's eyes, searching for the truth. Songde, how can I trust you? You betrayed our friendship and stole my research. How can I believe your words? Songde's expression grew even more serious. He looked intently into Yifeng's eyes, his tone heavy with regret and self-reproach. Yifeng, I admit I went too far, but I didn't steal your work. On the contrary, I was helping you. You know I know nothing about nanotechnology. Your research was too complex for me. So when you weren't around, I simply organized your materials, hoping to help you understand better. I never imagined you'd misunderstand me as stealing your work. Yifeng pulled out the award-winning proposal Songde had submitted for the competition and placed it before him. The cover of the proposal bore the vivid gold lettering, none other than the very content Yifeng had recorded on his draft paper. A complex wave of emotions surged within him: anger, disappointment, but most of all, despair over their friendship. Yi Feng's fingers lightly brushed the proposal's cover. The writing was clear and visible, as if mocking his naivety and trust. He lifted his head, his gaze cold as he stared at Songde, waiting for an explanation. Songde's eyes flickered nervously, his face twisted with guilt and unease. He lowered his head, unable to meet Yi Feng's gaze, his lips trembling slightly. Yi Feng, I know I was wrong. I admit it, this creative proposal is yours. I didn't create it myself, I merely borrowed your content. But you must believe me, I had no ill intent. I only wanted to help you, to ensure your work stood out better in the selection process. Yi Feng remained silent, his gaze burning into Songde as if trying to pierce through his very soul. Help me? Do you really think I need your help? Yi Feng's voice was filled with pain and disappointment, his composure slowly crumbling. Songde instinctively took a step back, swallowing nervously. He knew this time he couldn't evade responsibility, he had to face his mistakes and their consequences. Yi Feng, I know I've wronged you. I never imagined this would happen. But you know our friendship over the years, I've never betrayed you. I genuinely want to help you, not replace you. Yi Feng clenched his fists, feeling the rage burning within him. He never imagined his closest friend would betray him, let alone steal the fruits of his labor. Songde, do you think this explanation can salvage our friendship? Do you realize your actions aren't just betrayal, they're a betrayal of my trust? Yi Feng's voice was filled with despair and pain, his eyes revealing an irreparable disappointment. Tears glistened in Songde's eyes. He felt the shattering of their friendship, too pained to speak. He knew his momentary impulse had utterly destroyed everything between them. Yi Feng slowly rose to his feet, his face contorted with anguish and fury. He stared at Songde, his eyes devoid of the former intimacy and trust, now holding only a trace of coldness and detachment. Songde, our friendship is beyond repair. Your actions have left me disappointed and heartbroken. I can no longer trust you. From this day forward, everything between us is over. Yi Feng's voice was filled with finality and despair. He turned and walked away, his figure disappearing into the sunlight. Songde sat there alone, tears streaming down his cheeks. He felt the end of their friendship, along with his own loneliness and regret. After Yi Feng departed, Songde was consumed by remorse and guilt. He knew he must confront his mistakes and could no longer evade responsibility. Resolved, he decided to seek out the tournament committee, confess everything, and voluntarily accept whatever punishment was imposed. Sunlight streamed through the tall glass windows, casting a soft glow upon Songde's pale face. He clutched the proposal tightly, his heart heavy with remorse and anguish. Yi Feng left the competition committee's office building and walked aimlessly toward the exit of the residential complex. Memories of his time with Songde flooded his mind, leaving him utterly heartbroken. Though they had only known each other for about half a year, they had become like brothers, sharing everything. Yet now, their friendship lay completely shattered. Songde had once been his only brother. He had regarded Songde as his best friend, his most trusted partner. Yet now, nothing could ever be the same again. How dare he show his face again, trying to deceive him with lies? Yi Feng's heart ached unbearably, threatening to make him vomit blood. Yi Feng's eyes turned bloodshot. He recalled the high hopes he had once placed in Songde, how he had intended to entrust him with his most cherished dreams. Alas, Songde had betrayed his trust. Songde's betrayal filled him with grief and resentment, yet it was not enough to break his will. Songde's disciplinary action had been finalized. Songde's mother, Yi Feng's high school homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, came to plead with Yi Feng, hoping he would appeal to the school leadership to revoke the punishment. Pushing open the office door, Yi Feng returned to his seat. Though his heart still brimmed with rage and disappointment, he resolved not to let these negative emotions consume him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Just then, a middle-aged woman hurried into the office where Yi Feng worked. She glanced around slightly flustered before asking nervously, "Excuse me, is Yi Feng here?" Yi Feng looked up and was surprised to see his high school homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang. He stood up, walked over to her, and said politely, "Hello, Ms. Wang. What brings you here?" Ms. Wang gave Yi Feng a long, complex look. She bit her lip hesitantly before saying, "Yi Feng, I know something happened between you and Songde. I'm here to ask you to please go to the school leadership and have Songde's disciplinary action revoked. You were once good friends, the most trusted partners. I hope you can help." After hearing Ms. Wang's words, Yi Feng felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. He recalled the happy times he'd shared with Songde, the mutual understanding and trust between them. Yet he understood that what had happened couldn't be undone, he couldn't change the mistakes of the past. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "Ms. Wang, I understand your feelings as Songde's mother. But I cannot agree to your request to have the school revoke his disciplinary action. The friendship between Songde and me is broken. I cannot pay for his mistakes." Chapter 153, Refusing Forgiveness. Yi Feng paused before continuing, "I believe the school's disciplinary action is fair. It serves as a warning for us all, helping us recognize the gravity of the mistake." After hearing Yi Feng's response, Teacher Wang looked somewhat disappointed, yet she understood his decision. Taking a deep breath, she said gloomily, "Yi Feng, I understand your position, but I still hope you'll reconsider. After all, you were once the best of friends. Yi Feng fell silent for a moment, meeting Teacher Wang's eyes filled with deep confusion and unease. He recalled the hopes and trust he had once placed in Song De, a wave of indescribable emotion welling up within him. Ms. Wang, I understand your perspective, but I cannot simply rescind Song De's disciplinary action. I will take responsibility for my own mistakes, and I also hope he can learn from this and start anew. Yi Feng's tone was firm and resolute. Ms. Wang left the office feeling disheartened, retreating to a quiet corner of the campus. She felt helpless and disappointed, unsure how to tackle this thorny issue. She understood Yi Feng's position and respected his decision, but as Song De's mother, she couldn't easily accept the punishment her son faced. She knew he had made a mistake, yet she also believed he was young and still had the chance to turn his life around. Tears welled up in Teacher Wang's eyes, a wrenching pain tearing at her heart. She realized she must fight for Yi Feng's support. For her son's future, she was willing to risk everything. Refusing to accept defeat, she resolved to exhaust every avenue to sway Yi Feng. She scanned the campus, searching for his figure. Finally, she spotted him on the school playground. Yi Feng stood alone in the center of the field, his eyes revealing complex emotions that were impossible to decipher. Teacher Wang hurried toward Yi Feng, hoping to persuade him to reconsider. She knew it wouldn't be easy, but she had to give it her all. Yi Feng, I know you're hurting, and I understand your decision. But please reconsider. You and Song De were once best friends. Your friendship shouldn't end like this. I hope you can forgive him and help him start over, Teacher Wang pleaded earnestly. Hearing Ms. Wang's plea, Yi Feng felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart. He knew she was speaking for her son's sake, but he couldn't turn back time. He couldn't trust Song De the way he once did. Ms. Wang, I understand your feelings, but my decision won't change. I can't overlook his mistakes for the sake of past friendship, nor abandon my principles for him. I believe he must learn from this lesson to truly grow, Yi Feng said firmly. Hearing Yi Feng's words, a flicker of helplessness and disappointment crossed Teacher Wang's eyes. She understood his stance, yet she still hoped he might change his mind, hoping to salvage her son's future. Turning away, Teacher Wang felt her heart twist in agony. She knew she had done everything she could, yet she couldn't force Yi Feng to accept her wishes. Watching Teacher Wang's retreating figure, Yi Feng felt his inner pain and conflict intensify. Just then, Counselor Li Pengfei passed by where Yi Feng stood and overheard the commotion. Entering the office, he saw the exhaustion etched on Yi Feng's face and felt a wave of sympathy. Yi Feng, what happened? Li Pengfei asked with concern. Yi Feng looked up and saw it was Li Pengfei. He gave a faint smile before recounting the recent events and Teacher Wang's visit. Listening intently, Li Pengfei's brow furrowed slightly. He knew how deep the friendship between Yi Feng and Song De had once been, yet he also understood that Yi Feng's decision wasn't without reason. Yi Feng, I understand your predicament. You must be torn facing this issue. But as students, we must learn to take responsibility. Song De made a mistake, and he must bear the consequences. Your decision is also about being responsible to yourself and to your friendship. Li Pengfei's voice was filled with understanding and encouragement. Yi Feng nodded silently, understanding Li Pengfei's words. He didn't want to easily abandon what had once been a beautiful friendship, but he couldn't ignore Song De's mistake either. Thank you for your understanding and support, Counselor Li. I will stand firm in my position and never regret my decision. Yi Feng's voice brimmed with resolve and confidence. Li Pengfei looked into Yi Feng's resolute eyes and felt a sense of relief. He believed Yi Feng could navigate this rupture in their friendship and move forward. Yi Feng, you're a strong kid. No matter what, I've got your back. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come find me. Li Pengfei gave Yi Feng an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Yi Feng smiled and nodded, looking at Li Pengfei gratefully. He knew his actions had completely shattered their friendship, but he refused to shirk responsibility. He would bear all the consequences of his mistakes. Outside the competition organizing committee's office, Song De stood with clenched lips, his heart racing. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, where he encountered a young staff member. Excuse me, may I speak with the person in charge? Song De's voice trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained firm and resolute. The staff member looked at Song De with confusion, then nodded. She led him to a luxurious conference room where a middle-aged man sat, engrossed in reading a document. The person in charge, this gentleman has come to see you, the staff member said politely. The man looked up, his gaze settling on Song De. He frowned slightly and asked, what is it? Song De took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. He placed the proposal on the table and stated firmly, my name is Song De. I participated in this competition's creative project, but in truth, this proposal was borrowed from my friend, Yi Feng. I used his ideas and content without his permission. This was my mistake. I've come here to honestly confess this to you and am willing to accept any punishment. After listening to Song De's explanation, the middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. He looked deeply at Song De, clearly appreciating his courage and honesty. Mr. Song De, your actions were wrong. We will investigate this matter, and you must bear the corresponding responsibility for your mistake. We will handle this according to the findings of the investigation. The middle-aged man's tone was stern and formal. Chapter 154, Irreparable. Song De nodded. He knew what he had done could not be undone, but he was determined to take responsibility for his mistake. Leaving the competition committee office, Song De felt a heavy weight in his heart. He recalled the moments shared with Yi Feng, the joys and sorrows they had experienced together. Now, their friendship lay shattered, everything between them blurred and distant. He walked through the bustling streets, the crowds rushing past him as if he were invisible. He felt a profound loneliness and inner pain that could not be soothed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky gradually dyed itself orange-red. Song De paused, lifting his gaze to the setting sun, and a glimmer of hope welled up within him. He knew that even though their friendship had shattered, he would pay the price for his mistakes and make amends through his actions. Song De transferred schools. Before leaving, he returned the watch weapon Yi Feng had given him. Yi Feng took it, his fingers lightly tracing the engravings on the band as memories of those years flooded his mind. The watch face glowed faintly, as if silently narrating their friendship. They had once been best friends, sharing everything and supporting each other. This watch had been the bond between them, a witness to the time they had spent together. Now, Song De had chosen to leave, returning the watch to Yi Feng as if urging him to remember their past friendship. Yi Feng took a deep breath and slowly slipped the watch back into his pocket. This decision had not been easy. His heart was filled with conflict and helplessness. He recalled the beautiful memories, yet also remembered Song De's betrayal and the pain it had caused. Sunlight filtered through the leaves on the playground, bathing Yi Feng in warmth and strength. He lifted his head, embracing the sun's radiance, his resolve growing steadfast. Yi Feng should have seen it coming. With a mother like Teacher Wang, whose character was so questionable, how good could Song De really be? It was a pity for Song De, a promising young talent in aerospace, pure at heart, yet he had taken this path. Standing on the playground, endless thoughts swirled within Yi Feng. He recalled the time spent with Song De exploring every corner of the playground together, chasing the shadows of kites, and dreaming of the future side by side. Yi Feng had once placed boundless hope in Song De, convinced of his extraordinary talent and potential. In his eyes, Song De was a child of pure heart, always striving to help others selflessly. Yet everything changed at that fateful turning point. Teacher Wang's arrival lifted a veil, revealing the truth about Song De's family. His mother's moral failings had influenced him far beyond Yi Feng's imagination. Yi Feng sighed deeply, his heart filled with regret and disappointment. He had once placed boundless trust and expectations in Song De, hoping he would pursue his dreams and become an elite in aerospace. Yet reality had ruthlessly shattered these beautiful illusions. He gazed at the distant sky, where a few thin clouds drifted, as if silently recounting the dreams and hopes of the past. Yi Feng's heart was torn between conflicting emotions and helplessness. He wanted to uphold his principles and honor their friendship, yet he also refused to let go of what had once been a beautiful bond. Yi Feng slowly gathered his thoughts and slipped the watch weapon back onto his wrist. Returning to the lab, Yi Feng found his desk piled high with experimental equipment and documents. He took a deep breath and refocused on his research project. He turned on his computer and began searching for the latest research findings and application cases related to nanomaterials. He believed that only through relentless learning and practice could he break through his current limitations and realize his dreams. Yi Feng poured his entire energy and passion into the endeavor, relentlessly reading literature, analyzing data, and striving to apply this innovative nanomaterial to practical aerospace projects. The lab lights illuminated Yi Feng's determined gaze as his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, searching for the latest research findings and technical materials in the aerospace field. He uncovered valuable insights within research papers, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen, a spark of excitement flickering within them. These findings sparked a vision in his mind: the potential to integrate nanomaterials into aircraft hulls and engine components. This innovative material could not only enhance durability and performance but also reduce weight and improve fuel efficiency. Yi Feng took a deep breath, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. He resolved to elevate this project to new heights, bringing innovation and breakthroughs to the aerospace industry. In the days that followed, Yi Feng began formulating research plans and experimental procedures. He meticulously arranged each step, minimizing errors wherever possible to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the experiments. He shuttled between the laboratory and the library, immersing himself in literature and data. He meticulously sifted through every research paper and experimental result, seeking inspiration and breakthroughs. Time slipped by unnoticed as Yi Feng's research project achieved groundbreaking progress. He successfully synthesized an exceptionally stable nanomaterial and validated its potential applications in aerospace through a series of experimental tests. Yi Feng entered Professor Zhang Sanchui's office with palpable excitement. Seizing the moment, he shared his groundbreaking progress with the professor. Professor Zhang Sanchui was an authority in the field of nanomaterials, possessing extensive experience and profound academic expertise. He was Yi Feng's idol and role model, a guiding light and source of inspiration on his scientific journey. As Yi Feng detailed his research findings, Professor Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He listened intently, his gaze growing brighter and his expression increasingly animated. After delivering his final sentence, Yi Feng paused, waiting for Professor Zhang's response. His heart was filled with both nervousness and anticipation. "Yi Feng, this is truly remarkable. Professor Zhang finally spoke, his voice brimming with excitement and admiration. Your research represents a revolutionary breakthrough. The synthesis method and properties of this nanomaterial hold immense application potential in aerospace. This will be a true technological innovation, capable of fundamentally transforming the design and performance of existing aircraft. Listening to Professor Zhang's praise and encouragement, Feng felt an overwhelming surge of pride and joy. All those years of effort and dedication hadn't been wasted. His research had finally gained recognition and affirmation. Chapter 155, Full Support. Thank you for your kind words, Professor Zhang. It is precisely because of your guidance and encouragement that I have achieved these results today, Feng replied modestly. Professor Zhang smiled, then walked to the window, gazing thoughtfully at the distant sky. His eyes held both contemplation and hope. Feng, your research will be a significant milestone in scientific history. We have a responsibility to apply this breakthrough nanomaterial to practical aerospace projects and advance the entire field. He turned back, his gaze fixed firmly on Feng. I believe you possess both the capability and wisdom to achieve this goal. I will fully support your research and help you elevate this technology to new heights. Feng nodded gratefully, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and resolve for the future. Thank you, Professor Zhang. I will work tirelessly to ensure this research achieves even greater breakthroughs and outcomes. After hearing Feng's presentation, Professor Zhang Sanshui immediately recognized the significance and potential of this research. He knew he couldn't decide alone on the application of this groundbreaking nanomaterial, so he resolved to present this discovery to more experts and scholars to secure their backing. He immediately pulled out his phone and contacted his academic colleagues. These friends were authorities in the field, possessing a keen sense for new technologies and innovations. They were also his long-term collaborators, who valued and trusted his judgment. Hey, Professor Wang, I have a groundbreaking research result I'd like to present at the academic conference, Professor Zhang Sanshui explained excitedly to Professor Wang. Professor Wang, an expert in nanomaterials and a longtime friend of Professor Zhang, maintained a keen interest in new technologies and innovations. Wow, Zhang, that sounds fantastic. You know I've always been fascinated by new technologies. I'll make every effort to attend your symposium, and I'll also notify some experts and scholars I know. They should find this research extremely interesting. Hearing Professor Wang's response, Professor Zhang felt immensely pleased. He knew Professor Wang's support would play a crucial role in advancing the project. Great, Wang. Thank you for your support. This symposium is crucial for me, as I hope to gain recognition and backing from experts and scholars. Professors Zhang and Wang continued discussing for some time, finalizing specific arrangements and details. Over the next few days, Professor Zhang reached out to his academic colleagues, explaining Feng's research findings and inviting them to the symposium. His peers expressed great interest and anticipation for this groundbreaking discovery. Meanwhile, Feng was busy preparing his presentation. He spent considerable time organizing research data, drafting the report's framework, and articulating his findings in clear, concise language. He compiled his research findings and experimental data into a comprehensive report to present at the conference. This represented a crucial opportunity to pursue his scientific aspirations, and he hoped to gain recognition and support from the attending experts and scholars. He meticulously reviewed every piece of data and chart to ensure accuracy. He also conducted several practice presentations in the lab to ensure his delivery was smooth and natural. Finally, the day of the conference arrived. The venue was arranged with solemn professionalism, projectors and large screens displaying the meeting agenda. Feng gripped his report tightly, feeling both nervous and excited. He knew this was a crucial moment in his pursuit of scientific dreams, as well as his chance to showcase his research findings to the experts and scholars. He stepped onto the podium. Through the microphone on the lectern, he saw the audience seats filled to capacity. Experts and scholars watched him intently, awaiting his presentation. Feng took a deep breath, slightly adjusting his composure. He felt a surge of inner resolve and confidence. Distinguished experts and scholars, good afternoon. It is my great honor to present my research findings in the field of nanomaterials to you today. As soon as Feng uttered his opening remarks, the hall fell silent. Over the next hour, Feng delivered a detailed and vivid presentation of his research. Using charts and data, he clearly demonstrated the synthesis methods and properties of his groundbreaking nanomaterials. The audience listened intently, their eyes reflecting keen interest and anticipation for this groundbreaking work. They occasionally exchanged whispers, discussing Feng's findings. Feng noticed the expressions of the experts and scholars in the room gradually becoming animated, their eyes sparkling with inspiration and the spark of exploration. As Feng concluded his presentation, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Experts and scholars raised their hands one after another, posing questions and initiating discussions. Feng answered questions with palpable excitement, sensing the immense attention and interest his research had generated within the academic community. After the conference, attendees approached Feng to express their admiration and anticipation for his work. Feng's hand, clutching the report, trembled slightly. His heartbeat quickened, and his excitement was hard to contain. He had just finished his presentation at the Academic Exchange Conference, where thunderous applause erupted from the audience, filled with admiration and anticipation for his research. As he stepped down from the podium, a crowd immediately gathered around him. It comprised numerous experts, scholars, and representatives from research institutions and corporations, all expressing keen interest in Feng's work. "Mr. Yi, your research is astonishing. We're eager to collaborate with you to apply this innovative nanomaterial to our aerospace projects," exclaimed a representative from an aerospace research institute. Another representative from a technology company added, "Professor Yi, our company has been seeking innovative material applications, and your research perfectly aligns with our needs. We look forward to collaborating with you." Feng listened with satisfaction to each invitation and collaboration proposal, realizing his research had garnered widespread attention and recognition. The interest from these institutions and companies thrilled him, as it signaled his research would have the opportunity to be applied to real-world projects. He accepted every invitation, exchanging contact information and specific collaboration details with the representatives. Feng knew this was a rare opportunity he needed to seize, building solid partnerships with these professionals. Returning home, Feng felt physically exhausted yet mentally fulfilled and excited. Sitting at his desk, he organized the collaboration proposals he'd received, contemplating the future direction of his work. Chapter 156, The Grandmaster Emerges. Feng's groundbreaking nanomaterial research caught the attention of Professor Huang, a legendary academic giant who had long since retired from the public eye. This esteemed figure commanded immense prestige in scholarly circles, having spearheaded numerous pivotal research initiatives. Deeply intrigued by Feng's work, he resolved to personally investigate the young researcher. Professor Huang instructed his assistant to conduct thorough investigations into Feng's background and research history. The assistant swiftly launched inquiries, delving into Feng's academic papers, research projects, and reputation within the nanomaterials field. The detailed report revealed that Feng's achievements were not overnight successes, but the result of his talent and relentless effort. His research had garnered widespread attention in academic circles, with numerous experts and scholars praising his accomplishments. Professor Huang grew even more impressed with Feng's research and decided to meet him personally. This decision was highly unusual for an academic heavyweight who had long since retired from public affairs. Upon receiving Professor Huang's invitation, Feng's initial instinct was to decline. He had grown accustomed to solitary research and was reluctant to let external distractions disrupt his train of thought and rhythm. He believed that engaging with the outside world would consume significant time and energy, preventing him from focusing on his studies. However, when Feng saw the name on the invitation, it suddenly rang a bell. Within academic circles, he had heard of a legendary scholar who had spearheaded numerous pivotal research projects and possessed extraordinary expertise in materials science. That scholar was none other than Professor Huang. Professor Huang's name was widely recognized in academic circles, his reputation and achievements inspiring admiration among countless young scientists. His research had profoundly influenced the field, earning him the title of a titan in materials science. Though retired and detached from the world, Professor Huang remained an idol in the hearts of many scholars. When Feng confirmed the name on the invitation was indeed the legendary Professor Huang, his mood shifted instantly. Joy and excitement surged within him as he realized this was a rare opportunity. Meeting Professor Huang meant the chance to exchange ideas and learn from this distinguished scholar, potentially opening new horizons for his own research. Feng reconsidered his decision and resolved to accept Professor Huang's invitation. He recognized that while he had always been passionate about independent research, engaging with the academic community's elders was indispensable. He needed to listen to others' opinions and advice, drawing inspiration and guidance from their experiences. Professor Huang's invitation presented a rare opportunity that could bring Feng greater development and growth. Feng prepared for his meeting with Professor Huang with anticipation, his imagination running wild with possibilities. He envisioned the exchange with Professor Huang, eager to present his research findings to this academic luminary and receive invaluable guidance and advice. For a retired academic giant who had long withdrawn from the world, such a meeting was undoubtedly extremely rare. Deeply aware of his good fortune, Feng resolved to seize this chance to establish a strong collaborative relationship with Professor Huang and take a more solid step forward on his academic path. Professor Huang arranged a time and location for their meeting. The venue was an ancient library, its interior adorned with a rich historical ambience. The main hall featured massive bookshelves laden with weighty ancient texts, exuding the scent of time. Feng received the invitation and hurried to the library. As he entered the hall, the rich scent of books enveloped him, transporting him through time into an ancient temple of knowledge. Seated on an antique chair within the library, Feng waited with excitement for his meeting with Master Huang. His thoughts churned as he recalled his first encounter with nanomaterials. During his university years, Feng had developed a deep fascination with materials science and embarked on research into nanomaterials. He immersed himself in extensive literature, relentlessly experimenting to synthesize novel nanomaterials. After countless trials and errors and tireless effort, he finally succeeded in developing an innovative nanomaterial with exceptional properties and promising applications. Yet Yifeng understood his research represented only the tip of the iceberg. The field of nanomaterials evolved rapidly, compelling him to seek guidance from academic pioneers to broaden his horizons in thinking. This meeting with Professor Huang represented a rare opportunity for Yifeng. Revered as a legend in academia, Professor Huang's scholarly achievements and influence were unparalleled. Yifeng understood that the professor's attention and endorsement would provide immense momentum for his research career. At last, Master Huang's figure appeared at the library entrance. Yifeng immediately stood up and walked toward him. His heart pounded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Professor Huang sat behind a massive desk, clad in an antique-style robe. His hair was as white as snow, and wrinkles crisscrossed his face, yet his eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence and excitement. Yifeng approached the venerable scholar and bowed slightly. He could sense the solemnity and authority emanating from this giant of academia, and a tinge of reverence welled up within him. Yifeng, the elder's voice was deep and resonant, as if tempered by the passage of time. I am deeply intrigued by your research. Your breakthrough in nanomaterials has opened new possibilities for academia. Yifeng felt deeply moved by Professor Huang's attention and recognition. He knew this meeting represented an opportunity to elevate his scientific aspirations to new heights. Professor Huang, I'm deeply honored by your attention. My research is still in its preliminary stages. There's much that needs refinement and deeper exploration, Yifeng replied modestly. Professor Huang smiled and nodded. He hoped that through this exchange with Yifeng, he might discover fresh perspectives and innovative ideas within this young mind. Within the ancient library, the two scientists sat down, sparking a collision of ideas. They engaged in a vigorous and profound academic discussion, exploring the future development and application fields of nanomaterials. Professor Huang posed numerous thought-provoking questions, each challenging Yifeng's understanding and application of nanomaterials. Yifeng responded with confidence and depth, demonstrating profound insight into his research. Together, they sketched a blueprint for the future, discussing the potential applications of nanomaterials in energy, environmental, and medical fields. They contemplated how to further enhance the properties of nanomaterials and how to overcome potential technical challenges. Chapter 157, Work Report. The meeting lasted several hours, with Yifeng and Professor Huang mutually inspiring each other as they exchanged their unique perspectives and ideas on nanomaterials. Their voices gradually faded, leaving only the rich scent of books lingering in the air. As the meeting concluded, satisfaction and hope flickered in Professor Huang's eyes. He recognized the immense potential in Yifeng's research and the extraordinary talent and promise of this young scientist. Yifeng, your research represents a major breakthrough. I hope to maintain contact with you and explore new frontiers in the field of nanomaterials together, Professor Huang stated solemnly. Yifeng's heart brimmed with gratitude and excitement. He bowed deeply to Professor Huang, expressing his own desire. Professor Huang, thank you for your guidance and support. I am eager to learn alongside you and contribute further to the advancement of nanomaterials, Yifeng declared with conviction. Professor Huang smiled and nodded. Soon after, the two left the library, each heading their separate ways. The next day, Yifeng arrived at Wang Gowen's office to report on his work. Yifeng presented the design blueprints and actual test reports for the electromagnetic pulse bomb he had prepared the previous night. He detailed the bomb's manufacturing principles while also clarifying the technical vulnerabilities and potential failures inherent in the design. Wang Gowen's eyes lit up as he studied the blueprints. He hadn't expected Yifeng to develop a super electromagnetic pulse bomb in just 3 days. Wang Gowen's eyes fixed intently on the report. After a moment of deep contemplation, he spoke slowly. Yifeng, have you truly grasped the workings of an electromagnetic pulse bomb? Yes. Yifeng answered with certainty. Wang Gowen's tone betrayed surprise. He scrutinized Yifeng once more, seemingly searching for clues in his expression. Ultimately, he shook his head and sighed. It seems your grasp of science has reached a masterful level. To handle such an advanced design, you're far more capable than I anticipated. I also find these design blueprints quite straightforward, Yifeng said with a hint of pride. Based on my calculations, all it takes is replacing all the materials and adding a small amount of silicate to turn it into a weapon with tremendous explosive power. Upon hearing this, Wang Gowen's eyebrow twitched violently, though he managed to stifle his laughter. Yifeng, while I acknowledge your intelligence, you must understand that most of the elements you mention are substances that no longer exist in the world, Wang Gowen stated. Your design is indeed ingenious, but it lacks the core materials. While these blueprints could detonate an explosive, it would only destroy structures within a few kilometers, hardly posing a lethal threat to the enemy. Yifeng looked puzzled, not expecting such a significant flaw in his blueprint. Professor, which elements are you referring to? Yifeng asked. Wang Gowen picked up the blueprints Yifeng handed him, examining them closely. His eyes gleamed with wisdom as he spoke slowly. First, the element uranium-235, which contains high levels of radiation and toxicity. Second, the electromagnetic pulse element, possessing a high electromagnetic wave frequency. It can be used in missiles, warships, aircraft, or satellites, offering significant offensive capabilities. There's also a novel element, a new alloy material with exceptional hardness, powerful heat absorption properties, and strong adsorption capabilities. It's suitable for combat spacecraft, warships, and satellites. Beyond these, have you noticed anything else? Professor, I've never heard of these elements you mentioned. However, your reference to the electromagnetic pulse element sparked an idea. This element's defining characteristics are its high current density and its ability to generate high-speed oscillations in electronic devices. It can create an ultra-high frequency interference grid that renders both the user's ears and mobile phones in a state of paralysis. This interference grid can block signal transmission and even disrupt the body's internal information transmission functions. Feng answered earnestly. Wang Gowen nodded approvingly. He then flipped through another document, his pupils suddenly constricting. The file prominently marked a new alloy with exceptional absorption and corrosion resistance, a special high-temperature alloy. This alloy, known as titanium-chromium-molybdenum alloy, represented the world's most advanced titanium alloy. It had been developed by a European titanium smelter named Crotus. What are the components of this alloy? What are its properties? Wang Gowen pressed urgently. Professor, are you referring to this alloy? It's a simplified version of Clada's titanium alloy, utilizing a carbon fiber structure to shield against electrical currents. However, I can't guarantee its effectiveness against electrical attacks, Feng replied. Wang Gowen immediately stood up, swiftly moving to a machine in the corner of the office. He opened a drawer on the machine, retrieved a plastic box containing titanium-chromium-molybdenum alloy, and quickly opened it. Inside, aluminum-magnesium-titanium alloy was encased within a thin steel plate. The plate's surface gleamed with a silvery white luster, its distinct striations clearly visible. Wang Gowen removed the steel plate and poured the alloy powder onto the desk. A thread-like silver-gray liquid trickled down from the plate. This is titanium-chromium-molybdenum alloy. It primarily forms on an aluminum-magnesium-titanium alloy base. However, since titanium ore is the main raw material for this alloy, electromagnetic pulse elements have emerged from the titanium alloy foundation, Wang Gowen explained. He then poured the alloy powder onto another sheet of paper marked with indentations. Wang Gowen explained, titanium-chromium-molybdenum alloy is manufactured by adding slag from titanium ore to nickel-cobalt alloy. The advantage of nickel-cobalt alloy lies in its exceptional toughness and heat absorption properties. In weaponry, titanium-manganese alloys withstand extreme pressure, ultra-high temperatures, and high-speed vibrations. Titanium-chromium alloys resist high-velocity bullet impacts and can detonate anywhere. Upon hearing Wang Gowen's explanation, Feng's mind cleared instantly. He exclaimed in realization, Professor, no wonder you hold these blueprints in such high regard. You've already anticipated this scenario. By simply altering the alloy composition and integrating electromagnetic elements, we can unleash tremendous power. Whether in combat aircraft, transport helicopters, or other platforms, this technology can enable offensive capabilities while preemptively countering electronic interference. Precisely. Wang Gowen affirmed with approval. You provided these blueprints to me, and I trust your judgment. I'll immediately assemble a team of professional designers to adapt them for military applications. You're welcome to participate. However, one concern remains: if rival factions were to steal these designs, the consequences would be catastrophic. Do you have any measures to prevent such an occurrence? Chapter 158, Cutting to the Chase. Feng replied without hesitation, My idea is this: since it's our own product, there's no need to conceal it. I'll release it to the market and let all buyers know. Oh? Wang Gowen regarded Feng with keen interest. Our product is one of a kind. Others simply can't replicate it, Feng declared with confidence. Excellent. Wang Gowen was overjoyed. This was precisely the outcome he'd been dreaming of. Wang Gowen immediately called the secretary's office and relayed Feng's request. The secretary quickly secured a dedicated storefront and arranged for promotional support for the product's sales. The value of this product far exceeds a few $100 billion. How do you plan to handle this design? Wang Gowen pondered for a long moment before looking up at Feng and asking. Of course, I'll donate it to the nation. Feng replied without hesitation. Wang Gowen furrowed his brow slightly and asked, if this product generates substantial sales, how much wealth could it create? Several $100 billion. Feng declared with unwavering certainty. Billions of dollars? Wang Gowen was startled. He had assumed Feng might earn a few billion at most, given his limited social experience. That's a conservative estimate, Feng said calmly. Very well. I'll report your request to higher-ups. We'll decide how to proceed then. With that, Wang Gowen hung up. We will definitely pursue this project, but I need detailed information. Wang Gowen stared at Feng with a solemn expression. The details are in my email, Feng replied. Immediately, Wang Gowen picked up the computer on his desk and logged into Feng's private email account. Soon, one email after another transferred from his laptop to Feng's computer. I've outlined this product's strengths and weaknesses, along with its strategic importance for military operations. I'm confident they'll make a swift decision, Feng said with a satisfied smile. You're very smart. Assigning this project to you is the best choice. Wang Gowen said, picking up 2 more boxes and continuing his introduction. Here's another set of equipment that can synthesize these materials into titanium chromium molybdenum alloy. I know a little about the synthesis technology for titanium chromium molybdenum alloys. Hand over those blueprints to me, Feng eagerly interjected, snatching the titanium chromium molybdenum alloy diagrams before Wang Gowen could speak. Wang Gowen froze for a moment. Just as he was about to persuade Feng to return the blueprint, he saw Feng had already lowered his head, studying the blueprint intently. You understand the manufacturing process for titanium chromium molybdenum alloys? Wang Gowen was utterly astonished. Internationally, titanium chromium molybdenum alloy was considered one of the most complex alloys, particularly in applications like batteries, missiles, and rockets. This particular titanium chromium molybdenum alloy combined 3 base metals, titanium ore, molybdenum ore, and chromium ore, into 4 distinct components. Aluminum and titanium comprised roughly 50% of the mixture, with manganese and arsenic accounting for the remaining 30%. Although the forming process of titanium chromium titanium alloy is extremely difficult, it remains the optimal alloy material. In some respects, it even surpasses gold titanium and pure titanium, standing as the finest alloy in modern technology. The difficulty of forming titanium chromium titanium alloy also determines its service life. Globally, annual production peaks at just 1 million tons, meaning only 10 tons of this alloy need be produced each year. Moreover, titanium chromium titanium alloy has a short maturation period of just 5 years. In other words, it reaches its production peak within 4 years. Wang Gowen pays close attention to the service life of titanium chromium titanium alloy because their factory produces only 40 tons annually. This output falls short of meeting domestic consumer demand. This is because the storage capacity for titanium chromium titanium alloy is too small. Titanium chromium titanium alloy is a container-type alloy suitable only for use in airtight environments, where oxygen concentration decreases. In an airtight environment constructed using this alloy, oxygen content drops to 0.8 nanometers. Therefore, it is fundamentally impossible to manufacture titanium chromium titanium alloy in ordinary factories. The most distinctive feature of titanium chromium titanium alloy is its extraordinary hardness. This alloy incorporates the world's most advanced alloying technology, incorporating calcium titanate and aluminum magnesium alloy. The calcium titanate solution contains hydrogen sulfide, while the aluminum magnesium solution contains a significant amount of sodium carbonate. The titanium magnesium alloy possesses a rich composition of materials. Under high temperatures, low pressure, or water immersion, it forms a protective film that effectively blocks water corrosion. Titanium chromium titanium alloys can be used to produce steel plates, concrete, and other alloy materials. Additionally, this alloy serves as a radiation shielding material, effectively blocking harmful radiation exposure to the human body, a critically important property. Manhwa has incorporated a special component, titanium tungsten, into its titanium alloys. Titanium tungsten accelerates the solidification of vanadium within the alloy, increasing its density and effectively preventing electrical current penetration. However, titanium chromium titanium alloy possesses a very singular set of characteristics, with its sole advantages being corrosion resistance and tensile strength. Titanium alloy exhibits exceptional adhesion and ductility, coupled with high toughness, making it resistant to fracturing under high impact strikes. Beyond defensive applications, titanium chromium titanium alloys possess remarkable plasticity, a rare quality. Even at high melting points, they maintain structural integrity and resist combustion. Owing to its formidable properties, titanium chromium titanium alloy is an essential material for various mechanical components, marine vessels, and aerospace propulsion systems. Titanium chromium titanium alloys have an extremely wide range of applications, such as aircraft engines, automobile tires, and aircraft carrier armor plates. The diverse applications of titanium chromium titanium alloys also contribute to their high cost, keeping prices consistently elevated. Any object crafted from titanium chromium titanium alloy possesses formidable defensive properties and corrosion resistance, while also withstanding extreme heat. In the coming century, the primary use of titanium chromium titanium alloys will be in constructing the armor for aircraft carriers and submarines. Consequently, this alloy is also referred to as naval equipment. Internationally, titanium chromium titanium alloy has begun to gain recognition. However, due to its complex manufacturing process and prohibitively high production costs, many nations can only watch helplessly. Consequently, the price of this alloy has steadily climbed. The titanium chromium titanium alloy blueprint in Feng's possession represents the latest formulation for this material. Beyond its defensive and offensive capabilities, it is also a highly sensitive substance. The slightest mishandling could trigger an explosion. The greatest advantage of titanium chromium titanium alloy is its ability to function reliably in any environment. Feng held the production blueprint for titanium chromium titanium alloy, but he had no immediate plans to sell it. He intended to keep it as a trump card, to be played in a life or death emergency. Chapter 159, Wait and See. Xiao Yi. Seeing Yi Feng's silence, Wang Goen pressed, "Is this blueprint truly that remarkable? I've heard that even the most advanced international titanium-chromium-titanium alloy production lines only achieve 80% efficiency, yet your blueprint claims a full 60%. Are you certain this isn't a fake?" Wang Goen found it hard to believe, fully aware of how complex the manufacturing process for titanium-chromium-titanium alloy was. Over decades, the nation had conducted countless experiments, all ending in failure. Yi Feng chuckled softly. "Professor, rest assured. Since I brought this blueprint to you, I have absolute confidence in it." "Well, I'll wait and see." Wang Goen paused briefly before adding, "Come with me to the production department. I'll have someone make arrangements." "Understood." Yi Feng nodded with a smile and followed Wang Goen toward the production department. The production department Wang Goen referred to was the military equipment manufacturing base for the Dragon Nation's armed forces, specializing in the production of military hardware. Nearly all firearms used by the Dragon Nation military were procured from this facility. Of course, the military's acquisitions extended beyond firearms to include various military supplies and strategic weapons, which the military also procured through its own channels. Guided by Wang Goen, Yi Feng toured the military equipment manufacturing division, observing Wang Goen and a group of men and women in military uniforms bustling about their tasks. The officers' expressions were stern, their gazes sharp as hawks, sending a chill down one's spine. Beside these male soldiers stood a massive glass display case filled with an array of equipment. The array was dazzling: gauges, displays, laser rangefinders, radar detectors, electromagnetic pulse generators, infrared scanners, optical sights, command and control units, reflectometers, inspection devices, surveillance equipment, and more. Wang Goen led Yi Feng to one instrument and explained, "This device is called a laser emitter, with an output power of approximately 200 kilowatts. With that, he pressed the instrument's activation button. Instantly, the laser emitted a blinding red light, and a cylindrical beam shot out from the top of the device, striking the distant wall. Yi Feng followed the laser beam with his gaze and saw a vertical line appear on the wall directly in front of it. Within this horizontal line was an aperture approximately 20 centimeters in radius. The aperture glowed yellow, indicating the device was operational. The brighter the laser beam, the clearer the image displayed within the circle. Wang Goen pointed at the circle and continued explaining. "This is a test laser beam. If the light intensity is insufficient, the laser beam will flicker on and off. Conversely, if the intensity is too high, the laser beam will extinguish. So the laser beam's power is actually pretty weak, huh?" Yi Feng frowned. Although Yi Feng knew laser beams were potent, he hadn't personally tested them. Consequently, he suspected their threat level might not be as significant as imagined. Laser beams aren't just underpowered, they're also incredibly fuel-intensive. Typically, they're only deployed during wartime. Now that we're in an era of technological advancement, laser beams have long since fallen out of favor as mainstream weaponry. Wang Goen shook his head and sighed. It's a shame the manufacturing techniques for laser beams have been lost entirely. Otherwise, our country could have developed far more advanced laser cannons. The laser cannon Wang Goen referred to harness the energy of laser beams, converting it into projectiles with immense destructive power. The core technology for laser cannons is held by the US government, and access to it is restricted solely to the President of the United States and the leadership of the Pentagon. No one else is permitted to touch it, and doing so would result in severe punishment. However, Wang Goen added, laser cannons are only effective for land and air combat. For naval warfare, other weapons are required. In Yi Feng's recollection, the American Empire's missile systems had already completely replaced their original electronic warfare weapons. Within the American Empire Air Force, they possessed 4 F-22 fighter jets, each equipped with 2 super missiles. "Teacher, I understand the missiles you mentioned," Yi Feng nodded. In his recollection, the American Empire had deployed numerous missiles during World War II: atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, nuclear warheads. Any weapon with a name had been unleashed upon enemy territories, obliterating countless cities. Missiles are the simplest and most convenient weapons, yet they consume the most energy. On the battlefield, missiles can decisively turn the tide of war. However, missiles come in varying tiers. Ordinary missiles lack the destructive power to sink aircraft carriers or destroyers. Moreover, their range is limited, typically around 800 kilometers. Wang Goen finished speaking and tapped the instrument lightly with his finger. Instantly, the entire device flashed and hummed. Simultaneously, the laser beam's intensity surged to 500 joules. Wang Goen tested several other instruments but found the laser beam still lacked the power to destroy a building's roof, let alone shake a structure. Wang Goen shook his head and said with a wry smile, "I estimate that even doubling the laser beam's power wouldn't be enough to take down a tank." Yi Feng chuckled, "Professor, you're forgetting that our country's tanks aren't just ordinary tanks." "Oh?" Wang Goen raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Now that you mention it, you're right. How could I have overlooked tanks? Tanks are a nation's primary strategic weapon. In times of war, they can not only protect a city but also defend a country's vital frontiers. If tanks are considered strategic weapons, then the value of this weapon absolutely surpasses that of a laser beam." Wang Goen immediately addressed Yi Feng. Young Yi, I'll handle this matter immediately. Come with me to assess what's needed. All right. Yi Feng nodded. Wang Goen led Yi Feng into the warehouse, where they began inspecting various pieces of equipment. Since laser beams cannot directly engage targets, many weapons rely on computerized systems for control. However, only one such system exists, and its performance is extremely poor, making it usable only in emergency situations. Furthermore, since the computer system couldn't identify targets, visual observation was essential. Consequently, many weapons had inherent flaws. Such flaws couldn't be fixed overnight, and time was the one thing Yi Feng had in abundance. Little Yi, take a look at this set of armor first. After walking a few steps in the warehouse, Wang Goen stopped and addressed Yi Feng. An armored vehicle lay motionless beside a bulldozer, while a soldier stood in front of the bulldozer. Chapter 160, System Exchange. Yi Feng looked at the soldier and asked, "What is this?" Wang Goen explained, "This tank is the latest model. I'm not entirely sure about its specific performance either, because the maintenance materials for this set of armor are specially formulated, making it impossible to test its capabilities." Yi Feng scrutinized the tank closely. Aside from its slightly bulky thickness and width, he found nothing unusual. "Teacher, I'm curious, how fast can this tank go?" Yi Feng inquired. Tanks were the most critical component of weaponry. If it was fast and had heavy firepower, even when facing large tank formations, it could escape unscathed and retreat safely. Wang Goen replied, "Its speed should be around 150 km per second, equivalent to roughly Mach 10.7. However, it's purely an armored defense vehicle. Its firepower isn't outstanding, so it's only suitable for field combat." Hearing Wang Goen's explanation, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a slight pang of regret. If it truly possessed such blazing speed, even facing a massive tank corps in pursuit and encirclement, it could emerge unscathed. Wang Goen patted Yi Feng on the shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged. Our weaponry is already formidable. It's just that certain performance parameters impose limitations. If possible, I hope to enhance this attribute as soon as possible." "I understand," Yi Feng nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, sir. I will spare no effort to refine the weapons." Wang Goen praised him. "Good. Confidence is commendable, but you must take this seriously. After all, it concerns the future destiny of the Dragon Nation." "Rest assured, teacher. I will give it my all," Yi Feng assured him. Wang Goen gave Yi Feng a few more words of advice before leaving. Yi Feng remained in the lab, scanning the instruments. From laser guns, sniper rifles, armor-piercing rounds, laser cannons, to howitzers, Yi Feng identified distinct performance parameters for each weapon, all reaching approximately 50% completion. Yi Feng gained valuable insights from these weapons, marveling at the wonders of creation. "System, I wish to purchase the laser cannon." Yi Feng glanced at the laser cannon blueprint, then mentally prompted the system. The system responded. Host, Yi Feng. Points, 0-100. System, can you upgrade the laser cannon to a laser cannon? Yi Feng inquired. Yi Feng knew firsthand the devastating power of a laser cannon. In warfare, its destructive force was truly astonishing. Especially on the battlefield, a laser cannon could effortlessly annihilate an entire tank corps. The system responded, upgrading the laser cannon to a laser cannon requires 50 million points. 50 million points? Yi Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly. The price was indeed steep, but for greater firepower, it was bearable. Yi Feng immediately selected the upgrade. Instantly, a massive flood of information surged into his mind. The laser cannon upgrade had cost 10 million points, while the laser cannon upgrade demanded 20 million points. Yi Feng's points instantly shrank by 5 million. His face turned ashen with pain, but for the sake of future, greater destructive power, he gritted his teeth and completed the exchange. Deep congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading to the laser cannon and laser gun. Please continue your efforts, the system's clear voice echoed in Yi Feng's ears. Ignoring the system, Yi Feng focused intently on studying the laser cannon. The laser cannon is the base version of the laser rifle, capable of long-range enemy elimination. Yi Feng first inspected its structure, then disassembled and reassembled it according to the blueprint. After completing the assembly, Yi Feng carefully examined the laser cannon's scope. Satisfied, he nodded before beginning to assemble another one. This time, the assembly was slightly slower than before, but it was still completed swiftly. Yi Feng then selected 2 anti-tank missiles and a laser weapon warhead from the weapon configuration catalog, tossing them all into his storage space. After completing these tasks, he retrieved a box from the tank. Crafted from titanium alloy, the box resembled an Earth-style briefcase in shape, though its interior was narrower, capable of holding only a single chip. Yi Feng inserted the chip into the watch as instructed by the system, then pressed the red button on the wristwatch. In the next instant, the chip melted into the watch, and Yi Feng immediately sensed a connection forming between himself and the device. Closing his eyes, he once again channeled his mental energy into the watch. The watch contained a 3D map of the entire Earth and weapon parameters. The laser cannon's effective range is within 2 kilometers. Each shot consumes 50,000 points. Its destructive power equals that of a 20-ton TNT explosion. Tank armor will be obliterated upon direct laser cannon impact. The laser cannon's velocity is approximately 150 kilometers per second. Close-range laser cannon fire will result in destruction unless evaded. The laser cannon and laser rifle are two thermal weapons. When used individually, the laser cannon's power exceeds that of the laser rifle by more than double, while the laser rifle's power is only increased by 30%. After reviewing the detailed specifications of these weapons, Feng couldn't help but sigh. Though these laser guns and laser cannons were more powerful than their original counterparts, the gap compared to nuclear weapons remained vast, utterly incomparable. Even with sufficient points to exchange, it would be difficult to acquire these weapons quickly without Feng's current resources. Nevertheless, his heart was filled with excitement. With these two weapons, Feng's combat capabilities were bound to see a massive leap forward. At that moment, Feng couldn't wait any longer and activated the laser cannon. On the laser cannon's control interface, Feng entered his command. Instantly, a laser beam shot from the barrel, striking the wall. Boom! A thunderous explosion followed, causing that section of wall to collapse instantly. The laser cannon's power is indeed impressive, Feng thought to himself, shaking his head. Unfortunately, a laser cannon of this caliber probably couldn't even penetrate the armor of a U.S. Army armored brigade. System, I wish to exchange for the technical blueprints of the laser cannon and laser rifle. Is that possible? Beep, permitted. Host, please wait. Immediately, a flood of information appeared in Feng's mind, detailed instructions on operating both the laser cannon and laser rifle, along with advanced control techniques for both weapons. The information was incredibly detailed and comprehensive. As soon as Feng saw it, he devoured it like a starving child, greedily absorbing every bit. It took a full 3 or 4 minutes before Feng had fully processed all the information. Few finally finished learning. Feng exhaled in relief. Chapter 161, Lottery Opportunity. System, I want to redeem the laser cannon and laser rifle, Feng stated. He then noticed that his ID card now displayed an additional 20,000 points. Moreover, he noticed the system had yet to distribute one reward. Host, you have earned one lottery chance. Shall we begin immediately? The system inquired. Feng's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he replied, start the lottery. The moment the words left his mouth, a table materialized before him. On the table lay several vials of potions and various items made of different materials. With a glance, Feng recognized them as components for modifying laser guns and laser cannons. Moreover, these items held immense value. The most expensive among them was worth a staggering 30 billion points. Truly befitting an exchange shop. Glancing at his ID card, Feng poured a vial of potion into his mouth. This specially concocted potion replenished his stamina, instantly revitalizing him. After consuming it, Feng felt his energy nearly restored. He picked up the laser cannon and expertly loaded a missile. Standing up, Feng strode out of the office and sprinted toward the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, Feng raised the laser cannon and aimed it at a distant building. Fire! With Feng's low command, the laser cannon emitted a sharp hiss as a thick beam of laser fire erupted, piercing straight through the opposite building. Constructed of reinforced concrete, the building was exceptionally sturdy. Even heavy sniper rifles couldn't penetrate it. Yet under the laser cannon's assault, it crumbled like crumbly tofu. Laser beams rampaged through the building's interior, pulverizing steel plates and shattering glass fragments into dust. Feng stood at the edge of the rooftop, observing coldly with a faint smile on his lips. The laser cannon's power was undeniably formidable, but such might was only effective at long range. Against a close-quarters combat expert, it would be utterly useless. System, exchange for laser cannon technical data. Beep, retrieving laser cannon technical data. Ding, data transfer complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the laser cannon. System, notice, the laser cannon's power is 10 times that of the laser cannon. Its firing speed exceeds 200 kilometers per second, with a range of 100 kilometers and a firing rate of 10.3 Mach per second. This weapon supports continuous fire, capable of releasing 50 laser projectiles per second. Damn, this is seriously awesome, Feng marveled inwardly. Though both laser cannons and laser guns belong to the laser weapon category, the laser cannon's firepower clearly falls short of the laser gun. The laser gun boasts a firing range of 500 kilometers, while the laser cannon only reaches 300 kilometers. The laser gun is an electromagnetic gun, while the laser cannon is an electromagnetic cannon. However, laser guns possess distinct advantages. Their rapid fire rate and immense destructive force make them nearly unstoppable against similarly tiered laser cannons. I've acquired all the technical data on laser cannons. How many points do I need to exchange for laser weapons now? Feng continued. Beep, laser weapon technical data transfer complete. Host's points deducted, 2,000. Remaining points, 80,000. Beep, host, please immediately exchange for laser gun technical data. Hearing the alert sound in his ear, Feng took a deep breath and directly exchanged for the laser rifle technical data. Instantly, a flood of information surged into Feng's mind. Laser guns, laser cannons, and laser blasters each possess distinct functions. However, laser guns were relatively simple, capable only of long-range enemy elimination, with a significantly shorter effective range than laser cannons, roughly 1,000 meters. As for the laser rifle, it possessed two primary functions, firing laser cannons and emitting laser beams. The former far surpassed laser cannons in power. Moreover, laser cannons had the drawback of requiring energy charging. However, Feng possessed a system that could instantly release laser beams and sustain continuous energy supply. Therefore, Feng was quite interested in the laser rifle. However, Feng had no immediate plans to purchase the laser gun. He intended to test the laser cannon first. With that thought, Feng reviewed the laser cannon's technical specifications once more. While the laser cannon was easier to master than the laser rifle, mastering the laser cannon's technology was essential to unlocking the laser rifle's full potential. System, activate the laser cannon's laser engine, Feng commanded. Deep laser cannon laser engine is activating. Please wait. Soon, a set of equipment appeared before Feng. Simultaneously, a flash of red light flickered at the device's center. System, I now require the laser cannon's operating procedures, Feng instructed. Beep. The laser cannon operation manual is displayed on the system screen. Please review, host. Feng followed the system's guidance, his eyes fixed on the screen as he began learning how to operate the laser cannon. Time passed, and before he knew it, it was already 9:30 p.m. At that very moment, Feng slowly opened his eyes, a hint of excitement in his gaze. He had finally mastered the laser engine technology of the laser cannon. System, exchange the laser cannon's technical data for me. As soon as Feng finished speaking, a vast amount of data flooded his mind. Laser cannon technical data available for host to review. Laser cannon, laser cannon. So that's how it works. The fundamental principle of laser cannons was straightforward. Whether laser guns or laser cannons, they all required laser energy sources, energy stones. These energy stones came in two types, ordinary crystal cores and soul energy stones. Laser cannons required converting energy into laser beams to form laser light. However, energy stones cannot be stored within the laser cannon's firing chamber. They can only be fired through a laser rifle. Moreover, even when stored within a laser rifle, the laser's attack power still falls far short of that of a laser gun. Feng estimated the laser cannon's attack speed at only Mach 2, while the laser rifle reached Mach 4. Moreover, the laser cannon consumed energy rapidly. Prolonged use would swiftly deplete one's true essence, risking severe backlash. But Feng had no choice now. After studying the technical data on laser guns and laser cannons, Feng began disassembling the laser gun and laser cannon he had exchanged from the system. The process of disassembling the laser gun and laser cannon proved challenging, as this was his first encounter with such advanced weaponry. He carefully removed each component, meticulously examining their structure and connection methods. Inside the laser gun, Feng discovered a dazzling energy stone. This stone emitted a blinding light, resembling a massive gem. Feng extended a finger to gently touch the surface of the energy stone, instantly feeling a powerful surge of energy flood into his body. Chapter 162, Laser Engine. Feng carefully extracted the energy stone and held it in his palm for examination. The stone's radiance instantly illuminated his hand, like stars twinkling in the night. Then, Feng began disassembling the laser cannon. He discovered its internal structure was far more intricate, filled with numerous tiny components and circuits. Feng carefully removed each part one by one, meticulously noting their positions and functions. During the disassembly, Feng discovered the laser engine at the core of the cannon. This was the central component responsible for firing the laser, composed of intricate optical elements. Examining the surface of the laser engine, Feng couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. The laser engine emitted a faint red glow. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, and through it, one could see light reflecting and refracting within, creating a wondrous optical effect. Feng was captivated by this beautiful optical world, as if he were witnessing a stage woven from light and shadow. This technology is truly astonishing, Feng murmured. He carefully returned the laser engine to its original position before continuing to disassemble the other components. After completing the disassembly, Feng began to organize his thoughts. He had now mastered the technologies behind the laser gun and laser cannon. What remained was to reassemble these weapons and integrate them into his own combat style. Feng sat quietly at the table, his gaze fixed intently on the spread-out parts and tools before him. He picked up the laser gun components with meticulous care, scrutinizing their connection points and positions. His nimble fingers deftly assembled each component in the correct sequence. He repeatedly checked the firmness of every joint, ensuring no loose or unstable connections remained. The reassembly process of the laser gun was no simple task, requiring Feng to possess a deep understanding of each component's function and purpose. Therefore, before beginning the assembly, Feng carefully studied the technical documentation provided by the system, striving to translate theoretical knowledge into practical application. After a period of diligent effort, Feng finally completed the reassembly of the laser gun. He inspected it thoroughly, confirming everything was in order, and smiled with satisfaction. Next, Feng began assembling the laser cannon. He turned his gaze back to the components and tools on the table, mentally mapping out the cannon's structure and principles. The laser cannon's assembly proved more intricate than the laser guns due to its finer internal mechanisms. Feng had to precisely position each minute component to ensure the cannon's functionality. He worked with meticulous care, like an artisan sculpting his masterpiece. His fingers lightly touched each component, feeling their shape and texture. He intently examined every detail, ensuring no flaws remained. After considerable effort, Feng finally reassembled the laser cannon. He picked it up, feeling its weight and smooth texture in his hands, a surge of confidence filling his heart. Now, Feng was ready for real combat. He decided to test the laser gun first before attempting the laser cannon's full power. He stepped onto the balcony, gazing up at the night sky dotted with stars. Feng raised the laser gun in his hand, aimed at a distant tree, and gently pulled the trigger. In an instant, a laser beam shot from the pistol, slicing through the night sky and streaking toward its target. It left a trail of searing light in its wake, instantly reducing the tree to ashes. Feng watched the scene in awe, feeling the immense destructive power of the laser gun. He knew that with proper mastery, this weapon would become his ultimate combat tool. Feng withdrew his gaze, picked up the laser cannon, and prepared for the next round of test firing. He understood that the laser gun represented only a fraction of its potential. The laser cannon's power was far more formidable, and he couldn't wait to try it. He aimed the laser cannon at a distant rock, feeling the weapon in his hands. The starlight in the night sky reflected off his determined gaze. Feng felt himself merge with these weapons, as if he were a true warrior. The laser cannon's engine emitted a faint red glow, flickering with an eerie light. Feng took a deep breath, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. "Come on, let me see the true power of this laser cannon," Feng murmured to himself. As he spoke, he gently pulled the laser cannon's trigger, preparing to unleash a searing beam of light. Just as Feng was about to pull the trigger, a loud explosion suddenly erupted beside him. Boom! The blast from an incendiary bomb sent a violent shockwave crashing into Feng. He was hurled several meters away, crashing onto the floor in the center of the room. Clutching his chest, Feng struggled to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His chest was caved in, clearly a severe injury. Damn it, it actually failed? Feng gritted his teeth. He hadn't anticipated the laser cannon test would fail. Earlier, he'd intended to use the laser rifle for a probing attack, but had overlooked that the laser cannon would also generate a shockwave. Though the shockwave's power wasn't exceptionally strong, the trauma it inflicted on Feng was still considerable. Several ribs were broken, and his internal organs had taken the brunt of the impact. Fortunately, the invincible body reward he'd obtained from the system had absorbed most of the shockwave damage. Otherwise, he would have certainly lost his life. Feng rose to his feet and stepped outside, gazing up at the pitch-black sky. Tonight's moonlight was exceptionally bright, its pure radiance spilling across the ground. Huff! Feng exhaled a deep breath of stale air. He drew his laser gun and fired a test shot once more. A white laser streaked across the sky once more, hurtling toward a massive boulder in the distance. The beam traveled at incredible speed, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. Feng stared intently at the laser's trajectory, silently praying. "It has to hit," Feng murmured. Just as the beam was about to strike its target, it abruptly veered off course. The laser streaked past the rock, grazing its surface before plunging deep into the trunk of a towering tree. Boom! A dull thud echoed from within the tree trunk. Feng's face turned pale, his entire body trembling. He knew that if the laser gun had struck the rock, it would have been destroyed beyond repair. Yet a sliver of hope still clung to him, praying the laser would hit the rock. Feng held his breath, fists clenched, waiting for the laser gun to give him an answer. Yet, as the seconds ticked by, Feng heard nothing. This left him feeling utterly disheartened. It seemed his guess had been wrong. The laser gun simply couldn't be activated. Just as Feng prepared to deactivate the laser cannon, he suddenly noticed its indicator light had turned green. Chapter 163, Taking its place. Is this a laser weapon? Feng's pupils contracted sharply. He quickly grabbed the laser gun and examined it closely. Sure enough, the laser cannon's indicator light illuminated. Moreover, the laser's color gradually shifted from a pale blue to a deep, mysterious darkness. Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The laser cannon can actually transform. This was completely beyond Feng's expectations. A vision flashed through his mind. The laser cannon enveloped in light, its barrel slowly extending. It transformed from an ordinary laser gun into a laser sword, then into a laser knife. Finally, the laser sword vanished entirely, replaced by the laser knife. Feng felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed the laser knife's emergence signaled that the laser cannon was no longer suitable for him, or rather, he was no longer suited to wielding the laser cannon. Feng pondered for a long while, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He recalled the technical documentation on laser cannons he had previously browsed within the system, pondering whether he could use that information to craft a laser knife. The technical documentation detailed the principles of laser generation, control methods, and how to focus the beam into a single point. Yi Feng reasoned that if he could concentrate the laser beam into a blade, it might unleash even greater power. Yi Feng lifted his head, his eyes flashing with determination. He resolved to start from scratch and craft the laser blade himself. He pulled out a sheet of white paper and began sketching the rough outline of a laser blade. He refined the lines on the paper until he had a design sketch that matched his vision. Yi Feng immersed himself in the design, endlessly refining and adjusting it in pursuit of perfection. He racked his brain, pushing his imagination and creativity to their limits. Hours later, Yi Feng finally completed the laser sword design. Filled with anticipation, he sent the blueprint to the manufacturing equipment within the system, ready to begin production. Next, Yi Feng retrieved a piece of metal material he had prepared earlier for crafting the laser blade's body. He carefully transferred the dimensions and proportions from the sketch onto the metal, then picked up a grinder and began meticulously shaping the metal. Time ticked by as Yi Feng immersed himself completely in the crafting process. He alternated between hammering the metal, filing the edges of the blade, and polishing the surface with sandpaper. The entire process was fraught with hardship and challenges, yet Yi Feng never faltered. He poured every ounce of his energy and dedication into crafting this laser blade, believing only a blade made by his own hands could truly meet his standards. Finally, after hours of effort, the blade was complete. Yi Feng picked it up and examined it closely. It possessed a streamlined shape, resembling a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky. Next, Yi Feng began crafting the laser sword's hilt. He selected a durable alloy material, meticulously carving its shape and adding intricate patterns to enhance grip comfort. Once the handle was complete, Yi Feng joined it to the blade. He carefully aligned the two components before using welding equipment to fuse them together securely. The manufacturing equipment hummed as a beam of light shot forth, gradually coalescing into a laser sword that shimmered with a blue glow. Though the entire process was fraught with challenges, Yi Feng's heart brimmed with satisfaction. He had finally crafted a complete laser blade with his own hands. Yi Feng held the laser blade in his hands with great care, feeling the immense energy radiating from it. He could sense the boundless power contained within the blade, a sensation he had never experienced before. Finally, the laser blade is born. Yi Feng murmured excitedly. Gripping the blade's hilt, he assumed a combat stance, his heart brimming with anticipation and a thirst for challenge. The blade emitted a faint blue glow, like the brightest star in the night sky. Its edge was razor-sharp, seemingly capable of slicing through any obstacle in its path. Yi Feng slowly raised the laser blade and swung it down with force toward a towering tree. Whoosh! A blue laser sliced straight down the trunk, sending a dazzling shower of sparks flying. The tree snapped clean in half and crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Yi Feng's eyes. His experiment proved the laser blade truly possessed the power to shatter any object. If laser can overcome any obstacle, then I can wield it like a laser cannon. With sufficient output power, I can transform it into a weapon of attack. This idea took root in Yi Feng's mind, growing clearer and clearer, until he felt an eager anticipation. Regardless, he needed to first master the operation of the laser weapon before seeking out a desert for practical testing. Yi Feng continued studying the application and usage of laser weapons. As his experiments progressed, he grew increasingly aware of their formidable power. Laser weapons boasted a far greater attack range than laser cannons. While laser cannons primarily functioned to defend against enemy laser beams, laser weapons targeted the enemy's very soul. Once an enemy's soul was shattered, even the most formidable martial artist would meet a violent end. This laser blade is incredible. Yi Feng gazed at the laser blade in his hand, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Its power was nothing short of legendary. However, he also knew that laser weapons required a laser generator to function. Without it, relying solely on melee combat would drastically reduce the blade's lethality, even with the laser blade itself. Yi Feng immediately walked to the corner of the house, picked up a box, and opened its lid. Inside lay rows of electromagnetic rounds. Electromagnetic rounds were essential for laser cannons. They could release intense electrical currents, generating powerful shocks that inflicted massive paralysis on enemies. This crate contained 500 electromagnetic rounds, each weighing 200 grams. Yi Feng took one out of the box, placed it on the table, and activated its button. Instantly, all 500 electromagnetic projectiles hovered in unison mid-air, bursting into a blindingly bright, searing light that made Yi Feng unable to open his eyes. Once the light dimmed slightly, Yi Feng returned the electromagnetic grenades to the box. He picked up another box, placed it on the table, and opened its lid. Inside, a coffin-like object was prominently displayed. It was a rectangular metal box. Yi Feng removed a chip from within. He weighed the chip in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. This chip, known as the laser command chip, controlled the firing frequency of the laser gun's beam. Yi Feng embedded it into the muzzle of the laser gun. Chapter 164, Erupting Forth. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing whistle echoed through the air as a dazzling, blinding beam of light erupted in an instant. The beam shot straight into the distant wall, piercing through the solid, thick surface to create a hole as wide as a bowl. Seeing the laser gun's power, Yi Feng's face lit up with delight. His hunch had been correct, the laser blade truly amplified the laser cannon's potency. This meant Yi Feng now possessed another trump card. Yi Feng's mind raced with possibilities. He disassembled the laser sword and electromagnetic bullet. The blade components of the laser sword could be easily taken apart and reassembled. The sheath proved more troublesome. Yi Feng had to disassemble the blade itself while carefully preserving the sheath to prevent the loss of the laser weapon. As he disassembled, Yi Feng contemplated how to reattach the sheath. The task proved tedious and intricate. Only after an hour did Yi Feng finally complete the work, reassembling the disassembled laser blade. Setting the blade aside, Yi Feng began assembling the sheath. Crafted from titanium steel, the sheath was exceptionally tough. It took Yi Feng over an hour to finally align it properly, achieving a seamless fit with the blade. Wiping sweat from his brow, Yi Feng mused silently, the concept behind this laser weapon is truly ingenious. However, to improve it, there are still many processes to refine. He stowed the sheath in his system backpack before picking up a laser dagger. This laser dagger was specifically crafted for Yi Feng to practice with laser guns. Forged from a standard titanium alloy steel bar mixed with special titanium alloy metals and infused with laser powder, it had been shaped into a functional laser weapon. Laser weapons possessed greater destructive power than laser blades. Yi Feng had only begun experimenting with laser weapons in recent days, so he lacked a deep understanding of their performance. Yet this particular laser weapon proved surprisingly potent. A single slash left a shallow gash on the hardened alloy steel plate. Yi Feng was intently disassembling and reassembling the laser weapon, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. His thoughts were completely absorbed by these high-tech weapons, immersing him in his own world. Suddenly, his phone rang. Yi Feng stared in surprise at the caller ID displayed on his phone screen, Counselor Li Pengfei. He was puzzled, unsure why his counselor would be calling him. He answered the call, and Counselor Li Pengfei's voice came through. Yi Feng, can you return to campus for a special event? Yi Feng considered it. The event presented a good opportunity. He could showcase his abilities while also challenging himself. He nodded and replied, Counselor, I can return to campus for the event. Satisfied with Yi Feng's response, Li Pengfei said, excellent. The event will take place in 2 days. Prepare yourself well, we look forward to seeing what you can do. After hanging up, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. This event presented a new challenge, and he hoped to demonstrate his true strength and skills during it. He gathered the tools and materials from his workbench, stowing the laser blade and dagger into his system backpack. Then he walked over to the wardrobe, opening the doors to reveal rows of combat suits hanging inside. Yi Feng swiftly changed into his combat suit. Feeling its form-fitting embrace, he sensed his confidence and power surge. Stepping before the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. The black combat suit's design was simple yet imposing, radiating an aura of untouchable power. His gaze was resolute, the corners of his mouth turned up in a faint smile, as if he already foresaw victory in the event. Yi Feng excitedly grabbed his backpack, stuffing his phone, wallet, and essential items inside. He reached the doorway, glancing back at his workbench, the place where he pursued strength and continually pushed his limits. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the room. Unknown challenges awaited him, but he was ready. He believed he could handle anything. As Yi Feng walked through the school gates, a familiar atmosphere washed over him. He saw many familiar faces, comrades who had trained and fought alongside him. Counselor Li Pengfei approached him with a smile. Yi Feng, welcome back for the event. We all know your capabilities. I'm sure you'll surprise everyone. Yi Feng smiled faintly and nodded. Counselor, I'll do my best. As the event was about to begin, Yi Feng felt his heart racing. He anticipated this new challenge. He knew that whether in the world of technological weapons or in real life, he would continue pursuing strength, constantly surpassing himself. Guided by the counselor, Yi Feng immersed himself in the event's atmosphere. He observed the other participants, young individuals brimming with formidable strength and potential, each eager to prove themselves during this competition. The rules were straightforward. Participants would demonstrate their aerospace prowess through a series of trials and battles. Ultimately, the most outstanding few would earn generous rewards and honors. Yi Feng clenched his fists, ready to dive into this fierce competition. He knew this would be a crucial battle. He needed to give it his all and reveal his true strength. Fellow students. A vast platform teemed with students packed tightly together. On the podium, Li Pengfei stood at the center of the lectern, his face adorned with a warm smile as he called out in a clear voice. Today marks the commencement of our Academy's Freshman Games. On behalf of the Academic Affairs Department, I invite each class to send one representative to the StarCraft Simulation Training Base of the South Sea Military District. This mission is extremely challenging, but our academy will spare no effort to send our most outstanding graduates to serve in the military. As soon as Li Pengfei finished speaking, the students erupted into murmurs. The Starship Simulation Training Base? Isn't that the legendary military base? They say it houses all kinds of advanced equipment, even nuclear weapons. Awesome! This time we'll finally get to see a real military base. I'm going. Me too. Yi Feng was also stunned by Li Pengfei's words. Visiting such a base would be an incredibly proud moment and an excellent opportunity for growth. He had longed to go to the Starship Simulation training base, and now his wish was finally granted. Feng followed his classmates into the auditorium. It was already packed with students. He noticed their attire differed markedly from other academies. They didn't seem to belong to the same type. Chapter 165, Lieutenant Raymond. At that moment, the school leadership took the stage to announce the event's schedule. Our target this time is Lieutenant Raymond, commander of the South Sea Fleet. As his voice echoed throughout the hall, intense excitement flashed across the students' faces. Lieutenant Raymond? I thought he was a rear admiral. Why would he personally serve as the commander-in-chief for this simulation exercise? Exactly. It's strange too. Logically, Lieutenant Raymond shouldn't be here at all. Regardless, Lieutenant Raymond's name is an idol worshipped by countless passionate youths. The students' chatter made Feng frown. He hadn't expected Raymond to personally take charge of this exercise. This meant the competition in the simulation training would likely be even fiercer. Just then, the leader on stage announced the commencement of the event. At the leader's command, the participating students rose from their seats and began moving toward the left side of the podium. Feng headed to the right, arriving at an open grassy area where 3 instructors stood before him. All 3 wore uniforms with red insignia pinned to their chests. These gentlemen are Deputy Commander Wang Jiqing of the 2nd Regiment, Commander Lu Dongliang of the 6th Regiment, and Commander Yang Weigui of the 8th Regiment, all from the Nanyun City Military District. They will lead you through this simulated training exercise. Feng lifted his head to look at the 3 men before him, narrowing his eyes as he silently noted that all 3 instructors were short and thin, appearing somewhat sickly. Yet Feng did not underestimate them in the slightest. Though they appeared somewhat weak, their selection as instructors meant their capabilities were beyond doubt. Feng suspected these instructors likely came from some secret military unit within the army. Otherwise, they would never have attained such high ranks. Feng understood clearly that while their skills might not match those of expert professors, they were elite among ordinary people. They were the cream of the crop. I am your instructor Wang Jicheng. Starting today, I will lead your training. As you know, the South Sea Fleet barracks house various advanced equipment. Your mission is to utilize this equipment to complete diverse training modules. These modules simulate interstellar space travel. Your task is to locate suitable equipment on the simulated planet and then operate it through the simulation pod. The simulation pods are fully equipped with every kind of advanced weaponry and gear imaginable. However, if you sustain injuries inside the pod, you will be immediately eliminated. The pod's systems can only replicate genuinely hazardous environments. One more thing, this simulation training will last 3 weeks. Only those who survive the full 3 weeks will truly complete the mission and be eligible for advanced military training. Hearing Wang Jicheng's words, ecstatic expressions flooded the faces of all the students. 3 whole weeks for this training. And it simulates a real interstellar environment. In the South Sea Fleet, simulated training equated to real combat. Surviving such a scenario would add a significant feather to their cap, potentially even earning them special recruitment. And if they were injured during the simulation, they wouldn't die. At worst, they'd be kicked out of the simulation base, nothing more. With these thoughts, the students were filled with anticipation and excitement for the upcoming simulation. Their eyes burned with fervor as they stared at Lieutenant Raymond at the front of the podium, their hearts pounding. Feng was also itching to get started. He had initially thought this simulation exercise would be a simulated game. But now it seemed clear this was no game. Now, all students are to board the ship in order. As instructor Wang Jicheng's voice echoed from the podium, Feng and his peers formed a neat line and stepped onto the luxurious cruise ship docked in the hall. Holy crap, this is a space-class luxury liner. Damn, this is extravagant. Feng's jaw dropped slightly as he stepped aboard and took in the opulent, imposing vessel. He hadn't expected the cost of this activity to be so astronomical. Just the rental fee for this ship alone must be in the tens of millions. Of course, that was just the base rate. If a wealthy patron were involved, doubling the price would be perfectly normal. Feng let out a sigh of awe before following his teammates into an elevator that carried them up to the deck. They stepped onto a long corridor. Steel warships were displayed along both sides of the corridor. These formidable vessels looked so imposing that all the male students couldn't help but stare in astonishment. At the end of the corridor stood a massive display screen. A video was playing on the screen. The footage was shot in the void of space, surrounded by pitch blackness where nothing could be seen. In the distance, stars flickered like green dots. Holy crap, are we in space? The sight left every student utterly stunned. This scene was unlike anything they had ever seen before, and it was far too distant from Earth. It was simply beyond comprehension. Quiet, everyone. This is merely a simulation. Only after enduring 5 seconds here will you truly enter the simulated interstellar spaceflight, Wang Jicheng announced in a clear voice. Now, examine your wristbands. They contain detailed information about our South Sea Fleet. You must select the equipment and piloting gear best suited to your physical capabilities. First, each of your wristbands displays a unique code. Following this code are listings for various weapons and combat systems. The equipment you see here includes not only individual combat weapons, but also artillery, fighter jets, tanks, aircraft, submarines, and much more. As Wang Jiqing explained, all the students retrieved their wristbands. This bracelet was blue and white, crafted from titanium alloy. It appeared exquisitely beautiful, with various crystal fragments embedded into it. Engraved on the back of the blue and white wristband was a circular pattern. The design depicted a massive star with a prominent blue and white circular area at its center. Based on your bracelet's color, each of you will select the combat equipment you excel at. Alright, you have 10 minutes to choose. As soon as Wang Jiqing finished speaking, all the trainees sprang into action. They retrieved their wristbands and swiftly scanned the text engraved on them. The text on the wristbands was all code. Each wristband bore a unique serial number, followed by the designation of the corresponding combat equipment. Chapter 166, All Sorts. The text on the wristbands was all coded. Each wristband bore a serial number, followed by the corresponding combat equipment. The wristbands contained a wide array of equipment, including rifle ammunition, swords, and even explosives. They were also equipped with various missile launchers. All this gear represented comprehensive upgrades to Earth's existing thermal weaponry. Hey, what's this? A grenade launcher? Ha, that's the sniper rifle I wanted. I see a mortar. Holy crap, it's a howitzer. The students went wild. On ordinary days, the academy equipped them with either a light machine gun or a submachine gun. But among these combat gear, those were considered the worst of the worst. Therefore, they had long yearned for superior combat gear. And now, their wish had finally come true. Seeing the excitement light up their faces, Wang Jiqing smiled with satisfaction. He then said, "It's great to see you all so excited. This is my duty. I hope every one of you earns a Medal of Honor on this mission." As Wang Jiqing's words fell, the students erupted in excitement. The Medal of Honor was the South Sea Fleet's evaluation of student performance during missions. It served as one of the criteria for rank advancement, symbolizing honor and merit. Those who earned this medal in the South Sea Fleet were invariably elite figures within the military, holding status surpassing that of ordinary majors. Alright, let me brief you on this simulated exercise mission. The simulation is called Interstellar Journey, personally designed by the Commander-in-Chief. Your mission is to explore a new star system within the cosmos and locate the ancient Tree of Life. You will remain on the simulated planet for a full 6 months, searching for the location of the ancient Tree of Life. Of course, your mission objective is not predetermined, it can only be confirmed by chance during your execution of the task. You will spend 1 month there. After 1 month, you will embark on your return journey through the stars. Remember, you may only use the most basic weapons and equipment here. If you unfortunately lose your combat effectiveness, then death is your only path. Naturally, we can monitor your situation via satellite during this period and protect you. However, if you violate the rules, don't blame me for being ruthless. At these words, the students immediately furrowed their brows. They knew that although Wang Jiqing was their instructor, he also possessed formidable strength. Additionally, when traveling to the simulated planet, you must carry ample supplies. After all, you'll be venturing deep into the star domain, traversing nebulae to reach your destination. Along the way, you'll face countless dangers, and these supplies will be your lifeline. Let me reiterate, upon completing your mission, you must transmit your identity information and mission logs to headquarters. Failure to do so will result in point deductions. Wang Jiqing continued. I know you may have questions, so let me explain why points are assigned for simulation missions. Wang Jiqing stated. The more campaigns you complete in the simulation, the more points you earn. During these simulations, we collect data from each of you. And all of this is predicated on you possessing sufficient strength to survive safely within the simulated world. This is something I want everyone to remember, Wang Jiqing said. With that, he waved to the trainees. The trainees understood immediately and swiftly began selecting their own weapons and equipment. While they were selecting, Chen Guo asked Feng how to choose suitable weapons. Chen Guo himself opted for an AK-47 assault rifle. After selecting their weapons, Wang Jiqing instructed everyone to tidy up briefly in the lounge before leading them to a massive warehouse. Inside, numerous boxes were stacked, each labeled with a serial number. These numbers corresponded to the trainees assigned weapons and gear. Many trainees were already queuing to select their weapons. Alright, this is where you'll select your weapons. You have 3 days to choose freely. Remember, stick to rifles, don't bother with heavy weapons. That stuff is useless. Wang Jiqing instructed. After finishing his speech, Wang Jiqing turned and walked out of the warehouse, leaving a group of students behind to select their desired items. While the other trainees were selecting weapons, Feng quietly made his way to the adjacent counter. Here, he spotted some familiar items. Various weapons were displayed here. Among them were cold weapons, assorted firearms, and various assault rifles. Feng glanced at the weapon strapped to his body. M1341 automatic rifle, 180 rounds. Not a bad weapon, but it's a bit slow. This rifle was Feng's designated weapon, but since he had never used it before, he didn't have much of a feel for it. After pondering, Feng picked up a pistol. Its firepower was considerably weaker than the M1341, but it would have to suffice. He equipped himself with all his gear. Alright, time's up. You should be heading out now. Wang Jiqing suddenly called out. At that moment, the trainees in the field gradually rose from their positions. Before leaving the training ground, they all seemed reluctant to depart. After everyone had departed, Wang Jiqing followed suit. Once everyone boarded the spacecraft and arrived at the star carrier, the vessel soared directly into the sky. Simultaneously, within the virtual system, the silhouette of each trainee appeared, accompanied by a virtual screen displaying the mission details. Simulation mission commencing. Amidst the hum of machinery, everyone was transported into the virtual space. The moment they entered the space, an overwhelming sense of pressure instantly engulfed them. The trainees stepped onto the deck of the star carrier, ready to commence their simulated mission. The carrier's engines emitted a deep rumble, and the hull began to vibrate. They felt the carrier lift off, escaping Earth's gravitational pull. In the carrier's control room, Wang Jiqing stood before a massive holographic display, meticulously reviewing the flight path and destination. After confirming everything was ready, he pressed the button. The carrier's massive thrusters ignited, flames erupting as they propelled the vessel toward the edge of the star system. Seated within the cabin, the cadets felt the carrier's acceleration intensify, their bodies crushed by immense pressure until breathing became nearly impossible. Chapter 167, Interstellar Space. Fingers clenched white around the armrests, beads of sweat forming on foreheads. Gradually, the star carrier traversed interstellar space, plunging into a pitch-black nebula. The nebula shimmered with alluring, multicolored light, like endless jewels scattered across the cosmos. The cadets stared wide-eyed, straining to take in the breathtaking spectacle. It's breathtaking! Chenggu exclaimed excitedly. You're right. This is my first time seeing a nebula layer with my own eyes, Feng couldn't help but marvel. The carrier navigated through the nebula, its hull repeatedly jolted by the celestial formations, producing a series of rumbling roars. The cadets swayed from the impact but remained transfixed on the nebula outside their windows, as if entering a dreamlike realm. Finally, the carrier emerged from the nebula, revealing a massive simulated planet ahead. Enveloped in a shimmering energy field, it appeared both mysterious and thrilling. We're here! Wang Jiqing exclaimed excitedly. The cadets rose to their feet, preparing to leave the cabin. They felt the carrier begin its descent, the hull slowly lowering toward the simulated planet. The hatch opened, and the cadets stepped out onto the simulated planet's surface. They could feel its gravity and atmosphere were entirely different from Earth's. Feng surveyed his surroundings, discovering this simulated planet resembled an unknown world teeming with peculiar plants and creatures. They found themselves immersed in an unfamiliar environment, filled with both excitement and tension. Wang Jiqing stepped before them and addressed the group. This is a planet full of unknowns. Proceed with caution and adhere strictly to mission protocols. Only through effective teamwork and the full utilization of individual capabilities will you survive in this simulated world. The trainees nodded silently, their hearts brimming with anticipation and a thirst for challenge. They knew their abilities were formidable, but this remained an unfamiliar world. Moreover, over 5,000 trainees had already arrived here before them. Consequently, there were undoubtedly stronger individuals among their peers. Such an unknown world was fraught with danger. For now, find a place to rest. I'll have someone escort you to the dormitory area. One more thing during interstellar travel, avoid wandering aimlessly, especially in the wilderness. Exercise extreme caution. After issuing these stern instructions, Wang Jiqing departed. Once Wang Jiqing was gone, the trainees dispersed to find their respective dormitories. Feng did the same, walking alone toward a dormitory building. Feng's floor was low. The first floor housed standard dorm rooms, while the second floor accommodated elite cadets. The most prestigious section comprised 76 suites. At the staircase entrance to the second floor, 2 soldiers stood guard. They held long rifles, their gazes cold and alert as they scanned their surroundings. Feng glanced at the military insignia on the soldiers' shoulders. They were majors. Beside them stood a young man whom Feng vaguely recognized, the one responsible for registering and verifying student information. He smiled warmly at Feng and said, "Hello, welcome to our academy. My name is Lu Ming." Feng gave a slight nod in response. "What do you need to collect?" "I'll register you," Lu Ming continued. Feng replied, "My name is Feng." After saying that, Feng walked toward the only door in the hallway, pushed it open, and stepped into the bedroom inside. The bedroom was spacious, with a neatly made bed. Beyond that, the walls were covered with photographs, all depicting various types of technology. Feng's gaze swept over the photographs. There were 36 in total, each labeled with different types of functional technology. Some depicted spacecraft, detectors, monitors, and even many devices Feng had never heard of before. However, these items had long since vanished in the post-apocalyptic era, so Feng found nothing particularly remarkable about them. It was a few of the blueprints, however, that left him quite astonished. One was a blueprint for a mecha. Feng studied it for a long while but couldn't make out what it was. Just then, Lu Ming walked in, holding several cards. He handed them to Yifeng and said, "Hello, Yifeng. These cards are your room numbers. Your dorm room is number 17. Here's your room key." Yifeng took the cards, noting his room was 17 while his friend Chen Ji's was 18. He slipped the cards into his pocket and said, "Thanks. You're welcome. I hope we can help each other in this unfamiliar world." Lu Ming smiled, then turned and left. Watching Lu Ming's retreating figure, Yifeng thought to himself, "I wonder how my friend is doing. This freshman league seems tougher than I anticipated." Yifeng entered his room to find it spartanly furnished, a single bed, a wardrobe, and a desk with a computer chair. He walked over, touched the computer, and felt relieved to discover it was real. He placed it on the desk. Though he couldn't operate the computer, he could still browse information online. Just then, a message popped up. "Welcome to the Nebula Galaxy's simulated planet Lost Planet. You are about to embark on a 30-day trial journey here. You may choose to participate or withdraw from the trial. Please make your decision." At the end of the message were the number of participants and the rules. To participate in the trial, one must survive 3 days on Nebula Planet. This was the first requirement. The second task, hunt ferocious beasts on Lost Planet to earn points. The third task, a free-for-all battle. So it's a simulated planet. This information surfaced in Yifeng's mind, and he quickly grasped the planet's fundamental details. This was an artificial planet created by AI, with its simulation program based on the AI's core thought processes. Thus, it contained human wisdom. Of course, this AI possessed little aggression, functioning primarily as an auxiliary intelligence with limited autonomous judgment. Unlike the brutal, bloodthirsty AI Yifeng had encountered on Earth, it appeared docile and benevolent. Precisely because the simulated planet possessed no aggression and had autonomous consciousness, the AI could freely control the internal environment of the simulated world. For instance, if an ordinary person encounters a wild beast attack on the simulated planet, the planet will design various traps and protective measures based on the simulation level to prevent human casualties. If encountering a super powerful beast, the simulated planet would evacuate humans to safety. This ensures the safety of all trial participants. Chapter 168, Oddities. Every structure on the simulated planet is equipped with communication devices and weapons. The communication device and weapon are both spherical metal spheres, each about the size of a fist. Once activated, they connect to the simulated planet and draw energy from it to sustain its operations. This represents the planet's initial state, where numerous ferocious beasts roam. Humans on the simulated planet utilize these beasts to hone their combat skills. Within this simulated planet, slaying beasts earns points. Accumulating sufficient points allows players to exchange them for rewards, gaining access to more powerful abilities. Numerous shops dotted the planet, selling all manner of potions and bizarre weapons. These weapons span various types, including thermal arms and cold steel. The most sought-after item is alien blood. Slaying an alien predator yields a bloodline crystal, which doubles the wielder's combat power. This base combat power is evaluated based on the strength of the slain predator. The simulation planet fosters intense competition. For instance, if an enemy steals your blood crystal, they gain a significant power boost, enabling them to defeat or even kill you. Additionally, special trial events are designed to temper the trainees. Before each trial, relevant rules are announced for trainees to reference. These rules posed no difficulty whatsoever for Yifeng. He opened his light screen and looked them up. Simulation Trial, Lost Planet. Simulation planets are virtual worlds constructed by artificial intelligence. Humans can earn points through these simulations, which serve as benefits distributed by the Academy. Lost Planet contained 108 residential districts, each governed by a human administrator whose strength varied. Each settlement administrator possesses C-tier strength, though this refers to ordinary human standards. Their combat prowess is comparable to average humans, but they command the simulation planet's heavy firepower and advanced weaponry, which is humanity's disadvantage. Trial participants must swiftly locate and eliminate the 10 most formidable beasts on Lost Planet. Failure to do so will result in elimination. So that's how it is. After witnessing all this, Yifeng turned his attention away and began carefully examining the identity chip he had just acquired. The chip contained detailed information about the Lost Planet, a set of coordinates, and intelligence on the distribution of the planet's ferocious beasts. For this trial, Yifeng had brought only 2 items, a dagger and a communication device. He stowed the dagger away and picked up the communication device. This communication device had a feature allowing trial participants to video chat with their loved ones. However, Yifeng deemed it unnecessary. After all, the current communication technology was far more advanced than Earth's by more than one level. The Lost Planet lay in the southern reaches of the solar system, vast in expanse. The entire planet appeared pitch black, and under the moon's glow, it radiated an eerie, mysterious aura. It seemed like a ghost from the depths of the cosmos, inspiring awe and dread. Upon arriving at the planet, Yifeng and Shengu immediately began mapping the distribution of the simulated planet's ferocious beasts. The terrain mirrored that of the real planet perfectly. Mountains towered, dense vegetation covered the landscape, and even giant beasts roamed the forests. After walking for about 5 minutes, Yi Feng abruptly halted his steps. Chen Gu realized Yi Feng had sensed danger. Yi Feng raised his eyes warily, scanning the surroundings. The area was densely forested, with lush trees blocking out the sunlight, casting a gloomy shadow over the surroundings. Yi Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He listened intently to his surroundings but detected no sound. The silence was eerie, like the calm before a storm. "Let's leave," Yi Feng suggested in a low voice. Chen Gu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Swish! Yet, the moment Yi Feng's words fell, a flash of green light darted toward him like lightning. Moving at an astonishing speed, it seemed concealed within the foliage of a nearby tree. Caught completely off guard, Yi Feng found the blade hurtling straight for his throat. Whoosh! Yi Feng had anticipated this entirely. His figure flickered, evading the sneak attack. Instantly, he leapt into the air, bending his knees to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick. Thud! Yi Feng's legs struck solidly against a rock. Boom! The rock shattered into a pile of powder. After regaining his footing, Yi Feng's face betrayed utter shock. He hadn't expected the opponent to unleash such a vicious attack under these circumstances, one with astonishing power that absolutely rivaled that of B+ grade beasts. Whoosh! 2 more green streaks shot out from the ground. Yi Feng swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack once more. He growled, "What the hell is that?" Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more green streaks shot forth. Yi Feng dodged the sneak attack once more, finally grasping what was happening here. Yi Feng's ears twitched. Soon, a faint rustling sound drifted from the distance. Within seconds, 3 massive, winged monsters came into view. They possessed lizard-like bodies, yet each bore a massive centipede tail on its back. Their heads resembled spiders, and as their mouths opened, droplets of saliva dripped down. Are those scorpions? Yi Feng's eyes widened. He had seen the illusory projection of the Scorpion King before, and these creatures before him were identical to the scorpions in that vision. Are these the beasts of the Lost Planet? Yi Feng asked. Correct. These beasts are all rulers of the Lost Planet, also known as fierce Scorpion Kings. These scorpions possess potent venom. Though their attack power is low, their carapaces are incredibly hard. If they manage to pierce your skin, a corrosive virus enters your body. In severe cases, it can be fatal, Chen Gu explained. At that moment, the 3 fierce Scorpion Kings spotted Yi Feng and his companion. Roar! One of the fierce Scorpion Kings let out a hiss and lunged at Yi Feng first. Seeing this, the other 2 fierce Scorpion Kings followed closely behind. Yi Feng and Chen Gu exchanged a glance before charging forward, engaging the fierce Scorpion Kings in combat. The fierce Scorpion Kings possessed formidable defense but lacked significant offensive power. Their carapaces were as hard as iron, making it extremely difficult for Yi Feng to pierce their sturdy shells even when using all his strength. Fortunately, the 3 fierce Scorpion Kings weren't particularly fast. Yi Feng and Chen Gu worked in perfect coordination, flanking them from both sides and gradually closing in. Yi Feng swung his arm, delivering a punch that slammed into the abdomen of one ferocious Scorpion King. Chapter 169, Seamless Teamwork. The fierce Scorpion King was sent flying backward, crashing into a large tree and snapping it in half. The other 2 vicious Scorpion Kings seized the opportunity to clamp their pincers onto Yi Feng's legs. Simultaneously, the remaining vicious Scorpion King opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of liquid. Yi Feng's expression turned icy. He flicked his palm, shattering the viscous liquid into fragments. Simultaneously, he slashed the Scorpion King's head with his blade. The creature let out a mournful cry before dying instantly. Yi Feng turned to face the remaining 2 fierce Scorpion Kings, noticing their speed had slowed considerably. He let out a cold laugh, leaped onto the top of a large tree, and then dove down. Splatter! Blood spattered as Yi Feng slit the throats of both fierce Scorpion Kings. Over the next few days, Yi Feng and Chen Gu pressed deeper into the uncharted territories of the simulated planet. Their objective remained clear: slay 10 beasts to complete this phase of their mission. Each time they encountered a ferocious beast, they could fully leverage their seamless coordination to corner their enemies. Darting through dense jungle foliage, Yi Feng and Chen Gu moved with swift precision. Their eyes were sharp and alert, their bodies radiating an aura of confidence. They had become true hunters, pursuing the dominant beasts of this lost planet. Over the past few days, they had slain 5 ferocious beasts, each battle a tense and thrilling confrontation. They had mastered their opponent's strengths, devising detailed tactics for each beast to minimize the risk of injury. A massive wolf king appeared before them, roaring as it charged. Yi Feng and Chen Gu instantly shifted into combat mode, their roles clearly defined as they coordinated their movements, unleashing their signature techniques. Yi Feng deftly evaded the wolf king's claws while launching lethal strikes with agile footwork. Chen Gu, harnessing his immense strength and resilient physique, engaged the beast in close combat. With a blood-curdling scream, the wolf king collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. Yi Feng and Chen Gu gave it no chance to recover, swiftly finishing it off to ensure it posed no further threat. Over the following days, Yi Feng and Chen Gu endured a series of life-or-death battles. They encountered a colossal serpent demon, which coiled its massive body, attempting to drag them into its gaping maw. But Yi Feng cleverly used the surrounding trees to shield himself and Chen Gu, then launched a fierce counterattack, cleaving the serpent demon in two. They also confronted a ferocious tiger beast whose razor-sharp claws could cleave a man in two with a single strike. Yi Feng and Chen Gu coordinated flawlessly, employing intricate tactics to corner the beast. Finally, with a powerful blow, they severed its head from its body. After slaying 5 ferocious beasts, Yi Feng and Chen Gu felt their own growth. Their skills grew increasingly proficient, their reactions sharper. Their bodies became stronger, enabling them to better withstand enemy attacks with each battle. Now, having successfully completed the simulated planet mission by slaying 10 ferocious beasts, they were ready to advance to the next stage, the Grand Brawl. This more intense and perilous challenge demanded they confront other trainees at a higher level. Yi Feng and Chen Gu exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with pride and resolve. Together, they had slain the majority of the ferocious beasts, an achievement worthy of pride. Many opponents hadn't even stood a chance against them. They were confident they could pass the assessment and earn glory. "Let's go," Yi Feng said with a smile. Yi Feng led Chen Gu into the free-for-all arena, a vast open space stretching before them. The surrounding spectator stands were packed with the trainees' companions, their eyes brimming with anticipation and curiosity. This was a stage to showcase their true strength, and each person was eager to prove their abilities. Yi Feng and Chen Gu strode to the center of the arena, radiating a powerful aura that seemed to envelop the entire space. Their gazes were firm and sharp, radiating boundless fighting spirit. The free-for-all commenced, and the trainees plunged into fierce combat. Each unleashed their unique techniques and abilities, filling the arena with sparks and explosions. Yi Feng and Chen Gu stood out exceptionally. Their coordination was seamless, as if they shared a telepathic bond. Yi Feng's swordsmanship was masterful and precise, each strike effortlessly hitting opponents' vital points. Chen Gu, meanwhile, displayed overwhelming power, his attacks carrying immense force that left foes reeling. They swiftly immersed themselves in the fray, overwhelming the surrounding trainees with relentless assaults. Yi Feng's sword flashed like lightning, while Chen Ji's colossal force sent shockwaves through the crowd. Darting across the arena, their figures flickered like shadows, defeating one opponent after another. The spectators in the stands were stunned by their performance, unable to help but be awed by Yi Feng and Chen Ji's abilities. Every strike was precise, every attack radiated sheer menace. Finally, the chaotic battle concluded, leaving only Yi Feng and Chen Gu standing in the arena. Their bodies were drenched in sweat and marked by the fight, yet their faces radiated the joy of victory. Yi Feng and Chen Gu clenched their fists tightly, locking eyes with a shared resolve. They knew they had demonstrated astonishing abilities, rising above the crowd of trainees. The month-long simulated planet assessment had finally concluded. And the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated across the vast arena. All trainees awaited Instructor Wang Jiqing's announcement, as he would reveal the results of this assessment. Instructor Wang Jiqing's voice echoed as he stood atop the platform, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena. Below, the trainees held their breath, waiting in silence for his announcement. "After a month of fierce combat, we finally have our victor," Wang Jiqing declared in a steady, authoritative voice. "First place, Yi Feng." A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Yi Feng stood below the platform, smiling as he accepted the honorary medal presented by the instructor. His eyes sparkled with pride and joy. This was the fruit of his hard work and a testament to his strength. Following closely behind was Chen Gu, who secured second place and also received a medal of honor. His expression was resolute and confident. Though he hadn't claimed first place, he knew he had given his all. Wang Jiqing continued, "Yi Feng and Chen Gu, you have demonstrated extraordinary skill and exceptional teamwork. Your outstanding performance has profoundly impressed and inspired all instructors and trainees. In this assessment, you have revealed your true capabilities and potential." After receiving his medal, Yi Feng smiled as he stepped down from the stage, preparing to return to his seat. Chapter 170, 10 Million Talents. Just then, Counselor Li Pengfei approached with a beaming smile to congratulate Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, you were absolutely outstanding. This assessment showcased your exceptional skill and remarkable teamwork. You're a true pride of our academy. The upcoming training phase will offer even more opportunities for you to shine. I look forward to witnessing your greater achievements." Li Pengfei's voice brimmed with admiration and encouragement. Feeling the counselor's warmth, Yi Feng smiled and nodded in thanks. "Thanks for the encouragement, Brother Fei. I'll keep pushing forward." Counselor Li Pengfei looked into Yi Feng's determined eyes and felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. In the conference room of the Aerospace Research Center, old Wang Guiyan and director Nantianmen sat around a large table, discussing Yi Feng's outstanding performance in the simulated planet. With his hands folded on the table, old Wang smiled and remarked, "Yi Feng's performance in the simulated planet was truly outstanding. His judgment and actions were both skilled and precise, and his coordination with Chen Gu was seamless. With such capabilities, I firmly believe he is fully qualified to join the Aerospace Research Center." Director Lin Tianming frowned, holding reservations about Wang Lao's assessment. While Yi Feng's abilities are outstanding, He hasn't even graduated from university yet. It would be difficult to convince others. I believe we should wait a little longer to see if he can demonstrate exceptional performance in other areas. Old Wang smiled and tapped the table lightly. Director Lin, you're being overly cautious. Yi Feng's abilities have been thoroughly validated in the simulated planet. This is an excellent opportunity we should seize. Besides, his university studies haven't hindered his skills or talent. Director Lin Tianming pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. Since you hold Yi Feng in such high regard, I'm willing to give him a chance. However, he must pass a rigorous assessment to prove his strength and talent. Old Wang nodded in satisfaction. His approval clear. He understood Director Lin Tianming's cautious nature and felt deeply gratified that Yi Feng had been granted such an opportunity. Outside the meeting room, Yi Feng remained unaware that his fate had become the focal point of discussion. He was still celebrating his victory on the simulated planet, cheering and rejoicing with his companions. Just then, Instructor Li Pengfei hurried into the conference room. He witnessed the exchange between Director Lin Tianming and Elder Wang. He immediately rushed over and whispered a few words into Elder Wang's ear. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang promptly stood up and strode toward the door. After Old Wang exited the conference room, Director Lin Tianming asked Li Pengfei curiously, "What did Old Wang discuss with you just now? Why did he rush out so urgently?" Counselor Li Pengfei shook his head. "Mr. Wang didn't tell me the specific reason, but I suspect it might have something to do with Yi Feng." Director Lin Tianming felt a pang of confusion. Yi Feng, Chen Gu, and the other 85 individuals had endured grueling trials on the simulated planet. They had earned exceptionally generous rewards enough to sustain them for a long time. However, Yi Feng didn't place much value on these prizes. In his heart, there was a more urgent matter awaiting him. He needed to enhance his strength. The system appeared, announcing that Yi Feng's performance on the simulated planet had been outstanding, doubling his reward talent once more. This meant Yi Feng now possessed 10 million times the talent. Just then, a dazzling system interface suddenly appeared before Yi Feng's eyes. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Ding! Congratulations, Yi Feng, your performance on the simulation planet was outstanding. Your talent has doubled once more, granting you 10 million times the talent. Yi Feng's mind buzzed with disbelief at this staggering news. 10 million times the talent. This meant his potential and power would reach unimaginable heights. He felt as if an invisible force enveloped his body, every inch of muscle brimming with overwhelming power. His heart surged violently, as if it might burst from his chest. His entire being seemed filled with boundless energy, and he sensed the transformation within his body. He gazed up at the sky, the boundless cosmos seemingly unfolding before his eyes. The trajectories of stars became crystal clear to him, cosmic forces coursing through his surroundings. He sensed the infinite possibilities within the universe, as if he could touch its very mysteries. This was a talent beyond ordinary humans, a power beyond words. Yi Feng realized his life would be transformed beyond recognition because of this gift. In that moment, he felt himself break free from the shackles of the mundane world, as if he had become a star in the cosmos. His gaze grew resolute and determined. He had found his path. He understood that this gift was not merely personal recognition, but a responsibility and a mission. Yi Feng resolved to harness this extraordinary gift, pushing beyond his limits to pursue ever greater heights. He would become a luminary in aerospace, making monumental contributions to humanity's cosmic exploration. A resolute light shone in his eyes, and his body radiated a powerful aura. Yi Feng took a deep breath, committing this resolve to memory. He vowed to give his all in the training ahead, living up to this 10 millionfold talent. To grasp the power of his 10 millionfold talent, Yi Feng resolved to tackle the world's most renowned mathematical conundrum. Seated at his desk, his gaze fixed intently on the legendary problem. This was a legendary puzzle. Countless mathematicians had attempted to solve it, but without exception, they had all ended in failure. Even the most brilliant minds had been stumped, forced to retreat in defeat. Yet Yi Feng's gaze radiated unwavering resolve. He refused to believe this puzzle was unsolvable. Taking a deep breath, he banished all distractions from his mind and immersed himself completely in the problem. A quarter of an hour passed. Beads of sweat formed on Yi Feng's forehead, and his eyes sparkled with the fire of deep thought. He performed endless calculations and deductions in his mind, searching for a breakthrough. Finally, in an instant, Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a faint smile. He looked at the paper in his hand, covered in a string of numbers and symbols. He could scarcely believe it himself. He had solved the world's foremost mathematical conundrum. The answer leapt off the page before his eyes, like a miracle of mathematics. A blazing fire ignited within Yi Feng's heart as he felt the power of 10,000-fold talent surging through his body. This was not merely a triumph in mathematics, but a profound affirmation of his own capabilities. He rose to his feet, his chest swelling with confidence and pride. He realized he possessed not only a millionfold talent but also limitless potential. He gazed out the window. Sunlight bathed his face, illuminating the flame within his heart. Chapter 171, Seizing the Opportunity. Professor Wang Goen summoned Yi Feng to his office, asking if he wished to join the Aerospace Research Center, a lifelong dream for Yi Feng. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yi Feng eagerly agreed. A look of delight spread across Yi Feng's face as he hurriedly followed mentor Wang Goen into the office. This was the opportunity he had longed for, his dream was within reach. Professor Wang Goen sat behind his desk, his expression serious yet expectant. He looked at Yi Feng and said solemnly, "Yi Feng, your talent is the most astonishing I have ever witnessed. This gift is not merely a personal recognition, it is a responsibility and a mission." A surge of overwhelming excitement filled Yi Feng's heart. His gaze was firm and expectant as he looked at mentor Wang Goen. He knew this was his chance to realize his dream. Mentor Wang Goen continued, "The Aerospace Research Center is recruiting a cohort of outstanding trainees, offering comprehensive training and resource support. Are you interested in joining us and becoming part of the aerospace field?" Yi Feng's heart pounded. He could scarcely believe his ears. This was the dream he had pursued for years, the goal of his relentless study and training, and now, finally, the chance to achieve it was within reach. Clenching his fists, his eyes flashed with resolve and passion. He answered sincerely, "Mentor, I've been filled with love and longing for aerospace since childhood. This has always been my dream. I'm deeply honored to receive this opportunity and am willing to give my all to join the Aerospace Research Center." Mentor Wang Goen smiled and nodded, satisfied with Yi Feng's decision. "Excellent, Yi Feng," he said. "Your determination and passion are admirable. I believe you will become a rising star in aerospace and make outstanding contributions to humanity's exploration of the cosmos." Professor Wang Goen handed Yi Feng a document detailing the procedures for joining the Aerospace Research Center. Yi Feng took the papers, his hands trembling slightly. He knew this marked the beginning of his dream. He took a deep breath, clutching the documents in his hand. His heart overflowed with gratitude and excitement. Looking at Professor Wang Goen, he said sincerely, "Thank you for your trust and support, Professor. I will work tirelessly and dedicate my strength to the cause of aerospace." Professor Wang Goen nodded with a smile, confident that Yi Feng would become an outstanding aerospace scientist. He said to Yi Feng, "Yi Feng, the road ahead won't be smooth sailing, but as long as you persevere and forge ahead courageously, you will undoubtedly achieve brilliant accomplishments." Wang Goen paused thoughtfully before continuing to Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, the current situation in Manhwa's aerospace sector is extremely challenging. We face numerous obstacles and competitors, but precisely because of this, an opportunity has arisen for you to gain direct entry into the Aerospace Research Center. Are you willing to seize this chance?" Yi Feng's heart began to race, his eyes flashed with eagerness and resolve. Without hesitation, he replied, "Mentor, I accept. No matter what the opportunity entails, I will seize it and give it my all." Wang Goen smiled slightly, meeting Yi Feng's unwavering gaze and sensing his resolve and passion. He knew Yi Feng was a man who charged forward fearlessly, and he believed Yi Feng would make outstanding contributions to the aerospace cause. Wang Goen continued, "This opportunity involves engaging with international aerospace scientists. We've invited top researchers from various countries for high-level academic exchange and collaboration in aerospace. You'll have the chance to work alongside them, learn from them, and exchange ideas." Hearing this, Yi Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He knew this was an exceptionally rare chance to engage with international aerospace scientists and absorb their experience and knowledge. Wang Goen continued, "This exchange program will last 1 month, during which you'll participate in various scientific research projects. This isn't just about enhancing your academic capabilities, it's a crucial training ground for your future aerospace career." Hearing this, a fiery determination ignited within Yi Feng. He understood the profound significance of this opportunity to engage with the world's foremost scientists and lay a solid foundation for his dreams. Gripping the documents Wang Goen handed him, Yi Feng declared with unwavering resolve, "Mentor, I will dedicate myself to preparing for this exchange. I will seize this opportunity to demonstrate my capabilities to the global scientific community." Wang Goen nodded with satisfaction. He knew Yi Feng possessed unwavering determination and extraordinary talent. "Yi Feng," he said, "this exchange is a tremendous opportunity for you, but it is also a tremendous challenge. I believe you will charge forward and meet this challenge head-on." Yi Feng smiled faintly, sensing his mentor's trust and expectations. Taking a deep breath, his heart surged with passion and resolve. Fixing his gaze on Professor Wang, he declared firmly, "Professor, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will prepare thoroughly, study diligently, and strive to make greater contributions to the aerospace industry." Wang Goen nodded with a smile, confident that Yi Feng would become an outstanding aerospace scientist. He placed a hand on Yi Feng's shoulder and said, Your talent is remarkable. With a little more refinement, you will undoubtedly become one of our nation's pillars in the future. Keep up the good work, and may we realize our dreams sooner rather than later. 2 days later, Feng arrived at the venue for the International Aerospace Scientists Exchange Conference with great excitement. It was a vast conference hall, decorated with both luxury and solemnity. The bustling crowd featured scientists from various nations dressed in suits and traditional attire, gathered to exchange research findings and discuss the latest technological advancements. Feng felt his youth acutely amidst these seasoned, erudite scientists. At first, he didn't attract much attention. People simply regarded him as an ordinary student representative. But when word spread that Feng was a student of academician Wangoan, people began to look at him with renewed interest and a hint of expectation. A surge of excitement filled Feng. He knew this was a rare opportunity and a test of his abilities. He resolved to earn the respect and recognition of these scientists through his own strength and talent. Stepping into the hall, he found himself in a vast exhibition space filled with the latest aerospace technological achievements and research projects. Feng approached with curiosity, carefully examining each exhibit on display. Chapter 172, Absorbed. A model robot was demonstrating autonomous flight technology, captivating Feng's attention. Resembling a miniature aircraft, it could fly autonomously through artificial intelligence, requiring no human control. This technological breakthrough promised revolutionary changes for the future of aerospace. Feng continued onward and spotted a massive simulated cockpit. Stepping inside, he felt as though he were immersed in a real flight environment. He could sense the speed and altitude of flight, as if he were truly piloting an aircraft. Leaving the simulated cockpit, Feng arrived at an area showcasing space exploration. He saw a massive model of Earth alongside various spacecraft and satellite models. These models showcased humanity's monumental achievements in space exploration, filling people with hope and anticipation for the future of aerospace endeavors. Feng's eyes lit up as he felt the grandeur and challenges of aerospace endeavors. The first day of the exchange concluded, and Feng returned to his lodgings. He opened his laptop and began organizing the day's learning and discussions. He realized that only through continuous learning and exchange could he achieve breakthroughs in this fiercely competitive aerospace field. Over the next month, Feng would collaborate with leading international scientists, jointly researching and discussing cutting-edge technologies and breakthroughs in aerospace. Each day, Feng rose early, organizing his thoughts and knowledge to prepare for new challenges. His workplace was a spacious, well-lit laboratory filled with various instruments, equipment, and scientific literature. The air was thick with the atmosphere of research, everyone immersed in their work. Feng shared his research findings with fellow scientists, presenting his projects and experimental progress. They engaged in deep discussions, exchanging insights and posing questions. Feng listened humbly to their feedback, continually refining his research direction. During the exchange session, Feng also toured other scientists' laboratories and research projects. He witnessed the application of cutting-edge technologies and experimental outcomes, profoundly impressed by the scenes unfolding before him. Feng also attended a lecture on autonomous flight technology. During the lecture, a scientist detailed the latest research on autonomous flight systems and robotic pilots. Feng listened with rapt attention, recognizing the immense potential and future direction of this technology. Yet as he listened to the scientist's presentation, he furrowed his brow slightly. Feng stepped into the center of the hall, confidently surveying the assembled scientists. Gathering his thoughts, he declared, "I have an optimization suggestion for autonomous flight technology and would appreciate your guidance and feedback." The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the hall froze. Everyone stared at Feng as if he were a curious spectacle, unable to believe he dared offer suggestions to academician Joseph at this high-level scientific conference. After all, Feng was merely a young student, while Joseph was a titan in the aerospace field, a seasoned, erudite figure revered as the godfather of aerospace. Exchanging skeptical and astonished glances, the crowd speculated whether Feng had lost his mind in his quest for fame. They deemed the young man overly confident, daring to challenge academician Joseph before so many scientists. Yet Feng remained undeterred by the crowd's reaction. Maintaining his smile, he fixed a steady gaze on academician Joseph, conveying his sincerity and resolve. A flicker of surprise crossed Joseph's face before he smiled faintly and said, "Very well, let's hear your proposal." Hearing the academician's response, Feng felt a wave of relief. He knew his moment had arrived. He must now win the respect and recognition of these scientists through his abilities and talent. Feng began explaining his optimization proposal in detail, combining experimental data with models. He vividly presented his research findings and innovative ideas. He proposed a new automated flight system design that incorporated artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies to enhance the intelligence and decision-making capabilities of robotic pilots. His explanation was clear and methodical, each point thoroughly considered and experimentally validated. Academician Joseph furrowed his brow slightly, not responding immediately to Yi Feng's proposal. His gaze swept around the room, gradually calming the uneasy atmosphere in the hall. Finally, he set down his notebook and turned his attention to Yi Feng. "Young man, I have a question for you." Academician Joseph's voice was deep and solemn. His inquiry seemed a test of Yi Feng's courage and intellect. Standing in the center of the hall, Yi Feng felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, his heart racing with both nervousness and excitement. He responded calmly, "What might the academician wish to discuss?" Academician Joseph smiled as he continued, "The optimization suggestions you proposed appear very promising. However, in practical application, we must consider numerous factors such as the precision of machine learning and flight safety, among others. How do you propose to address these challenges?" Yi Feng felt relieved, knowing he must provide a convincing answer. Taking a deep breath, he replied confidently, "The issues you raise are crucial. My team has conducted extensive research to address these challenges. By constructing large datasets and deep learning models, we can enhance the precision of machine learning. Simultaneously, integrating intelligent monitoring and self-correcting systems ensures flight safety and stability. This forms the core of our project's work." Academician Joseph nodded approvingly. "Your approach and solutions show great potential. I hope you'll continue refining your research through experimentation and validation. I believe your optimization proposals could bring new breakthroughs to autonomous flight technology." Hearing the academician's praise, the others smiled faintly. They began seriously considering Yi Feng's suggestions, launching into a lively discussion. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy and excitement. His suggestions had actually earned the approval of academician Joseph. This was the moment he had long dreamed of, the fruit of his dedicated efforts. The atmosphere in the hall gradually relaxed, the previously tense expressions melting into smiles. The scientists began exchanging ideas, discussing Yi Feng's proposal and its related technologies and application prospects. One scientist spoke up, "Yi Feng's idea is fascinating. Integrating artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies could bring significant improvements to autonomous flight systems. We should further explore how to apply these technologies to actual flight operations, enhancing both intelligence and safety." Chapter 173, In-Depth Exchange. Another scientist chimed in, "Yes, I agree with this concept. We could establish an experimental team led by Yi Feng. Through extensive data collection and experimental validation, we can progressively refine the design of this autonomous flight system. Simultaneously, we could integrate intelligent monitoring and self-correcting systems to ensure flight safety and stability." The scientists' discussion grew increasingly animated, the hall buzzing with diverse ideas and suggestions. They delved into in-depth technical exchanges, sharing their research findings and experiences. Yi Feng listened quietly to their exchange, feeling his heart swell with satisfaction and joy. This marked his first appearance in the scientific community, where his suggestions had earned recognition and praise from experts. He resolved to seize this opportunity firmly, continuing to delve deeper into research and develop his optimization plan. He contemplated his next steps, deciding to establish an experimental team. He would gather a group of talented and passionate young scientists to jointly research and refine the autonomous flight system. He believed that through teamwork and collaboration, they would undoubtedly achieve greater breakthroughs and progress. Meanwhile, the discussions in the hall gradually subsided as scientists were captivated by Yi Feng's proposal. Recognizing its potential and significance, they began earnestly contemplating and debating how to implement it. Academician Joseph watched the lively discussions with a smile, his heart filled with anticipation and hope. He knew this young student possessed boundless potential and innovative thinking. His optimization suggestions would bring new breakthroughs to the aerospace industry. Throughout the hall, people were captivated by Yi Feng's courage and wisdom. They recognized that this young man's confidence was not blind but rooted in extraordinary ability and talent. Many expressed anticipation for Yi Feng's research direction and outcomes, hoping to participate in the project and contribute to the advancement of autonomous flight technology. Yi Feng felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow heavier. He knew he needed to work harder and focus more intently. He resolved to elevate his research to new heights and dedicate his efforts to advancing aerospace development. Yi Feng and the other scientists continued their in-depth discussions and research, exploring cutting-edge technologies and breakthroughs in aerospace science together. They shared their insights and innovations, inspiring and motivating one another. At this scientific exchange conference, Yi Feng demonstrated his profound understanding and innovative thinking in aerospace, leaving the audience deeply impressed. The hall fell silent as everyone listened intently to Yi Feng's presentation. His report sparked the scientists' interest and earned their praise. They began seriously considering his suggestions, expressing anticipation for his research direction and future achievements. A surge of excitement filled Yi Feng's heart as he felt his efforts acknowledged and appreciated. Though still young, he had already earned the respect and recognition of the scientific community. He understood profoundly that this was not merely personal glory, but also recognition for his team and anticipation for the future of autonomous flight technology. Taking a deep breath, he savored the joy and responsibility of this moment. He resolved to continue striving, deepening his research and refining his optimization solutions to make greater contributions to the advancement of aerospace technology. Feng felt a surge of joy and excitement within him, realizing he had earned the respect and recognition of his peers. His optimization proposals resonated with the scientists, sparking discussions about innovative ideas and new research directions for autonomous flight technology. During the subsequent exchange meeting, Feng engaged in in-depth discussions and research with other scientists. He shared his research findings and briefed them on his project's progress. Together, they explored cutting-edge technologies and research achievements in aerospace. Feng understood that only through continuous learning and exchange could he achieve breakthroughs in this fiercely competitive aerospace field. He resolved to strive relentlessly, further refine his research direction, and make greater contributions to the advancement of aerospace endeavors. At this International Aerospace Scientists Exchange Conference, Feng demonstrated his courage and wisdom, proving his value to the world. His optimization proposals gained recognition from fellow scientists and sparked further discussion and research. On the final day of the conference, a tense yet expectant atmosphere filled the hall. Scientists from various nations gathered, exchanging the latest research findings and technological breakthroughs. They awaited Feng's presentation with eager anticipation. Feng took the stage with a meticulously prepared presentation. Using clear and forceful language, he vividly presented his research findings and innovative ideas, supported by experimental data and models. The slides on the projector flipped one by one, with various charts and data flashing across the screen. He began by outlining his research motivations and objectives. He explained that in the aerospace industry, the advancement of autonomous flight technology represented the future trend, and his research focused specifically on optimizing the performance and efficiency of autonomous flight systems. Feng then delved into his optimization approach. Using mathematical models and computer simulations, he conducted a comprehensive analysis and optimization of the automated flight system. By adjusting flight control parameters, improving navigation algorithms, and optimizing flight paths, he successfully enhanced the system's performance and precision. He vividly described the contrast before and after optimization. Prior to optimization, the automated flight system frequently suffered from error accumulation and instability, making it difficult for the aircraft to maintain a stable flight attitude. Following his optimization, the system's performance saw significant improvement, with substantial gains in error control and stability. Hearing this, the scientists in the hall fell into deep contemplation. They began pondering the potential and application scenarios of this optimization scheme. Some scientists pulled out notebooks to jot down key points from Feng's presentation. They recognized that this breakthrough optimization could propel significant advancements in aerospace technology. Feng sensed the atmosphere in the hall. Knowing his presentation had captured the scientists' interest and earned their approval, he proceeded to present his research findings, including experimental data and simulation results. He addressed the scientists' questions, providing satisfying answers with his deep knowledge and practical experience. Standing on stage under the gaze of so many scientists, he felt a surge of nervousness, yet he steadied his emotions, answering each question with confidence and profound expertise. Chapter 174, Thunderous Applause. Feng's presentation captured the scientists' interest and earned their praise. They expressed great anticipation for his research direction and achievements. At this International Aerospace Scientists Exchange Conference, Feng showcased his talent and capabilities, proving his worth to the world. He earned the admiration and recognition of many scientists and was invited to participate in more international collaborative projects. As the presentation concluded, the hall erupted in thunderous applause and cheers of approval. Feng felt a surge of joy and excitement, realizing he had earned the respect and recognition of his peers. His optimization proposals resonated deeply with the scientists, sparking discussions on innovative approaches and new research directions for autonomous flight technology. At this International Aerospace Scientists Exchange Conference, Feng showcased his talent and capabilities, proving his worth to the world. He earned the admiration and recognition of many scientists and was invited to participate in more international collaborative projects. Upon returning to the lab, Feng was filled with joy and satisfaction. He felt that the achievements he had made at this International Aerospace Scientists Exchange Conference were not merely personal honors, but the crystallization of the team's collective efforts. On his first day back in the lab, Feng sought out his advisor, Wang Gowen. He reported on his experiences at the conference and shared his insights. After listening to Feng's report, Professor Wang furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of deep thought, he said, Feng, you gained a great deal at this conference, but this is only the beginning. Now, I want you to write a paper based on your insights and further explore your research direction. Feng felt both exhilarated and apprehensive at his advisor's words. He knew crafting a paper of depth and value demanded immense time and effort. Yet he also understood this was an opportunity for advancement, a test of his talent and capabilities. Thus began Feng's intense yet fulfilling writing journey. He revisited his conference presentation and exchanges with fellow scientists, contemplating how to transform these experiences into a meaningful paper. He consulted extensive literature, delving deeply into the cutting-edge research within his field. Feng began writing, carefully crafting his insights and reflections into precise, powerful language. Word by word, he systematically presented his reflections on research motivations and objectives, detailed optimization strategies, and experimental data supporting his findings. Using rich descriptions and concrete examples, he vividly demonstrated to readers the importance and potential of optimizing autonomous flight systems. Immersed in his thoughts and expression throughout the writing process, Feng meticulously refined every word and sentence, pursuing flawless articulation and precise description. He strived to convey his research approach and innovative achievements to readers, hoping to spark greater attention and resonance. After several days of dedicated effort, Feng finally completed the first draft of his thesis. He submitted the manuscript to Wang Goen, hoping his advisor would offer valuable feedback and suggestions. Wang Goen carefully reviewed Feng's paper, making revisions and additions to the manuscript. He pointed out shortcomings in Feng's writing and offered suggestions for deepening the research. Feng accepted his advisor's guidance and meticulously revised and refined the paper. He restructured the paper's framework, optimized the language, and articulated his arguments and viewpoints with greater precision. He also enriched the content by incorporating additional experimental data, simulation results, and a forward-looking discussion on future research directions. Ultimately, after multiple rounds of revisions and refinements, Feng's thesis reached a satisfactory standard. Sitting at his lab desk, Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the keyboard. His gaze was focused and passionate, a surge of fresh inspiration welling up within him. Despite having completed a substantial and satisfying paper, he felt he hadn't fully articulated his research approach and innovative findings. The nightlight illuminated Feng's determined and focused face. He resolved to begin writing again, this time crafting an even more groundbreaking academic paper. He aimed to elevate his research to unprecedented heights, hoping to garner wider recognition and attention. Feng closed the office door, immersing himself in the quiet night. He recalled his presentation at the conference and his exchanges with other scientists, pondering how to transform these experiences and insights into a more groundbreaking paper. He re-evaluated his research direction and objectives, contemplating how to tackle problems from a fresh perspective. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. He decided to integrate the optimization of autonomous flight systems with artificial intelligence, exploring a smarter, more efficient autonomous flight technology. Feng opened his laptop and began searching for relevant literature. He pored over numerous research papers and expert opinions, absorbing their ideas and findings. Simultaneously, he kept abreast of the latest technological advancements, particularly cutting-edge research in artificial intelligence, hoping to draw inspiration from these developments. Building on his research, Feng began drafting his paper. With fluid and precise language, he meticulously transcribed his novel ideas onto paper. Sentence by sentence, he systematically outlined the integration points between the autonomous flight system and artificial intelligence, along with specific implementation plans, striving to align every argument and conclusion in his paper with cutting-edge technology. Feng's thoughts transformed into words on the page as he immersed himself in his writing. He meticulously refined each phrase, pursuing flawless expression and precise description. Through vivid descriptions and concrete examples, he demonstrated to readers the immense potential and application prospects of integrating autonomous flight systems with artificial intelligence. Hours passed, yet Feng persisted, his pen dancing across the page. With passion and intellect, he transformed his inspiration into words, presenting his research approach and innovative findings to the reader. He hoped this paper would spark greater interest and attention, contributing his own efforts to the advancement of aerospace technology. Finally, Feng completed this highly innovative academic paper. He felt satisfied and excited, knowing this represented an opportunity to advance to a higher level. He saved the paper on his computer and decided to submit it to an academic journal the next morning. Early the next morning, Feng arrived at the lab in high spirits. He printed the paper and organized the supporting materials. He identified several prestigious academic journals and prepared the submission letter. Chapter 175, the grand finale. Feng submitted his paper to the academic journal and awaited the reviewer's feedback. Several days later, the journal's experts received the submission and began reading Feng's paper one by one. As they opened the first page, shock and awe filled their hearts. The paper showcased Yi Feng's unique insights and innovative ideas on integrating autonomous flight systems with artificial intelligence. The experts were profoundly impressed by Yi Feng's depth and breadth of knowledge, marveling at his research caliber. After discussion, they unanimously agreed that their own expertise was insufficient to fairly evaluate this paper. It required higher-level professional opinion and endorsement. They urgently contacted two top aerospace experts from Longwei. These two experts were giants in the field of aerospace technology, possessing profound research and extensive experience in aerospace engineering. Upon receiving the journal's invitation, they immediately set aside time to study Yi Feng's paper. Seated in a spacious, well-lit research room, the experts examined Yi Feng's paper and supporting materials laid out on the table. They meticulously read each chapter, carefully parsing every word to grasp Yi Feng's reasoning and arguments. Each viewpoint in the paper demonstrated Yi Feng's profound understanding of integrating autonomous flight systems with artificial intelligence. The experts discovered that Yi Feng's innovative approach not only enhanced the intelligence of autonomous flight systems but also pointed the way forward for future aerospace technology development. The experts exchanged views on Yi Feng's paper, contemplating how to provide the most accurate and professional assessment. They repeatedly reviewed the document, analyzing experimental data and simulation results while thoroughly discussing the feasibility and reliability of Yi Feng's methodologies and solutions. After days of research and discussion, the experts finally delivered their assessment. They unanimously agreed that Yi Feng's paper demonstrated remarkable research achievements and innovative thinking. They rated Yi Feng's paper as first-rate and decided to recommend it to a higher-tier aerospace journal. Yi Feng received the experts' evaluation, feeling immense joy and pride. This recognition affirmed his years of research and dedication, presenting an opportunity to advance to higher levels within the aerospace technology field. The academic journal submitted Yi Feng's paper to a higher-tier aerospace publication. When this news spread, the aerospace community was abuzz. Speculation swirled about the potential impact of Yi Feng's paper. While experts in aerospace technology began closely monitoring this promising research, news of this development sent shockwaves through the aerospace community. Scientists from various academic institutions and research centers began lively discussions about Yi Feng's paper. They speculated on the potential impact it might have and the implications for the advancement of aerospace technology. Amidst an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement, Yi Feng's paper was submitted to an even higher-tier aerospace journal. This publication stands as the pinnacle of authority in aerospace technology, with every paper published undergoing rigorous screening and review. Experts across the aerospace community also turned their attention to this promising research. They held high expectations for Yi Feng's paper, hoping to gain new insights and inspiration to advance aerospace technology. Days later, the editorial office of the Aerospace Journal received Yi Feng's paper. Recognizing that this work would draw intense attention from the aerospace community, the editors decided to initiate the review process immediately. The editors assigned Yi Feng's paper to a senior aerospace expert for preliminary review. This authority in aerospace technology was deeply intrigued by Yi Feng's research direction. Anticipating breakthroughs within the manuscript, the expert meticulously examined each chapter of the paper, carefully analyzing Yi Feng's ideas and arguments sentence by sentence. He was profoundly impressed by Yi Feng's unique insights and in-depth research on integrating autonomous flight systems with artificial intelligence. Every perspective in the paper demonstrated Yi Feng's profound understanding of integrating autonomous flight systems with artificial intelligence. The expert discovered that Yi Feng's innovative approach not only enhances the intelligence of automated flight systems but also points the way forward for future aerospace technology development. The expert rated the paper as first-rate and recommended it to the editorial board. This endorsement heightened the editor's anticipation for Yi Feng's work. They knew this paper would make waves, injecting fresh vitality into aerospace technology development. The editors began preparing for the paper's publication. They contacted Yi Feng to confirm details and inquired whether he would be willing to write a dedicated article introducing his research. Yi Feng gladly agreed, eager to present his research approach and innovative findings in greater depth to readers. Days later, the latest issue of the Aerospace Journal published Yi Feng's paper. It became a hot topic in the aerospace field, with academic institutions and research centers across the country inviting Yi Feng for academic exchanges and lectures. Yi Feng emerged as a celebrated star scientist, his research garnering widespread attention and recognition. The paper's publication not only earned Yi Feng acclaim within academic circles but also injected fresh vitality and innovative momentum into aerospace technology development. Colleagues in the aerospace community congratulated Wang Goen, praising him for nurturing a genius of once-in-a-century caliber. Time flows relentlessly, and before one knows it, 5 years have slipped away. Yi Feng and Shen Gu celebrated their 10th anniversary in this sun-drenched season. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the hotel living room, its warm glow illuminating the entire space. Yi Feng and Shen Gu sat on the sofa, cups of fragrant tea placed on the coffee table, their subtle aroma filling the air. They smiled, occasionally exchanging tender words. Yi Feng suddenly thought of a question. Old Chen, what do you think would be a good name for my son? Chengge took a gentle sip of tea and replied with a smile. What do you think would be good? Yi Feng pondered for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. How about Star Chaser? What do you think of that name? Chenggu paused, then burst into laughter. Ha! Star Chaser, that's truly amusing. But I'd still prefer a softer, more delicate name for my child. Yi Feng blinked, curiously asking, do you have any name ideas then? Chenggu smiled. I've always thought Moonstep is a beautiful name with a lovely meaning. If my daughter and your son were to become in-laws someday, their names would be like two stars in the night sky, each shining with their own radiance. Hearing Chen Ji's words, a flicker of emotion passed through Yi Feng's eyes. They had known each other for 10 years and worked together for 5. Their friendship had long transcended ordinary colleagues, becoming as close as brothers. Now, Chengge was willing to envision his future daughter and Yi Feng's son becoming in-laws. A thought that filled Yi Feng with profound warmth. Taiyue, that name is truly beautiful, as if stepped down from the moon itself. If our children do become in-laws someday, they will surely shine like two stars in the night sky, illuminating each other's lives. Yi Feng remarked with emotion. Chengge nodded, his face beaming. Yes, just like us, giving each other endless warmth and encouragement throughout our lives. The two shared a knowing smile. Yi Feng and Chengge continued sipping their tea, sharing their dreams and hopes for the future. Their friendship, like the tea itself, was fragrant, enduring, and heartwarming. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing them in its warmth, as if bearing witness to their friendship and this beautiful moment. Their future was destined to be intertwined with the stars, shining with their own unique brilliance. This little boy named Star Chaser and this little girl named Moonwalker would compose their own magnificent chapter in the starry sky.